The cold, emotionless, electronic synthetic voice did not reach the eardrums, but instead, it suddenly erupted in the deepest part of every human being's consciousness on Earth, as if the very rules were speaking. The National Fortune Arena, opening. 197 players from around the world have been randomly bound. Initial protection mechanism activated. Within 72 hours, players cannot cause fatal harm to each other, and any attacking intent will be weakened by the power of the rules. Resources, land, national fortune, everything is up for competition here. The voice dissipated, leaving behind a brief silence for the 7 billion people of the world, followed quickly by panic and noise, sweeping through the real world like a tsunami. Dragon Country, Beijing Strategic Command Center. On the huge circular screen, it was divided into hundreds of real-time images, each representing the initial state of the 197 players around the world. However, at this moment, all eyes in the center were fixed on the screen at the top left, marked with Chen Yu. The air was so heavy it seemed like it could be wrung out of water. Name, Chen Yu. Age, 22. Background, recent college graduate, sociology major, no military or special skill record, physical evaluation, ordinary. A school officer read aloud the recently received information in a dry voice, and with every word, the color drained from his face. Finally, his gaze landed on the most critical line of information, and his voice trembled with uncontrollable fear. Talent assessment completed. It is D-level, weakness detection. According to the global talent database shared information, this talent allows for a vague perception of nearby creatures' weak points. The effect is extremely unstable, and historical records show the average success rate, less than 10%. D-level, it really is D-level. General Li Weigua, standing at the front, an elder who had weathered countless storms, staggered as his body jolted, fortunately being caught by a nearby officer before he could fall. His lips moved, the last glimmer of hope in his eyes completely extinguished. A D-level talent, within the known E to SSS talent system, was at the absolute bottom. Moreover, weakness detection was a support ability that was almost useless in the early stages of survival and combat. This was almost like a death sentence. It meant that Dragon Country would be at an absolute disadvantage in the brutal early stages of the competition. Despair, like cold tidal waves, drowned the entire command center. Meanwhile, the global internet had completely fallen into madness. On the largest international social media platform, the search term Dragon Country D-level talent instantly shot to the top of the trending list, followed by a scarlet explosion tag. Ha ha ha. You're killing me with laughter. Dragon Country is really in for it this time. D-level talent? Did they send a scout to survive in the wild? God has finally been fair. Let's see how they continue to act arrogant. Our Rice Empire's player is a B-level, berserk strength. 3 minutes of silence for Dragon Country, then let's celebrate our Neon Country C-level, Shadow Step. Long live Lord Habuto. Waiting for Dragon Country's resources to deplete, its land to fall. The harsh mockery, like poisonous arrows, shot at Dragon Country from all corners of the world. And inside Dragon Country, panic and despair were also spreading. In the streets, alleyways, squares, and shopping malls, every screen was showing Chen Yu's face, still carrying a bit of a student-like, helpless expression. Crying, cursing, and sighing voices mixed together, creating a scene of deep gloom and despair. National Fortune Arena, unknown numbered initial jungle. Chen Yu shook his dizzying head, forcing himself to calm down. He realized he was standing in a completely unfamiliar primal jungle. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, their canopies blocking out the sun, only a few scattered beams of light stubbornly pierced through, casting flickering spots of light on the ground covered with thick humus. Thick vines, like giant pythons, coiled around the tree trunks, and the air was filled with a damp, hot scent, mixed with the stench of mud, the smell of decaying plants, and a strange sweet fragrance from some unknown flower, forming a suffocating atmosphere. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the only thing in his hand, a stone axe that looked rough and even had dull edges. This was the starting equipment that had accompanied him when he was pulled into this place. This is the National Arena? Chen Yu took a deep breath, trying hard to sense his surroundings. He could vaguely feel an extremely unstable sensor field with a radius of about 10 meters, centered around him. It was like an old radar with poor signal, the light spots on its screen flickering in and out, and the incoming information was unclear and unreliable. Is this the D-level, weakness detection? As expected, it's almost useless, just like the description. Chen Yu's heart sank. At this moment. Roar! A deep, wild roar suddenly erupted from the bushes behind him. Along with the violent rustling of the bushes being crashed aside, a thick, blood-scented wind rushed toward his face. Chen Yu's body hair stood on end, and his heart instantly leapt to his throat. He spun around suddenly. He saw a giant wolf, roughly the size of a young calf, slowly emerging from the shadows. Its body was covered with rock-like gray-brown armor that reflected a cold, hard light in the weak illumination. A pair of crimson pupils locked onto him, its exposed fangs dripping with thick saliva, which fell onto the leaves on the ground, making a faint hiss sound and producing white smoke. Announcement: Dragon Country contestant Chen Yu encounters an F+ level creature, the rock-armored wolf. The cold, mechanical announcement echoed across the globe. Encountering an F+ level beast right at the start? What kind of hellish difficulty is this? It's over. Completely over. How is he, a D-level support talent, supposed to fight? Run! Chen Yu! Across Dragon Country, viewers watching the match screamed in despair, many of them even closing their eyes in unwillingness to watch. At the command center, General Li Weigua clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. The rock-armored wolf crouched low, a threatening growl emanating from its throat. Its hind leg muscles tensed, and it was about to pounce. Run! The thought consumed Chen Yu's mind completely. He had no courage to fight back, and he immediately turned around, running as fast as he could. However, just as he pushed off with his legs, his foot suddenly slipped. He stepped on a thick tree root completely covered with slick moss. Thud! A muffled sound. He completely lost his balance and crashed forward, falling face-first into the dirt, sending a spray of dead leaves and broken branches into the air. Worse still, the stone axe tightly gripped in his hand flew out during the fall, tracing a clumsy, powerless arc as it fell, tilting toward the direction of the rock-armored wolf. This scene was clearly displayed to the global audience through the live broadcast. After a brief moment of frozen silence, the global chat was flooded with mocking comments in various languages. Ha ha ha! He fell! He fell! He even dropped his weapon. Is this a comedy show? Dragon Country contestant just performed a faceplant. R.I.P. Dragon Country. Across Dragon Country, everyone was filled with despair. All believed the outcome was sealed. And in that instant, something happened that stunned the entire world. The stone axe that had flown out, seemingly without any threat, flipped through the air and just happened to pass through the tiny gap when the rock-armored wolf stood and swung its claws to strike. Then, the wolf seemed to grow disdainful of its prey, letting out a snarl of contempt, and opened its massive blood-red jaws wide. The stone axe just happened to fly into its mouth at that exact moment, and with pinpoint precision, the tip of the axe struck a tiny, slightly lighter spot on the wolf's upper jaw, a spot much softer than the surrounding hard armor. Put! A faint sound, almost overlooked, as the sharp axe tip cut through soft tissue. The axe tip sank effortlessly into the spot as if it were a hot knife cutting through butter. Oh woo woo! The rock-armored wolf's forward lunge froze mid-air. A short, sharp, and sorrowful scream erupted, the crimson pupils filled with a human-like confusion and disbelief. Its massive body lost all strength, crashing to the ground with a thud, its limbs twitching violently a few times, then falling silent. Announcement: Dragon Country player Chen Yu has achieved the first kill, killing the F+ level creature rock-armored wolf. Reward: 1 wooden treasure chest. The announcement rang out. The entire world seemed to have pressed the mute button. Inside the command center, everyone stood frozen, mouths wide open, their eyes bulging like copper bells. On the internet, the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments momentarily disappeared into a vacuum. On the streets, Dragon Country people crying in despair had frozen expressions, with tears still hanging on their cheeks. He tripped, threw his axe, and killed an F+ level rock-armored wolf in a second? What the hell is this fantasy plot? After a brief, suffocating silence, a more violent and chaotic wave of noise erupted. Cheating! The Dragon Country player must have cheated. What kind of bullshit luck is this? I don't believe it. It's a coincidence. This must be a coincidence. But in Dragon Country's online world, it was as if boiling oil had been thrown into icy water, instantly exploding. What the hell? What just happened? He won? Just like that? Who cares how he won? He won, that's what matters. Chen Yu is awesome. Voice cracking. I knew it. Our Dragon Country's luck isn't over. Inside the command center, General Li Weigua suddenly shoved aside the assistant supporting him, and in a single leap, rushed to the control panel, his hands pressing tightly against the surface, his voice hoarse with excitement. Analyze. Immediately analyze the footage. Slow motion. Frame by frame. I need to know exactly what happened. Inside the arena. Chen Yu, still dazed, looked up, his face smeared with mud. He looked at the dead rock-armored wolf, with its mouth impaled by the stone axe, then looked at his empty hands, a look of disbelief on his face. I did that? He struggled to get up, rubbing his sore knee. The strange feeling from when he fell earlier was still incredibly clear, as if, in that moment, the physical laws of the world had been subtly adjusted by some invisible force. The arc of the tree roots, the angle at which he fell, the spin of the stone axe when it slipped from his hand, the exact timing of the rock-armored wolf opening its mouth to roar. All these seemingly independent coincidences were precisely connected by an invisible thread, leading to this incredible result. He suddenly remembered that just before his consciousness was pulled into the arena, he seemed to have seen a dazzling, never-before-seen SSS-level light flash by, a flash that was immediately followed by the judgment of D-level. A ridiculous, yet wildly thrilling guess, uncontrollably surged up from his heart. He didn't speak, his face still showing confusion and a hint of fear. He carefully walked over, laboriously pulling the stone axe, now covered in a bit of brain matter and blood, out of the wolf's mouth, then, beside the wolf's corpse, picked up the wooden chest that emitted a soft glow. "Open!" he silently muttered in his heart. The chest opened with a sound, turning into light particles and dissipating, leaving behind an ancient scroll made of an unusual material, glowing with yellow light. Obtained, rough water filter blueprint. Would you like to amplify the reward by 100 times and materialize it to your country? Without hesitation, Chen Yu firmly answered in his heart, yes. Dragon Country player has obtained a resource type reward for the first time, triggering that national luck blessing effect. Reward amplification. 10,000 times. Dragon Country has obtained nationwide water purification and optimization technology. All water sources across the country will be automatically purified to the highest drinking standard and remain active long-term. Water resource utilization is increased by 300%. Boom! An invisible wave swept across the land of Dragon Country. It felt as though a miracle had descended. The once murky, surging waters of the Yellow River began to clear up at a visible speed. The tap water in the cities, which had a strong bleach-like smell, instantly became sweet and refreshing, comparable to mountain spring water in the dry, cracked riverbeds of the northwest. Suddenly, clear water began to flow again, quickly gathering into a stream. Water. The water has turned sweet. Oh heavens! The Yellow River is clear. A miracle. This is a divine blessing for the country. The ecstatic exclamations echoed through every corner of the Dragon Kingdom. Despair was swept away, replaced by a surge of excitement and an unprecedented anticipation for the future, as if they had survived a catastrophe. This time, the international voices were no longer just mockery. In a top-secret strategic analysis room in the United States, a general wearing the insignia of a star on his shoulder stared solemnly at the seemingly harmless face of Chen Yu on the screen. Once could be called luck. Twice, especially with this kind of luck that defies the laws of physics, it must be treated as real power, he said in a deep voice, ordering his subordinate, notify our contestant, Jack, in the arena. Make Chen Yu of Dragon Kingdom the highest priority focus target. During the protection period, try to make contact and probe him. The rules only limit attack intent, they don't completely ban contact. I need to know, is he truly lucky, or is he hiding something? In the livestream room of Neon Kingdom, Hattori Hanzo, who had just demonstrated his superb stealth and assassination skills, looked at the announcement, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. An interesting person from Dragon Kingdom. Looks like you're more than just lucky. But, when faced with the true way of the ninja, how long will your luck last? In the jungle, Chen Yu looked at the drawing in his hand as it disappeared into white light. He could clearly feel that some unknown energy inside his body had been consumed, but was slowly replenishing from the surrounding environment. He raised his head, looking at the dangerous yet full of infinite possibilities primal jungle before him. His eyes were no longer confused but held a sense of insight into secrets and an unspoken determination. SSS-level talent. Favor of luck? He murmured softly, his lips curling into a barely noticeable smile. Looks like this game just got interesting. His struggle for survival in the jungle and the global competition had just begun. Chapter 2, Sweet Springs, Fruits, and Undercurrents. The entire Dragon Kingdom was still immersed in the ecstasy and shock brought by the miracle water. In the northwestern frontier, a small village called Bitter Water Village had suffered for generations from a lack of water and the bitterness of salty water. The elderly village chief, Wang Deguai, trembled as he held up the water just drawn from the village's old well. The water rippled in the coarse earthen bowl, so clear that he could see the disbelief on his wrinkled face. He carefully took a sip. It wasn't the salty, earthy taste he expected, but instead, a refreshing sweetness that slid down his throat, as if the parched land had been nourished by spring rain. Sweet, sweet. It's sweet water. Wang Deguai's voice trembled, his murky old tears falling down his cheeks, dripping into the bowl, blending with the sweet spring. He turned east, the direction of the capital city, and the symbolic location where Chen Yu was in the arena. With a loud thud, he knelt on the ground, kowtowing heavily. The children in the village cheered around the suddenly clear and lively stream, and the women used this unprecedented good water to wash clothes, their faces full of genuine smiles. The national fortune rewards were no longer cold words and numbers in the news, they had transformed into the nourishment of seedlings in the fields, the clear water in every household's water tanks, and the genuine smiles and tears on the faces of ordinary people. Public opinion in the country had completely turned, and Chen Yu was no longer seen as a desperate lost cause, but as a mysterious lucky star. Countless people gathered in front of their screens, eagerly awaiting his next move. In the United States, inside a strategic analysis room. However, the atmosphere was the complete opposite of the joy in Dragon Kingdom. The massive screen was playing the entire process of Chen Yu killing the rock-armored wolf at 1% speed. The chief analyst of the technical team, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a serious expression. Reporting to the senior generals in the room. In summary, General. After frame-by-frame analysis using the supercomputer, player Chen Yu's fall angle, the rotation trajectory of the stone axe after it slipped from his hand, the impact of air resistance, the timing of the rock-armored wolf's paw strike, the extent of its roar, and the theoretical weak point in the wolf's mouth where the nerve clusters are connected to the carapace. All these factors, when considered individually, have an extremely tiny, physics-consistent possibility. He adjusted his glasses, and the screen froze on the moment when the stone axe embedded in the wolf's mouth. But, General, when these tiny possibilities are perfectly connected in less than 2 seconds, the overall probability is less than 1 in a billion. This already exceeds the scope of our current definition of coincidence. Sitting in the main seat, General Mike Astor had a stern face and eyes sharp as an eagle. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a dull sound. 1 in a billion. He repeated this number, his voice deep. I don't believe in statistical miracles, especially on a battlefield that concerns the fate of the nation. What's the conclusion? Currently, based on the available data and rules, we cannot determine that the Dragon Kingdom player, Chen Yu, cheated. The system has not detected any abnormal energy fluctuations or rule interference. The tentative conclusion is extreme coincidence. The analyst said the last 4 words with difficulty. Coincidence? General Astor snorted coldly, a coincidence that allowed the Dragon Kingdom to obtain water resource technology that could change the pattern of people's livelihoods? Tell Jack, I don't want to hear about these probabilities. There are almost 3 days left in the protection period. Have him immediately approach Chen Yu's area for direct contact and testing. He stood up and walked to the giant world map, his gaze falling on the Dragon Kingdom's territory. The rules only weaken the intent to attack, not completely prohibit contact. Let Jack use all means: provocation, intimidation, cooperative probing, even creating accidents. I want to see the most detailed evaluation report on Chen Yu before the protection period ends. Let's figure out if he is a madman kissed by Lady Luck, or if he is, and extremely dangerous. In the national tournament arena, an unknown numbered jungle. Chen Yu had no idea what kind of waves he had caused outside. He was focused on his own survival. He carefully wiped off the wolf blood from his stone axe and tightly strapped it to his waist. Then, he tried to concentrate, thinking about his most urgent need right now: food. Almost as soon as the thought crossed his mind, the vague sensation from his D-level weakness detection talent seemed to create a subtle ripple, a faint directional sense pointing to his east. Is it an illusion, or? Chen Yu's heart stirred slightly as he decided to follow this feeling and see. He cautiously explored eastward, walking lightly, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Along the way, he just happened to avoid a few thick bushes that might hide snakes and insects, and just happened to choose a path that looked solid but actually avoided a small swamp. After walking a few hundred meters, he stumbled over a raised tree root, the color of which blended with the surrounding fallen leaves. Instinctively, he reached out to steady himself by a peculiar tree with grayish-white bark. As his palm touched the rough bark, he unexpectedly discovered that under the tree's branches and leaves, close to the trunk, grew clusters of purple berries the size of grapes. Their skin emitted a soft, faint glow. The glow was so dim that it was hard to notice unless one was close and at the right angle. Discovery: soft glowing berries, F-level resource, edible, with a sweet taste. They can mildly restore stamina and relieve fatigue. Chen Yu's heart lifted. He cautiously picked one, sniffed it carefully, and found a faint fruit scent. He gently bit through the skin, and the sweet juice instantly spread across his mouth, followed by a mild warmth slowly spreading throughout his body, easing the fatigue from his tense escape. It really works. He carefully collected a dozen or so berries, wrapping them in a large tree leaf and storing them away. Leaning against the tree, resting while chewing the sweet berries, Chen Yu's mind grew clearer. It's not about passively waiting. Luck requires me to actively trigger it. When I feel a strong need or sense danger, it guides me, leading me to the right result in seemingly accidental ways. He attributed all these external manifestations to his sharp observation, the disguise of his D-level talent, and careful experimentation. I must maintain this image. Chen Yu's eyes flashed. An ordinary person, relying on weak detection abilities and excessive caution, barely surviving by chance. He finished the last berry, feeling the inexplicable energy within him being restored slightly, stood up, and once again set his eyes on the deep, unknown jungle. He knew this was just the beginning. The real challenge lay ahead. And his luck would be his biggest trump card in this national tournament gamble. Chapter 3: Shelter and Jungle Rules. The last glow of the sunset was like a stingy painter, only brushing a few remaining strokes of gold and red on the top of the jungle's giant trees, before being greedily swallowed by the boundless darkness below. Strange and dangerous cries and sounds began to rise from all directions with the arrival of night, announcing the awakening of the true masters of this primal land. Chen Yu found a concave rock wall. It was sheltered from the wind, with protruding rocks above blocking the view, and the ground was relatively dry, an ideal spot to build a temporary shelter. He had to find a relatively safe place to take shelter before it got dark. He took off the stone axe from his waist and began chopping at the tough vines hanging down, about the thickness of his thumb. The stone axe was not sharp, making the task extremely laborious. It often took several repeated hacks to break a single vine. During one powerful swing, the stone axe almost slipped from his hand, but his wrist that held the axe was just right entangled by another hanging vine. This unexpected pull helped him stabilize his stance, avoiding the embarrassing situation of losing his weapon again. That was close. He gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow, and gained a deeper understanding of how luck's favor worked in his mind. It doesn't create things out of thin air, but rather guides things in the most beneficial way based on existing conditions. After collecting enough vines, he began to search for supporting pillars to build the shelter's framework. He searched near the rock wall, and the vague feeling from weakness detection made him think that the wood in one direction might be more suitable. He walked in that direction, and not far along, he tripped over a dead log lying across the ground. He looked down and found that although these dead trees had been broken and fallen by wind and rain, the wood was exceptionally tough, and their length and thickness were just right. "What luck, saved me a lot of effort," he muttered to himself as he dragged the just right deadwood back to the rock wall. Relying on these coincidental materials in his clumsy construction using wilderness survival knowledge, a little learned in a college club, a simple A-frame hut started to take shape. Though rough, it was enough to shield from wind and rain and offer some concealment. He used the remaining vines to set up a simple tripwire alarm at the entrance of the hut, several vines connected to empty fruit shells that would make a sound once triggered. Having finished all of this, the night had grown deep. He crawled into the low hut, laid out a simple bed of dry leaves, gripped the stone axe tightly, leaned against the cold rock wall, and listened to the jungle night song outside, too afraid to fall into a deep sleep. Late at night, the crisis quietly approaches. A very faint rustling sound woke Chen Yu from his light sleep. It wasn't the wind blowing the leaves, but rather something rubbing against the rock wall. He instantly held his breath, his whole body tensed. Almost simultaneously, the weak, pinprick-like sense of danger from his D-grade weakness detection came through, and the source was above him. He slowly, extremely slowly, lifted his head. In the dim moonlight filtering through the gaps in the hut, he saw a sight that made his scalp crawl. A colorful, triangular-headed poisonous snake was slowly descending from the rock wall above, its crimson tongue flicking in and out, its cold vertical pupils fixed directly on his forehead. Cold sweat instantly seeped from every pore, soaking his thin clothes. He dared not move, even stopping his breath. He knew this kind of snake attacked extremely quickly, and any slight movement could provoke a fatal strike. Time seemed to freeze. The snake's body slowly coiled, a sign of its imminent attack. At this life-or-death moment. Snap! A small night-dwelling lizard, which had been quietly resting on the hut's roof, seemed to have been startled, or perhaps just accidentally slipped, falling through a gap in the roof. It landed precisely on the triangular head of the poisonous snake. Hiss! The snake, startled by the sudden attack, immediately lost its attacking posture, and its body quickly recoiled back into the shadow above the rock wall, disappearing from sight. It wasn't until then that Chen Yu dared to take a deep breath, his heart pounding like a drum, his back already soaked in cold sweat. Once again, at the crucial moment, luck arrived. He dared not sleep again, gripping the stone axe, his eyes wide open until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Daytime, exploration and intuition. After the night's experience, Chen Yu became more determined in his strategy of caution first, luck as a helper. He decided to expand his search range, looking for more resources and possible treasure chests. Along the way, he encountered a seemingly peaceful, water-rich swamp. Weakness detection sent out a continuous, even stronger, vague sense of danger than before. He was uneasy. He had planned to walk along the edge of the swamp, on a path that appeared to have solid soil and was lined with low shrubs. But just as he was about to step onto that path, a strong impulse stopped him. This feeling came without reason, yet it was unusually clear, as if a voice in his mind was warning him of danger. He hesitated for a moment and chose to trust this intuition. He took a longer detour and chose a path that was overgrown with strange, colorful mushrooms, looking even more difficult to walk on. As he carefully circled around most of the swamp, he looked back, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that the solid path he had originally planned to take had an area in the middle that looked like a grassy field, which was now slightly sinking, with tiny bubbles rising from its edge, and faint traces of mud left by some large creature rolling through. That was clearly a well-camouflaged devouring trap. Hiss! Chen Yu took a sharp breath. If he had walked onto it earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He was even more certain now that luck's favor not only created coincidences but also guided him to avoid deadly dangers through intuition or premonitions. Role-playing and external analysis. When acting alone, Chen Yu would consciously talk to himself or make movements and expressions that fit his disguised persona. For example, after avoiding a venomous snake, when checking his shelter, he would say, "Luckily, I sleep lightly." I think I heard something above me, otherwise, it would have been dangerous. In reality, it was all due to a lizard. After avoiding the swamp, he would wipe non-existent cold sweat and explain to the air, "Imagine camera, this swamp feels completely wrong. My intuition told me not to go that way, and it seems I was right." In fact, it was guided by luck. These performances of his were broadcasted through live streaming to the Dragon Country Command Center. Behavior analysis experts were holding a meeting to discuss. The target, Chen Yu, exhibits a highly cautious behavior pattern and detailed observation of his environment. He has almost reached the theoretical limit of his D-level, weakness detection, talent effect, even surpassing the average success rate of similar talents in the database in some areas, such as predicting potential environmental dangers. All his actions, including building shelters, finding food, and avoiding danger, are based on the principles of not actively taking risks and fully utilizing slight information. This survival strategy might be worth learning from for contestants with weaker talents. However, another expert raised a question: what about those coincidences that exceed the probability, such as falling and instantly killing the rock-armored wolf? How do we explain that? It seems contradictory to the extreme caution he has shown. We currently cannot explain it reasonably. Perhaps, he indeed has some affinity for luck that we have yet to understand? Let's continue observing and focus on recording the details before and after all his coincidence events to try to find any commonalities. Chen Yu was unaware that he was being analyzed so carefully. He was just trying to survive in the jungle, cautiously hiding his biggest secret while slowly becoming familiar with and controlling his SSS-level luck. As night fell again, he lay in the reinforced shelter, feeling the energy within him slowly recovering, with less fear and more anticipation for the arrival of tomorrow. Chapter 4: The Bronze Chest and the Friendly Fire of the Bee Swarm. On the third day in the National Destiny Arena, it arrived quietly amidst tension and anticipation. Only a few hours were left before the initial 72-hour protection period would end. The air seemed to be filled with an invisible countdown, urging all the contestants to make use of the last safe time to accumulate advantages. Chen Yu explored upstream along a stream with fast-moving waters but unusually clear water. Water sources were often places where life gathered and could also hide precious resources. This is his judgment based on common sense. His weakness detection talent still worked intermittently, but combined with the mysterious guidance of blessing of luck, he was always able to find something useful in seemingly ordinary places: several edible tubers, a few pieces of flint suitable for tool making. Suddenly, as he turned around a corner covered with vines, his gaze was caught by a faint, almost imperceptible gleam of light. On the opposite bank of the stream, deep in a crack in the stone, partially concealed by dense ferns, a faint bluish-gray unnatural gleam was visible. A bronze treasure chest. Chen Yu's heart suddenly raced. The wooden treasure chest had already brought huge rewards, so the value of a higher-tier bronze chest was beyond imagination. He suppressed the impulse to rush over and forced himself to remain calm and observe. The greater the temptation of the chest, the greater the danger nearby usually was. He lowered his body, using the cover of the bushes to carefully observe the area around the stone crack. This look instantly extinguished most of the excitement that had just risen. Above the crack, it was not a solid rock wall, but a giant beehive, as big as a farmer's stone mill, hanging there. The beehive was gray-brown, its structure blending seamlessly with the rock, and if not carefully observed, it would easily be overlooked. But at this moment, countless fist-sized, pitch-black bees, their tails flickering with eerie blue light, were buzzing around the hive, flying in and out, producing a low, dense buzzing sound, like the whisper of death. E+ level creature, Stinger Hornet. Social, violent nature, tail stinger contains neurotoxin. Individual threat level is moderate, but group threat level is extremely high. Just looking from afar, the dense swarm of bees and their eerie blue tails made the scalp tingle. Chen Yu had no doubt that if he dared to approach, he would be instantly turned into a sieve, and the neurotoxin would likely kill him in seconds. Charging head-on would be suicide. He decisively suppressed his greed, slowly retreating, preparing to silently leave this dangerous place. The chest may be tempting, but one must have a life to take it. However, as the mantis stalks the cicada, the yellow bird waits behind. Just as Chen Yu was preparing to retreat, his peripheral vision keenly caught a movement in the shadow of the trees to his side and behind him, something unnatural, almost blending with the environment. Someone. He immediately stopped moving and hid his body better behind the bushes, holding his breath and concentrating. The shadow moved like a ghost, using the cover of the trees and the dappled light, silently and swiftly approaching the location of the treasure chest on the opposite bank of the stream. The person was dressed in dark, form-fitting ninja attire, moving smoothly and precisely. Each movement was timed to blend into the blind spots of vision and gaps in sound. The player from Neon Country, Hattori Hanzo. Hattori Hanzo had clearly already noticed Chen Yu, and during his movements, his eyes glanced toward him, filled with unabashed contempt and coldness, as if looking at an insignificant bug that could be crushed at any moment. His attention was fully focused on the bronze treasure chest. With his sea-level talent, Shadow Escape, he was confident he could steal the chest without alarming the bees. Chen Yu sneered coldly in his heart. Wanting to pick up a freebie? But his face quickly formed the perfect expression of surprise and fear, even deliberately making his body shiver and shrinking back a little, perfectly playing the role of someone who accidentally ran into a strong person and could not protect himself. Hattori Hanzo saw this and smirked disdainfully, no longer paying attention to Chen Yu. He focused entirely on his stealth. His figure became even more blurred, his breath nearly completely suppressed, as if he melted into the shadows, slowly closing in on the crack. Just as Hattori Hanzo's hand was about to touch the cold surface of the bronze chest, a sudden change occurred. Chen Yu, who had been terrified in watching. It seemed like his foot was suddenly caught by a tough vine hidden under the fallen leaves, letting out a short cry of surprise, and his whole body lost balance, stumbling backward to fall. During the fall, his hands flailed in panic, trying to find something to grab onto for support. By accident, he grabbed a gray-brown vine that seemed very firm, hanging down from the rock wall. This was actually an air root of some large parasitic vine, its roots deeply embedded in and partially destroying the structure of the rock above. Crack! A clear, sharp sound of rock breaking echoed, cutting through the relatively quiet valley, extremely ear-piercing. The air root that Chen Yu grabbed suddenly tightened, pulling a rock above it that was already weathered at the edges and weighed dozens of pounds, causing it to loosen abruptly, fall, and roll down. The fall of this rock was like knocking down the first domino, hitting the rock wall below, triggering a small-scale chain reaction. More rubble and dirt tumbled down, forming a small-scale landslide. And the direction and landing point of this landslide just happened to perfectly avoid the spot where Chen Yu was. Most of the rolling stones and dirt hit the giant beehive hanging from the wall, precisely smashing into the root connecting it to the rock. Boom! With a muffled sound and a teeth-gritting crack, the giant beehive couldn't withstand the sudden impact, breaking off from the rock wall and crashing heavily onto the stone beach below, shattering into pieces instantly. Buzz! It was like cold water being splashed into a boiling pot of oil, or like the gates of hell suddenly opening. Thousands of enraged, home-destroyed hornets, their stingers flashing a deadly cold light in the sunlight, rose up like a terrifying dark cloud of death, buzzing in fury. And the falling debris from the landslide happened to hit Hattori Hanzo, who had just relaxed his guard slightly after the successful moment and was in the middle of a slight fluctuation in his stealth state, exposing him completely. From the hornet's perspective, this human, the closest to the shattered hive and still carrying the lingering foreign scent from moving quickly, was the culprit who destroyed their home. Baka Yoru! Hattori Hanzo's furious roar rang out. He didn't have time to think about why this accident was so coincidental, the deadly sense of danger had already engulfed him. He immediately pushed his ninja agility to the limit, swinging his ninja sword to create a light screen to block the hornet swarm, while his other hand quickly formed a seal. Poof! A puff of smoke exploded, leaving behind a wooden post replacement covered and pierced by countless hornets. Hattori Hanzo's real body appeared about 10 meters away, looking disheveled. His ninja clothes were torn in several places, and his exposed arms and cheeks were covered with rapidly swelling, dark, shiny poisonous welts, the intense pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead, and his face turned an awful shade of green. He glared with deep hatred at Chen Yu, who had just struggled to get up on the opposite bank of the stream, as if his gaze could devour him alive. But under the protection rule, he couldn't launch any effective lethal attacks on Chen Yu, and the strong sense of restriction made him realize that staying here to fight the hornet swarm was a dead end. Bastard! You wait for me. He squeezed this murderous line between his teeth, and without daring to stay any longer, he endured the pain and quickly flashed several times, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest, faster and more ragged than before. Harvest moment. Chen Yu stood on the opposite bank, patting his chest, panting heavily, looking shaken and still in fear. That was so terrifying. I almost got caught in it. Luckily I dodged quickly, really lucky. He watched as most of the wasps chased after Hattori Hanzo, while a small number remained circling and guarding near the shattered beehive. He then glanced at the area that had become a mess due to the collapse, but the treasure chest was still intact in the stone crevice. At this moment, it temporarily became a vacuum zone for the bee swarm's defense. Without hesitation, he immediately stepped through the shallow stream and quickly walked up to the stone crevice, reaching out to touch the treasure chest that emitted a bronze-like gleam. Open. Acquired, basic exoskeleton power arm blueprint. Poison Fangs X2, material. In a flash of light, the treasure chest and blueprint disappeared, and two sharp fangs that gleamed with a ghastly green light fell into Chen Yu's hand. He dared not linger, immediately turning around and swiftly retreating downstream, his figure soon vanishing into the dense jungle. All that remained was the wreckage of the beehive and the faint, unsettling buzzing sound still lingering in the air. Chapter 5, The Birth of the Dragon's Spine and Jack's Murderous Intent. Dragon Kingdom player receives bronze treasure chest reward, triggering National Luck Enhancement effect. Reward increased 10,000 times. Dragon Kingdom receives Dragon Spine Individual All-Environment Combat System Complete Set of Technology and Production Line. The cold announcement echoed worldwide again, but this time, it brought not just simple shock or mockery, but a mix of jealousy, fear, and intense unease that silenced everything. Dragon Kingdom, a certain top-secret underground base in the northwest, codenamed Dragon's Nest. The heavy alloy doors slid open silently, and a gust of air carrying the scent of coolant and newly forged metal greeted him. Inside the base, the lights blazed brightly, and several highly automated production lines were running at full speed, with mechanical arms precisely assembling complex components. In the central testing area stood a well-built Special Forces soldier. He was wearing the first-generation Dragon Spine combat system, just off the production line. The streamlined metal armor tightly conformed to his body, not a bulky steel canister, but more like a second skin custom-made for him. The dark matte coating absorbed the surrounding light, only revealing faint blue glows at the joints and energy conduction points. "Start the test," came the voice of General Li Weigua through the communications device, a barely noticeable tremor in his tone. "Yes." The soldier growled, linking his consciousness with the Dragon Spine system. Hum. A deep, powerful hum came from within the armor. The next second, the soldier moved. Without a running start, he simply pushed off from the ground and shot forward like a cannonball from a barrel, leaving a faint afterimage behind. The numbers on the speed tester jumped wildly, finally stopping at a value far beyond human limits. In the strength test area, he easily lifted and combined several composite metal weight plates that far exceeded the world record, then effortlessly raised them as if they were toys, his arms as steady as a rock. The extreme environment simulation chamber was activated. From -50 degrees in the extreme cold to over 50 degrees of high temperature and humidity, the armor's temperature regulation module worked efficiently, and the internal life support system remained stable, keeping the soldier's physiological indicators at optimal levels. Finally, the complex terrain adaptability test. He climbed the vertical rock wall like an ape, weaving and leaping through the obstacle-filled ruins. The sensors and information processing units built into the armor constantly fed back the surrounding environmental data and provided the best action paths. After the test, the soldier calmly returned to the starting point. The armor was removed, and he hadn't even broken much of a sweat. The scene was deathly silent. Then, the frenzy of cheers and applause erupted like a volcano. Researchers excitedly embraced each other, and several elderly experts with graying hair were moved to tears. General Li Weigua tightly gripped the communicator. The joints of his fingers turned white from the force as he spoke into the microphone, his voice hoarse from overwhelming excitement. Immediately formed the Dragon Spine First Legion. Prioritize equipping the most elite special forces. This is the cornerstone of our nation's rise, a weapon that will change the era. He raised his head and gazed at the still image on the screen of Chen Yu cautiously advancing through the jungle, his eyes filled with indescribable gratitude and determination. "Chen Yu, your contribution, the Dragon Nation will remember. Your safety, the Dragon Nation will spare no effort to protect." The United States, Oval Office. The atmosphere was the complete opposite of the Dragon's Nest celebration, as suffocating as the deep sea before a storm. The president slammed a tablet displaying the preliminary performance evaluation report of the Dragon Spine system onto the desk. The data, far surpassing current infantry equipment, was glaringly sharp. "It's him again. In just 3 days. Twice." The president's voice rose in anger. "First it was water resources, we could call it a civilian technology. This time, it's the individual combat system. What does this mean? It means the Dragon Nation might achieve a military technological leap. Right under our noses." He turned sharply towards the defense minister and General Astor, who were standing quietly by his side. "Where is Jack? We have a level A talent with furious strength. What is he doing? Why is that dragon person getting the treasure chest time and time again?" General Astor's face was stern as he responded in a low voice, "Mr. President, Jack has already followed the orders and is moving closer to Chen Yu's area for reconnaissance. But there are protection rules in the arena that limit us from taking more direct action. Moreover, that Chen Yu's luck, it is indeed strange." "I don't want to hear the word luck anymore," the president growled. "How long until the protection period ends?" "Less than an hour, Mr. President." "Good." A glint of coldness flashed in the president's eyes. "Order Jack, the moment the protection period ends, to find every opportunity, use every means, and eliminate the target. I no longer need reconnaissance, I need results. At any cost." The command, carrying a chilling murderous intent, was encrypted with the highest level security and instantly transmitted to Jack Brown, who was far away in the arena. In the national arena, Jack was lying in wait behind a bush, wiping his gleaming alloy knife. When the direct command from his homeland reached his mind, he didn't feel any pressure. Instead, he stuck out his tongue, licking his dry lips, his eyes burning with the excitement and cruel gleam of a hunter who had spotted his prey. "Eliminate the target, finally, clear orders," he murmured to himself, the veins on his muscular arms slightly bulging. "Luck? In the face of absolute strength and killing skills, it's just paper that can be pierced with a single stab." He recalled the moments when Chen Yu luckily avoided the wild boar in the bee swarm, his mouth curling into a disdainful arc. "The protection period is almost over, kid. Your good days are over. I'll crush your pathetic luck with my own hands." Neon Country competitor, Hattori Hanzo. He was hiding in a dark, damp tree hole, carefully applying the herbs he had gathered to the swelling poison sacs on his arms and cheeks. The intense pain from the bee venom surged in waves, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead, but what hurt him more was the burning flame of shame inside his heart. As the direct heir of the Hattori family, possessing an outstanding C-level talent, he had suffered such a great loss at the hands of a Dragon Nation person with only a D-level talent, relying entirely on lucky chance. Not only had he lost the bronze treasure chest he had just obtained, but he had also ended up in such a miserable state. Dragon Nation. Chen Yu. He almost spat the name through gritted teeth, his eyes dark and filled with an ominous glare. The humiliation you inflicted on me, Hattori Hanzo, I will return 100-fold. Your luck won't save you a second time. Once the protection period ends, I will take your life to avenge today's shame. He tightly gripped the poison shuriken, its cold touch slightly suppressing the restlessness in his heart, but the killing intent only grew more solid. In the jungle, Chen Yu carefully stored the 2 newly obtained poison fangs, feeling the energy within him that seemed to have been consumed by the previous accident, but was still slowly recovering. He didn't know it yet, but he had already become a target that various forces were eager to eliminate. However, he could feel that invisible pressure in the air, growing heavier as the countdown of his protection period ticked away. He raised his head, looking deep into the jungle, his gaze calm. A storm was about to arrive. Chapter 6, The Last Greetings of the Protection Period. The light in the national tournament arena seemed to sense the invisible countdown, growing darker and more oppressive. Only 60 minutes remained until the initial 72-hour protection period ended. The air in the jungle was thick like coagulated blood, with each breath carrying a heavy weight. Inside Chen Yu's shelter, he was fully focused. The 2 poison fangs he had obtained from the bronze treasure chest were carefully placed on a flat stone slab, their sickly green glow flickering faintly in the dim light, emitting a dangerous aura. Beside them were the stone axe and a newly sharpened, sharp-tipped wooden spear, both carefully crafted using the simple tool forging table. He decided to craft more effective weapons. The protection period was coming to an end, and luck alone and the stone axe would likely not be enough to deal with the upcoming crisis, especially the malice from other competitors. He picked up one of the poison fangs, and with the blunt side of the stone axe, carefully struck its base, attempting to embed it into the tip of the wooden spear. This required immense patience and precision. One wrong move could not only damage the fawn but also injure him, exposing him to the deadly toxin that seemed far from benign. His mind was highly focused, and the vague sense of weakness detection naturally enveloped the materials in his hand, trying to find the most suitable point to work. Just then. Buzz. A much stronger and clearer sense of crisis, even carrying a tangible malice, suddenly pierced his perception like a cold needle. The direction came from the rear side of the shelter. Almost at the same moment that the feeling of danger arrived, the mysterious power of lucky favor also triggered. An urgent thought exploded in his mind. **** Immediately check the outer warning mechanism. Now, ****. Without hesitation, Chen Yu quickly dropped his tools, grabbed the wooden spear that had not yet been poisoned, and dashed out of the low shelter with a swift step. Just as his feet stepped out of the shelter and he stabilized himself in a relatively open area. Roar! A ferocious, twisted roar filled with pain and endless fury erupted like thunder from the dense forest behind him. Then, the ground shook with a dull vibration, and the crackling sound of bushes being violently crushed grew louder, coming closer with incredible speed. An F+ level spiked wild boar, with eyes as red as blood and spikes on its back standing up like swords, charged towards his shelter like a runaway heavy truck. Its massive body smashed through small trees, the ground was plowed with deep furrows, showing a ruthless will to fight until death. And about 10 meters behind the wild boar, a strong figure followed at a leisurely pace, an American contestant, Jack Brown. The yellow knife in his hand reflected a cold light in the dim surroundings, and his face wore an unabashed, mocking, and cruel smile, his gaze passing over the rampaging wild boar and locking directly onto Chen Yu, who had just rushed out of the shelter. Seeing Chen Yu just happen to appear in the open space, a trace of barely perceptible surprise flashed in Jack's eyes, but it was quickly covered by an even stronger murderous intent. He raised his hand and made a clear, insulting, and threatening slash across his own neck with a dagger. Borrowing the knife to kill. Using the raging monster to eliminate the target. This is the most treacherous and effective attack method within the scope allowed by the rules during the protection period. Damn it! Chen Yu cursed in his heart, but his face instantly filled with extreme terror and panic. He looked as if he was frightened out of his wits by this sudden attack, stumbling and retreating toward the narrow gap, which had been covered by thick fallen leaves, something he had noticed earlier but hadn't had time to deal with. His movements seemed clumsy and awkward, as if he was purely retreating out of survival instinct. Boom! The frenzied spiked-back wild boar completely ignored Chen Yu's evasion. Its blood-red pupils were fixed only on the den, Chen Yu's shelter, ahead, perhaps influenced by some method Jack had used. It charged violently into the spot where Chen Yu had just been standing, which was also the entrance to the shelter. The simple shelter was instantly shattered, wood chips and leaves flying everywhere. And in that thunderous collision, the wild boar's thick front hooves just happened to step on a loose stone at the edge of the gap. The stone rolled, and the front hose suddenly plunged down. Crack! The bone-breaking sound was painfully clear. Aoo! The wild boar let out a more painful and tragic scream, its massive and heavy body lurching forward due to inertia. The front half of its body was forcibly wedged into the narrow gap that was barely a foot wide. It struggled and roared wildly, its hind legs futilely kicking the ground, splashing dirt everywhere, but it couldn't pull itself out. The scene froze in an instant. In front of the shattered shelter was the wild boar, its upper body trapped and howling madly. On the open space, Chen Yu was panting heavily, clutching his chest, his face still filled with terror as if he had barely escaped. A little farther away, Jack's smile had completely frozen, and his eyes had become as dark as water. Jack's plan, the flawless assassination by proxy, had failed in such an unbelievable way? Chen Yu, still shaken, glanced at the trapped wild boar, then turned to Jack. He forced a look of anger and confusion on his face, his voice trembling. Why did you bring the monster to harm me? I don't even know you. Jack's muscles twitched on his face. He took heavy steps, ignoring the still struggling wild boar, and stopped less than 5 meters from Chen Yu. The rules of the protection period were still in effect, and an invisible force weakened the intense murderous intent emanating from him, but his cold gaze still felt like a blade, scraping against Chen Yu's face. Why? Jack sneered through his teeth, his voice low and dangerous. Because you, and the country behind you, took what you shouldn't have. Kid, how long can your disgusting luck last? He looked Chen Yu up and down, as if trying to see through him completely. The protection period is almost over. Jack lifted his chin and pointed to the setting sun, which was about to disappear below the horizon. Enjoy your last moments. I'll come find you. With that, he gave no more opportunity for a performance, casting a deep glance at Chen Yu, as if trying to engrave his image in his mind, then suddenly turned around. His powerful figure, brimming with suppressed fury, marched off into the increasingly dim forest. Verbal threats were useless, action was everything. Jack knew that the next time they met, the protection rules would no longer apply. Watching the direction in which Jack disappeared, the exaggerated terror and panic on Chen Yu's face quickly disappeared like a receding tide. He patted his dirt-covered clothes and pants, and his eyes turned cold and sharp, like tempered cold iron. He walked to the thorny-backed wild boar, still struggling in vain, its roar gradually weakening, and picked up the wooden spear that had fallen on the ground. Want to kill me, he whispered to himself, his gaze sweeping over the wreckage of the chaotic shelter and then looking towards the darkness where Jack had left. Then come on. He raised the wooden spear, aimed at the relatively soft side of the wild boar's neck that was exposed due to being stuck, and stabbed down fiercely. Acquired, complete thorny-backed wild boar skin X1, hard tusk X2, fresh beast meat X5 units. The last trace of light during the protection period was completely extinguished on the horizon. Chapter 7, Shelter and New Era. When the bell signaling the end of the protection period rang deep in the consciousness of all contestants and spectators, it was as if an invisible membrane had quietly shattered. The feeling of being bound by rules that had always existed and weakened the intent to attack disappeared. The air in the arena suddenly became chilling, filled with the raw atmosphere of the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Chen Yu stood in front of the shelter he had reinforced previously. The shack had been destroyed by the wild boar, and he had spent considerable effort to rebuild it in a more concealed rocky nook with sturdier wood and vines. The new structure was stronger, the entrance narrower, and he had set up multiple snares and rockfall traps. What he tightly held in his hand was no longer a rough wooden spear, but a brand new weapon, a stone spearhead that had been meticulously sharpened to an extraordinary edge, with deliberate grooves carved on both sides for bloodletting. Most deadly of all was the dark, almost non-reflective, grim green at the spear's tip. That was the trace of venom carefully refined from the poisonous tusk, causing injury at the touch, and death upon injury. His clothing was still tattered, but his gaze had changed entirely. The previous confusion and inexperience were washed away, replaced by a calm and composure forged in crisis, like a hunter hidden in the shadows of the jungle. Dragon Country, Capital Strategic Command Center. The atmosphere was serious and focused. On the huge circular screen, Chen Yu's image was enlarged in the center, surrounded by constantly scrolling data analysis. The protection period has ended. According to rule simulation, direct conflict between contestants is unavoidable, a senior strategist reported in a deep voice. American Jack and Japanese Hattori Hanzo have both clearly expressed their hostility towards Chen Yu. Among the other contestants, several have shown concern or jealousy due to our country continuously gaining significant rewards. General Li Weigua's gaze was sharp, sweeping over Chen Yu's calm face on the screen. Chen Yu's value needs no further explanation. His displayed unconventional survival ability is key to our advantage in this national competition, he said in a steady voice filled with undeniable resolution. I command. 1. The Morning Star Plan is to be activated immediately. Utilize all observable and calculable resources we can mobilize to establish a Chen Yu behavior pattern analysis model and attempt to interpret the operating principles behind his talent, seeking potential indirect information support. 2. The Dragon Spine Phase 1 Special Operations Team is to enter the highest state of readiness. Stand by at all times to respond to any international disputes and provocations that may arise due to Chen Yu. We want everyone to know that touching Chen Yu means touching the foundation of our dragon country. 3. The Information Shielding and Public Opinion Guidance Departments are to operate at full capacity, ensuring a stable information environment domestically and uniting national confidence. The orders were quickly transmitted down, and the entire national machinery of the dragon country began to operate efficiently and secretly around a young man far away in an unknown arena. International undercurrents surged and roared. The spokesperson for the American government still firmly stated in front of the media, accusing the dragon country contestants of using unknown loopholes to undermine the fairness of competition. The international investigation is required. However, privately, the frequency of intelligence exchanges with countries like Neon and Australia suddenly increased in the dark web. A loose alliance with the main goal of curbing the development of dragon country players began to take shape in the shadows, driven by interests. In Neon, the public outcry over Hattori Hanzo's humiliation reached a climax, and the calls for revenge surged like waves, unwittingly putting immense pressure on Hattori Hanzo. National Luck Arena, Unknown Number Jungle. Jack hid among the branches of a giant tree, like a black panther waiting for its prey, the cold glimmer of a metal dagger flowing between his fingers. He received the latest order from his country, at all costs, eliminate. He licked his lips, feeling the reckless freedom that came after the rules vanished, rage boiling in his chest. Kid, your luck has run out. Hattori Hanzo, like a true ghost, weaved through the shadows hundreds of meters away from Chen Yu's shelter. The poison on his face had not completely subsided, but his gaze was colder than before. He abandoned the flashy ninja performances, suppressing all breath and movement to the extreme, merging with the night like a poisonous snake, just waiting to strike with deadly force. This time, there will be no accidents. As the center of the storm, Chen Yu sat in the shelter, illuminated by the glow of the bonfire, carefully inspecting every tool. The energy of the blessing of luck within him had recovered to a great extent after previous consumption, like a dark current surging beneath a calm sea, ready to respond to the next crisis at any time. He reviewed everything that had happened since entering the arena. Rock-armored wolves, water filters, poisonous snakes, swamps, bronze treasure chests, poisonous wasps, spiked wild boars, Jack. Each crisis, despite appearing coincidental, had an invisible hand of luck orchestrating the strings of fate. I cannot rely entirely on luck, Chen Yu reminded himself in his heart. Luck needs a foundation, needs guidance. I must become stronger, more cautious, to let this luck maximize its value. He regarded the persona of extremely cautious observer as the best camouflage. When everyone saw him as a lucky fool, he could secretly accumulate strength. He clarified his goals for the future: survive, grow stronger, acquire more resources, and uncover the deeper secrets of this arena. End of Volume 1 *. The morning light, like a sword, pierced through the jungle's night veil. Thick fog swirled among the trees, wrapping this killing ground in a layer of mystery. Chen Yu pushed open the reinforced shelter door and stepped outside. The poison spear gripped in his hand had a cold touch that awakened his spirits. He took a deep breath of the cool, damp air, his eyes gazing into the fog-filled depths of the jungle. There, hidden, were stronger monsters, more precious resource treasure chests, and the undisguised murderous intent from Jack, Hattori Hanzo, and even more unknown players. The shelter provided him a temporary foothold, but it was by no means a safe haven. The end of the protection period signified that the real hunt had begun. He was no longer that lost college student, he was the player Chen Yu from Dragon Country, a hidden one with the SSS-level talent of Blessing of Luck. Hunting, he whispered to himself, his voice calm yet unwaveringly firm, taking a step forward as his figure resolutely merged into the thick fog. It has begun. A legendary epic belonging to the Blessed by Luck was officially opened in its grand hall. ***, Volume 1, The Beginning of the Mist and the First Glimmer of Light, and ***. Chapter 8 Poison Pit and Hunters. The first dawn after the end of the protection period did not bring any peace. Instead, the jungle seemed to shed its last disguise, and the air was filled with a naked sense of survival competition. In the sounds of birds and beasts, there seemed to be a hint of blood. Chen Yu left the relatively safe shelter. He understood that staying in one place meant resource depletion and waiting for death. He had to take initiative, seeking food, water, and, possibly, the next treasure chest. His actions became more cautious, every step feeling like walking on the edge of a blade. The vague sensation of weakness detection was pushed to its limit, combined with the mysterious intuition of Blessing of Luck. He moved like a shadow, silently weaving between the trees, avoiding all areas that could hide danger. After about an hour, an unusual area appeared before him. It was a small depression, with a pool of stagnant water in the center. The water presented an ominous, murky dark green, with rotting leaves and some small animal bones floating on the surface. The air was filled with a sickly sweet yet decayed strange smell. The soil by the pool was a bizarre purple-black color, devoid of any vegetation, except for a few brightly colored mushrooms stubbornly growing. Warning: ahead is a highly toxic pond. the water and surrounding soil contain strong biological toxins and corrosive properties. Special creatures may exist in the pond water. There was no need for a warning. Chen Yu's weakness detection had already sent a continuous, sharp sense of crisis pointing towards the pond. And, blessing of luck, was clearly telling him, stay away from there. He was about to bypass the area when his gaze suddenly fixed. On the opposite bank of the pond, at the base of a dead, slanted old tree, a barely noticeable metallic gleam caught his attention. That gleam was partially covered by soil and moss, but the shape seemed like the corner of a box. Another treasure chest? And it looked like it might be made of a better material than the bronze chest? His heart began to race uncontrollably. The temptation of the treasure was huge, but the toxic pond in front of him was undoubtedly a deadly barrier. He couldn't touch the water, and he probably couldn't step on the mud at its edge either. How could he get across? He crouched down, observing carefully. The area around the toxic pond was dead silent, even the insects were quiet, as if it was a forbidden zone for life. Just when Chen Yu was fully focused on observing the toxic pond, weighing the pros and cons, a fierce, chilling wind suddenly struck from the tree canopy behind him without warning. The speed exceeded his reaction limit. It was Jack. He hadn't gone far at all, or rather, he had been the most patient hunter, following Chen Yu, waiting for this moment when he let down his guard. With the protection period over, he had no more worries. Die. Lucky one. Jack pounced down like a fierce tiger, his alloy dagger producing a piercing scream as it drove straight for Chen Yu's back. This strike contained all the strength of his B-level, furious giant strength, enough to pierce through rock. Chen Yu had no time to turn back, not even to think. At the moment Jack's killing intent erupted, blessing of luck sent a frantic warning like a premonition of danger. He didn't try to block or dodge that absolutely unavoidable attack. Instead, he used the momentum of his forward dash, guided by his intuition, and lunged toward the side in a desperate leap toward the edge of the deadly toxic pond. This was a choice nearly akin to suicide. But he believed in his luck. Splash! Chen Yu stumbled onto the ground, narrowly avoiding a deadly strike to his back. But Jack's dagger still grazed along the outside of his left arm, causing a spray of blood, sharp pain following. And Jack, because of his full-force missed strike, inevitably lunged forward, landing precisely in the position where Chen Yu had been hiding, which was even closer to the edge of the toxic pond. Jack, experienced in battle, quickly shifted his weight to stabilize his body after missing the attack. However, just as his foot stepped onto the ground, crack! The ground where his foot landed, seemingly no different from the surrounding area covered with fallen leaves, suddenly caved in violently. The ground below was not solid land at all, but rather a soft, sticky poison mud disguised by dead leaves at the edge of a toxic pit. What? Jack's face changed dramatically, wanting to leap up with force, but the poison mud had an astonishing adhesion, and his feet instantly sank up to his calves. Moreover, that purple-black sludge seemed to possess a strong corrosiveness, making his special combat pants hiss, and a burning sensation came through the fabric. Bastard! Jack was both shocked and furious, struggling desperately, but instead sinking deeper. At this moment, Chen Yu had quickly turned over and crawled up, not caring about the wound on his left arm, gripping the poison spear tightly, and looking coldly at Jack, who was in trouble. This was an opportunity. But he did not rashly charge forward. The situation at the edge of the poison pit was unclear, and though Jack was in a predicament, a cornered beast is still dangerous with its remaining strength. It seems your luck isn't so great either, Chen Yu said calmly, trying to anger Jack, seeking a flaw. Jack suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Chen Yu with a look that wished to swallow him alive. You lucky trash! I will tear you apart! He roared, not trying to pull his legs out anymore, but instead channeling his frenzied power into his arms, suddenly throwing the alloy dagger he had in hand toward Chen Yu. The dagger turned into a flash of silver, moving at great speed. Chen Yu was on high alert and immediately dodged to the side as soon as he saw this. Whoosh! The dagger zipped past his ear, deeply embedding itself into a tree trunk behind, trembling continuously. And just as Jack threw the dagger, at the moment his strength faded and new strength had not yet emerged, was also when his anger slightly disrupted his breathing. An abnormality arose. The originally silent dark green surface of the poison pit suddenly exploded. A long, thick black shadow covered in disgusting slime and dull scale shot out of the water like lightning, a massive mouth filled with spiral teeth aiming precisely at Jack, who had leaned forward slightly due to his throwing motion. It was a terrifying creature hidden in the poison pit, resembling an enlarged version of a lamprey. It seemed to have been attracted by the commotion on the shore and had been waiting for this opportunity. No! Jack let out a desperate and unwilling roar, throwing his fist towards the monster, his furious strength striking the creature's head and sending scales flying, green blood spraying everywhere. But the force of the creature was too fierce, its massive mouth closed, sharp teeth instantly piercing through his combat suit and deeply stabbing into his waist. Then, a terrifying dragging force came, and Jack screamed as the creature brutally pulled him out of the poison mud, dragging him towards the murky depths of the toxic pit. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. The green water of the pit rolled for a few moments, sending up a series of blood-colored bubbles, and then quickly returned to silence. Only Jack's alloy dagger, pinned to the tree, and the debris-strewn poison mud at the shore bore witness to everything that had just happened. Chen Yu stood in place, his heart still racing, and the wound on his left arm ached faintly. He looked at the now calm poison pit, feeling a chill running down his spine. Jack is dead? A powerful player with B-class talent, furious strength, well-equipped, and full of murderous intent, just like that, perished in the toxic pit? Of course, Jack's own carelessness and that creature's lethal strike played a part, but his lucky dodge toward the edge of the poison pit and Jack's unlucky step onto the disguised poison mud, could it really be just a coincidence? Chen Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He walked to the tree and strained to pull out the alloy dagger. The dagger felt heavy in his hand, its cold light fierce, and far sharper than his stone axe and spear. He glanced at the treasure chest half buried in the mud across the shore, then looked at the deathly poison pit that had swallowed Jack, decisively turning and quickly leaving this place of danger. No matter how good the treasure chest is, one must have the life to claim it. Jack's death taught him a bloody lesson: this jungle. The hidden competitors are far more dangerous than imagined. And his luck is not all-powerful. It is more like a double-edged sword, bringing vitality while also possibly leading enemies, or even himself, to unexpected ends. He needs to grow faster, and more importantly, completely control this power. Deep in the jungle, a pair of cold eyes, peering through the gaps in the leaves, saw everything that had just happened. Hattori Hanzo silently lay in wait, watching Chen Yu's departing figure, then glancing at the now silent poison pit, a deep sense of dread flashing in his eyes. Even Jack, this dragon country person, is truly sinister. Chapter 9, Aftermath and Shadows. The dark green poison pit fell back into silence, as if the giant mouth full of spiral teeth had never appeared. Only the messy poison mud along the bank, the mixed sweet and bloody stench lingering in the air, and the fresh wound left by the alloy dagger now taken by Chen Yu, silently spoke of the brutal scene that just unfolded. Chen Yu did not stop, not even taking time to carefully tend to the fiery wound on his left arm. He tightly gripped the newly acquired, heavy alloy dagger, inserting it into a makeshift sheath strapped to his waist, replacing the crude stone axe. The poison spear remained his primary weapon for direct confrontation, but this dagger would be his hidden fang. He quickly and cautiously withdrew from the poison pit area, his heart still racing from the life and death struggle that had just occurred. Jack was dead. A powerful opponent, who harbored clear murderous intent against him, was gone just like that. While this eliminated a massive threat, Chen Yu felt little joy. Instead, he was filled with deeper caution. B-rank talent, raging titan strength, in the face of absolute bizarre environments and sudden attacks, proved to be so fragile. This deepened his realization that in this arena, talent and power are indeed important, but understanding the environment, seizing the moment, and that inexplicable luck often determine life or death. My luck seems to be more than just keeping me out of danger, Chen Yu analyzed calmly while weaving through the jungle. It more closely resembles guiding events towards the most favorable outcome for me, or the most unfavorable for my enemies. Jack stepping into the poison mud was unfortunate, the monster in the poison pit attacking at that moment was also unfortunate, while him landing at the only spot that could avoid a deadly backstab yet not fall directly into the poison pit was lucky. This chain of coincidences formed the fatal trap leading to Jack's death. I must use this power more carefully, Chen Yu silently warned himself. While guiding luck, I must also avoid being backlashed by it. He could feel the energy belonging to favor of luck inside him, having consumed nearly half during the recent heart-stopping evasion and guidance, slowly recovering like a thin stream. Not long after Chen Yu left. On the opposite bank of the poison pit, under the shadow of a withered old tree, the air slightly twisted, and Hattori Hanzo's figure slowly emerged like a ghost. He maintained his perfect stealth, but the eyes that were exposed held a gravity and dread he had never felt before. He witnessed the entire process of how Jack went from hunter to prey, and how he was dragged into the abyss of death by the terrifying monster of the poison pit. Chen Yu's seemingly awkward fall, Jack's just so happened misstep, and the monster's just perfect attack, all of these combined sent a chill from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. Jack actually died. Hattori Hanzo's heart stirred with tumultuous waves. He questioned himself, if it had been him stepping into the poison mud, could he have escaped under those circumstances? The answer is negative. The monster's attack was too fast and too sudden, and the poisonous environment had too many restrictions. This Dragon Kingdom person, Chen Yu, he is definitely not just lucky. Hattori Hanzo stared intently at the direction Chen Yu had left. He must be hiding a huge secret. That ability to guide misfortune towards enemies, could it be some unknown, higher-level talent? His original murderous intent towards Chen Yu was now replaced by a more complicated emotion: fear, curiosity, and a caution when facing an unknown existence. He realized that hastily taking action against Chen Yu could very well lead to the same fate as Jack. I must reassess his threat level. Perhaps I can use others to probe first. A cold light flashed in Hattori Hanzo's eyes, and his figure slowly melted into the shadows, as if he had never existed. United States, Oval Office. Bang! An expensive ceramic coffee cup was violently thrown onto the carpet, brown stains splattered everywhere. The president's face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently, pointing at the screen where Jack's icon had turned gray and labeled deceased, and roared at the silent officials in front of him. Dead? We had a B-level talent, and he just died? Died in front of that Dragon Kingdom person with only D-level talent? Who can tell me what is going on? The intelligence officer gritted his teeth and reported, according to the last video data analysis we received, contestant Jack died due to an attack from unknown creatures in the poisonous pit. It relates to the indirect actions of Dragon Kingdom contestant Chen Yu, but there is no direct evidence that Chen Yu killed Jack. Indirect actions? It's him again. The president yelled, once as a coincidence, twice as luck, and what about 3 times? Jack went to kill him, but ended up dead. Is this also luck? That Chen Yu must have problems. He suddenly turned to the Secretary of Defense and General Astor, investigate. Use all means. I want to know everything about this Chen Yu. Also, immediately contact our other allied contestants in the arena and issue a bounty. No matter who, anyone who can provide effective information about Chen Yu, or deal with him, our United States will offer tremendous real benefits to their country. Understood. General Astor replied in a deep voice, his eyes equally cold. Jack's death was not just a loss of a powerful contestant, but a huge blow to the prestige of the United States. This grudge must be avenged. Dragon Kingdom Command Center. The atmosphere was also tense, but more filled with shocked relief. Jack is dead? General Li Weiguo stared at the footage that was sent back, Chen Yu narrowly avoiding the backstab, Jack falling into the poisonous mire, and ultimately being dragged away by the monster. The entire process was dramatic and filled with coincidence. According to the behavioral model analysis, Chen Yu's performance during this incident demonstrated a consistent, cautious and intuitive behavioral pattern. His successful survival and indirect resulting in Jack's death can be attributed to effective use of the environment and an extremely high rate of risk avoidance success. The head of the analysis team reported, but his tone held a hint of disbelief. Extremely high rate of risk avoidance success, Li Weiguo repeated the words, his gaze deep, repeated coincidences can no longer be simply explained by luck. Notify downwards, elevate the Morningstar plan to the highest priority. We must quickly figure out the secret behind Chen Yu. This concerns the fate of the nation. He paused and added, at the same time, strengthen public opinion guidance, and focus on promoting Chen Yu's story of outsmarting strong enemies and surviving in harsh environments. Jack's death is his own doing. In the National Fate Arena, Chen Yu found a relatively safe tree hollow to temporarily hide. He tore off a corner of his clothing and carefully washed the wound on his left arm with clean water, from the bamboo tube he had found earlier. The wound was not deep but stung painfully. He chewed some herbs that had anti-inflammatory and hemostatic properties and applied them. Wrap it up with a clean cloth. He held the alloy dagger, feeling its cold touch and sharp edge. This dagger was the witness to Jack's death and the trophy that allowed him to survive in this brutal competition. Jack was just the first, Chen Yu said with calm eyes, there's also Hattori Hanzo, and many more unknown enemies. He knew that Jack's death would not be the end, but rather a beginning. It would be like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples that would spread across the entire arena, even affecting the international situation outside. He had to make use of this relatively peaceful time to quickly recover, to grow stronger. He looked towards the dim jungle outside the tree hollow, where danger lurked, but also opportunities. Where will the next treasure chest be? He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and tried to actively sense. The energy of lucky blessing in his body slightly fluctuated, and a faint, almost imperceptible pull pointing southeast came to him. After resting for a moment, Chen Yu stood up, gripped his dagger and spear, and stepped back into the mist-covered jungle. The game of hunting and counter-hunting entered a new and even more dangerous stage. And Chen Yu, the lucky one with an SSS-level talent, was taking one step after another towards the center of the storm. Chapter 10, The Silver Gleam Chest in the Eye of Truth. Following the mysterious pull within his body, Chen Yu cautiously moved towards the southeast. The wound on his left arm still throbbed, reminding him of the life-and-death crisis he had faced not long ago. The cold touch of the alloy dagger on his waist brought him a sense of peace, but also a heavy feeling it was a trophy bought with a life. The further southeast he went, the taller and denser the trees seemed to grow, and the darker the light became. The air was filled with a musty smell of decayed leaves and wet soil, occasionally mixed with the faint, sharp scent of plants he had never smelled before. The ecosystem here seemed somewhat different from the area he had been in before. The vague sensation from weakness detection seemed to be interfered with here, and the feedback became more chaotic. But the guidance from Lucky Blessing grew clearer, like the only lighthouse in the darkness, firmly pointing deep into the forest. Finally, after passing through a tangle of giant vines, the scene before him suddenly opened up. It was a small clearing in the woods, and in the center of the clearing was not solid land, but a slightly sunken area covered with slippery moss and strange blue fungi. At the very center of the clearing, a small tree, entirely silver gray and resembling metal, grew quietly. The tree had no leaves, only bare, glowing branches. And at the roots of the tree, a treasure chest, emitting a soft silver glow, lay quietly. The silver-gleam chest. Chen Yu's pupils contracted. The material and luster of this chest were clearly far beyond the previous wooden and bronze chests. Its value must be much higher. But the environment around the chest was equally strange. The blue fungi emitted a faint glow, and the sharp scent in the air came from them. His intuition told him that these fungi were no simple matter. He did not rush into the fungal area but instead circled the edge of the clearing, carefully observing. Soon, he noticed the problem at several places where the fungi were particularly abundant. The soil was darker, and small skeletons of birds or rodents could faintly be seen half buried beneath. Toxic, or highly corrosive, hallucinogenic. Chen Yu judged in his heart. This carpet of fungi was the natural guardian of the treasure chest. He tried to use his spear to touch a small patch of the blue fungi on the edge from a distance. SSS. As the spear tip made contact, the fungi slightly wriggled, releasing an extremely fine, almost invisible blue spore dust. At the same time, the touched fungi rapidly withered, but the surrounding fungi seemed to be stirred, their fluorescence flickering slightly, and more spores appeared to be brewing. Chen Yu quickly withdrew his spear and saw that the tip, where it had touched, had a patch of pale green poisonous mark that had even corroded away a small piece, revealing the wood beneath. What strong corrosiveness, he felt a chill in his heart. If he charged in directly, no matter how fast he was, he would inevitably be contaminated by the spores, and the consequences would be unimaginable. He carefully observed the positions of the silver-gray small tree and the treasure chest. The treasure chest was right under the tree's roots, and the fungi around the small tree were relatively sparse, as if these small trees had a certain restraining effect on the fungi. The key is on that tree. Chen Yu pondered. If he could reach under the tree without touching the fungal blanket. He scanned the surroundings and saw the massive, drooping vines at the edge of the clearing. An idea formed in his mind. He took a few steps back, selected a vine that looked long enough and tough enough, and carefully cut it with his alloy dagger. He grabbed one end of the vine, backed up for a run, and then swung towards the silver-gray small tree in the center of the clearing. His aim was not to land directly under the tree, but to use the swing to wrap the vine around the branches of the silver-gray small tree. The first time, he failed. The vine was slightly too short, and he narrowly landed just outside the edge of the fungal blanket. The second time, he adjusted his angle and force, and the vine successfully swung out, wrapping around several branches. He was delighted in his heart. Just as he was about to leverage it, a strange mutation occurred. The branches of the silver-gray small tree, at the moment they were wrapped by the vine, actually contracted and twisted like a living creature. A huge force, full of repulsion, came through the vine, directly flinging Chen Yu out along with the vine. Bang! Chen Yu heavily fell at the edge of the clearing. Although he did not touch the fungal blanket, he was still knocked dazed. This tree is alive? Or is it some kind of defense mechanism? He grimaced and climbed up, shocked in his heart. The protection of this silver treasure chest was more troublesome than he had expected. Charging in directly was not feasible, and using tools would also be rejected. Was he really going to give up? Chen Yu looked at the treasure chest that emitted an alluring silver light, unwilling to relent. He could feel that the guidance of blessing of luck was still strong, indicating that there was a possibility to obtain the chest. He forced himself to calm down and observed again. His gaze scanned over the blue fungi, over the strange silver-gray small tree, over the alloy dagger at his waist and the poisoned spear in his hand. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. These fungi had extremely strong corrosiveness, able to corrode even the poisoned spear tip. And that small tree seemed to be able to restrain the fungi and would repel direct contact. A bold idea emerged. He cut another segment of the vine, but this time, instead of directly wrapping it around the small tree, he cautiously scraped off some blue fungal spore powder with his alloy dagger, carefully avoiding inhalation and contact, and smeared it on the front end of the vine. Then he picked up a few stones and secured them with the spore-coated front end of the vine. After doing all this, he took a deep breath, ran up again, and forcefully hurled the vine along with the stone towards the silver-gray small tree. This time, the target was not to wrap, but to attack. The stone, carrying the fungal spores, whistled through the air and accurately struck one of the main branches of the small tree. Just as the stone was about to make contact with the branch, the small tree generated a strong rejection reaction again. The branch twisted, and an invisible force tried to bounce the stone away. However, at the moment this repulsive force made contact with the stone, causing blemishes on the surface, the blue spore powder attached on it was also triggered by this force, quickly spreading and clinging to the twisting silver-gray branch. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Like a red-hot iron pressing on ice, a piercing, corrosive sound broke the silence. The silver-gray branches tainted by spores quickly grew dull, losing their shine and even showing tiny cracks. The small tree seemed to feel the pain, all its branches shaking violently, and its repelling force field experiencing momentary chaos and weakening. Now is the moment, Chen Yu's eyes sparkled. Without any hesitation, he leaped out like a cheetah. This time, he did not use any tools but unleashed the power of blessing of fortune to the fullest, focusing entirely on speed and precision. He stepped on the gaps in the fungal blanket that were relatively sparse or freshly sprayed with spores, his figure turning into a blur, accurately avoiding all the spore clouds that erupted in automatic reaction. In the brief 1 or 2 seconds when the silver-gray tree's force field was in chaos and had yet to restore, he dashed under the tree, grabbing the shimmering silver box. It felt icy to the touch, holding a strange metallic texture. "Open!" he silently urged, while not stopping his feet, immediately moving backwards. At the moment he grasped the treasure chest, the silver-gray tree's repelling force field seemed to go completely berserk, countless branches wildly striking at his previous location, while the blue fungi erupted in a fury, spraying massive clouds of spores that surrounded the tree entirely. But Chen Yu had already retreated to a safe distance. The silver treasure chest in his hand transformed into specks of light, vanishing. Obtained, skill scroll, true eye, incomplete. A rush of cool air instantly filled Chen Yu's eyes. He felt a slight throbbing pain and acidity in his eyeballs, and then the world appeared a bit different. Some extremely subtle, previously undetectable energy flows and weak differences in material structures seemed to be vaguely captured. True eye, incomplete active skill. Consumes mental energy to briefly breach illusions, disguises, and energy traps within a certain range, with a certain probability to analyze the target's weaknesses. Success rate relates to the target's strength, skill completeness, and user's mental energy. Currently in an incomplete state, effectiveness and duration are limited. Not a blueprint, nor materials, but a skill that directly affects oneself. Moreover, it is a rare ocular skill. Chen Yu felt ecstatic in his heart. This skill perfectly compensates for the instability and blurred information of his weakness detection talent. Although it's just in an incomplete state and requires mental energy to use, its strategic value is immeasurable. He subconsciously tried to activate it. True eye. The world in his vision was instantly covered by an extremely faint, almost invisible glow. He looked at the still restless fungal blanket in silver-gray small tree and saw a layer of chaotic invisible force field swirling around the tree, while within the blue fungi flowed dangerous, corrosive energy light points. He could even vaguely spot a few areas with relatively sparse fungal distribution and slow energy flow safe points. The skill lasted for about 3 seconds, a slight dizziness hit him, and he immediately stopped the skill. The cost is not insignificant, but the effect is astonishing. Chen Yu rubbed his still slightly swollen eyes, unable to hide his excitement. With this skill, his survival ability and exploration efficiency in this perilous jungle will see a qualitative improvement. He finally took one last look at the now calm yet still dangerous silver treasure chest site, turned around without hesitation, and disappeared into the dense forest behind him. It was time to test out the power of these true eyes. Not long after he left, from the shadows at the edge of the clearing, the figure of Hattori Hanzo slowly materialized again. He watched the direction Chen Yu had taken, then glanced at the disheveled fungal blanket and the damaged silver-gray small tree. His eyes were filled with disbelief and deeper greed. The silver glow treasure chest. Did he really get it? And his eyes just now. Hattori Hanzo tightened the poison shuriken in his hand. Those eyes must have seen things I cannot see. The secrets within this dragon country person are more than I imagined. His figure flickered and he silently followed again, like the most patient poisonous snake. Chapter 11, The First Display of Talents and Shadow of the Cave. Leaving the glade filled with strange fungi, Chen Yu did not flee immediately. He found a hidden treetop, crouching like a lurking cheetah, carefully sensing the changes in his eyes. That cool stream of air had already merged into his eyes. With just a slight thought, he could feel a certain power brewing deep within his pupils. This was the Eye of Truth. He did not rush to test the skill but instead first treated the wound on his left arm. After reapplying the medicine and bandaging, he took out the remaining few glimmer berries he had collected, slowly chewing them to replenish his strength while fully calming the slight dizziness caused by skill consumption. In his mind, simple information flooded back from when he gained the skill: see through illusions, disguises, energy traps, analyze weaknesses. Consume mental energy. Analyze weaknesses. Chen Yu's eyes flashed. This perfectly complemented his D-rank talent weakness detection. One provided a vague direction and sense of danger, while the other could provide more specific and precise information. He needed a target to verify. His gaze scanned the forest below like the most precise radar. Soon, a badger-like creature, about half a meter long, eating roots on the edge of the bushes entered his sight. This creature was not large, with thick fur, apparently possessing decent defense, and was around level F. This was it. Chen Yu took a deep breath, concentrated, and silently murmured, "Eye of Truth, activate." Buzz. A subtle sound like a camera lens focusing echoed in his mind, and the world in his eyes was instantly covered with a very thin, almost imperceptible silver filter. The colors in his vision seemed more vivid, and the outlines of objects glowed with extremely faint energy auras. He looked at the badger-like creature. The once ordinary figure now revealed a different scene in his eyes. Inside the creature flowed a weak life energy, mainly concentrated around the heart and limbs. And in the center of its thick fur-covered back, as well as near the neck area, he saw two slightly darker spots where the energy flow seemed somewhat sluggish. Especially the spot near the neck, with its darker color, the size of a fingernail, seemed like a tiny node of the entire energy cycle. Is this the weakness? Chen Yu realized. Weakness detection could only vaguely sense that this creature might be weak near the neck, but Eye of Truth gave him the precise location and range. The skill lasted about 5 seconds, and a slight dizziness returned. He immediately stopped the skill. That was enough. He estimated the distance, took down the crude wooden bow from his back, made from resilient wood and vines. With limited power, it had not been used much. He knocked a sharpened wooden arrow, held his breath, and aimed, targeting the dark spot on the badger-like creature's neck. The bowstring let out a slight sound. The wooden arrow was shot out, its speed not fast but the trajectory steady. Thud. A faint sound of penetration echoed. The wooden arrow accurately struck that fingernail-sized spot. Due to insufficient power, it only pierced shallowly, but the effect was immediate. Ah! The badger-like creature let out a short and mournful scream. Its once agile body suddenly stiffened as if its bones had been drawn out, its limbs convulsed and went weak, struggling a few times before becoming motionless. Successfully killed F-level creature thick-skinned badger. Acquired, complete thick badger skin X1, badger meat X2 units. 1 strike, 1 kill. A hint of excitement flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Sure enough, it worked. The Eye of Truth saw the fatal weak points. This greatly improved his attack efficiency, especially against tough enemies. No longer did he need to rely on luck like with the rock-armored wolf. He gracefully slid down the tree trunk and moved forward to collect his spoils. The thick badger skin was excellent for warmth and crafting armor, and the badger meat would replenish his food supply. As he was processing his prey, the weak point detection again sent a vague sense of danger, but this time it was not aimed at a specific target, rather it pointed towards the northeast, carrying a sense of stealth and spying. Someone watching in the shadows. Chen Yu's movements did not change, appearing oblivious, yet the power of the Eye of Truth quietly flowed in his gaze. He refrained from activating his skill immediately to conserve his mental energy. He waited for a crucial moment. He tidied up his items and, as usual, selected a direction to continue exploring, but unconsciously, his route began to veer slightly toward the source of danger. After moving about a kilometer, a rocky area filled with bizarre stone formations appeared before him. Here, weathered rocks of varying sizes created many natural cover spots and crevices. The sense of danger intensified here. Chen Yu stopped beside a giant rock, pretending to check his boots, while his peripheral vision had already locked onto a shadow near the rock ahead. Eye of Truth, activate. A silver flash, and his vision changed. He saw that the seemingly empty rock shadow held a vague figure, almost blending into the environment. This figure was human-shaped, lurking at a very low stance, its breath well concealed. Without the Eye of Truth, relying solely on the vague sensing of weak point detection would not pinpoint its exact location at all. It was Hattori Hanzo. Chen Yu sneered inwardly, confirming it was indeed him. Like a poisonous snake, he was ever present. In the vision of the Eye of Truth, Hattori Hanzo was not entirely invisible. He could see the flow of energy within the person. Although it appeared somewhat erratic due to his shadow escape talent, several key energy nodes, such as the heart, lower abdomen, perhaps the dantian, and the wrist holding the shuriken, remained clearer than others. These might be the weak points to attack. Chen Yu did not alarm the snake. He straightened up, acting as if he saw nothing, and continued walking, cleverly avoiding Hattori Hanzo's ideal ambush angle. He felt that hidden gaze in the shadows closely following him, filled with scrutiny, caution, and a hint of greed. Chen Yu understood. The opponent had seen his process of obtaining the silver treasure chest and might have noticed his unusual eyes. This was an assessment, waiting for a better opportunity. Want to be the yellow sparrow? Too bad, I can see you now. Chen Yu chuckled coldly in his heart. He had no intention of clashing with Hattori Hanzo right away. The opponent's stealth ability was very strong, a direct confrontation might not guarantee capturing him and could expose more of the Eye of Truth. Now, maintaining a subtle balance of I might have discovered you, but I won't expose you would make the opponent more cautious. He stayed alert and gradually distanced himself from that rocky area. He felt that subtle gaze following him for a while before finally disappearing. Hattori Hanzo gave up on this ambush. Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief but did not lower his guard. He knew this was only temporary. Hattori Hanzo was like a hidden poisonous snake, always ready to strike again with deadly precision. He needed to quickly increase his strength, whether it was personal attributes. Still the use of true eye in fortune's favor. He looked up towards the deeper part of the jungle, and the new perspective brought by true eye filled him with a stronger desire to explore this mysterious and dangerous arena. Northeast, it seems something is attracting me? He vaguely felt an energy fluctuation, weak and different from a sense of crisis, coming from farther away in the direction where Hattori Hanzo was hiding. Is it a new resource point? Or another treasure chest? He pondered for a moment and decided to investigate. With True Eye, his ability to handle unknown risks had greatly increased. Hattori Hanzo lurked in the shadows of the stones, watching Chen Yu leave without looking back, and his direction was just avoiding the several best ambush points he had set, his expression growing darker. He has discovered, he must have discovered. Hattori Hanzo clenched his fists, those eyes, they really can see through my shadow escape. This deepened his wariness of Chen Yu, but his greed for the silver glow treasure chest reward grew even stronger. I can't fight him head on. I must find a way to disable those hateful eyes first. A venomous thought began to take root in his heart. His figure slowly merged into the shadows, like a droplet of water sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Next time he appeared, he would bring a more deadly threat. Chen Yu followed the weak energy sensing and discovered a small hole, hidden by vines, just big enough for one person to pass through. Inside the hole, it was deep and dark, emitting a faint, mineral-scented cool breeze. Cave? Chen Yu stood at the cave entrance, slightly activating True Eye and peering inside. In the darkness, he saw some weak energy light spots, seemingly some kind of minerals, but the sights deeper within were distorted by the energy field, making it hard to see clearly. Danger and opportunity coexisted. He tightened his grip on the poison spear and ally dagger, took a deep breath, pushed aside the vines, and crouched as he squeezed inside. A new adventure had begun. Chapter 12, Crystal Cave and Spirit Mycelium. The interior of the cave appeared much more spacious than the entrance but was still dim. Only a bit of daylight filtered through the gaps in the sparse moss on the rock walls, glowing faintly with phosphorescence, provided a limited light source. The air was damp and cold, thick with the earthy smell and a sulfur-like mineral scent. Chen Yu kept True Eye in a minimally activated state, his eyes shimmering with a faint silver glow, cautiously moving forward to explore. In this environment, the vague sensing of weakness detection was greatly obstructed, but True Eye's perception of energy flow became clearer. In his view, the darkness was partially dispelled, and the contours of the rock walls and the undulating ground were covered by a layer of faint energy outlines. He saw the energy light spots he had sensed earlier, irregular crystals embedded in the rock walls, emitting stable and weak energy fluctuations, seemingly unrefined mineral resources. He didn't immediately mine them, these things were heavy and required professional tools and were of little value at the moment. His attention was drawn to a more concentrated and active energy source deep within the cave. The further he went, the more rugged the cave became, with several paths branching off. With True Eye, Chen Yu could vaguely perceive differences in energy flow among the different paths. He chose the one with the most active energy response, even though it carried a hint of danger. After moving about 100 meters, he suddenly found himself in a vast underground cavern. The cave ceiling was adorned with countless stalactites resembling swords. But the most shocking was a strange forest growing in the center of the cave. These were not real trees but a densely growing expanse of enormous crystal clusters, resembling coral made of crystal. These crystal clusters displayed light blue and purple hues. The height of the crystals was about 2 to 3 meters, the shorter ones reaching waist deep. They emitted a soft, flickering glow, illuminating the entire cave like a dreamland. The air was filled with a rich energy that made Chen Yu feel invigorated. Such rich energy. Chen Yu was amazed. These crystal clusters might be incredibly precious resources. But just as he was marveling, in the sight of the True Eye, several swiftly moving, hostile red energy outlines suddenly lit up beneath those beautiful crystal clusters. Whoosh! A shadow darted out like lightning from behind a cluster of crystal pillars, heading straight for Chen Yu's face. Chen Yu remained vigilant and thrust his poison spear instantly. At the same time, the True Eye worked at full capacity, locking onto the target. It was a creature about the size of a house cat, resembling a scorpion, but its shell had a translucent texture similar to the crystal clusters. The tail's end wasn't a stinger but a small cluster of flickering electric light that buzzed. F+ level creature, crystal shell electric scorpion, gregarious, inhabiting high-energy environments, with a hard shell capable of releasing weak electrical attacks. The spear collided with the electric scorpion's claws, producing the sound of metal clashing. The scorpion's shell was indeed hard. At the same time, a weak electric current flowed along the spear, causing Chen Yu's arm to tingle slightly. The True Eye instantly detected the weakness of this crystal shell electric scorpion. There was a slightly darker area in the center of its translucent shell, where the energy flow appeared a bit chaotic, about the size of a coin. Also, its tail's electric light gathering organ seemed to be a weak point as well, with extremely unstable energy. Die! With a flick of his wrist, Chen Yu turned the spear into a thrust, accurately avoiding the claws, the tip aimed at the weak area on its back. Crack! With a crisp sound, the poison spear broke through the hard crystal shell, piercing inside. The crystal shell electric scorpion let out a sharp hiss, its body convulsed violently, and the electric light at its tail flickered a few times before going out, collapsing down. Successfully killed F+ level creature Crystal Shell Electric Scorpion, obtained, damaged Crystallized Shell X1, weak Electric Energy Gland X1. The strike was effective. The analysis of the weakness by the true eye, combined with the sharpness and toxicity of the poison weapon, yielded excellent results. But the crisis was not over. Zizz. More electrical sounds emanated from deeper within the crystal forest. 7 or 8 crystal shell electric scorpions, enraged by the death of their companion, encircled from all directions. Their tail lights formed a dazzling array, emitting a chilling sound. Chen Yu's expression turned serious. He was surrounded. He quickly scanned his surroundings, the true eye sweeping across and analyzing the environment in an instant. On the left was a huge stalagmite that required 2 people to embrace, while the right was a relatively low and dense area of crystal clusters that could serve as cover. He chose not to engage directly. With a swift step, his body slid like a fish toward the lower crystal cluster area on the right. At the same time, he picked up a piece of rubble from the ground, infused with power, and hurled it toward the root of the thick stalagmite on the left, a weak energy node identified by the true eye. Bang! The stone hit perfectly. Creak! The sound of rocks grinding made one's teeth ache. The root of the massive stalagmite cracked open, beginning to tilt and collapse slowly. Boom! The giant stone fell, dust filling the air. It effectively blocked the path of several crystal shell electric scorpions charging from the left, also temporarily separating them from their comrades on the right. This was the opportunity Chen Yu was waiting for. He lunged out from behind the low crystal clusters, targeting the 3 electric scorpions that were temporarily isolated and somewhat panicking on the right. The true eye locked on. The poison spear shot out like a venomous snake. Thud. 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 3 soft sounds rang out, almost simultaneously. The spear accurately struck the weak points on the backs of the 3 electric scorpions or pierced through their vulnerable electric energy glands at the tails. The venom took effect quickly, and the 3 electric scorpions fell dead in an instant. After eliminating the threat on the right side, Chen Yu didn't pause, turning to face the other electric scorpions that were trying to bypass or climb over the giant rock that blocked their path. He took off his wooden bow and knocked an arrow, though its power was insufficient, the disturbance and constraint were enough. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows launched towards the electric scorpions attempting to climb the giant rock. While they couldn't penetrate their defenses, they successfully disrupted their movements. Taking advantage of this moment, Chen Yu moved quickly, using the crystal cluster as cover, taking them down one by one. 5 minutes later, the cave resumed its silence. 8 or 9 corpses of crystal-shelled electric scorpions lay on the ground. Chen Yu panted slightly. The continuous use of the true eye and high-speed combat drained quite a bit of his mental and physical energy. He collected the spoils, namely those relatively intact crystallized carapace and electric glands, which were good materials. He walked to the center of the cave, in front of the largest crystal cluster. Here, the energy fluctuations were the most intense. In the view of the true eye, he saw a few fist-sized deep purple crystals buried in the soil at the root of this crystal cluster, as if liquid energy flowed within them. Discovery: Spirit Energy Fungus, D-grade resource, contains pure mental energy, can be absorbed in small amounts to enhance mental energy limits and recovery speed directly, is a high-grade material for making mental potions. Enhance mental energy? Chen Yu felt a jolt in his heart. This was exactly what he urgently needed. The true eye consumed mental energy. He carefully used his dagger to dig out these 3 spirit energy fungus. They felt warm to the touch, and he could clearly sense the gentle yet immense energy contained within. He did not absorb them immediately but instead stored them safely. This was not a safe place. Just as he was about to leave, the leftover vision of the true eye caught sight of something in the deepest part of the cave. A smooth rock wall seemed to reflect the light of the crystal cluster. He approached to take a look. It was an unremarkable metal fragment half buried in rubble and crystal dust, only the size of a palm, with irregular edges and engraved with some incomprehensible, twisted patterns. Unknown metal fragment, seems to come from a damaged device or weapon, made of special material. The patterns contained difficult to understand information. Effect unknown. Chen Yu picked it up. It felt heavy and cold in his hand. Although he didn't know its use, it being noticed by the true eye meant it was likely not an ordinary object. A bountiful harvest. Not only did he obtain the spirit energy fungus that could directly enhance his strength, but also a large number of materials and an unknown metal fragment. He did not dare to stay long and quickly exited the cave along the original path. Shortly after he left, a shadow silently slipped into the cave. Hattori Hanzo looked at the mess and the vanished spirit energy fungus, his face darkened to the point of dripping with water. He got ahead of me again, and with such precise attacks. Hattori Hanzo clenched his fists. His eyes must be obtained. Outside, in the Dragon Country Command Center, there was another uproar as Chen Yu discovered and obtained the D-grade resource spirit energy fungus. Although this time it did not trigger the 10,000-fold amplification, it seemed only blueprints and technology-related rewards triggered that. This rare resource that could directly enhance a player's strength had immeasurable strategic value. Chen Yu's strength was steadily increasing at a visibly rapid pace. Meanwhile, the enemy lurking in the shadows grew increasingly restless. Chapter 13, Mental Transformation and Shadow Assassination. After leaving the crystal cave, Chen Yu didn't walk far. He found a crevice completely hidden by dense vines nearby. It was narrow but dry and concealed, making it an excellent temporary hiding spot. He carefully blocked the entrance with stones and branches from the inside, leaving only a few ventilation gaps. Once he felt a bit of safety, he immediately took out those 3 pieces of spirit energy fungus. The deep purple crystals flowed with a warm glow under the dim light. In his hand, he could clearly feel the spirit energy contained within, surging like tides yet gentle. Directly absorb, enhance spiritual power. Chen Yu recalled the information he received at the moment of acquisition and hesitated no more. He sat cross-legged, held a piece of spiritual energy fungus in his palm, and tried to concentrate, guiding and drawing the energy within. At first, there was no response, but when he slightly activated the power of the true eye, trying to look within himself, it seemed as if a switch had been turned on. The spiritual energy fungus in his palm suddenly became scorching hot, and a cool, overwhelming current surged through his arm's meridians, rushing into his mind. Buzz! Chen Yu felt as though thousands of drums and gongs were ringing in his mind, or that he had been thrown into an endless ocean of starlight. A violent throbbing pain struck, nearly making him faint, but he gritted his teeth and held on tightly, guiding this energy to wash and expand his spiritual realm. This process seemed to last for an eternity, yet also felt like a fleeting moment. When that current gradually calmed down and finally merged completely with his spiritual essence, Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes. The world became clearer than ever before. Not in a visual sense, but in an elevation of perception. Even without activating the true eye, he could vaguely feel the subtle flow of energy in the surrounding air, hear the distant sounds of insects crawling, and even vaguely sense the trajectory of the wind brushing through the leaves outside the rock crevice. His thinking speed seemed to have increased significantly, with details from previous battles and explorations flashing rapidly in his mind, analyzing and settling. He looked at the piece of spiritual energy fungus in his hand, which had lost all its luster, turning into gray powder that slipped through his fingers. Spiritual power, at least improved by 20%. And it's more refined. Chen Yu was shocked and delighted in his heart. He tried to activate the true eye again. Silver light swirled in his eyes, and his field of vision changed. This time, the activation of the skill was much smoother, and the slight dizziness while maintaining it was greatly reduced. The energy flow paths in his vision became clearer and more stable. He estimated that with his current spiritual power, he could maintain the true eye for at least 15 seconds or more. The effect is remarkable. He did not hesitate, immediately picked up the second piece of spiritual energy fungus, and continued to absorb. After absorbing all 3 pieces of spiritual energy fungus, Chen Yu felt as if his spiritual power had undergone a transformation. His mind was clear, his perception range had almost doubled, and his control over his strength became more precise. He could even vaguely feel the mysterious energy of fortunate favor flowing within him, although he still couldn't actively control it. The connection seemed to have tightened a bit. Now, facing Jack again, I will never be as embarrassed as before. Chen Yu clenched his fist, feeling the abundant power within him. The increase in spiritual power not only enhanced the true eye, but it seemed to have indirectly boosted his reaction speed and battle instinct. He needed food to replenish his physical strength. He took out the previously obtained thick-skinned badger meat and the edible parts of the crystalline electric scorpion, having removed the toxic glands, and he carefully built a small controlled campfire with flint to start roasting the meat. The smell of meat wafted through the small space. Just as Chen Yu was focused on flipping the roasting meat, his mind slightly relaxed from the recent elevation. A sudden change occurred. The seemingly solid rock wall shadow behind him rippled silently like water. A pitch-black figure, perfectly blending into the environment, seemed to give birth from the shadows, not making a sound at all. It was Hattori Hanzo. He had somehow found his way here and penetrated the shadow of the rock wall? What he was waiting for was the moment when Chen Yu's spiritual power had increased, that instant of adaptation, and the moment of relaxation while focused on the food. Die. Your eyes belong to me. Hattori Hanzo smirked cruelly in his heart, the poison shuriken in his hand gathering all his killing intent and the essence of his shadow technique, transforming into a nearly invisible dark light that sharply stabbed towards Chen Yu's neck. This strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless, surpassing any previous attack. He was even confident that even if Chen Yu managed to react, he would definitely not have enough time to dodge. However, just as Hattori Hanzo's killing intent erupted in a critical moment, Chen Yu's recently transformed in far beyond before mental perception captured that almost non-existent, soul-level cold killing intent. Almost instinctively, without the need for the guidance of luck's favor, Chen Yu's body reacted faster than his consciousness. He didn't attempt to turn around or block, instead, he lunged forward, while the alloy dagger in his right hand, held backward, slashed violently behind him without even looking. This move was purely a combat instinct honed through countless brushes with death. Swish! The shuriken grazed Chen Yu's neck, drawing a line of blood, and the cold toxin caused a wave of numbness at the back of his neck. Meanwhile, his backward slash with the dagger just happened to intercept another shuriken that Hattori Hanzo launched towards his heart. Clang! Sparks flew. Chen Yu rolled forward, instantly creating some distance, the poison spear already in hand. He suddenly turned around, his true eye opening to its fullest, its silver light shining like two bright lanterns in the dim rock crevice, locking onto the ninja who emerged from the shadows, his face painted with shock and disbelief. You couldn't hold back after all. Chen Yu's voice was cold, and the numbness at the back of his neck sounded alarm bells in his heart, realizing that the toxin on the enemy's weapon was likely not simple. Hattori Hanzo was indeed shocked. His deadly strike, merged with the secrets of ninja arts, was something even B-rank talent users would struggle to completely avoid. How could this Chen Yu have dodged it at the last moment in such a seemingly precognitive manner? Moreover, the accuracy of that backward slash was certainly not mere luck. Your perception has gotten stronger again. Hattori Hanzo's gaze darkened, his killing intent intensified. Chen Yu's growth rate filled him with fear. If this child was not eliminated, he would surely become a great threat. Without further ado, he flickered, transforming into several indistinguishable afterimages, attacking Chen Yu from different angles. Ninja Art, Shadow Clone. Under the vision of the true eye, the energy fluctuations of those afterimages were extremely weak, with only the real body holding immense energy and killing intent. Chen Yu thrust his spear swiftly, accurately targeting Hattori Hanzo's true form. Hattori Hanzo was once again shocked. His shadow clones were actually seen through in an instant? He hurriedly changed tactics, the shuriken striking like a snake's tongue, clashing with the spear and creating a series of clanging sounds. The narrow rock crevice limited Hattori Hanzo's ability to maneuver and evade, allowing Chen Yu's spear to fully utilize its length and power. Coupled with the true eye's predictions of attack trajectories and weaknesses, Chen Yu momentarily fought evenly with Hattori Hanzo. I can't drag this out any longer. Hattori Hanzo, frustrated at being unable to gain the upper hand, suddenly threw several smoke bombs. Whoosh! Dense smoke instantly filled the entire rock crevice, obscuring the vision. Chen Yu immediately held his breath, the true eye penetrating through the smoke, firmly locking onto Hattori Hanzo's energy outline. He saw that Hattori Hanzo didn't take the opportunity to attack recklessly but was quickly forming hand seals, a strange mental wave beginning to gather. Ninja Art, Confusion Technique. An invisible mental shock, like a sharp cone, stabbed towards Chen Yu's mind. This was an attack aimed at the spirit. Had this happened before, Chen Yu would likely have fallen victim in an instant, his mind dazed and vulnerable. But at this moment, having just undergone the strengthening of the psychic fungus core, his mental acuity was solid beyond measure. This mental shock collided, only causing a slight ripple in his mind, which he forcefully countered with his powerful mental force. What? My illusion is actually ineffective? Hattori Hanzo was completely horrified. How could this guy's mental power be so strong? At that moment, when he was stunned with shock, Huan Yu moved. The poison spear broke through space limitations, carrying all his strength and precise grasp of timing, piercing through the smoke, directly stabbing at the energy node in Hattori Hanzo's abdominal area, the core of his shadow escape talent, as seen through his true eye. Fast. Accurate. Fierce. This spear contained all of Huan Yu's spirit and the subtle blessing of luck's favor at that moment of certain hit. Put. The sound of the sharp weapon entering flesh was clearly audible. Hattori Hanzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the poisoned spear deeply stabbed into his abdomen. A sharp pain and cold numbness instantly swept through his entire body. No, it's impossible. He hoarsely uttered a few words, the strength in his body rapidly draining away. Huan Yu violently withdrew the spear, pulling out a stream of dark blood. Hattori Hanzo staggered backward, crashing into the rock wall, and slowly slumped to the ground, his gaze quickly fading. Successfully killed the Neon Country contestant Hattori Hanzo. Obtained part of his inheritance, Poison Shuriken, Fine, X5, Ninja Tool Package X1, Shadow Escape Skill Scroll, Fragment, X1. The cold announcement was about to echo throughout the world again. Huan Yu leaned on the spear, breathing slightly heavy, looking at Hattori Hanzo's corpse with a complex gaze. Another powerful opponent had fallen before him. He touched the fiery wound on the back of his neck, not daring to delay, quickly took out the detoxifying herbs he had prepared earlier and chewed them up to apply. Fortunately, he had dodged in time, and the toxin had not penetrated deeply. Shadow Escape Skill Scroll, Fragment? Huan Yu looked at the reward he had obtained, his heart stirring. This might allow him to have a deeper understanding of the ninja's concealment techniques. He had no time to examine it in detail, he quickly tidied up his loot, extinguished the fire, and cleaned up traces. He could not stay here any longer. Having continuously killed two powerful opponents, he knew he had completely become the target of everyone's ire. The road ahead would undoubtedly be even more dangerous. But he was unafraid. His mental power had transformed, and with true eye strengthened, his abilities had indeed changed dramatically. He swept aside the camouflage at the cave entrance and once again plunged into the dark jungle. The roles of hunter and prey were quietly shifting. Chapter 14, The Storm Begins and the Dragon Language Rune. The announcement of Hattori Hanzo's death was like pouring a ladle of ice water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly causing a more intense shock worldwide than when Jack died. Announcement: Dragon Kingdom contestant Chen Yu has successfully killed Neon Country contestant Hattori Hanzo. The brief announcement, lacking any embellishments, carried a bloody weight. One was hailed as lucky with a D-grade talent, while the other was a C-grade talent holder of Shadow Escape, and a descendant of a family skilled in assassination. Yet the result was the latter being killed in a direct confrontation. This completely subverted everyone's perception of Chen Yu. Neon Country was in uproar, quickly plunging into a mix of sorrow and rage. Baka! This is impossible. How could Lord Hattori lose to that dragon man? Cheating! It must be that the Dragon Country used methods we do not know. Blood for blood. We demand that the nation take the harshest measures against Dragon Country immediately. After the initial shock, the Neon officials issued the most intense protests and condemnations, with unprecedented severity in their words, almost equivalent to ripping off the mask. They united with the United States to strongly demand an international review of Dragon Country contestant Chen Yu within the framework of the United Nations, and threatened to take necessary measures to maintain competitive fairness. United States, Oval Office. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Hattori Hanzo is dead too. The president looked at Chen Yu's calm face on the screen, feeling a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. Jack died due to the environment and monsters, it could still be called an accident. But Hattori Hanzo died in a direct fight. In a narrow rocky crevice, killed by a D-grade talent? General Astor's face turned ashen. Based on our technical team's analysis of the last energy wave returned, Chen Yu used a powerful eye technique in battle, suspected to be from the silver treasure box's rewards. Furthermore, his mental force fluctuations have significantly increased in a short time, possibly having absorbed some kind of mental resource. Hattori Hanzo's Shadow Escape and Mind Confusion technique had little effect on him. Eye technique? Mental force enhancement? The president chewed on these two words, his gaze sharp. It seems we all seriously underestimated this person from the Dragon Country. Not only is he lucky, but his growth speed and resource acquisition ability are terrifying. We must readjust our evaluation and strategy toward him. Notify our remaining contestants in the arena and all allied contestants willing to cooperate. Raise Chen Yu's threat level to the highest. Eliminate Chen Yu is now our top priority task. At the same time, launch the Dragon Hunt plan. We can pay a greater price for information on his life. Dragon Country, Command Center. After a brief shock, there was an uncontrollable excitement. He counter-killed. Chen Yu actually counter-killed Hattori Hanzo. A young aide couldn't help but pump his fist. General Li Weiguo also showed a rare smile, but soon returned to seriousness. Calm down. Chen Yu did well, he showcased the prestige of our Dragon Country. But this means he will face even crazier retaliation. He quickly issued orders. 1. Immediately activate the highest level public opinion warfare plan, firmly countering all false accusations from Neon and the United States, taking the moral high ground. Emphasize that Chen Yu's actions were for self-defense, maintaining the basic rules of the arena. 2. The Morningstar plan enters its second phase. Concentrate all computing power to analyze Chen Yu's battle data, especially the abilities and limitations of those eyes, providing more precise predictive support for his subsequent actions. 3. Inform the diplomatic department to prepare for all international pressures. At the same time, switch the domestic status to level 2 combat readiness to prevent any potential extreme provocations. 4. Try to send warnings to Chen Yu through limited, rule-allowed information deliveries. He has become the target of all, so he must be extremely careful. Chen Yu's series of shocking performances not only earned resources but also greatly boosted the national confidence and cohesion of the Dragon Country. On the streets, people talked about Chen Yu's name, filled with pride and worry. In the national arena, Chen Yu was unaware of the raging tides outside, but he could guess. Killing 2 strong enemies in succession made it hard not to create a stir. At this moment, he was hiding inside a massive hollow ancient tree, his new temporary base. He first carefully treated the wound on the back of his neck. The poison on Hattori Hanzo's shuriken was severe, and even with timely medication, he still had a dark purple mark, faintly painful and needing time to heal. Then, he began to count and study the spoils of this battle. Poison shuriken, quality, X5, much more sophisticated than his own crude poison spear, with greater toxicity and more precise firing, making it an excellent hidden weapon and supplementary attack method. Ninja Tool Pack X1, inside were some tough steel wires, smoke bombs, flashbangs, and a small bottle of universal antidote, just right for the situation, very practical. Shadow Escape Skill Scroll, Fragment, X1, as he immersed his spirit into it, a wealth of knowledge and techniques on how to use shadows, conceal one's aura, adjust footsteps, and refract light flooded into his mind. Although it was just a fragment and could not allow him to learn shadow escape immediately, it greatly compensated for his shortcomings in stealth and concealment, deepening his understanding of how to guard against similar attacks. A huge gain. Chen Yu felt satisfied. These spoils directly enhanced his overall survival and combat capabilities. Finally, he took out the piece of unknown metal obtained from the crystal cave. Previously, he was busy dealing with Hattori Hanzo and did not have time to examine it closely. At this moment, in a relatively safe environment, he reopened the Eye of Truth and carefully examined this fragment. Under the silver light, the distorted and incomprehensible patterns on the surface of the shard seemed to come alive. They were no longer static engravings, instead, they flowed like extremely fine streams of silver energy. These streams of energy formed a complex and profound pattern, containing an indescribable law. As his mental power attempted to touch these energy patterns, a fragment of broken, chaotic information suddenly surged into his mind. Energy circuit, overload, coordinates, error. Dragon language, runes, seal. Warning, non-adapter, do not touch. The fragments of information hit Chen Yu's consciousness like a torrent. He groaned and quickly cut off the mental connection, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Dragon language runes? Seal? Chen Yu stroked the shard, waves of shock rising in his heart. This fragment seemed to come from some extremely advanced device or weapon that utilized the so-called dragon language runes technology, which was damaged due to energy overload or other reasons, leaving behind remnants of energy circuits and fragmented information. Although it couldn't be used directly, just observing these flowing dragon language runes gave him a new, hazy understanding of the structure and flow of energy. He felt that if he could contemplate them for a long time, it might bring immeasurable benefits to his Eye of Truth, and even his understanding of his own energy. The value of this fragment is probably not less than a silver treasure chest. Chen Yu solemnly put it away, it would be his enlightening object in the field of runes and energy knowledge. After digesting all the gains, Chen Yu felt a refreshed state, stronger mental power, sharper Eye of Truth, richer means of confronting enemies, and a higher level understanding of energy. Although the crisis loomed and strong enemies surrounded him, his heart was filled with unprecedented confidence. Come on, let me see what other secrets this arena hides. He finished his adjustments, preparing himself for the best state, and cast his gaze toward the wider and more dangerous unknown region beyond the ancient tree. The storm had arrived, and he was ready to dance in the wind. Chapter 15, Information Delivery and Joint Hunt. Inside the hollow ancient tree, Chen Yu was immersed in the sea of knowledge of the Shadow Escape Skill Scroll fragment. The techniques about light utilization, breath convergence, and weight of steps, though fragmented, opened a new door for him. He tried to imitate in practice, adjusting based on his own conditions, although he could not achieve the nearly seamless integration with the environment like Hattori Hanzo. His sounds were quieter when moving, and his concealment in the shadows improved significantly. Just when he was fully focused, an extremely faint tick-tock sound, seemingly from the level of the soul, echoed deep in his mind. This sound was not physical but felt more like a hint of rules. Immediately, an extremely concise and emotionless stream of information appeared directly in his consciousness. Warning, you have attracted high attention. Multiple forces united, target, elimination. Be cautious. Information, northeast, 30 kilometers, river valley area, suspected high-value resource point fluctuation, risk unknown. The information flashed away, and the tick-tock sound also vanished. Chen Yu suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils constricted. This is information from the Dragon Kingdom? He immediately understood. This must be the Dragon Kingdom using some precious means of information delivery that is allowed by the rules, crossing the boundaries of time and space, conveying vital warnings and intel to him. Multiple forces united, target elimination. Chen Yu's gaze turned cold. While he expected this, the confirmation still weighed heavily on him. The deaths of Jack and Hattori Hanzo had entirely made him a thorn in the side of certain nations. 30 kilometers to the northeast, in the river valley, there is a high-value resource point. He chewed on this piece of information. It was both an opportunity and a huge trap. The resource point would undoubtedly attract other competitors, and there, a web of plans against him was very likely already set. To go, or not to go? Chen Yu did not hesitate for too long. Risk and opportunity coexisted, retreat meant stagnation, and in this arena, stagnation equaled death. He needed resources, needed to become stronger, to face the coming storm. To the northeast. He recalled the vague tug of lucky blessing, which seemed to point in that direction. The two confirmed each other, further enhancing the credibility of this information. He no longer hesitated and immediately began preparations. He checked weapons, counted supplies, and categorized the items in his ninja gear for easy access. He deliberately kept that unknown metal fragment close to him, as his intuition told him this thing might be useful at a crucial moment. Once ready, he slipped out of the ancient tree like a ghost, merging back into the jungle. This time, his movements were more cautious, using the stealth skills he had just grasped to the fullest. The true eye also maintained a low-energy alert state, continuously scanning the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, at the distant edge of the river valley in Chen Yu's target direction, 3 competitors were gathered under a wind-sheltered giant rock. They were allies from America: Big Axe Buck, C-grade talent Rockskin, Spirit Fox Isabella from the European Federation, C-grade talent Gale Acceleration, and Monk Singh from India, C-grade talent Yoga Meditation, which temporarily enhances body flexibility and perception. They had just formed a temporary alliance, a hunting pact against Chen Yu from the Dragon Nation. The information is confirmed, that Dragon Nation guy is moving in this direction. Isabella was polishing her slender dagger, her voice as cunning as her code name. America paid a considerable price to acquire this precise information. Buck, shouldering a gigantic axe the size of a door, said in a deep voice, "A D-grade useless person who has come this far by luck needs the 3 of us to join forces? Isn't that overestimating him?" Singh sat cross-legged, meditating, and said lightly, "Buck, do not underestimate any opponent. The deaths of Jack and Hattori Hanzo have already proven he is no simple lucky guy. He has unknown cards in hand, especially those strange eyes." Isabella nodded. Singh is right. Our advantage lies in our teamwork. Buck's frontline defense and strength, my speed and surprise attack, Singh's control and perception are enough to handle any situation. The resource point in the river valley is the best bait. We just need to set traps and wait for him to walk into our net. They chose a very cunning position, located on one of the necessary paths into the river valley. On either side were steep rock walls, and in front lay a relatively open riverbank filled with rubble. It had good visibility but was also easy to hide. Buck was responsible for intercepting from the front, Isabella darted in from the flank for sneak attacks, while Singh took the high ground, using enhanced perception to monitor the entire situation, ready to use his whip-like limbs to bind and interfere at any moment. A deadly trap targeting Chen Yu had already been set. Chen Yu quickly navigated through the jungle. The closer he got to the river valley, the higher his vigilance became. The sense of crisis from weakness detection grew clearer, no longer a vague direction but spreading like a spider web from the front, carrying evident ambush and malice. He stopped, climbed a tree, used the branches and leaves to hide his figure, and activated the true eye at full force, silver light flashing as he looked toward the entrance of the river valley. In his view, the seemingly calm riverbank ahead was filled with unnatural energy flow. Behind several massive, scattered boulders, 2 solid figures, radiating a thick, earth-yellow energy aura, were hiding. Buck. In the thicket on the side, there was an energy outline glowing with a cyan light, constantly shifting slightly, Isabella. And higher up, in the cracks of the rocky wall, there was another energy source, its aura restrained but with unusually active mental fluctuations, Singer. 3. Ambushing. Chen Yu's gaze was cold. The configuration of the enemy was clear: a meat shield, an assassin, and a control specialist. This was a typical hunting formation. Charging head-on would be certain death. He carefully observed the environment, using his true eye to miss no detail. The terrain of the riverbank, the slope of the rocky wall, the direction of the water flow. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as they landed on a spot at the edge of the riverbank, near the steep rocky wall. It looked no different from anywhere else, but through true eye, the energy flow there seemed somewhat odd, and the rock structure appeared slightly loose, as if there had been a collapse in the past, now covered up by nature. A bold plan quickly formed in his mind. He took a deep breath and slid down from the tree. He didn't choose to retreat but instead circled around the edge of the jungle, silently making his way to the blind spot above the steep rocky wall where the ambusher's sightline couldn't reach. From his tool pouch, he took out several poison shurikens, excellent, and also some resin he had previously collected, which was sticky and flammable. He carefully applied it to the tail ends of the shurikens. Then, like the most patient hunter, he held his breath and focused, waiting for the right moment. Time passed slowly. The 3 ambushers below seemed a little impatient, unsure whether Chen Yu would take the bait. At that moment, Chen Yu moved. He suddenly shot out from above the rocky wall, putting all his strength into it, throwing the 3 resin-coated poison shurikens not at the 3 ambushers, but at the base of the rocky wall beneath them, where the energy flow was abnormal, and the structure was loose. Whoosh! 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 3 dark streaks of light accurately embedded into the rocky wall. He's up there. Isabella reacted the fastest, her cyan figure flashing like lightning toward the top of the rocky wall. Buck roared, raising his massive axe. Singer's eyes snapped open, and his mental energy locked onto Chen Yu's position. However, as soon as Chen Yu threw the shurikens, he didn't even look at the result, turning around and running. He pushed the Gale technique, a speed enhancement learned from the Shadow Step fragment, to its limit. And as he turned, boom! The 3 poison shurikens, deeply embedded into the base of the rocky wall, ignited the resin on their tails from the friction and impact. Though the flames weren't large, they were enough to ignite some dry moss and dead grass in the cracks of the wall. More importantly, the slight explosions and the shockwave from the heat became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The already unstable rocky wall suddenly collapsed on a massive scale, with countless boulders mixed with dirt, pouring down towards the riverbank below like a flash flood. Not good. Fall back. Singer's face changed drastically, shouting a loud warning. Isabella's forward momentum abruptly stopped, and she awkwardly flew backward. Buck also roared, swinging his giant axe to block the falling rocks. The carefully laid ambush trap was immediately shattered by the sudden, widespread landslide. Though the rocks didn't directly hit them, they were covered in dust and dirt, their formation thrown into disarray, and they were forced out of their original advantageous positions. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, taking advantage of the chaos, like a ghost, circled around from another direction, bypassing the area and charging deeper into the river valley. His goal remained the same, the high-value resource point. As for these ambushers, once they obtain the resources, they will slowly settle the scores. The roaring sound of the collapsing rock wall gradually subsided, leaving behind a mess on the ground and 3 hunters still in shock, their faces pale. They looked in the direction where Chen Yu had disappeared, truly feeling for the first time how difficult and terrifying this Dragon Kingdom opponent was. Not only had his strength grown astonishingly, but he also possessed a chilling battlefield insight and that luck that seemed to draw the environment into his favor. Chase. Isabella gritted her teeth, a fierce glint in her eyes. We can't let him get the resources. The hunt had entered a new phase. But the identities of hunters and prey seemed to be blurring. Chapter 16 Dragon Bone Valley and Rune Barrier. As the sound of the collapsing rock wall faded behind him, Chen Yu pushed his speed to the limit, like a gust of wind racing through the forest, diving deep into the valley. He had to take advantage of the 3 hunters being obstructed by the collapse, regrouping, to create enough distance for safety and find that high-value resource point. The deeper into the valley, the terrain became increasingly open, the rock walls on both sides displaying a strange dark red color, as if scorched by flames. The energy aura that filled the air became more intense and tumultuous, carrying an ancient and desolate flavor. The ground beneath his feet was no longer soft, rich soil, but scattered fine gravel shimmering with a faint light. With the Eye of Truth sustaining its low-consumption active state, his vision showed the flow of energy around him shifting like chaotic, colorful ribbons. Especially ahead, a massive and concentrated energy source loomed like a lighthouse in the darkness, guiding him onward. After moving about 5 or 6 kilometers, the sight before Chen Yu made him involuntarily stop, taking a sharp breath. The valley here suddenly narrowed, forming a massive gourd-shaped basin. But the most shocking sight was the enormous skeletal remains that lay across the basin. It seemed to be the remains of a giant dragon. The skeleton was a dark golden color, and even after endless years, it still emitted a chilling pressure. Its massive body twisted and turned, exceeding 100 meters in length, with a menacing skull, its hollow eye sockets appearing to still gaze at the heavens. Around this dragon skeleton, the space subtly warped, enveloped in a thick, unbreakable energy field infused with dragon might. A dragon? A real dragon? Chen Yu's mind shook violently. This arena even contained the remains of such legendary creatures? And at the center, guarded by the dragon skeleton, which was also the deepest point of the basin, an ancient altar made of some black giant stones stood silently. Above the altar floated a constantly changing, liquid light-like energy mass, radiating an alluring energy wave. This had to be the high-value resource mentioned in the intel. But the path to the altar was not straightforward. Centered around the dragon skeleton, within a radius of about 500 meters, the ground was marked with countless complex and mystical dragon language runes similar to those on the metal scraps. These runes were currently emitting a faint glow, forming an invisible, powerful energy barrier. The energy within the barrier was wild and chaotic, with distorted arcs of electricity and rippling spatial waves faintly visible. Warning, ahead is the Dragon Bone Forbidden Zone, with high levels of dragon pressure and unknown rune barriers. Forceful intrusion may trigger energy backlash or spatial rifts. Without needing the warning, Chen Yu could already feel the deadly threat emanating from that barrier. This was not something that brute strength like Buck or speed like Isabella could break through. He carefully observed the rune area. The Eye of Truth operated at full capacity, silver light flickering, attempting to analyze the energy flow and patterns of those runes. There were too many runes, and the energy circuit was intricate and complex. He was dazzled, his mental energy rapidly depleting. But gradually, he began to notice some clues. These runes were not evenly distributed. At some nodes, the energy glow was relatively dim, and the flow appeared slightly sluggish, seemingly weak points formed by natural energy depletion over long ages. At the same time, he also noticed that the dragon bones themselves emitted a dragon might that was not completely harmonious with the energy of the barrier. In certain areas, like near a few broken ribs and tail vertebrae, the dragon might conflicted subtly with the barrier's energy, making the fluctuations in that area seem less stable. Weak points, conflict points. Chen Yu's brain raced as he combined his fragmented knowledge of runes from the metal scraps, trying to find a possible way. At that moment, he heard the sound of whooshing air and heavy footsteps behind him. Isabella, Buck, and Singer had caught up. Although the 3 looked a bit disheveled and were covered in dust, they were not seriously injured. They gazed at the dragon bones in the center of the basin and the glowing orb on the altar, their eyes bursting with fiery greed. Dragon Clan relics. Supreme resources. Buck breathed heavily, his giant axe crashing to the ground. Indeed, it's here. Isabella's eyes sharpened, instantly noticing the dangerous rune barrier. Singer's expression was grave. What powerful dragon might an energy barrier? Rushing in is certain death. They also saw Chen Yu standing at the edge of the barrier. Dragon Kingdom person, it seems you can't get in either. Isabella sneered, how about we temporarily cooperate to find a way to open this barrier? The resources inside will be up for grabs based on ability. Chen Yu turned his head, glancing at them coldly. Cooperate? With people who just tried to kill me? Buck shouted angrily, kid, don't be ungrateful. Do you believe we will just kill you right now? Chen Yu ignored his shouting and refocused his gaze on the rune barrier, a flash of inspiration lighting up his mind. He recalled a broken piece of information from the metal scraps: energy circuit, overload, coordinate, error. Overload? Error? A daring plan suddenly took shape in his mind. He stopped hesitating, suddenly moving. But his direction was not toward those nodes with relatively weak energy or the areas where the dragon might conflicted with the barrier. Instead, he charged straight toward a section where the barrier's energy appeared most violent and unstable. There, the runes blazed brightly, and the energy whirled like a hurricane. Is he trying to commit suicide? Isabella exclaimed. Singer frowned, confused. Just as Chen Yu was about to collide with that chaotic energy area, he suddenly pulled out the unknown metal scrap from his pocket and frantically infused it with the little mental energy he had left. At the same time, the power of Luck's favor was pushed to its limit, focusing entirely on a single thought: stimulate the barrier energy, overload the node. He didn't know if this would work, it was completely a gamble. A bet that this piece from a higher rune creation could resonate with the barrier of the same origin. A bet that his luck could guide the energy flow toward the most ideal result. Buzz. The moment the metal scrap made contact with the chaotic energy of the barrier, it erupted into an unprecedented blinding light. The dragon language runes on it seemed to come to life, swirling wildly. Immediately, as if triggering a chain reaction, the entire rune barrier began to flicker and shake violently. The energy node Chen Yu targeted blasted with light, inflating instantaneously more than tenfold, like an unstable sun. Not good. The barrier is going to go out of control. Singer's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly retreated. Isabella and Buck also felt the deadly crisis and quickly flew backward. Boom! That overloaded node finally couldn't withstand the fierce conflict of internal and external energies, exploding violently. The turbulent energy shockwave swept outward, blowing the ground sand and stones into the air. After the explosion, that incredibly strong rune barrier was actually blown open, creating an irregular hole about 2 to 3 meters in diameter. The energy at the edges of the hole twisted and flickered like shattered glass, clearly unstable and would not last long. And Chen Yu, at the moment of the explosion, was just right pushed towards the direction of the blasted hole by a gentle and clever shockwave. Although he was shaken, feeling blood surging in his body and a bit of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, he passed through the hole unharmed and entered the Dragon Bone Forbidden Zone. He succeeded. He used the fragments to overload the barrier, creating a temporary passage. He glanced back at the 3 hunters outside the barrier, who were dumbfounded and stuck. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were cold. Then, without hesitation, he turned and rushed towards the ancient altar in the center. Bastard! He got in! Buck exploded in rage, swinging his giant axe to strike at the barrier, but only stirred up a ripple that couldn't break it at all. Isabella's face looked extremely bad. He actually used this method. Sing looked at the hole on the barrier that was slowly repairing, then looked at Chen Yu's determined figure, and said in a deep voice, "We can't get in. We can only wait for him to come out or die inside." The 3 exchanged glances, helplessly waiting outside the barrier, like wolves waiting for prey to come out of its den. Meanwhile, Chen Yu had already stepped into this Dragon Bone Forbidden Zone, which had been silent for countless years. The rich dragon might press down on him like a tangible weight, making every step forward feel incredibly difficult. But his gaze was firm, locked tightly on the tempting ball of energy above the altar. The final reward was within reach. Chapter 17, Dragon Soul Baptism and Talent Transformation. The instant he stepped into the Dragon Bone Forbidden Zone, Chen Yu felt as if he had sunk into a thick deep sea. The omnipresent dragon might press down on his shoulders, his soul, every step forward was exceptionally difficult, and his bones groaned under the unbearable strain. The chaotic energy currents in the air were like countless tiny blades, cutting at his skin and spirit. If it weren't for the recent enhancement from the psychic fungal nucleus, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand. He endured the discomfort, and the Eye of Truth struggled to maintain its stability, the silver light flickering uncertainly under the violent energy interference. His gaze was locked tightly on the ancient altar in the center of the basin, and the constantly changing liquid light above the altar. The core of that light seemed to be a drop of dark gold, like molten glass, emitting an indescribable powerful life energy and ancient dragon clan aura. Just looking from a distance made his blood simmer lightly, and his spiritual world tremble. Discovery, Ancient Dragon Source Essence, S-Class Resource. Contains pure ancient dragon source power and broken dragon clan inheritance information. Absorbing it can greatly enhance physical quality, with a small probability of awakening dragon-related talents or skills, and permanently increasing resistance to dragon might and the pressure of high-level lifeforms. Warning: the energy is too violent. Those without dragon bloodlines or insufficient physique forcibly absorbing it risk exploding their bodies. S-Class Resource. Ancient Dragon Source Essence. Chen Yu's heart raced. This was absolutely the most valuable resource he had encountered since entering the arena. No wonder it attracted a joint hunt, no wonder there were such powerful dragon bones and rune barriers guarding it. Risk and opportunity coexisted to the utmost. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and began to move forward with great difficulty. The dragon might and energy currents were not evenly distributed. Under the vision of Eye of Truth, he could see some relatively calm gaps and paths where the dragon might was slightly weaker. He had to walk like on a tightrope, accurately proceeding along these safe paths. Any misstep could tear him apart by the violent energy, or be crushed directly by the stronger dragon power. This journey of less than 500 meters felt more dangerous and longer than any battle he had faced before. Sweat soaked his clothes, and his mental energy rapidly depleted under the dual strain of the true eye and resisting pressure. He tightly gripped the unknown metal fragment, as dragon language runes flowed on the fragment, seemingly resonating faintly with the surrounding barriers and dragon bones, occasionally helping him divert a touch of the most deadly energy turbulence. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, he staggered onto the base of the altar. The moment he stepped onto the altar, the pressure around him suddenly lightened. The altar itself seemed to form an independent force field, isolating most of the external dragon power and energy turbulence. But above the altar, that drop of ancient dragon essence emitted energy waves that were more direct and domineering. Chen Yu had no hesitation whatsoever. He was well aware that the enemies outside the barrier would not give him much time, that blasted void could repair itself at any moment. He sat cross-legged in the center of the altar, looking up at the drop of hovering dark golden essence. How to absorb it? Direct contact? At the moment this thought arose, that drop of dragon essence seemed to be attracted, slowly descending, like a living star, directly sinking into his forehead. Boom! Incomprehensible terrifying energy erupted within him like millions of volcanoes exploding at once. It was 100 times more intense than absorbing the spirit energy mycelium. His body instantly swelled, skin splitting open with countless minute bloodlines, dark golden light erupting from his 7 orifices. A wave of intense pain engulfed every inch of his nerves, as if his soul was about to be burst and torn apart by this overwhelming force. Ugh ah ah! He couldn't help but let out a low roar, his body trembling violently, on the verge of fainting. The energy of fortunate favor crazily consumed and flowed at an unprecedented speed, trying to guide and soothe this raging force, but the power of the dragon essence was too strong, too domineering, as if it were forcefully trying to transform him into another life form. Just as he felt he was on the brink of being burst apart, a strange change occurred. The unknown metal fragment he kept close suddenly became scorching hot, its dragon language runes seemed to come alive, turning into flowing silver chains that flew out from his chest, wrapping around the chaotic dark golden energy within him. These silver chains appeared to have some strange combing and binding effect. Although they couldn't completely suppress the dragon essence, they forcibly divided and guided it, significantly reducing its destructive power, directing it more toward strengthening his body and nourishing his bones. It was this fragment. It once again played a crucial role at the critical moment. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's true eye uncontrollably opened to its limits, the silver radiance and dark golden dragon essence collided and intertwined within him. Amidst the extreme pain, he seemed to see some fragmented images, giant dragons soaring across the skies, spewing dragon breath to destroy mountains, ancient dragon language chants, constructing towering runic barriers, brutal battles between gods and demons, with dragons wailing as they fell. These were the shattered dragon clan heritage messages contained in the essence. Time lost all meaning, perhaps a mere instant, or perhaps an eternity. The internal storm gradually calmed down. The dark golden light slowly retracted, integrating into his limbs and bones. The silver rune chains also quietly vanished, the fragment returning to coldness. Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes. The world appeared completely different in his sight. He lightly clenched his fist, feeling explosive power, as if he could smash through mountains with a single punch. His body's resilience had increased several times over, and a faint golden glow flowed beneath his skin. His senses became extraordinarily sharp. Even the muffled breaths of Isabella and the others outside the barrier could be heard. More importantly, it was the mental strength. Although the overall increase wasn't as noticeable as the physical body, the quality had undergone a transformation, becoming more refined, more resilient, carrying a hint of the unique majesty of the dragon race. He felt that when he fully activated the true eye, the duration would far exceed what it had been before. He looked at his palm, a thought flickering in his mind. Whoosh! A layer of faint golden, dragon-scale-like illusionary energy film instantly covered his palm. Although thin, it radiated a remarkable defensive power. Successfully absorbed the essence of the ancient dragon source. Physical quality greatly improved. Mental strength underwent qualitative change. Obtained passive ability, Dragon Might Resistance, medium. Obtained active skill, Dragon Scale Armor, beginner, consumes energy to form a layer of Dragon Scale Energy Armor on the surface, providing considerable protection. Although he didn't awaken any new dragon-related talent, the enhancements he received had already far exceeded his expectations. Especially the Dragon Scale Armor, which significantly compensated for his defensive shortcoming. At this moment, he felt like he could easily crush his previous self. Even if he faced the combined attack of Jack and Hattori Hanzo again, he had no fear. He stood up, casting his gaze toward the altar's edge, at the three predators watching closely, the corners of his mouth curving into a cold arc. It was time to settle the score. Feeling the surging power and newly acquired abilities within him, he stepped down from the altar one step at a time. With each step, his momentum rose, and the Dragon Might resistance he had just acquired allowed him to almost ignore the external pressure of Dragon Might, exuding a hint of the mighty demeanor of a dragon in his stride. Outside the barrier, Isabella, Buck, and Sing looked at Chen Yu, whose temperament had transformed as if he had undergone rebirth, their expressions instantly turning extremely ugly. They knew that the worst-case scenario had occurred. This Dragon Kingdom person had not only obtained the supreme resource but had successfully absorbed it. Now he had become a real humanoid beast of prey. The balance between hunting and being hunted had completely reversed. Chapter 18, The Initial Display of Dragon Might and Crushing Defeat. Chen Yu stepped down from the altar, his steps steady and powerful. The faint golden aura around him had not fully retracted, and each step he took on the stone-laden basin floor left a distinct footprint with slightly cracked edges. What had once made his movements arduous, the Dragon Might, now felt like a gentle breeze, no longer posing any obstacle to him. On the contrary, the aura within him that fused with the essence of the dragon source naturally radiated outwards, carrying a budding yet undeniable majesty that resonated faintly with the ancient dragon remains around him. His gaze was calm, like a cold pool, piercing through the gradually thinning and still flickering distortion of the barrier, precisely locking onto the three hunters outside. Isabella, Buck, and Sing perceived him as if standing before a great enemy. The aura emanating from Chen Yu was entirely different from the person they had seen before entering the barrier. It was an absolute suppression on the level of power, mixed with a dragon might that made their souls tremble, as if what stepped out was not a person, but a young dragon clad in human form. His strength has surged too much, Isabella said with a dry voice, cold sweat breaking out in the palm holding the stabbing sword. Her once proud speed, how much use could it have in the face of absolute strength and defense? Buck let out a low growl, muscles tensed beneath his rock-like skin, trying to mask the unease within him with ferocity, but the knuckles gripping the giant axe had already turned white. Sing's expression was the gravest, his perception the keenest, able to clearly see the surging blood and refine mental strength within Chen Yu like a furnace. We cannot match strength. Our previous judgment was utterly wrong. Chen Yu walked to the empty spot in the barrier, but did not immediately go out. He lifted his hand and gently touched the distorted, flickering edge of energy. The fingertips touched the energy, emitting a subtle buzz, but he was neither repelled nor harmed. That faint golden dragon-scale phantom flashed briefly under his skin. This barrier can no longer contain me. He spoke softly, yet his voice held a strange penetrating power, clearly reaching the ears of the three. In the next moment, he moved. Without relying on the void, he threw a punch directly at the seemingly intact area of the barrier. On his fist, the faint golden dragon-scale phantom instantly solidified a bit more. Boom! A dull, thunderous roar. That rune barrier, capable of withstanding Bok's giant axe, twisted violently, rippling under Chen Yu's fist that contained terrifying physical power, then broke open a larger gap like shattered glass. Energy shards flew everywhere. Chen Yu's figure, like golden lightning, charged ferociously out of the gap. Attack! Isabella shrieked, knowing there was no retreat. Her azure figure transformed into an afterimage, stabbing directly at Chen Yu's rib from the side. The swift wind made her so fast that she was nothing but a flash of light. However, in Chen Yu's vision from the true eye, after the transformation of mental power, it became smoother and clearer, her movements were clearly visible. He didn't even need to use a weapon to block, he just casually raised his left arm and placed it in the path of her stabbing sword. Ding! A crisp metallic clash. Isabella's determined thrust seemed to stab against a piece of meticulously crafted fine steel. The recoil from the sword tip made her wrist numb. Shocked, she saw that on Chen Yu's arm, the faint golden dragon-scale phantom flashed by, leaving not even a white mark. How is this possible? Her speed, her penetrating power, faced with this absolute defense, felt utterly powerless? Just when her old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet risen, and she froze in shock for a moment, Chen Yu's right fist had already shot out like a cannonball, thundering toward her abdomen. Puff! Isabella couldn't even make a proper evasion, she only felt an irresistible tremendous force crash against her stomach, her protective energy instantly collapsing. She flew back like a kite with a severed string, spitting blood, crashing heavily against a rock wall dozens of meters away, sliding down softly, lost to life and death. In a single exchange, the sea-level talent's swift acceleration Isabella was taken down in seconds. Bastard! Die! Bach, witnessing this scene, his eyes bulging with rage, roared as he swung his giant axe, charging towards Chen Yu like a raging bull. The giant axe let out a shriek that tore through the air, slashing fiercely toward Chen Yu's head. With rock skin enhancing his defense, strength was also his forte. Chen Yu's gaze was cold, unflinching, as he directly stretched out his right hand, covered with faint golden scales, aiming to grab the axe blade that could split mountains and break stones. Seeking death. Bach's face twisted, as if he already saw Chen Yu's hand being cleaved to pieces. Clang! A deafening sound, like a mighty bell, reverberated through the valley. The anticipated scene of blood and flesh flying did not occur. Bach's sinister smile froze in an instant, turning to extreme shock. He felt as if his giant axe had struck an ancient mountain. The backlash from the force caused his arms to ache terribly, almost dropping the axe handle. Yet, Chen Yu managed to firmly grip the heavy axe blade with just one hand. His fingers were like iron pincers, the faint golden scales flowing at his fingertips. The axe blade could not cut in even a bit. Strength? Just this much. Chen Yu evaluated indifferently, his right hand suddenly exerting force. Crack! With a crisp sound, that precision-forged giant axe blade was actually bent by him with bare hands. Then, with his left hand clenched into a fist, a simple jab hammered toward Bach's chest. Bach roared as he activated rock skin to its limit, crossing his arms to block. Bang! Like a drum. Bach's rock skin made contact with the fist in that instant. The unbearable sound of shattering echoed. His crossed arms, blocked together, emitted a bone-crunching sound that made one's teeth ache. His massive body was thrown back as if struck by a speeding train, flying further than Isabella, crashing against the rock wall, embedding into a human-shaped pit. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and he was silent. In the second confrontation, the C-class talent, Rock Skin, Bach was instantly killed. In the blink of an eye, 3 hunters remained, with only Sing from Indu left. Sing was no longer calm, his face was pale, and cold sweat covered his forehead. He looked at Chen Yu, who resembled a god of war with a terrifying presence, and glanced at his 2 companions nearby, who were lifeless. Despair filled his heart. He knew he was no match. Escape? Against the terrifying speed and insight of the opponent, could he really get away? Chen Yu's gaze finally landed on Sing. Sing's body trembled as he forced down his fear, putting his hands together. A soft white light enveloped him as he pushed yoga meditation to the extreme, attempting one last resistance or perhaps a plea for mercy. Chen Yu didn't give him the chance to speak. His figure flickered, instantly crossing the distance between them, appearing before Sing. His speed surpassed Isabella's gale acceleration. Sing only saw a fist covered in light golden scales rapidly enlarging in front of him. He didn't even have time to mount any effective defense or dodge. Bang! The fist did not directly crush his skull but instead struck his dantian, right where his energy sea was located. An overwhelmingly powerful force surged in, crushing his energy cycle like withering grass, ruining the foundation of his talent. Ugh! Sing let out a terrible scream, collapsing to the ground like a deflated ball, his face gray and his eyes filled with despair. The talent he had worked so hard to cultivate was destroyed by a single punch. Chen Yu looked down at him, his gaze cold. I will not kill you. I spare your life, so you can go back and tell everyone. His voice was like ice, carrying an undeniable authority and fierce killing intent. If you want to kill me, be prepared to be killed in return. This is the cost. After saying this, he no longer looked at Sing, who was like mud, and turned, his gaze sweeping across the devastated battlefield and the dragon skeleton in the center of the basin, still exuding a vast aura. Through this battle, he had established his authority completely. But it also meant he would face even crazier and more reckless hunts. But he was unafraid. Feeling the surging dragon source power within him and the increasingly clear lines of fortune's favor, he stepped forward, walking towards beyond the valley. His journey was far from over. The ultimate secret of this arena awaited him to uncover. And his name would surely spread throughout the entire arena along with today's achievements, shaking all those with ill intentions. The might of the Dragon Kingdom was to be written by him. Chapter 19, Aftershocks and New Journey. At the edge of the valley, there was a dead silence. Only the sound of the wind moaning through the dark red rock walls and the occasional clattering of falling stones highlighted the oppressive atmosphere of this place. The thick smell of blood lingered in the air, mixing with the still lingering dragon's might, creating a nauseating atmosphere of slaughter. Chen Yu stood before Sing, watching him collapse to the ground like a person stripped of his backbone, with a gray expression and waning breath. Ruining his talent foundation felt even more despairing than killing him for a contestant who prided himself on his ability. This was not only a punishment but also a deterrent. I will not kill you. I spare your life, so you can go back and tell everyone. Chen Yu's voice was not loud, but like a cold knife, it carved into Sing's very soul. If you want to kill me, be prepared to be killed in return. This is the cost. After saying this, he did not linger, turning away and calmly sweeping his gaze over the bodies of Isabella and Buck embedded in the rock wall, confirming that they had no life left. For the enemy, he would have no mercy at all. He walked to the broken giant axe beside Buck, picked up the gleaming shard of the axe blade that he had broken himself. The material was decent, perhaps it could be remelted into another weapon later. He also found the slender dagger and some scattered items from Isabella, collecting them all. Loot, no matter how small, should never go to waste. After doing all this, he felt the state of his body. The power of the dragon essence had not yet completely settled, still silently strengthening his body, while the transformation of his mental power had brought his perception of the surrounding environment to a brand new level. The use of the dragon scale armor was becoming increasingly adept. With a thought, the faint golden scales could instantly cover the critical parts of his body. He looked up, gazing beyond the valley, at the vast, perilous jungle. The battle here had ended, but the competition in the entire arena was just beginning to reach its climax. He took a step forward, no longer hiding his own aura. That fierce presence fused with dragon might naturally emitted, causing the chirps of insects and birds in the jungle to fall silent, while some low-level creatures lurking in the shadows trembled, too scared to approach. He needed to find a place to thoroughly digest his gains and plan the next actions. Not long after Chen Yu left, the Limshinga struggled to use his still-functioning arm to fish out a wooden charm engraved with complicated patterns from his bosom, using the last of his strength to crush it. A barely perceptible ripple of space passed, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. This was a life-saving card prepared for him by the Induo Kingdom at a great cost, a one-time short-distance random teleportation charm. Although it could not take him out of the arena, it at least allowed him to leave this dangerous place. As for where he would land after teleportation, he could only leave it to fate. The valley returned to silence, leaving only the traces of battle and two gradually cooling corpses, telling the story of the crushing fight that had just occurred. Dragon Kingdom, Command Center. When the scene of Chen Yu crushing three strong enemies returned, the entire center first fell into extreme silence, then erupted into deafening cheers. We won! My god! One punch for each. This is our Dragon Kingdom's fighter. Dragon Essence. So strong. Chen Yu's strength has undergone a qualitative leap. Let's see who dares to look down on our Dragon Kingdom. Let's see who dares to carry out any joint hunts. General Li Weigua clenched his fists tightly, his eyes slightly wet. It was excitement and pride. Chen Yu's performance far exceeded his most optimistic expectations. This was not just a victory, it was a declaration. Announcing to the world that Dragon Kingdom fighters should never be insulted. Immediately process the battle footage with technology, and publicize the key parts to the entire nation. Boost morale, unite the hearts of the people. Analysis team, work tirelessly to analyze Chen Yu's newly displayed ability Dragon Scale Armor and its connection to the Dragon Essence, updating his strength assessment model. Diplomatic department, time to be more assertive. For those foolish clown slanders, hit back hard. The entire Dragon Kingdom was boiling with Chen Yu's thrilling victory, and national confidence was at an all-time high. United States, a secret meeting room. The atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. The screen froze on the scene of Chen Yu breaking Buck's giant axe with his bare hands and smashing it with one punch. 3 C-class gifted individuals, forming a hunting team, all wiped out. A senior officer's voice was incredibly dry. This Chen Yu, he has already become a force to be reckoned with. Dragon Essence. That kind of thing really exists, and he managed to absorb it. Another person's tone was filled with jealousy and helplessness. We must adjust our strategy. General Astor's expression was so grim it could drip water. Conventional hunting methods. Ineffective against him. Unless he can persuade those top monsters to act, or find a weapon that can counter his kind of defense and strength. Contact the tyrant from the Bear Country, and the paladin from the European Alliance. Share Chen Yu's threat level and latest intelligence with them. Tell them if we don't unite to suppress this, there will be no resources left for us in this arena. At the same time, initiate the ARC plan contingency. We must be prepared for the worst. Chen Yu's strength has forced these old powers to consider more extreme responses, even willing to collude deeply with former competitors. National Luck Arena, a hidden gorge somewhere. Chen Yu found a water curtain cave hidden by a waterfall. Inside the cave, it was spacious and dry, an excellent place to rest. He sat cross-legged and first carefully examined his own condition. His physical strength surged, with specific values hard to gauge, but he felt he could easily lift 10,000 gene boulders. Defense was compensated by the Dragon Scale Armor, the weaknesses no longer existed. His mental power was honed, with the duration and effect of True Eye significantly increased. More importantly, his sense of blessing of luck became clearer, no longer a completely passive trigger, but as if he could vaguely perceive the existence of its veins, still unable to actively control it, yet better able to guide its direction at critical moments. He took out all his gains from this time: the broken axe blade, Isabella's stabbing sword, the items in the ninja toolpack, and that crucial, unknown metal fragment. His gaze finally landed on the metal fragment. This time's success in absorbing the dragon source essence was largely thanks to this fragment. Those dragon language runes. He reopened the true eye and carefully observed the patterns on the fragment. After the qualitative change in his mental power, he could see more details. Those flowing silver energies seemed to follow some deeper law, not just energy circuits, but more like a language? A language that explains the fundamental rules of the world? He tried to simulate a faint thread of mental power, sketching a relatively simple rune structure from the fragment at his fingertips. Buzz. The air in front of his fingertips slightly distorted, producing a nearly invisible ripple, and then dissipated. Failed, but it did trigger an energy response. Excitement flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. This fragment was not only a key but could also be a treasure, containing the highest knowledge about runes and the essence of energy. He realized that aside from improving his hard power, learning and understanding this knowledge might be another trump card when facing stronger enemies in the future. He carefully stored the fragment and began to devise his next plan. Joint hunts will not stop, only become crazier. I need greater strength, more trump cards. Deep in the arena, there must be other places like the Dragon Bone restricted area, hiding greater secrets and resources. What do the coordinates and errors pointed to by that fragment represent? He finished resting, restoring his state to peak condition. His gaze pierced through the water curtain, looking into the distance. A new journey was about to begin. His goal was no longer simple survival and resource acquisition, but to explore the truth of this arena and reach its peak. His figure flashed, passing through the waterfall, disappearing into the vast jungle. The storm rose because of him, and would also sweep across the whole world because of him. Chapter 20, The Initial Understanding of Runes and Global Shock. Inside the water curtain cave, time seemed to still, with only the roaring of the waterfall as an eternal accompaniment. Chen Yu sat cross-legged, fully absorbed in the barely perceptible energy ripple at his fingertips. Failure, failure, still failure. He continuously tried to use mental power to simulate the relatively simple dragon language rune structures on the unknown metal fragment. Every stroke is extremely exhausting. Those seemingly simple patterns, yet contain extremely complex energy changes and rules information. Any slight deviation would lead to complete failure, and the faint ripples generated would instantly dissipate. But he did not lose heart. The transformation of his mental power brought strong focus and resilience, allowing him to endure this tedious repetition in failure. Each failure deepened his understanding of the energy flow and structural nodes of that rune. The rune he chose, at the edge of the fragment, has a relatively independent structure, and the energy circuit is also quite clear. According to the hints from the shattered information in the fragment, it seems related to the concepts of solid, stable, or protection. He didn't know how many times he had tried, when his mental power once again, at some extremely subtle frequency and trajectory, perfectly replicated the last stroke of that rune. Buzz. A clear, different kind of rumble sounded at his fingertips. This time, the tiny energy ripple did not immediately dissipate, but quickly absorbed the free energy in the surrounding space, stabilized and transformed into a complex symbol, the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint but steady white light, floating above his fingertip. He succeeded. Chen Yu's eyes burst with uncontrollable joy. Although this energy rune was extremely weak, seeming as if a gust of wind could scatter it, its structure was stable and indeed contained a meaning of stability. He carefully brought this tiny energy rune close to a nearby rock. The moment the white light rune touched the rock, it seeped in silently, like a droplet merging into a sponge. Immediately, Chen Yu sharply sensed that the microscopic structure on the surface of the rock seemed to undergo a slight change, becoming denser, its hardness seemingly improved by a tiny fraction. The effect was minimal, but it confirmed that his direction was correct. These dragon language runes indeed possessed the magical power to interfere with reality and endow material attributes. This is just the most basic rune, and it has such an effect if I could master more complex combinations, even a complete rune array. Chen Yu felt passionate, as if he saw a brand new path directly pointing to the essence of power. This is not just an attack or defense skill, it is an understanding and application of rules. He suppressed the impulse to immediately try other runes, knowing well that trying to take on too much would lead to failure. He repeatedly pondered and memorized the successfully drawn rune structure, the operating frequency of his mental power, and that unique meaning until it became instinct. Then, he began to try to combine this initially mastered stability rune with his own abilities. He reopened the dragon scale armor, and pale golden scales covered his arm. Then, he attempted to integrate the mental model of the stability rune into the energy structure of the armor. The process was more difficult than simply drawing it, requiring a high level of control over his own energy. After many failures, finally, when he successfully infused the meaning of the rune into the scales, the pale golden scales on his arm seemed to dim a bit, and the sense of stability clearly improved. Effective! Chen Yu swung his fist, feeling that the defense of his arm had increased by at least half. Don't underestimate this half. In life and death battles, often this small difference determines victory or defeat. And this was just the initial attempt. As he deepened his understanding of the rune and gained finer control over his energy, there was huge room for improvement. He named this preliminary technique of integrating runes as rune scale armor. Just as Chen Yu immersed himself in the mysteries of runes, the outside world was caught in unprecedented turmoil due to his previous battle. Although Singer was defeated, he managed to escape by relying on a life-saving talisman. He crushed Chen Yu, Isabella, and Buck. The story of his own abandonment, naturally omitting the part where he pleaded for mercy, was sensationally passed around. The news spread among the remaining contestants in the arena like a wildfire, and was relayed back to their respective countries through various channels. One punch for a sea-level talent? Breaking a giant alloy axe with bare hands? Enduring the wind spear without a scratch? Absorbed the essence of the dragon, gained the dragon race's defensive skills? This Chen Yu from the Dragon Nation, is he still human? His strength has absolutely reached A level, even higher. Panic, awe, jealousy, greed, a whirlwind of emotions spread among the remaining contestants. Some contestants who originally had thoughts about Chen Yu, or planned to take advantage of the situation, now had to reconsider. Chen Yu's reputation for ferocity had truly been established, becoming a heavy cloud over the heads of all contestants. Internationally, the shock was even greater. After Hattori Hanzo's death, Neon Country was already severely weakened. Upon learning that the joint hunting squad had nearly been wiped out, mourning filled the country, and protests had lessened significantly, turning instead to seeking closer ties with the United States. Australia and India suffered heavy losses as well. Domestic opinion was rife with criticism towards the reckless hunting operation, and both governments were under immense pressure. In the United States, the atmosphere in the Oval Office could hardly be described as tense. It was the eye of the storm. A level, even suspected A+ level combat assessment. The president looked at the report in his hand, drawn up by the top analysis team, his hands trembling slightly. It had barely been any time since entering the arena? We must admit that in terms of individual high-end combat power, the Dragon Nation has gained an insurmountable advantage due to Chen Yu's presence. The defense minister's voice was hoarse. We can't let this continue. The president suddenly looked up, a hint of madness gleaming in his eyes. Initiate the Twilight of the Gods plan. Contact all the remaining contestants with A-level or suspected A-level talents. Tell them that as long as they are willing to team up against Chen Yu, we can promise them and their countries unimaginable rewards after the arena ends. Including but not limited to technology sharing, resource allocation, and even political asylum and independent status. This was about binding all top contestants to a war chariot for an ultimate gamble against Chen Yu, one that risked the destiny of the nation. In the Dragon Nation, there was joy and even stronger support. Chen Yu's achievements were carefully edited and promoted. The title of Warrior of the Dragon spread like wildfire, becoming a national idol. The Dragon Nation's voice in international affairs also rose substantially. Previous attempts to hinder and blockade appeared pale in comparison to their absolute power. General Li Weigua, amidst excitement, remained calm. The better Chen Yu performs, the greater the crisis he faces. The Morning Star plan must accelerate. We need to provide him with every possible bit of information and support before he encounters even stronger enemies. In the Water Curtain Cave, Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes, ending this round of cultivation. He spread his palm, his mind stirring slightly. The tiny stability rune once again condensed at his fingertips. Though still weak, it felt incredibly stable. He looked towards the rushing waterfall outside the cave, his gaze seeming to pierce through the water curtain, seeing the vast world hidden with countless secrets and dangers. Gaining strength and unlocking runes gave him a solid confidence. Yet in the dark, the feeling of being watched by a more powerful presence grew ever clearer. Twilight of the Gods? Top-tier hunting? Chen Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. He felt no fear, rather a surge of intense fighting spirit. Come on, let me see just how strong this god of the arena really is. He stood up, the faint glow of the rune scale armor flickering across his body as he took a step forward, passing through the roaring water curtain, plunging once again into that vast and magnificent world chessboard. His journey. It is the starry sea, it is the pinnacle of rules. All enemies blocking the way are merely stepping stones for him to reach the top. Chapter 21, Rune Combination and Element Affinity. The roar of the waterfall isolated him from the disturbances of the outside world, yet it could not stop Chen Yu's exploration of power within his heart. Having initially grasped the dragon language rune that represented stability and successfully integrated it into the dragon scale armor to form the rune scale armor, he was not satisfied. The unknown metal fragment ran with more than one rune. They were interconnected, forming a complex yet harmonious array. Merely mastering one basic rune was like observing a leopard through a tube. The effect of a single rune is limited. If only I could combine. A thought sprouted in Chen Yu's mind. He remembered the runes on the fragment that connected with one another, their energies circulating to form a cycle. He immersed his mental power into the metal fragment once again. This time, he did not view the stability rune in isolation, but observed its energy interaction with several surrounding runes. Soon, he identified one rune that was closely adjacent to the stability rune's energy circuit, with a slightly more complex structure, seemingly leaning towards energy conduction or flow. This rune's structure resembled a winding stream, like a dancing electric arc. Attempting to outline this new rune was exponentially more difficult. Its energy trajectory was more intricate, demanding an extremely high level of precise control over his mental power. Chen Yu failed dozens of times, his mental power draining significantly, with fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But he did not give up. The tenacity of his transformed mental power was displayed vividly at this moment. He continuously adjusted the output frequency and trajectory of his mental power, repeatedly comparing it to the perfect energy model on the fragment. Finally, after countless attempts, buzz! A new energy rune, emitting a faint blue light and with a more intricate and agile structure, successfully floated at his fingertips. Second success. At the moment the rune took shape, Chen Yu could clearly feel the surrounding air, the wandering, weak water and wind elemental energies seemed to become slightly more active, resonating weakly with the rune. Element affinity? This rune can draw elemental energy? Chen Yu's heart stirred. He attempted to guide the flow rune closer to a water droplet seeping from the rock wall. The moment the faint blue rune touched the droplet, it seemed as if that droplet was given life, suddenly accelerating in flow, even defying gravity to coil upward for a short distance before falling again. Controlling water flow? No, it's more about accelerating the movement of energy and matter. Chen Yu began to understand. Next came the real challenge: rune combination. He carefully maintained the mental models of the stability rune, white, and the flow rune, light blue, attempting to bring them close together at his fingertips, trying to connect their energy circuits. This was 10 times more difficult than drawing them individually. The energy attributes of the two runes were not completely compatible, with stability pursuing static constancy while flow pursued dynamic change. Forcing them together would only result in energy conflict, leading to instant dispersion. Once, twice, 3 times, continuous failures. Chen Yu remained calm. He carefully felt the conflict points of energy during each failure, searching for a possible balance and commonality between the seemingly contradictory meanings. Stability is not rigid immobility, but the internal structure's stability, sufficient to withstand external impact and internal flow. Flow is not chaotic and disorderly, but orderly operation within specific rules and channels. Perhaps. Bearing and conduiting? As if struck by inspiration, Chen Yu adjusted the angles and frequencies of energy connection between the two runes, no longer trying to make them fully merge but to establish a symbiotic relationship of bearing and being born, conduiting and being conduits. Buzz! A pleasant sound like the plucking of a string rang out. At his fingertips, the white and light blue lights no longer conflicted. And instead, they harmoniously interwove together, forming a more complex and stable composite energy structure. The white base resembled a solid riverbed, while the light blue flowing light joyfully streamed within, supporting each other and complementing one another. It succeeded. Although it was just the most basic combination of two runes, its stability and the energy fluctuations it emitted far exceeded those of a single rune. Chen Yu could feel that this composite rune possessed both physical protection and energy diversion characteristics. If integrated into the dragon scale armor, not only would the defensive power increase, but it might also deflect and dissipate a portion of energy attacks. He named it Flowing Protection. Just as he was immersed in the joy of successfully combining the runes, a sudden jolt occurred in his mind, and an intense feeling of palpitations hit him without warning. It was not the sense of crisis from weakness detection, nor the guidance from lucky favor, but rather a sensation, as if he was being swept over by a gaze from a higher existence, a shiver stemming from the instincts of life. At the same time, he vaguely sensed that in a very distant direction, a subtle yet incredibly overwhelming energy fluctuation flashed and vanished. Within that fluctuation was a terrifying will, filled with heat, explosion, and an unparalleled supremacy. What is that? Chen Yu's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly stood up, looking in that direction. Even from such a distance, the aftershock of that will still made his heart race. Were there other competitors? Or was it some mechanism of the arena itself? Or perhaps, a sleeping existence had been awakened? He immediately realized that the waters of this arena were much deeper than he had imagined. The capability for unexpected encounters and rapid growth certainly did not belong to him alone. Almost at the same time, the ticking sound of the rules echoed in his mind again, bringing in the second piece of information from the Dragon Kingdom, more urgent than the last. Emergency intelligence: multiple top competitors detected to be on the move. The tyrant Jaeger from the Bear Country, suspected A-grade talent, Hellfire, has ended his retreat, direction unknown. The paladin Roland from Europa, suspected A-grade talent, Holy Barrier, is leading a team away from the base. Suspected to be related to the US Dusk of the Gods plan. Extremely dangerous. It is advised to avoid the spotlight and consolidate strength. The message was short but conveyed a tremendous sense of crisis. Tyrant Jaeger. Paladin Roland. Both were well known within the arena and marked as extremely dangerous by various countries' analytical teams. Their talents were suspected to reach A-grade, with unfathomable power. Now, they seemed to have been stirred by the US and started to take action. Their target was very likely himself. Dusk of the Gods, how flattering, Chen Yu's gaze turned cold. Instead of fear, a blazing fighting spirit burned in his chest. The joy of just gaining a preliminary grasp of rune combinations faded, replaced by a stronger sense of urgency. What kind of power did opponents with A-grade talents possess? How strange and powerful could their talents be? His current strength could easily crush ordinary C-grade and B-grade competitors, but against these A-grade monsters who had long stood at the top, the outcome was uncertain. He couldn't stop. He had to enhance his strength more rapidly. He glanced at the flowing protection, runes slowly dissipating at his fingertips, his gaze becoming more determined. The path of runes was one of his important supports to face future powerful enemies. He quickly packed all his belongings, taking one last look at this temporary training place, and without any reluctance, he passed through the waterfall. Outside, a storm was brewing. He needed more battles, more resources, and deeper rune comprehension to welcome the impending Dusk of the Gods that would sweep across the entire arena. His figure vanished into the jungle, heading towards areas rich in resources, which might also be more dangerous. Hunting and counter-hunting, survival and conquest, never stop in this vast coliseum. And Chen Yu was destined to become the brightest and most dangerous star in this ultimate feast. Chapter 22, Proactive Strike and Intelligence Network. The sound of the waterfall quickly faded behind him, as Chen Yu raced through the dense forest, moving faster than ever before, far quicker than when he absorbed the essence of the dragon source. He did not choose to hide and evade. Temporarily avoiding the spotlight was surely a safe strategy, but passively waiting was never his style. Before the enemy could surround him and lay out their traps, the best defense was a proactive strike to disrupt their plans. Ragnarok plan? Top competitors uniting? Chen Yu's gaze was sharp as a blade. He knew very well that this hastily assembled alliance must have issues of suspicion and unequal distribution of interests within it. As long as he found their weaknesses, he could divide and even dismantle them. To achieve this, he needed intelligence. He needed to know the exact locations of those top competitors, their routes, their characteristics, and the potential conflicts among them. As he moved at high speed, he expanded the perception range of his Eye of Truth to the maximum, his mental energy weaving an invisible web, meticulously scanning everything around him. Not just energy fluctuations, but also traces left on the ground, broken branches, lingering scents. Every little clue could become a valuable source of information. At the same time, he began to consciously use the environment, combining the rune knowledge he had just grasped to set up simple warning and confusion devices. He found several animal trails frequently traveled by beasts, and at inconspicuous locations, he used his mental energy to outline the singular stability rune, applying its weak effects to a few small stones, slightly enhancing their structure and placing them at specific angles. Once large creatures, or humans, stepped on them, these reinforced stones would emit a different, crisper sound than ordinary stones, providing him with long-distance warning. He also attempted to maintain the mental model of the flow rune on some vines or leaves with minimal consumption, gently disturbing the light refraction around them, creating a very slight visual distortion. While it couldn't truly hide him, it was sufficient to disrupt the enemy's judgment during high-speed chases or hasty glances. These applications were very rudimentary, the consumption was low, the effects limited, but their value lay in their large number, wide range, and difficulty to detect by conventional means. This was his preliminary attempt using rune knowledge to construct his own perception network. Hours later, Chen Yu stopped at a high point. He closed his eyes, connecting in his mind the nodes scattered along the way that were attached with weak rune sensations. A rudimentary yet effective warning network covering a radius of several kilometers slowly took shape in his mind. Although he couldn't directly see anything, any creatures that entered this area, reaching a certain level of energy or size, would trigger those nodes, allowing him to immediately sense their general location and the magnitude of their presence. Not enough, Chen Yu thought. This network could only provide passive warnings, unable to actively gather deeper intelligence. He needed eyes and ears. He remembered some intelligent and relatively mild-mannered jungle creatures he had encountered before. Perhaps, he could try to communicate with them? Or, use resources to employ them? This idea seemed a bit fanciful, but it wasn't entirely impossible. The creatures in the arena were generally sensitive to energy, and the dragon source aura he possessed, while being a deterrent to many creatures, could also serve as an attraction. He restrained most of his dragon might, leaving only a trace of indistinct majesty, and began looking for suitable targets in the jungle. Soon, he noticed a group of silver-gray, nimble-eyed wind whisper monkeys darting through the trees. These monkeys were small in size, extremely fast, adept at leaping through the treetops, and seemed capable of communicating through special calls. Chen Yu did not rashly approach, but instead took out a few energy-rich, glowing berries and placed them on a conspicuous rock, then retreated to a distance, quietly waiting. After a while, a bold wind message monkey cautiously approached, quickly grabbed the berries, and swiftly darted back to the treetop. Chen Yu patiently repeated this process, always placing only a small amount of berries and maintaining his distance, releasing a spirit wave of goodwill, or at least no hostility. After a few days, this group of wind message monkeys seemed to have gotten used to his presence, their vigilance greatly lowered. Chen Yu began to try more complex trading. He no longer just provided food, but would draw the flowing rune in the air with his fingers, emitting a gentle energy wave that seemed to make the wind message monkeys feel very comfortable. At the same time, he would point in a certain direction, making gestures for observe and listen, then give them berries. At first, the monkeys were puzzled. But gradually, a few of the smartest ones seemed to understand his intentions. When Chen Yu once again pointed northeast, the rough direction where he sensed the Jaeger's wave, and made gestures, one wind message monkey, after finishing the berries, actually sped off in that direction and returned only after about an hour, making an urgent and varied call at Chen Yu and gesturing with its little paws. Although Chen Yu could not understand the monkey language, by combining its actions, the rhythm of its calls, and the vague perception of its spirit wave through the true eye, he roughly decoded some information. In that direction, far away, there was very hot, very loud, and everyone, other creatures, has run away. It was Jaeger. He was active in that direction and making quite a commotion. Chen Yu was certain in his heart and immediately rewarded this wind message monkey with double the berries as a reward. It succeeded. Although the information was vague, it proved that his idea was viable. He could build a simple but wider-reaching intelligence network through these local creatures. He replicated the same method and tried to communicate with several types of creatures skilled in digging or with keen senses, exchanging energy runes and food to let them pay attention to specific scents, such as the holy aura that Roland might emit, or unusual vibrations in the ground. This process consumed a lot of his time and energy, and the information gathered was fragmented, requiring him to piece together and analyze. But compared to previously stumbling around blindly in the jungle like a deaf man, this was undoubtedly a huge improvement. 3 days later, Chen Yu integrated the fragmented information from different informants, combining it with feedback from his alert network, roughly outlining the current situation in the area *. Northeast, Jaeger's area energy activity is frequent and violent, with large-scale burn marks, and local creatures are migrating in large numbers. Jaeger seems to be clearing out the area or hunting powerful monsters, showing no clear signs of moving towards him for now. Northwest, Roland's area multiple concentrated auras of light are in activity, moving quite methodically, as if searching for something. Their pace is not fast, but their direction vaguely points towards the area where he is located. Other directions. Some strong energy fluctuations have also been detected roaming, likely other skilled individuals attracted by the bounty, but their purpose is unclear and their actions are more cautious. Roland's team is the closest, and their goal is the most obvious. A cold light flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Let's take them down first, making a move to shake the tiger. He decided to take the initiative to go meet them, catching them off guard before they could fully set up their search formation. He wanted everyone to know that he, Chen Yu, was not the prey waiting to be hunted but a fierce tiger choosing his target. He carefully checked his equipment: a poison spear, a alloy dagger, exquisite shuriken, ninja tool pouch. State adjusted to peak, the use of rune scale armor is even more skillful. With a flash of his figure, he seemed to merge into the shadows of the forest, silently sneaking toward the northwest direction, the activity area of Roland's team. The hunt has begun. This time, the roles of hunter and prey will be defined by him. Chapter 23, The First Chime of Holy Light in Dragon Scales. In the jungle to the northwest, the vegetation gradually becomes lower and sparser, replaced by more exposed, gray-white veined rocks. The air is filled with a faint, calming scent of sandalwood, which feels out of place with the raw wilderness of the jungle. This is a mark left by Europa's team after long-term activities. Their talent seems to be related to this power of light and order. Chen Yu, like a true ghost, weaves between the shadows of the rocks and the remaining bushes. The fragments of knowledge of the shadow escape technique are becoming increasingly skillful in his use, along with dragon might resistance, that allows him to completely retract his heart-thumping aura, making his sneaking almost undetectable. True Eye maintains a low consumption state, silver light swirling in his eyes, like the most precise radar, scanning everything ahead. Soon, he saw the target. About a kilometer ahead, on a relatively flat stone platform, a 5-member team is stationed. The core of the team is a young man with blonde hair, dressed in silver light armor, holding a wide sword engraved with complex holy patterns. His face is handsome and resolute, naturally radiating a soft yet tough milky white halo, as if he himself is a source of light. Even at such a distance, Chen Yu can feel the tranquil, yet repelling holy aura. Paladin, Roland. Suspected A-class talent, Holy Barrier. Beside him stand 4 team members. Asterisk a girl in a white robe holding a staff, likely a healer or support, with mild and vibrant energy fluctuations. Asterisk a burly armored warrior with a huge tower shield, serving as the tough defense of the team. Asterisk a berserker wielding a great sword, exuding a fierce aura. Asterisk a nimble ranger, armed with dual blades, responsible for vigilance and reconnaissance. A standard adventure team configuration, equipped for offense, defense, support, and scouting, disciplined and focused, far from the previous makeshift hunting team. They seem to be resting, but their vigilance has not relaxed, as the ranger's eyes scan the surroundings continuously. A standard iron barrel formation. Chen Yu calmly analyzes in his mind, Roland is the core, very strong in defense, and can provide buffs for teammates. Strong attacks are difficult to succeed instantly. Once dragged into a prolonged battle, the cooperation of the other four can wear down most opponents. His gaze sweeps across the environment surrounding the stone platform, his mind racing to find a breaking point. One side of the stone platform has a steep slope, the other connects to denser forest. They chose this place to camp, with a wide field of vision, easy to defend but hard to attack. But they are not without weaknesses. Chen Yu notices that while the ranger's area of vigilance is not low, it relies more on sight and hearing. Their perception of subtle changes in energy levels does not seem particularly sharp. Moreover, their formation is designed to deal with attacks from the front or the sides, but lacks sufficient defense against attacks from below. He quietly circled to the bottom of the stone platform, where the wind-eroded rock base is filled with gaps and depressions. Roland's team is stationed at the top of the stone platform. He holds his breath, biting the alloy dagger in his mouth, covering his hands with pale golden, rune-scale armor, his fingers like steel spikes, silently inserting into the hard rock, starting to climb upward. The strength of his body, enhanced by dragon essence, makes this difficult barehand climbing seem effortless. He chose a position directly beneath the heavily armored tower shield warrior and the berserker. This was their visual and psychological blind spot. Reaching the edge of the top, he clung to the rock wall's shadow like a lizard, listening to the movement above. Lord Roland, how long do we have to search here? Will that dragon country person really come here? This was the slightly impatient voice of the berserker. Patience, Carl. Roland's voice was steady and magnetic. According to the revelation, he is in this area. Waiting for him is our best strategy. Remember, our primary task is to confirm his position and status, and to wear him down as much as possible, rather than rushing to a decisive battle. Understood. It's just that this damn place makes me feel uneasy after a long time. The berserker muttered. Chen Yu sneered coldly in his heart. Waiting for him? Dream on. He slowly adjusted his posture, like a serpent coiling up. The target, locked on the heavily armored tower shield warrior who was closest to the edge and was impatiently tapping his foot. It was time to bring a little surprise to this tranquility. He pushed off the rock wall with his legs. The rocks shattered. Chen Yu's figure soared into the sky like a cannonball from below the stone platform. A cloud of rubble and dust rose. Enemy attack. The ranger reacted the fastest and let out a sharp alarm. But Chen Yu's speed was even faster. In midair, while his left hand had already locked onto a poison shuriken, excellent, it was now a streak of dark light, not aimed at anyone but shooting towards the ground where the white-robed healer stood. Puff. The shuriken embedded itself into the ground, its poisonous tail quickly seeping into the soil, giving off a faint bloody sweet scent, disturbing her casting environment. At the same time, his right fist, covered in a solid, faintly glowing white and blue dragon scale armor, effective, cycle protection, rune, carried the force of shattering mountains and cracking stones, crashing towards the chest of the heavily armored warrior who had just turned around and hadn't fully raised his tower shield. This punch was fast. Fierce. Accurate. It condensed most of Chen Yu's current physical strength and also incorporated preliminary runic power. The heavily armored warrior barely had time to raise his tower shield halfway before Chen Yu's fist had already slammed into his chest armor. Clang. The silver-white armor of the warrior's chest visibly caved in, twisted, and shattered from the point of impact. He was hit like a city smasher, and even with the tower shield taking some of the force, he still uncontrollably left the ground, crashing backward into the berserker behind him. Crack. A clear sound of bones breaking came from inside the heavily armored warrior. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal debris, his eyes filled with incredible shock, instantly heavily injured and losing combat ability. One punch. Just one punch. Disabled the team's strongest shield. Holy light, protect. Roland reacted quickly. As Chen Yu appeared, the great sword in his hand burst into dazzling holy light. A solid light shield instantly appeared in front of him and the remaining team members. However, Chen Yu's target was never him. With a successful strike, he showed no signs of lingering. Chen Yu used the recoil force to twist his body in midair in a strange manner, directly lunging towards the ranger on the side who was wielding dual blades. The ranger was startled, his dual blades danced like the wind, slicing towards Chen Yu's neck and ribs. Chen Yu did not dodge, the runic scale armor glimmered slightly. Ding! Ding! Crack! The sound of bones breaking once again made Jaws ache. The ranger cried out in pain as his wrist was crushed. Chen Yu casually tossed him like a broken sack towards the berserker who was preparing to charge. The obstruction of their actions. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. From the sudden attack, to taking down the heavily armored warrior, to severely wounding the ranger, it took only 2 or 3 seconds. The tightly organized formation of Roland's team was instantly torn open, creating a huge gap. The healer was disturbed by the toxic mist, the shield warrior was gravely injured, the ranger lost an arm, leaving only Roland and the berserker with full combat capabilities. Chen Yu steadily landed at the edge of the stone platform, facing Roland, whose face was ashen and radiating holy light from within. He flicked his wrist, feeling the smooth sensation as the rune of Flowing Guardian silently redirected the shock from earlier, his gaze calm as he looked at Roland, and said lightly, "I heard you are looking for me?" Chapter 24, The Sword of Divine Judgment and Flowing Guardian. On the stone platform, the atmosphere was as solid as iron. Chen Yu stood alone at the edge, behind him was a steep cliff. His body seemed relaxed, but every inch of muscle was in the best state for exertion. His hands, covered in light golden scales, hung naturally, with white-blue radiance shimmering at his fingertips. The lightning strike that had just occurred not only severely injured his opponents but also planted an invisible seed called fear deep within the hearts of the remaining enemies. Roland's handsome face no longer held the calm confidence from before, instead, it was replaced by a cold anger provoked by serious challenges, and a hint of undeniable shock. His knuckles turned white from gripping the sword tightly, and holy light surged around him like boiling milk. "Chen Yu from the Dragon Kingdom." Roland's voice was low, filled with repressed anger. "You are indeed as rampant as the rumors say." Behind him, the girl in the white robe was in a flurry, trying desperately to dispel the toxins on the ground, casting healing spells on the injured heavily armored warrior and the ranger with a severed arm. The gentle holy light fell upon them, barely stabilizing their injuries but unable to immediately restore their combat abilities. The berserker Karl had bloodshot eyes, staring fiercely at Chen Yu like an enraged bull, but was held back by Roland's gaze. "Rampant?" Chen Yu's lips curled into a cold smirk. "It's just self-defense. You set up your formation here to wait for the weary, do you expect me to surrender?" Sharp-tongued. Roland said no more, knowing that any words would pale in comparison to absolute power. If today he could not capture or severely injure Chen Yu, his reputation as a paladin would be lost, and the entire Twilight of the Gods plan would be shadowed. He took a deep breath, positioning his broad sword before his chest, and the sacred runes on the blade lit up one by one, flickering like breathing. "In the name of holy light, cleanse the evil." Sacred word spell, bind. He spoke ancient syllables, not attacking Chen Yu, but pouring immense holy light into the ground beneath him. In an instant, centered around him, countless strands of milky white light sprang up like living vines, instantly spreading across the stone platform, forming a vast, divine formation exuding binding power. Chen Yu immediately felt a tightness around him, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire, his movement severely restricted. This was not a physical restraint, but more of a suppression of energy and spirit by rules. "Karl! Attack!" Roland shouted lowly. "Roar!" The berserker Karl could no longer hold back. The moment he received the order, he charged like a runaway horse, raising his greatsword high, his blood-red fury bursting forth. He transformed into a bloody whirlwind, lunging fiercely at Chen Yu, whose actions were restricted. Berserk! His speed and strength gained terrifying boosts in a short period. The greatsword tore through the air with a shrill wail, aimed at Chen Yu's head. This sword contained all of his anger and strength, capable of splitting even a giant steel statue in two. Faced with this frontal and rear assault, Chen Yu's eyes showed no trace of panic. True eye glimmered with silver light, instantly analyzing the weaker energy nodes within the holy light formation at his feet. At that moment, Karl's seemingly furious charge, in his view, also displayed a clear trajectory of power flow and more vulnerabilities exposed by his rage. He could not move quickly to evade, but that did not mean he could not move. Just as Karl's great sword was about to reach him, Chen Yu acted. He did not step back, but instead stepped forward. This step cleverly landed on a point of energy stagnation in the holy light magic circle, causing the binding power to suddenly weaken by 30%. At the same time, his arms, covered with ruinous scale armor, crossed to block upward. The white-blue flowing light, Flowing Guardian, started to operate at unprecedented speed. Clang! Another deafening sound erupted. More intense than when he had shattered the heavily armored warrior before. Karl's sword, which he was determined to land, struck fiercely against Chen Yu's crossed arms. The blood-red raging fighting spirit collided violently with the light golden dragon scale armor and the white-blue runic light, annihilating everything in its path. The expected scene of his arms being severed did not occur. The rocks beneath Chen Yu's feet cracked inch by inch, and his legs sank slightly, but he stubbornly endured this furious sword strike with his body in armor. Even more shocking to Karl was that he felt the power on his sword as if it struck a rapidly spinning, slippery ball. At least one-third of the force was diverted and guided in a strange way, being released into the ground beneath Chen Yu's feet. This is the strength of Flowing Guardian. Not only does it enhance defense, but it can also channel and deflect attacking power. How is this possible? Carl let out an incredulous roar. Nothing is impossible. Chen Yu's cold voice rang in his ears. His blocking arm suddenly exerted force, shaking Carl's greatsword away. Chen Yu's right hand shot out like lightning, fingers clawed, covered in solid armor and runic light, and directly grabbed at Carl's throat, exposed due to his rage. If this claw hit, it would be enough to crush his throat bones. Holy light, barrier. Roland's timely rescue arrived. A solid light shield instantly appeared in front of Carl's throat. Put. Chen Yu's claw struck the light shield, producing a dull sound. The light shield rippled violently, cracks spreading, but it did not shatter immediately. The defensive power of the A-level talent, Holy Barrier, was truly as advertised. But Chen Yu's attack did not stop. It was as if he had already predicted Roland's rescue. Grabbing at the throat was merely a feint. At the moment his arm was blocked by the light shield, his left leg shot out like a steel whip, slamming into the unprotected side of Carl's knee. Crack! The horrifying sound of bones breaking rang out clearly. Ah! Carl let out a piercing scream, his sword-bearing leg twisted into a strange angle, and he lost his balance, screaming as he fell to the ground, clutching his broken leg in agony. Another one! In a short period, Roland's team had lost another major player. At this moment, the only ones still standing on the stone platform were Roland and the pale white-robed girl who had just dispelled the toxins. Chen Yu slowly withdrew his leg and calmly looked at Roland, whose face had darkened to the point of nearly dripping water. Your iron barrel formation seems rather flimsy. Roland stared at Chen Yu, the anger in his eyes gradually replaced by an extreme seriousness. He realized he had severely underestimated his opponent. The strength of this Dragon Kingdom man exceeded all reports. That strange scale armor defense, that technique to deflect attacks, that ruthless and precise fighting style. He slowly raised the broadsword in his hand, and all the holy light began to converge toward the sword body, making it shine as brightly as a small sun. A devastating aura that made one's soul tremble started to assemble. Those who desecrate the holy light shall bear the judgment of the holy fire. Roland's voice became incredibly solemn, as if proclaiming a divine decree. Receive this sword. Chen Yu. Sacred technique, sword of divine judgment. He held the sword with both hands, aiming at Chen Yu, slowly striking down from afar. There was no grand momentum, only a razor-sharp platinum light blade, refined to perfection, as if it could slice through space, breaking free from the sword, and instantly appearing before Chen Yu as if it had traversed time and space. This sword locked onto his breath, making it impossible to dodge. The light and judgment contained within were enough to purify all heretics. Chen Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt an unprecedented deadly threat from this sword. This was absolutely Roland's trump card, the true power of an A-class talent. I cannot take it head-on. At least, I cannot take it fully head-on. The power of favor of luck surged through his body at unprecedented speed. Eye of Truth operated frantically, analyzing the energy structure and weakest point of the light blade. The runes of Flowing Guardian shone brilliantly on his body. At the very moment before the light blade hit his body, Chen Yu made a move that exceeded everyone's expectations. He not only did not retreat or defend with all his strength but instead turned sideways, twisting his waist, actively welcoming the devastating light blade with his right shoulder covered in the strongest rune-scaled armor in Flowing Guardian. At the same time, his body slightly shifted at an incredible angle, as if being pulled by an invisible force. Sizzle! Like a hot iron pressing into ice water. The platinum light blade sliced through Chen Yu's right shoulder armor. Blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire stone platform in a stark white. As the light dissipated, Roland and the girl in the white robe stared intensely at the center of the light. They saw Chen Yu still standing, but on his right shoulder, the armor was shattered, and a wound that was deep enough to see the bone twisted grotesquely, with golden blood, tinged gold after merging with dragon essence, flowing out, while strands of platinum holy power stubbornly eroded the edges of the wound, making a hissing sound. He was injured. This was the first time since entering the arena that Chen Yu had suffered such severe damage. However, his gaze remained calm, even carrying a trace of understanding. He slowly raised his left hand, touching the wound on his right shoulder, feeling the erosion of that holy power. Then, an immense force of blood surged within him, mixing with the power of the dragon essence, forcibly expelling and obliterating that trace of holy power. The flow of blood from the wound began to slow. He looked up, gazing at Roland, whose complexion had drastically changed, and slowly spoke. A-class talent, sword of divine judgment, is nothing like this. I have received your sword. Now, it is my turn. As soon as the words fell, a wave of dragon might far more fierce and violent than before, mixed with the chilling intent to kill, surged out like a tsunami centered around Chen Yu, roaring towards Roland. He took a step forward, and with each step, the wound on his right shoulder healed a bit more under the effect of his blood force, and his aura rose higher. Roland's hand, holding the sword, began to tremble slightly. His strongest attack had failed to defeat the opponent? It only caused a seemingly serious wound that did not affect his fundamental battle power? What kind of monster was this man from the Dragon Nation? The girl in the white robe was even paler with fright, almost unable to hold on to her staff. Chen Yu's counterattack was about to begin. And this time, he would not hold back. Chapter 25, Breaking the Shield in Decision. On the stone platform, the air seemed to freeze and shatter completely by the immense dragon might and killing intent radiating from Chen Yu. He stepped forward, and that terrifying wound on his right shoulder writhed at a visible speed, with new flesh intertwining, the bleeding stopping, though not healed. It no longer affected his overwhelming battle intent. With each step forward, the rock solidified by the holy light array groaned under the unbearable burden, spreading fine cracks. The so-called holy speech technique, confinement, had become utterly ineffective against his powerful body, fused with the essence of the dragon source, and the targeted energy nodes underfoot. Roland's face turned pale, and the veins bulged on his hand gripping the holy sword. His strongest sword of holy judgment actually failed to achieve its full power. This completely shattered his confidence and pride. Looking at Chen Yu, who was closing in step by step like an ancient dragon beast awakening, a long-lost emotion called fear uncontrollably grew from the bottom of his heart. He could not retreat. Behind him were his severely injured teammates, the glory of Europa, and the unblemished faith of the paladin. Holy light, please protect your warrior. Roland uttered a low prayer, pouring the remaining holy light in his body unreservedly into the sword and the light shield before him. The light shield became solid and heavy once more, like a substantial crystal barrier. This was his last line of defense. The girl in the white cloak also endured her fear and swung her staff, casting weak healing lights and small rings of courage upon Roland, trying to make a final effort. Chen Yu stopped 5 steps away from Roland. For strong warriors at their level, this distance was already the realm of imminent death. He did not strike immediately, his calm gaze sweeping across Roland's resolute yet pale face, and then glancing at the trembling girl behind him and the teammates moaning on the ground. How many punches can your holy barrier block? Chen Yu spoke, his voice was not loud, but carried a coldness like a verdict. Roland swallowed hard, did not answer, only tightened his grip on the holy sword. Chen Yu said no more. He slightly bent his body, his right leg stepping back, his whole being like a tightly drawn bowstring. The next moment, the rock beneath his feet exploded, and his figure vanished from the spot. It was not a straight charge, but an erratic afterimage that defied the common sense of physics. This was the ultimate manifestation of combining the shadow escape technique with his terrifying explosive power. Roland's pupils suddenly constricted, and the holy sword instinctively swung towards the densest part of the afterimage. Holy light erupted. However, Chen Yu's true body appeared like a phantom at his side. The eye of truth had already seen through the energy flow of his light shield, its quickest area, as well as the relatively slower side and rear zones. His fist, covered in runic scales and the brilliance of flowing protection, was no longer a simple punch. It transformed into a knife hand, fingers together, like a true war spear, piercing directly at the core node of the light shield's side energy structure. Puff! This time the sound was no longer resounding but like a sharp cone piercing tough leather, muffled yet clear. At the moment the knife hand connected with the light shield, the white-blue dual-colored runic flow rotated, sliced, and redirected at unprecedented speed. The solid light shield violently twisted and shook, with countless cracks spreading out in an instant like a spider web from the impact point. Crack! Bang! With a crisp shattering sound, Roland's famed holy barrier, the shield that contained most of his holy light, was brutally pierced and shattered into countless flying shards of light by Chen Yu's knife hand. Puff! The light shield was forcefully breached, and Roland felt as if he had been severely wounded. A mouthful of blood spewed out, his face instantly turned gray, his breath sharply declining, staggering backward, nearly losing his holy sword. The barrier was broken. Chen Yu's hand, having smashed through the light shield, continued forward, as if penetrating a layer of thin paper, directly pressing against Roland's completely defenseless chest. If this palm landed, it was enough to shatter his heart. The girl in the white cloak let out a desperate scream. At that critical moment, Chen Yu's palm suddenly halted just an inch away from Roland's chest. The violent fist wind pushed Roland's chest armor inward but could not advance any further. Roland closed his eyes, waiting for death, but did not feel the expected searing pain. He opened his eyes in shock to see Chen Yu's eyes, calm and deep like a starry sea. Why don't you kill me? Roland's voice was hoarse, tinged with a sense of confusion and humiliation as if he had survived a disaster. Chen Yu slowly withdrew his hand. The gaze swept over the few who had lost their fighting spirit on the ground, and finally returned to Roland's face. Killing you is as easy as pie. Chen Yu's voice remained calm, but it carried an undeniable power, but sparing your life holds more value. He paused for a moment and continued, go back and tell Yi Gur, tell everyone involved in Twilight of the Gods. I, Chen Yu, am right here. If you want to claim the bounty from the United States, feel free to try. But also tell them, Chen Yu's tone suddenly turned cold, like the frigid winds of Siberia, next time, I won't hold back. However many come, that many I will kill. This is your only chance, and your last chance. He was not a bloodthirsty monster, but he was definitely no saint. Leaving Roland alive was meant to deliver a message, to instill fear, to plant seeds of doubt and terror in the hearts of those allies. A living paladin returning to recount failure and horror was far more impactful than a cold corpse. Roland stared blankly at Chen Yu, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. There was shame in defeat, disbelief in being spared, and a deep sense of powerlessness. He understood that from this day on, the shadow of this man from the Dragon Kingdom would loom over all who participated in the hunt. "What, exactly do you want?" Roland asked hoarsely. Chen Yu did not answer directly. Instead, he turned and walked toward the edge of the stone platform, leaving only a silhouette and a phrase that drifted away in the wind. "Tell those behind you, the rules of this arena need to change." Having said that, he leapt and disappeared into the jungle below the stone platform, leaving no trace behind. On the stone platform, only Roland's surviving squad remained, along with the chaos and silence that felt as heavy as death. Roland gazed in the direction where Chen Yu had vanished, silent for a long time. He had lost, utterly and completely. Not only was he crushed in power, but he also lost in spirit and outlook. He struggled to lean on his sword and spoke to the girl in white robes, "First, save the others." He understood that the name Chen Yu and the fear and mercy he brought today would soon spread throughout the entire arena, stirring the muddy waters completely. At this moment, in a distant land engulfed in the fires of hell, a figure like a giant bear slowly opened eyes like molten lava, gazing towards the direction of Roland's squad, a smile of battle intent and brutality spreading across his lips. "Oh? Roland, that tin can, actually lost? Interesting, truly interesting. Dragon Country's Chen Yu. I hope your blood can make my flames burn more fiercely." Yi Gor has moved. Chapter 26, Aftermath and Undercurrents. The dust of battle settled on the stone platform, leaving a scene of havoc and a chilling atmosphere that penetrated to the bone. Milk-white fragments of holy light fluttered like withering petals, slowly dissipating into the air, mixing with the smell of blood, creating a sarcastic sense of sorrow. The girl in the white robe, Ilea, forced back the urge to vomit and the fear within her heart, kneeling beside her severely injured teammate, desperately channeling the little remaining holy light to heal. The heavily armored warrior hunter's chest remained caved in, his breathing weak. The ranger Lena had stopped the bleeding at her severed wrist, but her face was as pale as paper. The berserker Karl clutched his twisted broken leg, muffled groans of painful suffering escaping his throat. Roland leaned on his broad sword, barely managing to stand. The palm print on his chestplate was clearly visible, and the holy light within him was nearly depleted, needles of pain shooting through his veins. Chen Yu's last relaxed palm strike had not only shattered his defense but also crushed his long-held beliefs about absolute defense, about the supremacy of holy light. Why did he hold back? Ilea asked, her voice trembling. This was her greatest confusion. In front of that dragon countryman who resembled a demon god, she had truly felt the coldness of death. Roland stared in the direction where Chen Yu had disappeared, his eyes filled with a complex mystery, shaking his head bitterly. It wasn't holding back, it is disdainful. He paused, his voice low and hoarse. He needs someone to take today's results and his words back. We are just tools for him to convey information. Whether he kills us or not makes no difference to him. This realization sent a chill of ice through Ilea. Tools, it turned out that in the face of absolute power, they were so humble that they didn't even have the right to be acknowledged. Then Ilea looked at her teammate groaning in pain on the ground, her eyes filled with concern. First, let's leave here and find a safe place to recover. Roland took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, then, contact headquarters and report everything that happened here, word for word. Especially the last thing Chen Yu said, the rules of this arena need to change. He knew that once this sentence spread, it would create huge waves among the various forces. This was no longer a simple competition of contestants but a blatant provocation against the existing order and the US-led Twilight of the Gods plan. Just as Roland's team struggled to retreat, the news of Chen Yu crushing the paladin and sparing his life spread like a giant stone thrown into a still lake, at an astonishing speed through the limited communication channels in the arena. Have you heard? Roland was defeated. Even his sacred barrier was broken through by that Dragon Kingdom guy with bare hands. Not defeated, but crushed. Roland's team almost suffered total loss, but Chen Yu didn't kill them. He told Roland to send a message, saying he wants to change the game rules. What a big statement. Even an A-class talent like the Paladin was crushed so badly. What hope do we have? The US reward is great, but you have to live to collect it. Panic, awe, suspicion, and a hint of restless curiosity spread among the many contestants. Chen Yu's terrifying reputation was now shrouded in a deep and unfathomable mist and the dominance of a strongman. Many contestants initially attracted by the bounty or planning to take advantage of the chaos began to reassess the risks, and their actions became increasingly cautious. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom Command Center was undergoing a deep strategic analysis after the initial excitement. Chen Yu's approach is extremely clever, an advisor pointed excitedly at the map, using overwhelming force to establish authority, and sparing lives to attack the heart. Now, the so-called Twilight of the Gods alliance hasn't even formed, and there's already going to be internal chaos. The key is strength. General Li Weiguo's gaze was sharp. His ability to break through Roland's defenses head-on shows that his attack power has stabilized at A-class. Coupled with that bizarre defense and luck, the overall combat power assessment must be raised again. Immediately analyze the detailed data of Chen Yu's battle with Roland, especially the techniques he used to break the light shield at the end. It seems to incorporate new powers. Send an encrypted message to Chen Yu, affirming his actions, and inform him of the chain reactions caused by this in the outside world, especially regarding Jaeger's movements. In a certain secret command post in the U.S. The atmosphere was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Waste. All of you are waste. General Astor slammed the tactical tablet he was holding to the ground, shattering the screen. 3 people. Elites from 3 countries. They couldn't even wear down Chen Yu. That fool Roland couldn't even manage to seriously injure him? Sir, according to the combat data sent back by Roland, Chen Yu's defense and attack power exceeded our previous highest estimates. In particular, the way he broke the sacred barrier contains energy application techniques that we can't comprehend, the technician reported, swallowing hard. I don't want to hear this. Astor growled, what about Jaeger? What's his reaction? Your Excellency the Tyrant, he has already set out. Based on the energy trajectory, it is presumed that his target is directly aimed at the area where Chen Yu last appeared. Moreover, his energy response is stronger than when we last monitored. A fierce glint flashed in Astor's eyes. Good. Tell Jaeger, as long as he can take down Chen Yu, the promised conditions will be doubled. I don't care about the process, I only want results. Meanwhile, in another icy, snow-covered wilderness of the arena, a man draped in a tattered black robe, thin and gaunt, is crouched on the ground, tracing a complex, ominous rune with his fingers in the snow. Around him lie several monstrous corpses, drained of life energy and frozen into ice sculptures. He suddenly stops, lifts his head, revealing a pale yet exceptionally handsome face, and deep purple eyes that seem to penetrate the soul. He gazes towards the southeast, where Chen Yu and Roland are engaged in battle. The signs of changing rules, he murmurs to himself, his voice carrying an ancient magnetism. Interesting Dragon Kingdom person, your existence seems to make this boring game interesting. Perhaps you are worth meeting in person. He slowly stands up, the ice and snow rune beneath his feet disappearing silently. He brushes off the snowflakes from his black robe, takes a step forward, and his figure vanishes like it has merged into the wind and snow. If any seasoned informants were present, they would recognize this as the seldom seen, yet always high-ranking dangerous contender, Necromancer Mephisto. At this moment, Chen Yu is moving through a dense rainforest. The wound on his right shoulder has healed mostly, nourished by the overwhelming energy, leaving only a light pink scar. In his battle against Roland, it seemed like a crushing victory, yet he had used quite a few tricks, especially the application of the flowing Dominion rune in actual combat, which took considerable energy. But he gained even more. Not only did he validate his own strength, but he also successfully sowed the seeds of fear and uncertainty. He can feel that in the unseen, more eyes are focusing on him, one filled with brutality and heat is rapidly approaching. Jaeger. Chen Yu squints slightly, and instead of avoiding it, he adjusts his direction, moving towards the source of that aura. Passive responses have never been his style. Since the storm is destined to come, why not actively meet it, to claim a space for himself in the eye of the storm? He moves while recalling the details of his battle with Roland, especially the moment he broke the sacred barrier, gaining new insights into the power of the runes. His fingertips involuntarily trace in the air, attempting to combine stability and flow in a more intricate way. The jungle is deep, with murderous intent lurking. Yet Chen Yu's steps grow increasingly steady and firm. He knows that his encounter with the tyrant will be a genuinely tough battle. And this fight will ultimately determine his final position in this arena. The journey of hunting top-tier elites begins here. Chapter 29, Bountiful Echoes, Glimpsing the Road Ahead. As Chen Yu's consciousness struggles to surface from the endless darkness, the first sensation he feels is a pain like 1,000 needles piercing, especially in his chest and arms, as if they have been crushed and barely reattached. He lets out a muffled groan and struggles to open his eyes. What he sees is not the scorched battlefield he expected, but a somewhat simple stone cave, clearly showing characteristics of a shelter. Dry grass is spread beneath him, and the air is filled with a faint, cool herbal scent that eases the burning pain during his breaths. You're awake? A slightly low, yet caring voice comes from nearby. Chen Yu turns his head slightly and sees a strong man from the bear country, Ivan, sitting not far away, sharpening his massive battle axe with a whetstone. Upon seeing Chen Yu, Ivan grins, revealing a smile that is not particularly handsome but very sincere. Where is this? Chen Yu's voice is hoarse and dry. One of my temporary bases. Ivan put down his battle axe and picked up a water bag made of huge leaves, walking over. After you fell unconscious, that hellish place's resource point officially belonged to you. I saw you were badly hurt, so I dragged you back. Don't worry, it's safe around here for now. Chen Yu took the water bag and cautiously drank a few mouthfuls of cool spring water, quenching his throat that felt like it was on fire, and finally felt a little better. Thank you. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. In this perilous wild world, such help was especially precious. No need to thank me, Dragon Country man. Ivan waved his hand, sitting back down, his eyes reflecting unabashed admiration. You took down that madman Jaeger, beautifully done. I've disliked him for a long time. He paused and added, while you were unconscious, the National Fortune Games announcement and rewards were issued. Chen Yu's spirit lifted, immediately focusing his consciousness to sense the information in his mind. First was the personal rewards. Successfully defeated player Yegor Ivanov, gaining 50% of his points for this match. Successfully occupied small hellfire or point, gaining 1000 points. Detected player made a breakthrough in battle, deepening understanding of his own strength, skill runic scale armor advanced to soft and hard unity, slightly increasing mental power. Gained loot, melt core, residual, X1. Dropped by Jaeger, contains pure fire energy, can be used for forging or absorption. The personal rewards were quite generous, with a significant increase in points, a skill breakthrough, and a seemingly good material. But what concerned Chen Yu more was the subsequent global Dragon Country reward announcement. Announcement: Dragon Country player Chen Yu has successfully occupied small hellfire or point. After evaluation, this or point contains stable hellfire energy, which can be used for special energy, material refining, and other fields. Now activating 10,000-fold amplification, materializing corresponding resources within Dragon Country's borders. Materialization content: within Dragon Country's territory, randomly generate 3 stable Earthfire Spirit veins, increasing the aura concentration by 5%, accompanied by Earthfire Melt Crystal deposits. As soon as this announcement was made, the world was astonished. Hellfire veins sound entirely destructive, but after 10,000-fold amplification and some localization transformation, it surprisingly turned into Earthfire Spirit veins. Not only did it provide a stable and unique energy source, aura, but it also directly enhanced the overall energy environment, aura concentration, of Dragon Country, along with precious accompanying mines. This was far more impactful than mere blueprints or technical rewards. It meant that Dragon Country had taken a solid step forward on the foundation of extraordinary or energy civilization. Internally, Dragon Country was already in a state of jubilation. Experts in related fields were ecstatic, geologists, energy scientists, and even some scholars studying ancient weapons and traditional culture were thrilled. An increase in aura concentration, even if only by 5%, was enough to give many cultivators stuck at a bottleneck a glimmer of hope, improving the national constitution subtly. And Earthfire Melt Crystal was an excellent material for forging divine weapons. Chen Yu could vaguely feel a warm and vast power seemingly pouring into the land beneath his feet from the heavens. Though he was in a different world, this connection stemmed from the binding of national fortune, making the speed of his injury recovery seemingly accelerate slightly. This was the benefit brought by national fortune feedback. Congratulations, Dragon Country man. Ivan's voice interrupted Chen Yu's sensing. Your country has gotten something good again. His tone held some envy, but no jealousy. This is the rule of the national fortune game: the player's performance directly determines the rise or fall of the nation. Thank you. Chen Yu thanked him again, trying to circulate his blood. Although it still hurt intensely, his meridians seemed to be a bit more resilient and broader than before, and his perception of a certain fiery energy in the surrounding environment had sharpened. This might be due to confronting and defeating Jaeger's hellfire, as well as the hidden benefits brought by the Earthfire Spirit Veins feedback. He looked towards Ivan and said earnestly, I will remember this help. Ivan laughed heartily. That's good to hear. I can tell you are a worthy friend. Anyone who stays with that madman Jaeger is bound to face misfortune. The two chatted for a bit longer, and Chen Yu learned that he had been unconscious for about half a day. He forced himself to sit up, began checking his injuries, and quietly absorbed the lessons from this life and death battle. The use of the soft and hard rune had opened a new door for him, deepening his understanding of stability and flow. He felt that this could be used not only for defense but might also extend to offense, movement, and even broader domains. At the same time, fighting against someone like Jaeger, a top elemental enhancer, had shown him another powerful path. If he hadn't broken through in battle, and if Jaeger hadn't overly relied on his talent and underestimated skills, the outcome might still have been uncertain. I must become stronger, faster. Chen Yu clenched his still weak fist, his gaze firm. He knew that after this battle, he would surely attract more attention, and the challenges ahead would only grow, becoming more dangerous. While Chen Yu was healing and reflecting in the stone cave, the turmoil he caused in the outside world was far from settling down. The Dragon Kingdom was filled with joy, and support for Chen Yu reached unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, other countries, especially the United States and its allies, were shrouded in gloom. In a secret analysis room within the United States. Gentlemen, the conclusion is very clear. An analyst wearing gold-rimmed glasses pointed to the data on the screen. Chen Yu from the Dragon Kingdom absolutely possesses a high-level luck-based talent. From his initial kill, to dodging the trouble created by Jack, to this seemingly impossible victory over Jaeger, who has an advantage against him once as a coincidence, twice as luck, 3 times, 4 times this is inevitability. Luck, such an ethereal thing, can it really be a talent? Can it reach such a high level? A general frowned. In the game of national fortunes, anything is possible. We must face this reality. Another strategist said solemnly, moreover, his D-class scouting talent seems to have played a key role in the battle, and may even have evolved. We can't let him grow any further. The general slammed the table, notified Jack to change strategies. Temporarily avoid direct confrontation with Chen Yu, focus on consolidating allies and accumulating resources first. We need a more meticulous plan, perhaps we can find a way from outside the game rules. Similar conversations were taking place among the leaders of Sunset Country, Neon Country, and others. Chen Yu, who was once viewed as a joke by them, had now become the biggest variable in their plans and a thorn that must be removed. At this moment, Chen Yu was oblivious to all this. He was immersed in sorting and enhancing his power, preparing to face the next unknown storm. Chapter 27, Lava and Dragon's Might. The scent of the rainforest quietly changed before Chen Yu. The moist, vibrant fragrance of grass and trees was replaced by a scorching smell of sulfur and char. The towering ancient trees began to thin out, their leaf edges curling and turning yellow, as if scorched by invisible flames. The ground beneath his feet became dry and hard, even hot to the touch. A violent, fiery, and domineering will permeated the air, like physical magma, oppressing all living beings within this space. This was a presence unique to Jaeger, and just being near it was enough to make ordinary creatures tremble in fear. Chen Yu suppressed all his presence, applying the shadow escape technique to its fullest, moving like a true shadow among the scorched trees. The silver glow of his true eye flowed, piercing through the distorted heat waves ahead, locking onto the source of that terrifying aura. About several hundred meters ahead lay a huge, jet-black basin that looked as if it had been struck by a meteor. In the center of the basin, the ground was cracked. In the crevice flowed dark red, lava-like liquid, radiating astonishing heat. In the center of that lava area, a figure like a giant bear sat cross-legged on a relatively intact black boulder, his back facing Chen Yu. His upper body was bare, revealing bronze skin covered in various fierce scars, muscles bulging like forged steel. Dark red energy, like the patterns of lava, slowly pulsed across his surface, and with every breath he took, the lava around him flickered, as if he were the heart and master of this fiery realm. Tyrant Jaeger. Suspected A-class talent Hellfire. He seemed to be meditating, or rather, conducting an energy exchange with this environment he had transformed, his breath like a sleeping volcano that contained world-ending power within. Chen Yu did not launch an attack immediately. He stopped behind a charred boulder at the edge of the basin, fully activating Eye of Truth to analyze Jaeger's condition and the surrounding environment. In his field of vision, Jaeger was like a giant humanoid energy furnace. The energy surging within him was violent and scorching, far surpassing Roland before. More troublesome was that the massive boulder beneath him, the flowing lava around him, even the entire basin, formed a perfect cycle with the energy inside him. In this place, Jaeger possessed absolute advantage. A purely, extremely offensive talent. Almost no visible defensive weaknesses, or rather, his attack is the best defense, Chen Yu swiftly judged in his mind. Unlike Roland, who relied on barriers for defense, Jaeger was the type that would turn you to ashes before you could break his defense. Clashing head-on would definitely not be the best strategy. Chen Yu scanned, searching for a possible breakthrough. His gaze finally settled on the lava slowly flowing through the crevices in the ground. This lava was an extension of Jaeger's energy, but also, the most unstable factor in this area. A plan quickly formed in his mind. He quietly took out several poisonous shurikens, excellent, from his ninja toolbag, but this time, he did not apply poison. Instead, he concentrated his mental strength, trying to carve that single flow rune on the small blade surfaces of each shuriken, extremely painstakingly. This was not to enhance the power of the shurikens, but to grant them a very weak characteristic that could guide and accelerate the flow of energy. This process demanded a high level of detailed control over mental strength. He failed several times before barely leaving incomplete rune imprints on 3 shurikens, significantly reducing the effectiveness. After finishing all this, he took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its peak. It was time. He no longer concealed himself and stepped out from behind the boulder, his powerful aura, forged by the essence of the dragon, mixed with dragon might, exploded like a sleeping giant dragon waking up, crashing head-on against Jaeger's scorching oppressive presence. The 2 powerful auras collided thunderously at the edge of the basin. An invisible shockwave spread out, lifting the dust and shattered stones from the ground. The charred trees groaned under the unbearable strain. The seated Jaeger suddenly opened his eyes. They were a pair of scarlet pupils like lava. In them, there was no reason, no emotion, only the purest, most primal desire for destruction and battle. You finally came, insect from Dragon Country. Jaeger's voice was like 2 rough stones grinding together, laced with a gritty rasp and unfiltered excitement and killing intent. He slowly stood up, his near 3-meter-tall body exuding tremendous pressure, and the glowing lava patterns around him intensified, the black boulder beneath him cracking under the sudden burst of force. "I'm waiting for you, waiting until I'm almost bored to death." He grinned, revealing a cruel smile, and suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! From the point where he landed, 3 thick, lava fire pillars, like giant pythons, suddenly erupted from the ground cracks, bringing a devastating high temperature, and rushed towards Chen Yu in a triangular formation. The speed was astonishing. Chen Yu's gaze hardened, daring not to receive the lava fire pillars that contained terrifying energy head-on. He exerted force under his feet, quickly retreating while waving his hands. Whoosh! 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 3 shurikens engraved with incomplete flow glyphs turned into 3 barely visible dark lights, not shooting towards Jaeger, but precisely targeting the energy nodes at the sides below the 3 lava fire pillars, where they connected to the ground. A trace of disdain flashed in Jaeger's eyes. This level of attack could not even break his lava armor. However, the next scene made his crimson pupils slightly contract. As the 3 shurikens touched his lava energy, they were not melted by the high temperature. Although the effectiveness of the flow glyphs was greatly reduced, they still took effect. They did not try to block the lava but acted as 3 tiny fuses, slightly diverting and accelerating the direction of energy flow inside the lava fire pillars in a strange manner. Although the angle of deviation was extremely small, and the acceleration effect was negligible, this subtle change instantly broke Jaeger's perfect control over the 3 fire pillars. 2 of the fire pillars, due to the slight disturbance in energy flow, deviated from their trajectory and struck the scorched earth behind Chen Yu, creating 2 huge deep pits. While the 3rd fire pillar, because of the sudden conflict of internal energy, actually exploded in a small area not far from Chen Yu. Boom! Scorching magma and shockwaves splattered everywhere. Chen Yu had already calculated the direction. The glyph armor covered his whole body, braving the scattered splashes of magma and shockwaves, moving forward instead of retreating. Taking advantage of the brief visual obscuration and energy chaos created by the explosion, he charged into the basin like an arrow, closing the distance with Jaeger. The disdain on Jaeger's face vanished, replaced by a trace of fury provoked by an ant. Such a trivial trick. Burned to ashes. He slammed his fists together. The lava patterns around him came to life, and surging hellfire energy wildly gathered towards his fists. In an instant, both fists glowed red-hot, emitting a terrifying high temperature capable of melting steel. Hellfire fist. He struck with both fists, roaring through the air towards Chen Yu. 2 massive lava fists formed from pure hellfire energy, the size of houses, crashed down with the power to crush everything, sealing off all of Chen Yu's escape routes. This time, it was no longer a test, but a true killing blow. Chen Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, feeling an unprecedented threat of death. The energy contained in these 2 lava fists far exceeded the previous fire pillars. No way to evade. Only withstand, or break force with skill. His eyes sparkled with silver light. The true eye operated at its extreme, instantly analyzing the most condensed core of the energy in the 2 fists and the extremely tiny energy gap created by their synchronized strike. At the same time, he clasped his hands as if holding nothing, and his mental power sketched and combined at unprecedented speed. No longer simply using flowing protection, but attempting to infuse more meaning of the stability glyph into his armor, while emphasizing the flow glyph's meaning and guidance. Just as the 2 lava fists were about to converge, completely engulfing him, Chen Yu moved. He chose not to block either one, but his body, like it had no bones, slipped into the tiny gap between the 2 fists like a swimming fish. With dual arms covered in the strongest rune-scale armor and a newfound understanding of runic power, he faced the 2 colossal fists at the most violent yet unstable edges. He wasn't going to clash head-on, but rather dissipate and guide. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosion erupted. The hellfire fists slammed against each other, and the raging energy instantly engulfed Chen Yu's figure. Scorching waves and magma swept around like a tsunami, melting layers of rock at the edge of the basin. Jaeger grinned wickedly as he watched the center of the explosion, not believing anyone could survive his hellfire fist's frontal assault. However, as the energy turbulence slightly calmed, his smile froze on his face. At the explosion's center, Chen Yu still stood tall. His clothes were heavily charred and torn in many places, the rune-scale armor dim, and a trickle of golden blood dripped from his mouth, clearly indicating he had suffered serious internal injuries. But he had indeed endured. And he was not standing still and taking it. Behind where he had been standing, 2 deep black ravines were carved into the ground by the terrifying power. That was the leftover force of the hellfire fists that he had forcibly guided and dissipated using his arms as a medium. In a near-gambling manner, he used runic power and the insights of the true eye to find a sliver of hope in a desperate situation, guiding most of the destructive force away to the empty spaces at his sides. Chen Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his head to look at Jaeger, whose expression had finally turned serious, fierce battle intent burning in his eyes. "Tyrant, it seems your fire cannot melt my scales." He slowly assumed an offensive stance, the blood and energy around him roaring, dragon's might and killing intent rising once more. Now, it's my turn. Chapter 28, Picking Up Cherries from the Fire, Runes Entering the Bones. The aftermath of the Hellfire Fists colliding still echoed in the scorched basin above, and the scorching waves twisted the air. Chen Yu stood at the edge of the explosion, his armor dim, a trickle of golden blood hanging at the corner of his mouth, and his insides severely injured from the terrifying shockwaves. But the light in his eyes was sharper and brighter than ever before. He had taken it. Not in an absolute head-on way, but had taken Jaeger's enraged killing blow. The wicked grin vanished completely from Jaeger's face, replaced by a furious wrath, like a volcano about to erupt in extreme suppression. His lava-like pupils locked onto Chen Yu, filled with disbelief and overwhelming killing intent. "You dare!" Jaeger's voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of hell. He couldn't accept that his seemingly guaranteed blow was deflected by a bug using such a crafty method. This was a huge provocation to his tyrant dignity. Chen Yu ignored his fury, focusing all his energy and blood to calm the surging breath within him. Meanwhile, his mind replayed the terrifying scene just moments ago. The power dissipation and guidance of the flowing sovereignty was the key, but it wasn't enough. Merely guiding the power to the side still left him with tremendous pressure and backlash. If Jaeger's attack had been even a fraction stronger or faster, he might not have been able to fully guide it and would have faced instant devastation. I need a deeper understanding of runic power, a stronger control, Chen Yu thought rapidly. The combination of stability and flow is fundamental, but is there a deeper connection between them? Can they be fused? A bold idea arose in his mind. It had already been difficult to attempt rune combinations in a safe environment, seeking breakthroughs under the pressure of life and death combat was almost insane. But he had no choice. Facing an opponent of Jaeger's caliber, a methodical battle would only drag him into a rhythm that his opponent excelled at. Crushed by absolute power. He must take the risk. Worm! I will burn you to ashes. Not even your soul will escape the fire. Jaeger's furious roar interrupted his thoughts. Jaeger's fists ignited with blazing hellfire once more, but this time, he did not attack from a distance. Instead, his massive body charged forward. With each step, the ground left a molten footprint, and the entire basin seemed to tremble beneath his feet. He aimed to get close and tear Chen Yu apart in the most violent, direct way. Facing Jaeger, who charged like a fiery war chariot, Chen Yu's eyes flashed with determination. He did not retreat. Instead, he took a deep breath, concentrating all his mental energy, no longer just maintaining the rune scale armor, but crazily squeezing his understanding of the two basic runes. Stability is the foundation, the cornerstone that supports everything, the toughness of dragon scales, the anchor point of the flesh. Flow is change, the trajectory of power operation, the surge of life energy, the guidance of energy. The two are not opposing. Stability is the restrained flow, flow is the external stability, they are one. In the moment when Jaeger's hellfire fist was about to strike him, under the immense terror and pressure of life and death, Chen Yu found enlightenment. He abandoned the thought of combining the two runes as independent entities and instead tried to completely break apart and merge their spiritual cores and energy essence, reconstructing them on his arms in a completely new, unified way. This was not a simple 1+1, but a qualitative change. Buzz. A strange, resonant sound echoed as if it came from the depths of the soul. The faint golden scale armor on Chen Yu's arms did not become more dazzling, instead, it suddenly became more restrained. Its color deepened, transforming into a dark golden hue, like ancient metal that had been forged through countless trials. On that dark golden base, intricate patterns of blue and white, like natural formations, quietly emerged, no longer merely surface attachments, but deeply imprinted like veins flowing within the armor. The entire scale armor no longer felt like a simple addition of hard and slippery, but rather a perfect unity of indestructible yet flexible. The rune scale armor evolved ***, combining rigid and soft ***. At the very moment this new armor took shape, Jaeger's hellfire fist, capable of shattering mountains, smashed heavily onto Chen Yu's crossed defensive arms. Boom! This time the sound was dull and heavy, like a giant hammer striking ancient, cold iron. There was no blinding energy explosion, no violent detonation. Jaeger felt as if his fist had struck a permanent rock wrapped in endless flowing water. That dark golden scale armor was not only unimaginably hard but also possessed an extremely strange resilience and force dispersion property. His raging fiery power, as soon as it made contact, was efficiently dispersed, conducted, and dissipated by the layered, combining defensive structure. Over 60% of the force was directly relieved, redirected into the ground beneath Chen Yu's feet, causing a large area of scorched earth behind him to collapse. The remaining power was steadily withstood by the naturally embedded rune structure deep within the armor. Chen Yu's body only trembled slightly, sliding backward for over 10 meters, carving deep grooves in the ground before standing firm. Aside from a slight turmoil of energy, he did not sustain any new injuries. What? Jaeger's rage was instantly replaced by unparalleled shock. His full-power close-range punch was blocked again? And the other side seemed even more at ease than when he took the remote hellfire punch just now? How could this be possible? His power, his hellfire, could it be ineffective against this Dragon Kingdom person? Chen Yu slowly lowered his arms, feeling the powerful defense and the harmonious strength brought by the new combination of hardness and softness armor. A realization surged in his heart. Under the pressure of life and death, his breakthrough elevated his understanding of runic power to a new level. He looked up at the incredulous Yi Gur, taking the initiative to launch the first charge since the battle began. His figure swayed, leaving behind trails of afterimages, his speed astonishing. The dark golden armor sliced through the air, aiming straight for Yi Gur's center. Yi Gur snapped out of his shock, letting out a furious roar, his lava-like fist crashing out again, colliding violently with Chen Yu's fist. Boom! 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 The fierce close-quarters combat erupted on the scorched basin. The sounds of fist and foot colliding rang out like ceaseless thunder. Lava splashed, dragon scales clanged. Yi Gur's strength was still violent, and the high temperature of hellfire remained terrifying. Each punch was enough to melt gold and stone. But Chen Yu was no longer like before, only able to dodge or barely block. With the combination of hardness and softness armor and the true eye predicting the trajectory of attacks, he could actually engage Yi Gur in brief face-to-face combat. He deflected Yi Gur's heavy punches with skill or endured them with his combination of hardness and softness armor, while his own attacks, like venomous snakes, constantly sought the weak points in Yi Gur's lava armor or the openings revealed by his fury to strike back. His fists landed on Yi Gur's body, producing muffled sounds of thump-thump. Though they couldn't inflict the terrifying burning damage like Yi Gur, the terrifying physical power and penetrating force still made Yi Gur feel a wave of turbulence in his blood, causing the lava patterns on him to shudder slightly. Bastard! Bastard! Yi Gur became more and more shocked and furious as he fought. He realized that the strength and defense he took pride in seemed to have lost their absolute advantage in front of this Dragon Kingdom person. That strange armor was practically the nemesis of his pure power type innate abilities. Unable to win through offense, he was instead subtly feeling entangled and exhausted by the opponent, which made Yi Gur, who always believed in absolute power, feel an overwhelming frustration and a hint of an imperceptible sense of crisis. He suddenly pushed Chen Yu away with a punch, leaping back a short distance, his crimson eyes fixed intensely on Chen Yu, his chest heaving violently, the lava energy around him beginning to compress and gather recklessly towards his right fist. His entire right fist became like a small, extremely unstable dark red sun, emitting energy fluctuations that distorted and wailed through the entire basin's space. To be able to force me to use this move, you have every reason to be proud. Yi Gur's voice held a madness before destruction. Take my final move, the great lava explosion. Let me completely annihilate you. He compressed the vast majority of the hellfire source energy he could harness into this punch. This was the last strike, betting everything. Its power far exceeded the previous hellfire punch. Chen Yu stared at the dark red fist light radiating a sense of destruction, his pupils suddenly contracting. He could feel that this punch, even the combination of hardness and softness, might not fully withstand. He could not let him fully unleash. Almost simultaneously as Yi Gur gathered his strength, Chen Yu also moved. He did not retreat, nor did he try to interrupt. Getting too close to that concentrated energy would only result in an early explosion. He made an unexpected move that caught Yi Gur off guard. His hands rapidly moved in front of his chest, his mental power pouring out with unprecedented speed and precision. No longer just sketching two basic runes, he attempted to construct and compress the newly comprehended essence of a combination of hardness and softness and stability and flow as one in front of him at high speed, in the form of mental power. A translucent, dark golden energy vortex, constantly shifting between solidification and flow, instantly formed between his hands. This vortex was not large, only the size of a basin, but its center emitted a strange force field that devoured and dissolved everything. This was his deeper attempt at harnessing rune power, an extension of the concept of mutual strength and flexibility force vortex. Just as Jaeger roared and shot forth the dark red sphere of destructive energy, Chen Yu also pushed the dark golden energy vortex in front of him forcefully, meeting the devastating beam of light with precision. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The dark red destructive beam collided into the dark golden energy vortex, as if a mud bowl had entered the sea, producing a grating sound of energy being forcibly twisted, torn, and worn away. The vortex shook violently, flickering as if it might collapse at any moment, but it stubbornly held on, frantically dissolving and dispersing the destructive power. A portion of the power was deflected by the vortex towards the surroundings, blowing the basin's edge to pieces. Another portion was forcibly consumed and extinguished, yet still, a considerable amount of terrifying energy penetrated through the vortex's weakening, striking Chen Yu's arms and chest. Bang! Chen Yu was hit hard, his body flying backward as blood sprayed from his mouth, tracing a golden arc in the air. The scales on his chest shattered, leaving a charred mess. The injury was far heavier than any previous ones. But he still did not fall. He twisted his body in the air, staggering to the ground, kneeling on one knee, trembling arms supporting his body. He suddenly looked up at Jaeger, who was also breathless, his face full of disbelief, having exhausted most of his power. He took it. At the cost of grave injury, he endured Jaeger's ultimate strike that risked everything. In the basin, only the sound of their heavy breathing and the sizzling of flowing lava remained. Chen Yu looked at Jaeger, his blood-stained lips slowly pulling into a cold, unwavering smile filled with endless battle intent. Tyrant, your magma explosion, it seems, cannot kill me either. Jaeger's chest rose and fell violently, like a broken bellows, the fury in the lava-like pupils nearly overflowed, but for the first time, there was a hint of doubt that even he did not want to admit. His great magma explosion, betting most of his source power, was an ultimate strike that could flatten a small hill, and yet, still could not completely destroy this person from the Dragon Kingdom. He could even stand up and look at him with that gaze. Chen Yu's condition was obviously worse, his chest was charred, scales shattered, and the golden blood continuously spilling from his lips confirmed that his internal organs were severely injured, his breath was exhausted to the extreme. But he still stood up, trembling legs holding him, and in his eyes shone a light like a cold star forged in despair, icy, steadfast, burning with an unyielding fire. Sharp-tongued bug, let's see how long you can hold on. Jaeger growled, his voice hoarse from the excessive consumption of power. He forcibly urged the remaining hellfire energy within him, and the lava patterns around his body lit up again, but the glow was clearly dim and chaotic. He took heavy steps forward, launching his final charge, determined to crush Chen Yu in close combat. Chen Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the sweet metallic taste in his throat. The pain and weakness crashed over his nerves like a tide, but his spirit was tempered ever purer under the pressure of life and death. The realization of mutual strength and flexibility was not just a breakthrough in defense, it also brought him to a new level regarding the flow of his own power and the perception of the enemy's aura. He looked at the charging Jaeger, and the Eye of Truth silently activated. At that moment, Jaeger no longer appeared to be the flawless lava tyrant in his eyes. The lava armor, due to excessive energy consumption, appeared uneven in radiance, with certain areas displaying subtle delays and voids in energy flow. His slightly rigid charging stance, driven by rage, further exposed several fleeting vulnerabilities. No direct confrontation, only clever tactics can work. At the moment when Jaeger's last furious strike fell with a heavy punch fueled by the remaining flames, Chen Yu moved. His actions seemed slow, yet carried a strange rhythm. His body was no longer a hard barrier but flowed like catkins in the wind, slightly tilting backward in response to the punch, while his arm, covered in dark golden flexible yet firm scales, acted like a sneaky serpent, making not a hard clash but precisely sticking to the inside of Jaeger's wrist a relatively weak note in energy flow. A touch, a guidance. The movement was gentle and expressive, naturally displaying the essence of flowing. Jaeger felt a thick yet irresistible force surge towards him, as if his punch capable of smashing stones entered an invisible whirlpool, being pulled forward uncontrollably, exposing his chest's vulnerability completely. Not good. Jaeger's heart alarmed, his pupils suddenly constricted. In that electric moment between exhausted old power and unformed new energy, Chen Yu's left hand, which had been hidden, pointed like a sword, the dark golden fingertips highly concentrated with remaining vitality and a thread of penetrative power, without any leakage of brilliance, decisively stabbed towards the flickering lava armor on Jaeger's chest, where the energy was unstable. This single strike transcended thought, fiercely summing up all of Chen Yu's will and strength. Poochie. A soft sound, like tearing thick leather. The lava pattern on Jaeger's chest, which had been shining, shattered in response. The force of the stab penetrated unhindered like a glowing steel needle, deeply piercing through the defense and into his flesh, even touching the hard bone. Ugh! A shrill scream instantaneously replaced the roar of anger. Jaeger's massive body violently shook, staggering backward, each step leaving deep lava footprints on the charred ground. He lowered his head, incredulously staring at the charred hole in his chest, dark red blood mixed with lava flowing out like a small stream, the agony nearly causing him to faint. He lifted his head to look at Chen Yu not far away, who was gasping, seemingly on the verge of collapsing, but with eyes still sharp, filled with fury, humiliation, and a hint of deep-seated fear that could no longer be concealed. This person from the Dragon Kingdom. Not only had he blocked the great lava eruption, but under such severe injury, he could launch such a strange, precise, and deadly counterattack. His grasp of combat timing, his skillful use of power, had reached an unfathomable level. Having succeeded in his strike, Chen Yu did not greedily pursue more. He floated backward, kneeling on one knee, using his nearly numb arm to support his body, coughing violently as more golden blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. That single finger strike had drained his last strength and pulled at his heavy injuries, causing his vision to begin to fade to black. But he knew he had won. Not through sheer strength, but through a complete victory in will, skill, and a sudden breakthrough in battle. Jaeger clutched his continuously bleeding chest, trying to gather strength once more, but that penetrating finger strength seemed to have disrupted the energy circulation within him, making the hellfire extremely unstable, flickering on and off. The excruciating pain and the rapid loss of power made him clearly feel the shadow of death looming over him. He stared fixedly at Chen Yu, a hissing sound of unwillingness escaping from his throat. Finally, that massive body, like a lava giant, shook, tipping over like a mountain of gold and a jade pillar, and with a boom, it half knelt on the ground, unable to launch another attack. In the basin, only the sizzling sounds of flowing lava remained, along with the heavy and painful breaths of the two men. Burnt earth, smoke, flowing lava, and bloodstains formed a tragic and decisive scene. At that moment, a grand and cold announcement echoed once again in the minds of all contestants and humanity on Earth. Announcement: Dragon Kingdom contestant Chen Yu has successfully defeated the Russia Kingdom contestant Yegor Ivanov in the resource competition. Rewards will soon be calculated based on combat performance, resource value, and both sides' conditions, and the corresponding resources will be manifested within the Dragon Kingdom. Russia Kingdom contestant Yegor Ivanov has been defeated and has entered a near-death protection state, being teleported out of the current area. His corresponding national luck penalty will be announced after the settlement. The moment the announcement sounded, within the Dragon Kingdom, the suppressed emotions of billions of people erupted like a volcano. The thunderous cheers filled the sky. And Chen Yu, at the moment he heard the announcement, finally relaxed his tense nerves. Overwhelming fatigue and pain washed over him like a tide, and darkness swallowed his vision as he collapsed forward. Before his consciousness sank completely into darkness, he seemed to see a faint light point in the sky, slowly descending toward his location. Chapter 30, Spiritual Pulse Feedback, New Undercurrents. In the stone cave, Chen Yu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his energy and blood flowing slowly like a stream, carrying a hint of reborn resilience. The charred wound on his chest had stopped bleeding, and the light golden flesh was slowly writhing, trying to heal that terrible injury. Each breath came with a slight sting but also drew in the cool herbal scent of the cave and the increasingly active fiery energy particles in the air. The feedback from the manifestation of the earth fire spiritual pulse was even more pronounced than he had anticipated. Not only had the speed of his injury recovery improved, but he could also clearly sense that the three newly formed earth fire spiritual pulses within the Dragon Kingdom had seemingly established a subtle connection with him. A warm, heavy, and vibrant force was crossing unknown spatial dimensions, gradually merging into his body. Though not violent, it was continuous and quietly nourishing his muscles, organs, and even his soul. This power, unlike the force of energy and blood, leaned more towards a gift from nature, a manifestation of national fortune flourishing upon him as its vessel. "It seems that your Dragon Kingdom has gained quite a bit this time," Ivan's voice rang out beside him as he wiped his gleaming battle axe. "Even I can feel your aura slowly becoming thicker." Chen Yu opened his eyes, a faint golden gleam flashing in his gaze. "It's the feedback from the earth fire spiritual pulse. This gain definitely exceeds expectations." He did not hide this. Being honest was the foundation of trust. Ivan clicked his tongue, his eyes filled with envy. A stable energy source that can also enhance the environment truly makes one green with envy. If Yegor knew that what he fought for with his life ended up as the cornerstone of your Dragon Kingdom, he'd probably be furious enough to die again. Speaking of Yegor, Chen Yu's heart stirred. His thoughts focused on the trophy in his mind, core of magma, fragment. It was a crystal about the size of an egg, entirely dark red, with what seemed to be lava slowly flowing inside. Even just in spirit perception, he could feel the violent and pure fire attribute energy contained within. Discovered special energy aggregation with rule fragments, core of magma, fragment. Do you wish to absorb the energy within? Note, the energy property leans towards violent, direct absorption poses risks. It is recommended to combine with a neutralizing agent or let a corresponding talent handle it. It can also be used as high-level forging material. Rule fragment? Chen Yu's heart trembled. This was the first time he had seen this word in an item description. Was the hellfire talent of Yi Guer so powerful because of this rule fragment? He tried to draw a trace of energy, carefully touching that molten core. At the moment of contact, a change occurred. The SSS-level talent, Blessing of Luck, which had been silent in his body, seemed to tremble slightly. There was no obvious guidance, but Chen Yu, who felt blessed, did not forcibly absorb that raging energy. Instead, he focused his mental energy to feel the internal structure of that core, especially the so-called rule fragment. In the next moment, he saw it. Deep within the raging flame energy, several extremely fine, dark golden threads, exuding an eternal and indestructible meaning, were hidden. They formed an extremely simple and incomplete rune structure, and it was this structure that granted Hellfire its terrifying characteristics of burning souls and annihilating everything. Weakness detection, B-level, silently activated, combined with the mysterious guidance of Blessing of Luck, allowing him to avoid the energy traps and directly glimpse the most essential and precious trace of the law. So that's how it is, Chen Yu understood in his heart. Absorbing energy directly would do more harm than good, but observing and understanding this trace of flame rule was a treasure beyond price. This could give him stronger resistance when facing fire-based attacks in the future, and even lay the most solid foundation for any fire-related abilities he might come into contact with or develop. He did not absorb the energy, but carefully stored this molten core deep in his consciousness, saving it for slow observation and understanding in the future. This glimpse was itself the greatest harvest. While Chen Yu was gaining unexpected fortune in the stone cave, quietly enhancing his strength and vision, changes brought about by the earth-fire spiritual vein had already begun to manifest in the Dragon Country. In the depths of the rarely visited mountains in the west, a gentle red light column shot into the sky, slowly dissipating after a few breaths. At the point where the light fell, a previously barren valley was now filled with spiritual energy, the ground faintly emitted warmth, and several springs bubbled up with hot water carrying the scent of sulfur, but the water was exceptionally clear, containing faint vivifying energy. Underground in the vast forest reserve to the north, the geological structure quietly changed, forming a stable underground channel. The plants and animals in the reserve appeared exceptionally spirited, and some long-standing medicinal herbs seemed to grow a little faster. Under the volcanic rock layers of a southern coastal island, intense energy was constrained and transformed, forming a stable fire chamber, ideal for practicing certain special techniques or refining materials. The three earth-fire spiritual veins had slightly different attributes, but all greatly enriched the energy environment of the Dragon Country. The authorities immediately dispatched special teams for takeovers, research, and protection. Although the National Physical Enhancement Program had not yet fully rolled out, the benefits brought by these veins had already allowed countless martial artists and ability users stuck at a bottleneck to sense opportunities for breakthroughs. The fortune of the Dragon Country was like being infused with new fuel, burning even more fiercely. In the United States, at a certain top-secret base. The analysis results have come out. The previously mentioned analyst with gold-rimmed glasses looked serious as he pointed at the holographic projection. The battle data modeling of Chen Yu from the Dragon Country defeating Yi Guer is complete. The conclusion is, according to conventional data calculations, his chance of winning does not exceed 5%. Then how did he win? The general's face was dark. He broke through during the battle, evolved his skills, and, most importantly, several of Yi Guer's key attacks failed to reach their maximum effect due to various accidental factors, such as instant energy instability, sudden slipping rocks beneath. And every counterattack by Chen Yu accurately seized the fractions of a second of opportunity during Yi Guer's power transitions. Is it luck again? We prefer to call it high-dimensional probability interference. The analyst adjusted his glasses. This ability is extremely rare and unsolvable. Conventional tactical targeting will greatly reduce its effectiveness. The conference room fell silent. After a long while, another person in a research suit spoke up. Perhaps we should initiate the Pandora project. Since we can't compete with him on luck, we should crush him with absolute strength. We need to create our own ultimate weapon. A sharp glint flickered in the general's eyes. Approved. Allocate resources and speed up the process. At the same time, inform Jack of the plan change. Abandon the short-term targeting of Chen Yu and shift our full effort to exploring clues about the ancient ruins. We must gain the upper hand in the next phase. Countries like Sunset Nation and Neon Nation also adjusted their strategies. From initial disdain to caution, Chen Yu's existence had completely changed the power balance in the early stages of the game. Everyone realized that mere encirclement seemed ineffective. They needed to rely on stronger forces or find other loopholes within the game rules. In the wild world, inside a stone cave, Chen Yu slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. The intense pain in his chest had eased significantly, and the dark golden scales were faintly visible under his skin, appearing more solid. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt the turbulent flow of energy in his body, making a subtle sound like a tide. Although he still needed time to fully recover, he sensed that his strength seemed more refined, and his perception of energy was becoming increasingly acute. Are you recovered? Ivan asked, shouldering his battle axe. Almost. Chen Yu nodded, his gaze shifting to the dim light outside the cave. We should continue moving forward. A new storm was brewing, and he had to run faster. Chapter 0, Waste Chapter. Due to formatting errors, this part of the content cannot be presented properly, so it has to be discarded. Here, I want to especially thank everyone for their understanding and patience, and I hope you can directly skip this part and continue reading the following content. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Protagonist, Chen Yu, from lucky guy to chess player. Chen Yu, a name common and a background ordinary young man from the Dragon Nation. Had it not been for the arrival of the National Luck Arena, he might have graduated and found a job, living an ordinary life. However, when the torrent of fate pushed him onto the stage that captured global attention, binding him to the fortunes of the whole Dragon Nation, his hidden essence was like a dusty pearl, gradually polished to reveal an astonishing brilliance. Upon entering the arena, he was deemed a loser with only a D-level talent for weakness detection, starting off awkwardly amidst global ridicule and domestic despair. Yet, incredible coincidences unfolded around him. An axe slipped from his hands and accidentally killed a fierce beast. A panic dodge triggered a landslide burying strong enemies. The global audience regarded him as a madman kissed by the goddess of luck, unaware that behind the seemingly absurd luck lay the unique SSS-level talent, blessing of luck. This was no mere luck, it was a deep interference with probability and causality. He could guide reality toward branches most favorable to himself among countless possibilities. A trivial cause, under the catalyst of his talent, could stir up a result that overturned the battlefield. He disguised this incredible ability under the facade of a D-level talent, playing the role of a survivor who relied on caution and weak observation, while secretly beginning to leverage the gears of destiny. Chen Yu was not one to be content with being manipulated by fate. He keenly realized that luck required a medium and guidance, and began to actively utilize this power, seeking treasure chests and resources in the crisis-laden jungle. From universal water quality purification technology to the game-changing Dragon Backbone combat system, every time he achieved a tenfold amplification, the Dragon Nation experienced technological leaps in the real world. Let even international rivals shift from mockery to fear, eventually evolving into naked killing intent. Faced with the relentless hunt, Chen Yu completed his transformation from passive evasion to actively breaking through. He killed the neon ninja Hattori Hanzo, crushed the American warrior Jack, and absorbed the ancient dragon source essence in the Dragon Bone Forbidden Zone, achieving a qualitative leap in both body and mind. He gained the powerful defense of the dragon scale armor and the imposing dragon's might. He even used his exceptional insight to decipher the ancient dragon language runes from a fragment of mysterious metal, blending the laws of stability and flow into his defensive system, creating the supreme defensive technique of hard and soft together, capable of withstanding the destructive lava strikes of Tyrant Jaeger. His growth trajectory was a path of constantly tearing apart external labels, a counterattack route. From the lucky waste to the dangerous competitor, and finally to the dragon warrior that made all the contestants wary. He was calm, decisive, good at learning and summarizing, seeking breakthroughs in desperate situations. He was not a bloodthirsty person but showed no mercy to his enemies. He carried his homeland in his heart, closely linking his personal fate with the rise and fall of the Dragon Nation. Now, Chen Yu was no longer a pawn drifting along with the tide. He forgave Roland for delivering a warning, directly smashing Jaeger's tyranny, proactively making plans, intending to rewrite the rules of the arena. He bore the power of the dragon, the insight of true sight, the wisdom of controlling runes, and possessed the unfathomable, causality guiding supreme luck. In the ever-changing game of national fortune, Chen Yu was breaking the finesse with brute force, and strategizing with wisdom, slowly stepping from a survivor relying on luck to the one controlling his own fate and the fate of his nation, the player. His legend had only just begun. Chapter 31, Traveling Together, The Rift's Suspicious Trace. After a night of rest, Chen Yu's injuries had healed by 70% due to his powerful regeneration ability and the continuous, subtle replenishment from the geothermal spirit pulse. Though not fully healed, basic movement and combat were no longer problematic. After discussing with Ivan, they decided to leave the temporary base and continue exploring deeper into the wilderness. "Let's go east," Ivan said, drawing an easy map on the dirt-covered ground with his rough finger. "I saw from a high vantage point earlier that the terrain starts to drop over there. It looks like there's a big rift. According to the rules of this damn place, in those complicated terrains, there's usually more good stuff." Chen Yu nodded in agreement. His weakness detection, B rank, mainly targeted creatures and energy nodes, but he also had an extraordinary intuition for potential environmental dangers and abnormal energy accumulations. He faintly felt that in the east, there was indeed a more complex and more active energy fluctuation. The two packed up, and Ivan, still dressed in his wild warrior gear, carried a massive battle axe and led the way. Chen Yu followed behind him, seemingly relaxed, but his true eye had quietly activated, constantly scanning the surrounding jungle and rock walls, alert for any possible dangers. Along the way, the two encountered several waves of monster attacks. There were venomous saliva crocodiles lurking in the swamps, clawed bat demons pouncing from the treetops, and even a group of small but tough, iron-plated, fearless digging beetles. In the face of these threats, the two displayed initial tacit understanding. Ivan took the brunt of the frontal assault. His strength was unparalleled, and when he swung his battle axe, it emitted a sharp whistling sound, often splitting the venomous crocodiles in half with a single strike, or crushing the beetles and their shells into dust. He was the strongest shield and the sharpest spear. Meanwhile, Chen Yu moved around, providing support. His weakness detection could accurately pinpoint the weakest defensive points of these monsters or the moments when their attacks were most flawed. He didn't need to exert much force for a strong attack, often slipping in like a ghost at the moment Ivan and the monsters clashed. A single finger, a single punch, or simply a clever throw of a stone could break the monster's attack or create a perfect killing opportunity for Ivan. One time, facing an ambush from the underground digging beetles, Ivan roared and swung his battle axe down onto the ground, sending several flying. But Chen Yu sensed the extremely subtle vibrations under his feet in advance and lowly shouted, 3 steps to the left front, 5 feet underground. Ivan did not hesitate, stepping forcefully to the left front for 3 steps, the battle axe crashing down with immense power. Boom! The ground exploded, and a giant iron-shelled beetle chief, preparing to break through the soil, was struck on its most vulnerable part, the connection of its compound eyes, killing it instantly. The swarm immediately lost its command, falling into chaos, easily wiped out by the two. During a break in the fight, Ivan wiped the splattered goo off his face and looked at Chen Yu, sincerely praising, "Your eyes are really damn useful. Better than our team's best scout." Chen Yu smiled slightly, not explaining the secret of his talent, only saying, "Just cooperating." He quietly nodded to himself. Teaming up with Ivan was indeed much more efficient than acting alone. Ivan's strong frontline attack could draw most of the firepower, allowing him to observe, analyze, and launch precise strikes more calmly. This kind of complementarity was particularly important in the treacherous wilderness. After trudging for a little over half a day, the surrounding vegetation began to thin, the ground gradually showing huge cracks, and the air seemed to grow warmer, carrying a dry scent of sulfur and minerals mixed together. Finally, they stepped out of the edge of the jungle, and their view suddenly opened up. A massive, boundless chasm stretched out between heaven and earth. The opposite cliff was steep, hidden within swirling clouds and mist. Looking down, it was bottomless, only a chilling darkness, occasionally flashing a red light from deep within, accompanied by a faintly rumbling sound, like the roar of the earth. The chasm's rock walls were covered in various colored mineral veins, glimmering with a faint light in the dimness. Some peculiar, glowing vine-like plants stubbornly grew on the cliffside. This is it. Ivan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Look at those mineral veins, and this energy fluctuation, there must be good stuff below. But Chen Yu's gaze was graver. His true eye could clearly see the chaotic streams of energy swirling within the chasm, and some areas of space even presented an abnormal distortion. More importantly, he discovered some unnatural marks on several of the rocks near the chasm's edge. He crouched down, running his fingers over almost flat etchings on a rock. It was a simple arrow marker pointing toward a specific direction below the chasm. The etching was very fresh, certainly not more than 2 days old. Someone came down before us, Chen Yu said solemnly, and it's not just one group. He pointed to several other directions, where there were similar markings, but with slightly different styles, some rough, others exuding a peculiar, eerie vibe. Ivan leaned over to take a look, his thick eyebrows knitting together. Damn, it seems like more than just us caught the scent of blood. Is it Jack's group? Or that guy Hattori Hanzo, who loves to lurk in the shadows? Chen Yu stood up, gazing into the bottomless chasm, his eyes sharp as a knife. We'll know if we go down and take a look. Be careful, this place gives me a very complicated feeling. He could feel that the molten core, remnant, stashed deep within his consciousness seemed to come alive a bit here. Deep within this chasm, it was likely hiding secrets related to the rules of flame, or danger. The two sought out a relatively gentle slope that they could use to climb down. Cautiously, they began to venture deeper into the chasm. What they did not know was that, in the dark shadows below, several pairs of eyes, each holding different meanings, had already noticed their arrival. Chapter 31 complete. Chapter 32 Shadow of the Chasm, Confrontation on a Narrow Path. The rock walls of the chasm were far steeper and more perilous than they appeared from above. Chen Yu and Ivan descended along the rugged slope, loose stones underfoot, while the sound of a wind-like wail, ceaseless from the bottom of the abyss, mixed with the scent of sulfur and a faint, decaying odor, filled their ears. The further down they went, the darker the light became, with only scattered bioluminescent moss and glimmering minerals providing a weak source of illumination, sketching out the twisted silhouettes of jagged rocks, resembling lurking giant beasts. The chaotic flow of energy in the air also grew more apparent, sometimes hot, sometimes cold, disturbing their senses. Chen Yu pushed the inside of Eye of Truth to the limit, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden glow in the darkness. He was not only alert to dangers that could strike from any direction but was also carefully discerning the markings he had found earlier, trying to identify the newest and clearest path. This way. Chen Yu halted before a concave rock wall, pointing to a narrow gap, barely wide enough for one person, partially hidden by large fallen stones. On the edge of the gap, an arrow marking, sharp and imbued with a distinct sense of power, pointed inward. This mark is fresh, the aura leans towards fierce and direct, likely left by Jack. Ivan leaned in to sniff, then nodded. There's the smell of gunpowder and steel, that must be the American style. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the seriousness reflected in each other's eyes. Jack's choice of this path indicated that he believed there was something worth exploring here, which also meant potential encounters ahead. Ivan lowered his voice, his large frame slipping into the gap like a stealthy feline, his battle axe positioned in front of him. Chen Yu followed closely behind, his mind highly focused, the scales of soft and hard combined, flickering just beneath his skin, ready to cover his entire body at any moment. Inside the gap was a natural tunnel sloping downward, winding and filled with sharp debris on the ground. After roughly the time it takes to burn an incense stick, sounds of fighting, along with the sharp shrieks of monsters, faintly reached them from ahead. The two quickened their pace, stealthily approaching. The tunnel widened here, leading to a massive underground cavern. In the center of the cavern, a grove of bioluminescent fungi was violently thrashing. Several grave-digging worms, thick as barrels and covered in hard shells with terrifying mandibles, were attacking three figures within. It was American contestant Jack, Sunset Country contestant Arthur, and Australian contestant Barton. Jack wielded two uniquely designed short-handled battle axes, swinging them like the wind, energy waves flickering on the axe blades. Each chop left deep marks on the grave-digging worms' shells, sparks flying. His strength was formidable, and his fighting style was bold, making him the main attacker. Arthur held a gorgeous longsword, his swordplay disciplined and precise, his footwork agile. At moments when Jack drew fire, he would strike with deadly efficiency, targeting the soft joints or inner parts of the grave-digging worms. A faint holy light flowed along his sword, seemingly providing him with an extra edge against these underground creatures. Meanwhile, Barton from Australia acted like a wild thrower, keeping his distance. He continuously hurled short spears wrapped in arcs of electricity. Upon impact, the spears would explode in flashes of electricity. While unable to break through the thick armor directly, the powerful current could cause the grave-digging worms to momentarily stiffen, creating opportunities for Jack and Arthur. The three worked together with perfect harmony. Clearly, they had been honing their skills for some time. On the ground lay two severed grave-digging worm corpses, thick green blood splattered everywhere. But the remaining 3 or 4 were even more frenzied. One particularly massive one, its shell a dark golden hue, spat corrosive acid from its mandibles, leaving Jack and Arthur feeling somewhat restrained. "Now's the time!" Jack roared, crossing his dual axes, forcefully blocking the dark gold worm's sudden pounce. The immense force made his feet sink deep into the ground. A flash of sharp light appeared in Arthur's eyes, and his longsword shot forward like a venomous snake, stabbing at the slightly lighter colored area on the worm's jaw exposed from the impact. However, the dark gold worm seemed to possess some intelligence. Its massive body twisted sharply, using the hardest side of its shell to block Arthur's strike, while its thick tail swept toward Arthur, who had no time to retreat, like a steel whip. "Watch out!" Barton urgently threw an electric spear, but the worm's tail was too fast. At this critical moment, whoosh! A sharp sound cut through the air. A dark golden stone fragment, only the size of a fingernail but incredibly sharp at the edges, struck at an unbelievable speed and angle, perfectly hitting a barely visible, wriggling node where the worm's tail connected to its body. Puff! The stone shard embedded deeply within. The forceful strike of the worm's tail suddenly slowed down, losing most of its power, dragging past Arthur's nose with a soft thud, the wind from it stinging his cheek. Arthur broke out in a cold sweat and seized the chance to leap back. Jack, Arthur, and Barton were all startled, turning their gazes toward the direction from which the stone had come. At the mouth of the tunnel, Chen Yu slowly lowered his finger, his expression calm. Ivan stood beside him, hoisting a battle axe, grinning with amusement. "Dragon people. And a bear." Jack's gaze sharpened, then he revealed a cold smile. "What a coincidence. Looks like we arrived just in time." Ivan laughed heartily, his voice booming. "Need some help, friends? The price is negotiable." The dark gold worm, injured at the node, let out a painful shriek, moving even more wildly, but its threat had greatly diminished. Arthur took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart, elegantly spun his sword, and looked at Chen Yu with a complex gaze. "Thank you for that earlier." He knew clearly that without that perfect strike, he would have at least been severely injured. Chen Yu slightly nodded, acknowledging him. His gaze, however, passed over the three and focused on the depths of the eerie blue mushroom jungle. With his true eye and weakness investigation perception, he could distinctly see deep in the heart of that jungle, a fruit that appeared to be carved from blue crystal, about the size of a fist, emanating strong waves of life and soul, quietly growing. And beside the fruit, guarding it, were not only these grave-digging worms, but also a more subtle and colder energy lurking in the shadows of the mushroom jungle. The true danger might just be beginning. Chapter 32 End. Chapter 33, Fragile Alliance, Poisonous Fangs in the Dark. The atmosphere in the cave instantly grew subtle and tense. Although Jack and his team felt a momentary relief thanks to Chen Yu's intervention, their gazes toward Chen Yu and Ivan were filled more with vigilance and scrutiny than gratitude. A precious resource point, two suddenly appearing, formidable competitors. This was definitely not a pleasant encounter. The dark golden grave-digging worm, injured at the tail node, became sluggish and frantic, its threat greatly decreased. Jack seized the chance, roaring as energy burst forth from his dual axes, leaping high, delivering a heavy downward slash. A fierce strike landed squarely on the head it had raised in pain. Crack! The hard dark gold shell finally could not withstand this violent blow, which contained all of Jack's power, and shattered. Green slime and broken tissue splattered everywhere. The massive worm body twitched violently a few times, then crashed to the ground, no longer moving. The remaining few ordinary grave-digging worms saw their leader perish, let out a panicked hiss, and quickly burrowed into the soft fungal soil, disappearing from sight. The battle was temporarily over, with only heavy breathing from a few people left in the cave, as well as the tempting and tranquil energy wave emitted by the blue crystal-like plant. Jack turned around, not putting away his dual axes, his sharp gaze sweeping over Chen Yu and Ivan. "Dragon countryman, furry bear. Speak your intentions." His tone carried an undisguised dominance, as if he were the master of this place. Ivan snorted coldly, his massive battle axe thudding to the ground, producing a dull sound. "What? This rift belongs to your family? You can come, but we can't?" Arthur wiped his long sword, speaking relatively calmly, but his position was equally clear. There is always a sequence of arrivals. This soul essence flower and its fruit were discovered by us first and are within our clearing plan. He deliberately pointed out the name of the fruit, both to showcase knowledge and to declare ownership. Chen Yu ignored their verbal sparring, with part of his attention from the true eye still focused on the unusual shadow deep within the fungal jungle. The cold energy had not dissipated with the death of the worms, on the contrary, it seemed to coalesce even more, like a lurking poisonous snake, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He took a step forward, calmly speaking, his voice not loud, yet clear enough to reach every ear. There is no meaning in the sequence of arrivals in the wilderness. Treasure belongs to the capable. Jack's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of killing intent passing. You want to make a move? Not necessarily. Chen Yu changed the subject, pointing to the patch of eerie blue fungus. Haven't you realized that besides the grave-digging worms, there are other things here? They are far more dangerous than those big bugs. At this statement, Jack and the others' faces changed slightly. Barton instinctively tightened his grip on the electric spear, cautiously scanning the surroundings. They had been fully focused on the grave-digging worms before and indeed had not noticed the abnormalities deeper within. Arthur concentrated for a moment, his brows gradually furrowing. Indeed, there is a very subtle chill. Jack also reined in some of his aggressive momentum. He was not a mindless brute, and his instincts about danger were also sharp. Following Chen Yu's reminder, he sensed the dead coldness hidden beneath the thriving jungle. What do you want to say? Jack looked at Chen Yu, his eyes flickering. Cooperation. Chen Yu directly threw out the proposal, let's solve that hidden threat first. As for this soul essence fruit, each takes their own ability. Ivan crossed his arms, adding from the side, or we can just fight it out now, let you all pick up the pieces along with that hidden guy. He grinned, revealing his white teeth, full of menace. Jack, Arthur, and Barton exchanged a glance. A quick mental exchange was completed among the three. The current situation was very clear. Chen Yu and Ivan's strength was unknown, but they were absolutely not to be underestimated, especially Chen Yu's elusive and precise strikes, which caused concern. The hidden threat was unknown, but it was definitely not trivial if it prompted such a serious warning from Chen Yu. If they fought Chen Yu and Ivan now, regardless of victory or defeat, they would certainly suffer heavy losses, only benefiting that lurking threat. After a moment of silence, Jack took a deep breath and made a decision. All right. Let's deal with the trouble in the dark first. But let me say this in advance, once resolved, the fruit belongs to whoever has the means. Don't say we were not merciful then. That suits me just fine. Chen Yu nodded. A fragile and fleeting alliance was barely formed under the immense interests and common threats. Where is that thing? Arthur asked, his gaze directed deep into the fungal forest. Chen Yu pointed a hand towards the darkest shadow, where several exceptionally tall, dark black fungi intertwined, forming a natural cave-like structure. Right behind there. The energy attributes are cold and carry poisonous and soul-corrupting characteristics. Just as his voice fell. Whoosh! 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 Several black needles, almost blending into the shadows, shot out from the fungal cave without warning. The targets were not the frontmost Jack, nor Chen Yu, who had just pointed out its location, but the Australian competitor, Barton, standing off to the side, relatively easier to overlook. This ambusher, highly intelligent, understood to first weaken the opponent's long-range support. Barton felt his hair stand on end, his sense of crisis soaring instantly, but the speed of the black needles was too fast, the angles too tricky, he couldn't fully evade in time. Watch out! Arthur exclaimed, but it was too late to rescue him. In the critical moment, Chen Yu moved. It was as if he had already predicted this attack. With what seemed like a casual kick, a fist-sized stone rolled out and crashed onto the ground half a meter in front of Barton. Ding! A faint, crisp sound. The stone precisely blocked one of the most deadly black needles, aimed straight for Barton's throat. The other needles grazed Barton's body, corroding several large holes in his clothing on his arms and sides, and he felt a searing pain on his skin, but ultimately avoided a fatal blow. Barton, still shaken, felt cold sweat soaking his back. He looked at Chen Yu, his eyes full of fear and gratitude. Jack and Arthur's hearts also tightened, their gazes toward Chen Yu becoming more serious. This kind of insight that seemed to predict danger was truly terrifying. It seems it doesn't want to give us any preparation time. Chen Yu's gaze was cold as he looked at the fungal cave. Get ready, it's coming out. As if to respond to his words, the shadow deep within the cave began to wriggle violently, a chill and evil aura, far colder than that of grave-digging worms, spread like a tide, rapidly causing the temperature in the stone chamber to drop several degrees. The fragile alliance was instantly faced with its first and final test. Chapter 33 End. Chapter 34 Shadow Demon Fungus, the trap is set. The chilling aura flooded into every inch of the cave like a tangible tide. The writhing shadow deep in the fungal forest finally revealed its true form. It was not a specific biological shape but a large mass of continuously twisting, changing, pitch-black, sticky substance, its surface covered with countless tiny, eye-like blue dots. It had no limbs, yet it moved freely like a liquid. As it passed, the luminescent fungi rapidly wilted and decayed, being absorbed by it. Countless long, black, tentacle-like myceliums extended from its main body, swaying silently in the air. The black needles that had just attacked Barton were ejected from the tips of these myceliums. Shadow Demon Fungus, C+ Elite. A rare symbiotic demon creature formed by resentment and poisonous fungal cores, adept at spiritual erosion, toxin attacks, and physical immunity, with the core hidden deep within its constantly moving mycelium, extremely difficult to destroy. The cold prompt message swept through Chen Yu's mind, confirming his perception. This was indeed an extremely troublesome opponent. Attack its core! Chen Yu shouted, alerting everyone. Almost as he spoke, the shadow demon fungus launched its attack. Dozens of black mycelium shot out like venomous snakes, targeting the 5 individuals, moving so fast they left afterimages. There was also an invisible wave of mental energy spreading out, trying to penetrate everyone's minds, evoking deep-seated fears and fantasies. Ha! A mere trick! Ivan roared, his voice carrying a wild fighting spirit that dispersed the invisible mental shock a little. He swung his battle axe, stirring up a violent gale that crushed the mycelium aimed at him. Jack wielded his dual axes, creating a curtain of light. The high-frequency vibrating energy repelled and shattered the approaching mycelium and black needles. He tried to surge forward, but the main body of the demonic mycelium was like a swamp, making physical attacks nearly ineffective. Arthur's holy sword glowed brilliantly. Wherever the sword light passed, the mycelium quickly dissolved and retreated as if encountering a nemesis. That light seemed to have a purifying effect on the dark energy of the demonic mycelium. He became the main force in countering the mycelium's attack. Barton continuously threw electric spears, the electric light exploding on the sticky body of the demonic mycelium. Although it couldn't cause fatal damage, the scattered electric arcs effectively paralyzed and dispersed the small mycelium strands, disrupting their attack rhythm. Chen Yu did not rush forward. His figure moved quickly within a limited range, the true eye and weakness detection combined, scanning the constantly changing form of the demonic mycelium like the most precise radar. He was searching for the point where energy gathered most densely and flowed most complexly, its core. The attacks from the demonic mycelium became increasingly violent, with more mycelium winding in from all directions, and the mental shockwaves grew stronger, trying to shatter everyone's will. In the stone cave, the eerie blue and pitch-black lights flashed wildly, and the sounds of energy collisions echoed endlessly. I found you! A bright light shot from Chen Yu's eyes. In an attempt to swallow Arthur's swordlight, a crystal the size of a walnut, flickering with deep blue light, briefly exposed itself within the layers of viscous mycelium, showing its position for less than 1/10 of a second. The opportunity was fleeting. Chen Yu did not hesitate at all, his mental power condensed at an unprecedented speed, not to launch an attack, but to channel everything into that magma core, fragment, stored deep in his consciousness. He could not directly absorb this violent fire energy, but under the mysterious guidance of fortune's favor and the insight of weakness detection into the energy structure, he found a temporary way to utilize it, using it as a one-time bomb and bait. Ivan! Jack! Attack the marked position with all your strength. As Chen Yu shouted, he suddenly hurled the magma core that was set in motion by his mental power and became extremely unstable towards the newly exposed point of the demonic mycelium core. The dark red core sliced through the air, exuding a pure and violent aura of fiery rules. The essence of the shadowy demonic mycelium leaned towards cold darkness, harboring an instinctual aversion to such extreme fiery power and a hint of greed. Its movements momentarily lagged, as countless mycelium subconsciously coiled towards the incoming magma core, trying to devour or isolate it. At that moment, roar! Ivan understood, his muscles bulging, with a will to tear everything apart. His battle axe transformed into a howling hurricane that violently struck in the direction of the magma core. Jack may have been a moment slower, but he understood Chen Yu's intent. His dual axes crossed, and a cross-shaped shockwave surged ahead, cutting towards the same area. Boom! The magma core was the first to be triggered by the power of the demonic mycelium. The violent hellfire energy found an outlet, erupting explosively. The scorching flames and shattered rules instantly vaporized the encircling mycelium and delivered a severe impact and burn to the internal demonic mycelium core. Immediately following, Ivan's violent battle axe and Jack's cross shockwave almost simultaneously arrived, striking fiercely at the exposed part due to the explosion. Above the dimming glow of the deep blue crystal core. Crack! Boom! A crisp sound like shattering crystal rang out. The deep blue crystal core was instantly covered in cracks, and then, under the internal and external impact of energy, it completely shattered. Screech! A sharp, piercing mental wail filled with pain and hatred swept through the entire cave. The massive, writhing black fungal mass seemed to be drained of all its power, instantly stiffening, then collapsing like melted asphalt, rapidly turning into a pool of foul-smelling black slime, no longer moving. The cave fell into a brief silence. Everyone was breathing slightly harder. The recent series of coordination and explosions consumed considerable energy. Jack looked at Chen Yu, his eyes complex. That precise timing and imaginative use of the melting fire core made him feel how troublesome this dragon country man could be. He discreetly signaled Arthur and the still-shocked Barton. Almost at the moment of the fungal death, the three moved in perfect sync. Jack and Arthur darted forward like arrows, directly rushing towards the soul essence flower now without its guardian. While Barton quickly retreated, gathering powerful lightning in his hand, watching Chen Yu and Ivan warily, clearly on guard against them seizing the prize. Damn it! They really turn on you faster than flipping a page. Ivan cursed angrily, ready to swing his axe in charge. However, Chen Yu reached out to stop him. There was no surprise or anger on Chen Yu's face, instead, there was a hint of cold mockery. His true eye had kept a close watch on that plant. At the moment of the shadow fungal death, he clearly saw that just beneath the blue crystal-like flower, there seeped a trace of extremely obscure, purer cold energy with the same origin as the fungi, quietly wrapping around the plant's roots. This fungal mass might not simply be a guardian but instead have some kind of symbiotic or even parasitic relationship with the soul essence flower. It died, but this cold energy had not vanished, on the contrary, it had been activated. No rush. Chen Yu said lightly, his gaze calmly watching Jack and Arthur rushing towards the plant. Let them try first, this fruit may require a cost to pluck. Ivan paused for a moment, then understood, grinning as he crossed his arms to watch the show. Jack was the fastest, the first to reach the plant, his eyes flashing with greed as he reached for the blue fruit that emitted alluring soul fluctuations. Just as his fingers were about to touch the fruit, an abnormality occurred. The cold energy wrapped around the roots suddenly erupted. Like countless icy poisonous spikes, it raced up Jack's fingers in an instant. A chilling sensation that could freeze the soul and intense pain made Jack let out a scream, his entire arm covered in a layer of deep blue ice crystals, rapidly spreading towards his shoulder. The energy within his body instantly stalled. Jack! Arthur exclaimed in shock, hurriedly stopping his charge, swinging his sword in an attempt to sever the connection of that blue energy, only to discover the energy was like a bone-deep ailment, utterly unbreakable. Chen Yu and Ivan watched coldly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The true hunter always has enough patience. Chapter 35, The Fruit Within Reach, The Trap Approaches. Jack's screams echoed in the cave, his arm covered in blue ice crystals exuded astonishing coldness, even the hellfire energy around him was subdued to a dim glow. The greed and dominance on his face had long been replaced by pain and horror, desperately urging his energy to expel the cold energy, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, accelerating the spread of the ice crystals instead. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Arthur exclaimed in shock and anger, the holy light on his sword trying to purify the energy, but to little effect, only barely slowing its spread. Barton rushed over, cautiously burning the edges of the ice crystal with his electric spear, but even amidst the sizzling sound, the ice crystal remained solid. Chen Yu and Ivan stood in place, calmly watching. It seems this essence fruit of the soul isn't so easy to get, Ivan clicked his tongue, with a hint of glee. It looks like this thing is connected to that demonic fungus, the trap was only triggered after the fungus died. Chen Yu nodded slightly, his eye of truth, clearly seeing that the chilling energy, like living roots, had deeply embedded itself in Jack's energy channels, even starting to erode his soul. This was not simple poison or coldness, but a more bizarre symbiotic backlash at the soul level. Dragon country people. You know what's going on, right? Arthur suddenly looked up at Chen Yu, his eyes filled with urgency and a barely noticeable plea. Is there any way? Jack was the core powerhouse of their team. If he lost an arm or even fell here, it would be a devastating blow to their temporary alliance. Chen Yu's gaze was calm as he walked forward slowly, stopping a few steps away from Jack. There might be a way. But the ownership of this fruit. It's yours. Arthur quickly interjected without hesitation, his tone resolute. As long as you can solve this problem, we'll give up the essence fruit of the soul. He understood clearly that saving Jack was the most important thing, otherwise, everything else was meaningless. Barton quickly nodded in agreement. Though Jack was in immense pain, he was still conscious. Hearing Arthur's words, a flash of unwillingness crossed his eyes, but looking at the dark blue ice crystal nearly spreading to his shoulder, he ultimately gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out one word from his throat. All right. That was the word Chen Yu wanted to hear. He was not a saint. In the wild, any assistance required a price. He did not approach Jack but instead directed his gaze towards the essence flower of the soul. In his sight, the chilling energy intertwining with the stems created a bizarre symbiotic balance with the pure soul energy of the flower itself. The death of the demonic fungus had disrupted this balance, causing the chilling energy to run rampant against the contactor. But to resolve it, the key lay still within the flower itself. He extended his finger covered in dark golden scales, not directly touching the fruit or stem, but instead drawing in the air. The psychic energy guided the faint remnants of flame rules that lingered from the explosion of the molten core, and combined with his understanding of the balance of hardness and softness in the concept of flow, he carefully constructed an extremely fine, continuously rotating energy vortex. This vortex was not aggressive, it was more like a passage for guidance and transformation. One end of the vortex gently connected to the chilling energy that wrapped around the stems, the other end aimed at the blue fruit at the top of the flower. Sizzling. With a delicate sound, the chilling energy that was originally corroding Jack seemed to be attracted by a higher-level force, beginning to be drawn out thread by thread, slowly being channeled into the essence fruit of the soul through the energy vortex Chen Yu had constructed. This scene left Arthur and Barton dumbfounded. They could not understand how Chen Yu was doing this, his methods were simply incredible. As the chilling energy was drawn out, the dark blue ice crystal on Jack's arm began to fade quickly, the intense pain easing, though his arm remained stiff and numb, at least it was preserved. He gasped for breath, looking at Chen Yu with a gaze full of fear and a hint of indescribable complexity. Moments later, the last trace of chilling energy was entirely absorbed into the fruit. The originally pure blue fruit seemed to have gained a faint, flowing shadow within. It appeared even more mysterious and unfathomable. The dangerous energy entwined within the roots had completely vanished. Only then did Chen Yu stretch out his hand and easily pluck the fruit down. It felt warm to the touch, and the grand, pure wave of soul energy made his spirit tremble. Acquired, Soul Essence Fruit, Mutation. Contains extremely pure soul origin power, infuses a trace of the pure soul poison from the shadow demon fungus. Consuming it can greatly enhance mental power, with a small chance to awaken soul-related talents or abilities, while also needing to bear the risk of soul poison eroding the mind. Hint, lucky blessings might affect the probability and risk. The mutated fruit harbored both risks and opportunities. However, for Chen Yu, who possessed an SSS-level talent, that so-called risk was undoubtedly minimized to the lowest level. He tucked the fruit away without even glancing at Jack and the others, whose faces looked grim, and said to Ivan, "Let's go." Ivan chuckled, hoisting his battle axe and following closely behind Chen Yu as they headed straight for the exit in another direction of the cave, quickly disappearing into the dark tunnel. Jack, with Arthur's support, stood up and stared at the direction Chen Yu had vanished, his face dark enough to drip water. He had gained nothing, almost lost an arm, and was also in debt to the other party with a favor he had to acknowledge. This humiliation drove his killing intent towards Chen Yu to a peak. "I must get revenge for this." Jack squeezed out this sentence through gritted teeth. After leaving the cave, Chen Yu and Ivan navigated through the complex canyon tunnels for a distance and found a relatively hidden fork in the path to take a short rest. "Hey, Chen, that move was really beautiful. How did you know that thing could be used like that?" Ivan asked curiously, admiring Chen Yu's ability to turn decay into wonder. "Just a bit of guesswork and experimentation." Chen Yu didn't elaborate, steering the topic away. "This canyon is not simple. We need to find a way out quickly or a more valuable area." He vaguely felt that something deep within the canyon was calling to him, perhaps related to the consumed molten core. However, just as he finished speaking, without warning, Chen Yu's heart suddenly contracted, and an intense sense of crisis surged over him like ice water poured over his head, instantly enveloping his whole body. The lucky blessing had emitted an unprecedented sharp warning. Almost at the same time, around the fork in the path where he was standing, countless twisted, blood vessel-like dark red patterns suddenly lit up on the rock walls and ground. These patterns instantly formed a huge, eerie array that completely enveloped the entire fork. The space seemed to freeze, and a heavy, thick, chaotic and mad energy spread out from the array, crazily suppressing and eroding all life signs within the array. "What's happening?" Ivan was both shocked and furious, trying to swing his battle axe, but found his movements had become incredibly slow, as if he were trapped in mud, and even the energy circulating within him was sluggish. Chen Yu's pupils shrank suddenly, and the true eye was instantly pushed to its limit. He saw that this array was not naturally formed but was man-made. At the energy core, several pieces of dark red crystals exuding an ominous aura were embedded, one of which astonishingly bore a small, engraved symbol of the American flag. It was Jack. Or rather, the power behind America. They had actually set such a sinister trap in this canyon in advance. This was absolutely not something an individual participant could accomplish, it was a national fortune item exchanged using national resources. A killing game specifically targeting him, Chen Yu. The glow of the array grew stronger, and the chaotic, mad power surged like countless needles, stabbing towards Chen Yu's soul and body, trying to completely disintegrate and devour him. Chen Yu let out a muffled groan, feeling a wave of dizziness in his head, as if the soul essence fruit, mutation, he had just placed in his arms had also been stimulated. A slight tremor began. Crisis, at a moment that seemed safe, suddenly struck in the most unexpected way. Chapter 36, Breaking the Formation, the Ruins Will Open. Deadly pressure squeezed in from all directions, the dark red formation patterns squirmed like living things, exuding a nauseating mad aura. Ivan roared repeatedly, a violent blood power erupted, attempting to break through these invisible shackles with brute force, but his battle axe swung as if caught in thick glue, the chaotic power field greatly weakened his attack, and the backlash made his blood surge. "It's useless. This damn thing is absorbing our strength." Ivan panted, his face grim. Chen Yu's situation was equally dire. The formation's power carried a strong mental erosion, countless chaotic whispers and illusions tried to burrow into his mind, tearing at his will. If not for his spirit having been enhanced multiple times, and protected by the concept of harmony of hard and soft, he would have long since lost control. What was more troublesome was that force was constantly seeping in, trying to dismantle the energy cycle within him, like maggots clinging to his bones. He forced himself to suppress the surging blood and dizziness. The golden light of the true eye lit up in the dim passage, like two unquenchable flames, locking onto the core of the formation's energy flow, those dark red crystals embedded in the rock wall. The energy core of this formation is external, the structure is not perfect. Chen Yu analyzed rapidly. Its energy supply is not infinite, and there are several energy conversion nodes. Jack activated it hastily, there are small energy delays and fluctuations between the nodes. This is the terrifying insight brought by weakness detection, B rank, combined with true eye. In desperation, he could still find a glimmer of hope. Ivan. Chen Yu called softly, follow my command, focus all your attacks on the position I mark, do not hold back. Okay. Ivan had unconditional trust in Chen Yu's judgment, and immediately gathered all his power, the dark red bloodlight on the battle axe burning like a solid. Chen Yu's eyes lit up with a data stream-like glow, as he extended his right index finger, dark golden scales covering it, the highly concentrated spiritual power mixed with a hint of hard-soft transformation penetrating force, pointed swiftly into the air. Top left rock wall, 3 inches below the red pattern intersection. Without thinking, Ivan swung the battle axe with all his strength and rage, like a roaring blood-colored dragon, fiercely slashing towards the seemingly normal rock wall pointed by Chen Yu. Boom! The rock wall exploded, and the runic node hidden near one of the dark red crystals shattered in response. The entire formation's glow flickered violently, and the viscous oppression showed a slight loosening for an instant. Effective. Ivan's spirits were lifted. Directly ahead on the ground, at the center of the crack. Chen Yu spoke rapidly, pointing again. Ivan didn't hesitate, changing his axe from a slash to a smash, crashing down with immense force. Bang! The ground cracked, another key node was destroyed. The formation's glow clearly dimmed a notch, and the erosion of the chaotic power weakened significantly. Last one. In the right rear, at the root of that protruding rock. Chen Yu's voice carried a hint of fatigue, the continuous high-intensity insight and commands took a huge toll on his mental power. Ivan roared, his body spun, the battle axe drawing a perfect arc, accurately chopping at the base of that rock with the force to split mountains. Crack! The rock shattered, the last major energy node was completely destroyed. Buzz! The dark red formation shrouding the passage emitted a reluctant wail, the patterns quickly dimmed and faded, and the suffocating pressure and mental erosion receded like a tide. The dark red crystals embedded in the rock wall also went poof, turning into ordinary crushed stone powder. The passage regained its calm, only the heavy breathing of the two men remained. Damn it! Those American bastards! How dare they set us up? Ivan cursed loudly, still shaken. If it weren't for Chen Yu's extraordinary insight, they could have ended up in serious trouble today. Chen Yu said nothing. He slowly walked over to a few piles of crystal powder, crouched down, pinched some between his fingers, and gently brought it to his nose. Aside from the smell of crushed stone, there was a faint, synthetic chemical smell that didn't belong to nature, along with a subtle, yet purer and stronger hellfire energy mark, similar to Jack's. This isn't just Jack's doing, Chen Yu stood up, his eyes cold. This is a kill trap set up by the Americans using national resources specifically targeting me. They have gone all out. This confirmed his earlier suspicions and meant that future conflicts would be even more brutal and desperate. Ivan nodded gravely, these treacherous guys. Just as the two were about to leave this troublesome place, suddenly, the entire canyon shook violently without warning. Boom! It wasn't a tremor from the ground like an earthquake, it felt as if the entire space was shaking. Rocks fell from the walls, and a deep rumbling sound echoed from the depths of the tunnel. A grand, ancient, and emotionless will, like a waking giant, swept across the entire wild world in an instant, clearly entering the minds of every contestant and all of humanity on Earth. Announcement: Civilization Relic, the lost city of Edavia has met the activation conditions and is officially open. All contestants can enter the relic through the teleportation altars distributed in various regions to participate in the trials. Trial content: exploration, survival, competition. Based on your performance in the relic, you will receive personal rewards and corresponding national luck feedback. Warning: crises and opportunities coexist within the relic, the risk of death is extremely high, please choose carefully. At the moment the announcement rang out, Chen Yu and Ivan both felt a vast, surging energy wave rising from the depths of the canyon, resonating with that grand will. An enormous illusion made of pure energy, resembling some ancient city gate, flickered in the air above the canyon. The civilization trial has finally begun. Chen Yu and Ivan exchanged glances, both seeing shock and determination in each other's eyes. Looks like there's no time to settle scores with Jack, Ivan licked his lips, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. This so-called lost city sounds thrilling. Chen Yu looked towards the direction from which the energy was coming, his gaze deep. The American schemes, the civilization trial, stronger opponents, rewards that concerned national luck. Everything was gathering towards the newly opened lost city. Let's go. Chen Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his injuries and fatigue, his eyes becoming sharp and determined again. Let's meet this so-called civilization relic. A new, broader stage has already been set. Chapter 37, The Lost City, the prelude begins. The canyon's shaking slowly subsided, but the lingering power of that ancient will still hung in the air, heralding the start of a brand new phase. The lost city of Edavia, just the name was enough to make every contestant's heart race. The teleportation altar. Ivan looked around the dark tunnel. Where the hell do we find an altar in this godforsaken place? Chen Yu closed his eyes and focused, extending the perception of the true eye around him. Ignoring the chaotic information from the rock layers and minerals, he concentrated on finding the relatively weak wave that shared the same origin as the vast energy that had just surged up. This way. Moments later, he opened his eyes and pointed to a narrow side passage sloping downward. There's a weak spatial wave residue here, it should have been activated not long ago. The two no longer hesitated and quickly moved in the direction Chen Yu pointed. The tunnel grew rougher, and the signs of artificial excavation gradually disappeared. Instead, there were more primitive rock crevices, as if torn apart by immense force. The sulfur smell in the air faded away, replaced by a mix of stale dust and strange metal. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the faint sound of rushing water came from ahead. Passing through a natural stone door that barely allowed one person to pass, the scene before them suddenly opened up. They had arrived at a huge platform located on the cliff of a rift valley. At the edge of the platform, a waterfall hung like a reverse Milky Way, plunging into the unfathomable darkness below. Water vapor spread, condensing into tiny ice crystals at the edge of the platform. In the center of the platform stood a building. It was not a rough altar made of giant stones as imagined, but a circular platform cast from some dark silver-colored metal, with a complex and intricate structure. The platform was about 10 meters in diameter, and its surface was engraved with countless flowing runes, which seemed to contain the trajectories of stars. At this moment, these runes emitted a soft milky white light, resonating with the vast breath that filled the air. In the center of the platform, a twisted light door quietly floated, revealing a swirling, indistinct chaotic scene inside. It was indeed the transmission altar of the civilization ruins. Around the altar, several groups of people had already gathered. The closest to the altar were Jack from America, Arthur from Sunset Country, and Barton from Australia. Jack's arm seemed to be treated simply, it still appeared somewhat stiff, but his expression was dark, and his gaze towards Chen Yu and Ivan was full of undisguised killing intent. Arthur and Barton wore guarded expressions. On the other side was Hattori Hanzo from Neon Country. He still hid in his large ninja outfit, blending into the shadows, with an almost imperceptible presence, standing alone in the corner, as if he did not belong with the surroundings. There were also 2 or 3 contestants from other small and medium-sized countries, each standing alone, their eyes filled with both desire and vigilance. The arrival of Chen Yu and Ivan instantly broke the delicate balance on the platform. Everyone's gaze turned to them, especially Chen Yu. He had just thwarted America's trap and showcased remarkable insight, making him a significantly weighty competitor in the eyes of others. Jack snorted coldly, but did not provoke or act further. In the face of the test of civilization, preserving strength and exploring the ruins were the primary goals. Personal grudges had to be set aside for now. It seems everyone is almost here, Arthur broke the silence, speaking elegantly. According to the game announcement, beyond this transmission door is the lost city of Edavia. Opportunities and dangers are unknown, what do you all plan to do? Will we fight separately, or cooperate for now? His gaze swept across everyone, lingering on Chen Yu and Jack for a moment. Hattori Hanzo remained silent, like a stone sculpture. A female contestant from a small Nordic country spoke brightly, the situation inside the ruins is unclear, acting alone carries too much risk. I suggest we temporarily share information and help each other in case of unforeseen circumstances. Her suggestion received agreement from 2 other contestants from small countries. Jack chuckled mockingly, cooperate? Sure. But the premise is that you don't stab us in the back. His words were pointed, with a cold glance directed at Chen Yu. Chen Yu's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't heard Jack's insinuation. He walked to the edge of the altar, carefully sensing the spatial fluctuations emitted by the light door and the ancient breath it contained. His true eye could vaguely see that the energy flow inside the light door was extremely chaotic, seemingly connecting to a very unstable space. Whether we cooperate or not will depend on the situation once we enter, Chen Yu finally spoke, his voice clear and calm. But this transmission passage itself seems unstable. The energy flow has multiple chaotic nodes, entering blindly may result in being randomly teleported to different locations, or even caught in spatial turbulence. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. Even Jack focused on the light gate, trying to sense the disruption nodes that Chen Yu mentioned. How do you know? Barton couldn't help but ask. Chen Yu did not explain, only pointed to a few areas at the edge of the light gate where the energy glows appeared somewhat dim, with slight stutters swirling around, there, and there. Energy has accumulated and deviated at these nodes. If we enter when the energy fluctuations reach their lowest point, the interference may be minimal, and the landing might be more controllable. This is another application of weakness detection on energy structures. The crowd was skeptical, but Chen Yu's previous displays of power made them dare not completely ignore him. Arthur pondered for a moment and asked, "So when do you think is the best time to enter?" Chen Yu did not answer directly but concentrated on observing the periodic changes in the light gate's energy. After a few seconds, a flash of brilliance gleamed in his eyes. "Now." Before the words fell, he moved like an arrow released from a bow, not rushing towards the heart of the strongest energy of the light gate, but precisely darting towards one of the nodes he had pointed out before, which was at the lowest point of energy fluctuation, disappearing into the light gate in an instant. Ivan had long believed in Chen Yu. Almost simultaneously with Chen Yu's action, he let out a roar and chose to rush into the light gate through another low-energy node nearby. The others on the platform, seeing this, hesitated at first, but seeing the fleeting opportunity, they all began to move. Jack cursed under his breath. With no time to carefully distinguish, he charged towards a seemingly stable area and entered the light gate based on his instinct for energy. Arthur and Barton followed closely behind. Hattori Hanzo blended into another shadowy node like a ghost, silently merging into it. The few small country competitors also employed their methods to rush into the light gate before the energy fluctuation became intense again. Moments later, the platform was empty, leaving only the shining teleportation altar and the thunderous roar of the waterfall below that never ceased. At this moment, Chen Yu, who had entered the light gate, was experiencing a strange journey. It was not the instantaneous teleportation he had imagined, but rather a fantastic whirlwind of colors racing past him, as if his body was being pulled and squeezed by an invisible force. He felt as if he was passing through layer after layer of spatial membranes, with countless vague whispers and echoes, seemingly from ancient times, ringing in his ears. He didn't know how long it had been. It felt like a moment, yet also like an eternity. That pulling force suddenly vanished. Chen Yu felt a solid ground beneath his feet and staggered a step to stabilize himself. The twisted light and shadow in front of him quickly stabilized and became clear. He discovered he was standing on an unexpectedly wide street. Beneath his feet was a huge, neatly cut yet cracked blue stone slab, and on both sides of the street stood towering and strangely styled building ruins. These buildings were made of some kind of black stone and dark silver metal, rising into the clouds, many of which had collapsed, leaving only huge skeletons covered in vines and moss, telling tales of the passing years. The sky had an eternal twilight hue, with orange-red clouds hanging low, no sun, no stars, only a repressive yet magnificent glow. The air was thick with dust and the lingering scent of desolation after magic dissipated. At a distance, the outline of the city extended endlessly until it disappeared from view. Some massive, physically impossible floating islands quietly hovered among the ruins of distant spires, with remnants of palaces still visible on some of them. This was the lost city of Edavia. Silence, deathly silence. Apart from the wind wailing through the broken walls, there were no other sounds. Chen Yu took a deep breath, feeling the desolation and mystery of the city that had accumulated countless years. He could sense that. In this place, his true eyes and weakness detection seemed to become more active, as a certain unknown energy, drifting in the air, slowly nourished his spirit. At the same time, a faint feeling of being watched also subtly emerged from the deep, dark ruins. A crisis lurked beneath every shadow. The trial of civilization had officially begun. Chapter 39, Hall of Knowledge, the initial convergence of soulfire. The moment he stepped into the building, the eternal dusk light from the outside was completely cut off, as thick darkness and stale air wrapped around him. Chen Yu stood still, not moving immediately, waiting for his eyes to adapt to the darkness, while the golden light of his true eyes swept slowly through the dark interior, like two faint candle flames. This was an extremely grand circular hall, with its dome towering, lost in the profound darkness. Beneath his feet was a smooth, polished obsidian floor covered in a thick layer of dust. Surrounding the hall was a series of upward extending corridors, separated by stone railings adorned with intricate carvings. There, once filled with bookshelves, now only lay numerous collapsed, decayed wooden remnants and scattered, long-withered, brittle papyrus fragments. On the walls of the hall, just as he expected, there were numerous murals and countless dense, strange characters inscribed. These characters were not from any known language family, complex in structure, carrying a peculiar beauty, as if each symbol contained specific energy and information. The faint, unique energy fluctuation in the air came from the deepest part of the hall. Chen Yu carefully avoided the scattered obstacles on the ground and moved towards the source of the fluctuation. As he advanced deeper, the details captured by his true eyes increased more and more. The murals depicted the rise and fall of this civilization. First, the tiny humans worshipping the starry sky, then, mastering some power, building grand cities, even taming gigantic beasts to soar through the heavens. Next were scenes of war, where the enemies were not humans, but distorted, horrific creatures that combined shadows and tentacles. Finally, the collapse of the cities, the sky shattered, and a great disaster struck. These murals contained a strong spiritual imprint, even separated by endless years. Chen Yu could feel the despair and resilience within. Finally, he arrived at the end of the hall. Here stood a circular platform elevated above the ground, with no throne, only a broken stone tablet and a skeleton seated in front of the tablet. The clothing on the skeleton had long turned to ash, but the bones had a smooth, jade-like quality, enduring through time without decay. It held a bowed head, as if in its last moments of life, still contemplating the mystery inscribed on the tablet. And the faint energy fluctuation was emanating from the head of this jade-like skeleton. Chen Yu held his breath, his gaze falling on the skeleton's hands, which were placed in an overlapping position on its knees. There, between the finger bones, rested a crystal ball about the size of an egg, perfectly round, with a silver nebula slowly swirling inside. The core of the energy fluctuation was indeed this crystal ball. At the same time, he noticed that the broken stone tablet was inscribed with characters that shared the same origin as those on the walls but were more refined and complex. Above these characters, a huge and strange pattern was carved, composed of countless fine runes. At the center of the pattern was a cluster of flame symbols, appearing as if burning, outlined by light. The moment Chen Yu's gaze touched that flame emblem, his deep consciousness's essence of the soul fruit, mutation, suddenly shuddered. Within the fruit, the shadowy specter and pure soul energy began to flow rapidly, and his mental strength was irresistibly drawn to that flame emblem. Buzz! A sound only Chen Yu could hear resonated in his mind. The flame emblem on the stone tablet seemed to come alive, transforming into a stream of light that directly projected into his consciousness. Countless ancient knowledge and insights about soul refinement, mental concentration, and willpower burning surged in like a flood unleashed. This torrent of information was vast and obscure, carrying the cold traces of time, striking Chen Yu's awareness. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely be overwhelmed and become an idiot in an instant. But Chen Yu's spiritual power had been enhanced multiple times and he had just consumed the essence of the soul fruit. Although not fully digested, it had laid a solid foundation. More importantly, his SSS-level talent, blessing of luck, flickered at this moment, not directly interfering with the information but subtly guiding his consciousness to linger, understand, and absorb the most critical and core knowledge nodes. He seemed to see the wise ones of this ancient civilization, envisioning the soul burning like a flame, refining impurities, condensing an indestructible will, ultimately forming a source of power known as soul fire. This soul fire was both the armor of the spirit and the blade of the soul, as well as the key to exploring higher levels of energy and rules. Not knowing how long it had been, perhaps just a moment, perhaps several hours. Chen Yu suddenly opened his eyes. No longer did they gleam with a faint golden glow, but instead two clusters of tiny, almost tangible silver flames flickered deep within his pupils. His entire aura became more restrained, yet the texture and resilience of his spiritual power underwent earth-shattering changes. He had successfully comprehended and preliminarily condensed his own soul fire. Though this cluster of soul fire was still exceedingly weak, like a flickering candle in the wind, it indeed existed. This meant that his mental attack and defense capabilities would experience a qualitative leap, greatly enhancing his resistance to illusions, mental erosion, and other attacks, with unlimited growth potential in the future. Comprehended special skill, soul fire, initial condensation. Quality, B+, capable of growth. Effect, ignite the flame of the soul with willpower, significantly enhancing mental strength, resilience, and recovery speed. Can actively release to form a mental shock or construct a mental defense. Has strong resistance to negative mental effects. Chen Yu slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, as if the very essence of scorching soul power lingered within. He looked at the jade skeleton, feeling a deep reverence in his heart. This unknown ancient sage, even in death, left behind such a precious legacy. He stepped forward, slightly bowing to the skeleton, then carefully extended his hand to retrieve the crystal ball with swirling nebulae from between the skeletal fingers. At the moment his fingertip touched the crystal ball, a gentle stream of information flowed into his mind. Acquired, Idavaya Knowledge Core, incomplete. Contains basic academic knowledge of the lost city Idavaya, including energy theory, basic runes, material identification, etc., which can be slowly read and absorbed through mental power. Note, knowledge itself is neither good nor evil, but understanding and application must be cautious. This was not a direct enhancement of power, but a treasure more precious than any divine weapon. A knowledge system of a lost civilization. This held immeasurable value for him in understanding the power of runes and exploring the essence of this world. The gains far exceeded expectations. However, just as Chen Yu immersed himself in the joy of gaining knowledge and power, blessing of luck, once again emitted a faint warning. He abruptly turned his head, looking towards the darkness at the hall's entrance. There, a vague figure had quietly appeared, like a ghost. Because Chen Yu had been entirely focused on comprehending soulfire and obtaining the core, he had failed to notice it at first. The figure slowly emerged from the shadows, carrying a faint scent of blood and an elusive hint of holy light. Arthur of the Sunset Nation. He held a long sword, wearing his usual elegant smile, but deep in his eyes, there flickered an undeniable heat and greed, firmly locked onto the Idavia knowledge core in Chen Yu's hand. It seems, Mr. Chen Yu has gained quite a bit. Arthur's voice echoed in the hall, filled with admiration, but more so with the intent to possess such a precious knowledge heritage. Isn't it a bit too greedy for one person to enjoy alone? The crisis was not far away. The yellow bird had already shown itself. Chapter 40, The Soul Fire Rings, the Knight's Spear Breaks. In the empty, dead hall, the air seemed to freeze. Arthur's figure blocked the only exit, and behind his elegant smile lay undisguised covetousness. The long sword in his hand rose slightly, the holy light flowing on the blade contrasting starkly with the decayed atmosphere of this ancient hall, yet it brought a real sense of oppression. Chen Yu stopped, tightening his grip on the Ida knowledge core, pulling it close to his chest. His face remained calm, showing no hint of joy from obtaining the treasure, nor any panic at being blocked, only a deep tranquility like a still pond. Deep within his pupils, a newly born, faint silvery soul fire burned silently, adding an indescribable depth to his demeanor. Greed? Chen Yu spoke lightly, his voice echoing in the empty hall. Exploring relics relies on chances. If Mr. Arthur wants it, why not seek it yourself? Arthur smiled slightly, elegantly stepping forward. Opportunities are certainly important, but knowing when to act is wisdom. Mr. Chen Yu has just gone through a tough battle, and now comprehends something in this place. I presume you are not at your best. If you hand over this knowledge core to me, perhaps the Sunset Nation and the Dragon Nation can maintain a surface-level friendship. His words seemed polite, but the threat was glaringly obvious. He was testing, and also exerting psychological pressure. Chen Yu did not answer, he just quietly looked at him. With the dual perception of the Eye of Truth and the Soul Fire, the flow of energy within Arthur was clearly visible. The holy light power was indeed pure and strong, carrying a quality of order and purification, but at its core, there was a hint of impatience and superficiality. It seemed this power did not fully come from his own hard training, but borrowed from some external object or inheritance. Your holy light is not pure. Chen Yu suddenly said, his tone calm, yet it was like a needle, precisely pricking at the flaw that may exist within Arthur's heart. Arthur's smile stiffened for a moment, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes, but quickly replaced by deeper coldness, sharp-tongued, yet it cannot change the outcome. Since you refuse goodwill, then let's see the real skill. Before his words fell, Arthur moved. His figure swayed, moving at incredible speed, not charging straight in, but making an arc, the long sword piercing forward, with a tip of extremely concentrated holy light coalescing, like the first morning star before dawn, carrying the will of purification and penetration, aimed directly at Chen Yu's right shoulder holding the star core. He intended to seize the treasure, rather than immediately decide life or death. This strike was both swift and precise, leaving room yet incredibly difficult to defend against. However, the moment Arthur's shoulder shifted and energy began to gather, Chen Yu's weakness detection had already caught the subtle trajectory of his power angle and holy light gathering. The soul fire flickered slightly, causing his thinking speed to suddenly increase. The opponent's movements seemed to slow down in his eyes for a moment. Chen Yu did not take the hit head-on, nor did he completely dodge. His foot stepped to the side, his body gliding left as if weightless, while his right hand pointed like a sword, the dark gold fingertip not facing the sword tip, but instead arriving first, precisely targeting the inner side of Arthur's wrist, the critical point where the holy light flowed into the arm's veins, a moment's weakness of old strength expended in new strength not yet born. This finger, fast, accurate, ruthless, contains a penetrating power of soft and hard coexisting, and carries a hint of spiritual intimidation blessed by soul fire. Arthur's pupils shrank, his heart ringing alarm bells. He did not expect Chen Yu's response and eyesight to be so precise. If this finger hit accurately, his wrist would surely be injured, and the long sword might even slip from his hand. In the blink of an eye, he forcibly changed his move, shaking his wrist as the long sword transitioned from a straight thrust to an upward flick, the sword's holy light surging, trying to cut through Chen Yu's finger, while his left hand formed a finger. A condensed arrow of holy light silently shot towards Chen Yu's lower body. Offense and defense switched, skillfully and adeptly. Chen Yu seemed to have anticipated this, his outstretched fingers suddenly retracted, his body spun like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the holy light arrow aimed at his lower body, while his left arm crossed, the dark gold soft and hard coexistence scale armor instantly covered him. Clang! Arthur's upward slashing long sword struck Chen Yu's arm scale armor, producing a crisp sound like metal clashing. The holy light and the runes on the dark gold scale armor fiercely collided, sparks flying. Arthur only felt an unusual force of recoil from the sword. Part of the power was forcefully absorbed by the tough scales, while another part seemed to vanish like a mud cow entering the sea, dissipated by a soft yet resilient force, making him feel stifled and at a loss for leverage. What shocked him even more was that at the moment of the blades colliding, a weak yet extremely sharp spiritual shock, like fine needles, directly pierced into his mind from the collision point. The soul fire began to ring. Ugh! Arthur groaned softly, a sharp pain shot through his mind, and his spirit momentarily fluttered, causing the holy light on his sword to become slightly chaotic. In a clash of masters, only a split second mattered. In that instant, Chen Yu moved. He used the rebound force from the block, his body shooting out like a tight bowstring, fingers clawed, dark gold flowing light enveloping them, directly aiming at the exposed chest of Arthur, who was stunned from the spiritual attack. Before his fingertips could reach, the fierce wind and the implicit intimidation of soulfire had already made Arthur's hair stand on end. Holy Guard! After all, Arthur was a top contender, and at this critical moment, his instinct for battle unleashed all his potential. He roared, unleashing holy light from within at any cost, forming a solid, pale white light shield in front of him, engraved with cross patterns. Boom! Chen Yu's razor-sharp claws raked violently against the light shield. The violent force and holy light fiercely clashed, producing a deafening tearing sound. The light shield trembled violently, countless cracks appearing on its surface, looking like it would shatter at any moment. Arthur's face turned pale, using the impact to fly back, trying to create distance. His eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Yu's close combat ability and timing, especially that strange spiritual attack, completely exceeded his expectations. This guy was much more troublesome than the intel described. Chen Yu, taking advantage of his momentum, was about to chase and completely capture Arthur. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he abruptly stopped his advance, rolling to the side. Whoosh! 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 3 dark-throwing shurikens flew through the air with a piercing sound, like venomous snakes shooting towards the spot he had just occupied, deeply embedding into the obsidian ground, their blades shimmering with a ghostly blue poison glow. Hattori Hanzo. He had also infiltrated this place and chose the critical moment when Chen Yu was about to severely injure Arthur to intervene. Chen Yu steadied himself, casting a cold glance towards the shadows on the other side of the hall. Hattori Hanzo's figure slowly emerged like a specter, holding a long ninja sword, with an indifferent gaze. Arthur seized the chance to create enough distance, breathing heavily, looking at Hattori Hanzo with a complex gaze, but mostly a sense of relief from escaping danger. He quickly took out a bottle of potion emitting a gentle glow and drank it down. The wounds on his arm, scratched by Chen Yu's fingertip energy, began to slowly heal. 2 against 1. The situation flipped in an instant. Chen Yu stood isolated and helpless in the center of the hall, facing the pincer attack from the strongest knight of the west and the strongest ninja of the east. The air seemed to freeze. The killing intent spread like a tangible presence. Chapter 41, surrounded by 2 strong ones, the opportunity to break the deadlock. The air in the hall felt as if it had been sucked dry, heavy enough to suffocate. In front stood Arthur, just recovering, his gaze full of resentment and vigilance. The sacred light, though slightly chaotic, still blazed fiercely. Behind in the shadows, Hattori Hanzo blended into the surroundings like a venomous snake, his ninja blade slightly drooping, cutting off all possible escape routes for Chen Yu with his locked aura. 2 against 1, a desperate situation. Chen Yu stood firm, his vital energy and mental power operating at an unprecedented speed. His chest rose slightly, not out of fear, but as a sign of adjusting his state to its peak. The glimmering scales under his skin hinted at the harmony of softness and hardness, and the soul fire deep within his pupils burned steadily, dispelling the negative effects of the killing intent and pressure from both sides. He could not retreat, nor was there a path to retreat. The Knowledge Star Core could never be surrendered. It not only concerned personal gain, but also the future knowledge foundation of the Dragon Country in the competition of national fortune. It seems both of you are determined to team up. Chen Yu's voice broke the silence, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. But after defeating me, how will this Star Core be distributed? A simple attempt at sowing discord, yet often the most effective in the face of profit. Arthur snorted coldly. Don't waste your breath. First, we take you down, then we'll talk about the rest. He clearly did not want Chen Yu to lead him by the nose, yet his gaze inadvertently darted to Hattori Hanzo. Hattori Hanzo remained silent, but Chen Yu keenly sensed a subtle, nearly imperceptible pause in the aura locking onto him. The ninja was most skilled at patience and calculation. He would never be willing to be a pawn for others. It was this slight pause. Chen Yu moved. He did not choose to charge towards the seemingly weaker Arthur, nor did he attempt to break through Hattori Hanzo's blockade. Instead, he stomped hard onto the obsidian floor beneath him. Boom! Not relying on brute force, but instead channeling a highly condensed shockwave containing the essence of softness and hardness into the ground. The target was not to harm anyone but the broken stone tablet not far behind him, and the jade skeleton sitting cross-legged. Through the insight of the Eye of Truth, he had long noticed a faint connection between this skeleton, the entire hall, and the protective energy of this relic site. It was not an ordinary object, likely the final guardian or a keynote of this palace of knowledge. Indeed. As the shockwave surged in, 2 faint flames, pale like ashes coming back to life, ignited suddenly in the hollow eye sockets of the jade skeleton. A breath far older, more majestic, yet more lifeless than all previous guardian statues rumbled awake, like a slumbering giant dragon disturbed. Buzz. The entire circular hall trembled slightly, the already dim runes on the walls flickering to life with a faint glow, and the unknown energy floating in the air became turbulent. Arthur and Hattori Hanzo both changed their expressions simultaneously. They never expected Chen Yu would break the deadlock in this way. Bastard! What did you do? Arthur shouted in anger and surprise. Chen Yu did not answer. As the soul fire blazed in the skeleton's eye sockets, he lunged sideways like a cheetah poised to strike. His target was the brief gap of energy disruption and distraction that appeared between Arthur and Hattori Hanzo due to the sudden change. He chose Arthur, who might be slightly slower and had just been affected by his soul fire, as his point of breakthrough. Stop him! Arthur roared, forcibly suppressing his rising panic, the holy light of his sword re-emerging, forming a fan-shaped barrier to block Chen Yu's advance. And from the shadows, Hattori Hanzo also moved. He did not attack Chen Yu directly, but instead, his figure flickered and transformed into several indistinguishable afterimages, slicing toward Chen Yu's flanks and rear from different angles. The ninja knife in his hand drew eerie arcs, its dark blade aimed straight at Chen Yu's vital points, forcing him to slow down or change direction. Faced with the holy light barrier ahead and the strange ambush from behind, Chen Yu's gaze turned as cold as iron. The soul fire inside him roared wildly, pushing his calculation ability and reaction speed to the extreme. He charged forward without hesitation, his right arm covered instantly in a layer of dark golden scale armor. Without flinching or avoiding, he delivered a powerful punch towards Arthur's holy light barrier. The power of his blood and soul fire fused above his fist, radiating a devastating will to obliterate everything. Open for me. Boom! The holy light barrier shook violently, as Chen Yu's punch, which gathered all his strength and will, smashed a gap into it. Chen Yu's figure darted through the opening like lightning. But at a cost, shards of his right arm's scale armor shattered, blood pouring out, and the backlash from the holy light made his insides churn. Just as he passed through the gap, Hattori Hanzo's deadliest knife light, like a maggot glued to bone, had quietly struck towards his back. There was no way to dodge. A ruthless glint flashed in Chen Yu's eyes, and he completely ignored the attack from behind. With his left hand, he gathered the last bit of strength at his dark golden fingertips, carrying a wisp of faint soul fire, and pointed it towards the direction of Hattori Hanzo's true form, unable to fully conceal his breath after unleashing a lethal strike. Rescue Zhao by surrounding Wei. Exchange injury for life. Hattori Hanzo's pupils shrank. He did not anticipate Chen Yu's dauntless courage, completely disregarding his own safety. The soul fire contained in that fingertip made him feel a deadly threat. If hit, even if he did not die, his soul would surely be severely injured. In the blink of an eye, the ninja's instinct to evade danger led him to choose self-preservation. The knife light aimed at Chen Yu's back slightly shifted, while his true form, like a ghost, retreated to the side, narrowly avoiding Chen Yu's desperate strike. Swish! The ninja's knife grazed along Chen Yu's ribs, leaving a bloody trail and a deep wound visible to the bone, accompanied by a sharp, sudden pain. But Chen Yu had ultimately broken free. He escaped the deadly encirclement between the two. He staggered but did not stop, using his momentum to dash toward the stairs leading to the upper corridor, littered with debris. Don't think about escaping! Arthur yelled in fury, wielding his sword to chase after him. Squeak! At this moment, the jade skeleton completely awoke. It abruptly lifted its head, its hollow eye sockets locking onto the closest Arthur and Hattori Hanzo. Its jaw opened and closed, unleashing a silent yet soul-piercing shriek. A powerful mental storm rolled out, and both Arthur and Hattori Hanzo, caught in the front line, groaned in unison, their movements instantly freezing, their minds feeling as if pierced by thousands of needles, agonized beyond description. This ancient guardian viewed the ones who had disturbed its slumber, and were the closest to it, as primary enemies. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Yu endured the sharp pain in his ribs and the fatigue of his spirit, leaping away a few times, eventually disappearing into the darkness and ruins of the upper corridor. Arthur and Hattori Hanzo managed to break free from the soul-piercing shriek, their faces paling severely. They watched the direction Chen Yu had vanished, then glanced at the jade skeleton slowly standing up, exuding a terrifying pressure, realizing that it was impossible to pursue him, and instead would have to face this trouble Chen Yu had attracted. Damn it, Dragon Kingdom person! Arthur gritted his teeth, forced to temporarily join forces with Hattori Hanzo to deal with the awakened ancient guardian. At this moment, Chen Yu made his way up the crumbling corridor, not knowing how long he had been moving until he confirmed he was temporarily safe. He leaned against a broken stone pillar and sat down, breathing heavily. The wound in his ribs bled profusely, and his right arm felt entirely numb. The mental power, due to continuous high-intensity use and the impact of soulfire, was close to exhaustion. He quickly took out some herbs he had prepared earlier, chewed them, and applied them to his wounds, then took a pill to replenish his energy and blood, and only then did his face look slightly better. Though he had narrowly escaped death this time, the gains were enormous. The soul fire had initially formed, the knowledge star core was in hand, and he had successfully escaped the clutches of two powerful enemies. Both his strength and mindset had undergone an important tempering. He rested for a moment, casting his gaze deeper into the darkness of the corridor. This lost city of Edavia still hid too many secrets. He had to restore himself quickly and continue exploring. He closed his eyes and began to use all his strength to heal, while the knowledge star core in his arms started to emit a faint warmth, slowly infusing basic energy theories and rune knowledge into his weary yet resilient consciousness. Chapter 42, Star Core holds knowledge, shadows follow. Behind the broken stone pillar, Chen Yu sat cross-legged, as if he had become part of the ruins. His breath was long and carried a unique rhythm. With each inhale, it seemed to draw in the gentle and ancient energy particles floating in the air, nourishing his dried spirit and injured body. The wounds on his ribs and arms, under the effect of the herbs and his powerful energy, had stopped bleeding and began to heal slowly. The greatest gain was in the transformation on a mental level. That nascent soul fire, though only the size of a bean, quietly burned in the sea of consciousness, radiating a stable and warm light. It not only greatly accelerated the recovery of mental power but also served as a lighthouse, illuminating many previous vague understandings about power, runes, and the essence of energy. Many clumsy applications of combining hardness and softness became clear in that moment. He could even feel that the presence of the soul fire tightened his connection to the knowledge star core, fragment, in his arms. He sent a wisp of his mind, carefully probing into the knowledge star core. There was no overwhelming surge of information as he had expected, but rather a gentle, step-by-step guidance. Inside the star core was like a miniature, orderly library, categorically storing the basic knowledge of this lost civilization. The first thing he saw was Introduction to Basic Energy, which expounded that the energy in this world was not a single attribute but was composed of multiple basic particles, like the blazing fire element, steady earth essence, active wind spirit, flowing water soul, etc., and lower-level ether. Different combinations and vibrations of different frequencies created a myriad of energy expressions. This provided him with a new, systematic perspective for understanding his own blood energy, Jaeger's hellfire, and even the wandering energy within the ruins. Next was initial understanding of rune geometry. Those strange characters and patterns seen on walls and stones were not random carvings but followed strict geometric structures and energy resonance principles. The angle of each stroke and the curvature of every arc affected the final effect of the runes. He found the fundamental mathematical and physical support for why the stability rune could provide defense and why the flowing rune could guide energy. Chen Yu eagerly absorbed this knowledge. He felt his understanding of runes was undergoing a qualitative change, moving from imitating forms to understanding meanings, even touching the threshold of creating divinity. There were also illustrated guide to common materials of Edavaya, basic alchemical reactions, principles of low-level constructs. The vast knowledge was like an invaluable treasure. Though it was only foundational, it opened a door for him to a whole new world. He didn't know how long it had been, but Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes, a trace of fatigue flashing in them, but more so was a clarity born from the sedimentation of wisdom. Just a preliminary exposure to these basic knowledge made him benefit greatly. He felt that if he could fully digest it, his rune scales, and even more skills would welcome a leap in improvement. His injuries had recovered about 60 to 70%, and his mental strength had also been fully replenished under the nourishment of the soul fire, even seeing some further enhancement. He stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and cast his gaze towards the depths of the corridor. This was not a place to linger. Although Arthur and Hattori Hanzo were held up by that ancient guardian, there was no guarantee they wouldn't break free and come after him. He must continue to explore, looking for a way out of this building or a path deeper into the relics. He suppressed his breath, minimizing his presence, moving silently like a ghost through the dilapidated corridor. On both sides of the corridor were crumbling or half-hidden stone chambers, which might have once been libraries, research rooms, or lounges, now reduced to ruins and a decaying atmosphere. The eye of truth, combined with soul fire, allowed his perception of the environment to reach a new height. He could hear the sound of dust falling, could see the extremely faint flow of energy in the broken ruins, and even vaguely sense certain areas' residual emotional imprints. Those were the lingering feelings of the ancient inhabitants, their unwillingness, fear, or last-ditch efforts. Suddenly, he halted his steps, stopping in front of a relatively intact door made of some dark, heavy metal. This door was embedded in the stone wall, carved with a complex emblem resembling countless eyes stacked together, giving an extremely uncomfortable feeling. From the crack beneath the door, a hint of a cold, filthy aura that clashed with the overall atmosphere of the knowledge hall leaked out. Weakness detection sent a vague warning, indicating that danger was hidden behind the door, but within that danger seemed to mix a strand of peculiar energy resonance? Chen Yu hesitated for a moment. What lay beyond this door was clearly different from the main hall that recorded upright knowledge. Should he avoid it or explore it? Just as he weighed his options. Shoo, shh. An extremely faint sound, almost indistinguishable from the wind stirring the dust, faintly came from the direction he had come. Someone was following him. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed sharply. Without hesitation, he immediately abandoned the plan to explore the eerie door and accelerated, silently diving deeper into the corridor. Whether the pursuer was Arthur and Hattori Hanzo, free from the Guardian, or other competitors drawn in by earlier movements, it was unwise for him, still nursing injuries, to confront them directly. His figure quickly vanished into the shadows of the corner of the corridor. A moment later, a shadowy figure silently appeared at the spot where Chen Yu had just stopped. It was Hattori Hanzo. He looked somewhat disheveled, with several scorched marks on his ninja attire, and his breath was slightly unstable, clearly having found it tough to shake off the jade-skin skeleton. His cold gaze swept over the metal door engraved with the strange emblem, a flicker of caution passing through his eyes, then he looked toward the direction Chen Yu had disappeared, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Your sense of smell is quite sharp, but you can't escape. He did not push on the door but instead blended into the surroundings once more, like a maggot on a corpse, continuing the pursuit along the nearly imperceptible faint breath and energy residue left by Chen Yu. The hunt was still ongoing. And Chen Yu, after a brief moment of catching his breath, once again became the hunted prey. Only this time, the roles of hunter and prey may not be fixed. Chen Yu moved quickly through the complex corridor, constantly absorbing information from the knowledge star core, trying to find the building's blueprint or exit markers. He felt that he was approaching some crucial area. The corridor ahead gradually widened. At the end, there seemed to be something different from the eternal dusk. A colder light seeped in. Exit? Or another dead end? Chen Yu quickened his pace and rushed out of the end of the corridor. What lay before him was not the street he had imagined, but a huge, open circular courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a dried-up fountain, but surrounding it were 12 relatively well-preserved statues of armored humans, each wielding various weapons. They circled the courtyard like loyal guardians. Opposite the courtyard, there was an open door leading outside to the buildings. Outside was the street of the lost city. Hope was right in front of him. But Chen Yu's heart sank. Because in front of that big door stood a towering figure, wielding a gigantic battle axe, blocking the only way out, with his back to him. Hearing footsteps behind him, the figure slowly turned around, revealing a face twisted in a sinister smile. "I've been waiting for you a long time, Dragon Country man. America, Jack Brown." He had come back, or rather, he had taken a shortcut and was guarding this possible exit. With a tiger in front and a pursuer behind, Chen Yu was once again trapped. Chapter 43, A Double Kill Situation, Rune Armament. In the circular courtyard, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Ahead, Jack, holding a giant axe, blocked the only exit, with a mocking smile on his face and undisguised killing intent. The hellfire energy around him, although not as vibrant as it once was still ragingly hot, distorting the dry air of the courtyard. Behind him, in the shadows of the corridor exit, Hattori Hanzo appeared silently like a ghost, his ninja blade pointed ominously at the ground, sealing off the retreat. His aura was cold, in stark contrast to Jack, yet equally deadly. A true deadly trap with a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Chen Yu stood in the center of the courtyard, back against the dried fountain, scanning Jack and then using his peripheral vision to lock onto Hattori Hanzo. The wound under his ribs still throbbed, and the numbness in his right arm had not completely faded. The continuous high-intensity battles and escape had drained much of his energy. Yet the light in his eyes was like tempered cold iron, both icy and resilient. The soul fire in his consciousness burned steadily, dispelling fatigue and negative emotions, keeping him extremely calm. "Jack, it seems you've recovered quite well." Chen Yu opened his mouth, his voice calm, revealing no trace of panic. "Did you use something good from your American stock?" Jack let out a sinister laugh and moved his previously frozen arm. "Now free to move, thanks to you. I wasted a precious holy light purification potion. But it's alright, as long as I take you down, any cost is worth it." He stared intensely at Chen Yu. "You must have more secrets, and that knowledge core handed over, and I can make your death a little more painless." Hattori Hanzo remained silent, but his very presence was the greatest threat. Chen Yu understood that this ninja would never miss any opportunity to land a fatal blow. "Want it? Then come and take it." Chen Yu slowly readied himself, dark golden scales emerging from under his skin, covering his entire body, especially the injured right arm and the wound under his rib, where the glow of the scales was even more concentrated. He gripped with his left hand and pointed his right fingers, the chi and soul fire flowing vigorously in his body. "Looking for death?" Jack shouted angrily, cutting through any further chatter. He understood how bizarre and difficult Chen Yu was to deal with. He had to win quickly. His massive body charged forward like a war chariot, suddenly rushing at Chen Yu, dragging the giant axe across the ground, creating a shower of dazzling sparks, and then raising it with a devastating momentum, slashing down. Simple, brutal, yet filled with an extreme sense of power. Almost at the moment Jack lunged forward, Hattori Hanzo moved as well. He did not rush directly in but instead flickered, transforming into 3 indistinguishable shadows, attacking Chen Yu from the left, right, and above like ghostly apparitions. The ninja blade in his hand either thrust with slashes or strikes, the angles were sharp and fierce, targeting Chen Yu's vital points and previous injuries. He and Jack's cooperation was flawless, one strong and one soft, blocking all of Chen Yu's evasion and defense space. Faced with this nearly insolvable dual attack, Chen Yu's pupils contracted to the extreme. His soul fire surged wildly, boosting his perception and thought speed to the peak. In his mind, the knowledge recently drawn from the core of the knowledge star, initial understanding of rune geometry and fundamentals of energy, flashed like lightning. He couldn't take it head-on. He couldn't retreat. He could only merge. Just as Jack's giant axe was about to strike and Hanzo's blade flickered towards him, Chen Yu made a move that both of them did not expect. He did not block, nor did he dodge, but instead, his body suddenly sank, dropping to one knee while his hands moved in a dazzling speed in front of his chest. No longer outlining a single stability or flow rune, but guided by mental power, using blood energy as ink and soul fire as the source, he began to dismantle, reorganize, and stack the geometric structure of the two basic runes. He was not constructing defense externally, but directly imprinting and enhancing this newly comprehended rune structure onto the harmonious strength scales covering his entire body. Buzz! A low and ancient rumble echoed from within Chen Yu's body. The dark gold scales on his surface burst into brightness, the light not radiating outwards, but rapidly condensing and contracting. The patterns on the scales instantly became incredibly complex and precise, as if covered by a layer of energy plating made up of countless tiny runes. The texture of the entire scales transformed once again, no longer metallic or leathery, but more like a living, pulsating biological armor flowing with rune energy. Rune scales were deeply activated *** rune armor. Clang! Jack's giant axe struck hard at Chen Yu's shoulder. The scene of splitting him in half did not occur. Instead, there was a thunderous sound like a giant bell. Sparks exploded like fireworks. Jack felt as if the axe blade had struck a mountain made of countless springs and resilient alloys. A tremendous counter-reaction surged back, sending a painful shock through his arms. The axe blade could not penetrate at all. Even the burning effect of the hellfire was greatly weakened by that layer of flowing rune energy. What? Jack's eyes filled with disbelief. And almost at the same time, Hanzo's three attacks landed on Chen Yu. Swish! 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 The blade cut through, but only left 3 shallow white scratches on the scales flowing with rune energy, scattering sparks, unable to break through the defense. That layer of rune armor had not only incredible physical defense but also seemed to have strong resistance to energy attacks. How is this possible? Hanzo, who had been silent, couldn't help but exclaim. His long-prepared sneak attack couldn't even break through the opponent's defense? Chen Yu gritted his teeth to withstand the full force strikes from both, his body shook violently, his throat sweetened, but in the end, he held firm. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and seizing the moment of shock from both, he began to counterattack. His right leg pushed hard from the ground, and his body leaped upward like a cannonball. The elbow covered by rune armor struck down like a heavy hammer, crashing into Jack's chest. Jack hastily brought his axe up to block. Boom! The elbow and axe collided, producing a deep, resonating sound. Jack felt a strange force, both penetrating and shocking, pushing his large body to stagger back a step involuntarily. Taking advantage of this force, Chen Yu twisted his body like a swimming fish, his left hand stretched out, fingers spread, the dark golden light and soul fire intertwined, transforming into 5 sharp gusts of wind, like a sprawling net. Zhao Xiang attacked Hattori Hanzo, whose breath was slightly disordered from a failed assault. Before the wind of his finger reached, the spirit deterrence containing the power of soul fire had already made Hattori Hanzo's mind tremble. He hurriedly performed the substitution technique, leaving a piece of wood shattered by the wind of the finger behind, while his true body appeared several meters away, his eyes revealing seriousness and suspicion for the first time. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yu faced 2 enemies, withstood their deadly moves, and successfully counterattacked, temporarily pushing both back. He landed steadily, the flowing light on his rune armor slowly calming down, but that imposing aura, as heavy as a mountain and as unfathomable as a deep pool, deeply shocked Jack and Hattori Hanzo. This man from the Dragon Kingdom, in the midst of peril, actually became stronger again. Jack's face was ashen, and Hattori Hanzo's gaze was malevolent. The killing intent in the courtyard did not dissipate, instead, it became even more intense and uncertain because of Chen Yu's breakthrough. Chapter 44, 12 Star Rays, Guardians reappear. The air in the courtyard seemed to ignite. Jack and Hattori Hanzo exchanged a glance, seeing strong killing intent and an unprecedented seriousness in each other's eyes. Chen Yu's sudden breakthrough and that strange rune armor thoroughly disrupted their plan for a quick resolution. This kid must not be left alive. Together, unleash your full power. He can't last long. Jack growled, no longer holding back, as the hellfire erupted around him, the dark red flames wrapping around his giant axe, making him look like a giant of fire. With each step he took, the ground left a molten footprint, and his momentum surged violently. Hattori Hanzo said nothing, but the aura around him became more unpredictable, shadows spreading beneath his feet as if merging with the courtyard's darkness. He formed seals with both hands, and the light on his ninja knife flickered, a colder and deadlier aura locking onto Chen Yu, clearly preparing some powerful ninjutsu. Faced with the unreserved killing intent of the two, Chen Yu took a deep breath, his body under the rune armor slightly hunched, like a cheetah ready to pounce. The soul fire burned fiercely in the sea of consciousness, constantly optimizing and stabilizing the new rune structure recently engraved on his scaled armor. He felt that this rune armor consumed a great deal of mental and blood energy, it truly could not last long. He must end this quickly or find another way. His gaze swiftly scanned the courtyard and finally fixed on the 12 armored statues surrounding it. Each statue had a different posture and held various weapons, appearing lifeless, but under the dual perception of the real eye and soul fire, he could clearly see that the insides of the statues contained extremely faint rune networks that connected to the entire relic's energy network. They were not mere decorations but a kind of guardian mechanism. Fragments of knowledge about low-tier constructs and energy node resonance from the knowledge core surged through his mind. A bold idea emerged: could he invoke these statues? Just as Jack roared and swung his flaming axe, turning into a whirlwind of flames rushing toward him, and Hattori Hanzo completely disappeared, the next moment, 7 or 8 indistinguishable figures, each radiating chilling blade light, simultaneously attacked Chen Yu from all directions. Chen Yu moved. He chose not to confront them head-on. Instead, he stepped in rapid succession, his form darting like a ghost through the narrow gaps, narrowly avoiding Jack's raging axe blows and Hattori Hanzo's deadly encirclement. His goal was not to attack the two but rather to the ground of the courtyard, where those seemingly casually scattered but actually connected to the position of the 12 statues were metal inlays that had long lost their luster. His 10 fingers danced like a melody, rapidly tapping on a metal inlay. The tips of his fingers did not inject immense force but delivered an extremely refined thread containing the essence of the runes of stability and flow. Wrapped in soul fire, the spiritual power, like a key, was injected into it. Buzz. 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 12 soft yet clear rumblings sounded in succession. The 12 metal inlays pointed out by Chen Yu suddenly shone with a weak light. The light rapidly spread along the hidden patterns on the ground like an electric circuit, instantly connecting the 12 statues. Crack! Crack! The sound of stone flakes falling rang out one after another. The 12 armored statues, silent for countless years, lit up with the pale soul fire in their eye sockets, similar to the previous jade skeleton but more solid and imposing. Their stiff bodies began to move, the stone joints making a dull grinding noise. The stone weapons in their hands began to circulate with energy glows of different attributes: flame, ice, thunder, and wind. The ancient guardian formation was activated. The 12 statues, like awakened ancient guardians, instantly locked their gaze onto the targets in the courtyard with the most intense energy fluctuations, evidently carrying the meanings of intrusion and destruction. Jack and Hanzo, who were crazily attacking Chen Yu. What the hell? Jack was filled with anger and fear. He had to forcibly redirect his giant axe that was aimed at Chen Yu towards a statue wielding a giant flame sword, swinging down. Clang! In a deafening crash, Jack was shaken back repeatedly. The strength of the statue was beyond imagination. Hanzo was even more in a predicament. His stealth methods had greatly reduced efficacy in front of these constructs that seemed to see through the essence of energy. Multiple statues, each holding bows, energy arrows, staves, arcane missiles, and flails, earth-shaking, launched a comprehensive attack on him, forcing him to reveal himself and awkwardly dodge and block. For a moment, the courtyard was filled with explosive energy, and stones flew everywhere. Jack and Hanzo fell into a fierce battle against the 12 powerful constructs. Chen Yu felt a sudden decrease in pressure. He stayed in the center of the courtyard, breathing slightly heavier, grasping the time to recover the greatly consumed spiritual power and vitality. He watched the two fighting fiercely with the statues, his gaze cold. He successfully drew the trouble away, using the power of the ruins themselves to counter the strong enemies. This not only required precise insight but also calm courage and the ability to apply newly acquired knowledge in critical moments. Jack roared repeatedly, hellfire clashing with the statue's flame sword, explosions erupting continuously, but he could not break through the surrounding siege of the statues in a short time. Hanzo, with his strange methods, shuttled amidst the statues' attacks, trying to find a chance to escape the battlefield, but realized that the coordination of these statues was extremely exquisite, blocking all his retreat paths. Chen Yu! You coward! If you have the ability, fight me face to face. Jack shouted angrily, but helplessly. Chen Yu turned a deaf ear to his yelling. While recovering, he carefully observed the action patterns and energy operations of these statues. The knowledge of constructs and the knowledge star nucleus allowed him to understand the weaknesses of these guardians more quickly. Minutes later, his eyes flashed with brilliance as he noticed that when a statue holding a thunder hammer shifted its attack target, the core energy in its chest created an extremely brief wave fluctuation gap. Now's the time. Chen Yu's figure suddenly shot out, not attacking Jack or Hanzo, but like an arrow leaving the bow, darting straight for the thunder statue. At the moment the statue's hammer was about to strike Hanzo, when its old strength was gone, he covered his rune-armed fist, like a precise armor-piercing bullet, and fiercely slammed onto the core point of the energy fluctuation in the statue's chest. Boom! The force of his punch, imbued with a spiraling power of hardness and softness, and the spiritual shock of the soul fire, erupted simultaneously. The thunder statue froze sharply, the runes in its chest instantaneously dimmed and shattered. Its massive body swayed, then fell to the ground with a thunderous crash like pushing over a mountain of gold or a pillar of jade. Turned into a pile of ordinary rubble. The Guardian Array has a gap. Chen Yu did not hesitate, his figure flashed, and he shot out through this gap, rushing towards the door to freedom across the courtyard without looking back. Bastard! Don't think you can run! Jack's eyes were bloodshot, wanting to stop him, but he was tightly entangled by two other statues. Hattori Hanzo's face was also pale, but he was being targeted by even more statues, unable to escape at all. He could only watch helplessly as Chen Yu's figure disappeared into the shadows of the street outside the door. Ah! Chen Yu! I will kill you. Jack's frantic roar echoed in the courtyard, but was drowned out by even fiercer attacks from the statues. Chen Yu, bursting out of the building, felt the slightly cold air outside, and without a moment's pause, he quickly fled along the complicated streets. He knew that the hatred with Jack and Hattori Hanzo was now unending. The exploration of this lost city of Idavaya had just begun. He needed to grow stronger faster, digest knowledge, and find the true secrets deep within this ancient civilization's ruins. Chapter 45, Starlight Plaza, The Path of Choice. Bursting out from that building filled with knowledge and danger, Chen Yu did not feel the slightest bit of relief. The streets of the lost city Idavaya remained silent, the orange-red sky eternally shrouding this boundless ruin, stretching his shadow long on the cracked stone slabs. He dared not stay in one place for too long, although the wounds on his rib and arm had stopped bleeding, the turmoil in his internal organs and mental exhaustion still needed time to settle. More importantly, Jack and Hattori Hanzo would never let this go. It was only a matter of time before they escaped those constructed statue bodies. He moved quickly along a relatively wide main road that seemed to lead to the city center, while part of his mind sank into the Adavian knowledge core in his arms. With the help of soul fire, the speed of absorbing and understanding knowledge increased significantly. He was no longer limited to basic theories and began to attempt to understand some simple energy application models and more complex rune combinations. Basic energy guidance technique, simple rune array, defense/energy gathering, low-level mental meditation method, Adavian version. This highly practical knowledge flowed like sweet spring water, nourishing his parched understanding. While on the move, he simulated and deduced in his mind, even attempting to subtly integrate several new understood micro-runes for energy gathering and stability into his body's rune armor. Although it was just a slight adjustment, it made the energy flow of the armor smoother and more efficient. This ability to learn, digest, and apply knowledge to himself anytime and anywhere is the greatest benefit brought by the knowledge core. After about half an hour of progress, the buildings along the way grew more majestic, and the level of damage seemed to lessen, even revealing some relatively intact domes and towers. The energy particles in the air also became more active, carrying an ancient and majestic aura. Finally, after passing through a huge, collapsed archway, the sight before him made him involuntarily stop in his tracks. This was a square too vast to be described in words, more than 10 times larger than the one he had encountered before. The ground of the square was not paved with stone slabs but with a black material that seemed to absorb light, embedded with countless tiny silver crystals that emitted a faint glow, together forming an immense star map that seemed endless. In the star map, the stars were not still, but were slowly moving and twinkling, creating a bizarre contrast with the eternal orange-red clouds of the sky, as if a real starry sky had been moved to the ground. Here was the Starlight Plaza. And at the end of the plaza, in the center of the city, stood a wonder that could not be described as merely a building. It was a massive, strange structure that grew upwards like a cluster of crystals. It was made up of countless transparent or semi-transparent crystal pillars, varying in thickness and sharpness, entangled and stacked together, rising hundreds of meters, piercing the clouds. Within the crystal pillars, countless colorful streams of light surged and intertwined, emitting a magnificent and awe-inspiring wave of energy. Even from a distance, Chen Yu could feel his soul fire and blood energy being subtly pulled. That was the core of the lost city of Idavaya, and the gathering point of the energy veins of the entire civilization's ruins. But the path to that core area was not smooth sailing. At the Starshine Square, near the center, 3 paths suddenly appeared, each leading to a uniquely styled portal. The leftmost portal was constructed from rough, seemingly unpolished black boulders, and within it lay a deep, light-proof darkness that exuded a heavy, oppressive aura, as if it were refining both body and will. The middle portal was carved from pure crystal, shimmering with light. Inside, shadows shifted, as if countless illusions were born and extinguished, exuding a rhythm that tested spirit, perception, and soul. The rightmost portal was the most peculiar. It was not solid, but a constantly twisting, swirling vortex of chaotic energy, colors shifting unpredictably, with the sound of various energies violently colliding, annihilating, and being reborn, filled with uncertainty, danger, and opportunity. 3 paths, 3 completely different trials? Chen Yu focused his gaze, combining his true eye with his soul fire, trying to see through the reality and illusion of these 3 paths. The left stone portal had the most pure and direct aura, seemingly a trial for pure body and will, with danger potentially stemming from extreme physical pressure and some kind of will erosion. The middle crystal portal had the strongest mental fluctuations, clearly a test of soul and perception, where illusions and mental attacks would pose the main threats. The right energy vortex was the most chaotic and unpredictable. The information feedback from weakness detection was fragmented, suggesting it contained energy impacts of various attributes and might even involve spatial distortion, the greatest risk, but perhaps also hiding the most unexpected gains. How to choose? Chen Yu pondered for a moment. His strength lay in having just condensed his soul fire, greatly increasing his mental energy, and possessing true eye and weakness detection, which might give him an advantage in facing mental illusion trials. However, the middle crystal portal felt too refined and preset, lacking variables. The right chaotic energy vortex, while dangerous, seemed to resonate with his curiosity about the nature of energy and the confidence from blessing of luck. The theories in the knowledge star core about energy variability and rule conflicts also instilled a bit of confidence in his understanding of this chaotic environment. More importantly, he had an instinct that the most dangerous path might bring him closer to the true secrets of this ruin, and an opportunity to quickly enhance his strength. Just as he weighed his options, hurried footsteps and suppressed shouts of anger came from behind him. "Quick! That kid must have run this way. Catch him. I want to tear him apart." It was Jack and Hattori Hanzo. They had managed to shake off the statue guards and caught up so quickly. Chen Yu's eyes sharpened, and he no longer hesitated. He took a deep look at the chaotic energy vortex, feeling the wild rhythm of destruction and rebirth within, then stepped forward without hesitation, transforming into a dark golden streak of light, and charged directly into the ever-changing energy portal on the right. His silhouette was instantly swallowed by the surging chaotic energy, disappearing without a trace. Moments later, Jack and Hattori Hanzo rushed to the edge of the Starshine Square, panting, just in time to see Chen Yu's final moment as he vanished into the energy vortex. Damn it! He has entered the chaotic corridor. Jack's face turned pale. He clearly received some vague information about the ruins from the American team. Inside is an energy turbulence area, extremely dangerous. Hattori Hanzo looked at the constantly twisting vortex, his eyes flickering. Finally, he shook his head and hoarsely said, "The risk is too high, and the rewards are uncertain. My path does not lie here." He turned his body, shadow-like, towards the central crystal door that tested the spirit and soul. Jack watched Hattori Hanzo disappear, then glanced at the giant stone door on the left and the crystal door in the center, gritting his teeth. His Hellfire talent leaned towards the violent and direct, poorly adapting to the chaotic energy environment, and entering the chaotic corridor was undoubtedly seeking his own death. Humph. Even if you survive by luck, we will eventually meet in the core area. Jack spat hatefully and finally chose the left giant stone door, which resonated most with his breath, and stepped in boldly. Starry Plaza fell silent once again, with only the glowing points on the ground star map slowly flowing. The three trial doors stood silently, waiting for the destiny of the challengers. At this moment, Chen Yu, who charged into the chaotic corridor, was experiencing an unprecedented storm. Chapter 46, Chaotic Corridor, Law Baptism. At the moment he plunged into the energy vortex, Chen Yu felt as if he had been thrown into a violent meat grinder that had no concept of up, down, left, or right. No longer a steady transportation, but endless tearing, squeezing, and twisting. Before his eyes were chaotic colors that flew past, impossible to identify. In his ears was a torrent of noise created by countless energies violently colliding, exploding, and annihilating, enough to drive an ordinary person instantly insane. Heat, cold, numbness, corrosion, tearing, the turbulent energies of various attributes blasted against his body and soul like invisible blades, crashing from all directions. Ugh! Chen Yu groaned, the runic armor on his body activated to its limits, with dark golden streams swirling on the surface of the scales at an unprecedented speed, flickering as it resisted the invasive energy corruption. Every impact of energy caused the runes on the armor to flash violently, as if they might collapse at any moment. Intense pain surged from all over his body, especially from the previously injured areas, which sent piercing pain. This was just the beginning. He felt like a leaf thrown into turbulent waves, completely unable to control his form, only passively rolling and colliding with the energy turbulence. If it weren't for the soul fire fiercely guarding in his sea of consciousness, maintaining his last bit of clarity, his will would have likely been consumed by the endless chaos and pain. I can't go on like this. Chen Yu gritted his teeth, and the soul fire burned fiercely, activating the true eye in an attempt to find order within this absolute chaos. However, here named chaos, order itself was the scarcest thing. The changes in energy flow came with no warning. 1 second it was a flame that burned everything, and the next it could turn into an extreme cold that froze souls, with no transition in between. Weakness detection was nearly ineffective here because weaknesses were everywhere, or rather, there were destructive attacks everywhere, with no so-called safe nodes. Several attempts to use the will of firmness and softness to direct and unload force were as futile as trying to stop a chariot with a mantis. The violent energy turbulence instantly crashed through the energy channel he had built, instead causing him to suffer a stronger backlash, resulting in a streak of golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Absolute violence, absolute chaos. This was the chaotic corridor. Just when Chen Yu felt the light of the runic armor dimming, while both his mental and physical strength were nearly depleted, and his consciousness was about to be dragged into the dark abyss. The Edavaya knowledge star core in his arms suddenly became slightly warm and cool. A stream of information with the meaning of order surged into his nearly collapsing consciousness. Not specific knowledge, but a way of perceptive perspective. The description of the essence of energy particles in Introduction to Fundamental Energy and the principles of stable structures in rune geometry, a preliminary explanation formed an extremely stark and brutal contrast with the endless chaos before him. Chaos is not true disorder. A sudden realization struck Chen Yu's near-chaotic consciousness like lightning, but rather, a conflict, annihilation, and rebirth of countless types of order in an extreme state. It is a graveyard of fragmentary rules, as well as a breeding ground for new rules to be born. He recalled the fragment of flame rule he glimpsed while absorbing the magma core. Compared to the vast torrent of rule fragments before him, which contained countless attributes, that was like a drop in the ocean. He no longer tried to resist or guide this chaos, that was like hitting a stone with an egg. He began to attempt to perceive, to understand, even if just a tiny, fleeting fragment of order amidst this endless chaos. The light of the soul fire shrank, becoming extremely concentrated, like a probe, carefully diving into the surrounding turbulent energy. He heard the explosive hissing of the flame rule fragments burning, touched the absolute zero silence of the ice rule fragments, and felt the fury of the thunder rule fragments that could tear everything apart, and there were more rule traces he could not understand, yet they truly existed. Each perception was like dancing on the edge of a knife, imposing a tremendous burden and shock on his spirit. The soul fire flickered violently, as if it would extinguish at any moment. But each successful capture and understanding deepened his comprehension of the essence of energy, and his consciousness became increasingly resilient and clear under this extreme tempering. He even began to try to use the tiny runes on the runic armament, which he had just understood to stabilize structures, to construct an extremely small order domain on his body surface, existing for less than 0.1 seconds, not to fight against chaos, but like a surfboard, to find that tiny bit of momentum amid the waves of rule fragments. This process was perilous to the extreme. Countless failures in construction led to energy backlash, causing him to suffer more injuries. But occasional successes could give him a moment's respite and slight control in this raging current. He was no longer completely passively rolling like he initially was. He could occasionally adjust his posture, avoiding the centers of particularly violent energy vortices. Unaware of how long he had been drifting in this chaos, time had lost its meaning here. Chen Yu's consciousness was nearly numb, relying solely on a stubborn will and the instinct of the soul fire to support him. His body was covered in countless tiny wounds, caused by being sliced by the most minute rule fragments. The glow of the runic armament had dimmed to the extreme, as if it would completely dissipate at any moment. But just as he was about to run out of energy, buzz! It seemed that some kind of shackles within him were broken by this extreme pressure. The nascent, weak soulfire, after experiencing countless washes and tempering by chaotic rules, not only did not extinguish but instead swelled dramatically, like rebirth, growing stronger. Its color shifted from silver-white to a faintly chaotic hue that seemed to embrace everything. The total amount of mental power did not surge, but its quality and resilience underwent earth-shattering changes. It became more condensed, more acute, and its sensing ability of energy and rules improved by more than double. At the same time, his understanding of rigid softness deepened once again. Rigidity is not just physical strength, but also indomitable will. Softness is not just guiding strength, but also adapting to and integrating with rules. The flowing runes on the runic armament seemed to carry a trace of chaotic corridor's imprint, becoming more agile and resilient. He suddenly opened his eyes, a cluster of soulfire burning fiercely in his gaze, allowing him to faintly see through ahead to a relatively calm area where various rule fragments had temporarily reached a fragile balance. There, it seemed, was a temporary safe point in the chaotic corridor, and also, the direction of the exit. He exhausted his last strength, controlling his nearly shattered rune weapons, like a clumsy yet daring surfer riding the turbulent energy flow beneath him, struggling yet incredibly determined, charging towards that calm area. Puff! As if passing through a layer of thick water film. All tearing, noise, and pain vanished in an instant. Chen Yu fell heavily onto the hard, cold ground, his body feeling as if it had fallen apart, not even having the strength to move a finger. He lay flat on his back, gasping heavily, looking up at the sky above, no longer the chaotic colors, nor the eternal twilight, but a profound night sky, dotted with countless true stars, their light cold and pure. He was out. He had come out alive from the chaotic corridor. Though the price was heavy, nearly death, his soul and will had undergone an unprecedented trial of rules, completing a crucial transformation. He struggled to turn his head, surveying the surroundings. It seemed to be an open platform, styled similarly to the external ruins but older and more worn. And in the center of the platform stood a small stone tablet, emanating a soft starlight. On the stone tablet, there was carved a pattern resembling the soulfire emblem in the Hall of Knowledge, yet more complex, with a chaotic nebula seemingly swirling at its center. The moment Chen Yu's gaze met the pattern, a gentle yet grand thought resonated directly in his mind. Past the trial of the chaotic corridor, rule affinity enhanced, soul resilience increased. Gain special state, chaos baptism, beginner, resistance to chaotic and mutated energy increased, perception of rule fragments enhanced. Reward obtained, ancient meditation method of Ida via fragment of star dome contemplation. But a flood of information surged in with that thought, a practice method far more profound than the basic meditation techniques within the knowledge star core, directly pointing to the essence of the soul and the starry sky. Before Chen Yu could examine it closely, from the darkness at the edge of the platform, slow and heavy, footsteps echoed. A figure cloaked in a tattered gray robe, hunched and indistinct in face, slowly emerged from the shadows, stopping not far from Chen Yu. Beneath the gray robe, two aged eyes, seemingly having seen the vicissitudes of ages, settled on Chen Yu. An old, hoarse voice that seemed to have not spoken for a long time slowly emerged. To live and come out from the graveyard of rules. How many years has it been, a strange soul? Chapter 47, The Grey-Robed Gravekeeper, A Glimpse of the Star Dome. That voice was old and hoarse, as if every word carried the dust of time, spreading across the quiet starry platform, imbued with an indescribable dignity and solitude. Chen Yu's heart raced with alarm, forcing his nearly broken body to try to stand, but found lifting even an arm was exceptionally difficult. The rune armor had long since dissipated under the impact of the chaotic corridor, revealing a body covered in tiny wounds and stained with blood. Though the soul fire had grown stronger and more solid, the feeling of mental fatigue surged like a tide. He could only barely turn his head, looking at the suddenly appeared figure in grey robe. The figure stood there quietly, the tattered grey robe seemed to blend into the surrounding darkness, only the twisted wooden staff and the two aged eyes beneath the robe proved its existence. Chen Yu's true eye and soul fire perception worked with all their power, but, like a mud cow entering the sea, he was completely unable to see through the depth of this grey-robed person, only sensing an overwhelming presence, as vast as the ruins beneath his feet. Ancient, dead silence. This is not a contestant. It is the original existence of the ruins. A living ancient remnant? Senior. Chen Yu struggled to speak, his voice hoarse and dry, filled with alertness and a hint of reverence for the unknown existence. The figure in the grey robe did not respond to his address. That ancient gaze slowly scanned Chen Yu's nearly shattered body, especially lingering for a moment on the cluster of chaotic-colored soulfire in his sea of consciousness, as if it had slightly rippled. The wash of the laws, the toughness of the soulfire, good talent. The grey-robed figure's voice remained calm and flat, devoid of admiration, more like stating a fact. It's a pity, too weak. Like a candle flickering in the wind. Chen Yu fell silent, offering no rebuttal. Before an existence that could survive in the chaotic corridor and exerted such immense pressure on him, his current state truly resembled that of a flickering candle. This place is the Star Observation Platform, also known as the Tomb Guardian Land. The grey-robed figure slowly raised a bony finger, pointing to the stone tablet in the center of the platform, which emitted a soft starlight. Getting here is both an opportunity and a test. A Tomb Guardian Land? Whose tomb is guarded? This city? Or something else? Questions surged in Chen Yu's heart, but he knew now was not the time to ask. The grey-robed figure's gaze returned to Chen Yu. The star dome visualization technique is the foundation for my clan to observe the cosmos and refine soul consciousness. Obtaining this fragment is your fortune. But whether you can enter the door and glimpse a glimmer of reality depends on yourself. After saying that, he no longer spoke, simply standing there quietly, as if transformed into a statue, merging with the star observation platform and the starry sky above, no longer paying attention to Chen Yu. Chen Yu understood this was sending him off, as well as providing him with a safe space to recover and digest his gains. This grey-robed tomb guardian seemed to harbor no malice toward him, at least not for now. He no longer hesitated, enduring the severe pain, sitting cross-legged. First, he circulated his vital energy to stabilize his severely injured body, while also directing a thread of mental focus into the fragment of the star dome visualization technique he had just acquired in his mind. Unlike the systematic foundational knowledge in the knowledge star core, this meditation method was more obscure and abstract, directly pointing to the connection between the soul's essence and the cosmic starry sky. It did not simply guide energy but required the practitioner to use the soulfire as a guide to construct a miniature star dome in the sea of consciousness, visualizing the grand laws of the rise and fall of stars and the movement of star trails, honing the soul consciousness, cleansing the impurities of the soul, and attempting to resonate with the powers of the stars hidden in the void. Its entry requirements were extremely high, first needing a sufficiently firm and pure soulfire, and secondly, a certain level of perception of energy and laws. If not for Chen Yu having just experienced the baptism of the chaotic corridor, with his soul fire transforming and his law affinity increasing, he might not even qualify to understand this visualization technique. He held his breath and concentrated, guiding the cluster of chaotic-colored soul fire, slowly spreading it in the sea of consciousness as described in the method. At first, it was a realm of chaos, like an undeveloped universe. The soul fire flickered, struggling to maintain the stability of this consciousness space. Chen Yu remained calm and composed, recalling the rhythms of the rule fragments he sensed in the chaotic corridor, remembering the descriptions of energy particle vibrations in the knowledge star core, and thinking of the vastness and tranquility of the real starry sky above him. Gradually, a tiny spark of light emerged from the chaos, like the first star born at the dawn of creation. Soon after, the second, the third, although the light was dim and the trajectories awkward, a very rudimentary, very small prototype of a star dome was finally constructed in the sea of consciousness. At the moment this miniature star dome took shape. Buzz. Chen Yu's whole body shook violently. He felt as if his soul was instantly elevated, breaking free from the confines of his flesh, forming a faint connection with the real starry sky above. Countless clear and pure starry powers, containing distant information from time and space, fell like fine raindrops, crossing endless distances, onto his newly born soulfire in the starry sky above. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout his soul. The fatigue of the mind was washed away quickly, and the soul fire, nourished like a sweet rain, burned more steadily and brightly. The chaotic colors seemed to blend into the background of the starry sky, becoming deeper. Although the severe pain in his body still existed, the elevation on the level of the soul significantly enhanced his tolerance for suffering. More importantly, in this state of starry sky visualization, his perception and control over his own power reached an unprecedented level of refinement. The circulation of qi and blood, the structure of runes, and even some previously incomprehensible barriers within the concept of harmonizing hardness and softness became much clearer. This starry sky visualization technique truly was remarkable. Just the initial entry produced such effects. He immersed himself in this profound state of visualization, unaware of the passage of time. Until his injuries stabilized and his mental strength recovered significantly, he slowly exited the visualization. He opened his eyes, his gaze more profound than before, as if reflecting a miniature starry sky. He looked at the grey-robed guardian of the tomb, who remained as still as a stone sculpture, showing no reaction. Chen Yu stood up and solemnly bowed towards the grey-robed figure. Regardless of the other's intentions, this act of imparting the technique was genuine. He walked to the starlit stone tablet and looked again at the complex pattern, at its center swirling with a chaotic nebula. This time, he saw more clearly, even sensing the profound essence contained within the pattern, which was of the same origin as the starry sky visualization technique, but far more profound and vast. He did not try to memorize or understand it, as it clearly exceeded his current capabilities. He deeply imprinted the pattern in his mind, saving it for future exploration. Then, he set his gaze on the edge of the stargazing platform. There, a narrow stone stairway descended deeper into a more profound area, where energy fluctuations were gathering intensely. That should be the true core of this relic, the main part of the crystal cluster wonder. Jack, Hattori Hanzo, Arthur, they might have reached there from other trial paths. The final competition was about to begin. Chen Yu took a deep breath, feeling the injuries in his body stabilizing and his mental power significantly enhanced. No longer hesitating, he stepped onto the descending stone stairs. His figure, under the cold starry light, appeared determined and upright. Chapter 48, Crystal Core, Encounter with Rival Again. Descending along the narrow stone steps at the edge of the stargazing platform, the surrounding air gradually changed. The suffocating stillness, reminiscent of historical dust enveloping the entire relic, was rapidly fading away, replaced by a richer, almost tangible living energy. The energy particles floating in the air were no longer gentle but were filled with a playful, restless essence, as if attracted and driven by some core existence. The stone steps twisted, not descending in a straight line but spiraling around the huge crystal cluster structure. Chen Yu could clearly feel that he was walking on the main artery of this city's energy network. The crystal walls on both sides were no longer cold and lifeless, the light and colors flowing inside were more vibrant, faster, and sometimes he could even see some blurry structures, like runes or letters, flashing in and out of existence within. The starry sky visualization technique automatically operated slowly inside him. The soul fire in the miniature starry sky in his sea of consciousness maintained a subtle resonance with the outside world, allowing him to perceive the attributes and tendencies of these energy flows more clearly. They were not chaotic, but instead followed a profoundly deep principle, merging towards deeper and higher places. The descriptions of large energy nodes and city-level rune array cores from the Knowledge Star core floated to mind. Here is the heart of Edavia, this ancient miracle city. He carefully concealed his breath to the extreme, the eye of truth combined with the soul fire, like the most precise radar, scanning every corner ahead, every shadow of the crystal walls. Jack, Hattori Hanzo, and perhaps Arthur, who might have chosen another path, were all very likely already in this area. The final contest was about to break out. After descending for about a quarter of an hour, the passage ahead suddenly opened up. He arrived inside a huge, unimaginably vast hollow chamber. It seemed to be the core of the externally visible crystal cluster structure. Looking up, countless crystal pillars of varying thickness crisscrossed and stretched above, disappearing into the unknown, with only an endless flowing river of light illuminating the entire space as bright as day, yet with the unique enchanting glow of crystal refraction. At the very center of the chamber was a giant, lotus-like crystalline platform. Above the platform, three things floated. On the left side, there was a mass of continuously changing and shimmering liquid metal, sometimes transforming into a longsword, sometimes becoming a shield, sometimes wriggling like a living creature, full of spirit thousand mechanisms flowing silver. On the right side, there was a thick book floating in midair, made of unknown white leather, with a deep blue gem embedded on the cover. The pages turned without wind, and a faint, wise glow flowed from a book of wisdom remnants. And in the center, where the energy fluctuations were the strongest, was a fist-sized, perfectly round dark golden crystal, as if it contained a miniature star nebula, slowly rotating heart of Edavia, fragment. The three treasures floated quietly there, emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations and unparalleled allure. Each one could stir up blood and chaos in the outside world. Yet, around the crystalline platform, the atmosphere was tense. On the side of the platform closer to Chen Yu, two people stood. They were Jack Brown from the United States and Arthur Pendragon from the Sunset Country. Jack seemed to have recovered quite well, hellfire blazing around him. Though not at his peak, that violent aura had become even more refined. He stared intently at the three treasures on the platform, especially the heart of Edavia, fragment, his eyes filled with greedy determination. His huge axe was deeply embedded in the ground beside him, clearly ready to seize at any moment. Arthur stood slightly farther back from Jack, appearing more composed. His shiny silver armor looked brand new, seemingly not having endured too much hardship. He rested one hand on his longsword, his gaze also passionately sweeping over the three treasures, especially lingering longest on the Book of Wisdom remnants. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of vigilance and calculation that surpassed Jack's, as if he were not in a hurry to act. On the other side of the platform, subtly confronting them, was Hattori Hanzo from the Neon Country. Hattori Hanzo still concealed himself within his white ninja garb, like a shadow blending into the background, his aura fluctuating uncertainly. He did not look at the three treasures but focused most of his attention on Jack and Arthur, especially Jack. His cold gaze slithered around Jack's vital points like a viper's tongue. Clearly, the previous grudges in the Hall of Knowledge and the courtyard had not been resolved. The three forces restrained each other, forming a fragile balance. No one dared to make the first move, for fear of becoming the target of all. Chen Yu's arrival instantly broke this delicate balance. Four gazes almost simultaneously shot towards Chen Yu at the entrance of the passage like arrows. Jack's killing intent surged in an instant, almost becoming tangible. Chen Yu. You still haven't died? He never expected Chen Yu to survive such a deadly place as the Chaos Corridor, and it seemed his condition looked even better than before. This deepened his fear and killing intent. Arthur's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then turned into deep seriousness. He gracefully nodded, but his hand holding the sword tightened unconsciously. Chen Yu's appearance made the already complicated situation even harder to predict. Hattori Hanzo's gaze, hidden in shadows, also flickered. He remained silent, but his body slightly adjusted its angle, clearly including Chen Yu as a target to be wary of. Chen Yu stood at the entrance of the passage, his calm gaze sweeping over the four people in the room, finally resting on the three treasures glowing enticingly at the center of the platform. He could feel the knowledge star core in his arms growing warm, especially resonating with the Book of Wisdom, fragment. There also seemed to exist an extremely faint connection between the soul fire and the heart of Edavia, fragment. It seems I arrived just in time. Chen Yu spoke lightly, his voice echoing within the massive crystal cavity. He stepped out of the passage, with a dark golden flow faintly visible on the surface of his body. Though the rune armor had not fully activated, it was already poised to strike. The budding soul fire burned steadily in his sea of consciousness, supporting the operation of the starry sky visualization technique, giving him a much greater perception of the energy flow within the entire cavity than others. He did not walk towards either side but chose a relatively independent position, forming a standoff with Jack, Arthur, and Hattori Hanzo. Suddenly, the pressure increased dramatically. Jack's face was as dark as water, Arthur's brows slightly furrowed, and Hattori Hanzo's breathing seemed to grow heavier. Everyone understood that the balance had been completely shattered. Any reckless move could ignite a chaotic battle involving all. Before this battle erupted, the three ancient treasures floating above silently mocked, testing everyone's patience, strength, and luck. Chen Yu took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him and the vast knowledge in his mind. He knew the final test was coming. Chapter 49, Four-Way Chaos, Starry Sky Revealed Power. Within the crystal core cavity, energy thickened like viscous liquid, oppressive enough to suffocate. The four powers held their ground, their gazes crossing in the air, sparking unseen fires. The three treasures floating on the crystal platform emitted heart-pounding waves, both an unparalleled opportunity and the fuse to ignite battle. This fragile balance lasted less than 3 breaths. Attack! Jack was the first to lose control, or rather, he didn't bother to wait. He was determined to obtain the heart of Edavia, fragment, and Chen Yu's appearance only further ignited his anger and killing intent. He roared and unleashed the hellfire around him, holding nothing back, his entire being transforming into a human-shaped meteor, charged with a violent aura that would burn everything, and rushed towards the crystal platform first. His target was clear, straight for the core fragment. However, he was fast, someone was even faster. Almost at the same moment Jack launched, Hattori Hanzo, who had been lurking like a venomous snake, moved. He did not rush towards the treasure but instead vanished from his original spot like a ghost. In the next instant, several black, sharp shinobi tools, shuriken, kunai, and chain sickles, shot towards Jack's path from different angles with a piercing sound, accurately blocking all his potential routes of advancement. Moreover, 2 blurred afterimages attacked Jack's flanks from left and right, armed with knives. Hattori Hanzo's goal was simple: stop Jack and take the chance to find an opportunity for a killing blow. His grudge with Jack was now irreconcilable. Get lost! Jack roared with fury, having to forcefully adjust his charging momentum, swinging his dual axes into a storm of flames, shredding and repelling the incoming ninja tools, crashing violently against the 2 afterimages of Hattori Hanzo, unleashing a heavy roar of energy. In that moment when Jack was entangled by Hattori Hanzo, Arthur moved. He had been waiting for this opportunity. His figure was like a silver lightning bolt, elegant and swift, rushing towards the platform where the Book of Wisdom, fragment, was. His longsword gathered holy light, transforming into a condensed beam of light, not for attack, but instead, like a tug, it rolled towards the suspended book. The Book of Wisdom shall return to the true knight's hands. Arthur's eyes sparkled with a resolute gleam. However, just at the moment when his holy light was about to touch the book, buzz! A dark golden figure, arriving first with a swift movement, appeared like teleportation between Arthur and the Book of Wisdom. It was Chen Yu. He had long predicted Arthur's trajectory with his stellar contemplation technique and his powerful perception of soulfire. The moment Arthur acted, he activated his balance of soft and hard to the extreme, his footwork mysterious, moving faster than Arthur could anticipate. Chen Yu did not use complex moves, his right fist, armed with runes, struck simply and directly, the edge of his fist channeling the essence of blood, soulfire, and a hint of newly comprehended power from the stellar contemplation, merging with the will to shatter illusions and reach the truth, fiercely smashing towards that holy light. Bang! The holy light shattered in response. Arthur felt a strange and immense force rebound from the broken holy light, causing his blood energy to surge, halting his forward momentum. He looked at Chen Yu in terror, feeling extreme discomfort from the power in the other's fist that seemed to pierce the essence. Your holy light is still full of deception. Chen Yu stood with his fist withdrawn, blocking in front of the Book of Wisdom, gazing calmly at Arthur. You cannot take this book. Arthur's face darkened, elegance lost, then let strength speak. He shook his long sword, and even more intense holy light erupted, surging like a tide towards Chen Yu. He aimed to crush this Dragon Kingdom man who had repeatedly spoiled his plans with absolute power. For a moment, the battles in the room were clearly defined. Jack and Hattori Hanzo fought fiercely, hellfire clashing with shadow ninjutsu, explosions ringing out continuously, both fighting desperately, unable to determine a victor in a short time. Arthur and Chen Yu were locked in combat, holy light swordsmanship clashing against rune armor and soul firepower, brilliance shining, energy surging. Arthur's holy light power was formidable, his swordsmanship superb, but Chen Yu's defense was strange, his insight shocking, especially the occasional spiritual shock infused with soulfire that left Arthur in a bind, unable to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the remaining glimmering thousand mechanisms flowing silver, and the most important heart of Idavaya, fragment, still quietly floated on the platform, seemingly waiting for the truly worthy person to claim them. The brawl continued, energy ran rampant. Jack, increasingly frustrated from the stalemate, suddenly forced Hattori Hanzo back with a swing of his axe, his crimson gaze sweeping across the crowd, suddenly roaring, Burton! What are you waiting for? Before his words fell, behind a hidden crystal pillar above the crystalline cavity, a figure wrapped in dazzling arcs of electricity suddenly leaped out. It was Burton, the Australian competitor. He had long been lying in wait, coalescing a terrifying electric spear in his hand, thick as a child's arm, with lightning almost taking a solid form. Thunder, judgment! Burton roared, exerting all his strength, launching that destructive electric spear, not aiming at anyone in the fierce battle, but straight towards the crystal platform itself, targeting the area where the three treasures were. If he couldn't have them, he would destroy them. At the very least, he wouldn't let them fall easily into others' hands. Especially that person from Dragon Country, Chen Yu. This sudden change shocked everyone. Bastard! Arthur was both surprised and angry. He wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Hattori Hanzo quickly retreated, avoiding the potential energy impact. A trace of madness flashed in Jack's eyes. At the moment Barton appeared, Chen Yu's soul fire sent the strongest warning. He instantly understood Barton's intention. He must not succeed. A fierce look flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He abruptly abandoned the fight with Arthur and shot toward the platform. At the same time, the miniature star dome in his consciousness began to operate at an unprecedented speed. Soulfire burned brightly, and the connection with the deep crystal cluster above and even the vague space of the stars was instantly strengthened. He rapidly gestured with both hands in front of his chest, no longer sketching basic runes, but using spiritual power to draw on the active energy particles originating from the Idavaya core in the surrounding space. Combining the mysteries of the star dome visualization technique, he constructed a non-physical, yet seemingly formed by countless fragments of starry light, a half-transparent shield in front of the platform * star dome wall. This was not just pure defense. Within the starlight, there was a unique force field that could dissolve, disperse, and guide energy. Boom! The destructive thunder spear struck fiercely against the hastily formed star dome wall. The blinding light instantly consumed everything. The violent thunder power rampaged, attempting to tear apart the seemingly fragile star shield. The star dome wall trembled violently, flickering uncertainly. Large areas of the starry light were obliterated, as if it would collapse at any moment. Chen Yu's face turned pale, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Constructing and maintaining this shield consumed a tremendous amount of his spiritual power. But it ultimately held. The thunder power was layer by layer weakened, dispersed, and guided by that unique star force field, shattering the crystal cluster walls but failing to break through the shield, injuring the treasures behind even a bit. As the light dissipated, the star dome wall gradually vanished. Chen Yu breathed slightly heavily, standing at the edge of the platform. Although injured, his gaze remained sharp. He had successfully protected the treasures. This scene shocked Jack, Arthur, Hattori Hanzo, and even the ambushing Barton, beyond measure. That unheard-of defense that seemed to invoke the power of the stars once again exceeded their understanding. Barton, his ambush failed, turned pale and without hesitation, fled, disappearing behind the complex crystal pillars. The situation in the arena changed once more. With his single strength, Chen Yu hard-pressed Arthur and at a critical moment blocked Barton's devastating strike, demonstrating a power and method that put immense pressure on the three others. Jack stopped fighting Hattori Hanzo, his face dark as night. Arthur's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, his eyes full of complexity. Hattori Hanzo's breath became even more erratic, unsure of what he was plotting. Inside the crystal cluster court chamber, a brief silence fell. Only those three treasures continued to radiate alluring brilliance, waiting for their final belonging. And Chen Yu, after a series of fierce battles and defenses, greatly exhausted and more heavily injured, stood at the front of the platform like an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 50, Heartbreaking Struggle, Throne Revealed. The silence lasted only for a brief moment. Greed and killing intent, like a suppressed volcano, erupted explosively at the moment Chen Yu successfully fended off Barton's ambush and his breath dropped significantly. Now is the time. Jack, Arthur, and Hattori Hanzo, three top players from different countries, despite their previous tensions, reached an astonishing agreement at this moment. They must first eliminate this most troublesome and unpredictable person from Dragon Country. Jack abandoned his pursuit of Hattori Hanzo, hellfire converging into his twin axes, his figure charging toward Chen Yu like a cannonball. The giant axe screamed through the space, aiming straight for Chen Yu's head. Simple, brutal, condensed with all his power and killing intent. Arthur's sword no longer pursued elegance but transformed into a pure white ray, refined to the extreme, as if it could penetrate everything. It arrived first, blocking Chen Yu's escape route, aiming directly for his heart. Hattori Hanzo moved like a true shadow, his form nearly disappearing, leaving only a slight, almost undetectable coldness, like a silent snake, striking towards Chen Yu's back of the head and vital spine. This was a deadly sneak attack. Three-way siege. All were lethal moves. Chen Yu was attacked from all sides. The backlash from having just withstood the judgment of thunder was still not quelled, and both his mental energy and blood vitality were at a low ebb. In this critical moment, though, there was no panic in his eyes. The cluster of soul fire, bathed in chaos, burned and intensified with unprecedented speed. He could not take it head-on. He could not retreat. His footsteps suddenly changed, no longer retreating in a straight line or dodging side to side. Instead, with a mysterious stepping method that contained the essence of the star dome visualization technique, he moved as if he were following the path of stars. His figure left several afterimages, while his true body, at the last possible moment, slipped through the almost non-existent gap between Jack's axe and Arthur's ray of holy light, barely escaping. At the same time, the muscles on his back, covered in runic armor, suddenly contracted and twisted. The dark golden scales shone resplendently, pushing the concept of hard and soft combining to its limit. SSS. Hattori Hanzo's ninja blade nearly grazed his spine, the venomous energy within the blade creating a harsh friction against the scales, producing a sound that gave one chills, leaving a deep white mark, but it ultimately did not break through the defense completely. He avoided it. Although Chen Yu narrowly escaped the core of the three deadly moves, Jack's giant axe's fierce whine still stung his cheek, the aftermath of Arthur's holy ray burned his arm, and the impact of Hattori Hanzo's blade made his blood surge, causing him to taste blood again, which he forced down. His figure staggered, but he used the impact of these three forces to dart forward like a kite with its string snapped, maintaining his direction and even accelerating toward the crystal platform. His goal had always been clear: Heart of Aduia, fragment. Stop him. Jack's eyes bulged with rage. He forcefully twisted his momentum, sweeping the giant axe, a crescent-shaped flame howling after Chen Yu's back. Arthur's expression changed dramatically. He pointed his sword repeatedly, and several rays of holy light shot toward Chen Yu's back like falling stars. Hattori Hanzo's figure dissolved into afterimages again, his blade light forming a net, enveloping the spot where Chen Yu was landing. However, Chen Yu seemed to have eyes on his back. While lunging forward, his body twisted and turned in an impossible manner, and his fingers flicked. Waves of highly condensed mental shock, imbued with the power of soul fire, shot like invisible needles accurately toward the weakest energy nodes of the attacks coming from behind. Puff. 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 The flame slash, holy light arrows, and shadow blade net were unexpectedly momentarily stalled by his seemingly casual mental disturbance, and their trajectories shifted slightly. This insignificant deviation bought Chen Yu that crucial moment. Finally, his palm touched the suspended, dark golden crystal, which seemed to contain an entire nebula inside, Heart of Aduia, fragment. The instant his fingertip made contact with the fragment. Boom! An indescribable, vast will, as magnificent as the starry sea and ancient as time itself, erupted from the fragment, rushing through his arm and violently crashing into his body, flooding into his soul. Ugh! Chen Yu let out a pained roar, feeling as if his soul would explode from the overwhelming flow of information and will, flooding him. Torn apart. What lay before him was no longer the crystal chamber, but countless shattered images, chaotic whispers, the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of rules. This was the fragmented collective memory and core rules that remained of the city of Idavaya. His body was frozen in mid-air, the runes on his skin flickering with a wild light, unstable and intermittent, as if they would collapse at any moment. In the sea of consciousness, the miniature star dome was shaken to the brink by this incoming tide, and the soul fire flickered like a candle in a storm, dancing violently, as if it would extinguish in the next moment. He can't hold on. The treasure is mine. Jack cried out in ecstatic rage, rushing forward recklessly, bringing down his giant axe towards Chen Yu, who seemed to have lost the power to resist. Arthur and Hattori Hanzo arrived almost simultaneously, drawing their swords, targeting the arm of Chen Yu that held the fragment. They aimed to seize the treasure and utterly eradicate this troublesome foe. 3 deadly moves, once again unleashed upon him. At this moment, Chen Yu was at the most critical and dangerous juncture of merging with the fragment of Adavia's heart. With strong enemies seeking his life from the outside and a surging will from within, he truly faced a situation of 10 deaths without life. At this life and death moment, deep within his consciousness, nearly drowned by the massive flow of information, a spark of brilliance remained. That was the indomitable will forged through hardship, the resilient essence of the soul fire after Chaos's baptism, and a minuscule yet crucial coincidence that was triggered by the SSS class talent, Lucky Favor, amid despair. Among the countless broken pieces of information flooding into his soul, a tiny segment regarding the emergency transfer agreement of City Core Authority and will resonance certification synchronized momentarily with the frequency of his fiercely resisting soul fire. It was this slight synchronization. The once violently crashing will's torrent that struck at his soul suddenly became gentle for an instant. As if it recognized his small yet resilient soul, granting him the temporary authority to hold the fragment. At the same time, a mark, resembling the pattern on the stargazing platform's stone tablet and swirling with chaotic nebula at its center, suddenly illuminated on the back of his hand that gripped the fragment. Buzz. Centered around Chen Yu, an invisible yet undeniable energy field suddenly expanded. Jack's descending giant axe, Arthur's thrusting long sword, and Hattori Hanzo's slicing blade stopped like they had hit an invisible, indestructible wall, halting just 3 inches from Chen Yu's body. No matter how hard the 3 tried to exert their power, they could not advance an inch. What? A look of horror appeared on the faces of the 3 simultaneously. Before they could react, the entire crystal chamber began to shake violently. Behind the platform, the originally seamless massive crystal wall slowly split apart with a deafening rumble, revealing a deeper, more magnificent space beyond. It was a grand hall, at the end of which stood a throne, formed naturally from countless pure crystals, radiating a soft yet majestic light. Upon the throne, there was no one. But a sense of summons, like a waking king, clearly entered the minds of everyone present, especially Chen Yu, who held the fragment, feeling it the most intensely. The ultimate legacy of Idavaya, the highest authority of ancient civilization, rested upon that throne. Chen Yu suddenly opened his eyes, the pain and chaos from before had vanished, replaced by a profound calm, as if it carried the weight of eternal years. The mark on the back of his hand gradually faded, but the fragment of Adavia's heart had begun a preliminary connection with him, no longer wild, but gently resting in his palm, emitting energy that faintly resonated with his soul fire. He slowly landed, though his face remained pale. The breath was unsteady, but standing there, it seemed as if he had merged with the core of the entire ruins, radiating an indescribable aura. His gaze swept across the pale-faced, uncertain Jack, Arthur, and Hattori Hanzo, finally landing on the newly emerged, endlessly tempting crystal throne. The final stage had already lifted its curtain. Chapter 51, Before the throne, each displays their talents. The appearance of the crystal throne was like ice water splashing into a boiling pot of oil, instantly awakening Jack, Arthur, and Hattori Hanzo from their brief shock and defeat, replaced by a fiercer, almost burning greed. It was not just a symbol of power, but also contained the most core heritage and strength of the ancient civilization of Idavaya. Whoever could sit upon it could potentially control this ruins and gain an unparalleled advantage in the future struggles of the nation. The throne is mine. Jack's eyes were bloodshot, no longer caring about the shards in Chen Yu's hand. Hellfire erupted violently, as he charged like a madman towards the cracked crystal wall, trying to be the first to enter the hall and occupy the throne. A trace of determination flashed in Arthur's eyes as well. The holy light no longer sought elegance, but transformed into pure energy that pushed him to his limits, his figure trailing a silver line as he hastily pursued Jack. The Book of Wisdom was indeed precious, but compared to this civilization's throne, it seemed utterly insignificant. Hattori Hanzo once again showcased the cunning of a ninja. He did not charge straight ahead, but shifted his form, blending into the light as he swiftly glided along the shadowy region by the crystal wall, his speed neither slow nor easy to detect. The three forces, with the appearance of the throne, momentarily set aside Chen Yu, their targets collectively shifting towards that final opportunity. Chen Yu stood in place, not rushing to act. He looked down at the now docile Heart of Idavaya shard in his hand, the nebula within the shard swirling slowly, resonating wonderfully with his soul fire, with the miniature star dome and the sea of consciousness, and even with the distant crystal throne. Weak yet pure gentle energy, originating from the ruined source, was continuously flowing into him through the shard, healing his severe injuries and replenishing his drained strength. He understood that this shard was a key, a qualification, but not the throne itself. To truly gain the heritage, he had to rely on his own strength to reach before the throne. He took a deep breath, feeling his injuries healing swiftly under the nourishment of the ruin's energy, his mental strength steadily recovering through the operation of the star dome visualization technique. He did not rush into the hall but instead maximized his eye of truth and soul fire perception, carefully observing the newly emerged hall. The interior of the hall was incredibly spacious, the floor smooth as a mirror, reflecting the energy aurora cascading from the dome. Except for the crystal throne at the end, it seemed almost empty. But Chen Yu could see that in this seemingly calm space, countless finely detailed threads made of pure energy were permeating. These energy threads crisscrossed, forming a vast and complex detection and filtering network that covered the entire hall. Any existence that intruded without permission or failed to meet the conditions would trigger the network's response. Sure enough, just as Jack stepped onto the smooth ground of the hall for the first time. Buzz! A portion of space before him suddenly distorted, and dozens of semi-transparent, razor-edged energy blades materialized out of thin air, shrieking like a storm as they rushed toward him. Every energy blade contained cutting power far beyond any attack he had encountered before. "Break for me!" Jack roared, his dual axes whirling wildly, hellfire transforming into a roaring fire dragon that slammed fiercely against the energy blades. Boom! 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 Although Jack shattered the wind blades with furious strength, his forward momentum was abruptly halted, even forcing him to stagger back half a step, his face growing even more grim. Arthur, who followed closely after, encountered similar obstacles. Glowing circles filled with holy runes, which were vastly different from his own holy light system, lit up beneath his feet, and beams of light infused with purification and binding power shot up from the circles, attempting to restrain and dismantle him. Arthur had to swing his long sword, constantly shattering the beams with exquisite swordsmanship and profound holy light, making his way forward with great difficulty, his speed drastically reduced. Meanwhile, Hattori Hanzo, who chose the path of shadows, seemed to avoid the direct impact, but the shadows around him appeared to come to life, wrapping around his ankles like a thick swamp. Moreover, silent mental spikes shot from the void towards his soul. He was forced to frequently use substitution techniques and defensive ninjutsu, making his stealth hampered, moving even slower than Jack and Arthur. This hall was, in itself, the final trial. It tested not only strength but also the understanding of energy, adaptation to rules, and some qualities that resonated with the essence of the Idavaya civilization. Chen Yu understood all of this. He no longer hesitated, taking a step into the hall. The moment his foot landed, the energy threads around him trembled slightly but did not immediately launch a fierce attack. Although the mark on the back of his hand had faded, the existence of the Heart of Idavaya fragment and the essence contained in his soul fire, refined through chaotic baptism and stellar meditation, seemed to cause this detection network to classify him as a friendly entity. However, the trial was not completely waived. The ground in front of him rippled, not with wind blades or light beams, but with a twisted, ever-changing illusion. In the illusion, there was the glory of cities, the brutality of war, the lament of civilizations, and countless distorted, tempting whispers, attempting to shake his will, twist his perception, and drown him in the fragmented memories of Idavia's demise. This was a test for the soul and will. If it were before, Chen Yu might have found it tricky. But at this moment, he realized that the soul fire in his sea of consciousness was stable, the microcosmic stellar sphere slowly rotating, and the transcendent perspective brought by the stellar meditation technique allowed him to clearly distinguish the boundary between reality and illusion. Those joys and sorrows, tempting whispers crashed against his heart like tides, yet they could not shake his resilient will, forged through life and death and reborn in chaos. He walked steadily, his gaze clear, as if strolling through a gallery of history, observing and comprehending without indulging. Although his pace was not fast, he advanced step by step, firmly toward the throne, appearing far more composed than Jack, Arthur, and the others, who were struggling against the energy wind blades, binding light beams, and shadowy marshes. Bastard! Why is he just fine? Jack roared, shattering another wind blade while seeing Chen Yu's leisurely posture, nearly spitting blood in anger. Arthur also frowned tightly, Chen Yu's performance once again exceeding his expectations. Hattori Hanzo's face hidden in the shadows was even more somber. As they watched Chen Yu make his way forward, step by step approaching the center of the hall, shortening the distance to the throne, the three of them grew anxious, no longer able to hold back, and unleashed their trump cards. Hell Fusion Core! Explode! Jack yelled wildly, a dark red energy sphere compressed to the extreme shot out from his chest, exploding ahead of him, temporarily clearing a vast area of energy wind blades, giving him a chance to charge forward several steps. Divine Arrival! Arthur pointed his long sword to the sky, and a thick beam of holy light descended, not from the real sky, but responding to some energy in the hall, temporarily dispersing the binding circles beneath him, causing his speed to surge. Shadow escape, Toad technique. Hattori Hanzo's body suddenly became ethereal. As if transformed into a true shadow, it pierced through the entanglement of the shadowy swamp and surged forward as if teleporting a great distance. The three parties displayed their powers, exerting every effort to try to catch up to or even overtake Chen Yu. Inside the hall, energy exploded with a roar, and light and shadow dazzled, for figures, in different ways, launched their final sprint towards that unique throne. The distance was continuously closing. 100 zhang, 50 zhang, 30 zhang. The majesty and allure radiating from the throne became clearer, the pure energy flowing above seemed to be calling out to its true master. Chen Yu could feel the shard in his hand growing hotter, its resonance with the throne becoming increasingly strong. The final moment was approaching. Chapter 53, Authority emerges, world in shock. The dazzling beam of light connecting heaven and earth gradually retracted, eventually transforming into soft halos that surrounded the throne and Chen Yu, as if draping him in a radiant robe woven from starlight. The terrifying pressure within the hall had vanished, replaced by a gentle energy flow, seemingly bowing to the new master in submission. Chen Yu sat upon the crystal throne, slightly closing his eyes, feeling the earth-shattering changes within him and the profound connection established with the colossal ruins beneath him. Within the sea of consciousness, the miniature star dome had already expanded several times, the stars' trajectories becoming more mysterious and their brilliance more solid. The A-level soulfire burned steadily, radiating a pale golden glow. Not only did the total amount and purity of his mental energy skyrocket, but his perception and control over energy also reached a whole new realm. With a slight thought, the energy threads on the hall floor that were originally attacking Jackson immediately retreated. Wherever his gaze fell, the rushing light flows on the distant crystal wall seemed to slow down or speed up according to his will. This is the power of Edavia Civilization Core Authority, Primary. Though only at the primary level, within this ruin, he could already invoke part of the rules, like half a master of this place. He slowly opened his eyes, calmly gazing down at the hall. Jackson struggled to get up from the ground, clutching his still painful chest, his face pale. The gaze he cast towards Chen Yu on the throne was filled with disbelief, overwhelming hatred, and a hint of fear he didn't even realize himself. He knew it was all over. Within this ruin, Chen Yu, who had obtained the core authority, was beyond their ability to contend. Arthur also stood up. He was no longer elegant, his armor stained with dust, his expression extremely complex. He looked deeply at Chen Yu. In that gaze was defeat, wariness, and ultimately transformed into a barely audible sigh. He sheathed his sword and surprisingly bowed slightly towards the throne before turning to leave without a trace of nostalgia, walking towards the hall's exit. He understood that staying here held no meaning anymore and could even pose a danger to his life. Hattori Hanzo, like a true shadow, had quietly blended into his surroundings the moment the pressure vanished, disappearing as if he had never existed at all. But Chen Yu could sense a cold and malevolent gaze fleetingly flashing in the distant shadows. Chen Yu did not stop him nor spoke a word. At this moment, his mindset was completely different from before. Sitting upon this throne, bearing part of the civilization's weight, he gazed down upon these personal grievances and conflicts with a transcendent perspective. As long as they did not proactively provoke him again, he had no intention of going on a killing spree for the time being. His attention was more focused on the grand and solemn announcement in his mind, followed by a more detailed stream of information. Personal settlement, successfully obtained Edavia Civilization Core recognition, performance rating, SSS. Awarded points, 10,000 points. Awarded special title, Civilization Pioneer, gains initial information advantage when exploring other civilization ruins. Core rewards obtained, Integrated Heart of Edavia, completeness 15%, Civilization Authority, Beginner. Exploration contribution rating, extremely high. Triggering 10,000-fold amplification limit. Just as the personal settlement was completed, the global announcement echoed again, causing the whole world, especially the Dragon Nation, to erupt in unprecedented excitement. Announcement: based on the outstanding performance of the Dragon Nation player Chen Yu, a 10,000-fold amplification is now initiated, manifesting corresponding resources within the confines of the Dragon Nation. Manifestation Content 1, within the territory of the Dragon Nation, generate 3 stable medium-sized spiritual pulse nodes, permanently increasing nationwide spiritual energy concentration by 15%. Accompanied by void crystal stone or deposits. Manifestation Content 2, the Dragon Nation obtains the complete Adavian basic rune technology system, includes full knowledge of energy theory, rune construction, basic applications, etc. Manifestation Content 3, the Dragon Nation acquires basic city-level environmental regulation and defense matrix technology, optimized based on Adavian urban management technology. Each of these 3 manifestations is earth-shattering. The concentration of spiritual energy has once again undergone a significant permanent increase. This means that the entire population of the Dragon Nation will experience a leap in physical constitution, awakened abilities, and cultivation speed. The Void Crystal Stone is a rare material for crafting spatial equipment and building stable energy conduits. The complete Adavian basic rune technology system. This is no longer just blueprints or individual technologies, it is a whole mature set of foreign civilization knowledge capable of sparking a technological revolution. Its value is incalculable. City-level environmental regulation and defense matrix technology. This means that major cities in the Dragon Nation will gain the ability to combat extreme weather, purify pollution, and even withstand certain scale attacks, significantly enhancing people's livelihoods and national defense. Within the Dragon Nation, the masses cheered, their voices shaking the heavens. Countless researchers were moved to tears, knowing that a brand new era was about to begin in the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, in other countries, there was utter silence, quickly followed by immense panic and incredulous uproar. In the White Palace of the United States, the president slammed his coffee cup onto the floor, his face pale with anger. How is this possible? A complete rune technology system? How could he receive such a high-level reward? Our Pandora plan must be accelerated. It must. High-ranking officials from Sunset Country, Neon Country, Australia, and others also urgently convened meetings, anxiety and unease permeating the air. This harvest by Chen Yu had completely shattered their hopes of suppressing the Dragon Nation through technological advantages. The landscape of the national fortune game had tipped decisively because of Chen Yu, because of this exploration of the Adavian ruins. In the Lost City, within the core hall, Chen Yu could clearly feel a surge of national fortune power, far more majestic and pure than the response from the magma spiritual vein, crossing through the void and infusing the land of the Dragon Nation, subtly reflecting back to him, the source, solidifying his recently broken power and tightening his connection with the ruins. He slowly rose from the throne. As he stood up, the entire crystal throne and the crystal platform below gradually sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only the empty hall remained, along with the radiant but introspective heart of Edavia in his hand, its inside resembling a nebula eternally in motion. He knew that most of the secrets of this ruin had already been acquired by him, the rest was merely corner explorations and resource collections. The real treasure was already in his grasp. It was time for him to leave. He glanced around the hall. Jack had long vanished, and Arthur and Hattori Hanzo were also nowhere to be found. Chen Yu no longer lingered and stepped towards the direction he had come from. As he walked, the crystal walls automatically parted to form a passage, energy light streams gently paving the way for him. When he reappeared in the starry square, he looked up, and the hue of the eternal dusk in the sky seemed to have lightened a bit. It seemed as if a subtle change had occurred due to the transfer of core authority. He identified the direction and was about to seek a way out of the ruins, but the knowledge star core in his arms slightly vibrated, transmitting information about the location of the ruins transmission hub, a safe exit located at the city's edge, leading to the outside world. However, just as he received this information, the talent of Blessing of Fortune sent a faint, yet undeniable warning. He suddenly turned his head, looking toward the shadow of a massive, crumbling archway on the side of the square. There, the space slightly distorted, and a familiar yet repulsive breath of hellfire, filled with the scent of gunpowder and destruction, was suppressed but still clearly transmitted to his senses, like smoldering embers burning in the darkness. Jack, he had not left the ruins but was lying in ambush here. Chen Yu's eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. It seemed that some people, after all, would never learn to accept reality. Chapter 52, Resonance of the Throne, radiating alone under the starry sky. 30 zhang, a traditional Chinese unit, distance, on ordinary days, could be crossed in the blink of an eye, but in this final trial hall, it felt like a chasm separating them. Jack, Arthur, and Hattori Hanzo each used their methods, unleashing astonishing potential, forcefully pushing through the hindrances of energy blades, confinement light columns, and soul spikes, madly advancing forward. In their eyes, only the ever-closer crystal throne remained, their breathing heavy, blood vessels creeping up to their eyes, looking as if they had gone mad. Chen Yu, although not directly attacked, traversed through the constantly shifting illusions of civilizational memories, and the mental toll was equally immense. Countless glorious and ruinous scenes impacted his perception, and the whispers of tragic and unwilling emotions attempted to burrow into his soul. He tightly held onto his spiritual platform. The soul fire was like an unshakable anchor, with the miniature starry sky slowly rotating, filtering and dissecting external thoughts, only absorbing subtle insights about energy operation and rule changes, which made his steps grow even steadier and his gaze even deeper. 20 zhang. 15 zhang. Jack, with the continuous explosion of the hell furnace core, temporarily gained the lead, and he was now less than 10 zhang from the throne. His face even showed a look of madness and joy. Ha ha ha. The throne is mine. The power of civilization is mine, he laughed wildly, gathering energy once more, preparing for a final sprint to cross the last distance. However, just as he lifted his foot, about to fall, an abnormal change occurred. The crystal throne, which had been standing quietly, seemed to be enraged by Jack's breath of hellfire filled with aggression and destruction, suddenly bursting forth with unprecedented brilliance. The space around the throne instantly solidified, a pressure far more terrifying and pure than any previous trial, like an invisible giant mountain, crashing down, precisely pressing onto Jack, Arthur, and Hattori Hanzo. Thud. Jack, who was first to bear the brunt, seemed to be struck in the chest by an invisible giant hammer. His wild laughter abruptly stopped, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, spraying out a mouthful of fresh blood in midair. The hellfire surrounding him instantly dimmed, nearly extinguished, as he heavily fell at the edge of the hall, struggling a few times but unable to get up. Arthur and Hattori Hanzo were not much better off. Arthur's holy light flickered like a candle in the wind. He knelt on one knee, using his sword to prop himself up, barely avoiding being crushed, but his face was as pale as paper, clearly suffering from serious internal injuries. Hattori Hanzo was forcibly pulled out of the shadow state, revealing his form, half kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with a ninja knife planted in the ground, his body trembling slightly under his black robe, clearly struggling to resist this terrifying pressure. This was not a proactive attack but a kind of domain inherent to the throne. A form of absolute rejection towards non-acknowledged beings. Only Chen Yu. Under the overwhelming pressure, although he felt his body heavy and his steps difficult, he was not struck by any aggressive force. The heart of Idavaya, fragment, in his palm emitted a soft glow, forming a thin halo that enveloped him, creating a strange resonance and harmony with the throne's pressure. He seemed to hear a whisper from the throne, feeling a trace of expectation from the vast will. He understood. Raw power, tricks, or even some external force could never truly approach the throne that represented the core of Adavia's civilization. What it needed was understanding, resonance, and the key that aligned with its civilization's essence. He no longer looked at the struggling three, sinking all his focus into himself. The soul fire and the fragment were closely connected, the miniature star dome and his sea of consciousness spinning at an unprecedented speed, madly absorbing and analyzing the surrounding civilization information and rule fragments. The star dome visualization technique was pushed to its extreme, and his soul seemed to detach from the constraints of his body, merging with the hall, with the throne, and with the starry ruins of this place. He saw how the ancestors of Idavaya looked up at the stars, searching for the truth of the laws, how they used runes as pens and energy as ink to outline the grand blueprint of their cities, how they fought and resisted during disasters, and in the end, sealed the spark of civilization within the core in a decisive act. That was not destruction, but waiting. Waiting for a soul that could understand them and inherit their path. At this moment, Chen Yu's steps became incredibly heavy, yet incredibly firm. He was no longer merely walking towards the throne, but as if he was measuring the final distance of this civilization, step by step. With each step he took, his breath became more in tune with the throne, the light of the fragment in his palm grew stronger, and the chaotic hue in the soul fire deepened further. 10 paces, 5 paces, 3 paces. Jack, Arthur, and Hattori Hanzo struggled to raise their heads, watching helplessly as Chen Yu drew closer to the throne they had used all their strength to reach but could not touch. Their eyes filled with unwillingness, resentment, and a trace of despair that even they themselves were unwilling to admit. Finally, Chen Yu stepped onto the last step before the throne. He stopped, slowly turned around, and calmly scanned the three struggling individuals in the hall, his gaze finally resting on the vacant crystal throne. The throne was crystal clear, with light flowing inside, emitting a soft yet majestic glow, quietly waiting for him. He did not sit down immediately. Instead, he raised his right hand and gently pressed the heart of Idavaya, fragment, to a naturally formed indentation in the center of the throne's backrest. It fit perfectly. Buzz. The moment the fragment touched the throne, it was as if the sleeping giant god had fully awakened. A light 100 times stronger than before erupted from the throne, instantly filling the entire hall, even piercing through the crystal walls, illuminating the core chamber outside. An overwhelming, ancient, and majestic will, centered on the throne, swept across the entire lost city of Idavaya like a tidal wave. Chen Yu was swallowed by this endless light, and he could feel the fragment in his hand rapidly merging with the throne, becoming a more complete whole. The massive energy and information, like rivers flowing into the sea, rushed into his body, washing through his meridians, and nourishing his soul. The miniature star dome in his sea of consciousness expanded and evolved at an unprecedented speed, becoming more real and vast. The soul fire, nourished by this power, burned fiercely as if endless fuel had been thrown into it. The color, once a silver-white chaos, gradually took on a faint golden hue like an eternal star. The heart of Idavaya, fragment, has merged. You have gained the core authority of Adavia's civilization, beginner level. The quality of the soul fire has been upgraded to a grade. The understanding of star dome visualization technique has greatly increased. Gain special status, civilization favor, beginner, within the ruins of Idavaya and related environments, all attributes increase, energy recovery speed accelerates, and there is a certain control over the creations of the ruins. Countless notifications flashed through Chen Yu's mind, but he had no time to look closely. He felt the power surging within him, resonating with the entire city, slowly turning to face the throne where the light was gradually dimming. Then, under the complex gazes of Jack, Arthur, and Hattori Hanzo, he took a step forward and sat down steadily. At the moment he sat down. Boom! A brilliant pillar of indescribable colors rose from the throne, ignoring all material barriers, directly breaking through the crystal cluster cavity, piercing through the eternal dust clouds above the lost city, connecting heaven and earth, and merging into the endless sea of stars. A proclamation, more grand and solemn than ever before, resonated in the minds of all the contestants and the people of Earth. Announcement: Dragon Kingdom contestant Chen Yu, in the civilization ruins Lost City Edavia, has successfully gained the recognition of the core of civilization, inheriting the beginner authority of Edavia. Rewards will be calculated based on his overall performance in the ruins and will trigger a 10,000-fold amplification, materializing corresponding resources into the Dragon Kingdom. In the glow, atop the throne, Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, the rise and fall of the entire sea of stars was reflected. Chapter 54, The Struggle of Wild Beasts, The Power of Authority. At the edge of Starshine Square, the broken archway cast a large shadow, like the mouth of a lurking giant beast. That depressing, hellfire-like atmosphere filled with madness and destruction was emanating from the thickest part of that shadow. Jack Brown did not flee the ruins in a panic as Chen Yu had anticipated. Extreme unwillingness and humiliation, mixed with greed for the power of civilization's authority, led him to choose the most dangerous and foolish path: ambush. He wanted to make one last effort, either to reclaim that crucial fragment or destroy the Dragon Kingdom person who had caused his downfall. Chen Yu stopped and stood in the empty square's center, the star map slowly turning beneath his feet. He did not look towards that shadow, instead, his gaze was directed at the seemingly eternal orange-red sky above the square. He spoke in a calm tone, yet his voice clearly echoed through every corner of the square. "It seems you have chosen the worst outcome." In the shadow, Jack's figure slowly emerged. His current state was extremely poor, his chest charred black, with traces of dried blood at the corner of his mouth, and his breath was uneven, clearly injured by the throne's pressure before. But in his pair of blood-red eyes, a nearly crazy flame was burning. He stared fiercely at Chen Yu, like a dying beast fixating on its hunter. "Choice?" Jack's voice was hoarse and harsh, carrying deep hatred. "Since you, clown, have repeatedly luckily wrecked my plans, I have had no choice. Chen Yu, today, either you hand over the heart of Edavia, or we will be buried together in this damned city." He abruptly tore open his tattered battle uniform, revealing a dark red, twisted thorn-patterned talisman stuck to his heart. The talisman emitted an ominous glow, with a destructive energy far purer and more violent than Jack's own hellfire madly condensing within. Detected high concentrations of hellfire source energy and soul contract fluctuations, judged as the forbidden one-time item soul burning contract. Warning: this item burns a portion of the user's soul and life as a sacrifice, and can unleash destructive energy far beyond their limits for a short time. The cold notification brushed through Chen Yu's mind. The United States aimed to turn the tide, and even this taboo object that harms the very essence of a competitor has been brought out. "You're forcing me." Jack's face twisted into a ghastly and painful smile, clearly activating this soul-burning contract was a tremendous burden and torture for him. "Feel the true wrath from hell." He roared wildly, pouring all his remaining strength, along with the terrifying energy drawn from the soul-burning contract, into the giant axe in his hands. That giant axe instantly became as red as a hot iron, the dark red glow almost pierced the surrounding shadows, and the space around the axe blade began to distort and melt. A destructive aura powerful enough to shatter the minds of ordinary sea-level fighters locked onto Chen Yu. This was Jack's all-or-nothing gamble, the final strike fueled by burning his soul and life. Its power had definitely reached the threshold of B-level. Faced with this earth-shattering, terrifying blow that could flatten a good portion of the square, Chen Yu stood still, without even activating the runic armament. He merely watched the seemingly crazed Jack, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Just as the power Jack had accumulated reached its peak, and the giant axe was about to strike down, Chen Yu raised his right hand, palm facing down, and lightly pressed towards the starlight square beneath him. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion, no dazzling light igniting. Only a kind of formless will, seemingly originating from the entire relic itself, suddenly descended with this simple movement of his. Buzz. Beneath Jack's feet, the star map composed of countless silver crystals emitting faint light suddenly brightened. Not all the crystals, but precisely the small area where Jack stood. The light flowed and instantly formed a small, yet incredibly intricate, binding rune. At the same time, the space around Jack seemed to transform into an invisible glue, becoming incredibly thick, firmly binding him along with the giant axe charged with terrifying energy in place. He felt like an insect trapped in amber, even moving a finger became immensely difficult. The upcoming soul-burning strike was forcibly repressed, and the violent energy inside him surged wildly, backfiring against him, turning his face from red to purple in an instant, almost exploding with pain. "No, it can't be. What is this?" Jack screamed in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. The power he had summoned from burning his soul could not even be released? Chen Yu slowly lowered his hand, stepping forward, standing in front of the bound Jack, looking calmly at his twisted face filled with pain and fear. Here, Chen Yu's voice remained calm, but carried an undeniable authority. "You can only use your power when I allow it. If I do not allow it, you cannot ignite even a spark. This is the manifestation of the core permissions of the Edavia civilization, beginner, within this relic. Although it cannot directly create or grant powerful attacks, it can, to a certain extent, influence, restrict, or even deprive the energy usage of other entities within the area. Especially in this starlight square where energy veins converge, the effect is even more pronounced. Jack's supposed trump card, his so-called last stand, became a ridiculous and tragic joke in the face of the relic's permissions. You. Jack's eyes widened in fury, wanting to curse, but he couldn't even form a complete sentence as the rebounding energy was wildly destroying his meridians and internal organs. Chen Yu did not look at him again, his gaze shifted to the soul-burning contract on his chest that continued to emit an ominous glow. He extended his finger, pointing in mid-air. The star map on the square glimmered again, a gentle yet irresistible force seeped in, like the most skilled scalpel, precisely severing the soul-burning contract from Jack's soul, and the connection channel of the source of life. The dark red talisman's light quickly dimmed, finally turning into a small handful of black ashes, drifting away and disappearing. Jack only felt a relaxation throughout his body, as the violent backlash of energy and the searing pain of his soul suddenly vanished, but he also felt as if his spine had been pulled out, collapsing softly to the ground, having no strength left to stand, only gasping heavily and filled with despair. He had lost, utterly defeated. In the face of absolute power and authority, all his schemes, madness, and trump cards seemed so pale and weak. Chen Yu looked down at Jack, who was collapsed on the ground, feeling no joy, only a sense of calm as if the dust had settled. "Get out of here," he said flatly, "if you step into Edavaya again, you will die." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Jack, who resembled a dead dog, turning around and walking towards the direction of the transmission hub guided by the core of knowledge. The starshine square returned to silence, only the light of the star map beneath his feet continued to slowly flow, reflecting the desperate figure of the loser and sending away the new master of this ruins. Jack struggled to lift his head, watching Chen Yu's distant figure disappear, the last spark in his eyes completely extinguished. He knew that the era that belonged to him had perhaps never truly begun, and had already ended. Meanwhile, beneath Chen Yu's feet, a path leading to a broader world, and inevitably accompanied by more intense storms, was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 55, The Return Journey Changes, Shadows of the Realm. The faint light of the starshine square gradually faded behind him. Chen Yu walked steadily along the empty and silent streets of Edavaya. Unlike the careful approach he had taken before, he now resonated subtly with this ancient city, and in the range perceived by the eye of truth and the soul fire, all energy flows, hidden mechanisms and traps, even the remaining guardian constructs, were like docile sheep, no longer posing any threat. He played with the modestly glowing heart of Edavaya in his hand, feeling the vast information and energy within it. Although its completeness was only 15%, it was like a key, not only opening the initial permissions of this ruins for him, but also giving him a deeper understanding of the brilliance and downfall of this ancient civilization. The knowledge about the essence of energy, the structure of runes, and the operation of stars were rapidly merging with the foundational system he obtained from the core of knowledge, nourishing his cognition and widening his path. The starry vision technique was operating on its own within his body, and the starry realm and the sea of consciousness seemed to resonate wonderfully with the eternal dusk sky above the ruins and the nebula within the core fragment in his hand. He felt his mental strength growing and purifying slowly yet steadily, and his perception of the rules became increasingly clear. This improvement was not achieved overnight, but was firmly rooted with limitless prospects ahead. According to the guidance of the Knowledge Core, he soon arrived at the transmission hub located at the edge of the city. It was a relatively intact circular building, with a floor engraved with an extremely complex transportation rune array, over 20 meters in diameter. The lines of the runes were made of some silver liquid metal, currently emitting faint and stable spatial fluctuations. This was the safe exit from Edavaya. Chen Yu stood at the edge of the transmission array, taking one last look at this lost city that had slept for an unknown number of years. Under the orange-red twilight, endless ruins silently stood, as if silently narrating the past glory and sorrow. He had endured fierce battles here, faced death multiple times, yet ultimately gained unimaginable opportunities and power. "I will come again," he silently thought. The secrets here were far from fully explored, and the deeper permissions and more complete inheritance were waiting for him to return when his strength was sufficient. He no longer hesitated and stepped into the center of the teleportation array. Without any energy activation, at the moment he stepped in, the heart of Edavaya in his hand faintly glowed, resonating with the teleportation array beneath his feet. Silver rune lines suddenly lit up with a soft glow, and the fluctuations of space became intense, causing the surrounding scenery to start twisting and blurring. The familiar feeling of weightlessness from the teleportation came. However, just as Chen Yu's figure was about to be completely swallowed by the teleportation light, a strange change occurred. It did not come from within the ruins, nor from any contestant's interference, but from the teleportation passage itself. The originally stable flowing spatial energy suddenly became extremely chaotic and violent without warning. As if an invisible pair of great hands forcefully intervened in this relatively stable spatial passage, brutally twisting and tearing it apart. Buzz! An ear-piercing noise, like shattering glass, exploded deep within Chen Yu's soul. The light brought by the teleportation was no longer a soft milky white but had transformed into a chaotic, constantly jumping torrent of colors. A powerful force of spatial tearing instantly acted upon him, far more violent than any previous teleportation. Warning! Unidentified high-intensity spatial interference detected. Teleportation coordinates have seriously shifted. The heart of Adavaya resonated and reacted, determining that the interference source contains some rules powers of the same origin but of differing nature. Danger level, extremely high. A cold prompt and intense pain struck him simultaneously. Chen Yu groaned softly, and the surface rune armament instantly activated to its utmost limit, the dark golden light flashing wildly, resisting the terrifying spatial tearing. The soul fire also shook violently in the sea of consciousness, desperately maintaining the clarity of his mind. He felt as if he were no longer gliding through a smooth passage but had been thrown into a crazy spinning, colliding blender. Surrounding him were bizarre, indescribable chaotic colors and distorted scenes, as if countless world fragments flew past him swiftly, then shattered instantly. What's happening? Chen Yu's heart was shaken, and he fully activated the permissions of the heart of Adavaya, trying to stabilize the passage and reset the coordinates. However, that external interference force was extremely powerful and strange, carrying a cold, devouring, and obliterating nature that clashed with the Adavian civilization, surprisingly suppressing the spatial stability effects of the heart of Adavaya to some extent. The teleportation was completely out of control. He did not know where he would be thrown. Was it a dangerous spatial turbulence? Was it an unknown dead zone? Or was it somewhere even more terrifying? Before his consciousness was completely overwhelmed by the furious spatial storm, he desperately infused a thought into the core fragment using the last connection of the soul fire in the heart of Adavaya, along with the mysterious guidance triggered by luck's favor in the direst moment, not a precise coordinate, that was impossible, but a vague, directional concept. Return to Dragon Country, anchor point. In the next moment, endless darkness and chaos engulfed all his senses. Time passed, not knowing how long, as if it were just a moment, yet also like a million years. A violent impact forcefully pulled Chen Yu back from the edge of unconsciousness. Thud. He fell heavily onto the hard and damp ground, and the tremendous impact made him black out, as if his internal organs had shifted, and intense pain instantly spread throughout his body. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of golden blood. He lay on the ground, coughing violently, greedily inhaling the air filled with a rich scent of grass and earth. The sensation of spatial tearing from the teleportation was slowly fading, but his body felt as if it was falling apart, with internal injuries everywhere, his mental power completely exhausted, and the soul fire dimmed, making it extremely difficult to maintain the true eye. He desperately raised his head and looked around. Here, it was no longer the silent ruins of the lost city under eternal twilight, nor was it any place familiar within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Before him lay a vast and dense, dimly lit primeval jungle. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and thick vines hung down like giant serpents. The air was filled with an intense, inescapable sense of life, along with a barely perceptible, heart-pounding feeling of wildness and danger. In the distance, the low growls of unknown beasts echoed, accompanied by a faint tremor of the ground as some giant creature moved. Where is this place? Chen Yu's heart sank. The teleportation indeed showed significant deviation. He had not returned to the Dragon Kingdom, but was instead thrown, due to some unknown spatial disturbance, into a completely unfamiliar, possibly new wild area. He tried to sense the connection with the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. That connection still existed but had become extremely weak and distant, as if separated by a thick layer of fog. He struggled to sit up, leaning against a giant tree that required several people to embrace, checking his condition. His injuries were severe, and his strength was nearly depleted. The most troubling thing was that the heart of Adavaya seemed to have consumed too much energy due to the last desperate struggle against the spatial disturbance. Its light had completely faded, and he could no longer actively call upon the relic's permissions. Even his connection to the knowledge star core had become intermittent. He was now almost back to the state he was in when he first entered the Fate game, or even worse, severely injured and in a completely unknown, perilous new environment. However, just as he became vigilant and prepared to find a hiding place to heal. Detection of mild rejection of local rules, adaptive adjustment in progress. Unknown high-energy life response detected approaching rapidly. Direction, due east, distance, 3 kilometers. Warning. Estimated intensity of this life response, C+ level peak. Highly aggressive and domain characteristics. The cold alert rang like an alarm bell, urgently echoing in his mind. Chen Yu's pupils contracted sharply as he looked towards the deep jungle in the east. In the distance, the trees shook violently, and a wild, brutal scent, filled with a strong stench of blood, surged forward like a tide. As it passed, birds and beasts were startled into flight, and insects fell silent. There was no time. He gritted his teeth and disregarded his injuries, forcibly channeling the last of his energy, crawling toward a rock crevice covered by vines and enormous ferns. Just as he managed to hide his body in the shadow of the rock crevice. Boom! A gigantic dark shadow, with an overwhelming force, suddenly crashed through the huge tree he had just leaned against, ruthlessly landing in his previous position. Dust rose, and the earth shook. Chen Yu held his breath, looking out through the gaps of the vines. Before him was a giant beast, enormous as a small mountain. It resembled a bear, but its body was covered in thick, dark blue scales. A row of savage bony spikes like swords grew along its back, and a pair of crimson giant eyes flickered with a cruel and violet light in the dimness, dripping saliva corrosive to the ground, making a sizzling sound. It seemed to have been attracted by the noise Chen Yu made when he fell or by the otherworldly aura that did not belong to this land. The giant beast lowered its fierce head, and its massive nostrils sniffed forcefully at the spot where Chen Yu had just been, confusion flickering in its crimson eyes before transforming into an even stronger hunting desire. It let out a deep, soul-chilling roar, beginning to search violently from that spot as its center. Inside the rock crevice, Chen Yu leaned against the cold, damp rock, not daring to make a sound, forcing all his energy to suppress his breath, even stifling the blood flowing from his wounds with weak energy. He was heavily injured, his strength exhausted, and formidable enemies surrounded him. In a desperate and unknown place, a new crisis suddenly struck, faster than one could imagine. Chapter 56, The Azure Scale Swordbacked Bear, A Glimmer of Light in Despair. The rock crevice was narrow and damp, exuding the stench of decayed soil and moss. Chen Yu pressed tightly against the cold rock, suppressing his breath to the utmost limit, even his heartbeat nearly stilled, only the faint soul fire in the sea of consciousness continued to burn fiercely, maintaining his last clarity and awareness. Outside the crevice, that huge beast, the azure scale sword-backed bear, clearly had not given up its search. Its heavy footsteps thundered like drums, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The thick, fishy breaths were frighteningly close, accompanied by the chilling sounds of scales rubbing and bone spurs clashing, making one's hair stand on end. Its blood-red giant eyes scanned every inch of land like searchlights, the enormous nostrils flaring constantly, trying to catch a trace of the elusive otherworld scent. Chen Yu could even smell the corrosive stench that spewed from its mouth. The weakness reconnaissance was nearly impossible to activate in this state of mental exhaustion, but relying on the instincts of the true eye and sensitivity to energy fluctuations, Chen Yu could still vaguely sense the terror of the beast. Its power level undoubtedly reached the peak of C+ rank, possibly even touching the threshold of B rank. Those dark azure scales contained powerful earth attribute energy, presenting astonishing defense. The bone spurs on its back emanated a sharp metallic aura, clearly terrifying weapons of attack, and within its fierce aura, there lay a primal domain characteristic, subtly affecting the surrounding gravity and the will of living beings, instilling fear and causing hesitation. In its prime, Chen Yu might have battled it with rune armor, soulfire, and relic authority, but at this moment he barely had the strength to escape. Rustle bang! The azure scale sword-backed bear's massive claws suddenly scraped across the vines and ferns at the entrance of the crevice, its mighty force directly shredding and smashing a large area of plants. Rubble and dirt cascaded down, causing the light inside the crevice to brighten momentarily, while the shadow of the beast's grotesque head almost covered the entrance. Chen Yu's heart leaped to his throat, his entire body tense, dark golden flows of light flickering beneath his skin, but quickly dimmed due to lack of strength. He prepared for the worst, ready to burn his last soulfire and vitality to launch a desperate strike at the moment he was discovered. However, just as that blood-red giant eye was about to peer into the depths of the crevice, a whoa! A howl, completely different and filled with warning and provocation, suddenly came from another direction in the jungle. The howl was sharp and piercing, with strong penetrating power, containing energy fluctuations that were no less than that of the azure scale sword-backed bear. The bear, poised to search the crevice, abruptly paused, its massive body slowly turning towards the source of the howl, a hint of furious provocation flashing in its blood-red eyes, temporarily ignoring this small, weak-scented suspect. To it, the provocation of a peer-level opponent was far more threatening than a small bug hiding with weak breath. Roar! The azure scale sword-backed bear stood on its hind legs, unleashing a deafening roar in response. Its enormous body moved like a small mountain, taking heavy steps, crashing through with earth-shaking force, charging toward the direction of the howl. The trees along the way were shattered and crushed like straw, leaving behind a messy path. The heavy footsteps and roar gradually receded, eventually vanishing into the depths of the jungle. Inside the crevice, Chen Yu's tensed nerves finally relaxed. Cold sweat instantly soaked his tattered clothes. He gasped for breath, the feeling of survival after a disaster intertwined with intense physical pain. That was close. If it weren't for that unknown wolf-like beast appearing just in time to attract the attention of the azure-scaled swordspine bear, he would probably have been doomed. He dared not go out immediately, still hiding in the rock crevice, cautiously sensing the movements outside while trying to operate the star vault visualization technique, absorbing the rich life energy in the air and, a type of primal, wild energy from the world that was completely different from Edavaya, to heal his injuries and restore his mental strength. The energy particles here were more active and violent, requiring more precise control for absorption, or it would easily damage his meridians. But correspondingly, once successfully refined, it seemed to offer more significant nourishment to the body. Time passed little by little, and the roars of beasts and the sounds of clashes outside lasted for about half an hour before gradually settling down, as if a victor had emerged, or one side had retreated. The jungle returned to a quietness that contained infinite killing intent. Chen Yu's injuries slightly stabilized under the nourishment of the energy, no longer worsening, but he was still far from regaining his combat power. His mental strength had also recovered a bit, enough to maintain the basic insight of true vision. He carefully extended his senses, confirming that there were no strong life responses within 100 meters around him before he painfully crawled out from the rock crevice. Standing once again on the jungle floor, he looked around. Towering ancient trees, winding vines, a thick layer of fallen leaves, and a wild air filled with danger and primitivity all indicated the peril of this place. He had to quickly figure out where this was and find a safe spot to fully heal his wounds. He determined the direction and chose the opposite way of where the azure-scaled swordspine bear had left, preparing to first leave the area that had just been the scene of a fierce battle. However, just a few steps in, it seemed like he had kicked something hard beneath his feet. He looked down, pushed aside the thick layer of fallen leaves, and found a stone slab about the size of a palm, half buried in the mud. The material of the slab was neither metal nor stone, cold to the touch, and the surface was etched with some extremely simple lines that carried a certain aura, seemingly depicting the sun, moon, and stars, along with a small figure kneeling in worship. The style of this pattern was completely different from Adavia's exquisite, intricate, and geometrically beautiful traces of civilization, being more primitive and rough, yet containing a certain ineffable meaning. A thought struck Chen Yu as he picked up the stone slab. The moment his fingers touched the slab, the heart of Idavaya in his arms actually trembled slightly, transmitting an extremely weak wave of confusion and exploration. It was as if the simple stone slab had sparked a glimmer of interest in this core of ancient civilization. At the same time, his talent of benevolence of fortune also sent a faint, almost imperceptible feeling of guidance, vaguely pointing towards a certain direction deeper into the jungle. Chen Yu held this mysterious, simple stone slab and looked towards the deep, unknown jungle, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. This was definitely not a simple wilderness. There existed traces of civilization different from Idavaya, and possibly, there were things that could resonate with the heart of Idavaya. His journey home seemed to have been pulled into a more complex and dangerous whirlpool due to that unexpected spatial disturbance. The road ahead was shrouded in thick fog. Chapter 57, Struggling for Survival, Stone Slab Guides the Way. The cold touch from his palm and the faint resonance from the heart of Idavaya made Chen Yu realize that the stone slab in his hand, etched with simple patterns, was no ordinary object. It might be an artifact of some primitive worship from this strange world. Perhaps it holds important information, or perhaps it points to some unknown place. He carefully tucked the stone slab into his chest, placing it alongside the knowledge star core and the heart of Idavaya. The three items, from different sources, were close to each other but did not cause any conflict. Instead, there was a strange sense of balance. The knowledge star core remained silent, the heart of Idavaya had been overused, and only the newly acquired stone slab carried a faint, weak aura, one that seemed to come from this wild and untamed world. The faint guiding direction from blessing of luck had not disappeared, still subtly pointing deeper into the jungle. This ability had repeatedly brought him hope in moments of despair, and Chen Yu decided to trust this instinct. The priority now was to quickly regain some strength. In this jungle, fraught with dangers, one could not move a single step without power. He did not delay any further, dragging his wounded and exhausted body, carefully moving in the direction guided by his intuition. Each step was incredibly difficult, and he had to stay constantly alert for dangers that might leap out from any corner. He kept the eye of truth's insight at its lowest consumption, mainly relying on his senses and the instinctive perception of energy fluctuations to avoid risk. The ecosystem here was completely different from Earth or Idavaya. The plants were taller and more menacing, many with sharp thorns or leaves that could secrete corrosive slime. The energy particles in the air helped with recovery, but they also nourished a large number of aggressive insects and small creatures. A brightly colored, finger-thick snake shot out from the fallen leaves, its poisonous fangs gleaming with a ghostly light. Chen Yu barely dodged it by shifting his body sideways and, in one swift motion, used a sharp-edged stone to smash its skull. He dared not make a fire, so he searched for some familiar ferns or tubers emitting faint, pure energy fluctuations. He carefully chewed and swallowed them, barely replenishing his strength, while simultaneously operating that star dome visualization art, slowly refining the violent energy of this place to heal his damaged meridians and internal organs. The process was slow and painful, but his soul fire, after being tempered by the chaos in the star dome visualization, was more resilient than ever, always maintaining its unextinguished flame, guiding the energy to nourish his wounds little by little. He moved forward for several miles, and the surrounding trees grew even taller and denser, with the light dimming further. Suddenly, the stone slab in his chest vibrated faintly again, and the feeling of guidance from blessing of luck became clearer. He pushed aside a cluster of large, saw-toothed leaves, revealing a relatively open clearing in the forest. In the center of the clearing, several crooked, moss-covered stone pillars stood tall. These stone pillars were made of the same material as the stone slab in his hand, with simple sun, moon, and star patterns carved on them, along with many different figures, seemingly engaged in some kind of ritual. The stone pillars formed an irregular circle, and the ground in the center of the circle was slightly sunken, with a small puddle of clear rainwater accumulating. Around the water, several small, vibrant green grass-like plants were growing, radiating a soft life energy and pure energy fluctuations. Discovered low-level spiritual plant, jade moss grass. Contains gentle life energy, accelerates injury recovery, and purifies energy impurities. Chen Yu's heart lifted in joy. The stone slab was indeed guiding him to useful resources. He carefully observed the surroundings, confirming there were no hidden dangers before quickly walking to the edge of the puddle. First, he carefully scooped some clear water to drink. The refreshing spring water carried a faint spiritual aura, soothing his parched throat and weary body. Then, he cautiously gathered the few jade moss grass plants, making sure not to harm their roots. He found the thickest stone pillar behind him, and, as a temporary refuge, he sat cross-legged and swallowed a piece of jade moss. The herbal remedy melted in his mouth, transforming into a gentle and pure flow of life warmth, rapidly merging into his limbs and bones. Unlike the violent energy refined by the star dome visualization technique, this life energy was extremely gentle, like the most delicate spring rain, nourishing his damaged cells and tissues, noticeably speeding up the repair process, even alleviating his mental fatigue considerably. His heart settled slightly, and while refining the drug's efficacy, he carefully observed the stone pillars and the stone tablet in his hand. Though these patterns were simple, together they seemed to depict a complete scene: tiny humans kneeling under the sun, moon, and stars, seemingly pleading for something, while in the sky, a vague, enormous figure made of lines exuded an air of majesty. Primitive worship, totem? Chen Yu pondered. This world seemed to have some kind of primitive belief system. And where these stone pillars stood was likely a former sacrificial site of a tribe, or a significant marker. Was the faint resonance from the heart of Edavia due to belonging to the category of civilization? Or was it something else? He rested for about an hour, and with the help of the jade moss, his wounds healed somewhat, at least allowing him to move without significant trouble, regaining about 10% of his strength. Though still weak, he was no longer completely helpless. He stood up, ready to continue along the guidance. The stone tablet's direction did not end here, it still pointed deeper. However, just as he was about to leave this area of stone pillars, his ears twitched slightly, and his eye of truth unconsciously swept towards the dense forest ahead. There, several large leaves swayed slightly, different from the rhythm of the wind. An extremely subtle gaze, filled with scrutiny and curiosity, was projected from that direction, landing on him. It was not the pure malice or greed of a beast, but a wise observation. Chen Yu's body tensed instantly, dark golden light flowing and flickering beneath his skin, his gaze sharply directed toward that direction, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Who is there?" The jungle fell silent for a moment. Then, the swaying leaves were gently parted, and a figure slowly walked out. It was not human. He, or it, stood about the same height as Chen Yu, with a strong build, his skin showing a healthy bronze color, adorned with simple sun, moon, and star patterns painted in some kind of natural pigment. He wore a short skirt made of unknown beast hides around his waist, holding a rough yet exceptionally sharp obsidian spear in his hand. Most striking were his eyes, sharp and clear, filled with a wildness and vigor that blended seamlessly with the untamed jungle. As he looked at Chen Yu, his gaze was filled with curiosity, caution, and a hint of confusion at seeing a kindred spirit that was obviously different. This was a native intelligent being. A shock ran through Chen Yu's heart, and he immediately understood what kind of world he had arrived in. This was not a lawless wilderness, but a place with an indigenous civilization, or rather, a primitive tribe. The native examined Chen Yu a few times, especially his tattered yet clearly well-crafted clothes, transformed from rune-scale armor, and his many wounds, then raised his hand to point towards the direction of the stone tablet in Chen Yu's arms, and gestured toward a certain direction deeper into the jungle, making several short and strange sounds. At hashtag and asterisk, Kamulu. Chen Yu could not understand his language, but combined with the gestures and the other's expression, he roughly understood the meaning. He had drawn attention because of the stone tablet, and seemed to be inquiring or guiding about something. Is it blessing or disaster? Chen Yu tightened his grip on the stone tablet, looking at this wild beauty of a native before him. Quickly weighing the options in his heart. Following could mean facing unknown risks, falling into the tribe's encirclement. But not following, exploring alone in this completely unfamiliar world, carries equally great dangers, and he might miss crucial clues. In the end, he glanced at the slightly vibrating stone tablet in his hand, and the curiosity on the other person's face. At least for now, there was no obvious malice, and slowly nodded his head. The indigenous person smiled slightly upon seeing this, briefly said something again, and turned, moving as gracefully and silently as a leopard, disappearing into the jungle, leaving only swaying branches. Chen Yu took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and stepped forward to follow. A new world, first contact, began. Chapter 38, The Silent City, Initial Exploration of the Ruins. The orange-red sunlight spilled over the boundless ruins, casting long, twisted shadows of broken walls and remnants. Silence is the only main melody of this city. The wind passes through hollow window frames and collapsed arches, emitting a low, wailing sound, adding a touch of eeriness. Chen Yu stood in the center of the wide street, with his eye of truth fully activated, a faint golden light swirling in his eyes, cautiously scanning his surroundings. His perception was magnified to the extreme, capturing every flow of energy in the air, listening for any discordant sounds. This lost city, Edavia, was frighteningly quiet, but also terrifyingly dangerous. The blue stone pavement beneath his feet was extraordinarily hard. Even after countless years of erosion, it only bore cracks and had not shattered. Occasionally, he could see some deep-set, dull metal tracks on the surface, as well as scattered, unusually shaped metal parts, indicating that this place once boasted a highly advanced civilization. The towering remains of the buildings on both sides of the street were even more shocking. They were not simple stone structures, but a fusion of stone, metal, and some unknown crystalline material. The architectural style was grand and atmospheric, with smooth lines full of geometric beauty. Even in their dilapidation, one could imagine their former glory. Some walls still bore faint murals and unreadable text, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Chen Yu did not recklessly enter any building. His intuition told him that these seemingly quiet ruins hid unknown dangers deep within. The feeling of being watched lingered in his mind, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, elusive and impossible to pinpoint. He tried to channel a bit of mental energy to connect with that unknown energy drifting in the air. The energy was gentle, carrying a sense of historical weight. When integrated with his mental power, it indeed sharpened his perception, wiping away a bit of mental fatigue. This energy seems to nourish the soul and mental power, Chen Yu pondered. This lost city is indeed not simple. He chose a direction and cautiously progressed along the street. His footsteps fell on the stone slabs, producing soft echoes that were magnified in this silent environment, sounding particularly clear. After walking about several hundred meters, a huge square appeared ahead. In the center of the square was a dry fountain basin, the bottom covered in white gravel resembling dry bones. Surrounding the square stood several massive stone statues. These statues were not humanoid, but strange creations combining features of various creatures, some resembling enormous serpents with wings, others like multi-eyed stone monkeys. They too were severely damaged, many reduced to just half a body or a head, silently gazing at the square, imparting an invisible sense of oppression. Chen Yu's gaze swept across the square, ultimately resting on a relatively well-preserved building across the square. That building resembled a temple or a library. With tall arches and neatly arranged windows, two scholar statues holding scrolls and scepters, though equally broken, stood on either side of the entrance. Compared to other buildings that had completely collapsed, this one seemed more worth exploring. He cautiously crossed the square, his eyes alertly scanning those silent stone statues and dry fountains. Just as he was about to step onto the stone steps leading to the building. Crack! A very faint, almost imperceptible sound of something breaking came from a statue on his left, which was only half intact, its face blurred. Chen Yu's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body instantly retreated. Almost as he retreated, the blurred face of that statue suddenly split open into two cracks, shooting out two beams of pale white light toward the spot where he had just stood with astonishing speed. Hiss! The beam struck the stone floor, not exploding, but silently melting two bottomless small holes, their edges smooth as a mirror, releasing wisps of white smoke. With the attack missing, the white light in the statue's eye sockets quickly dimmed, returning to dead silence, as if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. Chen Yu paused 10 meters away, his heart slightly quickening. That was close. If he hadn't always maintained the highest alertness, coupled with the extreme sensitivity of the real eye to energy fluctuations, detecting the momentary activation of energy within the statue, those two strange beams could have hit him. A defense mechanism or some kind of disturbed relic guardian? Chen Yu's expression became serious. Indeed, these statues were not mere decorations. He dared not be careless again, more carefully observing all the surrounding statues and areas that might hide traps. Weak point detection activated at full force, searching for the energy core or trigger mechanism's weak spots of these guardians. In the end, he chose a winding path, using other broken statues and ruins in the square as cover, avoiding all potential triggered defenses, and safely arrived at the entrance of that relatively intact building. The tall archway stood open, the interior a deep darkness, like the mouth of a giant beast. A cold wind carrying a musty scent blew from within. Chen Yu stood at the doorway, not rushing in immediately. He took a deep breath, concentrating his mental power in his eyes, the golden light of real eye attempting to penetrate the darkness within the door. Faintly, he could see that inside was an extremely spacious hall, the ground scattered with toppled bookshelves and broken vessels, with what seemed to be a multitude of murals and writings carved into the walls. And deep in the hall, something seemed to emit a weak energy fluctuation that was in stark contrast to the dead silence of this city. That fluctuation was very subtle, yet carried a unique rhythm. Opportunities often walk hand in hand with danger. Chen Yu no longer hesitated and stepped into this building that had been silent for who knows how many years. His figure was swiftly swallowed by the darkness inside the door. Unbeknownst to him, not long after he entered the building, a figure, as if woven into the illusion, slowly materialized from the shadows at the edge of the square. It was Hatamoto Hanzo from Neon Country. He glanced at the building Chen Yu had entered, then swept his gaze across the dangerous guardian statues in the square, his figure once again rippling like water, silently choosing another direction and slipping into another nearby ruin. The exploration race of the Lost City had quietly begun. Chapter 58, Cloud Rock Tribe, The Secret of the Totem. The indigenous figure ahead darted through the dense forest, moving swiftly and gracefully, as if symbiotic with this jungle. He did not walk in a straight line, but followed a specific path, cleverly avoiding areas that concealed dangerous energies, either giant flowers inhabited by poisonous insects or soft marshy ground that was hard to detect. Or perhaps a few patches of strange fungi exuding a faint, enchanting aroma. Chen Yu closely followed. Despite his injuries not yet healed, his speed was slow, but relying on the insight of the true eye and a sensitivity to energy fluctuations, he managed to keep up and quietly recorded this relatively safe path. He noticed that along the way, the trees or rocks occasionally bore some rough carvings similar to those on the stone slab, like signposts. Clearly, this native was very familiar with these jungles, and his tribe had been operating in this area for a long time. After walking for about half an hour, the surrounding trees gradually became sparse, and the terrain began to rise slowly. In the air, amidst the wild essence, a hint of smoke and human presence added to the atmosphere. Pushing aside the last large fern leaf, the scene before him suddenly opened up. A clearing leaning against a steep mountain wall appeared in front of him. Below the mountain wall, many natural or artificial caves of various sizes were carved out, with animal skins or woven grass curtains hanging at the entrances. In the open space, some rough wooden beams and large stones were used to build simple huts. Some men and women, their skin similarly bronzed and draped in animal skins, were busy. Some were handling the pelts of their game, some were crafting stone or bone tools, while others tended to pottery over a campfire that emitted the savory smell of meat. Children chased and played in the clearing, their clear laughter ringing out, and simple patterns painted on their bodies. The entire tribe appeared to be small, about 100 or so people, filled with a raw and vibrant vitality. This was the tribe of that native. Chen Yu's arrival instantly drew the attention of the tribe's inhabitants. All eyes, whether curious, cautious, or probing, focused sharply on him, the outsider. Busy people stopped their work, and playful children hid behind adults, peering out to sneak a look. A tense atmosphere spread through the air. The young native who led Chen Yu, judging by his build and vitality, stopped, turned towards the tribe, and let out a few short, high-pitched calls, seemingly reporting the situation and showing the black obsidian spear in his hand to indicate he meant no harm. With his shout, a stir rippled through the crowd of tribespeople. Soon, several particularly strong and fierce-looking warriors, with more complex patterns painted on their faces, stepped forward, holding finer bone spears or heavy stone axes in their hands, their eyes sharp as eagles, scrutinizing Chen Yu with unabashed vigilance. Behind these warriors, an elder appeared slowly, holding a staff topped with a bird skull inlaid and wrapped with colorful feathers. His hair and beard were white, his face etched with the lines of time, but his eyes were not murky. Instead, they were filled with wisdom and experience. The animal skins he wore were more complete, with the most intricate patterns drawn on them, especially the central forehead, where there was a totem mark formed by stars and abstract human figures remarkably similar to the pattern on Chen Yu's stone slab. He was clearly the leader or, the shaman of this tribe. The elder's gaze passed over the guiding youth and directly landed on Chen Yu. His eyes first swept over Chen Yu's tattered clothing and his wounds, especially lingering for a moment on the small cuts that had scabbed over, as if made by turbulent space. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, his gaze fixed on Chen Yu's face, more precisely, on his eyes, which, even tired, were still deep and seemed to perceive the essence of things. Finally, his gaze lowered, landing on the slightly raised place in Chen Yu's arms where the stone slab was placed. The elder slowly raised his bird-headed staff, pointing at Chen Yu's chest. In a hoarse and deep voice, he uttered a single syllable. Kamulu? This syllable was the same as the last two sounds spoken by the young man before. Chen Yu guessed that this might be the term in their language for something important, likely referring to the stone tablet he held in his arms, or the meaning it represented. Chen Yu did not answer immediately, but slowly took out the stone tablet, which was engraved with the sun, moon, stars, and a kneeling figure, while facing the old man's gaze. The moment the tablet was exposed to the air, the eyes of the several vigilant soldiers subtly changed, and they instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. But the old man's murky eyes suddenly burst with astonishing light. He stared fixedly at the tablet, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. He murmured to himself, producing more complex, rhythmic syllables, as if reciting something. A faint white light began to flow within the eye sockets of the skull at the top of his bird-headed staff. At the same time, the heart of Edawia in Chen Yu's arms vibrated slightly again, and this time, the vibration did not point towards the tablet, but rather towards the old man, or rather, towards the peculiar wooden staff in his hand. This stone tablet and the staff in the old man's hand seemed to have some kind of obscure connection with the heart of Edawia that transcended space and civilization forms. The old man stopped reciting, took a deep breath to calm his excited heart, and as he looked back at Chen Yu, the scrutiny and wariness in his gaze had greatly diminished, replaced by a solemnity and a hint of indescribable expectation. He pointed his wooden staff towards the largest cave near the mountain wall in the center of the tribe, then made a pleased gesture. Though they couldn't communicate with words, the meaning was very clear. He invited Chen Yu to enter the core area of the tribe. Chen Yu looked at the old man, then glanced at the surrounding tribe members, who still held their guards but seemed slightly relaxed due to the old man's attitude, his mind racing. This was clearly an opportunity. He might uncover the core secrets of this world, understand the connection between the stone tablet and the heart of Edawea, or even discover better ways to heal his injuries. But it also came with risks. Delving into their core area, if a conflict arose in his current state, the outcome could be dire. In the end, he glanced at the calm stone tablet in his hand, felt the gentle, weak resonance of the heart of Edawea, and nodded. Sorry for the disturbance, he spoke in dragon language, knowing full well they would not understand, but it was still a polite response. Then, under the escort of the leading young man and several elite warriors, he followed the old man with the bird-headed staff toward the largest cave. The tribe members automatically parted to make a path, their eyes filled with complex expressions as they watched this mysterious outsider disappear into the shadows of the cave alongside their priest, or leader. The interior of the cave was more spacious and drier than imagined, with torches burning some unknown oil, emitting a soft glow and a faint scent of pine resin. Deep in the cave, there was a slightly elevated stone platform covered with complete, thick pelts. But the most striking feature was the huge totem carved on the rock wall directly opposite the entrance, which looked almost identical to the mark on the old man's forehead. Surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, at the center was an abstract human figure with open arms, as if embracing the earth and sky, or guiding all living beings. The whole totem radiated an air of ancient, vast, and vibrant life. The old man approached the totem, bowing respectfully in a complex gesture. He gently leaned the bird-headed wooden staff against the stone wall beneath the totem. He turned around and looked at Chen Yu again, especially at the stone tablet in his hand, and with an ancient voice, he slowly and clearly uttered several syllables, accompanied by gestures, pointing to the totem, then to the stone tablet in Chen Yu's hand, and finally pointing outside the cave, towards the vast jungle and sky. Although Chen Yu still couldn't understand, combining the situation and the elder's expression, he roughly understood the elder's meaning. He was telling a story about faith, about inheritance, perhaps, also a story about crisis and hope. And his presence as an outsider holding the token, the stone tablet, seemed to carry a special significance bestowed by them. Chen Yu stood quietly, feeling the aura emitted by the totem, the coolness of the stone tablet in his hand, and the continuous, faint resonance of the heart of Edawea, as if it was recording and analyzing everything. He knew he was temporarily safe. But a greater mystery and the possible responsibilities or troubles that might follow were about to be revealed. Chapter 59, The Sacred Spring Heals, the Ancient Prophecies Covenant. Inside the cave, the flickering firelight danced, casting shadows on the huge totem on the wall, adding a sense of mystery. The elder priest of the Tsanyan tribe, this is how Chen Yu referred to him in his mind, finished his rhythmic chanting that seemed to resonate with the totem, and his murky yet wise gaze fell once again on Chen Yu, especially on the stone tablet in his hand. He slowly raised his thin, bony finger, first pointing to the abstract human figure with open arms at the center of the totem, then pointing to a specific direction outside the cave, and finally pointing to Chen Yu, making a gesture as if placing something on his chest, while uttering several heavy and ancient syllables. Kamalu. Ta sa. Air. Chen Yu focused on listening, combining the elder's gestures and expressions, trying to understand the meaning within. The totem represented faith or ancestors, ta sa might refer to direction or place, and air combined with the placement gesture might imply return, bear, or responsibility? He couldn't fully understand, but he could feel the elder priest's words carrying a heavy solemnity, along with a hint of expectation, as if witnessing a prophecy about to be fulfilled. At that moment, the young native who had led Chen Yu here entered, holding a rough ceramic bowl. The bowl contained a milky, thick liquid that radiated a rich life force and a faint fragrance. The elder priest took the ceramic bowl and signaled for Chen Yu to drink it. Chen Yu did not hesitate. He could feel the overwhelming life energy contained in this liquid was far more pure and gentle than the previous jade-green moss, greatly benefiting his current injuries. Moreover, if they wanted to harm him, they could do so without such trouble. He took the ceramic bowl and drank the liquid in one gulp. As the liquid flowed down his throat, it transformed into a warm and vast current that instantly spread throughout his body. This energy was not only pure but also possessed a strange quality of purification and nourishment, quickly repairing the damaged meridians and silently dissolving the accumulated internal injuries, even alleviating the mental fatigue and the subtle tremors of his soul caused by spatial turbulence. The effect was nearly comparable to some high-level healing elixirs. Chen Yu immediately sat cross-legged, fully operating the starry dome visualization technique to guide this massive medicinal power. The starry dome in his consciousness seemed to be nourished as well, the light shimmering faintly, the soul fire flickering, and its colors appeared more solid than before. The delicate wounds on his body healed, scabbed over, and fell away at a visible speed, revealing new skin. The disruptive sensations in his internal organs quickly calmed down, and the consumed vital energy and mental power were rapidly recovering. After about a stick of incense's time, Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance flickering in his gaze. He stood up tall, stretching his muscles, and a slight booming sound echoed from within him. His injuries had already healed more than 70%. His strength had regained nearly 50%. Although he was still far from his peak, he was no longer in a state where he could easily be at the mercy of others. He cupped his fists and bowed seriously to the old priest. "Thank you." The old priest did not understand the words, but saw his gratitude, and a gentle smile appeared on his wrinkled face. He waved his hand, then pointed again towards the entrance of the cave, in the direction of the tasse he had mentioned earlier, his eyes full of inquiry. Chen Yu understood that the old priest wanted him to go to that place. There, perhaps lay the secret of the slate, and the reason behind the resonance with the heart of Edavia he held in his hands. He pondered for a moment. His injuries were mostly healed, and his strength had returned significantly, making him capable of exploring. Moreover, he was filled with curiosity about this world, the Tsangyan tribe, and the mysterious resonance. He nodded, indicating his agreement. Seeing this, the old priest's eyes flashed with relief. He turned, picked up the bird-headed staff from beside the stone wall, made a follow gesture to Chen Yu, and led the way out of the cave. Chen Yu followed closely behind. As the old priest and Chen Yu stepped out of the cave, the gathered tribe members outside turned their eyes towards them, a mix of curiosity, awe, and expectation. Several elite warriors automatically followed, guarding them on both sides. Under the old priest's lead, the group moved through the tribe, heading towards the steep cliff at the back. At the base of the cliff, hidden among the vines, was actually a narrow entrance that could only fit one person, with obvious signs of human excavation at its edges, and symbols etched that resembled totems. A more intense, purer energy wave, carrying a sacred and ancient aura, subtly emanated from the entrance. The heart of Edavia he held in his arms began to resonate clearly at this moment. No longer a weak resonance, but a clear, targeted pull. It was as if whatever was inside the cave was crucial to it. The old priest stopped before the entrance, turned around to face Chen Yu. His expression became extremely solemn, holding the bird-headed staff with both hands, lifting it to his chest, and then slowly, deeply, laid the staff horizontally before Chen Yu, as if offering some highest etiquette. All the tribesmen and warriors behind him, regardless of age, simultaneously made similar, respectful gestures towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu's heart trembled. This gesture was not just a simple thank you or welcome, it felt more like the highest honor to a noble guest, even carrying a hint of submission and entrustment. The old priest straightened up, looking intensely at Chen Yu, using all his strength to clearly speak a few syllables while gesturing, pointing towards the cave, then to the heart of Edavia in Chen Yu's hand. Though he did not know its name, he clearly sensed its existence, and finally pointing to the sky. Air. Tasa. Kamulu. Shia. Although Chen Yu still could not fully understand, he caught several key pieces of information: air, responsibility/return, Tasa, place/direction, Kamulu, slate/symbol/totem, and the last syllable filled with hope and resolution, Shia. With the scene before him, a fuzzy outline formed in Chen Yu's mind. The Tsangyan tribe has guarded a certain secret or sacred place, Tasa, for generations, and the totem they believed in, Kamulu, predicted that an outsider, air, wielding a token, slate, would come to bear some important responsibility, Shia, concerning them and even this world. And he, due to this unexpectedly obtained slate and the resonance of the heart of Edavia within him, was deemed by them to be the prophesied child? This sounded unbelievable, but thinking of the mysteries of the country's fate game. The existence of different civilizations' ruins, along with that strange spatial disturbance, sent him here. It seemed not entirely impossible. Chen Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart. No matter if it was coincidence or fate's arrangement, the things inside the cave were clearly extremely important to him and to the heart of Edavia. He had to go in and explore. He solemnly nodded to the old priest and all the residents of the Tsangyan tribe, then took a step forward, unhesitatingly stepping into the narrow entrance that radiated a sacred aura. Inside the entrance, it was not the darkness he had imagined. A soft and pure white light spread from deep within, illuminating a stone staircase that extended downward, smoothly hewn. The deeper he went, the stronger the wave of pure energy became, and the vibration of the heart of Edavia grew more apparent, even beginning to emit a faint glow of longing. After walking down about 100 steps, the scene before him suddenly opened up. This was a naturally formed, yet clearly meticulously maintained underground cave. The cave was not particularly large, but the central site made the well-traveled Chen Yu hold his breath and his pupils suddenly constrict. In the center of the cave was a pool formed naturally from pure white jade, but it did not contain water. Instead, it shimmered with a milky white energy liquid that rippled like liquid starlight. The rich, substantive aura of life and the sacredness emanated from it. This was indeed a highly ranked celestial spring. And at the very center of the spring, something hovered. It was not a solid object, but a constantly changing mass, composed of countless delicate golden runes. Light. The style of these runes was surprisingly similar to Adavia's rune system, yet older and closer to some primal rules, exuding a magnificent atmosphere akin to creation. In the core of this runelight, one could faintly see an extremely tiny point that seemed to contain infinite starry skies as singularity. At the moment Chen Yu saw this massive runelight, the heart of Idavaya in his hand suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliant light. It was as if a wandering child had returned home, as if a lost part had finally found its hole. It flew from Chen Yu's hand, transforming into a streak of light, eagerly shooting towards the massive runelight at the center of the spring. Buzz! At the moment of contact, the entire cave trembled violently. The milky white spring's energy surged like boiling water. The ancient runelight, as if it had found its home, joyously and freely merged into the heart of Idavaya. The light on the surface of the heart of Idavaya flickered in a breathing-like pattern, and the internal nebula spun and expanded at an unprecedented speed. More complex and profound rune shadows flashed briefly on its surface. A civilization aura, far more complete and vast than before, spread out from within. The heart of Idavaya fuses with unknown primal rules. Integrity increased to 22%. Obtained fragmentary ancient contract information analyzing. Gained special status, Ancient Prophecy Contract, Sanyan. A preliminary connection to the fate of the Sanyan tribe has been established, gaining faith power enhancement within the tribe's influence, with slight increases to all attributes. Cold prompts and a surge of majestic information flooded into Chen Yu's mind. He seemed to see a fragmented scene, beneath an endless starry sky, representatives of two utterly different civilizations, one as precise as Idavaya, the other as primitive as Sanyan, had made a contract to watch over each other in response to some enormous, shared crisis, leaving part of the contract's power and tokens behind. And what the Sanyan tribe guarded was indeed a core part of the contract's power, as well as one of the key fragments needed to complete the heart of Idavaya. The unexpected spatial disturbance, that guidance from the dark, could it not be a coincidence, but an active summons under specific conditions from the ancient covenant that had been silent for countless ages? Chen Yu stood by the boiling spiritual spring, watching the radiant, increasingly powerful heart of Idavaya in the sky, and a tremendous wave surged in his heart. His arrival in this world seemed not a simple accident, but rather a participation in an ancient game that transcended time and civilization. Chapter 60, Contract Bestowed, Disaster Revealed. Inside the cave, the spiritual spring surged, and energy like starlight was stirred by an invisible hand into whirlpools, wildly flowing into the floating heart of Idavaya. The brightness of that shard grew stronger, and the rotational trajectory of the inner nebula became more profound and mysterious, emitting a heavier and more complete aura of civilization. 22% completeness. The boost it provided far exceeded Chen Yu's imagination. Not only could he perceive everything within the ruins of Idavaya more clearly, but he could also vaguely sense a faint response from that lost city in distant space. His comprehension of rune power sword, and many previously obscure fragments of knowledge suddenly became clear at this moment. The various clever applications of rune armament seemed to instinctively flood into his mind. And the state of the ancient prophecy contract, Sanyan, was even more peculiar. He could feel faint but pure mental power gathering from outside the cave, from the entire Sanyan tribe, like a gentle stream, merging into the fire of his soul. This power of faith did not directly enhance his strength, but it made his spirit more refined, his perception sharper, and it seemed to tighten his connection with this land, as if he had gained a preliminary recognition from this territory. He stood still, closing his eyes to digest this sudden and massive harvest, adapting to the rapid increase in power and understanding. However, this tranquility did not last long. Just as the heart of Idavaya completed its fusion, its brightness gradually faded and slowly returned to Chen Yu's palm. Rumble. The entire cave, no, the whole mountain wall, and even the entire jungle trembled violently without warning. This was not a quake from beneath the ground, but a tremor seemingly originating from space itself, carrying a meaning of destruction and foreboding. Stones from the top of the cave fell down, and the energy liquid in the spiritual spring rippled violently. Chen Yu suddenly opened his eyes, flames of his soul burning, as the eye of truth instantly penetrated the rocky walls of the cave, gazing outside. He saw the previously clear sky dimming at a visible speed. Not from clouds obscuring the sun, but a deep, dark purple miasma that seemed to devour light, rolling in from the farthest horizon of the jungle. Wherever the miasma passed, towering ancient trees quickly withered and rotted, life ceased, and even light twisted. A terrifying will, filled with chaos, silence, and greed, swept across the entire world like a tidal wave, accompanied by that miasma. Oh, bzzz. In the Sanyan tribe, a hurried and sorrowful horn sounded. It was the highest level of alarm. Outside the cave, chaotic and rapid footsteps were heard, along with the terrified and determined roars of the tribal warriors. The old priest stumbled into the cave, his face pale, the bone at the tip of his bird-headed staff shining urgently, pointing towards the direction of the dark purple miasma, issuing a desperate and mournful scream at Chen Yu. Air. Xia Naga. Although Chen Yu still could not fully understand the language, he grasped the meanings of air, responsibility/returner, and xia, hope/contract, while the syllable naga, filled with fear and hatred, combined with the apocalyptic scene before him, rendered its meaning clear. Disaster. Enemy. Source of destruction. This is the crisis warned by the ancient covenant, one that must be faced together? It has come at this moment, in such a terrifying form. Chen Yu tightened his grip on the Edavaya heart, which hid its brilliance yet contained even greater power, feeling the weak power of belief from the Tsangyan tribe and the soul fire become more active under the pressure of the crisis, his gaze instantly sharp as a blade. He had gained a chance, taken on the covenant, then corresponding responsibility would naturally follow. Without hesitation, he moved, transforming into a dark golden streak of light, bursting out of the cave, arriving at the open ground of the tribe. The scene before him made his heart heavy. The dark purple miasma had already spread to the edge of the tribe, the energy infused with decay and the breath of death clashing fiercely with the life radiance emitted by the tribal totem, making a sizzling corrosive sound. The wooden fence of the tribe and some of the huts were rapidly turning black and brittle under the miasma's erosion. All the fighting Tsangyan warriors had gathered at the front of the open ground, gripping their weapons tightly, faces set with a determination to face death, yet deep in their eyes, an instinctual fear could not be hidden. Women and children were being escorted back to the depths of the mountain cave. The old priest stood at the front of all the warriors, holding a bird-headed wooden staff high, chanting ancient prayers, the totem power being maximized, a faint light shield covering half the tribe struggling to sustain, resisting the miasma's erosion, but the light shield flickered uncertainly, obviously supported with great difficulty. And in the depths of that rolling miasma, Chen Yu's true eye caught something even more terrifying. Some twisted monsters, seemingly formed of shadows and filthy energy, were merging and materializing in the miasma. They had no fixed forms, some looked like bloated, rotting giant worms, while others resembled multi-limbed arthropod creatures, sharing the common point of emitting a nauseating chaotic aura and a strong desire to devour. These are the minions of the Naga. Roar! A creature made of viscous shadows, resembling a giant centipede, was the first to break through the thin light shield, pouncing towards the nearest Tsangyan warrior. The warrior roared, swinging a stone axe, but the axe blade sunk into it as if into mud, having little effect. Instead, he was splashed by a black viscous liquid from the monster, and his arm instantly turned black and withered. In a critical moment. Hiss! A condensed, dark golden breeze sparkling with starlight struck precisely at the core of the shadow centipede, a constantly wriggling irregular crystal. The breeze contained not only the power of Chen Yu's restored vitality but also the newly fused ancient covenant runes infused with righteous energy from the Edavaya heart, as well as a trace of the star purification intention drawn from the star dome visualization technique. Whoosh! The shadow core evaporated instantly as if burned by the blazing sun. The massive shadow centipede let out a silent shriek, its whole body stiffened suddenly, then scattered into wisps of black smoke, purified into nothing by the surrounding totem's radiance. The rescued Tsangyan warrior looked back in shock towards the source of the breeze. He saw Chen Yu standing at the front of the formation, his body covered by a more solid, faintly shimmering rune armor, holding the subdued yet inherently powerful Edavaya heart, cold eyes staring at the surging miasma and the endless stream of shadow monsters emerging. The old priest's eyes erupted with a light of hope upon seeing Chen Yu act, and he cried out a battle roar in a language Chen Yu could not understand but was filled with motivating meaning, the light of his wooden staff shining even brighter, barely maintaining the light shield which seemed to stabilize a little. All the Tsangyan warriors, upon witnessing Chen Yu's fierce strike, the fear in their eyes was replaced by a desperate fighting spirit. They followed the priest, roaring like thunder, actively welcoming the shadow monsters that broke through the light shield. Chen Yu took a deep breath, feeling the rushing power within him and the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He knew this was just the beginning. Deep within the miasma, there must be even more terrifying beings. He stepped forward, his dark gold figure standing like a boulder, blocking the tribe from calamity. The ancient contract had already taken effect, and the disaster of civilization was at their doorstep. The battle had begun. Chapter 61, Rune Starshine, Guarding the Sky Leaning. The dark purple miasma surged like a living thing, constantly striking and corroding the tottering totem light shield of the Tsangyan tribe. Outside the light shield, shadow monsters poured in like a tide, their forms twisted, emitting silent shrieks, spreading an air of suffocating chaos and deathly silence. The Tsangyan warriors roared, swinging stone axes and bone spears, fighting against these ominous creatures. Every moment someone was injured, black corrosive energy spreading over their bronze skin, bringing pain and weakness. The old priest's face was pale, sweat pouring down, his raised wooden staff trembling violently. Maintaining the light shield had exhausted most of his energy. Chen Yu stood at the front line, his cold gaze sweeping over the surging tide of monsters. These shadow monsters were not too strong individually, mostly around D to C level, but there were far too many, and the chaotic, dead energy they contained was extremely troublesome, having a natural restraint against living beings. They could not let them continue to strike the light shield and wear down the tribe's warriors. With a thought, the heart of Edavaya in his hand trembled slightly, its light concealed. A soul flame, merging with ancient contract runes and the starry vision, suddenly ignited in his mind. He no longer relied solely on his physical strength and blood power. His left hand rose slightly, fingers spread, his mental power poured out with unprecedented speed and precision, drawing upon the pure energy particles in the air that had not yet been completely polluted, and also stirring the ancient, heavy power deep within the earth that was vaguely connected to the Tsung totem. Countless intricate dark gold runes appeared in front of his palm, floating, combining, and stacking in the air. These runes were no longer simple stability or flow, but incorporated the precision of Edavaya, the grandeur of the ancient contract, and the vastness of the starry vision. They seemed to move of their own accord, instantly forming a massive, translucent rune barrier with flowing starlight on its surface, standing firmly before the damaged light shield gap. Starshine Rune Barrier. Boom! 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 Several shadow monsters at the forefront crashed violently into the barrier. The anticipated penetration did not occur, but rather, it felt like crashing into ancient mountains. The starry light on the surface of the barrier flowed, and a composite power of physical defense, energy deflection, and soul vibration rebounded. The creatures instantly twisted and faded like ice thrown into a steel furnace, letting out piercing screams, ultimately vanishing completely. More monsters surged forward, claws tearing and filthy energy spewing, but they could only leave slight ripples on the starshine barrier, unable to shake it in the slightest. Chen Yu stood alone, managing to withstand the primary direction of this overwhelming monster tide. This scene shocked the struggling old priest and the Tsangyan warriors who were soaked in blood. They erupted into thunderous cheers. In their eyes, filled with almost fanatical admiration and hope, they looked at Chen Yu. This was Earl, the one who brought hope as foretold. This was the strong one who could resonate with the totem. Chen Yu did not look back, his attention was completely focused. Maintaining this starshine rune barrier, which fused his latest understanding, was. The consumption of mental energy is enormous. He continuously output power while operating that star dome visualization technique, madly absorbing the pure energy in the air that has not yet been polluted, especially the pure aura left by the spiritual spring, and the weak power of faith gathered from the Tsangyan tribe, replenishing his exhaustion. At the same time, his true eye pierced through the miasma, locking tightly onto the source behind the tide of monsters, where the fluctuations were most intense and filled with malice. Simply blocking these minor enemies is meaningless, he must find and eliminate the Naga body controlling all of this. Deep within the tide of monsters, he saw an existence more solid and massive than other shadow creatures. It resembled a swirling mass, a dark cloud formed by countless faces of pain and despair. At the center, 2 points of crimson light watching coldly in the direction of the tribe, more accurately, watching Chen Yu and the heart of Edavaya in his hand. It's it! A fierce light flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He couldn't leave the protective scope of the rune wall to take the initiative, otherwise, once a breach opened, the tribe would suffer heavy losses. His mind raced, his left hand maintaining the starlight rune wall, while his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, the dark golden fingertips highly condensing his vital energy, soul fire, and the power of the newly obtained contract runes. The star dome in his sea of consciousness rapidly revolved, drawing upon a faint power of the stars from the unknown. He didn't release a ranged attack, instead, he used this highly condensed power, containing properties of purification, dispelling evil, and soul attack, to write rapidly in the void with his fingertip as his pen, treating the emptiness as his paper. One by one, tiny runes shimmering with faint golden starlight were born at his fingertips, like living sprites, quickly assembling into an extremely refined symbol that seemed capable of piercing through illusions, reaching the source, breaking delusion star rune. Go! Chen Yu flicked his finger. That breaking delusion star rune transformed into a fine but dazzling golden meteor, ignoring the dense crowd of shadow monsters before it, moving along a mysterious trajectory directly penetrating the distance of space, instantly shooting into the depths of the tide of monsters, into the dark cloud composed of tortured faces. Screech! A sharp, soul-piercing scream filled with pain and rage suddenly erupted from that dark cloud. The breaking delusion star rune branded itself onto its core like a red-hot branding iron. The faint golden starlight and contract rune power crazily purified and dissolved the chaotic and dead energy within that dark essence. The dark cloud violently rolled, twisted, expanded, and contracted, while the suffering faces on its surface became more ferocious and blurred. Effective! Chen Yu's spirit lifted. This Naga body was evidently very fearful of powers containing righteousness and purification attributes. However, after this hit, the Naga was thoroughly enraged. It abandoned summoning minor enemies, its 2 crimson eyes locking tightly onto Chen Yu, while the dark cloud rapidly shrank, then itself, like a cannonball, charged toward the starlight rune wall with a furious aura of resentment and destruction. Wherever it passed, even space seemed to be stained with a layer of filthy dark purple. Be careful, the old priest shouted in horror. Chen Yu's pupils contracted sharply, he could feel the terrifying power contained in this strike, absolutely reaching D-grade. It could even be stronger. He quickly maximized the mental force maintaining the starlight rune wall, the starlight shadows on the surface of the barrier flowing at an unprecedented speed, becoming more solid and heavy. At the same time, he gripped the heart of Edavaya before his chest, drawing upon the 22% completeness of its civilization power, invoking the essence of the relic's protection, adding it onto the barrier. Boom! As if 2 meteors collided. An indescribable roar exploded between heaven and earth. The dark purple destructive energy collided fiercely with the dark golden starlight rune barrier. The violet energy shockwave expanded outward in a circular shape, leveling everything within dozens of meters, including the shadow monsters and the ground, completely obliterating them. The starlit rune wall shook violently, fine cracks appearing on its surface, and its brilliance dimmed by more than half in an instant. Chen Yu let out a muffled groan, his face turned pale, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as his mental energy was being consumed wildly like floodwaters breaking a dam. That pitch-black fog was also repelled by the rebound force, shrinking by nearly a third, and its crimson gaze dimmed significantly, clearly suffering severe damage as well. A stalemate. Relying on the newly acquired power and the blessing of the heart of Idavaya, Chen Yu barely managed to block this B-level disaster's wrathful strike. But he knew he couldn't hold on for long. His mental energy was depleting too quickly, and although the opponent was injured, the miasma engulfing the world seemed to be continuously replenishing its strength. He had to find a way to heavily injure or even eliminate it. His gaze swept around and finally landed on the enormous tribal totem behind him and the old priest's bird-headed wooden staff emitting a faint white light. The ancient covenant, the faith of the Tsangyan. A thought flashed like lightning through his mind. He directed all his strength towards the old priest and shouted, "Totem! Power!" The old priest was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood Chen Yu's meaning. His eyes gleamed with determination as he slammed the bird-headed wooden staff fiercely into the ground in front of him, raised his arms, and looked to the sky, chanting the ancient and pious prayer. As he chanted, the giant totem on the wall seemed to come alive, radiating a soft yet steadfast light. All Tsangyan tribal warriors and residents, regardless of whether they were in battle, stopped their actions simultaneously and faced the totem, resonating and praying from the depths of their souls. Streams of faith, clearer and richer than before, flowed in from the entire tribe, not towards Chen Yu, but towards the nearly shattered starlit rune wall. With the support of this pure and immense force of faith, the cracks in the starlit rune wall repaired themselves at a visibly rapid speed. The brilliance surged once again, even more dazzling than before. In the starlit shadows flowing across the wall, the phantom of the Tsangyan totem faintly emerged. Chen Yu felt a surge of inspiration as he fused the power mixed with the covenant runes within the heart of Idavaya, this gathered totemic force of faith, and his own soulfire and star dome visualization power, merging them in an unprecedented way. He raised his right hand once more, and this time, he was not just inscribing a single rune. He used his finger as a pen, with faith and covenant power as ink, drawing on the entire starlit rune wall as the base, at the center of that barrier, sketching a new and complex masterpiece that fused Idavaya runes, ancient covenant marks, star dome trajectories, and the Tsangyan totem holy seal of judgment. The moment the holy seal took shape, the entire world seemed to fall silent. All the light, all the energy, all the faith converged upon that palm-sized holy seal, which seemed to contain the will to judge and purify all the filth in the world. Chen Yu's gaze locked onto the pitch-black fog naga, which was gathering power again and preparing to launch an attack, and he uttered a cold syllable, "Seal." The holy seal of judgment detached from the rune wall and transformed into a beam of light, beyond description in color and majesty, like a divine punishment descending from the heavens, instantly crossing space and precisely imprinting on the core of the pitch-black fog. "No!" A scream filled with extreme fear and unwillingness, as if from the depths of hell, suddenly erupted. The light of the judgment seal melted like the blazing sun on snow, and the pitch-black fog twisted violently in the brilliance. Evaporate, dissipate. The countless faces of suffering contained within let out their final wails, and then returned to nothingness. Those two crimson demon eyes, like bubbles that had been popped, instantly dimmed and extinguished. The core consciousness of the B-rank disaster entity Naga, under this decisive strike that fused civilization, contracts, faith, and stars, was completely obliterated. As the entity vanished, the dark purple miasma that filled the world started to violently churn and fade, as if it had lost its source, ultimately receding like a tide, revealing the devastated, lifeless blackened land behind. The remaining shadow monsters, like rootless duckweeds, also scattered into black smoke, dissipating into the air. In the world, tranquility was temporarily restored. Only that starry runic wall, covered in cracks yet still standing strong, and before it, the figure that was pale, weak in breath yet as upright as a pine, proved that everything that had just occurred was not an illusion. Thud. The old priest knelt on the ground as if drained of strength, tears streaming down his face, murmuring words of gratitude to the totem and Earl. All the people of the Tsangyan tribe prostrated towards Chen Yu, using the most primitive and sincere gesture to express their awe and submission. Sunlight pierced through the thin remnants of miasma, falling upon the battered tribe and that figure, as if draping him in a layer of golden armor. Chen Yu slowly dispersed the starry runic wall, barely holding on with his nearly exhausted body, looking at the heart of Idavaya in his hand, which seemed to glow even more warmly, then gazing towards the distant, disaster-eroded lifeless land with an extremely serious expression. This was merely the beginning. The disaster warned of by the ancient contract was even more horrifying than he had imagined. And from this moment on, his path seemed tightly bound with this tribe called Tsangyan, and this strange wild world. Chapter 62, Aftermath of Battle, Horns from Afar. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thin remnants of miasma, carrying a pungent smell of sulfur and decay, casting down upon the Tsangyan tribe's battered land. Most of the originally vibrant huts had collapsed, charred black, the vegetation under the totem's shield had withered extensively, and the edges of the open ground were piled with the mixed corpses of warriors and shadow monsters, with the air thick with the stench of blood, charred flesh, and death. The survivors of the Tsangyan tribe had weary, sorrowful faces, and an unshakable fear lingered in their eyes. Women and children emerged from caves, unable to suppress their stifled sobs at the sight before them. The warriors silently gathered their fallen companions, tending to their wounds. Those corrupted by shadow energy had stubborn injuries, emitting dark mist and causing lingering pain. The old priest, supported by his tribesmen, stood up. He looked even older, but the wisdom and resilience in his gaze had not diminished. He directed those who could still move to clear the rubble, tend to the wounded, and with his bird-headed wooden staff, he drew upon the lingering power within the totem, purifying the foul air remaining in the tribe's territory. Chen Yu sat cross-legged at the entrance of the largest cave, closing his eyes to regain his energy. His face was still pale. The direct confrontation with the B-rank disaster entity and that final, all-out judgment seal had nearly drained his mental power and most of his vitality. Had it not been for the heart of Edavaya, which provided a pure burst of civilization energy at the last moment, and the belief power gathered from the Tsangyan tribe supporting him, he might have fainted from exhaustion. While operating this starry observation technique to recover his strength, he was also digesting the gains from that battle. Fighting against such a pure enemy, filled with chaos and the rules of death, made him more adept at using his own powers, especially regarding purification. The understanding of the guardian runes and intentions has reached a new height. The heart of Edavaya, after merging with that ancient contract fragment, seems to have become more active, tightly connecting with this world. At the same time, he clearly realizes that the creature he just destroyed was probably just a vanguard or a clone of the so-called Naga. The true terror of that calamity must be even more horrifying. And such a crisis will definitely not be a one-time event. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the old priest stumbling towards him, holding a bowl of freshly brewed soup that exuded a medicinal fragrance. The old priest handed the clay bowl to Chen Yu, a grateful and heavy smile wrinkling his face, as he awkwardly imitated Chen Yu's previous pronunciation and said, "Thank you." "Oh." Chen Yu was slightly taken aback, took the clay bowl, and nodded. Although the pronunciation was strange, he understood the old priest's meaning. He drank the soup, and a gentle medicinal power spread, accelerating his body's recovery. After finishing the medicine, Chen Yu stood up and walked with the old priest to the center of the tribe, under the huge totem. The light of the totem was much dimmer than before, obviously having consumed a lot of energy during the earlier confrontation. Chen Yu raised his hand and gently touched the cold rock wall of the totem. The heart of Edavaya in his arms radiated a slight warmth, conveying a sense of comfort and resonance. He attempted to mix a thread of his newly regained mental power with the contract strength within the heart of Edavaya, slowly injecting it into the totem. As if parched land received nourishing rain, the surface of the totem began to glow slightly, the flow of energy quickening a bit. Although it was far from fully restored, the vast aura guarding the tribe became stable and firm again. The surrounding members of the Tsangyan tribe halted their movements upon seeing this scene, respectfully bowing towards Chen Yu and the totem, their eyes filled with hope. The old priest excitedly stroked the totem's rock wall, tears streaming down his face, continuously reciting ancient prayers. He turned to Chen Yu, pointing at the totem, then at the heart of Edavaya in Chen Yu's hand. He still did not know its name but recognized it as the key, and finally pointed towards the distant calamity, making a gesture of inquiry and concern. Chen Yu understood that the old priest was asking whether such a calamity would come again, and whether he, this earl, would leave. Chen Yu was silent for a moment. He could not give a definite answer. The national fortune game was still ongoing, and the Dragon Kingdom was still waiting for his news. He could not stay in this strange world forever. But having gained the recognition of the ancient contract and carrying the more complete power of Edavaya, along with having formed such a deep bond with the Tsangyan tribe, he could not turn a blind eye to the crises here. He pointed at himself, then at the sky, implying the uncontrollable teleportation, and finally pointed towards the oncoming calamity, tightening his fist. His meaning was clear: I may not stay for long, but as long as I am here, I will do my best to help. The old priest understood Chen Yu's meaning. A flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes, but more was a sense of understanding and relief. He nodded and bowed to Chen Yu again. At that moment, woo buzz! A sound completely different from the previous alarm, more distant and desolate, seeming to have traveled through endless mountains, suddenly faintly echoed from the farthest skies. This horn sound did not come from the direction of the calamity, but from the other side of the jungle, from a deeper, more unknown area. Upon hearing this horn, all the members of the Tsangyan tribe, including the old priest, suddenly changed their expressions. They stopped all movements, listened intently, their faces showing even more complex emotions. There was vigilance, a hint of doubt, and even a flicker of unspoken expectation. The old priest quickly walked to a slightly higher spot at the edge of the tribe, gazing in the direction of the horn sound, his brow furrowed, unconsciously rubbing the bird-headed wooden staff in his hand. Chen Yu also walked up to him, fully activating his eye of truth, looking into the distance. Unfortunately, the distance was too great to see anything but the rolling green mountains, like the back of a giant dragon, and further away, on the horizon, several towering peaks with their summits covered in white snow. That horn sound carried an ancient and mighty sense of power, as if it was calling? Or declaring something? The old priest retracted his gaze, looked at Chen Yu with an extremely complex expression. He pointed in the direction of the horn sound, then pointed at Chen Yu, and finally pointed to the land beneath his feet and the totem behind him, slowly and heavily uttering a few syllables. Kamulu gathering Xia and danger. Chen Yu's heart stirred. Kamulu was a totem/symbol, Xia represents hope/covenant, and when combined with the meanings of the words gathering and danger along with the gestures, it seemed to refer to a gathering of many Kamulu, but it also carried enormous risks. Could it be that this horn sound is calling together all tribes like the Tsanyan tribe, who believe in totems on this wild land? To confront a common crisis, specifically, the disaster represented by the Naga? And as someone holding a special symbol, Heart of Idavaya, recognized by the Tsanyan tribe as an outsider earl, should he not, or rather, be qualified to participate? Chen Yu looked at the warm heart of Idavaya in his hand, feeling its increasingly close connection with this land and the ancient covenant, then glanced at the old priest beside him, who was worried yet held a thread of expectation, as well as the tribe beneath his feet, just ravaged by war and in urgent need of rebuilding. He knew that the brief respite might soon come to an end. A larger stage, a storm concerning the fate of this wild world, seemed to be slowly unfolding with that distant horn sound. His way back was once again interrupted. And a new journey was already laid out before him. Chapter 63, The Covenant of the 100 Clans, Journey to the Sacred Mountain. That distant and desolate horn sound echoed through the heavens and earth for the length of a stick of incense before slowly calming down. But its lingering waves continued to stir in every heart of the Tsanyan tribe. The wrinkles on the old priest's face seemed to deepen. He gathered a few of the strongest warriors in the tribe, their faces marked with complex lines, clearly elders or leaders of the tribe, and held a fierce but brief discussion under the totem. Although Chen Yu could not understand their language, he could feel the significance of the horn sound from their occasionally serious, sometimes excited, and ultimately resolute expressions. After the discussion ended, the old priest approached Chen Yu. His gaze had already regained its calm, carrying a weight of determination and the fate of his tribespeople. He used gestures and those syllables that Chen Yu had become somewhat familiar with to express himself as best as he could. He pointed towards the direction of the horn sound, the towering snow-capped mountains, and spoke one word, Sacred Mountain, Kasuta. He then pointed at himself, Chen Yu, and a few selected, less injured elite warriors from the tribe, making a gesture of moving forward together. Finally, he pointed to the surrounding destroyed tribe and the injured tribespeople, shook his head, and pointed to the other guards remaining behind, indicating they would protect their home. Chen Yu understood. The Tsanyan tribe had decided to respond to the call of this sacred mountain and participate in the so-called gathering. And the old priest hoped for him, this earl, to accompany them. Chen Yu did not respond immediately. He looked at the warm heart of Idavaya in his hand, the core fragment absorbing the covenant power of this place, and the perception of this world became sharper. He could feel that the call from the direction of the sacred mountain indeed contained a will that originated from the same source as the Tsanyan totem, yet it was more vast and far older. At the same time, countless energy fluctuations, varying in strength and nature, mixed within it, clearly representing the power of Kamula from different tribes. This was an opportunity. An opportunity to understand the pattern of this world, to connect with other native forces, and perhaps to find more clues about ancient contracts and the Idavaya civilization. Even more, it might lead to a way or clue to return to the Dragon Kingdom. But the risks were equally enormous. Unknown forces, potential hostility, and the looming threat of the Naga catastrophe that might strike again at any moment. But staying trapped here was certainly not a good plan. He looked at the old priest and slowly nodded. A glint of relief flashed in the old priest's eyes, and he immediately turned around to give urgent commands. The 5 selected elite warriors, including the young man who led Chen Yu back before, swiftly sprang into action, checking weapons, packing dried meat and water in skins. The old priest himself changed into a more complete animal skin robe adorned with runes, tightly gripping the bird-headed wooden staff in his hand. Without much ceremony, after a simple farewell, a group of 8, Chen Yu, the old priest, and 5 warriors, left the scarred tribe, embarking on the journey to the sacred mountain Kasuta. Leading the way was still the agile young man, whose name, according to the old priest's pronunciation, seemed to be Rockclaw. He was clearly very familiar with the path to the sacred mountain, though the route was rugged, it always managed to avoid hidden dangerous areas, moving at a swift pace. Chen Yu followed closely, his injuries having recovered 80% and his strength around 60 to 70%, keeping up with the group was not difficult. While on the move, he silently operated the starry sky visualization technique, absorbing the denser energy of heaven and earth in the jungle, continually sensing the surrounding environment. The deeper they went into the jungle, the taller and older the vegetation became, and the wild atmosphere in the air grew thicker. Occasionally, they could see large, fierce beasts prowling at a distance, but they seemed to be wary of this small team, especially the old priest staff that emitted a faint totemic power, keeping their distance. Along the way, Chen Yu also noticed some traces different from the Tsangyan tribe. For instance, claw marks like lightning left on the trunks of giant trees, a clearing full of burned stones arranged in a special way, and even by a stream, he saw the body of an odd beast, deceased, as large as a cow, with a single horn on its head, showing obvious tearing wounds not caused by wild beasts, still retaining a hint of searing and raging energy. Clearly, within this vast jungle, there existed a variety of intelligent beings and tribes, each with different beliefs and power systems, and perhaps not entirely at peace with each other. Look! Rockclaw suddenly stopped, lowered his voice, and pointed to an open space ahead in the forest. In that clearing, another team was advancing. This team consisted of around 10 people, larger and more robust than the Tsangyan tribe, with an average height exceeding 2 meters, their skin a dark limestone color, muscles coiled, radiating explosive power. They bore white patterns resembling cracks in rock, wielding large, unrefined but exceptionally heavy stone clubs or hammers. They seemed to have noticed Chen Yu's group's presence too, as a particularly tall stone-skinned warrior at the front warily looked over, his gaze lingering momentarily on Chen Yu, the outsider with obviously different clothing. He glanced again at the wooden staff in the old priest's hand, letting out a dull grunt from his nose, without greeting him, and quickened his pace, quickly disappearing on the other side of the dense forest. Stonehammer tribe, the old priest explained to Chen Yu in a low voice, through gestures and syllables, making a heavy hammer swinging motion, and then shook his head, seeming to indicate that they were not friendly. Chen Yu silently noted this. It seems that this Holy Mountain Conference does not have all tribes as allies. As they delved deeper, the number of tribal groups they encountered gradually increased. Some tribal warriors were slender, like cheetahs, moving silently, others were entwined with vines, as if they could communicate with plants. Once, Chen Yu saw a group riding on giant lizard-like beasts, armored in bones, howling as they swept across the distant ridges, exuding a fierce aura. These tribes mostly kept their guard and distance from each other, rarely engaging in conversation. But everyone's direction was surprisingly consistent, that towering holy mountain, Kasuta. 5 days later, the vegetation before them began to thin, and the terrain suddenly rose steeply. They had walked out of the vast jungle's edge, ahead lay a continuous mountain range covered in low tundra and exposed rocks. The air became cold and thin, the wind cut like a knife. And that holy mountain finally became clear before their eyes. It was a giant mountain that words could not describe its grandeur. The mountain body displayed a profound deep blue color, as if composed of the oldest rock, piercing the clouds, with the upper part hidden in the perpetual mist and snow. An indescribable aura, mixing the sacred, vastness, majesty, and sorrow, emanated from the mountain body, enveloping everything around. At the foot of the mountain, an ancient square paved with enormous blue stone slabs, relatively flat and open, had already gathered hundreds of tribal groups of various shapes. The sounds of voices, beast roars, and strange energy fluctuations mixed into a noisy and oppressive torrent. At the edge of the square stood dozens of gigantic stone pillars, each over 100 meters tall, each carved with different totems representing the various tribes participating in the conference. The totem pillar of the Tsangyan tribe was located in a relatively secluded corner. The old priest led Chen Yu and the others to the position belonging to the Tsangyan tribe. Their arrival did not attract much attention, only a few nearby tribes cast them a few scrutinizing glances. Standing among the Tsangyan tribe's group, Chen Yu's eyes scanned this magnificent yet chaotic scene. He could feel the heart of Eddie Vaya in his arms was faintly warming up, resonating in an extremely complex and subtle way with this holy mountain, and with the countless totem pillars on the square. There was anticipation, repulsion, ancient oaths whispering, and dark currents surging. At this moment, at the center of the square, beneath the tallest and most intricately carved totem pillar which seemed to encompass the sun, moon, stars, and all living beings, an elderly man, dressed in a luxurious ceremonial robe woven from countless colorful feathers and beast teeth, holding a staff topped with a massive crystal, his breath as heavy as a mountain, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze swept across the entire square as if it were a substance, finally pausing slightly, seemingly inadvertently, on the direction of the Tsangyan tribe, especially on Chen Yu, this outsider who seemed out of place. Then, he raised the crystal staff in his hand, and his old, resonant voice, like rolling thunder, spread throughout the entire mountain foot square. People of Kamulu. An ancient barbaric language arose. Although Chen Yu could not understand it, he could feel the meaning of summons, warning, and determination contained within those words. The Council of 100 Clans officially began. Chapter 64. Under the Holy Mountain, the initial brilliance. At the foot of the Holy Mountain Kasuta, on the ancient bluestone square, hundreds of tribal groups distinctly occupied their own areas beneath their totemic stone pillars. The air was filled with a mixed atmosphere of wildness, restlessness, caution, and subtle expectation. Various odd costumes, different shapes and appearances, and energy fluctuations that were either violent, cold, fiery, or heavy intertwined to form a bizarre yet oppressive tapestry. Chen Yu stood among the team of the Tsangyan tribe, his stature not towering, and his clothing clashed with those around him. However, his eyes were calm like a deep pool, and the unique aura that subtly resonated with this world and the heart of Edavia in his embrace still attracted many curious, scrutinizing, and even malicious glances. Especially from the team of the Stone Hammer tribe that he had encountered earlier on the road. The tall warrior leading them crossed his arms over his chest, his gray muscles bulging like granite sculptures. He did not hide his scrutiny of Chen Yu, his lips curling into a sneer filled with contempt and provocation, and he said something in a coarse voice to his companions, which drew a burst of laughter. Clearly, this petite outsider, in their eyes, was a peculiar subject, even potentially, someone they could easily manipulate. The old priest Yashu, Chen Yu finally learned his name, frowned slightly, tightening his grip on the bird-headed wooden staff, stepping forward a half-step to shield Chen Yu, and emitted a low, warning grunt towards the Stone Hammer tribe. Although the Tsangyan tribe was not strong, the dignity of guarding the totem could not be insulted. However, the provocation from the Stone Hammer tribe did not cease. The leading warrior seemed to feel that the priest's warning had made him lose face, and he took a huge step forward, his massive foot crashing onto the bluestone slab with a dull thud. He extended a finger, as thick as a carrot, pointing at Chen Yu from a distance, then gestured in a highly insulting, beckoning manner towards the empty space in the center of the square. "Outsider! Dare you come out and let me, Xia, weigh your worth," he bellowed in a rough, heavily accented universal barbarian tongue, his voice like rolling stones, echoing across half the square. In an instant, almost every tribe's gaze was drawn towards them. There were onlookers, those who took pleasure in his misfortune, and indifferent observers, all gathered around. In such a gathering of hundreds of tribes, friction and tests of strength were common and even tacitly accepted, seen as a way to establish status and speak their truth. Yashu's expression changed, about to scold him, but Chen Yu gently raised his hand to stop him. Chen Yu calmly met the gaze of the warrior who called himself Xia. The opponent's aura was indeed fierce, his physical strength likely reached the peak of C+ level, and with his stone-skin talent, his defense was astonishing, making him a tough opponent. Under normal circumstances, Chen Yu might have disregarded such a pointless conflict. But this moment was different. He had just arrived and needed to establish his authority. He represented not just himself but, to some extent, the face of the Tsangyan tribe, which could even influence his situation in this great meeting. More importantly, he needed practical experience to further familiarize and merge with the newly acquired powers, especially the changes after the heart of Edavia fused with the contract fragments. He did not speak, he merely took a slight step out from behind Yashu, walking towards the empty area in the center of the square. His steps were calm, showing not a trace of nervousness. Seeing him truly accept the challenge, a buzzing murmur echoed throughout the square. The Stone Hammer tribe erupted into even louder laughter, clearly believing that Chen Yu was overestimating himself. Other tribes mostly watched with a theatrical mindset, no one believed this seemingly weak outsider could be a match for Xia. Yenshu and a few Tsangyan warriors showed concern on their faces, but seeing Chen Yu's calm and confident back, they chose to believe in this earl. Xia saw Chen Yu coming and let out a sinister laugh, his massive body moved like a battle tank, charging straight at Chen Yu. He didn't use any fancy techniques, just the simplest and most savage charge. His gigantic stone fist whirled through the air with a tearing wind, aiming at Chen Yu's face like a meteor. He wanted to crush this ignorant outsider in the most domineering way. Facing this violent attack, Chen Yu still did not dodge. He didn't even activate the runic armor. At the moment when Xia's giant fist was about to strike, Chen Yu moved. His movements appeared slow, yet held a strange rhythm, his right hand slowly raised, fingers slightly spread, a dark golden glow flashed in his palm. This was not defense, but an incredibly precise connection, like a lover's handshake, with Xia's wrist that was thicker than his thigh. A spark ignited. Xia's wild charge seemed to crash into an invisible yet flexible wall, coming to an abrupt halt. He felt his power, which could break stones, being deflected as though it had vanished into thin air, drawn off by an incredibly strange and viscous force. His massive body stumbled forward uncontrollably, exposing his center. What? Xia was shocked, trying to regain his balance, but it was too late. In the fleeting moment between old power exhausted and new power not yet born, Chen Yu's left hand, which had been hidden, pointed like a sword, the tip densely packed with chi and blood combined with a touch of transformative penetrating strength, and the contract rune power from the heart of Edavia, struck precisely at the center of Xia's chest, where the stone skin patterns were densest, also the core of energy flow. Poof! A sound that was not loud but remarkably dull. Xia's chest, as hard as rock, felt as if a glowing iron rod had pierced through, stone chips flying everywhere. A strange force combining physical penetration and energy shock surged instantly deep inside, directly assaulting his internal organs. Ugh! Xia let out a painful and incredulous muffled groan, his enormous body was struck back like it had been hit by a fast-moving train, crashing backward while spitting out blood mixed with stone dust, landing heavily several meters away on the bluestone slab, tumbling several times before barely stopping, struggling to get up, but feeling weak and in excruciating pain, he couldn't immediately stand. The whole square instantly sank into dead silence. All the noisy discussions and laughter came to an abrupt stop. Countless gazes shifted from mockery and disdain to shock, horror, and profound disbelief. One move. Just one move. This seemingly unremarkable outsider actually defeated Xia, the elite warrior of the Stone Hammer tribe, renowned for power and defense, in a single stroke? And it appeared he hadn't even used his full strength. The laughter from the Stone Hammer tribe had long vanished, replaced by pale faces and low growls filled with anger and fear. Several Stone Hammer warriors rushed forward to lift the limp Xia, their gazes toward Chen Yu filled with dread and murderous intent, yet no one dared to provoke again. On the Tsanyan tribe side, Yenshu and several warriors trembled with excitement, their eyes filled with fervor and pride as they looked at Chen Yu. This is their Earl. This is the hope foretold in the prophecy. Chen Yu slowly retracted his fingers, as if he had merely done something trivial. His gaze calmly swept across the venue. Especially in the direction of several exceptionally powerful tribes, he paused slightly. This move of his was not only to establish authority but also to demonstrate a different, more intricate way of applying power than pure brute strength. Perhaps this would catch the attention of some truly insightful tribes, gaining him more information. Sure enough, at the edge of the square, beneath a stone pillar engraved with totems of storms and thunder, an elderly man cloaked in blue feathers and with sharp eyes like an eagle looked at Chen Yu, nodding slightly, a flash of deep thought in his eyes. In the very center of the square, beneath the tallest totem pillar, the guardian of the holy mountain, holding a crystal staff, swept his profound gaze over Chen Yu once more. This time, there was less scrutiny and more, an ineffable weightiness. Chen Yu knew that he had achieved his goal. He no longer paid attention to the various gazes around him, turned, and calmly walked back to the Tsanyan tribe's ranks. After this incident, no one dared to easily underestimate this outsider following the Tsanyan tribe. And Chen Yu, beneath the holy mountain where 100 tribes gathered, had cast the first eye-catching pebble. A greater storm was yet to come. Chapter 65, The Guardian's Invitation, Dark Currents Stirring. The dead silence in the square lasted for a few breaths, then was replaced by even noisier discussions. Gazes continued to focus on Chen Yu, but the meaning was now different. Contempt and mockery faded away, replaced by scrutiny, seriousness, and even a hint of barely perceptible fear. To defeat Xia in such an effortlessly heavy way, this outsider's strength had definitely reached the level of the core elites of major tribes, and perhaps even stronger. The people of the Stone Hammer tribe had dark expressions as they helped the injured Xia away, their eyes filled with resentment as they looked at the Tsanyan tribe and Chen Yu, yet they ultimately did not dare to erupt again. Under this holy mountain, strength was supreme, they had kicked against an iron plate and could only swallow their anger temporarily. The warriors of the Tsanyan tribe stood up straight, their faces brimming with proud glory. Elder Yenshu tightly grasped his wooden staff and looked at Chen Yu's back with eyes full of satisfaction and stronger conviction. Chen Yu seemed oblivious to all of this, returning to the group, continuing to close his eyes and adjust his breathing, as if he had merely brushed off a speck of dust. Yet beneath his calm exterior, his spiritual perception was like an invisible web, quietly spreading around him, capturing the hidden currents beneath the clamor. He distinctly felt that several exceptionally powerful presences had notably increased their attention on him after his move. There were sharp gazes from beneath the storm and thunder totem, curious scrutiny from a tribe lurking in the shadows with a cold, snake-like aura, and several intentions filled with pure wildness and power, sweeping over him unreservedly. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a simple white linen robe, with no markings on his face but an aura as tranquil and vast as a deep lake, silently appeared before the totem pillar of the Tsanyan tribe. His arrival was without warning, as if he had been standing there all along. Elder Yenshu's face immediately turned extremely respectful, even carrying a hint of fear. He quickly bowed deeply and greeted with the most solemn tone, "Esteemed holy mountain traveler." The surrounding Tsanyan warriors also bowed, not daring to look directly. The white-robed traveler slightly nodded, but his gaze passed over Yenshu and directly landed on Chen Yu. His eyes were calm, yet seemed to penetrate to the deepest part of the soul. A guest from afar, the white-robed traveler spoke, using a perfectly enunciated dragon tongue. Although tinged with an ancient accent, it was exceedingly clear, "The guardian requests to speak with you." As soon as these words were spoken, not only the Tsanyan tribespeople were stunned. The nearby tribes, who had been paying close attention to this situation, were suddenly in an uproar. The guardian of the sacred mountain. That legendary being who stands at the pinnacle of all tribes, able to communicate with the sacred mountain itself, actually took the initiative to invite this outsider? Countless gazes instantly became fiery, jealous, and incredulous. To be personally received by the guardian is an honor beyond imagination. Even the leaders or high priests of major tribes may not have such an opportunity. Chen Yu's heart also stirred slightly. He opened his eyes and looked at the white-robed walker. The other's aura was unfathomable, at least a B rank or higher strong being, and his mental energy was incredibly refined, far surpassing others of the same rank. He could speak the dragon language, clearly indicating that the guardian of the sacred mountain possessed knowledge and information far beyond ordinary tribes. "It is a great honor," Chen Yu stood up, responding calmly, not showing any surprise from the sudden invitation. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the white-robed walker's eyes. He said no more, only made a gesture of please, and turned to walk towards the center of the square, toward the tallest totem pillar. Chen Yu nodded slightly to Yen Su and the others, then stepped forward to follow. Under the watchful gaze of countless complex looks, Chen Yu followed the white-robed walker, passing through the crowd that parted on its own, heading towards the region that symbolized the core of power and faith in the wild world. The closer they got to the center, the stronger the overwhelming pressure from the sacred mountain became. The surrounding totem pillars grew taller and older, and the energy fluctuations contained in the patterns carved upon them became increasingly profound. Chen Yu could feel that the heart of Idavaya in his arms was beating more strongly, resonating with the sacred mountain, and the central totem's echo grew clearer. Finally, they arrived beneath the giant totem pillar, which stood hundreds of meters tall and was engraved with patterns that encompassed the sun, moon, stars, and all living things. The elder guardian, cloaked in a splendid feathered robe and holding a crystal staff, was still sitting cross-legged with closed eyes in front of the base of the pillar, as if merging with the sacred mountain. It was not until Chen Yu approached that he slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They seemed to hold endless years, reflecting the birth and death of the Star River, filled with wisdom, compassion, and a hint of unresolvable heaviness and fatigue. His gaze landed on Chen Yu, not scrutinizing, not pressuring, only a calmness that seemed to regard a fellow traveler with equality. You have come, the guardian's voice was old and gentle, speaking in the dragon language, the foreigner who holds the star core. Star core? Was he referring to the heart of Idavaya? Chen Yu's heart tensed. The other indeed knew something. I am Chen Yu, here to meet the guardian, Chen Yu saluted without being subservient or proud. No need for formality, the guardian slightly raised his hand, his gaze seemingly penetrating Chen Yu's body, seeing the warm core in his arms. The ancient contract trembles because of your arrival, the silent star core awakens at the call of the sacred mountain. This is the guidance of fate, and also, a sign of impending disaster. He paused, his gaze shifting to the distance, as if seeing the dead land eroded by the Naga, his voice growing somber. You encountered the Eaten spirit, felt their filth and greed. But that is merely an insignificant breath of true darkness seeping in. The real crisis comes from the loosening of the gap, from the forgotten, connecting to the endless chaos and destruction of the Sea of Nihility. The Naga are merely one of the more powerful predators lurking outside the gap. Gap? Sea of Nihility? Chen Yu furrowed his brows. These terms reminded him of the bizarre spatial disturbance that brought him here. Does the Guardian mean that we are facing an invasion from the Sea of Nihility that might affect countless worlds? You can understand it that way. The Guardian withdrew his gaze, looking back at Chen Yu again. The gaze was serious. The ancient sages made great sacrifices to build the seal, isolating the rift, protecting countless lives in this star domain. But as time passes, the power of the seal is weakening, while the power of the Watchers is growing. The fragments of the contract guarded by the Tsangyan tribe, and the star core in your hands, are part of the sealing system from back then and are the key to maintaining balance. Now, the contract senses a crisis and guides you here. The star core is gradually awakening because it is close to the holy mountain, one of the largest sealing nodes. We need to gather all the power of the Kamolialu, need the guidance of the star core, and need someone like you, who can carry the power of different civilizations and possesses infinite potential, a variable dot. The words of the Guardian were like a heavy hammer, striking Chen Yu's heart. He had thought it was just a local disaster, but didn't expect it to be tied to such a grand cosmic crisis. And he, along with the heart of Adavadia, actually became a crucial part of dealing with this crisis? What do I need to do? Chen Yu asked directly. Participate in the Holy Mountain trial. The Guardian pointed to the towering Holy Mountain, climb the steps of dawn and enter the Celestial Temple. There, your star core will further complete itself and gain guidance. Only those recognized by the temple can truly unite the power of the 100 tribes, strengthen the seal, and face the approaching dark tide. The Holy Mountain Trial. The Celestial Temple. Chen Yu could feel the strong desire and resonance coming from the heart of Adavadia in his arms. There was something it needed there. I will participate. Chen Yu did not hesitate. This was not just for responsibility, but for power, to find a way home, to face the unknown dark tide. A trace of almost imperceptible relief appeared on the Guardian's face. The trial will begin at dawn tomorrow. Prepare yourself, warrior from afar. The road ahead is filled with thorns and betrayal. The last two words he spoke softly, yet carried a cold understanding of the world. Chen Yu's heart stirred, and his gaze unconsciously swept over the various tribes in the square. The gathering of the 100 tribes was not a united front. In the face of a common crisis, interests, ambitions, and fears could give rise to unexpected enemies. He again bowed to the Guardian and, under the guide of the robed figure, turned to leave. When he returned to the Tsangyan tribe's area, he was met with even more awe from the likes of Yen Su and others. The gazes from other tribes had turned more complex, intertwined with jealousy, scrutiny, and even hidden killing intent, weaving into an invisible web. The Holy Mountain Trial, the Celestial Temple, the Ancient Seal, the Rift Crisis. Chen Yu looked up at the mist-covered mountain peak, his gaze sharp as a blade. Tomorrow, he would step onto the staircase, face the core secrets of this wild world, and surely be caught up in an even more magnificent and brutal storm. Chapter 66, Steps of Dawn, Every Step a Trial. The darkness before dawn was the deepest. The holy mountain Kasuta loomed like a giant beast resting between heaven and earth, silently overlooking the restless beings at its foot. When the first ray of light pierced the eastern sky, dyeing the snow at the mountain's peak with a faint gold, the guardian slowly raised the crystal staff in his hand beneath the tallest totemic stone pillar. There were no long declarations, no passionate calls to arms. The crystal at the top of the staff suddenly lit up, and a pure and vast beam of light shot into the sky, vanishing into the clouds at the mountain's waist. Immediately after, the heavy clouds enveloping the mountain seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand, slowly retreating to reveal a straight path leading to the mountain's peak, made up of countless colossal dark green stone steps. Steps of Dawn. The stone steps were 100 meters wide, each one half a meter high, made of a material neither metal nor stone, with a surface as smooth as a mirror, yet faintly flowing with a dark luster, as if carrying the weight of countless ages. On either side of the stone steps, there were bottomless foggy abysses, with faintly audible howling winds that made one's heart race. The entire staircase exuded a tremendous sense of pressure, growing increasingly terrifying as one ascended, as if every step was a battle against the will of the holy mountain. The stairway of awakening has opened. Those who ascend, enter. The guardian's elderly and dignified voice rang out like the morning bell and evening drum, echoing in the hearts of every being eager to partake in the trial. In an instant, the long-suppressed tribes burst out with thunderous roars. Hundreds and thousands of figures darted forward like arrows, racing towards the towering stone staircase. Leading the charge were the tribes famed for their physical strength. The warriors of the Stonehammer tribe roared as they crushed the ground, like a grey flood. A group of warriors from the Flame Claw tribe, donned in scarlet beast skins and emanating a fiery aura, left charred footprints on the stone steps with every step. Others even manifested parts of their beast forms, running up on all fours in a more savage manner. However, the trial of the Stairway of Awakening began the moment one stepped onto the first level. The fastest warriors, upon stepping onto the staircase, suddenly felt as if an invisible mountain pressed upon their shoulders, causing their speed to dramatically decrease. The higher they ascended, the greater the pressure became, increasing exponentially. Muscles groaned under the unbearable strain, bones creaked, and every step took immense effort. This was not merely physical pressure, but also a test of will. Above the stone steps, ancient whispers echoed, stirring deep fears, confusion, and desires within, attempting to shatter the minds of the ascendants. Continuously, figures struggled as they tried to endure several levels, unleashing unwilling roars, crushed by the terrifying pressure, or losing their resolve, screaming as they fell from both sides of the staircase into the endless foggy abyss, lost to life and death. The cruel elimination began right from the start. Chen Yu did not rush to the front. He stood at the base of the staircase, taking a deep breath, feeling the overwhelming pressure that permeated everywhere. This pressure was within the bearable range for his body, forged through multiple temperings, but the impact on his will was no small matter. He activated the starry sky visualization technique, where the soul fire in his consciousness burned steadily, and the miniature starry sky slowly rotated, isolating those disturbing whispers and illusions. Meanwhile, the heart of Idavaya in his arms radiated gentle warmth, exuding energy with a sense of civilized order, quietly countering some of the wild, invading aspects of the holy mountain's pressure. He took the first step. His foot landed on the cold, dark gray stone step, steady and firm. The pressure descended, and his body only swayed slightly before stabilizing. Compared to the chaotic corridor's pure, destructive spatial tearing, this relatively ordered pressure was easier to adapt to. Unlike others who charged wildly, he maintained a unique rhythm, ascending at a steady pace. Each step felt as if he was engaging in a deeper exchange and resistance with the stone steps and the entire holy mountain beneath his feet. His leisurely demeanor stood out starkly amidst the other ascendants who were exerting themselves to the utmost, and naturally drew more attention. Just showboating. A warrior from the Wind Howl tribe, as swift as lightning and attempting to win through speed, sneered as he overtook Chen Yu. He transformed into a green shadow, instantly leaping up several dozen steps ahead. However, just as he tried to speed up again, the pressure ahead suddenly doubled. He grunted in discomfort, his speed plummeting, his face turning pale, clearly exhausted. Chen Yu maintained his original pace, step by step, steadily surpassing the wind-howling warrior who was now gasping for breath. Not even a glance was cast in his direction. As the height continued to rise, the pressure on the stone steps became increasingly terrifying, and the impact on his will intensified. Illusions arose everywhere, whether boundless wealth, breathtaking beauty, supreme power, or the most fearful scenes from deep within the heart. They constantly tested the true intentions of the climbers. Chen Yu's resolve was as solid as a rock. Under the light of the soul fire, all kinds of illusions were like bubbles, unable to shake him even slightly. He could even spare part of his mind to carefully observe the stone steps themselves. Under his true eye, within the dark green stone steps, countless fine energy veins, like blood vessels, were faintly visible, connecting with the entire sacred mountain and constituting the essence of this Stairway of Awakening test. At the same time, he also noticed that some truly powerful beings had different ways of climbing. In the tribe under the storm and thunder totem, a young man wrapped in electric light unleashed thunder and lightning with every step. Beneath his feet, lightning exploded, using the explosive force to counteract some of the pressure, moving at incredible speed. In the snake-like tribe hidden in shadows, a woman whose figure was blurred like a ghost seemed completely unaffected by physical pressure, gliding on the stone steps like a specter, but her expression was extremely grave, clearly indicating that the impact on her will was much greater. There was also a giant from the giant spirit tribe, nearly 3 meters tall, roaring as his muscles bulged, enduring the pressure like a bulldozer, slowly but steadily moving upward. 100 tribes, 100 ways, all displaying their talents. Chen Yu remained calm and composed. Even during his ascent, he tried to draw upon the power of the heart of Edavia to subtly sense and analyze the rules contained within the stone steps. He discovered that this stairway of awakening was not merely a test, it felt more like a baptism. The immense pressure and the impact on his will, through resistance, were actually constantly honing his body, spirit, and affinity with this world. His climbing speed, in this process of enlightenment, unconsciously quickened, surpassing one struggling figure after another. When he climbed to near the halfway point, where the clouds and fog grew dense again, only a few dozen people remained on the steps ahead. These were the true elites of various tribes, the weakest having reached the C+ peak, and a few with obscure auras, making Chen Yu feel they had already touched the threshold of B rank. And here, the trial of the stairway of awakening changed once more. No longer merely pressure and illusions, the stone steps began to materialize attacks of various elemental energies out of thin air. Blazing fireballs, sharp wind blades, heavy falling stones, piercing ice spikes, came crashing down on the climbers like rain. This was no longer a test, it felt more like a deadly assault. A warrior from the Flame Claw tribe, caught off guard, was pierced by several huge ice spikes, screaming as he turned into an ice sculpture, which was then smashed into pieces by the following fireballs. An elite from the Wind Howl tribe tried to dodge using speed but was entangled by countless appearing vines, instantly slowing down, and then was overwhelmed by dense stones. Screams echoed incessantly. The remaining climbers each used their methods, some braving the attacks, some dodging, some shattering those energy assaults, but their speed of advancement was severely slowed, and everyone was on edge. Chen Yu's gaze sharpened. The runic armor on his body was instantly activated, a dark gold glow enveloping him. He chose not to rush through but instead to combine the true eye with his soul fire perception to the utmost, skillfully weaving and dodging through the dense energy attacks like a butterfly among flowers. Occasionally, when he could not completely evade an attack, it was easily blocked by the runic armor. His steps remained steady. However, just as he was about to cross this area densely packed with elemental attacks, a particularly thick, deep black thunderbolt, like a poisonous dragon, struck suddenly from the misty clouds to his side. The target was not aimed directly at him, but rather at the stone step he was about to step on. This strike was cleverly timed and incredibly ruthless. It was not a test of the ascending steps themselves, but a deliberate ambush. Chen Yu's pupils shrank sharply. At the critical moment, his footwork transformed mysteriously, abruptly halting his forward momentum and shifting him sideways half a step. Boom! The black thunder fiercely struck the dark green stone step where he was supposed to land, blasting a charred pit while shards of stone flew everywhere. The violent energy of thunder spread out, causing the runes that armored him to ripple intensely. Chen Yu suddenly turned his head, his cold gaze locking onto the young man from the Storm Thunder tribe, who was wrapped in electric lights. He was retracting his fingers, a cold smile on his lips, his eyes filled with provocation and killing intent. Sure enough, the warnings of betrayal and thorns from the Guardian had come so soon. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He didn't say a word, only deeply fixed his gaze on the youth from the Thunder tribe, as if to etch his appearance into his soul. Then, he no longer hesitated, bracing against the increasingly dense energy attacks. His speed suddenly exploded, like a dark golden lightning tearing through the mist, charging straight toward the already visible platform above the clouds on the mountainside. There, symbolizing the end of the first half of the ascending steps, also meant he had temporarily shaken off most of his competitors, as well as potential enemies. New challenges would surely await him on the platform. Chapter 67, Starshine Platform, the Gate of the Temple. Breaking through that thick layer of mingled elemental attacks and ambushes in the fog, Chen Yu finally stepped onto a relatively flat and open platform. The platform was located on the mountainside of the sacred mountain, as if it had been flattened by a giant's sword, the ground still covered in ancient dark green stone, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the clearer sky above, and at the end of the platform, a breathtaking sight. At the end of the platform, there were not more stone steps leading upward, but a magnificent temple completely made of pure white jade. The style of the temple was entirely different from the intricate and complex designs of Edavia and the rugged primitiveness of the Tsangyan tribe. It was more ancient, grand, with clean and powerful lines, radiating a soft and sacred milky white light, as if carved from solidified moonlight. The temple's great door was closed, etched with countless intricate, seemingly self-operating starry paths. At the center was a swirling pattern incredibly similar to the nebula within the Edavia heart in Chen Yu's arms. A breath far more magnificent, ancient, and close to the source of the universe than that of the ascending steps wafted from the temple, enveloping the entire platform. Here was the Starry Sky Temple. the ultimate destination of the sacred mountain trial. Just standing on this platform, breathing the air that seemed to contain the source power of the stars, Chen Yu felt his soul fire leap joyfully. The operation speed of the starry sky visualization technique increased by more than double. Not only that, his recently consumed mental energy and vitality were rapidly recovering. He was not the first person to arrive here. On the platform, there were already 7 or 8 figures standing. That young man from the Storm Thunder tribe, surrounded by electric light, was indeed among them. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the platform, recovering his energy, clearly feeling tired from traversing the last area of elemental attacks. Feeling Chen Yu's gaze, he suddenly opened his eyes, his electric-lit pupils showing no concealment of cold-killing intent and a hint of apprehension. The explosive speed and sharp reaction Chen Yu had displayed at the last moment. Let him realize that this outsider is by no means an easy opponent. Aside from him, there is also that woman from the snake tribe, her figure vague and shadowy, standing quietly in a shadow, as if merging with the light, her breath mysterious. The 3-meter giant from the giant spirit tribe stands like an iron tower in front of the temple door, arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation, radiating a heavy sense of oppression like a mountain. The other individuals also exude an extraordinary presence. Some are warriors clad in animal skins with wild eyes like wolves, others are priests holding bone staffs surrounded by a green light of life, and there is one shrouded in a large cloak, her face hidden, yet making Chen Yu's true eye feel a slight sting. Those who can reach here are all truly outstanding among the 100 tribes. The weakest possesses strength at half-step B grade, and some may have already stepped into that level. Chen Yu's arrival naturally drew their attention. Several gazes instantly focused on him, filled with scrutiny, inquiry, and undisguised competition. The atmosphere on the platform instantly became heavy and tense. No one spoke, everyone seized the time to restore their status, yet their eyes occasionally glanced towards the tightly closed temple door and each other. Everyone understood that the quotas for entering the temple were likely limited, and the upcoming competition might be even more brutal than climbing the steps of dawn. Chen Yu ignored those gazes, walking to the side of the platform, sitting cross-legged, and exerting all his effort to recover. At the same time, most of his attention was focused on the Idavaya heart in his arms, which was shaking violently. Resonance. An unprecedented strong resonance. It felt as if a traveler had finally found home, as if scattered parts sensed their core. The nebula within the Idavaya heart spun at an unprecedented speed, emitting a scorching temperature, and waves of desire and guiding thoughts continuously flowed into Chen Yu's consciousness. This astral temple is undoubtedly directly and profoundly connected to Idavaya civilization and the core fragment in his hands. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the number of people on the platform increased to 12. It seemed that this was the entire number qualified to reach this place. Just then. Buzz. The center of the starry vortex pattern on the tightly closed temple door suddenly lit up with a soft, pure white glow. The glow rippled like water waves, enveloping the entire platform. An irresistible, grand will, filled with scrutiny and selection, swept over every being on the platform. Chen Yu felt the Idavaya heart in his arms suddenly heat up, and a unique wave carrying the marks of civilization, order and contract naturally radiated out, blending perfectly with the will of the temple. The reactions of the others, however, were different. The giant from the giant spirit tribe let out a low roar, its earthy yellow light shining brightly, bracing against the will, scanning without taking a single step back. The youth from the Storm Thunder tribe was surrounded by dancing electric snakes, crackling loudly, barely managing to stand firm. The snake tribe woman became even vaguer, as if trying to merge with the shadow to escape the scan. The others displayed their own abilities, some bursting forth with powerful energy, others invoking totem power, or emitting unique mental fluctuations, striving to prove their qualifications. The light on the temple door gradually receded. Then, the door engraved with celestial trajectories slowly opened a gap with a deep rumble. A gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. Inside, it was not the imagined temple scene, but a swirling, deep, dazzling light vortex seemingly made up of countless stars. Vast, mysterious, inviting, yet filled with unknown danger. The qualification to enter has now begun. But who will be the first to enter? Everyone's gaze became sharp in an instant, breaths interlocked, and the air on the platform seemed to solidify. The first entrant might seize the opportunity, but could also become the target of everyone's joint attack. After a brief silence. Humph. Pretending to be mysterious. This fortune is mine. The giant from the giant spirit tribe was the first to lose control, roaring loudly as his massive body charged vigorously towards the crack of the light gate. He planned to forcibly enter, relying on his powerful physique and strength. Just as he was about to touch the light gate. SSS. A condensed black shadow, like a poisonous snake, swiftly wrapped around his ankle without a sound. It was that serpent woman making her move. She clearly did not want this powerful opponent to succeed easily. Almost simultaneously, on the other side, a violent thunder spear, with a piercing scream, shot straight for the giant's back. The young man from the Storm Thunder tribe also launched an attack without hesitation. Get lost. The giant roared, turning around to punch at the thunder spear, while trying to shatter the shadow's binding with his feet. However, at that moment of chaos bursting forth, Chen Yu, who had been sitting still to recover, moved. He did not rush towards the light gate but moved like a ghost, at a speed that seemed slow yet left after images, tracing not a straight line, but an obscure arc, just skimming the edge of the brief energy turmoil caused by the collision of the giant, shadow, and thunder's forces. As everyone was attracted by that brief melee, at the very instant when old power had been unleashed and new power had yet to be born, Chen Yu's figure, like a gentle breeze, quietly slipped into the starry light whirlpool. Disappeared. The entire process was fluid and seamless, the timing impeccable, even not causing significant energy fluctuations. By the time the others on the platform reacted, there was already no one before the light gate. Bastard! He got ahead of us. The Storm Youth and the Serpent Woman both withdrew their attacks, their expressions extremely grim. The giant had also broken free from the bindings, roaring incessantly. The others also had somber expressions. No one expected that this seemingly inconspicuous outsider would be the first to enter the temple in such a sneaky way, just when everyone thought a melee would erupt. Go in. We can't let him monopolize the opportunity. Someone shouted in a low voice. The remaining 11 people no longer cared about mutual restraint, almost simultaneously transforming into beams of light, rushing towards the crack of the light gate. With Chen Yu's leading entry, the final trial of the Starry Sky Temple formally began. The competition within the temple would surely be even more intense and brutal. Chen Yu had gained a slight advantage. Chapter 68 Starry Sky Temple, First Battle of the Star Spirits. The moment he passed through the starry light whirlpool, it was not the traditional sensation of weightlessness, but a warmth and peace as if merging into a mother body. Surrounding him was flowing, gentle light, and in his ears was a faint, holy murmuring that seemed to come from the dawn of the universe. Chen Yu found himself standing in a boundless void. The ground beneath his feet was not solid but a surface formed from pure starlight, like a calm lake reflecting the Milky Way. Above him was a truly vast and brilliant starry sky, with countless stars slowly moving along some mysterious path, exuding an ancient and eternal aura. There was no direction, no boundary, only a sea of starlight. And right before him, 12 platforms of varying sizes, made of starlight, floated. These platforms were arranged in a specific sequence. The deeper they went, the more profound and powerful the energy waves emitted by the platforms became. Each platform had on it a faint, blurry guardian shadow, composed entirely of pure star energy, is vaguely visible. The heart of Edavia in his arms at this moment, like a waking star, emits unprecedented heat and light. It floats up on its own, staying in front of Chen Yu's chest, its internal nebula spinning at an unprecedented speed, resonating deeply with this starry temple. A gentle yet vast thought directly entered Chen Yu's mind. Starry Temple, the place of inheritance. Pass through the 12 star spirit guardian platforms, reach the core of the temple, and receive my legacy, complete the star core, and clarify the path ahead. Later comers, show your eligibility. 12 star spirit guardians. Chen Yu's gaze sharpened as he looked at the first star platform, the closest to him, with the weakest breath. He could feel that only by defeating or passing the guardian of the current platform could he move to the next one. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, and his figure was as if guided by starlight, instantly appearing on the first platform. The platform was not large, about 10 meters in diameter. The moment he stepped onto the platform, the surrounding starlight quickly converged, forming a human-shaped light shadow in front of him. This light shadow had no specific face, entirely composed of pure star power, holding a long sword also condensed from starlight. Beginning level Star Spirit Guardian. Energy level, C+, adjusts slightly according to challenger's strength. Traits, star power shaping, energy attack, no entity, no intelligence, follows fixed combat mode. A cold prompt flashed by, and the Star Spirit Guardian already moved. Its steps were mysterious, as if stepping on the star tracks, and the starlight sword in its hand trembled, instantly transforming into 3 sharp star sword lights, shooting towards Chen Yu in a triangular formation. The sword lights were pure and concise, carrying the meaning of piercing and purification. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed. The attack from this Star Spirit Guardian was far purer and more direct than opponents of the same level from the outside. He chose not to clash head-on, his steps flowed, and his figure moved like a phantom within the limited space of the platform, narrowly avoiding 2 sword lights, while his right arm, covered with ritual armament, accurately parried the 3rd sword light. Clang! The sound of metal striking echoed. The star sword light exploded on the ritual armament, turning into numerous star sparkles that dissipated, while Chen Yu felt a strong shockwave in his arm. Indeed not simple. The Star Spirit Guardian, having missed its strike, did not pause, like a weightless phantom, dashed forward again, waving its long sword, instantly weaving a dense star sword net, enclosing all vital points around Chen Yu. Within the sword net, every sword light contained pure star power, easily capable of tearing apart the defenses of an ordinary sea-level strongman. Chen Yu took a deep breath, no longer holding back. The soul fire burned fiercely in his sea of consciousness, pushing his perception and reaction speed to the limit. True Eye, fully activated, revealing several energy flow points in the seemingly flawless star sword net, where the energy flow was relatively sluggish and the connections of the sword momentum were not smooth. He moved. Choosing not to retreat but to advance towards the sword net, he precisely cut into one of the nodes. His left hand, covered in dark golden scales, reached out like a dragon's claw, not to grab the sword blade but to slightly curve his fingers, gently tapping at the weak core of the sword net's energy flow with a mystical vibration frequency. Buzz. A strange humming sound. The dense star sword net seemed to be grasped by a venomous snake at its 7 inches, suddenly stagnating, and the energy flow became chaotic in an instant. The brilliance of the entire sword net dimmed for a moment. And in that moment, Chen Yu's right fist was like a cannonball, carrying overwhelming vitality and the newly merged contract rune power, striking forcefully towards the Star Spirit Guardian's chest, where its star energy was most concentrated. Crash! The fist struck, and the starlight shattered into fragments. The body of the Star Guardian trembled violently, the light in its core flickering rapidly, shining and dimming. Finally, it emitted a slight sound, like the shattering of glass, and its entire light body exploded, transforming into the purest star energy, scattering like fireflies. A portion melded into the surrounding starry sky, while another part was naturally absorbed by the Edavaya heart at Chen Yu's chest. The Edavaya heart glowed faintly, and the operation of the internal nebula seemed more agile. Passed the trial of the initial level Star Guardian. Gained a trace of star origin nourishment, refining the body and spirit. The fusion degree of Edavaya heart slightly increased. As expected. This trial of the Star Dome Temple is not only a test but also a gift. Each battle, each victory, can provide the nourishment of star origin, enhancing oneself and promoting the fusion of the Edavaya heart. A glimmer of realization flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He turned to the second star platform, where the Guardian Phantom was clearly stronger than the first one. He did not stop and was once again guided by the starlight, stepping onto the second platform. The battle erupted again. The second Star Guardian was already close to a C+ level peak, with more varied attack patterns. In addition to Star Sword rays, it could gather starlight shields and occasionally draw surrounding starlight for area suppression. Still, Chen Yu relied on True Eye to perceive energy nodes, rune armor, for strong defense, combining hard and soft, for combat techniques, and the immunity of soul fire to mental shock steadily prevailed. After exerting effort, he once again defeated the Guardian and absorbed the dissipated star origin. Third platform. Fourth platform. Chen Yu pushed forward like a fierce gale. Though these Star Guardians grew stronger and their battle modes became more complex, they were ultimately fixed energy creations lacking true adaptability. Chen Yu's battle experience, insight, and diverse ability system were precisely their nemesis. As he continuously defeated Star Guardians and absorbed star origin, Chen Yu could distinctly feel that his body was repeatedly tempered by a gentle yet vast power, becoming more resilient, and his vitality more potent. His spirit power, nourished by star strength, grew more refined, the color of his soul fire deepening, with a hint of golden radiance becoming more pronounced. More importantly, the connection with the Edavaya heart was growing closer, and the degree of fusion was slowly but surely increasing, with many previously incomprehensible fragments of knowledge now becoming clear. When he stepped onto the 8th platform and defeated the Star Guardian at a half-step B level, capable of simultaneously wielding multiple star battle techniques, he felt his power had returned to peak condition and even faintly enhanced. His understanding of star strength also reached a new height. He stood at the edge of the 8th platform, looking towards the remaining 4 platforms. The energy fluctuations radiating from those Guardians presented true pressure to him, especially the last 3, their auras obscure like the abyss, definitely at true B level. At that moment, a ripple of starlight occurred behind him, and a second figure appeared somewhat disheveled on the first platform. It was the young man from the Storm Thunder tribe. His body was crackling with erratic lightning, breathing hurriedly, clearly struggling through the elemental attack area and the initial starlight guidance. He looked at Chen Yu, who was already standing on the 8th platform, with eyes filled with shock, jealousy, and an even stronger killing intent. Chen Yu merely glanced at him and then shifted his gaze away, stepping onto the 9th platform without hesitation. The true challenge begins. It has just begun. He must create as much distance as possible before those few catch up, gaining a greater advantage. On the 9th platform, the condensed Star Spirit Guard no longer held just a single long sword, but had formed a shield and a sword, its aura heavy as a mountain, its starlight brilliant as the sun. A B-grade threshold Star Spirit Guard. Chen Yu's expression grew serious, adorned in dark golden runes, the armed light flowing brilliantly, soul fire burning fiercely in the sea of consciousness. A great battle was about to erupt. Chapter 69, 9 Stars Continuous Battle, Soft and Hard Break the Shield. On the 9th platform, the Starry Guard stood tall and imposing. In its left hand it held a thick light shield engraved with intricate star paths, and in its right hand, a long sword exuding a chilling starlight, radiating energy waves as refined as mercury, having firmly stepped into the B-grade threshold. Those eyes made of pure starlight locked onto Chen Yu, devoid of any emotion, only the coldness of executing rules. Just by standing there, a heavy pressure rushed forward, far surpassing the previous 8 guards. Chen Yu took a deep breath, adjusting his state to the peak. The dark golden runes covered his entire body, the light no longer flickering, but flowing slowly like mercury, becoming more restrained and resilient. In his sea of consciousness, the soul fire burned brightly, the miniature star dome accelerated its rotation, resonating more clearly with the starry sky of this temple. Buzz! The ninth star spirit guard moved. It did not rush to attack but pushed its left arm's light shield forward. The star paths on the shield suddenly illuminated, and a solid barrier of starlight, as formidable as a city wall, instantly formed between it and Chen Yu. The stars on the barrier flowed, emitting an aura of unassailable firmness. At the same time, the starlit long sword in its right hand quickly thrust out. Not as a beam of light, but instantly splitting into 9 starry light snakes like living beings, weaving around the barrier from different tricky angles, carrying a soul-ripping sharpness, devouring towards Chen Yu. Integrated offense and defense. Calm and seasoned. Chen Yu's pupils constricted, this ninth guard's combat intelligence was clearly far superior to the previous ones. His figure moved swiftly, leaving several afterimages, the true eye pushed to the extreme, accurately capturing the energy cores and attack trajectories of the 9 light snakes. With his fingers or palms, or fists or elbows, the dark golden light exploded between his movements, accurately shattering and dispersing each incoming light snake. Each collision erupted with dazzling starfire and energy ripples, causing the platform to tremble slightly. However, those 9 light snakes seemed endless, reforming and shooting out again from the guard behind the barrier after being shattered, creating a continuous saturated attack. Even more troublesome was that the starlight barrier stood strong as a mountain, keeping the guard's main body completely protected, making it impossible for Chen Yu to reach. A long defense will surely be broken. He must break that shield. A fierce light flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. In the gap after shattering 3 light snakes, he suddenly took a step forward. This step seemed simple but contained the ultimate essence of soft and hard together. The starry ground beneath his feet seemed to transform into a water surface, rippling in layers. His right fist tightened, gathering all his blood, soul fire power, and even a touch of contractual radiance from the heart of Edavaya upon his fist. Before the punch was thrown, a fierce intent of destruction that shattered all laws had caused the flowing starlight around him to freeze. Break! With a low shout, Chen Yu threw a punch. There were no dazzling lights, only an extremely condensed dark golden punch wave, like a drill bit, tearing through the air, ignoring the incoming light snakes again, fiercely smashing towards the center of the starlight barrier, the spot where the star paths intersected most densely. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the starry space. The starlight barrier shook violently, the star paths flowing on its surface instantly became chaotic, the light flickering, and even a few subtle cracks began to appear. But it ultimately did not shatter. The Guardian had poured most of its energy into defense, and the strength of this shield was beyond imagination. The countershock came, Chen Yu's figure swayed, and his arm tingled slightly. At that moment, when his old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been born, the Ninth Guardian seized the opportunity. Its previously hidden killing strike suddenly erupted. The starlight sword transformed into a stunning streak that pierced through the seas of stars, merging man and sword, piercing through its own laid barriers. The barriers were ineffective against it, aiming directly at Chen Yu's brow with a speed and might surpassing all previous attacks. The tip of the sword was not yet there, but the sharp sword intent had already made Chen Yu's soul fire feel a hint of pain. At this critical moment, Chen Yu remained calm. He did not choose to clash hard or retreat, but made an unexpected move. He raised his left arm sharply, the dark golden scales glimmering and twisting, not to block, but with a kind of inclusive, guiding soft strength, like gathering a bird's tail, precisely sticking to the swiftly thrusting sword's back. Upon contact, that violent thrusting force was actually deflected by an inch. The sword tip grazed past Chen Yu's temple, and the fierce sword energy cut off a few strands of his hair. But just at the moment of deflecting the sword's force and interweaving their strengths, Chen Yu's right hand, with fingers like a sword, channeled the powerful force that had not been fully unleashed from his earlier punch, merging with a new, even more agile and crafty penetrating power, like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave, arriving first and accurately striking at the same point of that starlight barrier that had just taken a heavy blow and had yet to fully recover, with cracks still present. The switch of hardness and softness, the harmony of yin and yang. Put. This time, it was no longer a heavy crash, but a light and crisp sound, like beautiful glass completely shattering. That incredibly sturdy starlight barrier, after being struck by the hardest punch, was then penetrated by the softest force on the inside, finally unable to bear the burden, cracking like a spider web instantly spread all over, and then exploding into sparkling starlight. With the barrier shattered, the ninth Starlight Guardian's central door swung wide open. It clearly did not expect that Chen Yu could break through its absolute defense in this way, and in its cold starlight eyes, for the first time, a ripple similar to astonishment appeared. However, Chen Yu would not give it any chance to react. Almost at the same time the barrier shattered, his left hand, which had deflected the sword's force, curled its fingers like a hook, descending forcefully, tightly gripping the Guardian's right wrist that was holding the sword. The dark golden runes armed and the starlight power harshly rubbed against each other, producing a piercing sound. At the same time, his right hand, which had just shattered the barrier, did not lose momentum, its fingertips condensing the intertwining spiral strength of hardness and softness, along with a surge of soul fire, erupting violently, as if a drill bit, fiercely stabbing into the Guardian's chest at the most brilliant energy core. Collapse. The Ninth Starlight Guardian's body shook violently, the light at its core flashing madly, ultimately fading completely. Its body, formed of starlight, crumbled like weathered sand sculptures, piece by piece, and finally transformed into a flood of star essence that was far purer and more magnificent than before, surging towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu stood in place, breathing slightly heavier, feeling this vast source of power flowing into his limbs, nourishing his body and soul. The heart of Edavia seemed to have encountered a long-awaited rain, greedily absorbing this power, its surface light becoming increasingly warm and subdued, while the internal star cloud's operation path became more profound and complex. Passed the trial of the Ninth Starlight Guardian. Gained a large amount of star essence nourishment, body strength increased, and mental power significantly grew. The fusion degree of the heart of Edavia rose to 25%. Understanding of the duality of hardness and softness deepened, enhancing the defensive and transformational abilities of rune armoring. Huge gains. Chen Yu could feel that not only had his power completely restored, but he had also taken a giant leap forward, firmly standing at the peak of half-step B grade. He even touched that layer of bottleneck. And his control over power, especially the transformation between softness and strength, reached an entirely new realm. He turned back and saw that young man from the Storm Thunder tribe, who had just barely defeated the guardian of the sixth platform, now looking in his direction with chaotic electric light all over his body, his eyes filled with shock and jealousy that nearly became tangible. Further back, the figures of the third and fourth appeared on the front platform, those of the serpent tribe woman and the giant from the giant spirit tribe. Competition had become even more intense. Chen Yu no longer hesitated, his gaze fixed on the 10th platform. The Guardian's phantom there had a presence that was deeper than that of the 9th Guardian, already a solid B-level strength. He did not feel fear, instead, a stronger fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. With the guidance of the starlight, he moved forward once again. The 10th platform was right before him. Chapter 70, Starshine Armor, Punching Through the River of Stars. The 10th platform. As Chen Yu's figure was guided by the starlight and landed firmly on the ground, if this solid starlight could be called ground, a pressure far heavier and deeper than that of the 9th platform crashed down on his shoulders as if the weight of the entire starry sky had collapsed upon him. In the center of the platform, the 10th star spirit guardian had already taken shape. It was no longer a simple human-shaped light shadow, but rather clad in a luxurious armor embedded with countless tiny stars, swirling with the light band of the galaxy. The helmet completely obscured its face, revealing only a pair of eyes burning with pure white starlight. It held no shield or sword, instead, its fists were tightly clenched, with a miniature, swirling nebula in the process of being born and destroyed spiraling around each fist. B-level mid-tier. And certainly not at the beginner level, the degree of its condensed energy gave Chen Yu a sense of oppression that even fatally exceeded that of the previous Azure Scale swordback bear. It merely stood there, and the starlight flowing around it seemed to have transformed into a tangible field, making Chen Yu feel as if he were sinking into mud, his movements hindered, and even the circulation of his energy became sluggish. Starshine Warrior, Star Spirit Guardian. Energy level, B-level mid-tier, stable. Traits, high concentration of stellar power forming a Starshine domain, significantly weakening enemies within the domain. Mastery of advanced star combat techniques, strong combat instincts. The cold prompt carried an unprecedented warning. Chen Yu took a deep breath, knowing that this would be a hard battle. He fully activated the starry sky visualization technique, his soul fire blazing as he desperately resisted the omnipresent field suppression. The glow of the rune armor swirled around him, but he could still feel the Starshine domain seeping and eroding through him like mercury. I can no longer defend passively. His eyes sparkled with determination as he took the initiative to strike. He suddenly stomped down, shaking the platform, his figure transforming into a dark golden arrow piercing through the field, charging directly at the Starshine Warrior. On his right fist, the essence blood, soul fire, and the power from the heart of Edavia emerged in an unprecedented way, smashing forward, as if to break through the starry sky. Come to battle. In the face of Chen Yu's fierce strike, the Starshine Warrior's burning eyes showed no fluctuation. Its right fist did not dodge or evade, striking first, while the destructive nebula swirling on its fist suddenly accelerated, meeting Chen Yu's punch. As the fist passed through the space, it seemed to wail, twisting the very fabric of reality. Boom! The collision of their fists. It was as if two meteors collided in an extremely close distance, unleashing an explosion. An indescribable tremendous sound and energy shockwave burst forth in a spherical shape, wildly spreading and churning the starlight at the edge of the platform like boiling water. Chen Yu felt an incredibly violent power, filled with the characteristics of tearing and annihilation, surge through his fist. The rune armor flickered violently, emitting a drone of unbearable weight, and the dark golden glow instantly dimmed by more than half. He tasted blood in his throat. The whole person was as if hit by an interstellar giant ship, uncontrollably flying backward, violently crashing into the invisible barrier at the edge of the platform, barely stopping, with a trace of golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Such strong power. Such strange annihilation properties. That Starry War General also slid back a few steps, the nebula vortex on the gauntlet slightly disturbed, but clearly not significantly harmed. It steadied itself, showing no sign of pause, fists crossing in front of its chest, the two nebula vortices suddenly merging and expanding, transforming into a larger and more terrifying destruction star cluster. Immediately, it thrust its fists forward, smashing toward Chen Yu from afar. Starfall double spin explosion. The destruction star cluster detached from the gauntlet, stretching in the wind, instantly transforming into a terrifying existence over 3 meters in diameter, swirling wildly while devouring the surrounding starlight, carrying with it a deathly aura that crushed everything, crashing toward Chen Yu. Where it passed, even the flat and stable starlight ground was plowed deep with ravines. No way to evade. Block it and you will be hurt. Chen Yu's pupils shrank to their limits. The soul fire burned with unprecedented speed, calculating all possible escape routes. The real eye penetrated the outer layer of energy of the destruction star cluster, locking onto its two energy cores rotating rapidly in opposite directions, maintaining a fragile balance. There is only one way. Collapse it from the inside before it explodes. He gritted his teeth fiercely, not retreating but instead pouring all the power within him, including the newly absorbed yet not fully refined star essence, into his arms. The brilliance on the rune armament no longer pursued coverage area, but converged, compressed, and reorganized toward his arms with unprecedented density. The dark golden flow no longer simply covered but intertwined and entwined on his arms like a living creature, outlining more complex and precise patterns that subtly aligned with the Edavia rune system and the starry trajectory. A brand new pair of armors, seemingly forged from dark golden stars ***, starry armored arms ***, instantly took form. On the armor, the flow of light no longer served as mere defense, but pulsed like breathing, producing a peculiar counteraction and resonance with the surrounding starry realm. Simultaneously, Chen Yu activated the starry vision technique to its utmost, the miniaturized starry dome in his mind fiercely turning, no longer passively resisting the domain but attempting to draw forth the omnipresent, more fundamental, and vast star power within this shrine. Open for me. He let out a low roar, his arms covered in the starry armored arms, like two dragons emerging from the sea, perfectly and precisely thrusting into the center of the crushing destruction star cluster, fiercely grasping the two energy cores spinning in opposite directions. Ziz! A piercing sound of energy tearing apart rang out. The starry armored arms and the annihilation energy fiercely rubbed and expended against each other, bursting forth with a terrifying light enough to blind the eyes. Chen Yu felt as if his arms were about to be crushed by the violent spinning force, the soul fire giving him a tearing pain. But he clenched his teeth tightly, supporting himself, as the gentle and fierce realms operated at their extremes, enduring the horrific tearing while precisely injecting two entirely different shock forces, like a scalpel, into the balance nodes of the two rotating cores. Collapse! Collapse! Two muffled sounds almost simultaneously echoed, as heavy as a stopped heartbeat. The furious rotation of the destruction star cluster abruptly stopped. The internal structure maintaining balance was completely destroyed. The next moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An explosion 10 times more violent than before occurred. But this time, most of the explosive force was guided, rebounding toward the direction of the Starry War General. The terrifying stellar turmoil surged like a breached dam, instantly swallowing the Starry War General. Its magnificent armor emitted a piercing wail in the chaos. Shattered into pieces. The burning starry eyes instantly dimmed. When the turbulence calmed, on the 10th platform, only Chen Yu remained, half kneeling on the ground, his starry armor covered in cracks, slowly dissipating to reveal underneath his torn and trembling arms. His face was as pale as paper, his breath weak to the extreme, but those eyes, however, shone frighteningly bright. And that powerful starry warrior had vanished without a trace, transformed into an unprecedented, overwhelming source of starlight, rushing into Chen Yu's body, pouring towards the heart of Edavia before his chest. This power was vast. It almost threatened to make him explode. He forcefully sat cross-legged, guiding and refining with all his might. His flesh cycled between destruction and rebirth, his soul transformed amid tearing and condensing. The heart of Edavia was like an endless abyss, madly absorbing this purest source, the surface glow becoming almost tangible, the internal starry nebula's operation path complicated more than ever. Passed the 10th star spirit guardian trial. Gained a massive amount of starlight source, the body underwent refinement in the starry forge, greatly enhancing its strength. Mental power broke through the bottleneck, soul fire stabilized and advanced to A level. Fusion degree of the heart of Edavia raised to 28%. Initial comprehension of star power, unlocking the starry runes armament, beginner, form. A qualitative leap. Chen Yu could feel that his power had broken through barriers, firmly stepping into B level. Although it was only the initial stage, the foundation was solid, far exceeding typical B level. The advancement of Soulfire elevated his perception, calculations, and mental resistance to a brand new height. He slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the 11th platform. The Guardian's shadow there had a breadth deep as a chasm, already a high-tier B level, possibly even stronger. And behind him, the youth from the Storm Thunder tribe had just stepped onto the 9th platform, covered in blood, looking at Chen Yu with eyes that had transformed from jealousy to complete horror and a hint of despair. Chen Yu ignored it, feeling the new surging power within him and the tighter connection with the celestial temple of stars, stepping forward towards the 11th platform. He was coming for the final 2 challenges. Chapter 71, Mirror Battle, I Am the Only One. 11th platform. As Chen Yu stepped on it, the anticipated overwhelming pressure did not descend. On the platform, a vast void shimmered with flowing starlight, silent and serene. However, this silence was far more heart-pounding than any raging might. Chen Yu could feel an invisible, soul origin reflecting rule force enveloping the entire platform. The heart of Idavaya in his chest pulsed slightly, conveying an unprecedented sense of alertness. Suddenly, the flowing starlight ahead gathered like mercury, no longer consolidating into a fixed guardian form, but flipping and stretching like a mirror, ultimately, transforming into another Chen Yu. The same figure, the same dark gold, starry rune armor, even the sharpness and depth in the eyes were identical. The only difference was the energy fluctuations emitting from this mirror perfectly matched Chen Yu's current state, initially B level, Soulfire A level, Heart of Idavaya fusion degree at 28%. Mirror Star Spirit Guardian. Energy level, completely synchronized with the challenger. Characteristic, perfectly replicates everything about the challenger's current abilities, skills, combat consciousness, and thought patterns. Defeating it means defeating your past self. To surpass it is to witness new possibilities. Mirror Battle. Chen Yu's pupils constricted. He never expected the trial on the 11th platform to be this. Fighting against a self that understood him completely, possessing all his means? This was simply the most brutal trial. Without any words, the mirror Chen Yu moved. Its actions were indistinguishable from Chen Yu's own, even carrying a hint of greater ferocity and decisiveness. The starlight beneath its feet exploded. His figure advanced like a ghost, the right fist covered in starry armored brilliance had already struck out. This was the penetrating punch that Chen Yu excelled at, embodying the harmony of hard and soft. Fast. Accurate. Fierce. Moreover, it completely predicted all possible evasions and blocks Chen Yu might make. Chen Yu dared not be the slightest bit careless, matching with a punch of his own. He understood the power and variations of this punch all too well. Boom. The fists collided, a dazzling dark gold light and the power of the stars explosively burst forth, causing both to slide back simultaneously, evenly matched. Before Chen Yu could catch his breath, the mirror image had already changed its move, left-hand fingers gathered like a sword, the tips gathering soulfire, a concentrated, spirit-impacting gust of fingers silently pointed at Chen Yu's brow. At the same time, its footsteps flowed seamlessly, clearly the starry stepping method that Chen Yu had comprehended from the starry cosmos visualization technique, cutting off all paths of retreat for Chen Yu. A chill ran through Chen Yu's heart. He could only respond with exactly the same move. Finger wind against finger wind, steps against steps. Bang! 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 On the platform, the 2 identical dark gold figures clashed with dizzying speed. Fists and feet collided, finger winds whistled, and the spiritual waves from the soulfire surged endlessly. Every encounter was as precise and synchronized as looking into a mirror. The explosive energy and skill were identical. It was simply a ruthless and desperate dance of self-replication. Every thought and tactical change from Chen Yu seemed anticipated by the opponent. He attempted to counter softness with hardness, but the opponent softened his strength. He sought to win with a unique move, but the opponent countered with the same unique move. In just a few dozen breaths, the two had exchanged blows hundreds of times, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Power derived from the same source, skills resonating on the same frequency, consciousness in sync. Continuing like this would only lead to an endless exhaustion until one side collapsed. Chen Yu's forehead was beaded with fine sweat, his mental power rapidly depleting in high-speed calculation and struggle. For the first time, he felt the persistent and terrifying nature of self. Defeating external enemies was easy, but to surpass a self that completely understood him, even more focused and ruthless than he was incredibly difficult. This couldn't go on. He had to find something different. To find that unique part, which only belonged to the me of this moment, not the past mirror image. His gaze suddenly swept across the slightly vibrating heart of Idavaya in front of his chest. In front of the mirror image, there also floated a glimmering heart of Idavaya. Even the internal revolving nebula was exactly the same. Wait! A flash of lightning struck through Chen Yu's mind. The heart of Idavaya. What is its essence? It is the crystallization of Idavaya civilization, the carrier of ancient contracts, the destiny and responsibility that transcends time and civilizations. It is not merely a tool, it is the condensation of all experiences, all choices, all causality that Chen Yu has gone through. The mirror image could replicate power, replicate skills, even replicate thinking patterns, but could it replicate that one-of-a-kind experience? Could it replicate that connection forged with the Zhangyan tribe? Could it replicate the will that struggled to survive in the chaotic corridor and ignited the soul fire in a desperate situation? No. Chen Yu's eyes suddenly became incredibly clear. The soul fire blazed fiercely, no longer just calculation and confrontation, but immersed in a retrospective and firming of his own path. He came from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, bearing the fortune of the nation, rising from the humble. He explored civilization in the Edavia ruins, inheriting its legacy and shouldering its responsibilities. He underwent baptism in the chaotic corridor, his soul fire reborn, glimpsing the rules. He witnessed faith in the Zhangyan tribe, connecting with the ancient and confronting disaster. All of this interwove into the unique Chen Yu. Not a cold, perfect copy. At the moment of his enlightenment, the heart of Edavia in front of his chest suddenly erupted with a type of brilliance that the mirror image could not imitate. The warm and heavy light. In that light, it seemed as if there were hidden dragon roars, whispers of civilization, echoes of contracts, and blessings of the stars. The core in the mirror on his chest still flowed, but it appeared hollow and pale, lacking this unique divine presence. I am. Chen Yu slowly spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying a power that cut through the fog and illuminated his true self. He moved again. This time, his actions no longer fully synchronized with the mirror. He abandoned all intricate calculations and complex moves, simply stepping forward directly and throwing a punch at the mirror. This punch seemed plain and unadorned, yet it gathered all his experiences, all his will, all of his very existence. In that intent, it was no longer simply hard or soft, but embraced the determination to protect the Dragon Kingdom, the quest for knowledge of civilizations, the resilience of unyielding struggle, and the responsibility to uphold contracts. The mirror also threw a punch, strength and skill perfectly replicated, but in front of that intent imbued with true self, it seemed a shell devoid of a soul, fragile and hollow. Pooh! There was no earth-shattering explosion. Chen Yu's fist, like a hot knife through butter, effortlessly pierced through the mirror's fist force, through its runic armor, and finally, gently pressed against the hollow heart of Edavia on its chest. The mirror's movements suddenly froze. It looked down at the core on its chest that began to shatter and dissipate, then raised its gaze to Chen Yu, and for the first time, the replicated eyes revealed an emotion akin to release and recognition. In the next moment, its entire body melted quietly like ice and snow under sunlight, returning to the purest starlight and merging into Chen Yu's body. This time, the influx of star essence was not particularly overwhelming, yet it brought a peculiar feeling of purification and completeness, cleansing the mental exhaustion born from self-conflict, making his will even purer and more resolute. Past the trial of the 11th mirror star spirit. Willpower has been tempered, and mental realm has been firmly elevated. Realized true self, greatly enhanced the resonance with the heart of Edavia. Fusion degree of the heart of Edavia increased to 30%. Unlocked new ability of the heart of Edavia, light of civilization, beginner, activates civilization marks, inflicting additional suppression and damage on non-order and chaotic enemies. Chen Yu stood on the empty platform, feeling a more harmonious power within him, and the joyful vibrations from the heart of Edavia that felt truly alive. He had defeated himself. His gaze turned toward the final platform, where the 12th star spirit guardian was located, and also at the core of the stellar temple. Chapter 72, Shadows of Rules, Reflections of the Heart in Stars. The 12th platform. There was no grand momentum, no solid body. When Chen Yu stepped onto this final platform, all he saw was an even deeper, more pure void of starlight. In the center of the platform floated a mass of light that constantly changed forms, seemingly composed of countless flowing runes and star paths interwoven together. It had no fixed shape, sometimes it resembled an unrolled scroll, other times a rotating compass, and again a giant tree whose branches and leaves were all stars. What it emitted was not the pressure of energy, but an almost way-like aura of rules that transcended all power systems. In front of this massive light, Chen Yu felt that all the techniques and powers he mastered seemed so small and naive. Shadow of Rules, Star Spirit Guardian / Spirit of the Temple. Level, surpassing regular energy ratings. Characteristics, neither life nor creation, but an embodiment of the foundational rules of the Stellar Temple. It cannot be broken by force, only through your way, your heart, and your civilization, can you reflect, resonate, and gain recognition. Cannot be broken by force. Chen Yu understood in his heart. This final trial no longer tested combat power, but rather something deeper, the heart of the Tao, will, and the cultural essence he carries. He slowly closed his eyes, no longer observing the ever-changing shadows of rules, but instead sinking all his thoughts into himself. In the sea of consciousness, the A-class soul fire burned steadily, no longer fierce, but deeper and more distant. That miniature star dome rotated slowly, producing a mysterious resonance with the real star dome of the outside world. He reflected on the path he had walked. Coming from the Dragon Kingdom, carrying the fate of his nation, not for personal gain, but for the survival and glory of his clan. This sense of protection is one of the cornerstones of his power. In Idabaya, he absorbed the wisdom of ancient civilizations, not to plunder, but to understand and inherit, to carry on their legacy and bear their responsibilities. This quest for knowledge and responsibility is an extension of his strength. In the Chaos Corridor, he held on to his true self amid destruction and chaos, forging an indomitable will, glimpsing fragments of rules. This tenacity and exploration is the foundation of his soul. In the Zhangyan tribe, he connected with ancient contracts, not to exploit, but to empathize and protect, willing to share in their disasters. This connection and benevolence is the expansion of his path. His Tao is not just simple strength, but a tapestry woven from countless experiences and choices, unique to him. Chen Yu ***, the path of protection and exploration ***. Protecting all that is worthy of protection, exploring the unknown future. As his thoughts grew pure and steadfast, the heart of Idavaya on his chest autonomously floated, breaking free from the constraints of his body. It was no longer just an object, but transformed into the vessel and manifestation of Chen Yu's Tao. The brilliance of civilization flowed from it, no longer simply energy, but transformed into flowing scrolls. Depicting the grandeur of the Dragon Kingdom's mountains and rivers, the splendor and tragic beauty of Adavia's cities, the light and shadows of struggle for survival and chaos, the sincerity and vastness of the Zhangyan tribe's totems. These scrolls together formed the civilization scene that Chen Yu understood and carried. This scene of civilization slowly spread toward the shadow of rules. No collision, no confrontation. The ever-changing shadow of rules began to slow down as it touched the scroll infused with unique will and civilization. The light mass composed of countless runes and trajectories began to resonate subtly with certain images in the scroll of civilization. As the scroll of the Dragon Kingdom's mountains and rivers unfolded, runes representing order and continuity flowed from the shadow of rules. As the ethereal image of Adavia's knowledge star core appeared, trajectories representing wisdom and inheritance shone within the shadow of rules. As chaotic fragments swept through the Chaos Corridor, lines representing destruction and rebirth evolved within the shadow of rules. As the light of the Zhangyan contract illuminated, ancient seals representing oath and protection coalesced within the shadow of rules. Chen Yu reflected the stars with his heart, knocking on the door with his Tao. He was not conquering the rules, but showcasing his own world to the starry sky, displaying the path he walked. The glow of the shadow of rules grew softer and more concentrated. Finally, it no longer changed but transformed into an extremely complex, pure rune seemingly containing the profound truths of the universe, slowly, like a returning swallow, integrating into the floating heart of Idavaya. Hum. The heart of Idavaya emitted an unprecedented, clear, and melodious hum. As if a certain confinement was shattered, a certain void was filled. The nebula inside began to expand and evolve at an unprecedented speed. No longer simply rotating, but as if opening up a real, miniature universe. Stars were born, star rivers flowed, and the flames of civilization flickered within. A complete, harmonious, and overwhelming power, with a creative aura, awakened from within. Past the final trial of the shadow of rules. The heart of the Tao is solid. The will resonates deeply with the rules of the temple. The heart of Idavaya absorbs the essence of the rules, completing a crucial transformation. The degree of fusion greatly increases to 40%. Core permission unlocked, guidance of the starry sky, can initially guide the power of the stars, slightly influencing the rules of reality. Core ability unlocked, civilization projection, consumes a large amount of mental power, can briefly manifest parts of Adavia's civilization creations or rule domains. Transformation. A leap in quality. With 40% fusion, the heart of Idavaya seems to come alive, almost indistinguishable from Chen Yu's soul. He feels as though he has entered a new realm of control over energy and understanding of the rules. The starlit sky at the end of the platform slowly opens like a curtain on both sides. An ancient and sacred hall appears before Chen Yu. In the hall, there are no extravagant decorations, only an endless starry sky as the dome, and in the center, an ancient stele made of condensed starlight floats. The core inheritance of the starry sky temple is right in front of him. Chen Yu suppresses his excitement and steps inside. Chapter 73, Inheritance of the Star Stele, Guidance of the Return. The moment he steps into the core hall, it feels as though Chen Yu has crossed into the source of the universe. Beneath his feet flows the Milky Way, above him stars and nebulae flicker, and around him is an infinite intertwining of darkness and brilliance in deep space. There are no walls, no dome, only the most primordial starry sky, and at the center of it all, the ancient stele made of pure starlight floats quietly, like the anchor of the seas, or like the mother of 1,000 stars. It is not a physical entity, but more like a collection of rules and information that has been captured and solidified. On the stele, there are no words, only countless star paths and basic runes in perpetual motion and transformation, arranged and combined in a way far beyond human comprehension, illustrating the mysteries of energy, matter, space, and even time. Simply gazing at it, Chen Yu feels his soul tremble, his spirit flickering as if it wants to merge into this vast ocean of truth. The heart of Idavaya resonates fiercely in his chest, radiating unprecedented longing and closeness. He walks step by step toward the star steel. As he gets closer, the flowing paths on the steel seem to come alive, transforming into waves of information that actively surge toward his consciousness. It is no longer a simple transmission of knowledge but a source resonance and bestowing. He sees that the stars are not isolated, but are connected by invisible gravitational and rule threads, forming a vast net that covers the endless void, the net of star sequence. He understands that energy does not arise from nothing but flows and conserves between different dimensions and forms. The spark of life is also a part of this great cycle, the cycle of source energy. He touches the folds of space and the ripples of time, sensing that the world is like stacked sheets of paper, and certain special beings or powers can temporarily penetrate these layers, the theory of dimensions. These are not specific skills or techniques but the basic laws that constitute the fundamental operation of this universe. Far more essential and grand truths than the applied knowledge in the star core of Edavaya. The heart of Edavaya is like the most greedy student, wildly absorbing, recording, and analyzing this primordial information. Its brightness becomes restrained and profound, and within it, the evolution speed of the miniature universe suddenly accelerates. The birth and destruction of stars, the gathering and expansion of galaxies, seem to carry a real weight and meaning. Chen Yu can feel that his understanding of guidance of the starry sky and civilization projection is deepening at an astonishing rate. He even fatally touches upon how to use the net of star sequence for ultra-long distance perception, how to guide the cycle of source energy to accelerate his recovery, and how to more accurately locate and stabilize space. At that moment, in the stream of information transmitted by the star tablet, an extremely special trajectory with a clear mark caught the joint attention of Chen Yu and Edavaya. That trajectory pointed to a very distant node in the star sequence network, which subtly held some causal connection to Chen Yu himself. The area where the node was located had a structure of rules that was completely different from the current wild world. Instead, it was highly similar to the world where the Dragon Kingdom was located, as well as to the spatial rules behind the national game. Coordinates for the return journey. Chen Yu's heart trembled greatly. He did not expect to find clues for returning in the core of this star dome temple. But these coordinates were not static. They slowly drifted in the star sequence network, surrounded by some chaotic and unstable spatial turbulence traces, which were the source of the spatial interference that had previously pulled him here. At the same time, the star tablet also transmitted a warning message. This coordinate channel was unstable, and forcefully crossing it posed a great risk, seeming to be spied upon by a certain malicious will. That will emanated the same aura as the Naga that eroded the Tsangyan tribe, and was the source of the chaos contained within the spatial interference. To safely return, not only was a stable channel needed, but also sufficient power to resist potential interception and attacks. The light of the star tablet gradually retracted, and the vast stream of information slowly calmed down. It had already bestowed the most core inheritance and key information to the fated person. Chen Yu stood in place, closed his eyes to digest for a long time, and then slowly opened his eyes. His gaze became deeper, as if reflecting the laws of the entire universe. Successfully received the core inheritance of the Star Dome Temple. Gained understanding of the basic laws of the universe, beginner. Edavia's heart fusion degree increased to 45%. Unlocked new understanding, star sequence navigation, beginner, can perform preliminary positioning and path planning in the star sequence network when possessing sufficient energy and beacons. Gained key information, return coordinates, must be stabilized, warning of dimensional threats. The rewards exceeded imagination. Not only had his strength and understanding made a leap, but he had also found hope for returning. He solemnly bowed to the light-concealing star tablet. This was not only gratitude for power, but also thanks for this guiding chance to return home. When he turned to leave this core hall, a wave of starlight at the entrance fluctuated, and a second figure stumbled in. It was the young man from the Storm Thunder tribe. He looked extremely disheveled at this moment, with dim electric light surrounding him, broken armor, blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly having paid a heavy price in the previous platform trial. When he saw Chen Yu, who stood in the center of the hall with an aura as deep as the sea, and the floating star tablet, he was first taken aback, then his eyes erupted with extreme unwillingness and mad jealousy. The inheritance is mine, he roared, recklessly urging the remnants of his thunder power within him, turning into a chilling bolt of lightning, charging toward the star tablet. However, just as he was about to touch the star tablet seemed to have its own will. It trembled slightly, and a gentle yet irresistible repulsion force radiated out. That storm youth seemed to crash into an invisible wall, letting out a scream. He flew backward faster than when he came, crashing hard onto the starlit ground at the edge of the hall, struggling a few times but unable to get up, only able to watch Chen Yu with despair and resentment in his eyes. Chen Yu glanced at him lightly, without words, nor did he make a move. At this moment, the youth was no longer worthy to be his opponent. He stepped forward, like a god walking through the starry sky, calmly walking past the youth and leaving the core hall. When he reappeared on the 12th platform, his gaze swept below. On the 11th platform, the snake woman was struggling desperately with the mirror image. On the 10th platform, the giants of the giant spirit tribe roared furiously as they clashed hard with the starlight warriors. Further below the platform, several figures struggled. He had already surged far ahead. Without pausing, he focused his thoughts, the starlight swirling around him, the power of the temple's rules naturally gathering, lifting his body as if riding a starlit elevator, slowly descending towards the platform at the foot of the mountain. The next goal was clear, to solidify and enhance his strength to a level sufficient to stabilize the passage and face threats, and then, return to the Dragon Kingdom. As he descended, the heart of Edavia in his arms gently trembled, conveying a new sensation not pointing towards the return coordinates, but rather towards a certain place in this wilderness world, linked to the ancient contract, the spiritual spring guarded by the Tsangyan tribe, but much larger, much older, a source of power. It seemed that before leaving, his bond with this world was not yet finished. Chapter 74, The Journey Home Reveals Might, the Holy Mountain Observes. Starlight flowed like a waterfall, gently lowering Chen Yu from the starry temple high above the holy mountain. When his feet once again touched the ancient blue stone square at the foot of the mountain, the aura surrounding him, which had not yet completely withdrawn and resonated faintly with the source of the starry sky, rippled outward like waves, instantly attracting all gazes. On the square, the previously noisy tribes had fallen into an eerie silence. Countless eyes, filled with shock, awe, and disbelief, focused on him. His return itself spoke volumes. He had successfully passed through the legendary 12-star spirits guardians, reached the core of the temple, and obtained the ancient legacy coveted by all tribe leaders. Especially his current aura. Although it felt like the energy fluctuation of someone newly entering Class B, that profound and weighty quality, as if merging with the rules of the entire world, left even some seasoned Class B powerhouses feeling a chill. Compared to just days ago when he climbed the stairs, it was simply worlds apart. Elder Rockbeard, the old priest, excitedly approached with warriors from the Tsangyan tribe, looking at Chen Yu as if gazing at a god descending to the mortal realm, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. On the other hand, other tribes, especially the Hammer tribe, wore extremely grim expressions, instinctively taking a half step back, afraid to meet Chen Yu's gaze. Chen Yu ignored these complex looks. He looked at Rockbeard and said directly, "Get ready, we are returning to the tribe immediately." His voice was calm but carried an undeniable decisiveness. Having obtained the return coordinates and clarified his next steps, he needed to conclude matters swiftly and prepare for his return to the Dragon Kingdom. As the Tsangyan tribe was a party with whom he had made a contract, he needed to clear away as many hidden dangers as possible for them before he left, or leave sufficient strength behind. Rockbeard, upon hearing this, had no objections. He immediately nodded and turned to make arrangements. However, not everyone was willing to let him leave just like that. "Stop!" A voice filled with anger and unwillingness resonated. The youth from the Storm Thunder tribe, having also been sent down by the temple's rules, was severely injured, his face pale, but the hatred in his eyes was nearly spilling over. He glared at Chen Yu, the residual electric sparks around him crackling. "Outsider! You stole the supreme legacy of our sacred mountain of the wilderness. Do you think you can just walk away?" His voice was hoarse as he tried to incite the other tribes. "Everyone! Are we really going to let an outsider take away the opportunities that belong to all of us Kamulu?" Some tribe members, hearing this, had shifting expressions, clearly showing signs of being stirred. The allure of the legacy from the Starry Sky Temple was too great, no one could remain unmoved. Chen Yu slowly turned, his gaze calmly directed at the Storm Youth and the figures behind him, itching to act. Opportunities belong to those with virtue, and are gained by those with ability. Chen Yu's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Before the temple, the rules are fair. If you are not convinced, you can try again. As he spoke, he did not deliberately display any aura. But at the moment his words fell, the heart of Edavia, which had already transformed and concealed its brilliance, flickered slightly. In an instant, centered around Chen Yu, the laws of heaven and earth within 100 meters seemed to be gently stirred by an invisible hand. Buzz. The space rippled with barely noticeable waves. The remaining thunder power surrounding the Storm Youth dimmed and extinguished instantly, like a torch thrown into water. He groaned, feeling as if his connection to the thunder element of heaven and earth was forcibly severed, and even the energy flow within him stagnated for several moments. Not only that, the several tribal powerhouses with flickering eyes and just raised breaths also changed their expressions, feeling as if they were trapped in an invisible quagmire. Every action became unusually difficult, and even their thoughts seemed to slow down. This was not a suppression of energy, it was a slight rejection and interference of the rules. The initial use of the Star Dome guidance. Although the range was small and the effect was far from controlling the rules, just this tiny impact was enough to create a vast divide between opponents of the same level or slightly higher. The square was silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone who felt this invisible change in the rules was astonished. Their gazes toward Chen Yu were completely replaced by fear. What kind of means is this? Words become laws? Rule suppression? This has already exceeded their understanding of power. The Storm Youth's face turned ashen, his lips quivering, unable to say another word. In the face of such an absolute gap, any reluctance or resentment seemed laughable. Chen Yu did not look at him again. His gaze swept across the field, and everyone who met his eyes lowered their heads, too afraid to make eye contact. The Tsangyan tribe, walk with me. If there is obstruction, consider it as being against me." He calmly finished the sentence and then turned, walking towards the outside of the sacred mountain. People like Yen Su straightened their backs and followed closely behind. This time, no one dared to throw even a hint of provocation or scrutiny, only deep respect and farewell remained. Until Chen Yu and his group's figures disappeared down the path to the jungle, the frozen atmosphere in the square suddenly relaxed, bursting into a huge uproar and discussion. Rules, he has touched the realm of rules. What did this outsider gain in the temple? The Tsangyan tribe is about to rise. And just as the square fell into chaos, below the highest totem pillar, the guardian of the sacred mountain, who had been meditating with closed eyes, slowly opened his eyes, looking in the direction Chen Yu left, his deep gaze flashing with an imperceptible relief and deeper worry. The Star Core has awakened, the child of the contract has embarked on his path, but the fluctuations of the rift are becoming more frequent, time is running out. His aged sigh was drowned in the noise of the square. Chen Yu was unaware of the guardian's worries. He was now quickly traversing the dense forest with the people of the Tsangyan tribe. He was hurrying while dividing a part of his mind to sink into the heart of Edavaya, confirming the return coordinates once again and using the newly acquired star sequence navigation ability to calculate the energy and potential risks needed to stabilize the passage. At the same time, he sensed the larger power source that the heart of Edavaya pointed to, which shared the same origin as this place. That direction seemed to lie deeper within this wild continent, in an older and more dangerous area. Perhaps, before leaving, I should take a look there. Chen Yu thought to himself. That power may further complete the heart of Edavaya, and it can also assist the Tsangyan tribe. Leave behind the true power of guardianship. He glanced at the people beside him, invigorated by his return and filled with hope for the future, and he had already made up his mind. First, return to the tribe to understand the situation, stabilize his realm, and then, explore the source of that power, making final preparations for his return. Chapter 75, Preparations before the journey home. The road back to the Tsangyan tribe was far smoother than the way there. Not only because Yenshu and others were eager to return, but also because Chen Yu's very presence seemed like an invisible amulet. Wherever he passed, the beasts in the forest lay low, hidden malice retreated, and even some originally aggressive strange plants withdrew their thorns and poison, as if showing reverence to a walking embodiment of rules. Days later, the silhouette of the tribe nestled against the mountain once again appeared before him. The tribespeople who had stayed behind had long been waiting eagerly, and when they saw Chen Yu and Yenshu return safely, especially feeling the deep and vast aura emanating from Chen Yu that was connected to the holy mountain, the entire tribe erupted in cheers like those who had survived a disaster, filled with fervent worship. Chen Yu stood in the center of the tribe, looking at the Tsangyan people who still lived in humble surroundings but whose eyes were filled with resilience and hope. The sense of detachment he had gained from his newfound strength quietly settled down. This simple faith and reliance was a part of his power, and also a heavy responsibility. He wasted no time, and under Yenshu's guidance, he returned to the hidden spiritual spring cave in the mountainside once again. Compared to when he left, the spiritual spring in the cave seemed to be even more vibrant due to Chen Yu's return. The milky liquid energy surface rippled gently, exuding a refreshing fragrance. The Tsangyan totems on the walls also seemed to shine a bit brighter. Chen Yu sat cross-legged by the spring. This time, he was not there to heal. What he needed to do first was to completely stabilize the recently broken through B-level realm and fully digest the gains from the Star Dome shrine. He closed his eyes, and the Star Dome visualization technique naturally operated, creating deep resonance between the miniature Star Dome and his sea of consciousness and the real starry sky outside. The soul fire burned steadily, sorting through the slightly unstable power that had surged rapidly. The heart of Adavya floated in front of him, like a miniature cosmic core, slowly spinning. Within it, star clouds evolved, continuously feeding back pure civilizational power and star rules, merging into Chen Yu's limbs and soul sea. At the same time, he began to attempt to deeply integrate the newly acquired abilities into his own system. The Starshine rune armor was no longer merely in the form of armor, but, in accordance with his thoughts, it flowed like dark golden mercury, coalescing and deforming at any part of his body, changing for defense, enhancement, or attack as he wished, perfectly combining with the martial intent of balance of hard and soft, becoming as immovable as a mountain when strong, and as flowing as water when gentle. The use of Star Dome's guidance was also more exquisite. He was no longer satisfied with simple area rule interference. He began to try to change the direction of gravity on a small scale, distort light paths, and even initially guide stray energy particles in space to form simple protection or illusions. Although civilization projection consumed a lot, he was cautiously testing its boundaries, recalling the rune structures of the construct guards in the Hall of Knowledge in Adavia, trying to see if he could project and enhance some of their traits onto the weapons of the Tsangyan warriors. This process was not achieved overnight, it required a lot of practice and insight. Beside the spiritual spring, dark golden light flowed from time to time, traces of stars flickered and vanished, and ancient rune shadows appeared and disappeared. Time passed quietly during the training. During this time, Yenshu would inform Chen Yu about the situation around the tribe. Since returning from the Holy Mountain, The attitude of the surrounding tribes towards the Tsangyan tribe underwent a tremendous change, from previous neglect and even subtle exclusion, to awe and friendship. Even several small tribes sent envoys to express their willingness to affiliate or ally. And that unsettling Naga aura seemed to have temporarily hidden itself after the Sacred Mountain Conference, but Yang Su judged based on ancient prophecies that this was more like the calm before the storm. Chen Yu was not surprised by this. He knew well that the real crisis had not been resolved. In addition to his cultivation, he also guided Yang Su and several elite warriors of the tribe on how to better channel the power of the totem and how to more effectively combat the erosion of shadow energy. He even used the celestial call and some runic knowledge from Ida Weya to quietly set up a simple early warning and defense barrier at the outskirts of the tribe. One day, Chen Yu awoke from a deep meditation, and as his eyes opened and closed, it seemed as if galaxies were being born and disappearing. His realm had already fully stabilized at the peak of the B-level initial stage, and his usage of many new abilities was becoming increasingly proficient. He sensed the distant and massive power source indicated by the heart of Ida Weya and looked at the still unstable return coordinates he had deduced using the celestial navigation. It was time. He found Yang Su and directly explained his plan. I need to leave for a while to seek something deep within the continent. This relates to a contract and also concerns the future survival of the tribe. Yang Su, upon hearing this, showed no great surprise on his elderly face, only deep reluctance and worry. He had long understood that someone like Chen Yu could not be contained for long in the shallow waters of the Tsangyan tribe. Be careful in everything. Yang Su did not ask further, he just solemnly performed the highest gesture of respect in the tribe. The Tsangyan tribe will always be your backing, the light of the totem will forever guide you home. Chen Yu nodded. He could feel the weight behind this simple oath. He pondered for a moment, then took out a bone fragment, which he had condensed using the energy from the spiritual spring and his own starlight energy, containing a trace of his soul fire imprint and starlight runes, and handed it to Yang Su. If you encounter an insurmountable crisis, crush this. I will sense it. This was not an empty promise. With the help of the celestial navigation and his initial understanding of the rules, as long as he was still in the same world dimension, he would roughly sense the spatial ripple created when the bone fragment shattered. After leaving this safety net, Chen Yu no longer hesitated. He did not disturb other tribesmen. At the darkest moment before dawn, he left the Tsangyan tribe alone, like a shadow blending into the night, quietly departing towards the deeper, older, and more unknown wilderness continent pointed to by the heart of Ida Weya. His goal was clear, to find that source of power, further complete the heart of Ida Weya, and gain the ability to stabilize the returning passage. And behind him, the totem of the Tsangyan tribe, in the faint morning light, radiated a steadfast and gentle glow, as if sending him off, yet also as if waiting for his return. Chapter 76, Delving into the Ancient Wilderness, Ruins begin to appear. Once out of the protection range of the Tsangyan tribe, the true face of the wilderness continent unfolded before Chen Yu like a slowly revealing painting, filled with primal power and deadly danger. Here, the vegetation was no longer merely tall, but possessed a certain grotesque quality. Twisted, monstrous branches resembled ghostly claws, emanating a miasma that confused the mind. Colorful huge fungi spewed forth clouds of corrosive spores, and some seemingly peaceful swamps concealed mysterious creatures that could drag gigantic beasts into the abyss in an instant. The energy permeating the air was even more violently chaotic. In this place, even ordinary beings might feel pain just from breathing. But for Chen Yu, who had solidified his B-level realm and carried the heart of Ida Weya and the legacy of the starry sky, this harsh environment had become a sharpening stone for self-improvement. He did not fly high in the sky, as that would be too conspicuous and likely draw unnecessary trouble. Instead, he stayed low to the ground, gliding just a few meters above it like a rushing eagle, combining the eye of truth with the fire of the soul, like the most precise radar, scanning everything ahead. The call of the starry sky operated quietly, not for attack, but like invisible tentacles, slightly stirring the energy flows in front of him, smoothing out the overly violent energy turbulence in advance, or skillfully avoiding hidden natural traps. This allowed him to move quickly while making minimal noise. The heart of Ida Weya emitted a warm and constant glow from his chest, like the most loyal compass, steadfastly pointing towards the depths of the continent. The resonance of that shared power became clearer as he progressed, carrying an ancient call and a subtle pressure. After days of uninterrupted rushing, he encountered several attacks along the way. There were rock-scaled earth dragons, disguised as rocks, suddenly erupting to devour him, illusory sound vines that could weave invisible mental nets, luring prey into self-capture, and once, he mistakenly entered a significantly unstable spacetime structure known as the Shattered Void, where countless tiny spatial rifts, like transparent blades, filled the surroundings. If he hadn't stabilized the space around him with the call of the starry sky in time, or endured the cuts from unavoidable rifts with the starshine runes, he might have been injured. These crises did not halt his steps, instead, they made him more adept at using his own powers and deepened his understanding of the new rules he had acquired. On the seventh day, after traversing a dangerous area shrouded in grey mist known as the Forgotten Canyon, the scene before him suddenly changed. As the mist cleared, a vast basin, so large it seemed endless, appeared ahead. Within the basin was not a lush forest but a dead, desolate expanse made of dark red sand. Countless enormous, severely weathered skeletons stood upon the wasteland, some resembling unknown beasts magnified thousands of times, while others were clearly remnants of some ancient man-made structures, rugged and ancient in style, somewhat similar to the totem pillars of the Tsangyan tribe, yet more massive and more broken. At the center of the basin, the outline of a majestic mountain range faintly emerged. This was not a natural mountain, its sharply defined structure and discernible steps and platforms all indicated that it was a toppled giant building, or perhaps, a sunken ancient city. The resonance from the heart of Idavaya peaked at this moment. A burning sensation even transmitted through his clothes to his skin, as the internal nebula spun at an astonishing speed. That vast source of shared power lay deep within that sunken city. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, feeling that in this barren basin, there was a far denser aura of dead silence and ominousness than outside, intertwined with chaotic, filthy energy similar to that of the Naga, but apparently even older and deeper. Countless pale beast bones and shattered weapons were half buried in the sand, silently narrating the fierce battles that had once taken place here. He restrained his breath, minimizing the fluctuations of the starshine runes, blending into the environment like a shadow, cautiously stepping into this ancient battlefield relic. The sand beneath his feet was soft and hot, sinking slightly with every step he took. The air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur and decay. He heightened his perception to the maximum, on guard against possible attacks emerging from any corner. He walked forward for about 10 miles, and aside from the wailing of the wind through strange rocks, there was nothing unusual. However, just as he passed by an especially massive beast skull that was like a mountain, a sudden change occurred. In the hollow eye sockets of the skull, 2 clusters of ghostly green fire suddenly ignited. Immediately, the surrounding sands rolled, and whole or broken skeletons, as if controlled by invisible threads, struggled to crawl out from the layers of buried sand that had concealed them for who knows how many ages. Their eyes flickered with the same ghostly green fire, gripping decayed bone knives and stone axes, making a sound that made one's teeth ache as they approached Chen Yu from all directions. Collective resentment of the ancient battlefield, resurrected skeletons. Energy level, C level to C+ level, individual, possessing certain undead characteristics and soul pollution. Characteristics, low-level undead revived under the influence of the dense death energy and remnants of ancient battle spirits, in vast numbers, can only be completely destroyed by annihilating their core ghostly fire. A chilling notification flashed through his mind. Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly. While each of these skeleton soldiers was not very strong individually, the sheer number was in the thousands, and they seemed capable of continuously drawing energy from the surrounding death energy to revive. Tangling with them would only waste his strength. He did not want to waste time here. Facing the undead army that surged like a tide, Chen Yu did not retreat, instead, he moved forward. He shifted his form, and his speed suddenly erupted like a dark golden arrow shooting toward the weakest point of the skeleton sea. He did not use large area attack skills, as such noise might attract more troublesome entities. His fists, covered in starbright armoring, swung like 2 heavy hammers, each strike accurately shattering a skeleton's skull or chest, dispersing the ghostly green fire within. His steps were profound, weaving through the dense shadows of bone blades and axes. Every dodge was just right, and every attack was simple yet effective. Bang! 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 The sound of bones shattering rang out continuously. Where Chen Yu passed, the skeletons fell down like harvested wheat, and the ghostly green fire extinguished like a candle flickering in the wind. He forcefully plowed a path through the vast sea of bones toward the center of the basin. However, just as he was about to burst out of this skeleton area, roar! A roar filled with violent and frantic intent suddenly erupted from the largest beast skull ahead. That giant beast skull began to float unsteadily, countless sands and broken bones gathered toward it, rapidly forming a terrifying giant elephant made up of numerous skeletons, standing several dozen meters tall. At its core, where the giant beast skull was situated, the ghostly green fire burned fiercely, transforming into 2 solid beams of light, locking tightly onto Chen Yu. Level B undead creature. The skeleton giant. It raised its arm, made of countless giant leg bones, bringing with it an aura of death that crushed everything, and smashed down toward Chen Yu. Chen Yu's eyes chilled, he had finally attracted the big guy. He halted his steps, holding nothing back anymore. Facing the furious strike of this skeleton giant, the starbright runes on his right fist glowed with unprecedented radiance. A thread of starlight power was drawn upon, gathering at the edge of his fist. Shatter! He met the punch. It was no longer about skill, but a pure clash of power and rules. The giant arm of the skeleton giant, formed from countless remnants, crashed down with overwhelming death energy and immense power. Before it even reached him, the terrifying wind pressure had already pressed down a deep pit into the dark red sand beneath Chen Yu's feet, scattering countless small fragments of skeleton all over. Facing this pure and brutal destructive force, there was not a trace of fluctuation in Chen Yu's eyes. The starbright energy he gathered on his right fist did not explode, yet. Instead, it became more restrained, as if compressing a starry sky within the tip of a fist. It wasn't just a simple accumulation of energy, but rather invoked a certain true meaning of opposing unity represented by stability and destruction in the rules of the stars. The fists collided. There was no explosive sound that shook the heavens. Buzz. A strange sound, as if space itself was lamenting, echoed out. The gigantic arm of the skeletal giant, capable of smashing mountains, upon contacting Chen Yu's fist, had the inner energy connections that maintain countless bones conceptually negated and dispersed by a higher-level rule force. From the point of collision, the countless bones and stones that made up the giant arm began to disintegrate and vanish silently and swiftly, as if thrown into the scorching sun, not shattering, but directly turning into the most basic particles, dissipating in the air. Moreover, this disintegration spread along the arm bone towards the core of the giant figure at an incomprehensible speed. The two fiery green ghost flames at the core of the skeletal giant suddenly leaped violently, conveying unbelievable terror and despair. It tried to sever its arm to survive, but the collapse at the rule level had already locked onto its core. No! A silent scream of the soul exploded in Chen Yu's mind. In the next moment, under the desperate gaze of the giant figure, its massive body, pieced together from countless battlefield remains, disintegrated inch by inch from the outside in, like a sandcastle blown apart by the wind, ultimately vanishing completely along with the enormous beast skull that served as its core, leaving no trace behind. Only a wisp of exceptionally pure yet filled with silence and battle-intent ancient residual soul energy attempted to escape, but was swept up by the radiant glow of civilization emitted from the heart of Idavaya in Chen Yu's chest, instantly purified and absorbed like snowflakes thrown into a furnace, transforming into nourishment to complete contract information and the essence of civilization. Eliminate the ancient battlefield grudge aggregation, skeletal giant. Absorb the remnants of the ancient battle soul, slightly enhancing resistance to death and war rules. The heart of Idavaya analyzes part of the ancient battlefield information, making the contract mark clearer. Chen Yu slowly withdrew his fist, the starlight swirling around him gradually calmed down. One strike. Just one strike completely annihilated an B-level undead giant. This is the absolute crushing power over low-level energy beings after initially mastering the power of rules. He did not linger, his figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly crossing the gradually restoring dead silence of the skeletal wasteland towards the towering sunken city at the center of the basin. The closer he got, the stronger the resonance from the heart of Idavaya became, even carrying a sense of urgency and sadness. At the same time, a more intense, purer, yet more violently chaotic filthy energy enveloped the entire ruined city like a tangible miasma. The city walls had long collapsed, the massive stone gates tilted, half buried in sand and stones, while inside were crisscrossing streets marked by battle scars and toppled structures. The architectural style here, like that of the Tsanyan tribe, continued the rugged lineage, but on a grander scale, with more exquisite craftsmanship. The remaining walls were etched with far more complex patterns of the sun, moon, stars, and beasts galloping than the Tsanyan totems, showcasing the magnificent civilization it once possessed. Guided by the heart of Idavaya, Chen Yu quickly navigated through the silent ruins. He could feel countless malicious gazes emanating from the dark corners, twisted monsters lurking in the shadow, and resentful spirits clinging to crumbling walls, but they dared not approach carelessly, intimidated by the faint aura of rules and glow of civilization emanating from Chen Yu. Ultimately, he arrived at a massive, relatively well-preserved circular altar located in the center of the city. The altar was made of a giant stone structure, seemingly able to absorb all light, is built with 9 steps leading to the platform at the top. Above the platform, there are no statues, no thrones, only a brilliant light core tightly bound and sealed by numerous thick, glowing dark chains. The light core, no larger than a fist, emits a warm and immense power of life and contract, like the sun. Its glow struggles to seep through the gaps in the chains, dispelling the surrounding darkness and filth, but those dark chains, like a festering wound, continuously drain the core's energy and spread an ancient, deep, corrosive aura that originates from the Naga. This is precisely the source of power sensed by the heart of Idavaya. It is a core of ancient contract that is far more essential and complete than the spiritual spring of the Tsanyan tribe. Ancient contract core. And the dark chains sealing it extend from the powerful existence on the other side of the so-called gap. The heart of Idavaya vibrates violently in Chen Yu's chest, conveying intense desire and a shared rage against a common enemy. It wants to liberate this imprisoned core of contract. Chen Yu's gaze is serious. He can feel that these dark chains are incredibly tricky, containing not only powerful destructive energy but also connected to the deathly aura of this ruin and some evil source below. Forcibly breaking them may trigger unpredictable consequences. He steps onto the altar steps, moving upward step by step. The closer he gets, the more it seems the dark chains sense the threat, beginning to writhe like living creatures, their surfaces flickering with ghostly light, emitting whispers that confuse the mind and a piercing chill. When he steps onto the last step, standing at the edge of the platform, the sealed light core seems to sense the aura of its origin as its glow suddenly intensifies, a weak yet clear plea for help rushing into Chen Yu's mind. Chen Yu stretches out his hand, fingertips covered in starlit runes, gently touching one of the thickest dark chains. Hiss! Like a red-hot iron plunged into ice water, a violent burst of energy erupts. The dark chain's ghostly light flares up, and a cold, lifeless will, filled with a desire to devour, violently crashes into Chen Yu's soul through his fingertips. At the same time, several other chains rise like poisonous snakes, bringing with them a soul-piercing shriek, striking at Chen Yu. Chen Yu grunts, his soul fire flickering, but the A-level soul strength firmly maintains his mind. A flash of fierce light appears in his eyes, he no longer hesitates. Celestial call, bind. He shouts, using himself as a lure to forcibly draw upon the star rules of the surrounding space. Above the platform, it seems as if formless star power gathers, forming a heavy force, crashing down onto those attacking chains. Their striking speed suddenly halts. At the same time, the heart of Idavaya shines brightly on his chest. It is no longer a simple resonance, but actively projects a condensed beam of light containing the essence of a complete civil order and the truth of the ancient contract. Light of civilization. The milky white glow, like the first ray of sunlight breaking at dawn, accurately shines onto the main chain that Chen Yu has touched with his fingertips. Ziz. The dark chain trembles violently, the ghostly light on its surface dimming and dissolving at a visible speed. That cold will lets out a painful howl. The light of civilization has a natural restraining effect on this chaotic and filthy energy. But the chains are incredibly resilient, connected to the evil source below, and their repair speed is astonishing. Chen Yu knows he cannot delay. He concentrates, the soul fire in his sea of consciousness burning fiercely, pushing the ability of civilization projection to its limit. In the name of Idavaya, summon you, the will of protection. Buzz. A massive construct guardian illusion, composed of countless precise runes and wielding a giant starlight sword, suddenly appears on the platform. Though merely a fleeting projection, it was not a physical entity, but the power of the condensed order of civilization made the surrounding dark atmosphere suddenly clear. Slash. Chen Yu extended his fingers like a sword and swung downward. The constructed guard's phantom followed suit with the giant sword, and a sword light of civilization, condensed to the extreme, chopped down like the opening of heaven and earth, fiercely striking down onto the main chain that had been weakened by the light of civilization. Crack. This time, it was no longer melting, but a complete break. The main chain responded and snapped. A large burst of dark, filthy energy exploded from the break, which was soon purified by the light of civilization. The light of the core nucleus suddenly surged. It seemed to have broken free from the greatest restraints. Chen Yu repeated the method, guiding the constructed phantom and the light of civilization, in conjunction with the suppression of the starry sky rules, to cut through the remaining several main chains one by one. At the moment the last thick chain shattered. Boom! The contract core, imprisoned for countless ages, was finally completely liberated. It erupted with a brilliant light akin to a supernova, warm, vast, and full of life, sweeping over the entire altar like a tide, washing away the remaining dark atmosphere. The entire ruined city seemed to tremble slightly in this light. The light nucleus slowly floated up, like a returning traveler, filled with endless gratitude and closeness, transforming into a stream of light that actively entered Chen Yu's heart of Idavaya. Buzz. The heart of Idavaya emitted the happiest and most complete resonance since its awakening. Its light became incredibly gentle and vast, as if the internal miniature universe suddenly completed its most important cornerstone, the operation of the stars becoming more harmonious and the flame of civilization burning more vigorously. Successfully liberated and absorbed the ancient contract core, fragment. The heart of Idavaya obtained a key completion, integration increased to 55%. Unlocked complete contract permissions, able to actively mobilize some powers of the contract network. Unlocked new ability, healing of the contract can draw on the life and faith powers within the contract network for efficient healing and state recovery. Gained key information, coordinates of the weakness of the gap seal, partial. The enormous reward stirred Chen Yu's spirit. The breakthrough of 50% integration was a qualitative leap. He felt as if he and the heart of Idavaya had almost merged into one, reaching a new level of control over power, even faintly sensing that in certain corners of this wild land existed weak yet steadfast light points connected to this contract network tribes like the Tsangyan tribe, still upholding ancient oaths. However, just as he was immersed in the joy of his gains. Whoosh! 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 Several sharp sounds of breaking the air, mixed with violent thunder and cold shadowy power, suddenly surged from the ruins below the altar. Their target was aimed straight at Chen Yu, who had just completed his absorption and whose breath had yet to completely stabilize. It was those people he had previously cast aside. They had actually found their way here and chose this moment to launch a sneak attack. A cold light flashed in Chen Yu's eyes as he turned around sharply. There appeared the young man from the Storm Thunder tribe, the woman from the Serpent tribe, and two other powerful clan warriors, their eyes filled with greed and murderous intent. Hand over the core. Otherwise, die. Chapter 78, Rule Judgment, Dust Settled. Above the altar, Chen Yu had just completed the absorption of the contract core, and his aura surged like a rushing galaxy, not yet fully calming down. The overwhelming and ancient power of the contract from the heart of Idavaya shone like warm sunlight, dispersing the gloom of the ruins, but also acts like a bright lamp, attracting the moths that were eyeing it. The young man from the Storm Thunder tribe, the woman from the Serpent tribe, and two strong warriors from the Flame Claw and Giant Spirit tribe suddenly appeared like four ghostly shadows, surrounding the base of the altar in a semicircle. In their eyes, there was not a shred of reverence for the ancient Holy Land, only bare greed and killing intent, firmly locked onto the radiant Edavaya heart on Chen Yu's chest. Hand over everything you got in the temple and here. Maybe, we can leave you with a whole corpse. The Storm Youth's voice was hoarse, and the residual electric light around him crackled with excitement as he stared at Chen Yu, as if looking at a moving treasure. The snake woman moved like a twisted light, two poison bone spikes in her hands flickering with a chilling blue glow, her voice icy and slippery. Why waste words with him? Kill him, and the things will naturally belong to us. The strong man from the Flame Claw tribe clashed his fists together, releasing scorching sparks, while the giant Spirit tribe warrior let out a dull roar, like the beating of war drums. The four of them were the top contenders who had persevered to the end in the Sacred Mountain trial. Although they had not obtained core inheritance, their strength was undeniable, all being half-step B-level or even early B-level powerhouses. Joining forces at this moment, they were confident they could crush any equal opponent, not to mention Chen Yu looked like he had just gone through a hard battle. They thought breaking the seal was a tough fight, his breath still unsteady. Facing this sudden ambush, Chen Yu slowly turned around, his face showing no panic, not even a ripple of emotion. His gaze calmly swept over the four like he was looking down at ants. Stubborn and unyielding. He only said 4 words. In the next moment, he moved. Not towards anyone in particular, but took a gentle step forward. This seemingly casual step. Buzz. Centered around Chen Yu, the entire altar platform, even the space within 100 meters, the rules, were rewritten. The arcs of electricity jumping around the Storm Youth suddenly froze and dimmed, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. He was terrified to realize that his connection with the thunder element between heaven and earth had been completely severed. The snake woman's bizarre movement technique instantly failed. She felt like she had fallen into solidified amber, every action becoming incredibly heavy. Her proud speed advantage vanished. The flames burning on the fists of the Flame Claw warrior silently extinguished, and the immense blood energy of the giant spirit warrior felt as if it had been frozen, its flow sluggish. This was no longer simple oppression or energy interference, but a true, localized rule prohibition. With 55% fusion of the Edavaya heart, the Star Dome conduit revealed its truly terrifying side. It forcefully established temporary rules in this area prohibiting all energy activity not permitted by Chen Yu. The greed and killing intent on the faces of the four were instantly replaced by boundless fear. They struggled like fish out of water, only to find that the foundation of power they relied on for survival had been stripped away. This method, beyond comprehension, made them shudder from the depths of their souls. No. This is impossible. The Storm Youth let out a desperate scream. Chen Yu did not give them any chance to breathe. He pointed his fingers like a sword, pointing into the air towards the four. There were no flashy energy beams, no deafening explosions. Only 4 subtle ripples, seemingly made of pure rules, disregarded the space between them and instantly sank into the foreheads of the four. Poof. 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 For faint sounds, like bubbles bursting. The electric light in the Storm Youth's eyes was completely extinguished, his pupils dilated, and he fell backward, breathless. The snake woman froze in a crouching position, then collapsed to the ground like a puppet losing its support, her life force disappearing in an instant. The Flame Claw warrior and the giant spirit warrior, their strong bodies suffered no physical harm, but their gazes were hollow, their souls seemed to be erased from within by some invisible power. The obliteration of souls on the level of rules. 4 of the top tribal powerhouses on the wild continent, in a brief moment. Even the slightest resistance was futile, and they had already lost their souls, turning into 4 gradually chilling corpses. Chen Yu slowly withdrew his finger, his face paling slightly. Using a wide range of rule prohibitions and precise soul annihilation consumed considerable mental strength for him. Yet his gaze remained calm, as if he had merely brushed off the dust clinging to the hem of his clothing. This was the heart of Edavaya, with over 50% fusion, combined with the starry legacy and initial rule control, bringing about an absolute power gap. In the face of true rules, ordinary energy accumulation and physical strength seemed so utterly insignificant. He did not even glance at the 4 corpses, his sight once again focused on the heart of Edavaya. After absorbing the complete core of the contract, he could not only sense the return coordinates more clearly but also vaguely see the path connecting the 2 worlds, filled with chaotic currents and dark temptations. It was time. He no longer hesitated, sitting cross-legged in the center of the altar, pouring all his mind into the heart of Edavaya. In the sea of consciousness, the soul fire and miniature starry sky shone together, with the ability of the star sequence navigation pushed to its limits. The distant return coordinates, like the brightest lighthouse in the sea of stars, were firmly locked by him. He summoned the vast civilization power and contract energy within the heart of Edavaya, blending it with his own mighty blood and mental strength, cautiously weaving and reinforcing the pathway back home, according to the knowledge of spatial stability from the Star Monument legacy. This was a meticulous and lengthy process. He needed to be like the finest craftsman, using his power as the needle and the understanding of rules as the thread, to stitch together a relatively safe path amidst the raging spatial chaos and dark intrusions. Around the altar, the ruins, slightly revived from the liberation of the contract core, fell silent once more. Only the star brilliance and civilization light flowing around Chen Yu burned brightly, like a campfire in the night. Time passed slowly. Uncertain how long had passed, it could be a day or several days. Chen Yu's tightly closed eyes suddenly flew open. Before him, in the void, a tiny glimmer burst forth, rapidly expanding into a stable light gate, its edges flowing with order runes. Inside the light gate, no longer were the starry seas, but rather the familiar contours of the mountains along the Dragon Kingdom's borders, along with a breath of national fortune that tugged at his soul. The passage was stabilized. Chen Yu stood up, a hint of relieved exhaustion on his face, but his eyes shone like stars. He took one last look at this wild continent, which had carried countless opportunities and battles for him, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void to see the distant direction where the Tsangyan tribe still held firm. The contract is formed. Take care. He silently repeated this in his heart, no longer lingering, stepping forward, his figure completely merging into the light gate. As he entered, the light gate slowly shrank, finally turning into a point of starlight, completely disappearing over this ancient ruin. Only the 4 slowly weathering corpses and the faint residual rule aura on the altar proved that everything had once happened here. And Chen Yu's story was about to unfold a new chapter on his homeland's land, destined to be even more spectacular and tumultuous. Chapter 79, Returning Home, Turbulence Again, opening the 4th volume. The light gate quietly closed behind him, completely isolating the last trace of the wild world's breath. The solid land Chen Yu stepped onto was the long-lost territory belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. The familiar and unique scent, woven from industrial civilization and the revival of spirit, surged into his nostrils, while the distant familiar mountains appeared in shades of dark green under the morning light. A sense of safety and belonging, indescribable in words, instantly enveloped him. He returned. Almost at the moment of his return to the world. Announcement: Dragon Kingdom contestant Chen Yu has successfully left the unknown strange realm and returned safely. Based on his exploration, combat, and contributions to the continuation of civilization during his time in the strange realm, a comprehensive evaluation has been conducted. Evaluation complete. Performance rating, SSS+. Triggered 10,000 times amplification. Rewards to be manifested within the Dragon Kingdom. The grand announcement resonated across the globe again, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the national game, which had felt somewhat silent due to Chen Yu's long disappearance, into a new climax. Within the Dragon Kingdom, hundreds of millions held their breath, waiting for the rewards brought by this unprecedented SSS Plus rating. Manifested Content 1, within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, a living ancient contract mountain and Sunyan Sacred Mountain projection is generated, continuously emitting gentle life energy and contract protection field, slowly improving the surrounding environment, enhancing the potential and resilience of living beings. The concentration of spiritual energy nationwide permanently increases by an additional 10%. Manifested Content 2, the Dragon Kingdom obtains basic rule stabilization and defense matrix technology, based on the knowledge of the Starry Sky Temple rules and optimization of Edavia civilization technology, applicable in important cities and strategic locations, effectively resisting spatial disturbances and certain rule-level attacks. Manifested Content 3, all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, including newborns, automatically receive the state of blessing of the ancient contract, weak, with a permanent slight increase in resistance to chaos, mental erosion, and soul attacks, and a mild increase in affinity for order and protective abilities. Each of these 3 rewards is of strategic level. The living projection of the sacred mountain is not only a training ground but also a miraculous place that continually generates benefits. The rule defense matrix directly touches upon higher realms of power, its strategic value is immeasurable. And the nationwide blessing state fundamentally enhances the potential quality and resilience of the entire nation. The Dragon Kingdom was instantly immersed in a boiling ocean. Cheers surged to the sky. Chen Yu could clearly feel a force of national fortune, more majestic and purer than ever before, like a warm torrent, crossing space to infuse this land that nurtured him, while also reflecting back to him, the source. The power within him, exhausted from long-distance spatial travel in the final rule judgment, was rapidly recovering, and even the 55% fusion of the heart of Edavia was becoming more docile and lively under the nourishment of this like-kind national fortune. However, at this moment of national celebration, Chen Yu's brows furrowed slightly. His true eye and extraordinary perception allowed him to detect an unusual undercurrent beneath the surface of the joy. In the air, in addition to the familiar spiritual energy and industrial scent, there was a faint trace of something weak, carrying the odors of gunpowder, steel, and some obscure energy fluctuations. This scent was different from before he left. On the distant city skyline, it seemed that new defensive towers, flickering with energy brilliance, had appeared. Some important transportation hubs and border areas felt much denser and tenser in energy response than before in his perception. The Dragon Kingdom, it seems, was not entirely peaceful during his absence. Almost the moment this thought crossed his mind, a swift, official-marked flash of light rushed from the nearest city direction, hovering before him. It was a streamlined, entirely black vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, its surface swirling with pale blue runes of energy. The cabin door silently slid open, and a middle-aged man, dressed in a neat military uniform, exuding an aura of sharp competence, with a general star on his shoulder, stepped out briskly, accompanied by two eagle-eyed attendants. The middle-aged man's gaze was as bright as a torch, quickly sweeping over Chen Yu, especially stopping for a moment on the heart of Edavaya, which was already dimmed in brilliance yet still felt extraordinary. A trace of uncontainable shock flashed in his eyes, but was soon replaced by a more serious expression. He stood at attention, saluted Chen Yu with a standard military salute, his voice steady and powerful. "Comrade Chen Yu. I am Chen Weigua, the director of the Special Operations Department of the Strategic Anomaly Response Bureau of Longhua. By order of the highest command, I am here to welcome you back, and I ask you to proceed to headquarters immediately as there is an urgent matter that needs to be reported to you." Though Chen Weigua's tone maintained a soldier's restraint, Chen Yu could hear the urgency beneath it. "Urgent matter?" Chen Yu's gaze hardened. "Is it related to my time away?" "Yes." Chen Weigua nodded heavily, his expression grave. "During your absence, the global situation has undergone drastic changes. Some countries, bolstered by the rewards from the national fortune game, have been frequently active, and border frictions have escalated. More importantly, we have detected an increasing frequency of space anomalies similar to those present when you went missing, appearing worldwide." He paused, lowering his voice. "The highest command suspects that there may be a greater crisis hidden behind this. We need the intelligence you bring back, as well as your power." Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding crossed Chen Yu's eyes. Indeed, the loosening of the rifts was not just affecting the wild world he had visited. The dark currents of the Sea of Nothingness had begun to seep into the earth. He glanced at the calm-breathing, steady-eyed soldier before him, then felt the surging power within him and the vast knowledge in his mind. Personal cultivation and exploration are important, but protecting the land beneath his feet and his fellow countrymen is also an unshirkable responsibility, and it is part of his path. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, Chen Yu stepped into the aircraft. The cabin door closed, and the streamlined aircraft ascended silently, turning into a black shadow racing towards the heart of Longhua. Inside the cockpit, Chen Yu closed his eyes to rest while rapidly integrating all the information he gained from the wild world in his mind: rifts, the Sea of Nothingness, Nagas, ancient contracts, rule application. He knew that the brief calm had ended. A massive storm, potentially sweeping the globe and even impacting multiple dimensions, was brewing. And he was already at the center of the storm. The interior of the aircraft was unexpectedly quiet, with efficient soundproof materials isolating the external wind noise and engine hum to a minimum. The streamlined walls gleamed with cold, hard metallic luster, with occasional glimpses of subtle runes flashing by, clearly integrated with some technology from the national fortune game feedback. Chen Weigua sat opposite Chen Yu, sitting straight-backed with his hands resting on his knees in a standard military posture. He did not rush to speak but reported the successful pickup to the command center in a low voice via encrypted communication, then fell silent, his gaze occasionally glancing over the meditative Chen Yu, his eyes reflecting a deep, unquiet astonishment and inquiry. Although Chen Yu kept his eyes closed, his powerful perception allowed him to take in everything around him. He could sense the aircraft's performance far surpassing modern technology, and he could feel the strong energy within Chen Weigua, which had evidently been rigorously trained and seemingly enhanced by some gentle force. Longhua, during this time, indeed, was digesting and utilizing the benefits brought by the national fortune game at an astonishing speed. The aircraft did not head toward any known bustling metropolis but rather made several secret direction changes and altitude adjustments above the clouds before diving down, ultimately disappearing into a seemingly ordinary area covered by dense vegetation in the hills. When the cabin door opened again, what greeted Chen Yu was not the expected military base buildings, but rather an entrance to a silver-gray streamlined building, built against the mountain and almost merging with the natural environment. At the entrance, there were no prominent signs, only two guards with a heavy aura and eyes sharp as knives. When they saw Chen Weigua, they silently bowed and allowed him to pass. "This is one of the deep blue command centers," Chen Weigua explained in a low voice while leading the way, mainly responsible for analyzing and responding to abnormal spatial phenomena and potential cross-border threats worldwide. After passing through several heavy alloy doors that required multiple verifications, they entered a command hall filled with advanced technology. A huge circular screen displayed a live global map, dotted with countless points of light. Some were stable white or blue, representing identified stable spatial nodes or the Dragon Nation's own defensive facilities, but more were constantly flickering points of various colors, crimson representing high-energy reactions or conflict zones, dark purple indicating unstable spatial areas, and a few extremely rare, constantly twisting black spots marked with special annotations, exuding an unsettling aura. The staff in the hall hurried back and forth, whispering to one another, creating a tense yet efficient atmosphere. When Chen Yu walked in, many people's eyes were instantly drawn to him with curiosity, awe, and a hint of hopeful anticipation. "Comrade Chen Yu, over here please." Chen Weigua did not stop, directly leading Chen Yu across the hall and into a more secretive meeting room. Inside the meeting room, several people were already waiting. In the center sat an elderly man with graying hair, a vigorous face, and dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit. His gaze was warm but profound, as if he could see through worldly matters. Chen Yu recognized him as one of the senior decision-makers of the Dragon Nation, often appearing in the news boldly. Next to him were several other distinguished figures in military or research uniforms, each with a unique yet equally remarkable presence.
Young friend Chen Yu, welcome home.
Oldly was the first to stand up, a gentle and sincere smile on his face as he reached out his hand to Chen Yu. Chen Yu shook hands with him, feeling the warmth and strength in his palm, along with a calm composure that came from long years in power.
Oldly, everyone, thank you for waiting.
After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone took their seats, and the atmosphere instantly turned serious. Young friend Chen Yu, time is of the essence, so let's keep it brief, Oldly stated directly, signaling for a young female researcher wearing glasses to begin operating. The holographic projection in the center of the room lit up, showing a more detailed dynamic global map. First, regarding the global situation during your period of disappearance, Oldly's voice was steady and clear. Since you entered the later stages of the Echeveria ruins, the competition among countries in the national fortune game has become increasingly heated. The United States, leveraging its contestant Jake and his allies' rewards, has made significant breakthroughs in energy, biotechnology, and individual combat systems, and has begun to assert a more aggressive stance in international affairs, especially in the Pacific and some resource-rich regions, leading to constant friction. On the projection, images of conflict hotspots flashed by, showing American soldiers equipped with exoskeletal powerarms that were quite similar to the Dragon Nation's Dragon Spine system, but seemingly more offensive in nature. The Sunset Nation, Neon Nation, and others are closely following, with their technological strength significantly increased. More importantly, Oldly's tone grew heavier. We suspect that some countries may have already made contact with certain non-Earth entities or reached some kind of agreement. The projection switched, displaying several areas marked as having extreme spatial anomalies, one located near the Bermuda Triangle and another beneath the Arctic ice cap. The spatial structures in these areas are highly unstable, often exhibiting unexplained energy leaks and distortions of physical laws.
Our monitoring stations have captured some brief, non-human signals.
And a powerful life response. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed, and he thought of the gaps in the sea of nothingness.
Next, it's about the intelligence you brought back.
Oldly looked at Chen Yu, his gaze filled with inquiry. Director Chen briefly reported on the gaps, sea of nothingness, and Naga concepts you mentioned.
This is crucial for us to understand the roots of the current global abnormal phenomena. Can you please elaborate more? All eyes focused on Chen Yu.
Chen Yu pondered for a moment, organized his thoughts, and slowly began to speak. The other world I experienced is a wild world with primitive civilizations and powerful individuals.
According to the information I obtained from its ancient heritage, the multiverse we inhabit is not completely isolated.
There exist gaps that connect different worlds or dimensions, and beyond those gaps is the sea of nothingness, filled with chaos, destruction, and unknown dangers. He raised his hand, and the starlight flowed from his fingertips, sketching a simple diagram in the air. Ancient civilizations paid a great price to construct seals that isolated the gaps to protect our star region. But now, under the influence of time and external pressure, the seals are beginning to weaken. The Naga are predators I encountered in that world. Coming from the sea of nothingness, they represent corrosion and chaos. The spatial anomalies appearing globally could very well be the result of the weakening of the gaps, allowing the breath of the sea of nothingness and certain existences to seep in. He paused, looking at the black spots projected. These marks are likely the weakest points of the gaps, or wounds that have already been infiltrated by something. The meeting room fell silent. Only Chen Yu's voice and the faint sound of the holographic projections operation could be heard.
Everyone was stunned by this grand setting that transcended current scientific understanding yet perfectly aligned with the phenomena before them.
In other words, an old general with 3 golden stars on his shoulders spoke in a deep voice, his tone resonating like metal clashing. What we face may not just be a competition between nations, but the precursor to a dimensional war affecting the entire world?
You can understand it that way. Chen Yu nodded. Moreover, in my judgment, this process may be accelerating.
Oldly took a deep breath, exchanging a serious glance with other leaders before looking at Chen Yu, his gaze firm. Young friend Chen Yu, your return, along with the information and power you brought, is a beacon of light in the darkness for us.
The Dragon Kingdom, and even all of human civilization, stands at a crossroads in history. We need your help.
Not only to cope with the potential cross-border threats but also to strive for a glimmer of hope for our civilization in the impending great changes.
Chen Yu met Oldly's gaze and calmly said, I am a person of the Dragon Kingdom, and I must protect my home. This is also my path.
His answer was short but carried undeniable strength. Oldly showed a hint of relief, ready to continue speaking.
Suddenly. Wow!
The sharp, piercing alarm suddenly rang through the entire command center. Red warning lights flashed wildly. The door to the meeting room was slammed open, and an intelligence officer rushed in, pale-faced, barely able to salute, urgently reporting. Report. Emergency situation. 3 minutes ago, in the Pacific High Seas area, coordinates, confidential report, an unprecedented supergiant spatial fissure burst was detected. Energy levels, unmeasurable. Furthermore, there is a large-scale life response crossing over. Repeat, there is a large-scale life response crossing over. On the holographic projection, a huge fissure icon, as if tearing the sky apart and emitting ominous dark purple light, was flashing like crazy in some part of the Pacific. Its scale far exceeded all previous records. In the command center, everyone's faces changed in an instant. The gap has really opened? Chen Yu suddenly stood up, his eyes sparkling like stars, his perception extending toward that direction like a rising tide. He saw it. It was not just a crack, it was a forming, stable channel. A terrifying torrent mixed with countless violent, greedy, chaotic thoughts surged forth, like flooded sewage bursting from a dam. War, perhaps, has already begun. Chapter 001. The author has something to say. Dear reader friends, hello everyone. As the story progresses to this volume, Chen Yu's adventure has flipped through one thrilling climax after another. Looking back from the beginning to now, it feels like just yesterday, and my heart is filled with many emotions. Here, I want to share some of the journey and thoughts from this creative process with you all. From 0 to 1, the rise of an ordinary genius. At the start of the story, I did not give Chen Yu a world-destroying SSS-level talent. On the contrary, he only has a seemingly ordinary D-rank reconnaissance. My original intention was to write about a practical protagonist who relies on wisdom, toughness, and the ultimate use of limited resources. From struggling to survive in a dangerous initial jungle, to cleverly using his reconnaissance ability to avoid risks and find resources, to the life-and-death battle with Jaeger, every step of Chen Yu's growth is accompanied by sweat and calculation. His strength is not an epiphany, but a result of developing his reconnaissance talent to the utmost in actual battles, integrating his martial arts understanding and incredible willpower. When I saw him finally defeat a strong enemy, upgrade his talent to B rank, and gain the feedback from the Earth Fire Spirit vein, I, as the creator, also felt immense relief. 2. The worldview expansion, from individual to civilization. If the first volume is survival, and the second volume is dominance, then starting from the third volume Civilization Trials, the core of the story begins to elevate. The opening of the Civilization Relics dungeon is a crucial turning point. I wanted to try to expand the adventure stage from mere wilderness survival to ancient history and profound civilization within the ruins. The appearance of the lost city Adaveria, along with the civilization inheritance, star monument, powerful creations, stone guardian, and core secrets, heart of Adaveria, are all intended to showcase a grander world before everyone. Here, Chen Yu is no longer simply fighting for personal and national resources, he begins to engage with and carry the hope and contract of a vanished civilization. This infuses a deeper meaning and power into his future path. 3. Challenges and attempts, more complex plot and characters. In the plot of The Lost City, I attempted to introduce more complex multi-party games. Not only the overt and covert struggles with other competitors, such as the cunning players from the Sang Kingdom, but also the interactions with the relics mechanisms, and ultimately the inheritance trials with the civilization's creation Guardian Shadow. While writing this part, I focused on portraying Chen Yu's wit in dire situations, such as utilizing the environment and misleading opponents, and the outstanding insight he displayed when facing true tests, such as the Star Monument inheritance. Gaining the heart of Adaveria is not only a recognition of his abilities but also places a heavier responsibility on his shoulders. 4. Future prospects. As the story reaches this point, Chen Yu has already grown from a forced competitor into a key figure capable of affecting the pattern of an entire region, even carrying the ancient civilization's contract with his own efforts. But the road ahead is still long. The emergence of national fortune items means that the national-level competition will become even more intense. What opportunities and challenges will the Star Dome temple he has just entered bring? And what storms that will sweep the globe are hinted at by the glimpses of Dragon City and the Rift? All of this will be revealed one by one in the upcoming chapters. Thank you all for your continuous support, votes, and comments. Your every interaction is the most precious motivation on my creative journey. I hope the upcoming story continues to bring you surprises and emotions. We will meet again in the next chapter. Chapter 80, The Gap Opens, the Wall of Heaven. In the Pacific Ocean, the once vast, blue sea surface is now boiling. The sky is dominated by a dark purple fissure spanning several dozen kilometers, its edges twisting and tearing apart. Deep within that fissure, it is not the starry sky but a chaotic swirl of disturbing colors and countless cries of pain from the void. The thick intangible energy of chaos and death-like silence, like ink dropping into clear water, madly pollutes everything around. The seawater has turned pitch black and viscous, countless marine creatures' corpses floating up with their white bellies exposed, quickly decaying and transforming under the invasion of bizarre energy. The sky is dim, and the flashes of lightning and thunder carry an ominous purple-black hue. What is even more chilling is that from that huge gap, like a swarm of locusts, an uncountable number of monsters surge forth. They come in various forms, twisted and grotesque. There are the rotten abyss devourers, resembling decaying giant whales but covered in bony, spiky tentacles, the shadow hunters, long and slender, leaping and darting across the ocean's surface, spewing corrosive energy orbs from their mouths, and smaller yet overwhelming in numbers, like a combination of bats and insects, the bone-eating fiends. The energy levels of these monsters generally range from D to C class, but their sheer numbers are staggering. They crowd together, nearly blocking the sky and sea, emitting piercing, chaotic shrieks, spreading with a natural instinct to destroy and devour all living beings. Among them, several particularly powerful presences have already reached B class, like moving sources of disaster. The Eastern Sea Fleet of the Dragon Kingdom, the first to reach the battlefield, has already engaged in fierce combat with the vanguard of the monstrous tide. New type ship cannons, flashing with runic energy, roar as they fire concentrated plasma beams and specially made armor-piercing shells, exploding in the air into brilliant and deadly sparks. Marine Corps soldiers equipped with the upgraded Dragon Spine individual system build a defense line based on the ship's body, firing energy rifles that shoot out scorching beams, clashing with monsters attempting to board the ships.
Fire! Fire with all your might! Prevent them from nearing the continental shelf. The fleet commanders roar echoes in the communication channel. However, the number of monsters is overwhelming.
They seem endless, although the fleet's firepower is fierce. It is like throwing a stone into a flood, only stirring up a bit of spray. The defense line is being compressed step by step, and ships are continuously being struck by corrosive energy orbs, their armor emitting piercing sounds of melting, or being ensnared by the gigantic rotten abyss devourer's tentacles, dragged toward the abyss. Even more terrifying is that from the fissure, even stronger beings are continuously emerging.
A suffocating B-class peak aura is slowly probing out. Hold on. Reinforcements are on the way.
An anxious voice comes from the command center in the communications. But everyone knows that conventional forces may no longer be able to stop the spread of this disaster. If this monstrous tide lands in densely populated coastal areas, the consequences would be unimaginable.
At this critical moment, buzz!
A brilliant pillar of light, indescribable in color, seemingly crossing space, suddenly descends from the sky, accurately striking the core area of the monstrous tide where they are most concentrated. The light beam is not purely an energy shock, it contains a grand will of order, purification, and protection. It is Chen Yu using the power of the heart of Edavaya, integrating the light of civilization and Star Dome's call, launching remotely *** light of civilizational judgment ***.
Boom! The light beam bursts open, transforming into countless fine, lifelike chains of order, instantly sweeping across. Low-level monsters touched by chains vaporized instantly like ice thrown into a steel furnace.
Those C-class shadow hunters and bone-eating moths emitted mournful howls, as their forms rapidly faded and disintegrated under the purification of order's power. With a single blow, tens of thousands of monsters were cleared away.
In front of the fleet's once precarious defense line, a brief vacuum appeared. It's Chen Yu. He's here.
The fleet command center erupted with cheers of survival.
Then, a figure armed with dark golden starry runes appeared like a divine weapon, standing at the forefront of the fleet, facing the vast crack in the world and the still surging tide of monsters. It was indeed Chen Yu.
He coldly surveyed the wound-like crack in the world, and the chaotic existence surging forth from within. Without unnecessary words, he held his hands in front of his chest, the heart of Adavya shining brightly before him, as the miniature universe within whirled at an unprecedented speed. With this body, I carry civilization, summoning the ancient covenant's will. With this heart, I perceive the rules, invoking the great power of the starry sky's guardianship.
Congeal.
As he chanted in a deep and majestic voice, magnificent mental power, blood power, civilization power, contract power, and the rudimentary mastery of cosmic rules were mobilized and fused on an unprecedented scale. Before him, the void began to twist and shake violently. Countless runes, shimmering with the glow of civilization and the paths of stars, surged forth out of nowhere, working together like the most diligent worker ants, combining, stacking, and constructing at an astounding speed.
Not an attack, but defense.
A colossal, translucent barrier, flowing with the light of galaxies and countless civilization-marking runes, ***, starry sky civilization barrier, ***, began to rapidly extend and expand to the sides and sky, centered around Chen Yu. This barrier was not a physical entity, yet it was more solid than any known material. It contained the denial of chaos by order, the defense of civilization against barbarism, and the suppression of disorder by rules. Buzz! The barrier formed at an incredible speed. In mere moments, a massive wall of light, thousands of meters high and stretching across an unknown width, stood defiantly between the Dragon Nation's Eastern Sea defense line and the gap in the world. It was as if a wall to hold up the sky had been raised for this ravaged sea. Boom! 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 The surging tide of monsters crashed into the ancient barrier of existence, producing a dull, drum-like sound. Whether it was corrosive energy spheres, physical impacts, or soul shrieks, crashing against the starry sky barrier only stirred up ripples that could not shake it in the slightest. Even some bone-eating moths that attempted to pass through the barrier were directly purified into the most basic energy particles by the order power contained within upon contact. The rushing tide of monsters was brutally cut off by this sudden, incomprehensible barrier.
The entire battlefield fell into a momentary silence.
Neither the officials of the Dragon Nation's fleet nor the global leaders watching this scene through satellite monitoring could find their voices in shock at this miraculous sight.
With his own strength, he built an absolute defense line spanning heaven and sea. What immense power was this?
Chen Yu hovered before the barrier, his face slightly pale, his breath fluctuating. Constructing and maintaining a rule barrier of such scale was a tremendous burden for him. But his eyes were still sharp, fixed intently on the gap. He knew this was only a temporary blockade. The barrier's energy was continuously depleting, and the existence behind the gap would not relent easily. Sure enough, from deep within that crack, a terrifying aura at the peak of B-class seemed enraged by the barrier, letting out a soul-shaking roar and accelerating the process of crossing over.
The real challenge is about to arrive. Chapter 81, Lord of the Abyss, Barrier Defense and Offense.
The barrier of the Starry Sky civilization stands like a chasm between reality and void, firmly blocking the surging tide of monsters from the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. On the surface of the barrier, the light and shadow of the galaxy blend with civilization runes, slowly flowing, exuding an inviolable majesty. The pressure on the fleet behind suddenly lessens, allowing the officers and soldiers to catch their breath, their gazes toward that figure filled with almost a faith-like reverence.
However, Chen Yu's expression grows increasingly serious.
Maintaining such a large-scale rule barrier consumes an immense quantity of mental energy and the power of the Adavia heart. He can clearly feel his strength steadily declining, while on the opposite side of the barrier, the sense of oppression coming from the depths of the fissure feels like rising tides, growing more terrifying. Roar! A roar, sounding as if from the depths of hell, mixed with countless wails of souls and the sound of matter shattering, suddenly erupts from the fissure. Sound waves turn into tangible black ripples, violently crashing against the starry sky barrier, causing the whole barrier to sway violently, with its surface light and shadow flashing chaotically. Immediately after, a giant claw, covered in dark blue scales, as large as a mountain, with swirling destructive energy at its fingertips, suddenly extends from the fissure, fiercely grabbing hold of the barrier. Z. A piercing sound, as if the whole world is being torn apart, rings out. Where the giant claw meets the barrier, a clash of chaotic and orderly energies bursts forth, producing bolts of lightning and sparks. The area of the barrier that is gripped shows frantic flickering of civilization runes, and there are even faint signs of inward concavity. Detecting high concentration of void annihilation energy determined to be a Lord of the Abyss level existences, B-level peak, possessing some rule pollution characteristics. Warning! Energy consumption of the starry sky barrier is increasing. Estimated remaining time for full blockage, 7 minutes and 32 seconds. The cold prompt echoes urgently in Chen Yu's mind. B-level peak. And it's not merely brute force, its attack contains characteristics of pollution and disintegration of order rules. Chen Yu's pupils contract, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. He exerts all his strength to activate the Adavia heart, injecting more power of civilization and his own blood essence into the barrier, stabilizing the area that is being gripped. At the same time, his left hand forms a sword-like gesture, the soul fire burning brightly, drawing upon the guidance of the starry sky, attempting to deflect and weaken the annihilation energy attached to that giant claw. Ants! You dare to stop me? A grand will filled with brutality and greed rushes through the giant claw, directly impacting Chen Yu's soul. This world will ultimately become our hunting ground. How long can your fragile barrier hold? Chen Yu lets out a muffled groan, the soul fire flickering, but the A-level soul strength stays steady, his gaze growing even colder. He does not respond to the spiritual provocation but instead focuses all his mind on maintaining the barrier and searching for a chance to counterattack. Seeing its verbal assault ineffective, the Lord of the Abyss attacks even more violently. Its other giant claw also extends from the fissure, both claws gripping the barrier, tearing wildly. At the same time, its gigantic, mountain-like head begins to slowly push out from the fissure. This grotesque form resembles a twisted dragon head, yet is covered with continually opening and closing suckers, brewing a dark blue energy breath capable of annihilating a city. Attack! Concentrate all firepower on that monster's head and claw joints. The fleet commander seizes the moment, shouting the order. In an instant, the remaining battleship's main cannons, shore-based missiles, and even the supersonic fighter jets that just arrived in the combat zone unleash all their firepower toward the emerging Lord of the Abyss. However, whether it's high-temperature plasma beams, specialized armor-piercing shells, or even small-yield tactical nuclear warheads, as they approach a certain range around the monster, they are distorted by the void force naturally emitted from its body. Deflection, or being detonated early by the swirling annihilation energy, could not cause any effective harm. The existence at the peak of level B had already begun to transcend the lethal range of conventional weapons. Useless. Your struggles will only make the devouring more interesting. The will of the demon lord was mocking. Chen Yu's heart sank. Conventional power indeed could not threaten such a level of existence.
And his barrier, under the continuous fierce attacks from the opponent, was rapidly consuming energy, with the estimated blocking time decreasing by the second. 6 minutes 15 seconds. 5 minutes 48 seconds? No longer could he afford to passively defend. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He took a deep breath, and the soul fire in his sea of consciousness burned in a way never seen before, even carrying a hint of light golden brilliance. He decided to take a daring move. He drew out a portion of the power sustaining the barrier, raised his right hand suddenly, fingers spread wide, aiming at the demon lord's head that was brewing a breath. Star Dome's call, rule. Alteration. Target, energy condensation core disorder. He did not directly attack, but instead forcibly interfered with the critical node of energy operation inside the demon lord with his basic understanding of the rules. This was not an energy level confrontation, but a more perilous disturbance at the level of the rules. Buzz. The Abyss Demon Lord's dark blue breath, which was about to be spewed out, suddenly came to a halt. The core energy operation within its head seemed to have been thrown a handful of sand, instantly creating a brief moment of chaos and conflict. That destructive breath not only did not spew out, but instead triggered a small-scale energy backlash within its mouth. Pooh! The demon lord let out a muffled roar of pain and fury, its head snapping back violently, several pieces of dark blue scales blown off by the internal conflicting energy. Although the injury was not severe, it was undoubtedly a huge humiliation for it. You dare! The will of the demon lord was filled with unbelievable rage. Now's the time. Chen Yu seized this fleeting opportunity, his long-hidden left hand suddenly gripping tightly the radiant heart of Ida Via in front of his chest. Civilization projection, Ida Via, Sword of Judgment. He nearly drained the remaining majority of his mental power, pushing the civilization projection to its limits. Buzz. A gigantic sword, constructed of countless intricate runes and the brilliance of stars, with the shadow of civilization's river flowing along its blade, thundered into existence outside the barrier, above Chen Yu's head. The giant sword emitted not just simple order, but carried a culmination of the entire rise and fall of civilization and the will of judgment against all that disrupts order. This was the strongest strike Chen Yu could currently achieve, combining the power of Ida via civilization with his own understanding of the rules. Slash! Chen Yu pointed his fingers like a sword and swung downwards. His face instantly turned as pale as paper, and the soul fire dimmed a bit. That sort of civilization judgment, spanning the heavens, carried the divine might to judge all, ignoring the distance of space, and instantly fell. Its target was the Abyss Demon Lord's head, which was momentarily stiff due to the energy backlash. No! The Demon Lord let out a terrified roar, its claws instinctively releasing the barrier and crossing over its head, as the formless force fields and annihilation energy surged wildly, trying to block this strike that surpassed its understanding. Boom! An indescribable collision occurred. The Sword of Judgment crashed violently against the Demon Lord's defenses. The brilliant light of civilization fiercely clashed with the pitch-black annihilation energy, annihilating. The burst of light dimmed even the sun, and the shockwave raised the already chaotic sea below, creating massive waves, and even the distant coastline of the Dragon Country felt a clear tremor. As the light slightly dissipated, two deep, bone-revealing, terrifying sword marks burned with the ashes of civilization appeared on the Demon Lord's crossed claws. The dark blue filthy blood cascaded down like a waterfall, corroding the sea's surface into huge cavities. It covered the monster's ferocious head with cracks, one eye completely dimmed, and its breath suddenly weakened by more than half. It was severely injured. However, Chen Yu's situation was equally dire. His all-out strike had almost drained his strength, and the starry barrier had become flickering and unstable due to a sudden drop in energy supply, its thickness noticeably reduced. He floated in midair, his body swaying slightly, barely able to maintain the barrier's stability. In the rift, although no new peak B-level monsters surged out for the time being, more sea-level and initial B-level monsters were taking advantage of the barrier's weakness to attack frantically. He can't hold on much longer. Break this damned wall. The Demon Lord, though injured, let out a venomous roar, commanding the tide of monsters to launch a more fierce attack. The barrier was on the verge of collapse. Chen Yu looked at the endless tide of monsters before him and the Abyssal Demon Lord, who, although wounded, had not lost its fighting spirit, and felt a flicker of helplessness at his nearly exhausted power. Could it be that he really had to use his last trump card? Just as the thought crossed his mind. Whoosh! A golden beam of light, piercing through heaven and earth with a majestic dragon's might and the intent to tear apart the void, descended like divine punishment from the direction of the Dragon Kingdom mainland. Its speed and power far surpassed all previous attacks. The beam of light did not target the tide of monsters but accurately pierced through the other intact eye of the Abyssal Demon Lord that was wildly attacking the barrier, penetrating out of its skull. Dragon! Chi, the Demon Lord let out a final shriek, mixed with fear and unwillingness, its enormous body suddenly stiffened, before crashing down into the dark sea below as if all its strength had been drained away. A single shot, a kill for the peak B level. Immediately after, a figure clad in ancient armor, wielding a dragon-patterned spear and surrounded by a faint golden glow,
appeared in the air not far from Chen Yu, like a god of war descending. The newcomer's eyes were like lightning, sweeping across the chaotic battlefield, finally resting on the weak-breathing Chen Yu, giving a slight nod.
Dragon City, Huangfu Shao. Under the command of the Ancestor Dragon, I come to assist. Chapter 82, Visitor from Dragon City, united to calm the rift. The figure clad in ancient armor, holding the dragon-patterned spear, stood like a stabilizing needle amidst the turbulent sea and sky. The faint golden glow surrounding him was not merely a simple outward manifestation of energy but a more reserved, ancient aura, seemingly born from the very dragon vein earth beneath him. Merely standing there, he naturally radiated a powerful aura that could suppress all directions and stabilize the world. Dragon City, Huangfu Shao.
The newcomer spoke again, his voice steady as a mountain, his gaze sweeping over Chen Yu, stopping briefly on the seemingly subdued Adaveria heart on his chest, a hint of barely noticeable surprise flashing in his eyes, but it quickly transformed into pure recognition and gravity.
Under the command of the Ancestor Dragon, I come to assist.
Chen Yu's heart shook slightly. Dragon City, Ancestor Dragon, these terms clearly touched upon deeper hidden powers of the Dragon Kingdom. The Huangfu Shao before him undoubtedly reached the peak of B-level, possibly even stepping halfway into a higher tier, and his power attribute was calm and composed, embodying true meanings of protection and suppression, completely contrasting the chaotic destruction of the Abyssal Demon Lord.
Chen Yu.
Chen Yu nodded slightly, as a form of response, while fully operating his techniques, frantically trying to recover his drained energy. Thank you for your assistance.
It's part of my duty.
Huangfu Shao replied concisely, his gaze shifting towards the rift still continuously pouring out monsters, as well as the starry barrier on the verge of collapse, his brows furrowing slightly. Such a filthy rift must not be allowed to linger in the world. No longer saying much, he shook the dragon-patterned spear in his hand.
A clear dragon roar resounded.
On the gun body, the dragon pattern seemed to come alive, flowing with a substantial golden glow.
9 dragons locking the sky formation, activate.
Huangfu Shao shouted low, propping the long spear in front of him. The moment the spear tip touched the void, 9 incredibly condensed golden dragon-shaped phantoms, formed from pure dragon energy and the power of the earth, roared out from the spear and instantly transformed into 9 huge golden pillars of light, which fiercely hammered into the void around the gap. Voom! The 9 dragon pillars shone brilliantly, connected by golden energy chains, forming a massive 3-dimensional cage that temporarily sealed and suppressed the gap along with a large area around it. Though it couldn't completely block the monsters from emerging like the celestial barrier, the powerful suppressive force of the dragon energy greatly slowed their emergence and clearly suppressed those chaotic energies. With Huangfu Zhao's assistance, Chen Yu felt the pressure decrease sharply. He immediately focused his mind, absorbing the untainted spiritual energy from the surrounding space, while drawing on the civilized energy and contractual power stored in the heart of Edavaya, rapidly replenishing his own expended energy. The light of the celestial barrier visibly solidified and became more substantial. Though this fiend is eliminated, this gap is a wound of the rules, requiring an absolute force to temporarily stitch it. Huangfu Shao spoke to Chen Yu in a deep voice while maintaining the 9 dragons locking the sky formation. I need to fully maintain the formation to suppress the expansion of the gap. To completely seal it requires your strength, especially the unique power of order within you.
Chen Yu instantly understood what the other meant.
Huangfu Zhao's Dragon City power leaned towards suppression and protection, which might not be as effective for repairing this wound on the level of rules as the power he wielded, which merged Adavian civilization, celestial rules, and contractual power.
What do I need to do? Chen Yu asked directly.
I will temporarily solidify the time and space around the gap with the 9 dragons locking the sky formation to delay its rule collapse. You need to concentrate your power to the utmost, transforming it into the sharpest needle and the hardest thread. Along the edge of the gap, forcibly stitch it together. Huangfu Shao spoke rapidly. Remember, the goal is to repair the rules, not to destroy. You must use softness to overcome hardness, guiding chaos back to calm with order. The process will be extremely dangerous, and your will and power will directly confront the encroaching void from behind the gap. Chen Yu took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incredibly focused. He understood this would be a more intricate, more dangerous challenge than any battle before. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness completely sank into the heart of Edavaya. The soul flame flickered, adjusting his state to its peak. In his mind, fragments of knowledge about spatial stability and rule repairs from the Star Monument's inheritance flashed rapidly, confirming and merging with his understanding of combining hardness and softness in martial arts and the vast realm of the celestial visualization technique. He raised his hands again, but this time, the energy flowing from his fingertips was no longer frenzied attack energy, but an extremely refined civilization glow and star rule power filled with the true meanings of creation, repair, and order. These powers intertwined and compressed at his fingertips, ultimately transforming into a needle as fine as a silk thread that seemed capable of piercing through reality *** rule stitching needle, and a line composed of countless tiny civilization runes, order guiding thread. I'm ready. Chen Yu opened his eyes, his gaze calm, with only a faint glow at his fingertips, containing the power to shake the rules. Good.
Huangfu Zhao's eyes shone brightly, his dragon energy erupting, the light of the 9 dragons locking the sky formation surged again, and the time and space around the gap seemed to be pressed on the pause button, even the surging chaotic colors slowed down. Make your move. Chen Yu moved. His figure transformed into a stream of light. Rushed directly into the range of the 9 dragons locking heaven formation, approaching the dark purple crack that resembled a scar on the world. The closer he got, the more intense the chaotic, deathly silence, and the soul-eroding aura of emptiness became. Countless chaotic fragments of rules, like invisible blades, attempted to cut through his body and will. Moreover, some residual and powerful chaotic thoughts, like venomous snakes, burrowed into his mind. Chen Yu firmly held onto his spirit platform, with the soul fire burning like an indestructible beacon, the heart of Edavaya radiating a warm and firm glow of civilization, blocking all external evil. He ignored these disturbances, concentrating all his spirit on the needle and line at his fingertips. He made his move. His fingertip lightly tapped, and the rule needle precisely pierced a chaotic note at the edge of the crack, the most fragmented and tumultuous in energy flow. Hiss! As if boiling oil was splashed on snow, a violent clash of rules erupted. Chen Yu felt as if his fingertip was pierced by millions of needles at once, with soul fire sending waves of tearing pain. But he gritted his teeth, guiding the order power contained in the needle tip with supreme will, like the most skilled surgeon, carefully untangling and smoothing the chaotic rules. At the same time, his other hand pulled the order line, weaving civilization runes like threads into the path opened by the needle tip, forcibly mending the shattered rules. One needle, one line. This was an extremely slow and painful process. Each stitch required tremendous mental and physical effort from Chen Yu, battling against the frenzied backlash and rule rejection from the crack. His face grew pallid, his breath waning, and even maintaining levitation was becoming difficult. But he did not stop. His gaze remained focused and determined. Huangfu Zhao diligently maintained the formation, witnessing Chen Yu's almost self-destructive method of repair. A glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes. He could feel that the chaotic aura surging from the crack was slowly weakening at an imperceptible rate. Time passed second by second. Chen Yu did not know how long he had held on at the edge of the crack, his consciousness nearly numbed, relying solely on an indomitable will for support. The rule needle at his fingertip had dimmed, and the order line had consumed more than half. Finally, when he barely stitched the last major rupture point of the rules and tied the order line into a knot that bore the seal of civilization. Buzz! The entire crack of the fissure shook violently. The swirling chaos colors suddenly calmed down significantly. Although the crack still existed, its expansion was thoroughly halted, and the number and strength of the emerging monsters had decreased by more than 90%. Only a few scattered, weak monsters struggled to squeeze out. Chen Yu flew backward as if drained of energy, but Huangfu Zhao, who had been keeping a close watch on him, quickly used a dragon chi to catch him. It succeeded, for now. Chen Yu said weakly, almost lacking the strength to lift his hand. Huangfu Zhao looked at the forcibly stitched fissure, no longer expanding wildly, and glanced at the nearly exhausted Chen Yu, saying in a deep voice, "You have reached your limit. This fissure has been temporarily sealed, but its root has not been removed. It's not a long-term solution." He looked up at the vast sky, his gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds, seeing a deeper crisis ahead. This opening of the fissure is by no means a coincidence. The real storm may have just begun. Dragon City needs you, Chen Yu. Chen Yu leaned on the cloud formed by Dragon Chi, feeling the emptiness within his body and the fatigue resonating from the heart of Edavaya, slowly closing his eyes. He knew Huangfu Zhao was right. This was only the beginning. Chapter 83, Secrets of Dragon City. Dark currents begin to emerge. Wrapped in Huangfu Zhao's rich and powerful Dragon Chi, Chen Yu felt as if he was soaking in warm spring water, his dried veins and exhausted soul receiving unprecedented nourishment and relief. The dragon energy was calm and peaceful, carrying the weight and vitality of the earth. It did not conflict with the brilliance of the heart of Edavaya or the vastness of the starry meditation. On the contrary, it subtly formed a complement, accelerating the recovery of his state. He did not rush to speak but seized this precious time, fully operating his technique and greedily absorbing this gift from the source of power. The heart of Edavaya in his chest also pulsed slightly, as if silently communicating with this ancient dragon energy. After a long while, Chen Yu let out a long sigh, and the pale color on his face regained some blood, though it was still far from his peak state. At least he stabilized his foundation and no longer felt weak. He opened his eyes and looked at the mountain-like Huangfu Zhao standing beside him, sincerely saying, "Thank you." Huangfu Zhao slightly shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the gap that had been temporarily stitched, but still marked like an ugly scar in the void. "No need for thanks. Protecting this world is my duty as part of Dragon City. But you, with a body not from Dragon City, you can actually wield such pure power of order, forcibly stitching together the wounds of rules. It is admirable." His tone carried undisguised appreciation. It was just a lucky opportunity. Chen Yu did not elaborate and instead asked, "Brother Huangfu, you mentioned Dragon City, Ancestral Dragon, and that this opening of the gap was not a coincidence. Can you tell me what is hidden behind this?"
Huang Fuxiao withdrew his gaze and looked at Chen Yu, his eyes deep. Since you have already touched this level, some things you should also know. He paused for a moment, as if organizing his words, then slowly said. The national fortune game, does not exist in isolation. It is more like a selection mechanism, or perhaps a rehearsal stage for a huge storm that is coming.
Dragon City is not located at any point that can be marked on the current world map.
It exists at the core where the luck of the Dragon Kingdom converges, a manifestation of the will of the ancestral dragon, and the last barrier that protects the unending flame of Dragon Kingdom civilization. Since ancient times, only those with dragon blood or those recognized by the ancestral dragon can step into Dragon City, receiving the power of the ancestral dragon and becoming guardians. And our mission as guardians is to resist threats from beyond the world. It is the gap you just saw, one of them. These cracks connecting chaos and nothingness are not naturally formed. Behind them, there are often powerful forces pushing.
Chen Yu felt a chill in his heart. Pushing force? Is it those high-dimensional beings? Or the game system itself? The system?
Huang Fuxiao's lips curved into a cryptic smile. It may be a judge, or it may be a recorder, but it could also just be a chess piece. The real players are hidden deeper. According to the ancient scrolls of Dragon City and the warnings of the ancestral dragon, there are signs that certain high-dimensional civilizations or lost divine clans neighboring or opposing our world have begun to extend their tentacles here. Their goals may be resources or perhaps a certain origin contained within this world. This time, the gaps appearing in the wild world have intensity and stability far beyond the ordinary, indicating that there are forces beyond a typical B-class intervening behind them.
This is likely a test, a forced intervention against the current civilization trial stage. Huang Fuxiao's voice became extremely serious. If I am not mistaken, this is not an isolated case.
Similar incidents are likely happening simultaneously in other testing grounds where powerful competitors are present.
Chen Yu fell silent.
Huang Fuxiao's words confirmed some of his previous guesses, revealing a more brutal and grand war curtain. The national fortune game is not just a competition between contestants but a microcosm of the games among different civilizations and forces from different dimensions. At that moment, both of them felt a shared sense of something. He looked up towards the horizon. He saw the gap that had been forcibly stitched together. Although it no longer spewed forth monsters, the chaotic energy inside continued to slowly erode the needle of rule stitching and the thread of order guidance. The brilliance of the civilizational runes left by Chen Yu was gradually dimming at a slow but steady pace. My stitching won't hold for long, Chen Yu said in a deep voice. No worries, Huang Fuxiao seemed to have anticipated this. I have already used the secret method of Dragon City to send back the coordinates and situation. Soon, a specialized guardian will come to replace us, using Dragon City's secret treasures in conjunction with the Earth's dragon veins to conduct long-term suppression and purification of this place, until it is fully closed or banished. This is beyond the personal power you and I can resolve permanently. He looked at Chen Yu. The urgent matter now is for you to quickly recover and digest what you have gained. The impact of the gap, the confrontation of the rules, and the resonance of that strange object in your chest with this land has brought you both disaster and immense opportunity. I can sense you are close to your next breakthrough. Chen Yu turned inward. Indeed, after that battle on the edge of life and death, his mastery of power, and his understanding of order and rules had reached a whole new height. The soul fire, although exhausted, was now more condensed and pure. His Dantian star crystal was depleted of energy, but at its core, a more dazzling and profound starlight was being nurtured. The peak bottleneck of B grade had already loosened. I understand, Chen Yu nodded. At that moment, powerful auras transmitted from the sky, coming from the sacred mountain where the Tsangyan tribe was located. Obviously, the astonishing commotion here had finally attracted the attention of other powerful beings in the wild world. Huang Fuxiao glanced over and said to Chen Yu, this matter is settled. I also need to return to Dragon City to report. Chen Yu, remember, Dragon City will always be your strongest support. The ancestral dragon is looking forward to your growth. After speaking, without waiting for Chen Yu to respond, he waved the dragon pattern long spear in his hand, and his figure transformed into a golden stream of light, merging into the void and disappearing without a trace. It came suddenly and left equally swiftly. Chen Yu floated alone in midair, looking down at the gradually calming yet scarred sea, then glancing at the still glaring crack in the sky, as well as the several powerful auras rapidly approaching from afar, his heart turbulent. Dragon City, Ancestral Dragon, City Guard, High-Dimensional Invasion, Gap Testing, a great deal of information surged into his mind, giving him a clearer yet more pressing understanding of the road ahead. A storm is coming. He murmured to himself, his gaze sharpening, then let the storm come even stronger. He retracted his aura and slowly descended, ready to first meet with the Tsangyan tribe to deal with the impending inquiries from the various wild tribes. Then, he would quickly enter seclusion and strive for the peak of B grade. Meanwhile, in a higher dimension unseen by him, the cold system prompt rang again in the minds of all contestants, with content that sent chills through countless people. Warning: high-intensity rule disturbances and unknown spatial interference detected in multiple civilization trials fields. The trial difficulty is dynamically adjusting. Notice, the faction barrier will temporarily weaken after 24 standard hours. During this period, the probability of cross-regional conflict will significantly increase.
All contestants, please prepare.
A greater chaos had begun to spread like a plague. Chapter 84, Breaking the Old to Establish the New, Sparks of Starlight Igniting. Chen Yu did not directly land back at the Tsanyan tribe's camp but chose a relatively secluded platform at the top of the sacred mountain, rich in spiritual energy. It was not far from the stitched crack, allowing him to constantly sense its status while also avoiding the forthcoming disturbances, which might include gratitude, doubt, and probing. The words of Huangfu Xiao before leaving still echoed in his ears, and the cold global warning from the system felt like the drums of war urging him on.
Time was more urgent than ever. He sat cross-legged,
both hands naturally hanging on the knees, consciousness thoroughly sinking into the body. The condition inside the body can be described as tragic. Meridians are faintly aching from excessive overdraw, with tiny cracks appearing in multiple places. In the Dantian, the originally brilliant and swirling star sphere has dimmed, shrinking to nearly half its size, leaving only a flickering weak star glow at its core. The soul fire in the sea of consciousness is also flickering, its brilliance far from what it once was. However, destruction leads to rebirth. Without breaking, there can be no standing. It is precisely this state of being nearly out of oil and light that allows him to break free from the shackles and impurities that are hard to detect when his strength is full. Whether it is the celestial power cultivated through the starry vision technique, the civilizational radiance brought by the heart of Edavaya, or the contract power comprehended in the wilderness world, even the magnificent dragon energy just encountered belonging to Dragon City, various powers weave together within him, which were originally only roughly combined, but now their essential characteristics manifest more clearly in this state of emptiness. Order is not forced norms, but guidance and arranging, like streams returning to the sea, stars following their orbits. Civilization is not frozen and unchanging, but inheritance and evolution, inclusive and embracing, passing down the fire. Power is not only about conquest and destruction, it is also about protection and creation. Past experiences, fighting against the Abyss Demon Lord's rules, and touching the essence of the rules when stitching gaps, countless insights swirl like fragments in Chen Yu's clear and tranquil mind, colliding and reorganizing. He no longer deliberately drives certain powers, but instead uses his own will as the core, guiding the remaining powers within him slowly to operate in a more natural and harmonious way, with that flickering immortal soul fire as the lead. The starry vision technique operates of its own accord, no longer violently plundering external spiritual energy, but gently inhaling the purest spiritual essence from the holy mountain and the untamed wilderness, as well as the barely perceptible star essence falling from the starry sky, like breathing. The heart of Edavaya quietly pulses, radiating a warm glow, no longer merely a source of energy, but resembling a wise mentor, transforming ancient knowledge of civilization, contracts, and order into invisible nourishment, saturating Chen Yu's soul and flesh. The strand of dragon energy left by Huangfu Xiao has not been repelled, instead, it stands firm like the most stable cornerstone, guarding the core of Chen Yu's meridians, making the repair process even steadier, bringing a heavy and boundless sense of guardianship.
Time quietly passes during the training.
Atop the mountain, Chen Yu's body is enveloped in a layer of hazy halo. Within the halo, at times, tiny stars twinkle, at times, miniature shadows of civilization appear, and at times, a just and peaceful vast energy flows. His breath, from initially weak and negligible, begins to rise bit by bit. This ascent is not a simple quantitative change, but carries a kind of qualitative purity and heaviness. Crack. Within, it seems that some barricade has been broken. It is not earth-shattering, but rather a natural progression. At the Dantian's core, the originally weak star glow, like a flickering candle in the wind, suddenly bursts forth with unprecedented brilliance. The shrunk star sphere not only instantly recovers, but also crazily expands with unprecedented speed and momentum. The newly born star power is no longer simply silver and white, but carries a hint of golden civilizational radiance, a touch of ancient contract power, and a trace of magnificent dragon energy, becoming more refined, more grand, and more full of spirit. In the sea of consciousness, the soul fire suddenly rises, and the flame is no longer merely bright white. At its core, a point like a civilizational flame of gold and a point like a star core of deep blue quietly condense, prompting his mental strength to undergo a qualitative leap, enhancing his range of perception, finesse, and control over his own power to a whole new level. B-level pinnacle. He not only thoroughly stabilized his previous realm but also stepped over that threshold in one move, truly standing at the pinnacle of B-level. Only a single step away from the legendary A-level, which could initially stir the power of heaven and earth. Just at the moment when Chen Yu completed his breakthrough. Hum. The heart of Edavaya in his chest seemed to resonate on a deeper level with his vigorous new life force, emitting a faint yet soul-stirring hum. An invisible and intangible wave, containing specific information and coordinates, quietly spread from him as the center, penetrating the barriers of space, reaching towards a certain existence in the darkness that was connected to him. Almost simultaneously, at the foot of the holy mountain, the Tsanyan tribe and various representatives of the Wild 100 clans who had arrived, all with different forms, were in constant discussion due to the previous earth-shattering incident and the system's global warning, creating a great noise.
A few of the oldest tribal elders, whose totem patterns seemed almost merged with their skin, suddenly sensed something, lifting their heads abruptly, with murky eyes bursting with frightening brilliance, and they all gazed towards the direction of the mountain peak where Chen Yu was in seclusion. One of the old women from a tribe friendly with the Tsangyan tribe, who believed in the wind eagle totem, whispered in a hoarse yet shocked voice, "This aura. Resonance of the ancient contract. More clear and complete than when we were at the holy mountain." He not only resolved the disaster but also gained further recognition from the ancient ancestral spirit? All the representatives from various tribes who heard these words displayed expressions of disbelief. Their gazes towards the mountain peak gradually transformed from curiosity and awe to a deeper, even slightly fervent and hopeful complex emotion. At the mountain peak, Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, stars flowed, civilizations rose and fell, a powerful aura much stronger than before naturally radiated, yet carried a sense of restraint after much accumulation. He felt the new power surging within him like a rush, lightly clenched his fist. Power has finally returned a bit. He murmured to himself, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, next, I should see what this so-called storm can really do to me. His gaze first turned to the gathered wild 100 clans below the mountain. Chapter 85, The hundreds of clans come to worship, a new chapter of the contract. Chen Yu did not deliberately conceal the aura of his breakthrough. The magnificent pressure belonging to the pinnacle of B-level, mixed with the deep civilization of the heart of Etavaya, the vastness of the starry power, and a hint of dragon aura, spread naturally like mercury, enveloping the entire peak of the holy mountain. He stepped forward, his form didn't seem to move, yet he appeared at the edge of the mountain platform as if teleported, overlooking the many figures gathering below. At this moment, the vast altar square at the foot of the holy mountain was crowded with people. Aside from the excited and awestruck clan members of the Tsangyan tribe led by the Rock Mountain leader kneeling in front, there were also representatives of various wild 100 clans gathering behind with diverse appearances. There were the Wind Eagle clan, wrapped in feathered garments with eyes sharp as eagles, the Launchy Water clan, with deep blue scale-like skin and gill lines behind their ears, the Giant Rock tribe, as robust as small mountains with skin coarse like rocks, and the Linmei tribe, agile and surrounded by a faint scent of grass and wood. In total, there were more than 20 to 30 clans, each representing the strength of different terrains in the wild world. When Chen Yu's figure appeared, the pressure merged with various supreme auras pressed down like a substance, and the previously somewhat noisy square instantly fell silent. Every being, regardless of strength, felt a sense of oppression stemming from the level of life and the source of the soul. Especially the few strongest and oldest tribal elders, they felt it even more profoundly. From Chen Yu, they not only felt a powerful strength, but also clearly captured the breath of contract that originated from the holy mountain, even more ancient and pure, along with the heart of Edavia that floated on his chest, emitting a glowing light that made their totems tremble. "Welcome, Your Excellency." The leader of the Rock Mountain tribe spoke first, his voice booming and full of devotion. He represented the Tsangyan tribe, the first to establish contact with Chen Yu, feeling honored at this moment. "Welcome, Your Excellency." Following that, all the members of the Tsangyan tribe shouted in unison, shaking the four corners of the world. The representatives of other tribes, after a brief silence and shock, also bowed their heads, expressing their respect with the highest etiquette of their respective tribes. The elder of the Wind Eagle, an old man from the Launchy tribe holding a coral staff, the chieftain of the Giant Rock tribe, who was like a moving fortress. These powerful figures who commanded authority in their own territories, at this moment, all reigned in their brilliance before Chen Yu. "Your Excellency," the elder of the Wind Eagle stepped forward, her voice still hoarse yet filled with unprecedented respect. "You have dispelled the calamity, sealed the rift, and even triggered the resonance of the ancient contract. You are the great benefactor of our 100 tribes and the savior of the wild world. Please accept my bow from the Wind Eagle tribe." "Please accept our bow," the representatives of all tribes echoed in unison. Chen Yu calmly scanned the many beings below, accepting their respect. He slowly spoke, his voice not loud yet clearly reaching the ears of every being, carrying an undeniable authority. "Though the rift is temporarily sealed, the crisis is not resolved. The dark hand behind it is still lurking in the shadows. The system has warned, I am sure you are all aware, a storm is coming and the wild world cannot remain unscathed." He paused, sensing the tense atmosphere below, and continued, "The ancient contract protects this realm, and it also bestows responsibility. The heart of Edavia has chosen me as its master, and thus this responsibility shall be inherited by me." He raised his hand, a drop of blood containing brilliant golden light and starlight forced out from his fingertip. As soon as this drop of blood appeared, it triggered the spiritual energy of the surrounding world and created a strong resonance with the heart of Edavia. The old covenant has grown ancient, a new chapter must be established. Chen Yu's voice declared, "I, Chen Yu, in the name of the bearer of the heart of Edavia, hereby re-establish the protective covenant." As soon as his words fell, the blood from his fingertips suddenly transformed into countless intricate and mysterious runes. These runes merged the light of civilization, the laws of the stars, and his will, weaving through the air as if they possessed life, eventually forming a complex and solemn contract rune array that covered a small part of the sky. This was not a coercive enslavement contract, but an equal agreement based on the principles of protection, mutual assistance, and coexistence.
The core of the agreement was to collectively resist external enemies, especially the existence behind the rift and possibly invading high-dimensional forces, share information and resources, and support each other during crises. Those who agree to this covenant, acknowledging the excellency as the Lord of the Alliance, may offer a wisp of their original spiritual essence to be imprinted upon this covenant. Chen Yu's voice rang like a great bell, resonating in every being's heart. Without hesitation, the Tsunyan tribe stepped forward, and the leader of the Rock Mountain forced out a wisp of earthy original energy, inputting it into the airborne covenant array. Immediately, the totemic shadow representing the Tsunyan tribe lit up in the array, tightly connecting with the aura of Chen Yu at its core. The elder of the Wind Eagle exchanged glances with the strong members of her tribe, nodding seriously, as a wisp of blue wind spirit essence was input into the array, causing the Wind Eagle totem to light up. The Lanchi Water tribe, the Giant Rock tribe, the Linmei clan with leaders taking the lead, along with the absolute strength displayed by Chen Yu, the gratitude for resolving the disaster, and the undeniable aura of the ancient contract, more and more tribal representatives made their choices. Waves of various colors and different attributes of original spiritual essences flowed into the covenant array like rivers converging into the sea. The totem apparitions of each tribe were lit in sequence, like the brilliant stars in the night sky, guarding the most central emblem that represented Chen Yu in the heart of Etavia. A wondrous connection was established through this newly born alliance of the hundreds, linking Chen Yu with all the savage tribes that signed the contract. He could faintly sense the general locations and states of these tribes, while each tribe could feel the comforting will and power of protection emanating from the core of the alliance. When the last tribe willing to join completed the branding, the array of contracts in the sky erupted with unprecedented light, eventually slowly contracting into a flowing light, splitting in two. One half entered the soul fire in Chen Yu's forehead, while the other half vanished into the void, subtly intertwining with the laws of the wilderness world. The new covenant has been established. Chen Yu felt that at the moment the covenant was formed, a power of faith far greater and purer than before, along with the world's favor, gathered from all directions, flowing into the heart of Etavia, and feedbacking to himself through the heart. Although his cultivation level did not increase, his foundation became more solid, and his perception of the rules of this world became clearer. He looked down at the representatives of the 100 tribes, united in breath and with fiery gazes, knowing that from this moment on, he was no longer a passerby in the wilderness world, but had truly become the recognized protector and lord of this land. The covenant is established, everyone return to your tribes, organize your affairs, and maintain strict vigilance, Chen Yu commanded. Be ready for deployment at any time to respond to unforeseen events. We obey the command of the Lord. The multitude of tribes responded in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. As the representatives of the 100 tribes prepared to leave, and Chen Yu intended to further familiarize himself with the power of the covenant, he suddenly changed his expression, abruptly turning his head toward the far northern skyline of the wilderness world. Through the newly established alliance of the hundreds, he received an extremely fearful and urgent distress message from a recently allied ice tribe in the far north. The content of the message consisted of only a few intermittent words. North, the ice field has split. Black ship. Chapter 86, Northern Terrifying Change, Alien Fleet. The distress message from the far north pierced Chen Yu's mind like an ice spike, instantly washing away the slight exhilaration from the just-formed alliance. Black ship. These intermittent words, combined with previous global warnings about rule disturbances and unknown spatial interference, made Chen Yu instantly realize the storm predicted by Huangfu Xiao was not just referring to the chaotic void behind the rifts, but also to more concrete and direct invaders. Lord? The leader of the Rock Mountain tribe keenly noticed Chen Yu's sudden change of expression and the chilling killing intent that suddenly rose, and could not help but ask. Chen Yu's gaze was like lightning, sweeping over the representatives of the tribes still gathered below, his voice carrying undeniable determination. The Northern Ice Tribe has been attacked, the situation is urgent. A strong foe has come from the outer heavens. The moment he spoke, it shocked everyone. The representatives of the 100 tribes, just recovering from the calamity of the rift, once again showed fear and disbelief on their faces. An invasion from the heavens? This was so similar to the ancient legends of disaster. Lanchi tribe, Wind Eagle tribe. Chen Yu directly named them. You two tribes are the fastest. Immediately send elite scouts to the northern border to investigate. Do not engage the enemy, just gather information and report back immediately. Understood. The elder of the Lanchi tribe and the elder of the Wind Eagle tribe turned without hesitation, each conveying the command in their tribe's way. Japan tribe, Linmei tribe, immediately organize your warriors, enter wartime readiness, and be prepared to provide support. The rest of the tribes, return to your territories, activate all defensive measures, and be on guard against similar attacks. Commands were issued in a well-organized manner. The newly formed alliance of 100 clans immediately showcased its value. Representatives of each faction no longer hesitated, accepting orders and transforming into streams of light or using their physical strength, swiftly departing to return to their respective tribes for deployment. Chen Yu closed his eyes, his consciousness communicating with the ice tribes far in the northern border through the covenant mark on his forehead. At the same time, the heart of Adivaya on his chest flickered with a faint glow, as a tremendous mental force mixed with the power of the stars, like invisible tendrils, stretched across vast distances towards the far north. Utilizing the Covenant connection and his strong spiritual awareness, a blurry yet heart-pounding scene pierced through the barriers of space, projecting before him. It was an endless ice expanse, where glaciers that had not melted for millennia were now covered with enormous, knife-like cracks. Above the largest crack, the space twisted like a shattered mirror, as an unstable passageway exuding dark energy slowly rotated. And from that passageway, 3 enormous vessels were slowly emerging. They were not any wooden or metal ships as Chen Yu knew. Their entire form was a dull black-gray, made of material that was neither metal nor stone, and their surfaces were covered with twisted, bioluminescent patterns of dark blue energy. The bows were ferocious, resembling the heads of deep-sea monsters, with large, bone-like appendages extending on both sides. The overall shape exuded a cold, eerie, unnatural quality, radiating a dead silence and destruction that was incompatible with the vibrant life of the wild world. These were the Black Bone ships. They hovered hundreds of meters above the ground, silent like ghosts. Below the ships, sickly green light pillars were casting onto the ice plains. Any area covered by the light was instantly vaporized, along with the faint life force contained within. Some warriors of the ice tribes roared as they charged towards the light pillars, throwing spears imbued with the power of ice or summoning ice storms, but their attacks merely rippled weakly against the Black Bone ship's shields, unable to shake them in the slightest. Instead, the side of the bone ships occasionally illuminated with ghostly light, shooting out extremely swift dark energy beams, and the ice warriors hit by them, along with their heavy ice armor, were instantly reduced to ashes. This was a completely unequal massacre. The crushing of technology and power made the brave ice tribes appear so helpless. Chen Yu's gaze locked onto that largest spatial passageway. He could sense that within the passageway, more unsettling presences were approaching. These Black Bone ships were merely the advanced reconnaissance units, or rather, the vanguard responsible for purifying the surface. These are not chaotic monsters from the rifts. This is an organized extraterrestrial invasion fleet. Chen Yu's heart sank. The style of these creations, the nature of their destructive attacks, were completely different from the earthly technology, Dragon City power, or even Adivaya civilization he knew. This confirmed Huang Fuzhao's speculation about higher dimensional civilizations and devouring races. Just as Chen Yu's spiritual awareness swept over those Black Bone ships, within the bridge of the largest ship in the center, a presence enveloped in shadow, seated upon a throne constructed from ghostly energy crystals, appeared to move slightly. It, or perhaps he, lifted its head, and on its face covered by a bone mask, 2 points of crimson light flickered, as if piercing through the void, momentarily interacting with Chen Yu's extended awareness. A wave of coldness, indifference, and pure desire for destruction surged back along Chen Yu's consciousness like a venomous snake. Humph! Chen Yu let out a cold grunt, as the soul fire suddenly erupted with brilliant golden blue light. The thought of destruction that came crashing back hit the solid barrier of the soul, instantly dissolving. But this brief clash from afar allowed both sides to confirm each other's existence. The black skeletal fleet seemed to quicken its purification speed, with more tragic green beams projecting down. And the rotation of the spatial passage also noticeably accelerated slightly. Chen Yu retracted his senses, suddenly opened his eyes wide, with cold light radiating from them. He looked at the rock mountain leader beside him, who was standing guard, and at several powerful tribe chiefs who had not yet departed. The situation is worse than expected. Chen Yu's voice was icy. The ones coming are not scattered soldiers, but a fleet of destruction capable of interspace travel. Their goal is to completely erase the vitality of this world. He paused, lifted his head to gaze at the sky above the holy mountain, where the stitched rift still existed, as if mocking the efforts of the world. Send a message to all allied tribes. Chen Yu's voice was firm, filled with undeniable resolution. Give up on fantasies, prepare for war. This is not a trial, this is the battle for the survival of civilization. His figure shot up into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, no longer waiting, but actively rushing north, toward the ice field that was being eroded by darkness. He wanted to see with his own eyes what abilities this enemy from beyond the heavens possessed. Chapter 87, Starfire Reinforcements, The Ice Field Weeps Blood. Chen Yu became a streak of flowing light, pushing his speed to the extreme. The powerful strength at the peak of B-grade surged through his veins, propelling his body like a meteor tearing through the sky, shooting toward the far north of the wild world. The wind screamed sharply in his ears, while mountains, forests, and rivers flew back at an astonishing speed below. As he raced, he transmitted clearer orders and warnings to all allied tribes through the core seal of the 100 Tribes Alliance. Invasion confirmed, a fleet of alien civilization equipped with advanced spatial technology and devastating weapons. Their method of attack is energy annihilation, with minimal effect from conventional physical and elemental defenses. All tribes, immediately activate the highest level protective barrier. Do not approach the combat zone unless absolutely necessary. Repeat, do not approach. He had to prevent other tribes from rushing to offer aid due to unclear information, causing unnecessary sacrifices. The experience of the Ice Clan had already proven that, in the face of absolute technological and firepower disparity, bravery could sometimes only speed up death. At the same time, he tried to communicate with the Starry Sky Temple beyond the void and with the Dragon City Guard, Huangfu Xiao, whom he had just parted from. In the face of such a large-scale invasion, an individual's power was ultimately limited. He needed to understand more information and gather as many forces as possible. However, there was only a deep silence on the Starry Sky Temple's side, as if separated by a heavy curtain. And Huangfu Zhao's Dragon City secret seal only relayed a brief message, understood, assessing. Dragon City is also restrained by multiple rift fluctuations, reinforcements will take time. Hang in there, Chen Yu. The situation was more severe than imagined. Even Dragon City was constrained by rifts blooming everywhere. Chen Yu's eyes grew colder, and he increased his speed again by 3 points. The further north he went, the more sharply the temperature in the air dropped, and the raging wind and snow became the main theme. The vast ice field came into view, boundless and infinite. It should have been a pure and flawless world of ice and snow, but now it was full of scars. Massive glaciers had fractured, revealing the deep darkness beneath. On the ice surface were shocking, crystal-edged giant pits, remnants of the purification from the tragic green beams, leaving behind no trace of life, only the dead energy aftershocks lingering. Chen Yu's senses spread out like spilled mercury, instantly capturing the scene at the heart of the distant battlefield. The 3 black skeletal ships still hovered in the air, arranged in a triangular formation. More mournful green beams of light projected down from beneath the ship, like the tentacles of death, moving slowly but firmly across the icy plain. Everywhere they passed, life perished. The resistance of the ice tribe had become scattered and desperate. Their ice fortresses and totem poles were as fragile as paper before the beams of light. Chen Yu even saw that the side of a bone ship opened several hatches, and some humanoid combat units, about 3 meters tall, grotesquely formed as if stitched together from black metal and biological material, jumped down. They landed on all fours, swiftly maneuvering across the ice like hounds, their arms extending into high-frequency blades or energy emitters, coldly exterminating any ice warriors trying to hide or counterattack. Efficient, icy, and thorough extermination operations. An uncontrollable rage surged within Chen Yu's chest. This was not a battle, it was slaughter. His gaze locked onto the largest bone ship, the one with which he had previously engaged in a mental clash. It was that one. Stop. Chen Yu let out a thunderous roar, the sound rolling and causing the surrounding wind and snow to momentarily freeze. He no longer concealed his figure, his whole being like a burning star, filled with an unwavering determination, directly charging toward that flagship bone ship. During his charge, he rapidly made hand seals. This time, it was not a delicate rule-based stitching, but pure and ultimate destruction. The power of the starry sky, the radiance of civilization, the faith power of the myriad clans alliance, and even the glimmer of order he had recently comprehended were forcibly compressed and fused, condensing in front of him into a strike that was only about 10 feet long, but was refined to the extreme, the edges flickering with a black glow that seemed to tear through space. **** Void Shipbreaker. ***. On the shaft of the shuttle, stars revolved, runes flickered, emitting a terrifying wave that made souls tremble. The flagship bone ship clearly detected this rapidly approaching target with high energy response. The ghostly blue energy lines on the ship's surface instantly brightened, and a thick dark energy shield quickly formed in front of the ship, while the monstrous mouth at the bow opened wide, gathering an extremely unstable dark red energy that exuded a devastating aura, aiming at Chen Yu. Fire! It was as if a cold command resounded in the void. A thick dark red beam of destruction, like a spear from hell, ripped through the wind and snow, roaring toward Chen Yu. Wherever it passed, the space presented distorted ripples. Go! Chen Yu's eyes were sharp as knives, his fingertips pointing forward. The immensely condensed void shipbreaker transformed into a streak of light, difficult for the eye to capture, not dodging or evading, directly meeting the dark red beam capable of easily vaporizing a mountain. Hiss! There was no spectacular explosion as anticipated. The moment the tip of the shipbreaker made contact with the beam of destruction, it was as if a hot knife cut through butter. The furious dark red energy was forcefully split, torn apart, and annihilated. The shipbreaker surged upward along the trajectory of the beam, its speed showing no signs of slowing down. What? Within the bone ship, a startled and furious mental wave seemed to resonate. The next moment. Boom! The shipbreaker, refined to the extreme, slammed hard against the dark energy shield of the flagship bone ship. This time, it was no longer a silent ripple. The shield emitted a tooth-grating sound of shattering under unbearable pressure. The ghostly blue shield light flickered wildly, barely holding for less than half a second before shattering like broken glass, exploding. Though the shipbreaker dimmed significantly and shrank in size, its momentum was not diminished, crashing fiercely against the grotesque bow of the bone ship. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by the strange sound of some biological material being torn apart. Black bone shards and ghostly blue energy liquid splattered everywhere. That enormous flagship bone ship was slashing through the chaos, a gleam of hope in the darkness. With a fierce roar, he charged forward, the remnants of his power igniting into a blazing trail behind him. The black bone ships and the killer machines below had all turned their fury toward him, but he no longer cared. He had found his target, and nothing could stop him now. The moment arrived, and he unleashed his strength with all his might, the powerful blade of light cutting through the air like it was made of starlight. Just as he was about to crash into the flagship bone ship, he felt the clashing energies around him grow stronger. The explosions roared like thunder, shaking the very ground he flew over and sending shards of ice flying into the air. But he stood firm, his heart pounding with determination, a warrior refusing to yield. "I will not back down," he shouted, and his voice echoed with the weight of 1,000 battles fought and won. As he collided with the ship's surface, the light sword in his hand erupted into a radiant wave, fueled by his undying will. He felt the force of the black bone ship trying to resist him, but he pressed on, each swing of his blade shattering through layers of darkness. In that moment, all fear vanished, leaving only the pure essence of rage and defiance. The ship's core trembled, and a deep rumble reverberated through its structure, as if acknowledging the fierce challenge laid before it. But Chen Yu was unstoppable, his heart locked on victory as he pushed through the turmoil and chaos. Around him, the glimmers of hope in the eyes of the ice warriors reflected his spirit, reigniting their will to fight alongside him. In that dire moment, they were not just fighting for survival, they were rising as one against the tide of despair. Chen Yu thrust forward, feeling the echoes of his allies behind him, a united front against overwhelming odds. With every ounce of his power, he unleashed a final, devastating strike, vowing to break through the darkness that had swallowed them for too long. His heart forged with unyielding courage, Chen Yu became a beacon of light, a testament to the spirit of resistance that burned bright even in the darkest of times. And together, they would forge a new destiny from the ashes of the old. Aimed directly at the gaping wound of the flagship bone ship. "I will not make the same mistake a second time." His figure moved like a ghost, leaving trails in the air, skillfully evading the subsequent attacks that followed, and instantly closing in on the flagship bone ship. Slash! The Star Sword's energy surged, carrying an unwavering resolve, fiercely slashing into that still unhealed wound. Hiss! This time, it was not the interior armor being torn apart. The sword energy, carrying Chen Yu's will and multiple fused powers, directly penetrated into the core energy transmission region of the bone ship. Boom! 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 A series of muffled explosions sounded from inside the bone ship. The hull shook violently, and the dark blue energy lines on the surface flickered wildly, then extinguished in large patches. Thick black smoke mixed with dark blue energy leaks gushed out from the breach. The entire bone ship seemed to have lost more than half of its power in an instant, tilting and crashing towards the icy plains. Boom! The massive hull crashed onto the ice, causing a thunderous roar that carved out a bottomless ravine, immobilized and unable to move again. A strike had succeeded. But Chen Yu also paid the price. To forcefully break through the concentrated fire and destroy the flagship, he endured some attacks, injuring his insides, his breath once again faltering. And the other two intact bone ships, along with all the killing machines on the ground, became even more frenzied and reckless in their attacks. They seemed to have received some kind of order, no longer pursuing capture or intimidation, but at all costs, wanting to completely destroy Chen Yu, the being that could threaten them. Chen Yu fell into a bitter struggle. He danced on the edge of a blade, using his extraordinary investigative intuition and agility to weave through the dense energy storm, sometimes swinging his sword to slash at the approaching killing machines, at other times interfering with the bone ships aiming through ranged attacks. But the enemy's numbers were too many, their firepower too fierce, and his space for movement kept shrinking, his injuries gradually worsening. At this rate, defeat was only a matter of time. Just as Chen Yu considered whether to use the foundational civilization essence stored in the heart of Adavia for a desperate strike that might damage his source, a sudden change occurred. In the far northern sky, the unstable spatial passage, which had been disrupted by the Black Bone ship fleet, suddenly underwent violent distortion. It was not that new Black Bone ships were appearing, but the passage itself seemed to be forcibly interfered and expanded by an even stronger, more stable force from the outside. A pure, blazing, and seemingly capable of purifying all void filth pure white beam of light, like a spear of judgment cast down by a deity, suddenly shot out from one end of the passage. This pure white beam did not attack Chen Yu or the icy plains but hit one of the Black Bone ships that was frantically attacking Chen Yu with pinpoint accuracy. Buzz! There was no deafening explosion, only a high-frequency tremor, as if space itself were lamenting. The Black Bone ship hit by the pure white beam had its powerful dark energy shield instantly dissolved like snow in sunlight, and the ship itself began to rapidly decompose and disintegrate from the hit point, turning into the most basic particles, dissipating into the air. With just one strike, a complete Black Bone ship was completely purified and erased. This sudden change caused all attacks on the battlefield to pause momentarily. The remaining Black Bone ship and the ground-based killing machines seemed to fall into a transient program chaos. Taking advantage of this, Chen Yu distanced himself, looking uncertainly towards the spatial passage. He saw that the scale of the passage stabilized in pure white light, and its interior was no longer a chaotic void of colors but revealed a scene as deep as the starry sky, dotted with countless points of light. Immediately afterwards, a warship, styled completely different from the black bone ships, slowly emerged from the passage. It was streamlined, sparkling with a silvery metallic luster, its lines beautiful and full of power, with the ship's bow embedded with a badge like a blazing star. Its size was similar to that of the black bone ship, but the aura it emitted was righteous, bright, and carried an undeniable order and majesty. Behind this silvery warship, two slightly smaller but stylistically uniform frigates followed. On their sides, two powerful and vigorous characters were engraved in some universal cosmic language. Chen Yu did not recognize this script, but the heart of Idavaya conveyed the meaning behind these two characters.
Starfire. A fleet from Starfire?
The broadcasting system of the silvery warship activated, and a calm, clear voice with a unique electronic synthetic quality but filled with human-like authority resonated across the icy plains, using a translated language that Chen Yu could understand.
This is the Starfire Order Federation, 7th Border Patrol Fleet. Detection of illegal interdimensional invasion by Reaper civilization, and high-intensity void pollution.
According to the Pan-Dimensional Civilization Watch Covenant, our fleet will execute purification procedures against the invading entities in this area. Surviving individuals of native civilizations, please evacuate immediately from the combat zone. As the voice fell, the silvery warship, the flagship of the Starfire fleet, activated its weapon systems again, locking onto the remaining black bone ship and the slaughter machines on the ground.
A new, even larger force joined the bloody battlefield of the icy plains.
Chen Yu hovered in mid-air, watching this dramatic scene, his heart turbulent.
Reaper civilization? Starfire Order Federation? Pan-Dimensional Civilization Watch Covenant?
This world, no, this vast sea of stars, was far more complex than he had imagined.
Chapter 89 Order and Harvest, Enemies of the Starsea.
The announcement from the flagship of the Starfire fleet was like a cold law, announcing a change in the rules of the battlefield. Almost the moment the last word fell, the bow of that silvery flagship, that star badge suddenly lit up, not with the coarse beam that purified the bone ship before, but scattering dozens of fine yet extraordinarily condensed white rays. These rays, as if alive, traced elegant and deadly arcs in the air, accurately hitting all remaining slaughter machines on the ice plane at once.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
There were no explosions, no fireworks. The slaughter machines hit by the white rays, whether charging or aiming with weapons, froze in place in an instant, their black metallic surfaces and biological tissues losing luster at a visible speed, then crumbling silently like weathered sand sculptures into a small pile of ashes, blown away by the biting cold wind. Efficient, precise, and thorough elimination. At the same time, more gun turrets lit up on the flagship's side and the two frigates, firing faster white energy projectiles that were slightly less powerful but still deadly, raining down on the last intact black bone ship and the wreckage of the flagship that had crashed but could still pose a threat. The surviving bone ship frantically raised its dark energy shield and tried to maneuver to evade. But its speed seemed so clumsy in front of the Starfire fleet's firepower.
The white energy projectile struck against its shield like a downpour, each impact causing the shield to flicker violently, its bluish glow quickly dimming. It tried to counterattack, firing dark red beams of destruction, but the beams were either deflected by the soft halo that emerged on the surface of the silvery warship, like ripples on water, or directly intercepted and obliterated by the stronger white fire midway. A crushing defeat on a technical level. An unimpressive, degraded model.
A calm voice inside the Starfire flagship commented, tinged with a hint of disdain, confirmed as the 17th standard invasion template of the Reaper's civilization, threat level, low.
In less than 30 seconds.
The last black bone ship's shield completely collapsed under the relentless assault, its hull torn and pierced by dense white energy projectiles, finally shattering into countless burning fragments in an internal explosion, falling toward the ice field. And the wreckage of the flagship shot down by Chen Yu was also thoroughly reduced to scrap by subsequent fire, ensuring that no information leaked or danger remained.
The noisy battlefield suddenly fell silent.
Only the howling wind and snow remained, along with the horrifying wounds and scattered burning debris on the ice surface, proving that a brief but brutal interstellar conflict had just taken place here. The three silver-white warships of the Starfire fleet quietly hovered in mid-air, emitting stable and powerful energy fluctuations. They made no further movements, seemingly only confirming that the target had been completely cleared. Chen Yu floated in place, his internal power slowly circulating, healing his injuries while vigilantly observing the sudden order fleet. The powerful strength and cold efficiency displayed by the enemy made him dare not relax for a moment. At that moment, the Starfire flagship's broadcast sounded again, the calm electronic synthetic voice directly addressing Chen Yu. Primitive civilization individual, report your identity code and affiliated civilization sequence. The tone was plain but carried an undeniable sense of scrutiny from a higher civilization towards a lower civilization.
Chen Yu frowned slightly. Identity code? Civilization sequence? He didn't have such things at all.
Taking a deep breath, he responded steadily, neither servile nor overbearing, my name is Chen Yu, from the Dragon Kingdom. We are not the sequence civilization you mentioned, we are participating in that national luck game.
National luck game?
The voice inside the Starfire flagship seemed to pause, as if retrieving data for comparison, one of the unrecorded primitive civilization promotion trial modes.
Verdict: inefficient and high risk.
The other party's words were direct and cold. According to the Pan-Dimensional Civilization Watch Treaty, low-sequence and unsequenced civilizations have the right to receive limited protection and information support from the Order Camp when encountering invasions by Reapers-level civilizations and above.
Individual Chen Yu, you have been placed on the Starfire Order Federation observation list.
A gentle yet irresistible white scanning beam shot out from the flagship, instantly enveloping Chen Yu. Chen Yu could feel that this beam seemed to analyze his energy composition, life form, and even soul fluctuations, while the heart of Edavia slightly trembled, emitting an invisible barrier that resisted deeper probing. The scanning beam soon vanished. Detected high-tier civilization artifact response, heart of Edavia, rule-level talent, reconnaissance anomaly, and a faint mark of the ancestral dragon contract.
Comprehensive potential assessment, extremely high. Risk level, to be observed. The Starfire fleet seemed to take a stronger interest in Chen Yu. Information package transmission begins. Here is the basic information you should know. A highly compressed stream of information directly entered Chen Yu's mind.
The volume was vast, but the structure was clear. Reapers civilization *, an extreme expansionist camp dedicated to plundering the origin of life planets, assimilating or destroying other civilizations. Their technology leans toward a combination of biology and dark energy, known for purification and harvesting, and is one of the main enemies of the Order Camp. Order Camp *, a loose alliance composed of multiple higher civilizations, aimed at maintaining the relative stability of known dimensions, resisting the erosion of chaos camps like the Reapers, and observing and guiding potential low-sequence civilizations.
The Starfire Order Federal is one of its members.
The Pan-Dimensional Watch Pact. The basic rules jointly followed by the Order Alliance, which stipulates the basic assistance terms for low-sequence civilizations encountering invasions, but also strictly limits the direct interference of higher civilizations in the processes of lower civilizations.
Civilization sequence.
The Order Alliance's classification of known cosmic civilizations, roughly from low to high, primitive civilizations, low-sequence civilizations, middle-sequence civilizations, high-sequence civilizations, and god-level civilizations, limited to legends. The Dragon Kingdom has not yet been officially categorized.
A flood of information crashed into Chen Yu's consciousness. His home, Blue Star, and this national destiny game, turned out to be at such a primitive stage in the vast sea of stars and dimensions?
The powerful foundations he thought were behind Dragon City and the Edavia civilization seemed, in front of true interstellar civilizations, not so far out of reach. Warning: detection of Reaper mothership-level signals approaching this star region. The mission of the Starfire fleet has changed, they will proceed to intercept.
The subsequent defense of this planet is your responsibility. Individual Chen Yu, strive to survive and elevate the civilization sequence. Perhaps in the future, we will meet again on the front lines of order. After the Starfire flagship spoke, it did not linger. 3 silvery white warships changed direction, the space around their hulls began to warp, and in the next moment, they became 3 streaks of light, rushing into the increasingly contracting unstable space corridor and disappeared without a trace. They came suddenly and left decisively.
Only the ravaged ice plains, the shocked heart of Chen Yu, and the grand yet cold imagery of the vast sea of stars and cruel civilization wars remained in his mind. Chen Yu slowly descended onto the ice surface, looking at everything around him, his fists quietly clenched.
Responsible by ourselves? Mothership level? He raised his head, gazing at the still howling snowstorm in the sky, his eyes seeming to pierce through the clouds, seeing the more greedy and powerful gazes hidden in the depths of the endless starry sky.
Order.
Reap. Sequence.
He murmured these words, the confusion in his eyes quickly receding, replaced by a more determined and profound light. He knew that from this moment on, the journey of the Dragon Kingdom and himself would no longer be confined to one continent or one planet, but to this realm of crisis and opportunity ***, the boundless sea of stars ***.
Chapter 90, The Dying Rays of Starfire, Dragon City's Resolve.
The Starfire fleet departed, the space corridor slowly closed and disappeared amid violent ripples, as if it had never existed. Only the land plowed by death beams on the northern ice plains, and the silent metal wreckage telling tales of fierce battles remained, proving the reality of the conflict that surpassed the primitive world's limits of understanding. The biting cold wind swept through the ice shards, blowing across Chen Yu's resolute face. He stood still for a long time, his mind still rapidly digesting the information package transmitted by the Starfire fleet. Reaper, Order Alliance, Civilization Sequence, Pan-Dimensional Pact. Every term was like a heavy boulder, thrown into his heart lake, which had been centered around the national destiny game and the primitive world, stirring up monstrous waves. It turned out that the so-called national destiny game, in the eyes of higher dimensional beings, was merely a type of primitive civilization ascension trial, even being rated as inefficient and high-risk. It turned out that the Dragon Kingdom, and even the entirety of Blue Star, had not even received an official number in the vast civilization sequence of the Star Sea. They were simply unsequenced civilizations. It turned out that the gaps in the black skeletal ships he encountered were just a trivial standard invasion template under the vast civilization system known as the Reapers.
An unprecedented sense of insignificance, along with an accompanying fiercer sense of urgency, intertwined in his heart. Mothership level.
Chen Yu softly repeated this heart-stopping term. Just a few reconnaissance-type deteriorated models of skeletal ships had forced him to exhaust all his means to barely destroy one, if a true mothership were to descend.
What kind of devastating scene would that be? He dared not imagine.
But at the same time, a more resilient and indomitable will sprang forth from the depths of his soul. The heart of Edavia pulsed steadily within his chest, conveying the pride and unwillingness of a fallen civilization. In the soul fire, the trace of the ancestral dragon mark from Dragon City slightly warmed, radiating a magnificent aura, as if responding to this challenge from the starry sea.
Potential assessment, extremely high. Risk level, to be observed.
Chen Yu recalled the evaluation from the Ember Fleet, and a cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth.
Then let you all observe well.
He no longer lingered, his form transforming into a streak of light, carefully searching this ravaged ice field. He needed to confirm whether there were any survivors from the Iceborne tribe, and at the same time, to collect as many remnants of the black bone ships and killing machines as possible. These were the primary materials for studying the Reaper civilization, crucial for the Dragon Kingdom and even the entire Blue Star. At the same time, as Chen Yu cleaned up the aftermath in the northern ice fields and digested the astonishing secrets. In the Dragon Kingdom, in a mysterious space beyond modern technological understanding, Dragon City. This was not a city built of steel and concrete, but a vast floating mountain range suspended in the void, palaces and pavilions built on the mountainsides, intricately carved, flowing with an ancient and magnificent aura. Dense spiritual energy transformed into visibly swirling mists, drifting among the peaks. Countless figures clad in ancient armor, or wearing loose robes, either sat in meditation or practiced martial arts within, their auras deep and powerful. At this moment, in the core of Dragon City, that ancestral Dragon Hall. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip water. Above the Grand Hall, instead of a dragon throne, was a radiant orb, constantly changing and containing boundless life and creation, as if it was the source of the entire Dragon Kingdom's fate, a brilliant light orb. This was the core will of Dragon City, and the source of the Dragon Kingdom's protective power, revered as that ancestral dragon. Under the light orb, several figures stood in silence. One of them was Huangfu Xiao, who had just returned from the wild world not long ago. His armor still carried a trace of unisolved spatial fluctuation, and his expression was grave. Besides him, there were several elders and middle-aged men whose auras were as deep as the ocean, sharp as blades, or gentle as spring breezes. They were all core high-ranking members of Dragon City, the true guardians. A grand thought, like warm sunlight, swept over the entire hall, brushing through the heart and mind of every person present.
That was the will of the ancestral dragon conveying information. The events in the northern region are already known.
The Reaper's tentacles have reached, and the Ember Order Federation has appeared. This was anticipated, and it is also the beginning of calamity. The will of the ancestral dragon was calm yet carried the weight of timeless understanding. An elder wearing a dark robe, with hair and beard all white, spoke solemnly. Ancestral dragon, based on the information that Xiao has brought back, and the multiple anomalous fluctuations we have detected at various rifts, we can conclude that this time, the Reaper is by no means a small-scale probe. Its target is very likely directed at those ongoing civilization trials, intending to strangle us in their infancy.
Another middle-aged man clad in golden armor, resembling a war god, spoke with a voice like thunder. Are we afraid of him? When the soldiers come, we fight. When the water comes, we block. My Dragon City has accumulated for thousands of years. How could it be humiliated by these lurking barbarian creatures? War, of course, we must fight. A gentlewoman, holding a jade rui, spoke, her voice carrying the tones of metal and stone. However, the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Furthermore, according to what the Ember Fleet said, the other side possesses the strength of a mothership. We must plan and then act. We cannot engage blindly.
Everyone's gaze ultimately turned to the hovering ancestral dragon light orb. The ancestral dragons will fluctuate it again. This Chen Yu has extraordinary traits, is in possession of the core of the Edavia civilization, gathers the fortunes of the wild 100 tribes, and possesses exceptional innate talents. His potential has already been recognized by the Order Camp. He, or I, is the key to the Dragon Kingdom's survival in this chaotic world, even to elevate in the sequence of civilizations. Pass the orders. First, activate the Hidden Dragon Plan, issue a warning to all known subordinate realms or secret spaces with Dragon Kingdom bloodline or seat of civilization, and enter a state of wartime. Second, open the 10,000 Dragon Wall, allowing core disciples and meritorious officials to access the Grand Dragon combat techniques to enhance their strength. Third, increase the deployment of Guardians teams, carrying boundary discs, to the peripheries of unstable rifts and important civilization trial areas, delaying the Reaper's infiltration. Fourth, closely monitor Chen Yu's movements, provide necessary support when he is in need, but do not interfere excessively in his growth trajectory unless it's a matter of life and death. His path needs to be forged by him. One command after another, filled with determination and a killing intent, emanated from the Grand Dragon Hall. Huanfu Xiao bowed to receive the orders, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit. He knew, the enormous beast of Dragon City, which had long been asleep, was finally beginning to show its sharp claws and fangs. The light of the Grand Dragon flickered slightly, the final thought carrying a subtle weight, echoing in the hearts of every guardian. In this world of great struggle, the Star Sea is the stage. Everyone, the duty to protect is heavier than mountains. This battle concerns the national fortune, but even more, it concerns whether our Dragon Clan civilization can, in this cruel Star Sea, pass down the flame and even be reborn. Within Dragon City, an invisible battle intent soared into the sky. Meanwhile, in the distant northern ice plains, Chen Yu finally discovered a few remaining survivors of the Ice Clan, nearly frozen and wearing expressions of despair, beneath a deep ice crevice. They looked at Chen Yu, who descended from the sky, surrounded by a faint star-like glow and the aura of civilization, as if seeing their only deity. Chen Yu stored the last piece of black metal debris, which contained strange fluctuations, into the storage space provided by the heart of Idavaya. His gaze swept across the survivors before he lifted his head to look south. He sensed that, through the Pact of the 100 Clans, weak yet malicious spatial fluctuations seemed to be surfacing in various places of the wild world. It seems that the Reaper's probing is not confined to just one area. He took a deep breath of the cold air, his eyes sharp as blades. I must return quickly and consolidate our strengths. The real war has just begun. Chapter 91, The Inheritance of Starfire, Shadows on the Return. Chen Yu settled the Ice Clan survivors in a relatively intact ice cavern, leaving behind some elixirs and cold-proof talismans, and promised that reinforcements from the Zhangyan clan would arrive soon. After doing all this, he no longer hesitated, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the snowstorm, racing back towards the southern region of the wild world, where the Zhangyan clan's sacred mountain was located. On the way back, his mood was much heavier than when he had come. In his mind, the information package from the Starfire Order Federation was like a vast database, which he repeatedly reviewed and understood. The cold and efficient nature of the Reaper civilization, the aloofness and rules of the Order Coalition, and that cold and harsh division of the civilization sequence, all struck like hammers against his original perceptions. The power of the individual appeared so insignificant in the face of true interstellar civilization warfare. Even with his current peak B-level strength, capable of easily destroying a modern army, when facing the Reaper's standard invasion template, he would need to spare no effort, even risking injury. If a mothership-class unit arrives, he didn't dare to have the slightest relaxation, flying while multitasking, fully digesting the gains from this northern journey. The battle with the Blackbone ship, especially the final force destruction of the flagship, hard resistance to concentrated fire, and the brief contact with the Starfire fleet, had brought him to a new height in the application of his own strength and understanding of rules. The peak of B-level realm was thoroughly stabilized, even faintly touching that thin membrane leading to A-level, mysterious and elusive. More importantly, the heart of Idavaya had absorbed some of the pure order energy that was emitted during the scanning by the Starfire fleet. After Chen Yu's own insights into the Starry Sea pattern, it seemed that some subtle changes had occurred. Within the civilization knowledge repository he had stored, some fragments of knowledge about interstellar navigation, energy matrices, and dimensional barriers, which had previously been obscure and hard to understand, had become much clearer. Perhaps, the Idavaya civilization once touched or even reached a certain sequence level recognized by the Order faction. Chen Yu thought to himself, a realization dawning in his mind. This civilization's heart was not just an energy source and a carrier of inheritance, but also a spark of civilization waiting to be reawakened. A few days later, the silhouette of the Holy Mountain finally appeared on the horizon. From afar, Chen Yu could already feel that the atmosphere around the Holy Mountain had changed since his departure. A cold, tense atmosphere now enveloped the area. In the sky, the warriors of the Wind Eagle tribe occasionally circled in vigilance. In the forests, the warriors of the Giant Boulder tribe patrolled like moving fortresses. Even in the nearby rivers and lakes, he could sense the secret barriers laid by the Lanchi Water tribe. The 100 Clans Covenant was already at work. Chen Yu's return immediately attracted attention. The leader of the Rock Mountain, along with several elders, rushed forward to greet him. Their faces carried a relieved joy, but more than that, there was a serious solemnity. Alliance leader, you finally returned. The voice of the Rock Mountain leader was slightly hoarse. In the days since you left, several smaller spatial fluctuations have appeared across the wilderness. Though they haven't yet formed stable rifts or passageways, some scattered, black monstrous entities, similar to the ones from the northern territories, have infiltrated, but they've been eradicated or driven out by the combined forces of the clans. As expected, the Reaper's infiltration was comprehensive. Chen Yu's heart sank. What's the damage? There were some losses, but thanks to the early warning from you, Alliance leader, all the clans were on high alert, and the losses are still within control, the Rock Mountain leader replied, then anxiously asked, Alliance leader, what about the northern territories? Chen Yu chose to selectively inform the Rock Mountain leader and the core members about the devastating situation in the northern Frost Plains, as well as the Starfire fleet and the Reapers.
Upon hearing about the near annihilation of the Iceborne tribe, and the concepts of mothership level and civilization sequence, shock and confusion spread across their faces. That was a battlefield level they could not even begin to imagine. There's no need to panic too much. Chen Yu reassured, his voice carrying a calm that was convincing. When the sky falls, there's always someone tall to support it. What we need to do right now is use every bit of time we have to improve ourselves and strengthen our defenses. He looked up at the holy mountain. The rift that he and Huangfu Shao had sealed still existed, but it seemed that a new, Dragon City-like formation had further strengthened the blockade. Clearly, the Guardian of Dragon City had arrived. Send orders to all allied clans, Chen Yu commanded. Increase patrols, especially at the weak points of space. All collected remnants of foreign claws should be sent to the Holy Mountain. Also, select the most promising young warriors from each clan. I will open some basic knowledge of the Etavia civilization and some basic combined combat formations for them to study. He had to quickly improve the overall strength of the hundreds of clans in the wilderness. Even if it was just a small step, it was still better than sitting idly by and waiting for doom. Yes. Alliance leader. The Rock Mountain leader and others were instantly energized and immediately set off. Having direction and method was always better than the fear of the unknown. After handling the affairs of the wilderness world, Chen Yu returned to the platform at the peak of the holy mountain where he had previously secluded himself. He needed some time to organize the gains from this journey and think about the next steps. He sat cross-legged, his mind once again sinking into the heart of Etavia. This time, he actively guided his consciousness to touch those activated fragments of knowledge about the stars and dimensions. In a daze, it was as if he could see a vast star map, countless civilizations like stars scattered across it. Some are dazzlingly bright, some are obscure and dark, and some have already extinguished. He saw enormous starships battling in the void, energy beams tearing apart the starry sky. He saw powerful individual lives crushing stars with their bare hands. And he also saw some civilizations turning to cosmic dust under the fleets of the harvesters. At the same time, a deeper understanding of the essence of energy and the use of rules surged into his heart. This was not a specific technique or skill, but a guidance of the way, making him conceive more and wondrous ideas about the use of his stellar power and the power of civilization. Perhaps, I can try to combine star dome visualization techniques with Edavia's rune technology to create a method more suitable for now, and more aggressive. Chen Yu thought deeply. Just as he was immersed in his understanding, the Edavia heart on his chest and the 100 Clans covenant mark in his consciousness both sent a faint but clear tremor. The source of this tremor was not from the wild world, but from, even farther away, carrying a familiar yet strange spatial coordinate. It was Blue Star. It was the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, an urgent encrypted message from Huangfu Shao of Dragon City pierced through layers of space, directly ringing in his mind, containing only a brief sentence. Chen Yu, return quickly. East Sea of Blue Star, sea ruins has appeared. Suspected to be related to the Harvester's vanguard. Chen Yu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze bursting with brilliance. Blue Star is in trouble too. Sea ruins? What is that? The thought of returning instantly became incredibly urgent. He hesitated no longer, standing up straight, his eyes sweeping over the wild world where he had left a deep mark. The matters here had reached a temporary conclusion, a greater crisis was waiting for him in his homeland. It's time to go back. He murmured to himself, his figure blending into a swirl of starlight in the glow of civilization, gradually becoming blurry, and finally disappearing completely at the summit of the sacred mountain. When he returns next time, he must bear even stronger power to face the dark storm sweeping through the star sea. Chapter 92, The Return of the Ruins, or the Dragon Flag Points. The slight dizziness from the spatial transition had not yet completely faded, and Chen Yu's figure was already appearing within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, at a hidden base heavily guarded by layers of formations, Dragon City, set up as one of the front lines of reality. A rich, familiar modern industrial atmosphere mixed with the unique spirit of this place rushed towards him, forming a stark contrast with the primal vastness of the wild world. But Chen Yu had no time to savor this return, his mind was fully captured by the tense atmosphere that had reached its peak inside the base. The alarm lights flashed red silently but urgently, workers dressed in a fusion of modern technology and ancient rune armor hurried about, each face bearing a heavy and stern expression. The air was thick with a sense of impending storm. Sir Chen Yu, please follow me. A personnel from the outer layer of Dragon City, who had been waiting here, immediately stepped forward, his tone urgent yet respectful, guiding Chen Yu to quickly walk toward the core command center of the base. Inside the command center, a massive holographic projection screen occupied an entire wall. The screen displayed the real-time satellite images and spiritual energy detection maps of the East Sea of the Dragon Kingdom. In the originally serene vast ocean area, an enormous, unsettling anomaly had emerged. The waters of that area appeared ominous, a dark color as if mixed with ink and filthy blood, and it resembled a slowly rotating giant vortex that constantly devoured surrounding light and energy.
At the center of the vortex lay an abyssal darkness so profound that even the most advanced detection equipment could not penetrate, as if connecting to the depths of the nine hells. At the edge of the vortex, the space exhibited irregular distortions, and occasionally, purple-black lightning silently streaked across, emanating an aura of chaos and death that made one's soul tremble.
This is exactly what was mentioned in the urgent message from Dragon City, Sea Ruin. What is the situation?
Chen Yu's sharp gaze fixed on the screen, and he asked in a deep voice. A middle-aged man, whose insignia displayed a general rank but radiated equally strong energy waves, turned around. He was the perimeter commander of Dragon City, codenamed Xuanwu. His face was grim as he pointed to the screen. Your Excellency Chen, you returned just in time.
Sea Ruin suddenly appeared 48 hours ago. At its onset, the area was only half of what it is now, but its expansion is rapid.
We attempted to send unmanned probes close, but as soon as they entered the dark-colored sea region, they went missing instantaneously, and the signal was completely blocked by an unknown chaotic force field. He switched to several screens, showing some blurry and distorted image fragments. These are the fringe images barely captured by our high-level cultivators using the long-distance mirror spell.
Look here, and here. On the screen, beneath the dark waters, some giant and distorted shadows could be vaguely seen swimming. Their shapes were somewhat similar to the black bone ships of the northern ice fields, but they seemed to be more biological? Like giant beasts corrupted and mutated in the deep sea. Occasionally, some smaller units, like enlarged killing machines, briefly surfaced on the sea.
Energy spectrum analysis shows that its core vibrations share a source with the Reaper's power you encountered in the northern region, but, more mixed, seemingly fused with some ancient resentment or negative energy belonging to the deep sea of our world. Xuanwu's tone was heavy. We suspect this is not a simple spatial passage but a forward base that has been polluted, eroded, and forcibly modified by the Reaper's power, or rather, a continuously spreading tumor.
Forward base. Chen Yu's heart sank.
This meant the Reapers were not merely sending small squads to harass but planned to establish a stronghold right at the doorstep of Blue Star, in the Dragon Nation.
What actions are currently being taken?
We have mobilized the Eastern Sea Fleet to blockade and monitor from a safe distance, with all vessels prohibited from entering. Inside Dragon City, a special elite team of Guardians personally led by General Huangfu Xiao has already gone to the edges of Sea Ruin to conduct close reconnaissance, attempting to find its weaknesses or methods to curb its expansion.
But
before Xuanwu could finish, the main screen in the command center suddenly flickered violently. A real-time image from the front lines, accompanied by strong interference static, came back. In the image, standing on dragon energy and holding a long spear was Huangfu Xiao with his team members. They hovered over the boundary line between the dark sea of Sea Ruin and the normal waters, their expressions extremely serious. And in front of them, the ink-like sea water suddenly surged up, creating towering giant waves. Several enormous, grotesque monsters broke through the waves. These monsters had streamlined bodies similar to those of whales, but were entirely covered in a black-gray shell, as if an amalgamation of metal and flesh. Their heads had no eyes, only a huge mouth filled with spiral-sharp teeth. On either side of their bodies extended massive fin-like limbs that resembled bone blades, and their tails had stingers that glowed with a ghostly light. They were surrounded by purple-black chaotic energy, exuding a terrifying aura comparable to a peak B-rank. These were the guardian monsters birthed or stationed within Sea Ruin.
Fire!
Huangfu Xiao commanded sharply without any hesitation. Members of the Guardians team behind him instantly formed a formation, with spells and technological weapons illuminating simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of violent energy towards those monsters. However, the monsters' shell defenses were astonishing. Most energy attacks left only shallow marks upon impact, while their boneblade fins could tear through space, emitting a piercing shriek that effortlessly sliced through the defensive barrier created by the Guardians team. A monster suddenly opened its mouth, spewing forth a thick, blackish-purple breath filled with strong corrosion and mental pollution, instantly enveloping a city guard who couldn't dodge in time.
Be careful! Huangfu Xiao's eyes widened with rage as the dragon-patterned spear transformed into golden lightning, piercing towards the monster in an attempt to save his teammate.
But it was too late. The protective glow around the teammate rapidly dimmed and shattered in the blackish-purple breath. He let out a painful muffled groan, his body melting as if thrown into strong acid, flesh dissolving, even his bones quickly turning black and shattering. In the blink of an eye, a powerful city guard teammate was completely annihilated. Inside the command center, there was a profound silence. Everyone's heart sank. The strength and strangeness of these monsters far exceeded expectations. Chen Yu's eyes flashed with cold light. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed outside the command center.
Lord Chen! Xuanwu shouted urgently. I'm going to assist.
Chen Yu's voice was firm as his figure transformed into a streak of light, breaking through the secret exit at the top of the base, heading towards the sea ruins of the East Sea at a speed exceeding the speed of sound.
He could not wait any longer. Every second delayed put Huangfu Xiao and his squad at greater risk. This sea ruins had to be dealt with quickly. Where the dragon flag pointed, they would be dealt with, no matter how far.
Even if the enemies came from the Star Sea, daring to invade our territory, they could only face a fight to the death. Chapter 93, Fierce Battle at Sea, Initial Glory Revealed. Chen Yu's speed reached its peak, the sonic boom behind him roaring continuously, the sea surface was violently torn open, creating a deep ravine that could not close for a long time. He felt a burning anxiety in his heart, the peril his squad faced, the momentary downfall of that city guard, ignited his nerves like fierce fire. Faster! He crazily urged the rushing power within him, the power of stars, the brilliance of civilization, the faith of the allied races, even drawing upon the spiritual energies of the surrounding world, all transformed into momentum for moving forward. His peak B-rank cultivation erupted without reservation, making him like a true shooting star, streaking across the sky. Finally, that unsettling dark sea area appeared at the end of his sight. From far away, he could feel the violent energy clashes and the screams filled with destruction emerging from there. Chen Yu's pupils constricted, and his consciousness instantly spread, taking in the battlefield situation in its entirety. Huangfu Xiao wielded the dragon-patterned spear, moving like a swimming dragon, entangled with two of the largest bone-bladed monster whales, spear shadows multiplying, dragon cries echoing, golden dragon energy clashing and annihilating the blackish-purple energy of the monsters, momentarily locked in a stalemate. But there were already several deep scratches on his battlesuit, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly not an easy battle. The other city guard teammates formed a broken formation, desperately resisting the frenzied attacks of three smaller monsters. The formation's light flickered uncertainly, poised to collapse at any moment, the situation dire. Without a moment of hesitation, even before he arrived, Chen Yu launched his attack. He fiercely pressed his palms together in front of his chest, the heart of Itavaya throbbed violently, pouring in a massive amount of civilization energy and his understanding of order, then he thrust both palms forward with force. Chapter of Civilization, Suppression. Not mere text, but a golden square seal formed instantly from countless civilization runes, radiating a mighty and dignified aura, suppressing evil spirits. The seal swiftly expanded to the size of a mountain, carrying the weight of thousands of pounds, like a divine punishment stone tablet, ruthlessly pressing down towards the three monsters that were surrounding the city guard team. The three monsters felt a deadly threat and emitted sharp, piercing cries, abandoning their attack, all raising their heads to spray thick blackish-purple breath in an attempt to resist. However, the golden square seal, containing the true essence of order and civilization, seemed to have an innate restraining power against this chaotic, filthy energy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black-purple breath struck the bottom of the golden square seal, like ice and snow meeting the warm spring, quickly melting and evaporating, unable to block it in the slightest. Boom! The golden square seal smashed down solidly. The sea surface created a huge depression, and the violent energy shock pushed the seawater aside, revealing the twisted, writhing darkness below. The three monsters couldn't even let out a complete scream before their shells shattered, flesh turned to mush under the suppression of the golden square seal, and their filthy soul cores were crushed and purified together. One strike, three B-class monsters, turned to ashes. This earth-shattering blow instantly turned the tide of battle. The remaining city defenders felt a sudden reduction in pressure, watching Chen Yu, like a divine weapon descending from the heavens, their eyes filled with the excitement of survival and disbelief. Huangfu Xiao, who was entangled with two giant whales, also felt his spirit lifted, laughing wildly. "Ah! Brother Chen Yu, you came just in time. Help me slay these two beasts." In his hand, the dragon-patterned spear erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, a technique called Dragon Soaring Nine Heavens. The spear shot out like a dragon, firmly entangling one of the monster whales. Chen Yu understood instantly, his figure flashed, and he appeared above the other monster whale's head. He did not use a wide-ranging technique but instead compressed his power to his fingertips, a light as brilliant as a newborn star, yet carrying the marks of civilization and the orbits of the stars, suddenly brightened *** starfall finger. With one finger strike, there was no sound at all. The monster whale's indestructible skull carapace was easily pierced like a fragile eggshell. The destructive energy contained within exploded fiercely inside its skull. The massive body of the monster whale suddenly froze, and then its eye sockets, despite having no eyes, shot out chaotic purple-black light, the entire head swelled and deformed like an overinflated balloon, ultimately. Bang! Like a watermelon, it exploded. The black-purple flesh and chaotic energy splattered everywhere, the gigantic headless corpse crashed heavily onto the sea surface, creating towering waves. Almost at the same time, Huangfu Xiao seized the opportunity, the dragon-patterned spear transformed into a golden line piercing through heaven and earth, shooting through the gaping mouth of the other monster whale, penetrating through its tail, instantly shredding its internal organs and energy core. In the blink of an eye, 5 powerful guardian monsters were all vanquished. The sea surface temporarily regained calm, leaving only the core of sea ruins, that deep blackness still swirling slowly, exuding an ominous aura. Huangfu Xiao leaned on his spear, slightly panting, watching Chen Yu walk on the waves, his eyes filled with admiration. "Good boy. In just a few days, your strength, it's simply like two different people. That last technique, you've already touched the threshold of A-class, right?" Chen Yu landed beside him, shaking his head. "Not quite yet. However, it seems that my power has a restraining effect on these chaotic and filthy creatures. His gaze focused gravely on the darkness at the core of sea ruins.
Brother Huangfu, what exactly is this thing? It feels even more evil and hungry than the gaps in the northern region.
Huangfu Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face dark. According to the records in the Dragon City secret tome, combined with our earlier battle, this sea ruins is probably not a simple spatial passage. It more resembles a living aberration that continuously devours the world's essence and life force to grow stronger. It is a poison seed cast by the Reaper civilization, feeding on the negative energy and lives of our world, with the ultimate goal of transforming the entire planet into a silent nest suitable for their survival.
Transforming an entire planet into a nest?
Chen Yu's heart trembled violently. This was far more terrifying than mere destruction.
It must be destroyed, Chen Yu declared emphatically.
It's difficult. Huangfu Xiao smiled bitterly. Its core defense is extremely strong, and it seems to continuously draw strength from the negative emotions of the deep sea and even the entire planet to self-repair.
Our previous attempts to attack had very little effect.
Unless. He hadn't finished speaking when the darkness of the sea ruins core. Suddenly, it began to roll violently. A presence far more terrifying and despairing than all the monsters combined, like a fierce beast that had awakened from ancient slumber, slowly stirred. The darkness shrank inward, and then, a gigantic, completely twisted eye, made of flesh, shattered bones, resentment, and purple-black energy, slowly bulged out from the darkness. That eyeball rotated, cold, chaotic, filled with hatred for all living things, and firmly stared at Chen Yu and Huangfu Xiao. Just by locking eyes with it, the two felt a sharp pain in their souls, as if they were about to be tainted by the infinite malice contained in that gaze.
Not good. It has been awakened. This is the will incarnation initially cultivated by the sea ruins.
Huangfu Xiao's face changed dramatically, like facing a great threat. Its power absolutely reached grade A.
Grade A.
As Chen Yu felt the suffocating pressure emanating from that eyeball, the power within him surged like ignited explosives, rushing forward at an unprecedented speed. The soul fire flickered wildly, and the heart of Yidavaya relayed a burning fighting spirit. He felt no fear. Instead, flames burned fiercely in his eyes. The peak of grade B and grade A seemed to be a thin line apart, yet were worlds apart. But, so what? He took a step forward, standing in front of the unstable Huangfu Xiao, directly facing the gigantic evil eyeball. His body shone with starlight and civilization's glow, his voice calm yet filled with the determination to cut through everything.
Grade A.
Perfect, just right for testing my sword.
Chapter 94, Fierce Battle of Will, Kindling Breaking Barriers.
The gigantic eyeball, formed of pure malice and chaotic energy, as soon as it appeared, seemed to twist and taint all the rules of heaven and earth. The light became dim, the sea no longer blue, but a dead, lead-gray color. A heavy, suffocating pressure, like tangible shackles, enveloped Chen Yu and Huangfu Xiao, making their bones groan under the unbearable burden.
Grade A.
This is true power that transcends human limits, capable of initially stirring and even rewriting the rules of heaven and earth over a small area. Compared to the peak of grade B, it was a qualitative difference.
Be careful. Its gaze can erode the soul, confusing the mind.
Huangfu Xiao gritted his teeth against the sharp pain coming from deep within his soul and warned sternly. He unleashed his dragon aura, trying to disperse that invisible pollution, but the effect was minimal. That evil will seep into everything. Chen Yu was the first to bear the brunt. He felt as if his thoughts were about to freeze. Countless chaotic whispers, frenzied murmurs, and vicious curses, like a tide, attempted to surge into his sea of consciousness, tainting the undying soul fire within him. Distorted, terrifying illusions even began to appear before his eyes. But at the core of his soul fire, that point of light, condensed from the flames of civilization and the ethereal blue of star cores, suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance. The heart of Yidavaya transmitted a warm and resolute strength, like a pillar, firmly guarding the core of his consciousness.
A mere remnant of noise dares to disturb my mind?
Chen Yu's gaze was clear. Not only was he unaffected, but his fighting spirit soared even higher. He clearly recognized that this sea ruins will, although its power level had reached grade A, its essence leaned more towards chaos and spiritual erosion. In terms of pure energy refinement and rule control, it may not be flawless.
Roar. The gigantic evil eyeball seemed to be enraged by Chen Yu's provocation, letting out a silent yet soul-shaking roar. In the center of the eyeball, the deep pupil suddenly contracted, and a pure black destruction ray, refined to the extreme, shot out like lightning tearing through the void, instantly crossing thousands of meters towards Chen Yu. Where the ray passed, the space seemed to be erased as if by an eraser, leaving behind a brief existence, radiating an aura of nothingness. The destructive energy it contained was enough to easily evaporate a large city. Do not confront it head-on.
Huangfu Zhao's expression changed drastically. He could feel that even at his peak, it would be nearly impossible to directly block this attack.
However, Chen Yu made an unexpected move that surprised everyone.
He did not avoid it, nor did he defend with all his strength.
He embraced his hands in front of him as if forming a ball, the soul fire resonating and vibrating with the heart of Adaveria at an unprecedented frequency.
The star dome visualization technique was pushed to its limit, drawing upon the power of the celestial stars, the faith power of the united clans gathered like a river, plus, a hint of pure order's meaning, gleaned from the North battle, was forcibly extracted and integrated. Under the force of his will, multiple powers were not simply stacked together, they began to undergo a wonderful reaction. A miniature, almost like an illusory river made up of countless civilizations' historical scrolls and the trajectories of celestial stars appeared between his hands. In this river, there were ancestral hardships, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the birth and death of stars. It was not a physical entity, but it radiated a weighty and magnificent aura that transcended time and carried destiny.
Flame of Inheritance River of Civilization.
This was a technique created by Chen Yu under immense pressure, merging all his insights in a moment. It was neither purely an attack nor defense, but a manifestation of the true essence of inheritance, continuation, and order. Just as he spoke, the dark destructive ray had already crashed down.
There was no earth-shattering explosion.
The destructive ray fiercely struck into that seemingly illusory river of civilization. The river vibrated violently, scrolls rolled, and stars swayed. The illusory figures of civilization continually collapsed and vanished under the power of destruction. Chen Yu turned pale, blood oozing from his mouth again, clearly bearing immense pressure. But strangely, that ray of destruction, capable of annihilating everything, seemed to have its pure destruction attribute continuously washed, diluted, and transformed by the meanings of inheritance, continuation, and order contained in the river. Some of the destructive energy was offset by the sacrifice of the illusory civilization, some was diverted by the operation of the star trajectories, even more oddly, some were inverted and analyzed by the true meaning of flame of inheritance, transforming into nourishment for the river itself, making the subsequent scroll of civilization even more solid. This A-level destructive ray was actually eliminated and decomposed by this peculiar river of civilization in a manner akin to Tao. Although Chen Yu also suffered significant backlash, he indeed managed to block this deadly blow.
What kind of power is this?
Huang Fu Xiao stared, dumbfounded. He had never seen such a bizarre and powerful means of defense, or rather, resolution. The meaning contained in that illusory river even made him feel mentally shaken. The enormous evil eyeball also obviously paused for a moment, seemingly unable to comprehend why its attack had failed.
In its cold pupils, for the first time, emotions resembling confusion and fury appeared.
It is not invincible. Its core of power lies in chaos and erosion, and there exists the possibility of being restrained against pure, highly refined order and the power of civilization.
Chen Yu panted, his eyes shining brightly as he grasped the key. Huang Fu brother. Help me.
Chen Yu shouted loudly, with the brilliant aura of Dragon City, seal off the four directions, isolating it from drawing negative energy from the outside world.
I will break its core.
Huang Fu Xiao instantly understood, no longer hesitating. He bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the dragon pattern long spear, the spear's body roaring like a dragon. He held the spear with both hands and fiercely thrust it into the void below. Ancestral dragon above, glorious dragon aura, heed my command ***, 9 dragons seal the domain, lock heaven and earth, ***. 9 golden dragon shadows, more solid and larger than before, roared from the spear, no longer forming a formation, but transforming into 9 enormous golden chains, wrapping and sealing the entire space centered around the evil eyeball like a net from heaven and earth. The golden chain shimmered with dragon patterns, emitting a powerful aura that suppressed all evil and isolated energies from within and outside. The connection between the evil eye and the dark sea ruin below was clearly weakened, and the chaotic energy swirling around it came to a halt.
Now is the time.
Chen Yu took a deep breath, burning and infusing all the remaining strength within him, along with part of the civilization essence stored in the heart of Edavia, without reservation. He pointed his fingers like a sword, the tips were no longer starlight or the glow of civilization, but transformed into an extremely introverted color, seemingly returning to simplicity, yet containing a resolute will like that of opening up the heavens *** chaos color ***. This finger gathered his ultimate understanding of order and his boundless desire to break the barrier.
The chapter of civilization open heaven.
He pointed with one finger, silently, as if exhausting all his strength and brilliance. A fine, almost invisible thread of chaos color shot from his fingertip, ignoring the distance of space, instantly appearing right in front of that huge evil eye, and then, it gently touched the cold and chaotic pupil right at its center.
Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The next second. Crack.
A sound as tiny as cracking ice came from within the eye. Immediately, centered on the touched pupil, countless delicate, flickering cracks colored with chaos, spread across the entire eye like a spider web. The evil eye began to tremble violently, emitting a silent wail, filled with disbelief and total madness. It tried to muster its power to repair, but the true meaning of breaking the barrier within the chaos color cracks directly impacted the core of its chaotic rules, fundamentally collapsing its structure.
Boom!
Like a balloon stretched to its limit, that giant, despairing evil eye exploded with a loud bang, turning into a sky full of flying, rapidly dissolving purple-black light spots and fragments of chaotic thoughts. The profound darkness at the core of the sea ruin churned violently and shrank, as if suffering a heavy blow. Its growth trend clearly slowed, and the aura it emitted weakened by more than half. Chen Yu's body swayed, almost falling from the air, but he was promptly supported by Huangfu Xiao. His face was as pale as paper, breath extremely weak, but as he looked at the injured sea ruin, his eyes revealed a relieved, tired smile. It worked, at least. It temporarily suppressed this terrifying tumor. Huangfu Xiao looked at the exhausted Chen Yu in his arms, then at the still existing but greatly diminished sea ruin. His heart shook immensely. With an A-level peak body, directly clashing against an A-level will embodiment and winning. This child, truly as the ancestral dragon said, is the greatest anomaly and hope for the Dragon Kingdom in this end of the world. Chapter 95, Aftermath of Battle, Highest Council of Dragon City. Above the East Sea, the wind and waves gradually calmed, but the dark sea ruin still stubbornly existed like a scar on the world, firmly present between sea and sky, just its expansion momentum forcibly restrained, and the churning darkness had also settled down much, no longer possessing that crazy urge to devour people. With Huangfu Zhao's support, Chen Yu returned to a specially made floating ship of Dragon City that was hurrying to their aid. He sat cross-legged on the deck, immediately entering deep adjustments. The direct collision with the A-level will embodiment, especially the final forced use of the open heaven finger, had almost drained all his strength and even injured some of his source. If it hadn't been for the heart of Idavaya continuously providing warm civilization energy nourishing his meridians and soul, he would have already collapsed by now. Pills like candy beans were stuffed into his mouth, and the pure medicinal power dissolved, combined with his own strong recovery ability. His pale as paper face slowly gained a hint of color. But his breath was still weak, clearly not something that could be restored in a short time. Huangfu Xiao stood beside him, personally guarding him, watching Chen Yu's young yet already resolute side profile, feeling a surge of emotions in his heart. He waved his hand, instructing other city guards to take charge of vigilance in clearing the battlefield, while transmitting the latest situation here, especially the news of Chen Yu heavily injuring the will of the sea ruins, back to Long City with the highest encryption level. One can imagine the tremendous shock this news would cause within Long City. Long City, Zulon Hall. At this moment, the floating lights and shadows in the hall were no longer just the few core city guards from before. Figures, whether solid or illusory, appeared in the hall through some kind of projection technology or mental transformation. Some wore ancient battle armor, others donned modern military uniforms, and some wore white lab coats of researchers, while a few radiated a breath that faintly linked to mountains and rivers, obviously masters guarding various dragon veins or secret realms. This was the highest level meeting of Long City, and all participants were the true decision makers and top combat forces of the Dragon Kingdom's protective power. The orb of the ancestor dragon floated above, emitting a gentle yet vast intent, presenting the latest battle report from the East CC ruins, as well as information about the Reaper, Order Camp, and civilization sequence brought back from the northern wild world, without reservation to all attendees. The hall fell into silence. Even these strong individuals, who had witnessed great storms and safeguarded the Dragon Kingdom for many years, revealed unprecedented seriousness, even a hint of confusion after digesting this information. Star Sea? High-dimensional civilization? Civilization sequence? The Battle of Harvest and Order? These concepts were too impactful for them, who had always focused on the Blue Star and only casually involved themselves with some auxiliary secret realms and alternate spaces. Is the news confirmed to be correct? A middle-aged man in a 3-star general uniform, with a fierce look between his brows, spoke solemnly. He was one of the highest authorities in the modern military system of the Dragon Kingdom, who knew secrets and closely cooperated with Long City, known by the codename White Tiger. Xiao'er's message, along with Chen Yu's personal experience, and supported by information packets from the Spark Order Federation, are confirmed to be correct. The old man in black robe, the Grand Elder of Long City, slowly nodded, his tone grave. So, what we have been facing, this so-called national fortune game, is actually a screening mechanism set up by a higher civilization, targeting unsequential civilizations like ours? And now, a higher civilization named the Reaper is unable to wait for the screening results and has directly intervened? A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, whose demeanor was as elegant as a university professor but with a gaze as deep as the starry sea, pushed his glasses and summarized. He was the president of the Joint Research Institute of Technology and Mysticism in Long City, known by the codename Zhu Quebec. This can be understood that way, the Grand Elder nodded. Moreover, according to the information Chen Yu brought back, the Reaper's invasion is not an isolated incident but is occurring in multiple locations. Our world is nearly one of their targets. The appearance of the East CC ruins proves they have already marked us as a key target and even started trying to establish forward bases. A-level will incarnation. An old man in black with an ancient sword on his back, whose aura was sharp like a drawn divine weapon, murmured. He was the master of the Sword Pavilion in Long City, his gaze sharply fixed on the battle images transmitted by Huangfu Xiao, especially Chen Yu's final open sky gesture. This young man is truly remarkable. Peak B-level, challenging A-level. Though merely an incarnation of will and his attributes are restrained, it is still enough to be recorded in history. His potential is likely beyond our estimates. His words caused everyone to refocus on the young man who was recuperating on the East Sea floating ship.
What does the ancestor dragons will say? Everyone looked toward the brilliant orb above. The ancestor dragon's intent was like a warm tide, brushing over everyone's spirits. Disaster has arrived, there is no way to avoid it. We have entered the game of the Starry Sea.
Chen Yu is the key to breaking the game, and he is the target that the Reaper must eliminate quickly.
Currently, we have 3 urgent tasks.
First, pour all resources into helping Chen Yu recover and assist him in quickly advancing to A-class. Only with A-class can he have some self-protection and counter-offensive power in the coming storm. Second, initiate the Nirvana plan, integrating all existing forces of the Dragon Kingdom, including technology, cultivation, supernatural abilities, and national luck. Tear down barriers and fully enhance our overall civilization strength. The goal is to meet the low-level civilization standards recognized by the Order Camp in the shortest time possible, to obtain the most basic interstellar discourse rights and assistance qualifications.
Third, take the initiative.
Establish the Star Shuttle Special Operations Unit, temporarily led by Huangfu Xiao, with Chen Yu as the core, selecting top talents from various fields. The mission, reconnaissance, interference, and destruction of the Reaper's outposts and infiltration operations located on Blue Star and various associated trial domains. We cannot sit idle, we must block the flames of war as much as possible outside our borders. Zulong's decision was clear and resolute, filled with the courage of burning bridges. We will strictly follow Zulong's decree. Everyone present, regardless of status or faction, now bowed solemnly and responded in unison. In the face of this crisis sweeping across the starry sky, all forces within the Dragon Kingdom must unite as one. Additionally, Zulong's consciousness slightly stirred, carrying a hint of hard-to-detect depth. Regarding the Starfire Order Federation, remain vigilant and limit contact.
Order is not kindness, hierarchy is a shackle.
Before we gain enough strength and leverage, we must not fully rely on external aid. As the meeting concluded, figures began to disperse, and the massive machinery of the Dragon City and the entire Dragon Kingdom started to operate with unprecedented efficiency and determination. Countless resources began to tilt towards several key directions, and technologies and plans once deemed taboo or immature were accelerated up the agenda. A grand and vast tapestry of a journey through the Starry Sea, full of the unknown and danger, was slowly unfolding before the Dragon Kingdom. And one of the focal points of it all, Chen Yu, after several hours of urgent rest aboard the floating ship, finally managed to suppress his injuries temporarily and opened his eyes. What met his gaze was Huangfu Zhao's concerned look, and beyond the floating ship's window, the still heart-stopping sea ruins.
How do you feel? Huangfu Zhao asked.
Chen Yu felt inside his body and smiled wryly as he said, like I'd been hollowed out. Without 10 days to half a month of quiet cultivation, it will be hard to recover to my peak.
But it was worth it. He looked at the sea ruins, his gaze deep. At least we now know who the enemy is, and we know we are not fighting alone.
Huangfu Xiao nodded and handed Chen Yu a black token embossed with dragon patterns, Zulong's decree, to establish Star Shuttle.
This is your identity token.
From now on, you and I are comrades. Chen Yu took the token, warm to the touch but heavy as a mountain.
He understood that this was not just a token of power but a heavy responsibility.
He gripped the token tightly, looking towards the first ray of dawn rising on the distant horizon, softly saying, Star Shuttle, then let us become the first light to pierce through the darkest moment before dawn. Chapter 96, The Establishment of Star Shuttle, Hidden Talents. The efficiency of Dragon City was astonishing. When Chen Yu initially stabilized his injuries aboard the floating ship in the East China Sea and returned to a highly guarded base on the Dragon Kingdom's coast, the framework for the Star Shuttle Special Operations Unit had already been preliminarily established. Deep within the base, in a command meeting room blending cutting-edge technology and mystical formations, Chen Yu met his future teammates, or rather, the first batch of core members of Star Shuttle. Counting him and Huangfu Xiao, there were only 9 people in total.
Huangfu Xiao, as the representative of Dragon City and acting commander, stood at the forefront.
Beside him was a person dressed in a capable combat uniform. The young woman, with eyes sharp as an eagle and a breath almost blending into the surrounding environment, was codenamed Eagle Shadow, a legend of the Dragon Kingdom's Shadow Army, skilled in infiltration, reconnaissance, and lethal strikes. A young researcher, wearing thick glasses and with messy hair, was quickly calculating with a transparent data board in his hands, codenamed Xianji. He came from the Dragon City Institute of Technology, a genius in spatial physics and energy matrices, and it was said that he could analyze most low-level spells using mathematical formulas. A burly man, his skin glinting with a metallic sheen, was silent like a mountain, codenamed Iron Man. He was the pinnacle work of genetic enhancement combined with mechanical modification, a human fortress, a firepower platform. A girl in a simple white long dress, with an ethereal aura and green life swirling around her fingertips, was codenamed Green Dew. She came from a hidden medical sect, not only skilled in divine medicine, but also able to communicate with plants, excelling in healing, support, and area control. An elder dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a compass and exuding an otherworldly charm, was codenamed Yunin Zi. He was proficient in feng shui, formations, and divination, able to glimpse the secrets of heaven and avoid danger. A young man wearing a stylish leather jacket, with fiery red short hair and sparks of electricity dancing at his fingertips, was codenamed Lei Hao, an awakened congenital thunder spirit, controlling lightning and possessing immense destructive power.
The last one made Chen Yu glance slightly. It was a boy who looked only 15 or 16, with clear eyes reflecting a hint of shy curiosity, his body devoid of any energy fluctuations, as if a regular student who accidentally wandered into this place. His codename was Star Whisper. When introducing him, Huang Fuxiao simply said, "He can hear the voices of the stars and can communicate to a limited extent." This 9-person team covered all aspects of combat, reconnaissance, technology, support, prophecy, and special abilities, representing the top-tier configuration that the Dragon Kingdom could currently offer, adaptable to various complex environments and missions. Each member had at least B-level intermediate strength or an equivalent special ability.
Ladies and gentlemen, Huang Fuxiao's gaze swept across everyone present, his voice steady and powerful. "You all understand the situation. Our mission, Star Civ, is not to wait behind, but to actively delve into danger and crush threats in their infancy. Our enemies are the Reapers from the Star Sea. They are powerful, cold, and possess technologies we can hardly comprehend. Every mission may face death directly." His gaze finally landed on Chen Yu. "This is Chen Yu, the core and sharpest spear of our Star Civ. His strength and achievements are surely known to you all. Here, I officially announce that Chen Yu has the same decision-making power as I do, and in specific situations, he can take command of the entire team." The eyes of everyone looking at Chen Yu were various. There was curiosity, scrutiny, admiration, and a trace of subtle doubt. After all, Chen Yu was too young and did not come from their familiar system. But the deeds in the North Border War and the Eastern Sea against the A-rank avatar were enough to silence most of the noise. Chen Yu took a step forward, with no unnecessary pleasantries, and directly cut to the point, his voice calm but filled with an undeniable strength. "No need for politeness. We don't have much time, and the Reapers won't give us time to adapt. What is the first mission target?" Huang Fuxiao seemed already accustomed to Chen Yu's style, directly activating the holographic projection, revealing a complex star map and energy fluctuation diagram. According to Elder Yunin Zi's divination and Xian Ji's monitoring of global abnormal spatial fluctuations, we have locked on a coordinate. Huang Fuxiao pointed to a blinking red dot on the star map, located deep in the South Pacific, in an underwater mountain range that originally did not exist on any map. Recently, a strong, more obscure spatial distortion, originating from the sea ruins, has emerged there, with extremely high energy readings. I suspect this is another hidden outpost established by the harvesters, or perhaps a signal relay station.
Signal relay station?
Xian Ji adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a sea of dense data streams. If that's true, it is very likely responsible for coordinating the harvesters' invasion actions in Blue Star and even the surrounding trial areas, and may even directly communicate with their mothership or higher-level units.
Its importance is extremely high. Exactly. Huang Fuxiao nodded. Destroying or disrupting it could temporarily throw the harvesters' deployments into chaos, buying us precious time to breathe.
But the risk is also enormous. It must be a dragon's lair.
Mission: infiltrate the target area, confirm its nature. If confirmed as a critical node, destroy it at all costs. Huang Fuxiao issued the final command. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. You have 6 hours to prepare, check your equipment, and adjust your state. In 6 hours, assemble at the top-level airport of the base and depart on the Zhulong submersible. Everyone quickly dispersed. Chen Yu did not leave. He stepped up to the holographic projection, carefully examining the detailed information of that coordinate, his brow furrowing. Any discoveries? Huang Fuxiao walked up beside him. I feel something is off. Chen Yu pointed at the energy fluctuation graph. The energy response here, although of the same origin as Hai Su, is more ordered, lacking that pure chaos and madness. Moreover, the location is too deep, almost close to the crust's weak point. What do you mean? I suspect it may not just be a simple outpost or relay station. A hint of seriousness flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Harvesters might be planning something bigger inside our planet. He recalled some descriptions in the Spark information package about the harvester civilization's habits. They not only plunder life, but sometimes also alter planetary environments, turning them into breeding grounds suitable for their special units or weapon deployments. Huang Fuxiao's expression darkened. It seems this mission is more critical than we imagined. We must find out, no matter what. 6 hours later, at the top of the base. A sleek, fully black, giant submersible named Zhulong, covered with special coatings that absorb energy and detect waves, sat quietly like a lurking deep-sea giant beast. Chen Yu, Huang Fuxiao, and the other 7 members of the Xing Suo team, all donned special deep-sea combat suits, boarded this vehicle, representing the pinnacle of Dragon Nation's deep-sea technology. The cabin door slowly closed, completely sealing off the outside. The Zhulong submersible emitted a low hum and slowly glided into the dedicated underwater passage, quietly submerging into the deep and unknown depths of the South Pacific. The first blade of the Xing Suo has been drawn, aimed straight at the darkness. Chapter 97, Abyssal Wonders, The Fear of Order.
The Xulong submersible quietly submerged like a drop of water mixed in ink, navigating silently through eternal darkness and heavy pressure. The external lighting system was only set to the lowest power, outlining the silhouettes of bizarre deep-sea creatures that occasionally passed by the observation window. They mostly emitted pale bioluminescence, bringing a strange vitality to this lifeless world.
The atmosphere in the cabin was tense.
Everyone was performing their duties while remaining on high alert at all times. Several light screens floated in front of Chen Yu, cascading various data like waterfalls, depth, 11,234 meters.
External pressure, 1,140 standard atmospheres. Environmental spiritual energy concentration, unusually thin, leaning towards inert.
Continuous low-frequency space resonance detected, source locked, distance 15 chains. Yu Yen closed her eyes, her perception spread outward like an invisible web, radiating from the submersible to capture any unusual water flow disturbances or energy ripples. Yuningzi's fingers kept calculating, his brow furrowing. He whispered, "The celestial mechanics here are obscure, malevolent energy is hidden, yet there is a hint of, an eerie sense of order, strange, very strange."
Chen Yu stood before the main observation window. His gaze penetrated through the heavy special glass, staring into the absolute darkness outside.
His perception was suppressed by both the deep-sea environment and the abnormal spatial fluctuations, unable to extend far, but a growing instinctive alertness, rooted in the soul fire, became stronger. It was too silent here, not just the absence of sound, but even the flow of energy seemed to be meticulously arranged by some force, carrying an unnatural order. "We are about to reach the edge of the target area," Huangfu Zhao's voice broke the silence in the communication channel. "Each unit, conduct a final check of equipment, and prepare to execute the silent infiltration plan." The speed of the Xulong further decreased, moving almost suspended in the seawater. After about half an hour, a hint of difference finally appeared in the originally pure darkness ahead.
It was a hazy, shimmering ultramarine light, like the aurora.
As the distance closed, the source of that light gradually became clearer.
Everyone was shocked by what they saw.
It was not a naturally formed seabed terrain, but an unimaginably large man-made structure. Countless thick ultramarine crystal columns, their surfaces smooth as mirrors and made of material that was neither metal nor stone, hung down like the roots of some colossal tree from the invisible darkness above, deeply embedded in the seabed below. These crystal columns were arranged and intertwined according to an extraordinarily complex geometric pattern, forming a three-dimensional network that encased an area of dozens of kilometers. At the core of this network was a massive, pulsing ultramarine light mass, and the continuous spatial resonance waves emanated from this light mass. Even more alarming was the strange frozen feel of the seawater within the area covered by this ultramarine network, flowing extremely slowly, to the point that deep-sea creatures stayed far away, as if it were a forbidden zone for life. The entire structure emitted a cold, precise, lifeless beauty of order, starkly contrasting with the chaotic and destructive style displayed by the Reaper earlier.
What is this?"
Lei Hao's eyes widened, and the flickering sparks on his fingertips extinguished unconsciously.
"Energy matrix, the scale is unprecedented."
Xian Ji's voice carried an incredible fervor and gravity. It's extracting geothermal energy.
"And some kind of deep space radiation we cannot identify. It's powering that core light mass."
Not a forward base, nor just a simple transfer station. Chen Yu's voice was low, confirming his earlier suspicion. This is an energy conversion and amplification device. It's using the energy of the Earth itself and deep space radiation to amplify and stabilize the spatial signals emitted by that core.
Amplifying signals? To transmit to whom? Jingang asked in a low voice, tightening his grip on the heavy pulse cannon. Who else could it be?
Huangfu Zhao's face turned pale. The mothership of the Reaper, or other invading fleets.
This device is paving the way for a larger-scale arrival. Or perhaps it's warming up for some weapon or facility that requires vast amounts of energy to activate. It must be destroyed.
Yu Luan, Jingang, Lei Hao, and Qing Lin form a strike team to eliminate any possible guards and set up the Dragon Tooth high-energy demolition device. Huangfu Zhao quickly ordered. "Xian Ji, you analyze this energy matrix's structure, looking for its weak points and energy nodes.
Yunin Zi, guard the surroundings and predict fortune or misfortune. Xing Yu, try to sense that core light mass to see if you can gather more information. Chen Yu, you and I will be on standby, ready to respond to any emergencies." "Understood."
The Xulong submersible silently hovered in the shadow of an underwater mountain several kilometers away from the edge of the ultramarine network. The four members of the strike team donned heavy deep-sea diving armor equipped with optical camouflage and energy shielding capabilities, like four ghosts, silently slipping out of the hatch, merging into the dark seawater. Chen Yu and Huangfu Zhao arrived at the attack capsule of the submersible, ready to support at any moment. Through the real-time footage transmitted from the helmets of the assault team members, the details of the eerie blue network were clearly visible. Watching up close, one could better feel the grandeur of the crystal pillars and the astonishing technology involved. Inside the network, occasional ghostly lights zipped along specific paths, reminiscent of currents on a circuit board, filled with a sense of advanced technology. The assault team's actions started exceptionally smoothly. The perimeter of the network seemed to lack a significant number of guards. Only a few automated defense turrets, fixed to the base of the crystal pillars and resembling a combination of starfish and machinery, were easily taken care of by Yu Yan and Lei Hao. They successfully infiltrated the interior of the network and began placing dragon tooth bombs on several key energy nodes according to Xianji's guidance. However, just as the fourth bomb was about to be placed, Star Language, who had been closing her eyes in perception, suddenly opened them wide, her clear eyes filled with terror as she exclaimed, "No. It's not a lifeless object. That core is watching us. It's calculating our positions." Almost simultaneously with Star Language's words, the entire eerie blue network exploded with dazzling light. All the ghostly lights on the surface of the crystal pillars surged with unprecedented speed. The enormous light mass at the center of the network accelerated its pulsating frequency, emitting a deafening, high-pitched hum, like millions of insects buzzing their wings. Warning! High-intensity energy focus detected. Target assault team. Xianji shouted in the channel. In the next moment, several energy beams, the width of an arm but condensed to perfection, shot out suddenly from the tops of several specific crystal pillars, moving faster than the eye could capture, accurately aimed at Yu Yan, King Kong, Lei Hao, and Qing Lin, who were placing the bombs. This attack came too fast, too suddenly. And it had completely predicted their positions. Be careful. Huan Fushao and Chen Yu's faces changed drastically as they charged out of the submersible. But someone was faster than them. The typically silent and steadfast King Kong, at the moment of crisis, let out a thunderous roar. His massive body suddenly expanded, and the metallic sheen beneath his skin transformed entirely into a dark golden color. He crossed the heavy pulse cannon in front of him, standing like the most solid shield, resolutely blocking in front of Yu Yan and Lei Hao. King Kong! Yu Yan screamed in shock. Boom! The fiery white energy beam slammed into King Kong's crossed arms and the massive cannon on his chest. There was no explosion, only a sound of painful metallic distortion and energy annihilation. King Kong's enhanced body and armor, capable of withstanding a battleship's main cannon, were instantly pierced through by this condensed fiery light like paper. A scorched black hole appeared in his chest, with metal and flesh at the edges melting and vaporizing under the intense heat. King Kong's massive body trembled violently, the light in his eyes rapidly fading, but he still stood like a mountain for a moment, buying that insignificant yet potentially life-saving moment for his teammates behind him. No! Lei Hao's eyes were bloodshot as thunderlight erupted uncontrollably around him. Qing Lin waved his hands rapidly, the emerald green life energy surged towards King Kong like a tidal wave, trying to stabilize his rapidly fading vitality. Yu Yan, relying on her ghostly-like agility, dodged the beam aimed at her at the critical moment, but her shoulder armor was still grazed and instantly evaporated. Chaos, only in an instant. Chen Yu and Huang Fushao rushed onto the battlefield like two streaks of lightning. Chen Yu grabbed the falling King Kong, feeling the rapid loss of life force within him, a tempest of rage surged to his head. He suddenly looked up at the core light group of the dark blue network, his eyes burning with a cold killing intent. This device is not just a tool, it is also a highly intelligent trap with defensive and counterattack capabilities, a living trap. Chapter 98, Matrix Core, Mechanical Descent. The giant body of King Kong fell into Chen Yu's arms, the horrifying black pit on his chest still sizzling with metal and flesh under high temperature, the breath of life flickering like a dying candle in the wind, quickly fading away. Qing Lin's hands radiated an unprecedented green light, nearly overdrawn as he injected life energy into King Kong, barely keeping his last breath, but the destructive white energy residue continued to erode his vitality. King Kong! Hold on! Lei Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and the uncontrollable electric snakes danced around him, electrolyzing the nearby seawater into countless bubbles as he fixed his gaze on the dark blue network, wishing to tear it apart. Yu Qing half knelt on the ground, her shoulder armor damaged hindering her movement, yet her gaze remained cold and sharp as she quickly analyzed the attack pattern. The attack came from the top of the crystal pillar, the prediction was accurate, and the energy density was extremely high. Conventional evasion is ineffective. Xuanji. Find its control core or weakness. Hurry! Huan Fushao shouted angrily while raising the dragon energy shield in defense. The dragon-patterned spear in his hand buzzed and trembled, ready to unleash its power. Analyzing. The energy flow is too complex. Wait. That core light group. All calculations and energy dispatch originate from there. It is not a simple signal source, it is a biological quantum computing core. It controls the entire matrix. Xuanji's voice carried shock and urgency. Chen Yu gently handed the severely injured King Kong to Qing Lin and slowly stood up. The power within him surged with previously unimaginable speed due to extreme anger, temporarily suppressing the weakness from his injuries. The heart of Edavia pulsed with heat, creating a strong repulsion against the cold, orderly, yet malicious creation before him. The computing core.
So, if we destroy it, the matrix will fall? Chen Yu's voice was eerily calm, like the sea before a storm. In theory, yes. But the strength of the energy barrier surrounding the core exceeds imagination, and it definitely has stronger self-defense measures. Xuanji replied quickly. As if to confirm Xuanji's words, the pulsation of the core light group intensified, a high-frequency humming becoming more piercing. All the dark blue crystal pillars around them lit up simultaneously, energy surging and converging within them, clearly preparing for the next round of even more violent attacks. This time, it might not just be a few individual beams, but a devastating strike capable of covering the entire matrix. No time left. We must interrupt it. Huangfu Shao swung his spear, ready to force his way through. I'll do it. Chen Yu stepped forward, placing himself in front of Huangfu Shao. His gaze locked onto the massive core light group. Within the fire of his soul, the flames of civilization and the dark blue of the star core merged and burned in an unprecedented way. He realized that conventional means of attack, whether through star power or martial essence, would likely struggle to quickly breach that heavy energy barrier. This matrix, this core, represented another form of civilization, cold, precise, and purely rational mechanical order. To break it, perhaps a power beyond mere energy levels was needed, aimed directly at its essence of existence. He recalled the touch of the rules when stitching the gap, remembered the understanding of heritage and order when condensing the river of civilization, and thought of the inclusive yet unyielding essence of the Edavaya civilization. Give me 3 seconds. Chen Yu shouted lowly, slowly cupping his hands in front of his chest and closing his eyes. Huangfu Shao showed no hesitation, sharply ordering, everyone. Full defense. Buy time for Chen Yu. He was the first to thrust the dragon-patterned spear in front of himself, and overwhelming dragon energy transformed into a massive golden dragon shadow that coiled up, protecting everyone in the center. Thunder Hao roared as he forcibly condensed the uncontrollable thunder, constructing a frenzied web of lightning around the dragon's shadow. Yu Yan threw out several interference prisms flashing with spatial fluctuations, trying to disrupt the energy focus. Qing Lin even temporarily stopped healing the diamond, transforming life energy into resilient vine barriers stacked layer upon layer. Yunin Zi cast out talismans to lay down a simple defensive formation. Everyone understood that these were 3 seconds between life and death. Just as they completed their defense, the array's attack arrived. No longer beams of light, but a tsunami-like wave of energy surged in. A deep blue light flooded the entire sea area, carrying the terrifying might to obliterate everything, crashing violently against the united defense built by everyone. Boom! As if heaven and earth were collapsing. The golden dragon's shadow dimmed in its wail, the lightning web instantly shattered, the spatial prisms exploded, vine barriers broke apart inch by inch, and the brilliance of the talisman formation rapidly extinguished. Huangfu Shao spat out a mouthful of blood, Lei Hao knelt on the ground, Yu Yan and Shang Lin's faces turned pale, Yunin Zi's robe was torn apart. In just one strike, the combined defense of everyone wavered, on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Chen Yu opened his eyes. In his eyes, there were no longer stars, nor shadows of civilization, only pure chaos that seemed capable of reflecting the essence of all things. Between his hands, a faint light was beginning to emerge. It was not light condensed from energy, but more like a singularity. A starting point containing countless contradictory concepts of existence and non-existence, order and chaos, birth and end. The heart of Edavia hovered before his chest, its light rained in to the utmost, as if all the foundational essence of civilization was compressed and purified in that moment, injected into the singularity between his hands. This was him forcibly merging all his insights, borrowing the true meaning of breaking barriers from opening heaven, and using Edavia civilization as a cornerstone to simulate the scene of the universe's beginning, the dawn of civilization, creating what far exceeded his current realm of understanding *** singularity, genesis of civilization. Although it was just a prototype, even unable to reach 1/10,000th of the full version's power, its essence had already touched upon a certain forbidden realm. Now is the moment. Chen Yu pushed his hands forward gently. That tiny singularity silently floated out, ignoring the surging wave of energy, disregarding the heavy blue barrier, as if it did not belong to the constraints of this dimension's rules, heading straight toward the massive core light group. The core light group seemed to sense the lethal threat, its pulsing instantly becoming frantic, attempting to mobilize all energy for defense and counterattack, but it was already too late. The singularity touched the outer wall of the core light group. No explosion, no light. Time and space seemed to momentarily stagnate at that instant. Then, centered around the point of contact, an absolute nothingness began to rapidly expand. It was not darkness, but a void that erased even the concept of existence. The immense energy of the core light group, its intricate structure, its cold consciousness, collapsed and dissipated before the spreading void, returning to the most primal chaos. Not just the core light group, but even the dozens of main energy crystal columns closely connected to it turned into nothingness silently under the reach of this void. Having lost its core and main support, the massive blue energy matrix let out a mournful cry from the burden, the remaining structure began to flicker violently and collapse, and the strange order force field enveloping the sea area rapidly dissipated. Is it successful? Lei Hao looked at the area of the matrix core that seemed to be erased by an eraser. Dumbstruck. Quick, retreat. The matrix is about to collapse. It will cause geological changes in the seabed. Xuanji screamed in the channel. Huan Fushao took a deep breath, grabbed the severely injured King Kong, while Chen Yu protected the exhausted Qinglin and Yu Yan. Lei Hao and Yuninzi followed closely behind, and everyone retreated at their fastest speed toward the direction of the Zhulong submersible. Behind them, the massive dark blue matrix was crumbling, crystal columns breaking apart, energy going out of control and exploding, triggering violent tremors and tsunamis in the seabed. Only when they stumbled back into the Zhulong submersible and activated maximum power to escape the area could they still feel the devastating energy turbulence behind them. Inside the cabin, there was a silence of surviving a disaster. Everyone looked at Chen Yu, whose face was pale, breathing weaker than before, even golden blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, their eyes filled with indescribable shock and awe. What was that strike just now? What kind of power was that? Chen Yu leaned against the wall of the cabin, feeling his body nearly emptied, even the soul fire becoming unsteady, but his heart was calm. He had validated a path that might counter and even surpass those powerful cosmic enemies. But this path seemed filled with taboos, and each step taken might come with unimaginable costs. He glanced at King Kong, whose life signs were still weak but finally stabilized for now, and looked out the window at the gradually receding, still collapsing dark blue light. The Star Shuttle's first strike paid a bloody price, but it also severed an important tentacle of the Reaper reaching for the blue planet. This was just the beginning. Chapter 99, Rising Darkness on the Return Journey, Federal Envoy. The Zhulong submersible was violently tossed in the turbulent seabed currents, like a small boat in a storm, striving to escape to safe waters. Behind them, the once grand and mysterious dark blue matrix had completely turned into a wasteland of rampant energy, with collapsing crystal columns triggering chain reactions, stirring up the dead silence of the deep sea thousands of meters down. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was as heavy as the water pressure outside. Qinglin's face was pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hands still pressing on King Kong's huge chest, the emerald life energy flowing continuously, nourishing the horrible wound, engaging in a tug-of-war with the residual destructive energy. King Kong's life signs were still weak, but finally escaped the immediate danger of vanishing, falling into a deep sleep recovery state. Lei Hao sat silently to the side, wiping the charred heavy pulse cannon in his hand, his eyes reflecting untamed anger and a hint of fear. Yu Yan closed her eyes to recuperate, the damage on her shoulder slowly healing with special spray and her own energy, but her tightly furrowed brows showed her inner turmoil. Yuningzi was beside King Kong, divining good and bad omens, his face slightly clearer, but still serious. Xuanji was completely absorbed in the data stream captured in the final moment before the matrix collapsed, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard, trying to analyze more intelligence about the Reaper. Chen Yu leaned against the wall of the cabin, closing his eyes to recuperate. Forcing the prototype of singularity, genesis of civilization, the backlash far exceeded his imagination. Not only was his strength exhausted, but his soul also cried out in tearing pain, the soul fire dimming, the pulse of the heart of Edavia slowing down. He felt his body and soul were like a porcelain filled with cracks, any carelessness could cause it to shatter completely. This time, without 10 days or a month of careful nurturing, it would be hard to recover. Huan Fushao was in slightly better condition, but resisting the energy of the matrix also injured his insides. He walked to Chen Yu's side and handed over a bottle emitting a rich life aura of jade-like spiritual liquid. How do you feel? Chen Yu took the liquid and drank it all in one go, a gentle yet powerful vitality spreading within his body, slightly easing the piercing pain and weakness. He slowly opened his eyes, fatigue unmistakably visible in his gaze. I'm not dead. But for now, I cannot use that kind of power again. Huan Fushao nodded, looking at him with a complex expression. Your last strike has already surpassed my understanding of power. What was that? Chen Yu fell silent for a moment, shaking his head. I'm not entirely sure either. It's just a kind of feeling. I felt that only by using that method could I break the cold order. The cost, you saw it. He did not elaborate, and Huan Fushao did not ask further. Everyone has their own secrets and trump cards, especially in this era full of crises. King Kong He. Qinglin preserved his foundation, but to fully recover will require time and rare medicinal materials, more importantly, his own will. Huan Fushao sighed. This time we were careless, not expecting a single outpost device of the Reaper to be so troublesome, and to possess such high intelligence. It's not just intelligence. Xuanji, who had been processing data, suddenly looked up, a mix of excitement and fear on his face. I've analyzed some core data remnants. This matrix, codenamed Deep Blue Beacon, its main function is indeed to amplify and stabilize cross-dimensional signals, but it also has a hidden secondary instruction *** to collect and upload combat data of specific high-energy entities on this planet, ***. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Collecting combat data? This means their battle with the Matrix had likely been recorded and sent to the Reaper. Our combat methods, power characteristics, even the partial data of your last strike, Chen Yu, may have all been exposed. Xuanji's voice carried bitterness. This was undoubtedly a terrible piece of news. Being thoroughly analyzed by a higher civilization meant that they would lose their intelligence advantage in future confrontations and might even face targeted countermeasures. The atmosphere in the cabin became even more oppressive. At that moment, Star Language, who had been quietly sitting in the corner, seemingly indifferent to the world, suddenly looked up, his clear eyes gazing into the endless darkness outside the porthole, and softly said, "Guests are coming." His voice was soft, yet it made everyone instantly alert. Almost as soon as Star Language's words fell, the control system of the submersible emitted a sharp alarm. Warning! High-dimensional spatial entry fluctuation detected. Location, directly above, distance, 5,000 meters. Warning! Unknown signal requests to connect to the communication channel. Signal source cannot be identified, not in the Reaper spectrum. Huangfu Xiao and Chen Yu exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Not the Reaper? Then who could it be? Let them in, Huangfu Xiao said in a deep voice. A faint electrical noise crackled through the communication channel, then a calm and clear voice emerged, carrying a unique electronic synthetic quality, with a bit less authority than they heard before on the icefield, yet more peace. This is the Starfire Order Federation, External Affairs Officer, number 734. Detecting the disappearance of the deep blue beacon signal, confirming it was destroyed by you. According to Article 17, Section 4 of the Pan-Dimensional Civilization Watch Agreement, low-sequence civilizations that successfully repel the invasion of the Reaper and destroy its key facilities will receive information support and basic evaluation. Please provide safe coordinates, and we will send envoys for initial contact and information exchange. Starfire Order Federation. They actually took the initiative to reach out at this moment. The people in the cabin exchanged glances, having just experienced a fierce battle, and now learning their data might have been accessed by the Reaper. The arrival of the Order Camp envoy brought both hope and uncertainty. Huangfu Xiao looked at Chen Yu, seeking his opinion with his eyes. Chen Yu slightly nodded. No matter what, contacting Starfire to gain more information about the Starsea and the enemy is a crucial step at this moment. Provide our coastal base coordinates and set them to level 3 contact permission. Huangfu Xiao ordered the operators, then responded to the communication channel. Starfire Officer, the coordinates have been sent. Dragon Country, Star Shuttle Special Operations Team, welcome your arrival. The communication was cut off. The Shulong submersible adjusted its direction and accelerated towards the Dragon Country coastline. Chen Yu looked at the gradually brightening upper sea from the porthole, his heart turbulent. The threat of the Reaper felt like a thorn in his back. The backlash of his own power urgently needed to be solved, injured teammates needed treatment, and now the emissaries of the Starfire Federation were about to arrive. The path ahead remained shrouded in fog, fraught with danger. But no matter what, they had already cleaved the first ray of light from the dark abyss. The journey of the Star Shuttle had just begun. Chapter 100, The Meeting of Starfire, Introduction Description. The Shulong submersible quietly surfaced, like a weary giant beast on the sea surface interwoven with night and dawn. In the distance, the outline of a heavily guarded base on the eastern coast of the Dragon Country was already in sight. Several sci-fi-styled vertical takeoff and landing fighters, adorned with dragon emblems, were circling low for surveillance, creating a tense atmosphere. The hatch opened, and the thick, salty air rushed in. Medical personnel had been waiting on the dock and quickly took away the still unconscious Jin Han and the exhausted Qinglin, sending them to the deepest medical center in the base for emergency treatment. With Huangfu Zhao's support, Chen Yu stepped onto solid ground. Although his steps were a bit unsteady, his back remained straight. His gaze swept over the fully prepared base, finally landing on the nearby helipad. There, a small aircraft of about 10 meters in length, streamlined and shimmering with a matte silver luster, was parked. It stood quietly apart from the surrounding Dragon Country fighters, exuding a sense of advanced technology and undeniable order. The emissaries of Starfire had arrived. Do you think you can hold on? Huangfu Xiao asked softly, sensing the chaos and weakness in Chen Yu's aura. It's fine. Chen Yu gently exhaled a breath of stale air, suppressing the sharp pain from the soul fire. I can't show fear in front of outsiders. Moments later, in the core area of the base, in a confidential yet comfortable reception room, Chen Yu, Huangfu Xiao, along with the Grand Elder, an old man in a dark robe, representing the senior leadership of Dragon City and the director of the Research Institute Zhu Ke, sat on one side as representatives of the Dragon Country. Opposite them were two emissaries of the Starfire Order Federation. The leader was a tall woman in a silver-gray fitted uniform, her features delicate yet expressionless, with long ice-blue hair. Her pupils were pure silver, like two unfathomable pools of liquid metal, scanning everyone with a robotic scrutiny. She introduced herself as she, an external affairs officer. The other one appeared a bit peculiar. He seemed like a middle-aged male human, casually dressed in a white lab coat, with messy hair, and an expression of curiosity mixed with a touch of post-sleep lethargy.
He was keenly observing the decor of the reception room, especially a classical ink painting of the Dragon Country hanging on the wall.
He was a technical consultant with the codename MOFE. Thank you all for your hospitality.
She began. Her voice was calm and electronic, just like on the communication. First of all, congratulations on successfully destroying the Reaper's Deep Blue Beacon node. According to the agreement, you have obtained preliminary rights to information and contact qualifications. She had no idle talk and directly got to the point, raising her hand to make a motion in the air, producing a solid holographic screen.
This is based on our current observations.
The Harvester activity map in your planet and surrounding star regions. On the screen, centered around the blue planet, several flashing red dots are marked around it, including the resolved Northern Passage, Eastern Sea Seastone, and the recently destroyed Deep Blue Beacon. In addition, under the Antarctic ice cap, deep within Siberia's permafrost, and even in a specific area of the mantle, red signals are marked, some clear and some dim.
As you can see, the infiltration far exceeds your imagination.
Xi's voice was calm. The Deep Blue Beacon was just one of the more important links, responsible for stabilizing and amplifying the signal from a jump point at the edge of the Oort cloud. Its destruction will temporarily slow the speed at which the Harvester main fleet locks on and arrives here, but it cannot fundamentally solve the problem.
The Great Elder asked in a deep voice, Main fleet, how long is it expected before they arrive? Based on signal decay models and the Harvester's usual invasion efficiency, your safe window.
A flicker of data passed through Xi's silver pupils, at most no more than 3 standard blue planet months.
3 months?
Although they had prepared mentally, this clear timeline still made all the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom present feel a heavy weight in their hearts.
The pressure came crashing down like a mountain. So, what do your Federation's so-called information support and basic assessment specifically refer to? Huangfu Xiao asked directly.
This time, the one who spoke was the technical advisor Murphy, who pulled out something resembling a fruit, exuding a fragrant energy, and took a bite, mumbling, it means telling you some common knowledge and then giving you a score. He snapped his fingers, and the content on the holographic screen changed, displaying the civilization sequence classification that Chen Yu already knew, but in much greater detail. Primitive civilization, not mastered controllable nuclear fusion and interstellar travel, psychic energy use in its infancy. Low-sequence civilization, initially mastered stellar-level travel, energy use systematized, individual or collective strength can reach A-level standard, possessing basic interstellar defense and negotiation capabilities. Mid-sequence civilization, mastered warp travel and other faster-than-light technologies, capable of altering planetary environments, individual strength can reach S-level, civilizations overall will can gradually influence rules.
High-sequence civilization, dimensional travel, creating small worlds, individuals can rival deities, civilization itself is law. Divine-level civilization, limited to legend, transcending dimensions, conceptual existence.
You guys, Murphy pointed to the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, are currently at the critical point of transitioning from primitive civilization to low-sequence civilization. The reason you haven't been officially included in the sequence is mainly because your technological tree is a bit skewed, and the development of psychic energy, their term for our cultivation system, and technological advancement is unbalanced, and you have yet to form a unified, quantifiable strength rating and
application standard. Additionally, your national fortune game.
He wrinkled his nose, is crude, inefficient, and seems to have some other shadows behind it, not a proper advancement channel. His words were blunt but hit the nail on the head.
So, what is the assessment result?
Chen Yu spoke for the first time, his voice calm, yet it immediately caught the attention of the two envoys. Xi's silver pupils focused on Chen Yu, as if scanning him thoroughly from inside to out. Individual Chen Yu, potential evaluation upgraded from very high to abyss level, risk level adjusted from to be observed to highly concerned, the complexity of the power system you have fused, and the energy level of that civilization artifact, the heart of Adivaya, has already attracted the interest of certain departments within the Federation.
Abyss level. Highly concerned. This was anything but an ordinary evaluation.
Murphy also leaned over, looking at Chen Yu with curiosity. Kid, the move you used to destroy the core of the Deep Blue Beacon, the energy spectrum is quite unique, carrying a bit of source aura, though very faint. How did you do it?
Chen Yu's heart tightened slightly. The other party could actually detect the residual energy of the singularity move?
His expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, it was a coincidence, just overdrawn potential, nothing that can be replicated.
Murphy blinked, seemingly not convinced, but didn't ask further questions.
She took over the conversation. Based on your achievement in destroying the Deep Blue Beacon, and the assessment of the individual Chen Yu, the Federation has decided to grant you the qualification of Preparatory Observer Civilization. You will be given access to a limited Federation internal network, allowing you to query some public Starsea knowledge, low-tier technology tree directories, and some non-core unit data on the Reapers. She waved her hand, and a device the size of a fingernail, like a crystal-thin sheet, floated in front of the Grand Elder.
This is the access terminal.
Remember, you currently only have query rights, no trading rights, no priority for requests, and no rights for direct technology transfer. Whether you can successfully advance to a formal low-tier civilization and survive the upcoming invasion depends entirely on you. Information support, it turns out, was not direct military aid, but a catalog and a test to a broader world.
The Grand Elder solemnly took the terminal, and in a deep voice, he said, "Dragon Kingdom, remember this."
She nodded and her silver eyes once again swept over the group, finally lingering on Chen Yu for a moment. "I hope that when we meet again, you will have earned a seat at the Star-Sea negotiation table. I wish you good luck." With that, she and Murphy's figures flickered as if the signal had failed, then disappeared as though they had never been there.
The small silver aircraft had also quietly left, unknown when.
In the meeting room, only the Dragon Kingdom's people remained, along with the crystal terminal carrying both hope and pressure.
Chen Yu slowly clenched his fist. Preparatory observer, civilization rank, 3 months.
He knew, a life-or-death race against time had officially begun, starting now.
Chapter 101, Breaking and Rebuilding, Starfire Tempering the Soul.
After the Starfire emissaries left, the atmosphere in the base did not relax, but instead became even more serious.
The countdown of 3 months hung over everyone like the sword of Damocles.
Chen Yu was immediately sent to the deepest special care ward of the medical center. The equipment here combined Dragon City's most profound spiritual array techniques with the most advanced biological repair technology. The air was filled with pure spiritual energy and gentle life force.
But Chen Yu's condition was far from an ordinary injury.
He lay in the vitality liquid, but his consciousness sank into a chaotic sea of consciousness. The once brilliant soul flame now dimmed like a flickering candle in the wind, the flames wavering uncertainly, and the edges were covered with spiderweb-like cracks. These were the soul backlash caused by forcibly activating the Singularity Civilization Genesis embryo. Each breath brought excruciating pain, as if his soul was being torn apart. The pulse of the heart of Edavaya had also weakened considerably. The transmitted civilization energy was intermittent, barely protecting his heart pulse and consciousness core, but unable to repair the damage that touched his origin.
The situation is not optimistic, the head of the medical center, an elder with a calm aura but a furrowed brow, whispered to the visiting Huangfu Shao and the Grand Elder. "Mr. Chen's physical injuries are healing rapidly, but his soul seems to have been burned by some power beyond understanding. Conventional soul recovery pills and healing spells have little effect.
That destructive power is of such a high level that it is even slowly eroding our healing energy." The Grand Elder looked at the monitoring screen, where the curve representing Chen Yu's soul strength was constantly hovering in the danger zone, and said in a deep voice, "Spare no expense. All treasures from the Dragon City Vault that benefit the soul, prioritize their use.
Whatever is needed, report it directly."
"Yes." However, no matter how precious the medicine was, it still couldn't.
It also seems hard to touch the core of the Singularity backlash.
Just when everyone was at a loss, the silent observer Xuanji hurried over with his data panel.
"Perhaps we can change our approach."
Xuanji's eyes sparkled with excitement. "We have been trying to use repair to combat the wounds in his soul, but could it be possible that this wound itself is also a chance?"
"What do you mean?" Huangfu Shao asked.
"I found scattered records about individuals from advanced civilizations breaking through their limits in the restricted database left by the Starfire Federation." Xuanji quickly pulled up the information. "It mentions that certain individuals with extremely high potential, after forcibly wielding powers far beyond their own level, although they suffer serious backlash, their soul structure will also be expanded, leaving huge gaps and scars. If we can find a suitable way, not to fill these gaps, but to refine and reshape these scars with purer, higher dimensional energy, then it might be possible to break and then rebuild, causing the soul to transcend."
Break and then rebuild. Refine and reshape. This idea is bold and crazy. Higher dimensional energy, where do we find such energy? The elder frowned.
Xuanji pointed to the north and then to the sky. "During the Northern Front War, when the Starfire fleet purged the Reaper bone ship, the remaining parts of the highly pure order energy, we collected samples. Also, Chen Yu himself possesses the heart of the Edavaya civilization, which is also of very high nature. Most importantly, starry sky power ***. The starry sky visualization technique he practices draws upon the vast power from the cosmic sea."
"You mean to actively refine his damaged soul with these 3 kinds of power?" Huangfu Shao gasped. "This is too risky. A slight misstep could mean a disastrous end. This is his only chance for survival and the only possibility of breaking through to A level."
Xuanji's tone was firm. "His soul has been forcibly opened by the power of the Singularity, leading to a gap towards a higher level.
Conventional repairs will only cause this gap to close and return to the original state.
Only by seizing this opportunity and reshaping it with stronger power can we take that step. Otherwise, he may remain stuck at the peak of B level forever, or even suffer irreversible soul injuries, regressing in cultivation."
The room fell into silence.
This decision concerns Chen Yu's life and death, as well as the future of Dragon Country. At this moment, Chen Yu in the life support pod slightly trembled his eyelids. He was not completely unconscious, the sounds from the outside clearly reached his sea of consciousness. He used all his strength to gather a faint wave of mental energy and conveyed it to those present. I agree to try. No hesitation, no fear, only a determination to rise from the ashes.
Everyone was moved.
The elder took a deep breath, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Since this is his own choice, then let's prepare. Mobilize all resources and set up the 3 yuan soul refining formation. Use order energy as the guide, the heart of civilization as the foundation, and starry sky power as the hammer. The massive machine of Dragon City began to operate efficiently again. Hours later, in a secret chamber on the bottom floor of the medical center, filled with mysterious runes that activated the dragon energy of the earth and the power of the stars in the universe, Chen Yu sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. Above his head, a pure sphere of order energy, radiating a gentle white light, spun slowly. Before his chest, the heart of Idavaya detached from his body, floating upward, emanating a warm and rich glow of civilization. The chamber's dome was made of a transparent special material, and at this moment, the night sky was clear, with the light of countless stars being gathered by the formation into solid beams, enveloping his body. Huangfu Xiao, the elder, Xuanji, and several top formation masters and medical experts from Dragon City sat around the formation, their expressions grave, ready to respond to any unexpected situation.
Start. With the elder's command, the 3 yuan soul refining formation roared to life.
Buzz. The order's white light first fell, like the most precise scalpel, accurately piercing the cracks on Chen Yu's soul fire. The intense pain instantly surged multiple levels. Chen Yu's body trembled violently, but he firmly held onto his spiritual core, allowing that pure power to wash away the chaos and destruction lingering in the cracks. Then, the brilliance of the heart of Edawia enveloped his soul fire like a warm mother, providing an unending source of vitality and an anchor of existence, preventing his soul from collapsing under the cleansing of the order's energy. Finally, the vast and immense power of the starry sky fell like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, transforming into an invisible hammer, striking again and again, fiercely forging on the soul cracks that were cleared by the order's energy and stabilized by the civilization's brilliance. This was not repair, it was a symphony of destruction and remaking. Chen Yu felt his soul being shattered again and then reassembled in the brilliance of civilization. The ultimate pain swept over him like a tide, but the indestructible will deep in his consciousness became ever purer and more resilient in the agony. He saw the rise and fall of civilization swirling before his eyes, saw the birth and extinction of stars imprinted in his soul, and felt the balance and conflict of order and chaos. He did not know how long it had been, seemingly just a moment, yet also seeming like countless years. When that hammering pain reached its peak. Crack! A crisp shattering sound emerged from the depths of his soul. It was not the soul fire that shattered, but some invisible barrier that had been binding and imprisoning him, which was completely shattered at this moment. The dim soul fire suddenly erupted with a brilliance never seen before. That brilliance was no longer a simple bright white, it transformed into a deep, chaotic starlight that seemed to contain the flow of galaxies and the scrolls of civilization. All the cracks on the soul fire were smoothed out at this moment and became more solid and larger. An unprecedented feeling of strength, transparency, and control over oneself and the surrounding world surged forth. In the secret chamber, a vast energy pressure roared outward from Chen Yu as the center. If it weren't for the grand formation that isolated it, perhaps the entire base would have been alarmed. Level A. He had finally taken this crucial step, truly entering the ranks of the strong who could initially stir the rules of the world. Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes, the chaotic starlight flickering in his gaze. He felt the vast power, far greater than before, surging within him, along with the completeness and strength of his soul's breakthrough. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the barrier of the secret chamber, seeing the endless starry sky. 3 months, enough. Chapter 102, Hidden Database, Glimmering Path Ahead. Level A. In the secret chamber, the overwhelming pressure slowly receded, finally returning to calm. The heart-thumping chaotic starlight around Chen Yu gradually retracted, merging into the depths of his eyes, making his gaze deeper, as if containing an infinite starry sky and a heavy history. He slowly rose, moving fluidly and naturally, no longer weak and stiff as before. Just standing there gave people a sense of harmony as if he were part of the rules of this space. This marked Level A, the initial control of the rules, the sign of a completed leap in life levels. Congratulations! Huangfu Xiao was the first to step forward, heavily patting Chen Yu's shoulder, his face filled with genuine joy and a hint of unnoticeable emotion. He had personally witnessed this young man rise at an astonishing speed, and now he had stepped into this realm coveted by countless cultivators before him. The Grand Elder, Xuanji, and others also came forward to congratulate, their expressions filled with excitement. Chen Yu's breakthrough was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline for the currently stormy Dragon Country. How do you feel? The Grand Elder asked with concern, feeling that Chen Yu's aura was incredibly stable. There is no rootless and superficial appearance, although the 3 yuan soul refinement is dangerous, its effects are truly astonishing. Unprecedentedly good. Chen Yu clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body, as well as the fulfillment and strength of his soul after being reshaped. Not only has my injury healed completely, but my perception and use of power have entered a new realm. With a slight movement of his mind, a wisp of chaotic star brilliance danced at his fingertips, causing subtle ripples in the surrounding space, as if it could be twisted and folded by him at any moment.
This was an exquisite control that was unimaginable when he was at B rank.
Most importantly, Chen Yu looked at the heart of Idavaya that floated before him, its glow seeming to be warmer and brighter because of his breakthrough. My connection with it has become even tighter.
Many of the previously obscure civilizations' knowledge is now much clearer.
He reached out, and the heart of Idavaya transformed into a stream of light, re-entering his chest.
A feeling of perfect harmony naturally arose.
Great! Chen Ji excitedly pushed up his glasses. You've broken through to A rank, and your soul strength has greatly increased. You should be able to bear and analyze the data left by the Starfire Federation much better now. There must be things we need urgently in there. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they immediately moved toward the core information processing center of the base. That crystal-like terminal was connected to the highest performance superbrain of the Dragon Country, a creation that combined a supercomputer and the core of an array. As the permission verification passed, an extremely simple, highly technological interface projected onto the huge light screen. The interface was divided into several major categories: Star Sea Knowledge, Civilization Sequence Detailed Explanation, Pan-Dimensional Forces Brief Overview, Non-Confidential, Known Hostile Units Database, Low Threat Level, Basic Technology Tree Directory, Primitive Low Sequence, Energy Application Principles Analysis. A dazzling array, as if it opened a door to a new world for them. Prioritize searching for information about the Reapers and feasible plans to enhance the overall strength of civilization.
The Elder commanded.
Chen Ji's fingers flew across the controls, operating quickly.
A large amount of information was filtered, extracted, and translated.
The information about the Reapers was much more detailed than what she described before, including several common combat unit structure diagrams, energy characteristics weakness analysis, and their common modes of devouring planetary life to construct nests. It clearly mentioned that facilities like sea ruins and deep blue beacons often heralded larger-scale invasions, aiming to transform the planetary environment to make it more suitable for the main forces of the Reapers to arrive and engage in battle. Regarding civilization enhancement, the database provided several clear main routes. 1. Standardization and popularization of energy systems. Establish a system for quantifying, teaching, and allowing more people to quickly grasp and enhance energy cultivation or application systems, whether on the technological side or the mysterious side.
This is an important indicator of a civilization's level.
2. Planetary defense and counterattack network. Integrate global forces to build a planetary defense system capable of resisting orbital bombardment and even primary dimensional strikes, and develop a fleet or corresponding means capable of navigating within star systems. 3. Cohesion of civilizational will. When facing great external threats, whether the civilization can rapidly eliminate internal differences and form a unified and effective decision-making and execution mechanism. In this regard, the database subtly pointed out that the internal losses and gaps between nations caused by the national fortune game in Dragon Country are serious shortcomings. 4. Breakthroughs in key individuals and technologies, possessing A rank or above individual combat power, or achieving low-sequence civilization standards in a key technological field, can serve as a door opener for civilization promotion. Standardization of energy systems, planetary defense networks, the Elder murmured to himself, his eyes growing brighter.
Although these directions were difficult, they at least provided clear goals.
Look here.
Xuanji suddenly pointed excitedly at an entry marked Recommended Feasible Plan. Spiritual Energy Technology Fusion Path.
After analyzing the current situation of our blue star, especially Dragon Nation, the database believes that we have the potential to pursue this path. Combining individual spiritual energy, cultivation power, with cutting-edge technology, it will create unique equipment, weapons, and even war vehicles. This maximizes the utilization of our existing talents and technological reserves, achieving rapid enhancement of combat power. Concept images appeared on the screen: exoskeleton armor driven by cultivators, powered by true essence or spirit stones, energy cannons engraved with amplification formations, even giant mechs or starships controlled by powerful cultivators as core nodes.
This path may really be feasible. Huangfu Xiao's eyes erupted with brilliance. Dragon City had already been on the road of merging ancient traditions with modern power, but it lacked systematic theoretical guidance and a higher-level blueprint.
Chen Yu quietly browsed through this information, his mind racing. This knowledge was like a puzzle, helping him build a clear framework for future development. His gaze finally settled on a corner of the database, where there was an inconspicuous subdirectory named Record of Abnormal Individuals, Unofficial, which required extremely high access permissions, and even their current preliminary observer qualifications could not unlock it. But for some reason, Chen Yu felt that perhaps hidden in that directory was information related to him, the heart of Idavaya, and even the deeper secrets behind this national luck game. The road has already been marked. Chen Yu withdrew his gaze and looked at the Grand Elder and Huangfu Xiao, his voice calm and firm. Next, it's time to rush against the clock, transforming this knowledge into our own strength.
There isn't much time left for us.
Outside the window, dawn had arrived, but everyone knew this might be the final calm before the storm.
Chapter 103, Initial Star Map, Federal Code. In the core information room, data flowed like a waterfall on the massive light screen. Xuanji, like a child who had discovered treasure, excitedly interpreted the key information extracted from the Spark database to everyone. Look! Here are several forms and energy core weaknesses of the Reaper Standard Combat Unit. Xuanji pulled up several structural diagrams, clearly marking the energy circuits and weak points of black bone ships, killing machines, and even that kind of boneblade monster whale they encountered underwater. With these, during our next encounter, we can conduct targeted strikes, improving our efficiency by at least 30%. And this, the basic energy matrix principle. He pulled up another document. It describes some general energy guiding, compressing, and shield generation technologies. Although it's only basic, it is much more efficient and systematic than many formation principles we currently grasp. If we can fully understand it, whether for individual equipment or large defensive facilities, it will bring a qualitative leap. The Grand Elder and Huangfu Xiao listened with burning gazes. This knowledge was exactly what the Dragon Nation urgently needed. It was like a key that could open a door to a higher technological level. Chen Yu's gaze lingered more on the information regarding the paths of civilization development and the patterns of the Starsea. The spiritual energy technology fusion path was highlighted, and the database even provided some theoretical frameworks and preliminary design blueprints. For instance, a core component called Spirit Pivot, which can serve as a converter, stably and efficiently inputting spiritual energy, mental power, and more into technological devices, allowing them to exert effects far beyond conventional energy. Immediately organized the top researchers and formation masters, and established the Spiritual Technology Fusion Project Team. The Grand Elder decisively commanded, based on these theories, combine our rune technology and modern science. Prioritize the development of individual combat equipment and regional defense modules. Yes. Immediately, the responsible personnel took their orders and left. Chen Yu pointed to the few red dots on the star map marked as harvesters active, especially the signals in Antarctica, Siberia, and deep in the mantle. He said in a deep voice, these places must be confirmed and dealt with as soon as possible. With the deep blue beacon destroyed, they may accelerate the construction of other nodes or activate backup plans. Agreed. Huangfu Xiao nodded. The star shuttle needs to take action immediately. Chen Yu, you just broke through and need time to stabilize your realm. This time, I will go too. Chen Yu interrupted him, his tone unyielding. I have initially stabilized my A-grade realm and need practical experience to familiarize myself with my new power. Moreover, in the face of possible unknown risks, more A-grade combat power means increased assurance. He felt the vast power within him, as vast as the sea and controllable as his arm, and a strong confidence arose. He had a premonition that the upcoming battle would be an excellent opportunity for him to become familiar and master A-grade power. The elder pondered for a moment and looked at Chen Yu. How confident are you? I can't say I am 10 out of 10, but protecting my teammates and safely retreating shouldn't be a problem. Chen Yu answered calmly. This was not arrogance, but a clear understanding of his strength. Good. The elder no longer hesitated. Xiao, you and Chen Yu will lead the team together, drawing elite forces from the Star Shuttle to prioritize addressing the signal sources in Antarctica and Siberia. The situation in the deep mantle is too complex. We'll discuss it after the first two places are resolved. Understood. Once the task was assigned, everyone was preparing to disperse for their own preparations. However, Chen Yu suddenly had a thought and called out to Xuanji, who was about to delve into the database. Xuanji, try using my soul fluctuations and the energy of the Adavya heart as a key to access the subdirectory called Abnormal Individual Record, Unofficial. After breaking through to A-grade, Chen Yu's soul perception had sharpened several times over. He faintly felt that the encrypted directory was related to him. The Adavya heart also resonated slightly, as if responding to that directory. Xuanji paused for a moment and then quickly responded, okay, let me try. He quickly operated and guided Chen Yu to a special sensing area. Chen Yu focused his mind, releasing his unique soul fluctuations, which fused chaotic starlight with the breath of civilization, while also invoking the Adavya heart to emit a wisp of pure civilization radiance. The super brain's receiver captured this special energy signal and began attempting to decrypt the directory's encryption. The progress bar moved slowly, and everyone's hearts began to race. This directory clearly did not belong to the Spark Federation's official information but was more like a personal record from one or several members of the Federation, and its encryption level even exceeded some official information. Access permission granted. A crisp prompt sounded, and the directory was successfully opened. Inside, there were not numerous files, but rather only a few record entries, each marked with strange codes and brief descriptions. Chen Yu's gaze was instantly drawn to one record entry. Record number, E77. Target code, Civilization C Adavya, Remnant. Status, confirmed lost/destroyed. Core, Adavya Heart, was obtained and bound by organic individual Chen Yu, Dragon Country, at the number XT7412 Wilderness Trial Ground, ***.
Note, this individual possesses exceptional potential, and the growth rate exceeds model predictions. The method of power fusion shows a 7.3% similarity to the remaining characteristics of the source, error plus or minus 2.1%.
Suggestion: long-term observation, assess the possibility of its connection to the lost era. Risk level, tentatively observation level. If similarity exceeds 15%, raise to containment level. Recorder: Murphy, technical consultant. Chen Yu's pupils suddenly constricted. The Adavia civilization was documented by the Spark Federation and referred to as the civilization seed? They not only knew that the Adavia heart had fallen into his hands, but even analyzing the similarity between his own powers and that so-called source. Source? What is that? What is the lost era? What chilled him more was the last sentence: if the similarity exceeds 15%, elevate to containment level. That is definitely not a friendly term. Spark Federation. Their so-called order and observation, the true purpose hidden behind it is not as simple as it seems. They help lower-tier civilizations resist the harvesters, but perhaps it also includes monitoring, research, and even eliminating certain anomalies. He and the Adavia civilization he represents might not merely be seen as preparatory observers that need support in the eyes of the Spark, but as a sample that needs to be closely monitored. A chill crept up his spine. The slight hope and goodwill he once held towards the Spark vanished at this moment. In the vast starry sea, indeed, there is no kindness without reason, only bare interests and calculations. What's wrong? Huan Fushao sensed that Chen Yu's expression was unusual and asked in a low voice. Chen Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and shook his head. It's nothing, just saw some records about the Adavia civilization. He did not reveal the specifics. Now was not the time. This news was too shocking, and once leaked, it could cause unnecessary panic and even affect their seemingly cooperative relationship with the Spark. But in his heart, the highest alarm had been sounded. In front were the harvesters eyeing them like wolves, with a massive army approaching in 3 months. Behind lurked the Spark Federation, secretly observing with unclear intentions. The situation of Longhua and himself was far more dangerous than he had imagined. He glanced at the technological data on the screen representing hope and the future, then looked at the cold, anomalous individual record. The road ahead must be walked with greater caution, and he must become strong faster. Strong enough to face the fleet of the harvesters, and strong enough to make the Spark Federation think twice before casually using their so-called containment measures. Prepare to depart. Chen Yu turned around, his gaze regaining calm, but deep within, there was an unprecedented chill and determination. Our time is more urgent than we imagined. Chapter 104: Beneath the Icefield, the Flesh and Blood Furnace. At the top level of Long City Base, beside the Torch Dragon submersible, a smaller, sharper-edged flying craft was docked, the Screeching Dragon assault ship. This was a high-speed assault unit quickly modified from a combination of some basic technologies of the Spark and their own psychic abilities, specially equipped for the Star Shuttle team for this operation. Chen Yu, Huang Fushao, Yu Yan, Lei Hao, Xin Ji, and the mostly healed Qing Lin boarded the assault ship. Yuninzi, the Daoist, remained at the base, responsible for overall monitoring and fortune-telling. Xingyu, due to her special abilities, was assigned to a newly established department dedicated to analyzing information from the Spark database and alien signals. The Diamond was still undergoing intensive treatment, but her position was filled by a young genius from Long City's Tiangong Fong, a girl codenamed Thousand Mechanisms. She was skilled in creating and using various psychic mechanisms and miniature puppets, able to compensate for the team's reconnaissance and tactical support capabilities in complex environments. The Screeching Dragon assault ship emitted a silent blue plasma flow from its tail, rising vertically, and then transformed into a shadow difficult to catch by the naked eye, tearing through the clouds and speeding toward the southernmost point of the Earth, the Antarctic. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was serious. Xian Ji projected the latest analysis results of the Antarctic signal source onto the holographic screen. The target is located about 3,000 meters beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, near a huge subglacial lake. The energy readings share the same source as the harvesters, but the manifestation is very peculiar. Xian Ji adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with confusion. It is not chaotic and corrosive like Sea Ruin, nor cold and orderly like Deep Blue Beacon. Instead, it carries a strange vitality fluctuation, accompanied by high-intensity heat energy radiation. Vitality? Heat energy? Huang Fushao frowned. Is the Reaper conducting biological experiments in Antarctica? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Chen Yu spoke, recalling fragments from the Spark database about the Reaper. The data mentions that the Reaper civilization is skilled in the fusion technology of biology and machinery. They sometimes use the biomass and geothermal resources of the target planet to construct a biological furnace, mass-producing combat units that are adapted to specific environments. His gaze sharpened. If there really is a biological furnace beneath Antarctica, we must destroy it as soon as possible. Otherwise, once it operates at full capacity, it could quickly create a massive army of monsters adapted to extreme cold environments. Hours later, the Xiaolong assault ship entered the Antarctic Circle.
Outside the porthole was an endless world of ice and snow, with howling winds carrying ice flakes, making visibility extremely low. The assault ship activated its environmental camouflage system, like a ghost blending into the wind and snow, quietly approaching the target coordinates. Approaching the target area. The signal source is directly below. Chen Yu reported. Release the ice mite detectors. Huangfu Xiao commanded. Several fist-sized, spider-like mechanical detectors ejected from the belly of the assault ship, silently piercing through the thick ice layer and descending. The images returned made everyone in the cabin gasp in shock. Beneath the ice layer was not the expected rock or lake water, but a vast cavity that had been forcefully excavated and altered. The cavern walls were covered with a writhing biological matrix, seemingly fused from flesh and some kind of black metal, with countless thick, blood vessel-like energy pipes throbbing within, delivering dark red energy flows. At the center of the cavity was a gigantic, heart-like flesh chamber that slowly contracted and expanded. The chamber's surface was covered with dense holes, occasionally spitting out incomplete, varied monsters that fell into the boiling, high-temperature, and pungent-smelling biological cultivation pool below. Those monsters rapidly took shape in the pool, becoming fearsome and terrifying. Some resembled oversized penguins covered in bone armor, while others had multiple limbs and blade-like bones like seals. This was clearly an efficient and terrifying biological weapons factory. Target confirmed, Reaper Antarctic Ice Corp's furnace. Chen Yu's voice trembled slightly. It is utilizing geothermal energy and the local biomass beneath the Antarctic ice sheet to mass-produce polar combat units. The output is extremely high. Find its core. Destroy it. Chen Yu commanded firmly. At this moment, Yu Yan suddenly warned, high energy reaction detected. The furnace core is gathering energy. It has found us. The enormous flesh chamber suddenly accelerated its throbbing, and all the holes on its surface lit up with a glaring red light simultaneously. A powerful energy fluctuation locked onto the Xiaolong assault ship, hiding thousands of meters above in the storm. Evade! Huangfu Xiao shouted. The assault ship abruptly maneuvered to the side. A thick, dark red beam of energy, containing high temperature and corrosive power, instantly pierced through the ice layer, shooting towards the sky as it grazed the tail of the assault ship. The part of the ship brushed by the beam turned dark red and softened instantly, leaving behind shocking marks. Such powerful attacks. Lei Hao gasped. We can't let it keep attacking. Force our way in. Chen Yu's eyes flashed coldly. Chen Yu, calculate the weakest point of the furnace core. Yu Yan, Chen Yu, take charge of clearing the guards and defenses along the way. Lei Hao, Qing Lin, provide cover. Brother Huangfu, we go straight for the core. Understood. The Xiaolong assault ship no longer concealed itself, powering up the engines to full throttle. Like a diving falcon, it ruthlessly charged toward the gap in the broken ice layer. A high-energy particle cannon at the bow roared, shattering the ice layer trying to close and the freshly formed ice monstrosities from the fleshy walls into pieces. The assault ship crashed headlong into that bloody and scorching giant void. The real battle erupted suddenly in the blood and flesh furnace, 3,000 meters beneath the Antarctic ice cap. Chapter 105, Blood Battle in the Furnace, the Weaver of Death emerges. The Xiaolong assault ship smashed into the bloody, scorching giant space like an insect invading the nest of a giant beast. The ship had barely steadied, and the side doors were already wide open. Move! With a command from Chen Yu, his figure transformed first into a beam of chaotic starlight, crashing down like a falling star onto the slippery, writhing biological matrix below. Upon landing, a nauseating feeling of adhesion and a faint corrosive sound reached his ears, but the starlight swirling around him easily kept the filth at bay. Huangfu Xiao followed closely, sweeping his dragon-patterned spear, and the golden dragon energy acted like a shockwave, knocking dozens of ice monstrosities that had just crawled from the cultivation pool into minced meat. Left passage. Energy response is most concentrated. Xuanji's voice echoed in the tactical channel. He stayed on the assault ship, providing real-time data support while controlling the released miniature reconnaissance puppet, the Ice Mite, to guide everyone's direction. Lei Hao. Clear the area. Huangfu Xiao shouted. Leave it to me. Lei Hao laughed maniacally, leaping from the assault ship. In midair, he had already gathered 2 blazing balls of lightning in his hands, smashing them hard into the area where the monsters were densest. Boom! Boom! Lightning exploded, electrical snakes danced wildly, instantly turning that area into scorched earth. Yu Yan's figure flickered like a ghost between the bloody walls and thick energy conduits, her specially made psychic dagger easily slicing through the closing flesh walls and attacking small guards. Chen Yu continuously threw out metallic spheres, which rapidly transformed upon landing into spider or bird-like miniature puppets. Some were responsible for scouting and finding paths, while others released interference waves or small energy blades, clearing threats in the corners. Qinglin landed at the center of the team, pressing her hands on the biological matrix beneath her. The emerald green life energy spread out like roots, and where it passed, the writhing flesh seemed to meet its nemesis, rapidly withering and hardening, temporarily creating a relatively stable path.
Her ability had surprisingly effective results in this environment filled with death and twisted vitality. The squad surged forward like a sharp dagger, quickly advancing towards the core area of the furnace. However, the defenses of the ice flesh furnace were far from over. Warning! High-intensity biological energy aggregation detected. A big guy is coming out. Xuanji's urgent voice sounded. Before them, the massive blood and flesh chamber suddenly contracted violently, a huge opening in the surface blooming like a petal, followed by a large amount of viscous liquid emitting a foul odor, as a gigantic figure was spat out. It was a 10-meter-tall humanoid monster. It had a body and limbs resembling a human, but was entirely covered in heavy white bone armor, like ice, with sharp ice spikes extending from its joints. Its head had no facial features, only a swirling mass made of countless tiny ice crystals, emitting a chilling psychic wave. At the ends of its arms, there were not hands, but two massive bone blades resembling those of a praying mantis, constantly dripping corrosive slime. It is the Weaver of Death. An elite close combat unit among the Reaper biological weapons. Energy level close to A grade. Xuanji quickly pulled up matching information from the database, his voice filled with tension. As soon as the Weaver of Death landed, its cold intent locked onto Chen Yu, who was at the very front. Its spinning head, a whirlpool of ice crystals, suddenly accelerates, two invisible waves of mental shock, enough to freeze the soul, violently stabbed towards Chen Yu's sea of consciousness like ice cones. If it had been the old Chen Yu, facing this sudden class A mental attack, he would have been flustered. But at this moment, he is truly class A. Chaos starlight flows in Chen Yu's eyes, the soul fire that has been reshaped in his sea of consciousness flickers slightly, silently annihilating the two waves of mental shock. Just a small trick. He snorts coldly, not retreating but advancing, his figure instantly blurring, reappearing right in front of the Weaver of Death. He did not use any fancy moves, just simply threw a punch. On the edge of his fist, Chaos Starlight is highly condensed, as if compressing a miniature universe. This punch contains not just pure destructive power, but also the crushing of rules. The Weaver of Death seems to sense the threat, emitting a silent shriek, as two massive bone blades cross and slash down, their edges covered in bone-chilling energy, freezing the air around them. Fist and blade collide fiercely. Clang. There is no expected explosion of energy, only an extremely dull sound, as if the very fabric of space has been smashed in. The bone blades of the Weaver of Death, capable of cutting through battleship armor, shatter like fragile ice crystals the moment they make contact with Chen Yu's fist, fracturing from the point of contact. The terrifying force of the punch roars through the bone blade, unimpeded, into its thick chest armor. Bang! The hard bone armor crumples and explodes like paper. A transparent hole appears in the Weaver of Death's chest, through which its writhing flesh walls can even be seen. The enormous body of the Weaver of Death stiffens in place, the spinning whirlpool of ice crystals in its head suddenly stops, and then with a crack, it is covered in cracks, before completely shattering. Its massive body sways and falls backward like a mountain collapsing, crashing down with a splash of thick, bloody sludge. One punch. Just one punch, and a Class A elite biological weapon is instantly killed. The members of the support team, including Huangfu Xiao, froze for a moment, staring at Chen Yu's back, their eyes filled with shock. They knew Chen Yu had broken through to Class A, but they had not expected the gap between Class A and near Class A to be so immense. Chen Yu slowly withdraws his fist, savoring the thrill of absolute control over power contained within that punch. This is Class A. The leap in life level brings a fundamental difference. The core is right ahead. Quick! Xuanji's voice pulled everyone back from their shock. Having dealt with the strongest guard, the team faces no obstacles and swiftly rushes below the massive chamber of flesh. Up close, they can better sense the size and evil of the Icebone Furnace's core, the slowly pulsating chamber resembling a living heart that continuously nurtures death. We found the energy center. It's directly below it. The reconnaissance puppet controlled by Qianji relayed the precise coordinates. Lei Hao. Yu Qian. Cover us. Chen Yu, let's work together to destroy it. Huangfu Xiao pointed his spear directly at the pulsating core. Chen Yu nods, standing shoulder to shoulder with Huangfu Xiao, golden dragon energy and chaotic starlight rising together around them, a breath of power that could destroy the heavens and earth beginning to coalesce. The Icebone Furnace, which has given birth to countless monsters, is about to meet its end. Chapter 106, The Collapse of the Furnace, Starsea Alert. Chen Yu and Huangfu Xiao stand side by side, facing the colossal chamber of bloody flesh, the core of the Icebone Furnace, pulsating like a living heart. No words are needed, as their powers resonate with each other, starting to harmonize. Huangfu Xiao raises the dragon pattern spear high above his head, the radiant dragon energy surrounding him like burning golden flames, pouring madly into the spear. The spear vibrates, and a dragon's roar fills the entire underground space, a massive five-clawed golden dragon illusion soaring from the tip of the spear. Carrying the supreme majesty that suppresses evil and shatters all laws.
Chen Yu clasped his hands in front of his chest. The chaotic starlight surged from within him, no longer mere light, but transformed into countless finely crafted runes, as if bearing the rise and fall of civilizations and the trajectories of stars. These runes whirled around him at high speed, stirring the rules of the surrounding space, while the heart of Edavaya pulsed with unprecedented strength within his chest, providing almost limitless support of civilization's essence. Dragon City Secret Transmission *** Breaking Evil, 9 Dragons Burning Heaven *** Huangfu Xiao roared, unleashing the accumulated power to its peak, alongside the massive shadow of a golden dragon, converting it into a golden torrent that pierced through heaven and earth, smashing violently towards the core of the furnace. Almost at the same time, Chen Yu suddenly thrust both palms forward. Chapter of Civilization *** End, Return to the Ruins ***. The countless swirling chaotic runes instantly collapsed and congealed into a stream of chaos, only as thick as an arm, yet seemingly able to devour all light and sound, distorting and collapsing space itself. This chaotic torrent followed closely behind, matching Huangfu Zhao's golden dragon torrent stride for stride. One was the essence of Yang, incinerating evil, the other returned to chaos, annihilating existence. Two attacks imbued with the power of A-class rules were like two fallen stars, striking accurately at the most concentrated and weakest point of the furnace core's energy. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Then, boom! A dull sound, indescribably loud, as if it originated from deep within the world, erupted. That gigantic chamber of flesh and blood inflated suddenly, like a balloon blown to its limit, expanding and deforming outward. All the surface holes simultaneously erupted with dark red energy and shattered tissue fragments. The biological matrix forming the chamber rapidly carbonized and shattered under the golden dragon's flames, and was completely deconstructed and annihilated by the power of chaotic ruins, returning to the most basic particles. The destructive energy spread unstoppable from within to without. Thick energy conduits exploded one after another, and the biological cultivation pool below boiled and evaporated, turning countless still-forming ice remains monsters into ash amid their wails. The entire vast underground space began to shake violently, with the ice and rocks from the ceiling falling like raindrops. The furnace core reaction is disappearing. The structure is collapsing completely. Retreat! Retreat immediately! Xuanji shouted hoarsely in the channel. Run! Chen Yu and Huangfu Xiao showed no hesitation, shooting backward to regroup with Lei Hao, Yu Yan, and others, rushing towards the gap they came from. The Xiaolong assault ship had already activated its engines, hovering at the gap. Everyone shot into the cabin like arrows, and before the cabin door was fully closed, the assault ship had already opened full power, darting upwards like startled fish. Behind them was the completely collapsed underground space, devoured by destructive energy. On the Antarctic ice sheet, centered on the target point, the ice surface suddenly sank downward, forming a massive bowl-shaped pit, with the edges cracking into deep bottomless chasms, like a fresh scar on the planet's surface. The Xiaolong assault ship broke through the ice debris and steam, returning to the surface where the wind and snow howled, speeding northward without stopping. Inside the cabin, everyone looked at the apocalyptic scene behind them, all sighing in relief. The Antarctic ice remains furnace, this enormous threat, had finally been eliminated. Well done! Lei Hao pounded the cabin wall, excitement overflowing. Xinglin immediately began checking everyone to see if they had been injured in the earlier collapse. However, Chen Yu and Huangfu Xiao bore little joy on their faces. Too fast. Chen Yu suddenly spoke, furrowing his brow. What was too fast? Yu Yan asked. The process of destroying the furnace core. Chen Yu glanced at Huangfu Xiao. Brother Huangfu, don't you think? Its defenses and resistance were weaker than we anticipated. Especially when we launched the final strike, it seemed, it did not summon all its strength for a desperate resistance, but rather, like a programmed response. Huangfu Xiao nodded with a serious expression. I feel the same way. It feels more like it is executing a preset process, with its core task seeming to be not to protect itself at all costs, but to buy time and complete the last data transmission. Xuanji immediately operated quickly on the console, retrieving all the energy spectra and signal fluctuations captured at the last moment of the battle. A few seconds later, his face turned somewhat grim. Your feeling is correct. In the 0.3 seconds before the core was destroyed, it did send out an extremely short, but high-energy encrypted signal beam. The direction of the signal was not towards any known harvester node, but rather, deep space. The direction of the Oort cloud's edge, ***. The cabin immediately fell silent. A chill enveloped everyone. This ice skeleton melting furnace, its main purpose may not only be to produce monsters. It is also a reconnaissance outpost and beacon. It is continuously collecting data from Earth, including battle data, and before being destroyed, sends back the most important information. They destroyed the furnace, but might also have exposed more about Earth's defensive forces to the Harvester main force, especially about Chen Yu, this anomalous individual. Did we alert the enemy? Qianji whispered. It's not alerting the enemy. Chen Yu slowly shook his head, his gaze through the porthole, staring at the deep, perilous starry sky, his voice low and cold.
This feels more like a provocation and marking. They are telling us they know we are here, know what we have done. And they are coming. Chapter 107, Silent Stillness, Prelude to the Storm. The Xiaolong assault ship was on the return journey to Long Country Base, and the cabin was filled with an indescribable heaviness. The Antarctic ice skeleton melting furnace was successfully destroyed. This should have been a victory worth celebrating, but that last encrypted signal shot towards deep space felt like a poisonous thorn, piercing everyone's hearts. What reaction will the main fleet of the harvesters have after receiving this information? Will the invasion come early? Will they take targeted actions against Chen Yu? The anxiety from the unknown is far more tormenting than a thrilling battle.
Chen Yu closed his eyes, not meditating, but using the sharper perception of an A-class powerhouse to keenly sense the invisible changes in energy.
He tried to capture any ripples that the signal might provoke from the distant star sea. However, the starry sky was vast, and aside from the cold and silence that endured through time, he felt nothing. This silence made people even more uneasy. Back at the base, the Grand Elder and others had been waiting for a long time. After listening to Huangfu Zhao's detailed report, especially the speculation about the last signal, the atmosphere in the command center instantly dropped to freezing point. It seems the harvesters are more troublesome than we imagined. The Grand Elder's voice was deep. They not only possess strong military power but also high tactical intelligence. Throughout this war, we have been in the clear, while they have been, at least partly, in the dark. 3 months. Another senior officer murmured, bitterness lacing their voice. Now we may not even have 3 months left. What are you panicking about? Huangfu Zhao thundered, the sound like thunder, shocking everyone's spirit. When soldiers come, we fight them. When water rises, we block it. What if the signal is sent out? Are we just going to stand by while they build their weapons factory right at our doorstep? Destroying the furnace and cutting off their source of reinforcements is a strategic victory in itself. His sharp gaze swept over everyone. Now the most important thing is to make good use of every minute and second we have fought for. Fear and hesitation are the greatest enemies. Chen Yu also opened his eyes and spoke, Brother Huangfu is right. The signal has been sent out and cannot be changed. What we need to do now is to quickly improve ourselves and strengthen our defenses. The technology in the Spark database must be transformed into combat power immediately. His voice was calm and powerful, carrying a strength that steadied people's hearts. After breaking through to Grade A, his will seemed even more resolute, invisibly becoming the backbone of everyone. Exactly. The elder nodded heavily, repressing his worries, his gaze sharpening again. Send the order down, the Spirit Science Integration Project Group, all members, cancel all leave, work in 3 shifts, and attack with full power. Each battle zone, speed up the progress of building a joint defense network according to the new standards. Within Long City, open more secret realm resources, filter out potential talents, and accelerate training. The entire Dragon Nation operated like a wound-up war machine, functioning with unprecedented efficiency and determination. In the following days, to everyone's surprise, the world was unusually calm. The expected signs of retaliatory attacks or early invasions from the Reapers did not appear. Whether through satellite monitoring or the spiritual energy detection networks of Long City and various countries, the known Reaper signal sources, such as Siberia and the depths of the mantle, continued to maintain their original activity levels, even slightly decreasing, as if they had entered some kind of hibernation state. The massive pit in the Antarctic ice cap was also slowly being covered by new ice and snow, as if everything was returning to tranquility. But this tranquility carried a suffocating eeriness. It's too quiet. In the information processing center, Xuanji stared at the stable data curves filling the screen, his brow tightly furrowed. This is not normal. According to the Reaper's style, they could not possibly have no reaction to the destruction of the outpost. Unless they are preparing for something bigger. Chen Yu's voice echoed from behind him. He had just come out of a brief retreat, further familiarizing himself with the power of Grade A, and was now with Huangfu Zhao to understand the latest situation. Does the database mention similar situations? Huangfu Zhao asked. Xuanji quickly searched through the information and shook his head. There are no clear records. But there are some scattered descriptions of Reaper tactics, mentioning that before they conduct large-scale cross-dimensional deployment, they sometimes intentionally create a quiet period to numb their opponents, or, to coordinate different invasion points to launch synchronized, devastating strikes. Synchronized strikes. This term made Chen Yu and Huangfu Zhao's hearts sink. If the remaining Reaper nodes around the world erupted simultaneously, could Long Nation and Blue Star's current strength cope with it? Have there been any new changes in the signal sources from Siberia and the mantle? Chen Yu asked. The signals from the Siberian permafrost layer are still obscure, but the depth seems to be slowly increasing, making precise locking difficult. As for the mantle, the fluctuations are becoming more chaotic, and our detectors cannot approach it all. We can only confirm its existence, and the scale of energy is very enormous. Xuanji's tone was filled with a sense of helplessness. The threat deep within the earth felt like a ticking bomb, uncertain of when it would explode.
At that moment, Taoist Yuninzi rushed in hurriedly, a rare urgency on his face. The old Taoist just had a whim and forcefully deduced the heavenly machine with innate divination. Although it backfired, I caught a glimpse of a blurred vision. He was slightly out of breath, clearly having paid a considerable price. A great ominous sign. The starlight dims, and bloodlight rises to the sky. The crisis does not come from a single direction but is everywhere. And its momentum is as fast as a spark. Everywhere. As fast as a spark. This confirmed Xuanji's guess about synchronized strikes. Can you calculate the specific time? Huangfu Xiao asked urgently. Yuninzi shook his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The heavenly machine has been completely disturbed. A piece of chaos. Only knowing, very close, extremely close. In the command center, one could hear a pin drop. Everyone understood that this suffocating calm before the storm would probably soon come to an end. Chen Yu slowly lifted his head, looking out at the blue sky. His gaze seemed to penetrate the atmosphere, seeing those countless monstrous shadows silently adjusting their orbits, hidden behind the sunlight. He gently clenched his fist, and the chaotic starlight flickered in his eyes. Since we can't escape, then, let's fight. Chapter 108, The Sky Bleeds, Global Flames of War. The warning from Taoist Yuninzi was like the final death knell, ringing in the hearts of every high-ranking official in Dragon Country. The words omnipresent and as fast as a spark brought an unprecedented sense of oppression. Orders were instantly dispatched to every corner of Dragon Country, and through specific channels, an emergency notice was sent to all countries still in contact and willing to believe this alarmist warning. Every city activated the highest level of emergency evacuation plans, with psychic shield generators warming up, air defense arrays charging, and the military entering a state of first-level combat readiness. In rural areas, the people were orderly evacuated to nearby underground bunkers or defense points constructed with the help of Dragon City. The whole country, like a startled hedgehog, instantly aimed all its spikes at the sky and the earth. The Star Weaver team assembled at the command center, with Chen Yu and Huangfu Xiao standing in front of the large screen, their expressions serious. Xuanji, Yuyan, Leihao, Qinglin, Qinji, and the almost healed but with a deeper breath and a hint of lingering gloom in his eyes, King Kong, all held their breath, waiting for that thunderous strike that came from nowhere. Time passed second by second. With each tick of the second hand, it was as if a hammer struck their taut nerves. At 10:03 a.m. The abnormality did not begin in Dragon Country. On the enormous global monitoring screen, the spectrum representing global energy disturbances suddenly burst forth in glaring scarlet at more than 20 different locations almost simultaneously. In Antarctica, at the recently snow-covered ruins of a furnace, space suddenly tore apart, and a thick, dark red pillar of light entwined with purple-black lightning soared into the sky, not as an attack, but it exploded in mid-air, transforming into a blood-meat canopy that covered a large portion of Antarctica. Under the canopy, the ice melted, and more twisted monsters exuding an ominous aura surged forth like a tide. In Siberia, the permafrost layer erupted violently, and a metal structure, over a kilometer in diameter and resembling a gigantic insect's compound eye, burst forth from the ground. Every lattice of the compound eye flickered madly, shooting out slender yet deadly disintegration rays, like a comb of death, instantly turning everything within dozens of kilometers, whether it was coniferous forests, frozen soil, or villages that couldn't evacuate in time, into basic particles. In the depths of the Pacific Ocean, the Mariana Trench, the seawater rolled back frantically, and a shadow so enormous it was unimaginable slowly surfaced, a beast seemingly formed from countless shipwrecks, deep-sea creature remains, and black metal forcibly combined. It opened its abyss-like massive mouth and let out a silent roar that triggered an underwater earthquake, heading towards the nearest continental shelf. In the depths of the North American Rocky Mountains, beneath the Sahara in Africa, and the Alps in Europe, even above the ocean, several gigantic spatial whirlpools appeared out of nowhere, like festering wounds, continuously pouring forth black skeletal fleets and slaughter machines. A synchronized strike. A true, globally synchronized strike. The Reapers gave Blue Star no chance to breathe, deploying all the hidden pieces long laid out, simultaneously opening the curtain on war in the most violent and cruel manner. Report. A high-intensity biological pollution energy field has appeared in Antarctica. Report. An unknown type of orbital strike weapon has appeared in Siberia. Report. A supergiant biological unit has emerged from the depths of the Pacific, energy level, incalculable. Report. Over 15 major cities worldwide have suffered sudden attacks from spatial rifts. The losses are devastating. The chilling alarms and battle reports poured into the command center like snowflakes, the icons representing the global situation on the screen instantly turned red by more than half. The flames of war, at this moment, engulfed every corner of the planet. They want to crush us completely in one go. Huangfu Xiao stared at the glaring red on the screen, his fists crackling with tension. Chen Yu's gaze was fixed on several key targets, especially the compound eye in Siberia that was continuously firing disintegration rays and the giant beast slowly rising in the Pacific. These two targets posed the greatest threat. The former had terrifying remote pinpoint elimination capabilities, while the latter could trigger catastrophic geological and climate disasters.
We cannot let them wreak havoc. Chen Yu's voice was icy. We must first eliminate the most threatening targets.
Agreed. The voice of the Grand Elder came through the communication, filled with resolve. Star Needle, I command you to set off immediately to Siberia to destroy that orbital strike device. The giant beast in the Pacific must be contained by the Eastern Sea Fleet and experts from Dragon City's water division. Other war zones around the world, fight for yourselves with all your might, hold the lines.
This was a helpless move, but it was the only choice.
Under the full bloom of the enemy's assault, concentrating our forces to strangle the most threatening points was the only glimmer of hope. Star Needle, your orders. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu and Huangfu Xiao led their team members like arrows shot from a bow, rushing towards the airport. There, a specially modified high-speed aerospace fighter Vermilion Bird, capable of short-range space jumps, was already roaring with its engines, ready for action. Just as they were about to board, Chen Yu suddenly looked up, gazing at the sky of Eastern Dragon Country. Not just him, everyone in the command center with a certain level of cultivation felt a terrifying, overwhelming pressure, as if it came from the depths of the underworld, slowly spreading from the direction of the Eastern Sea.
Eastern Sea ruin.
That tumor, heavily injured by Chen Yu before, had remained silent, but now, at this moment of global chaos, it began its final transformation. A beam of energy darker and deeper than before, as if it could swallow all light, suddenly shot out from the center of Sea Ruin, piercing the sky, staining that portion of the sky a foreboding black. A cold, chaotic will filled with endless hunger and malice, like an awakened ancient demon, slowly enveloped the Eastern Sea, spreading towards the mainland. The real crisis had never been confined to one place. Chen Yu and Huangfu Xiao exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity and determination in each other's eyes.
Go!
Chen Yu called out in a low voice, stepping into the Vermilion Bird fighter first. The fighter soared into the sky, tearing through the clouds, heading towards distant Siberia, transforming into a decisive streak of light. And behind them, on the mainland of Dragon Country, another bloody battle for survival had already begun its grim curtain rise. The heavens wept blood.
Chapter 109, Dead Silence of the Compound Eye, Fierce Battle on the Icefield.
The Vermilion Bird fighter raced through the stratosphere at a speed that almost tore space. Outside the window, the blue curve of the planet was clearly visible, but at this moment, this beautiful blue was scattered with shocking stains. Those were wounds torn open by the harvesters worldwide, surging with chaos and destruction.
The atmosphere inside the fighter was tense.
Xuanji projected the latest scanning data of the Siberian target, the Dead Silence Compound Eye. Structural strength is extremely high, the external energy shield is multi-layered and composite, with a strong resistance to both physical and energy attacks. The decomposition ray emission frequency is 1,200 times per second, and its coverage is fan-shaped. Currently, it mainly sweeps the surface and has not shown capability for aerial or orbital strikes, but we cannot rule out hidden functions. Xuanji spoke rapidly. Our opportunity lies in the brief unstable period during its emergence when the energy transfer structure connected to the crust may be vulnerable. That's when the shield is the weakest. Getting close to it is the biggest problem. Yu Yan looked at the constantly flickering compound eye structure, resembling the pupil of death. Its ray coverage is too broad. Conventional aircraft simply cannot break through.
I will cooperate with Chen Yu for a frontal breakthrough, drawing fire and looking for opportunities, Huangfu Xiao said in a deep voice. Yu Yan, use your optical camouflage and stealth abilities to find a path on the ground and attempt to install explosive devices from below. Lei Hao and Jin Gang, clear out any guard units that may exist around the compound eye.
Qinglin and Qianji, provide long-range support and battlefield concealment.
Understood. Everyone replied in unison.
Moments later, the Vermilion Bird aircraft arrived over Siberia. Looking down from the sky, a massive, constantly flickering metallic compound eye, shining with cold light, loomed like a festering sore on the earth. Around it, within a radius of several tens of kilometers, lay a silent wasteland, all traces of life completely erased.
Prepare for airdrop. 3, 2, 1.
The hatch opened, and a chilling wind filled with ice and snow surged in. Chen Yu and Huangfu Xiao exchanged a glance, their energy erupting, transforming into two streams of gold and gray, rushing out of the aircraft first, like two meteors defying gravity, charging towards the massive compound eye. Almost the moment they left the cover of the aircraft, the countless lattices of the silent compound eye simultaneously locked onto them. Hundreds and thousands of fine but deadly decomposition rays rained down upon them like a concentrated storm of death.
Dragon coiling golden wall. Huangfu Xiao roared, swinging his dragon-patterned spear.
A tremendous dragon energy coiled into a massive golden dragon shadow, protecting the two at its center. The decomposition rays struck the dragon shadow, producing a chilling hissing sound. The dragon energy visibly melted away, but barely held up against the first wave of attacks.
Chen Yu was even more direct.
His body radiated chaotic star brilliance, seemingly forming a domain of his own.
Those decomposition rays that entered the range of the star brilliance suddenly slowed down, their trajectories twisting, the destructive energy within reduced and assimilated by the chaotic star brilliance. This was the initial grasp of rules by an A-class powerhouse. To a degree, it could twist or even negate the opponent's attack rules. The two pushed against the dense rain of rays, accelerating as they quickly approached the silent compound eye. On the ground, Yu Yan's figure seemed to blend into the ice and shadows, silently weaving through the cracks of scorched earth and remaining frozen ground, sneaking towards the enormous base of the compound eye. Lei Hao and Jin Gang, like two fierce tigers, cleared out guard units that emerged from the frozen soil beneath the compound eye, resembling giant metal scorpions. Thunder rumbled, and heavy artillery boomed, the battle instantaneously heated up. Now is the time. The energy overload at the third transmission ring node on its bottom has caused fluctuations in the shield. Xuanji's voice rang out in the channel. Chen Yu's gaze sharpened as he instantly locked onto the position Xuanji had mentioned. He pointed his fingers like a sword, and a condensed chaotic star brilliance, as bright as dawn, ignored the incoming decomposition rays, accurately striking the slightly flickering node. Hiss! The shield rippled violently, and a brief gap appeared. Yu Yan. Already positioned, Yu Yan shot out from the shadows like a phantom, the specially made high-energy pulse bomb precisely thrown into the gap, adhering to the metallic structure of the compound eye's base. The explosive device has been installed. Withdraw. Ying Yuan struck decisively, showing no hesitation, and quickly retreated. Not enough. Chen Yu shouted sternly, one bomb is not enough to completely destroy its core. Its self-repair speed is too fast. The gap in the shield that had been blasted open was visibly mending, and though the bombing Yuan set off had destroyed a small portion, it was merely a surface wound compared to the massive compound eye. Then let's go again. Huangfu Shao let out a roar, his dragon-patterned spear bursting forth with an unprecedented brilliance. He transformed into a golden spear light that pierced through heaven and earth, sharply stabbing towards the not yet fully closed gap in the shield. Boom! A violent explosion erupted at the base of the compound eye, forcibly widening the gap, exposing the intricate metal structures and energy conduits inside, with electric sparks wildly jumping. Chen Yu seized this fleeting opportunity, his hands clasped in front of his chest, the chaotic starlight wildly gathering. This time, he no longer pursued widespread destruction but instead compressed all his power, condensing it into a thin strand, as fine as a hair, yet seeming to contain the weight of the entire universe ***, chaotic calamity needle, ***. Go! The calamity needle shot out silently, following the gap Huangfu Shao had forced open, instantly sinking into the core energy center of the silent compound eye. Time seemed to halt for an instant. The next moment. Hum! All the lattices of the silent compound eye lit up to their utmost in the same instant, then suddenly dimmed. The heart-stopping disintegration rays came to an abrupt halt. A series of deep explosions emanated from within the massive metal structure as countless fragments and energy fluids erupted from the cracks. The entire compound eye began to shake violently, its surface flickering erratically, before finally extinguishing completely, standing crookedly on the ice field like a dead giant insect specimen, with no sound remaining. The threat from Siberia was temporarily lifted. Chen Yu and Huangfu Shao hovered in mid-air, slightly out of breath. Although they had eliminated their target, there was little joy on their faces. If destroying a single outpost was such a struggle, how would they face the incoming main fleet? At that moment, Xuanji's urgent voice echoed again, filled with incredulous horror. Chen Yu. General Huangfu. Strong spatial fluctuations detected. Source, at the edge of the Oort cloud. Intensity, immeasurable. They are coming. Chen Yu and Huangfu Shao suddenly looked up towards the seemingly empty, deep starry sky. As if to confirm Xuanji's words, on all the global monitoring devices still operational, at the edge of the solar system, a despairing shadow cloud formed by countless black ship silhouettes was slowly emerging from the cover of the Kuiper belt, casting a chilling shadow towards the inner solar system, towards that blue planet. The main fleet of the Reapers has finally arrived. Chapter 110, Shadows Approaching, the Flame of Civilization. The main fleet of the Reapers has exited the Kuiper belt and is traveling towards the inner solar system at sublight speed. Estimated time of arrival at Jupiter's orbit is 76 hours. Xuanji's voice conveyed through the global emergency communication channel reached every corner of Earth still able to receive signals. The cold data announced the start of the final countdown. 76 hours. A little more than 3 days. This news struck like an ultimate death knell, plunging a world already struggling under the synchronized assaults of the Reapers into even deeper despair. The will to resist in many small countries collapsed in an instant, chaos and disorder began to spread. Even several major powers were enveloped in a sense of tragic helplessness as doomsday approached. On the Siberian icefield, having just destroyed the silent compound eye, Chen Yu and Huangfu Shao gazed up at the seemingly tranquil, yet already overshadowed starry sky. The expression on his face was gravely serious. Go! Return immediately. Huang Fuxiao decisively ordered, "We must gather all forces and prepare for the final battle." The vermilion bird fighter jet changed direction, swiftly heading back towards the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the fighter jet, no one spoke. The heavy atmosphere felt as if it could freeze. Even Chen Yu, who had just broken through to A-class with a significant boost in power, felt small in the face of the massive army crossing the Starsea. The strength of an individual ultimately has its limits when confronted with true interstellar war. The journey back to the Dragon Kingdom base was far more difficult than the departure. Global space anomalies and chaotic energy currents severely disrupted navigation, forcing the fighter jet to change course multiple times to avoid falling energy artillery or suddenly opening spatial rifts. Looking down from the window, most once prosperous cities had turned into ruins, and smoke filled the scorched earth, with only a few key defense zones still flickering with the resilient light of energy shields. This was a scene of the apocalypse of civilization. When the vermilion bird finally broke through all obstacles and landed at the launching base, the atmosphere here was tense to the extreme. All non-essential facilities had been shut down, with energy fully supplied to the defense systems and war factories. The air was thick with the burnt smell of overloaded energy and an atmosphere of desperation, as if fighting a last stand. In the command center, the Elder's eyes were deeply sunken, clearly having not slept for a long time. The battle situation worldwide was still tragically grim, but the few main defense nodes representing the Dragon Kingdom still flickered defiantly. "What's the situation?" Huang Fuxiao strode in and asked directly. "It's bad, but still under control," the Elder said, his voice hoarse yet steady. "The disturbances in the East Sea's sea ruins have been temporarily suppressed, and the experts from Longqing's water department, together with the newly launched Longyuan-class energy warship, have barely managed to seal it within the East Sea range, but it cannot be eradicated. It's continually gathering strength. Other major resistance nodes worldwide are also struggling to hold on, but it's only a matter of time before they fall." He paused, looking at Chen Yu and Huang Fuxiao, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "You destroyed the beholder in Siberia, giving us a precious chance to catch our breath, at least temporarily eliminating a significant threat from orbit. Now, our only hope is to complete the final preparations in these 76 hours and find a glimmer of life." "A glimmer of life?" Chen Yu caught onto this term. The Elder nodded and turned his gaze towards Xuanji. Xuanji immediately stepped forward, quickly operating the console, bringing up an encrypted file marked with Forbidden Knowledge Civilization Seed Protocol that had been cracked from the depths of the Spark database. "This is part of the information we risked greatly to crack, combining your soul wave, Chen Yu, and the highest authority of the heart of Idavaya." Xuanji's tone was unusually serious. "It mentions an ultimate plan for the survival of civilization that circulates among high civilizations *** seed protocol ***. The screen displayed fragments of the file. "When an irresistible catastrophic disaster arrives, to ensure that civilization knowledge and genes are not completely cut off, the seed protocol can be activated. Core of the protocol, strip away the core knowledge database of civilization and some pure gene samples, injected into a specially designed arc. The arc will use dimensional folding technology to enter a dormant state, evading the waves of destruction, waiting for a suitable time or coordinates in the future to replant. Warning, this protocol is the last resort for civilization survival. Activating it means the mother civilization acknowledges defeat, and the arc voyage is full of unknowns, with a very low success rate. The Order Camp offers limited seed escort services but requires a huge price in signing an attached agreement." "Seed arc." Huang Fuxiao murmured, his expression shifting. "This means, give up Earth, give up most of our fellow beings, and escape with only the seeds of civilization?" "No. We will never give up Earth." Chen Yu firmly denied, a steadfast flame burning in his eyes. "Our home is right here, we have nowhere to escape." "We cannot escape." "We mean the same." The Great Elder spoke slowly, "But, Chen Yu, this agreement gives us another insight: the inheritance and preservation of knowledge." He pointed to another part of the document. "Look here, about the composition of the core knowledge base of civilization. It not only includes technology, but also history, culture, cultivation systems, and even the imprint of the will of civilization. The heart of Idavaya, in a sense, is the spark of a Davian civilization." Chen Yu's heart suddenly trembled, as if a bolt of lightning had shattered the fog. "That's right. The heart of Idavaya. It itself carries a complete heritage of a lost civilization. It is not just a weapon or energy source, it is also a backup of a civilization. A living spark." "What you mean is," Chen Yu looked at the Great Elder. "We may not be able to defeat the main fleet of the Reapers on the front lines, but we can find a way to preserve the most essential parts of our Dragon Kingdom civilization, including you and the Adavian civilization you carry, as much as possible." The Great Elder's voice carried a desperate determination. "This is not fleeing, this is leaving behind the seeds for civilization to revive. Even if we fight to the last man, as long as the spark remains, civilization will not perish. We can use the dimensional folding technology principles in the Starfire database, combined with the methods of opening secret realms in Dragon City and the stability of the heart of Idavaya, to try to create a micro-sanctuary or seed vault that can hide within the folds of Earth's own rules." Chen Yu added, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of a tech fanatic, we don't need to sail far like the Ark of Spark, just need to find a crease on Earth that neither Starfire nor Reapers can detect, and hide the seeds of civilization inside. This thought was bold and crazy. It was equivalent to opening an insurance box on Earth's rules level that did not belong to any known dimension. What are the chances of success? Huang Fu Xiao asked the key question. I don't know. Chen Yu answered honestly, theoretically it is feasible, but has never been practiced. Moreover, it requires unimaginable resources, especially needs you, Chen Yu, to use the heart of Edavia as the core and maintain its stability with all your strength, which may prevent you from fully committing in the final battle. A choice lay before them. Should they gather all their power to fight the Reapers to the death? Or should they divert some of their crucial strength and resources to leave a spark that may never sprout for civilization? Chen Yu was silent for a moment, feeling the steady and ancient pulse of the heart of Edavia within his chest. He seemed to see countless Edavian ancestors struggling with choices at the end of their civilization. He raised his head, his eyes sweeping over every face in the command center, some firm, some tired, some desperate. We will do it. His voice was calm, but with undeniable strength, not to flee, but to tell those who come after us, we once existed, we once fought, our civilization is worth continuing. Immediately launched the civilization seed plan. The Great Elder no longer hesitated, issuing the final order, concentrate all resources, with Chen Yu in charge, and Chen Yu providing core support. All others, continue to strengthen the defense line, prepare to meet the final battle. The Dragon Kingdom, this ancient civilization, faced with the threat of complete destruction, resolutely chose the most difficult and the most visionary path to preserve a spark that will never go out, for themselves and for the future. And at the same time, on the edge of the solar system, that vast, a deathly shadow composed of countless black ship silhouettes is steadily and coldly approaching the inner solar system, step by step. 76 hours, the countdown continues. Chapter 111, in the dimensional crevice, the spark begins to ignite. The civilization spark plan is named Ember, meaning the fire passes on as the fuel is consumed. At the moment the order was given, the colossal war machine of Dragon City divided some of its most precise gears, starting to operate frantically around this nearly inconceivable hope. Deep within Dragon City, a hidden hall guarded by layers of formations, directly connected to the Earth's dragon energy and the power of the starry sky, was chosen as the site for the Ember Plan's implementation. Here would be the laboratory and workshop attempting to pry open the laws of Earth and create the dimensional crevice. Chen Yu stood in the center of the hidden hall, as the heart of Edavia detached from his chest, floating before him, radiating a warm and vast glow of civilization. It was no longer just a source of energy but served as the core stabilizer and carrier of civilization for the entire plan. Xuanji led the top array masters, space physicists, and rune masters of Dragon City, surrounding Chen Yu in the heart of Edavia, constructing an extremely complex giant formation that blended technology and metaphysics. Countless precious materials, exotic metals fallen from the starry sea, jade from millennia, and even void crystals, which contained a trace of spatial origin rules treasured in Dragon City's vault, were generously embedded in the nodes of the formation. Begin injecting Earth energy. Xuanji's voice echoed in the hidden hall. The Grand Elder personally presided over the Earth Energy Hub, guiding the magnificent vast dragon energy from the Earth, flowing in like golden rivers, continuously pouring into the formation beneath his feet. The array patterns on the floor of the hidden hall lit up one by one, emitting a deep humming. Channel the power of the starry sky. Huang Fu Xiao stood outside the hall square, holding a dragon pattern spear, drawing on the celestial stars. In the night sky, the stars seemed to shine even brighter, beams of pure starlight being forcibly drawn down like silvery waterfalls, pouring into the receiving array at the top of the hidden hall. The heavy weight of the earth and the vastness of the starry sky, two vastly different yet equally powerful forces, converged, collided, and attempted to achieve an extreme balance in the precise formation constructed by Xuanji and the others. Chen Yu. Guide the heart of Edavia, stabilize the energy vortex, and try to sense and capture the spatial folds. Xuanji yelled. Chen Yu closed his eyes in concentration, connecting all his thoughts with the heart of Edavia. His consciousness followed the powers of the earth and the starry sky, delving into the microscopic layers of the surrounding space. Under the powerful A-level spiritual perception, space was no longer smooth but filled with countless subtle, wave-like folds and ripples. These were manifestations of the fundamental rules of the universe, usually fleeting, extremely difficult to capture and utilize. He needed to find a crevice that was stable enough, hidden enough, and could bear the spark. Under the compression and guidance of the formation, the power of the earth and the starry sky formed an extremely unstable energy singularity, violently disturbing the spatial structure he perceived. Countless spatial folds were forcefully stretched open, smoothed out, or became even more chaotic. No. The energy is too strong, the disturbance is too great. I can't find a stable structure. Chen Yu frowned tightly, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Forcibly prying at the rules was a tremendous burden on his mind and soul as well. Reduce Earth output by 15%. Synchronize the starry sky power's frequency. Xuanji immediately adjusted based on Chen Yu's feedback.
The roar of energy slightly calmed, and the disturbance in space weakened a bit.
Chen Yu's consciousness acted like the most sensitive detector, weaving through the countless fluctuating folds, searching and seeking. Time ticked away, the atmosphere in the hidden hall was tense to the extreme.
In the outside world, every second could bring bad news, they were racing against death.
Suddenly, Chen Yu's awareness captured a hint of anomaly.
Amidst countless chaotic ripples, there was an extremely tiny bubble that almost blended into the background space. This bubble was exceptionally stable, and the rules within it seemed to have subtle differences from the main universe, as if it were a spatial scar left over from an ancient era that had not been smoothed out.
Found it!
Chen Yu suddenly opened his eyes, chaos and star brilliance bursting forth from them, left offset astrolabe position, depth 3 void.
There is a stable old world gap. Lock in the coordinates. Concentrate all energy to strike that coordinate. Chen Yu, stabilize it with the heart of Idavaya. Xuanji's voice twisted a bit due to excitement. Boom!
All the dragon energy from the earth and the power of the star dome, under the guidance of the magical formation, transformed into a beam of light refined to the extreme, violently striking the spatial coordinate Chen Yu pointed at. The space rippled violently as if a stone had been thrown into the water. The tiny bubble suddenly took shape and expanded under the violent energy impact.
Now's the time.
Chen Yu pressed his hands towards the heart of Idavaya, pouring his will and the essence of civilization into it without reserve.
In the name of civilization, stabilize the universe.
The heart of Idavaya erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. That brilliance was not blinding but carried a weight and stability that penetrated history. The brilliance, like an invisible shackle, instantly wrapped around the expanding bubble, forcibly pulling it out from the chaotic spatial ripples and fixing it at the edge of the rules of the main universe. A stable entrance, about 10 meters in diameter, with light and shadow swirling inside, as if leading to another dimension, slowly rotated into shape in the center of the secret hall.
We did it! The dimensional gap has been successfully opened. Cheers erupted in the secret hall, like a feast after survival.
Even those white-haired old scholars and formation masters were moved to tears. But this was only the first step.
Hurry! Inject the seeds! Xuanji shouted hoarsely.
The staff, who had long been prepared, immediately sent the seeds that carried the essence of Dragon Country and selected parts of human civilization into the entrance.
These seeds included
Knowledge Core, a vast database of technology, history, culture, and cultivation techniques recorded using spiritual energy crystals.
Gene Bank, millions of selected pure human and other Earth biological gene samples.
Civilization Imprint, an imprint carved by core figures such as the Grand Elder, Huangfu Xiao, and Chen Yu, using their soul marks and will, representing the indomitable spirit of Dragon Country civilization. Resource Seeds, a small quantity of the most precious spirit medicine seeds, mineral samples, and a small handful of mother soil from the ancestral land of Dragon City. All the seeds were sent into that stable dimensional gap. Inside the entrance was a small empty space, with rules that were vastly different and a time flow that was extremely slow. Here, it would become the civilization's last safe box. Chen Yu continued to exert force, maintaining the stability of the entrance and the heart of Adavia's anchoring to the gap space. He could feel that maintaining it for even one more second consumed a tremendous amount of his energy.
Entrance stable. Gap space rules are self-consistent.
The Fire and Ember Plan first phase, completed.
Xuanji looked at the monitoring data and finally let out a long sigh of relief.
In the secret hall, everyone watched the slowly rotating dimensional entrance, feeling complex emotions. It represented hope, but also symbolized that they had begun to prepare for the worst outcomes. Chen Yu slowly withdrew part of his strength, and that entrance gradually became transparent, ethereal, eventually vanishing completely into the void, with only he and the heart of Idavaya able to vaguely sense its existent coordinates. His face turned somewhat pale, and his breath weakened significantly.
The consumption to maintain the gap far exceeded expectations. At that moment, a piercing global alarm rang out again, more urgent and sharp than ever before. Xuanji looked at the newly received.
The final signal sent by the outer solar system monitoring station, emitted with life, turned the face instantly pale as paper, the voice trembling as it read out the message. The main fleet of the Harvesters has crossed the orbit of Jupiter. The speed of travel has increased to 80% of the speed of light, the estimated arrival time on Earth has been revised to 28 hours. They have accelerated.
The last time has been cruelly cut down by more than half.
Inside the hall, the tiny spark of joy that had just arisen from the successful opening of the Ember was instantly crushed by this cold reality. Chen Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the weakness in his body, and cold flames reignited in his eyes.
28 hours.
Then, within these 28 hours, let them witness the last light and heat that a civilization can erupt before the doom arrives.
Chapter 112, The Prelude to the Endgame, Dragon City's Resolution. 28 hours.
This cold number hung like an ultimate judgment in the hearts of everyone who knew the truth.
The slight comfort brought by the preliminary success of the Ember plan was crushed in an instant by this sudden acceleration. The main fleet of the Harvesters, that death shadow stretching across the starry sea, was no longer satisfied with its gradual approach. It bared its fangs, declaring the impatience for destruction in an almost barbaric manner. "Are they afraid?" someone murmured unconsciously in the command center. This absurd thought was drowned by deeper despair as soon as it emerged. Afraid? They had the power to crush the entire solar system. How could they be afraid? Only Chen Yu, upon hearing this news, flickered with a trace of uncertainty in his eyes. He recalled the scattered records about the Harvesters in the Ember database, and Murphy's assessment of his abyss-level potential and the similarity to Origins. A vague thought rose in his heart: perhaps their acceleration was not simply a desire for destruction, but a certain clearing mission that must be completed quickly? To clear out anomalies like him? Or to prevent any unforeseen changes that Earth civilization might encounter at the final moment? In any case, time became the cruelest enemy. As news of the main fleet's acceleration spread, the situation in battle across the globe further deteriorated. Many resistance nodes that were barely holding on suffered a devastating blow to their morale, and the defenses began to collapse completely. The communication channels were filled with desperate cries, final farewells, and dead silence. In the homeland of the Dragon Nation, the pressure suddenly increased. In the East Sea direction, the temporarily blocked sea ruins seemed to have received some sort of summons, with the surging darkness becoming increasingly frenzied, crashing against the blockade line of Dragon City's water division and the Long Yuan fleet. The energy beam connecting to the abyss grew thicker, and the malice it emitted nearly solidified. Other smaller spatial rifts also became active again, spilling out more monsters. "We can't wait any longer." The voice of the Grand Elder came through communications, carrying a sense of settled calm. "Initiate the final phase of the Cliff Plan. All remaining forces, regroup towards Dragon City and the 3 major core defense zones. Abandon all peripheral strongholds, concentrate forces, and prepare for the final defense battle." This was a heroic act of self-sacrifice, but also a helpless move. With Earth's current strength, dispersing defenses would only lead to being broken one by one. Concentrating all forces might still yield the most brilliant, and also the last, burst of light in the final collision. With the order given, the war machine of the Dragon Nation began its final operation, carrying a sense of tragic order. Countless soldiers still bathing in the blood of peripheral battles, upon receiving the order, silently looked back at the land they had to abandon and the people who might not escape in time. With hot tears, they began to withdraw in an orderly manner. They knew that this retreat might mean they could never return. The Dragon City base, along with the 3 other core defense zones built upon the Dragon Veins and important industrial bases. Like 4 rocks about to face a storm, they began to emit the last and strongest energy waves. All spiritual energy shields turned to full power, all weapon systems charged to overload, and all practitioners, regardless of their cultivation level, stood at their posts, channeling their meager strength into that massive defense system. Chen Yu left the Fire Project's secret hall. Although he had not fully recovered from the exhaustion of his soul and body, he knew that the final battlefield was not here. The heart of Etaavia returned to his chest, pulsing steadily, as if an old friend who had experienced countless hardships was accompanying him to the end of fate. He arrived at the highest star observation platform of Dragon City, where Huangfu Xiao and the members of the Star Shuttle team were already present. Yu Yan, Lei Hao, Jin Gang, Qinglin, Shen Ji, each person wore the latest ultimate combat suits, glowing with the sheen of fused spiritual energy and technology, their faces no longer showing anxiety and hesitation, but only the resolution to die with the enemy. They did not speak, just quietly stood together, gazing at the starry sky. There, without any instruments, relying on the extraordinary perception of A-class powerhouses, Chen Yu and Huangfu Xiao could already see the dark clouds made up of countless fierce ship silhouettes, expanding at a suffocating speed. The pressure they brought even began to subtly trigger the spiritual tides of the earth, causing mild earthquakes and tsunamis worldwide. "Are you afraid?" Huangfu Xiao suddenly spoke, his voice calm. Lei Hao grinned, showing a defiant smile. "Afraid of what? I've already paid my dues." Jin Gang silently wiped his heavy weapon, reinforced and covered in runes, expressing his attitude through action. Yu Yan's figure flickered in the wind, like an assassin about to merge into the night, with only her eyes as cold as ever. Qinglin held a green seed in her hand, an heirloom of her sect, ready to ignite it with her life at the last moment. Xianji was surrounded by dozens of miniature puppets in standby mode, like loyal guards. Xianji continued to hold his datapad, calculating furiously, trying to gain even a tenth of a second advantage for the defense before the final moment arrived. "It is my honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with you all," Chen Yu said softly. He extended his hand. Without hesitation, Huangfu Xiao placed his hand on it. Then, Lei Hao, Jin Gang, everyone extended their hands, stacking them heavily together. A silent belief and power flowed among them. They were one whole, they were the Dragon Kingdom, they were humanity, the sharpest spear thrusting at the invaders and the last shield protecting their homeland. Just then, a weak yet uniquely penetrating signal forcibly accessed the encrypted communication channel of Dragon City. The source of the signal could not be tracked, and the content was highly compressed and encrypted. Chen Yu began to analyze it immediately. The content of the signal was short, only 2 sentences. Observe the main fleet of Reapers accelerating unusually. According to the ambiguous terms of the Pan-Dimensional Civilization Observation Covenant, this behavior may trigger a civilization twilight judgment. As preparatory observers, you have the right to know. There is controversy within the Federation over whether to conduct limited intervention. Do not hold out hope. Good luck. Murphy, unofficial channel. The signal was cut off. Internal controversy of the Starfire Federation? Limited intervention? Do not hold out hope? This news was like a stone thrown into still water, stirring up only a small ripple before quickly disappearing. In the face of absolute power disparity, any external, uncertain factors appeared so pale and weak. Chen Yu released his hand, his gaze shifting from the starry sky to the earth beneath his feet, which had weathered countless hardships yet still burned fiercely in the darkness with the fire of civilization. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to the approaching shadow of death. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached every person present. Even through the broadcast, it entered the ears of all the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who were still holding their ground. They are coming. Then let them see clearly. Human beings, and all living beings on this land, before annihilation, will burst forth with what kind of brilliance? Within Dragon City, a surge of fighting spirit, accumulated from thousands of years of civilization and the unyielding will of billions of lives, shot into the sky like the dawn light tearing through darkness, pointing straight at the approaching enemies from the starry sky. The prelude to the endgame has already begun to play. Chapter 113, Star Ring Barrier, The Final Dawn. The 28-hour countdown hung like an invisible sword of Damocles in the sky, with every passing second striking the nerves of the survivors. Dragon City and the 3 core defense zones, like the last solitary islands in a storm, lit up with the final, most resplendent light of civilization amidst the increasingly violent energy turbulence. Activate the Dragon Soul Protocol. All non-core energy sources, connect to the Star Ring Barrier. The Great Elder's order spread through the psychic energy network to every defense node. Centered around Dragon City, using the 3 defense zones as support points, an unprecedented planetary defense system, combining the essence of thousands of years of Dragon Kingdom formations, the fundamental energy technology of Starfire, and the national power stored in Spirit Stones was activated. Voom! A faint golden, visible to the naked eye, massive energy shield composed of countless intricate runes rose slowly like an inverted bowl from the 4 major nodes, ultimately converging high in the sky at thousands of meters, enveloping the last territories of the Dragon Kingdom. On the shield, dragon shadows danced, stars twinkled, and countless phantoms of civilization flickered uncertainly. This was the final barrier that embodied the will of the entire Dragon Kingdom civilization, the Star Ring Barrier. Beyond the barrier, an increasingly profound darkness loomed. The corrosive energy from the sea ruins of the East China Sea, along with monsters pouring out from other space rifts, violently attacked the spinal shield, stirring up continuous ripples on the faint golden light wall. Within the barrier was the last hope and determination of all survivors. Chen Yu stood at the top of Dragon City's highest peak, Sky Pillar. Here was one of the core energy nodes of the Star Ring Barrier. He could clearly feel the power of the entire barrier resonating subtly with his heart of Eudavia through the earth veins and psychic energy network. He felt as if he had become a living focal point of this gigantic defense system. Huanfu Xiao stood beside him, the dragon-patterned spear embedded in the rock next to him. He closed his eyes and concentrated, adjusting his state to elevate his spirit to its peak. He knew that when the barrier shattered, it would be the final moment for them, the top combatants, to face the iron flood with their flesh and blood. The other members of the Star Shuttle team were stationed at other important nodes, alongside the station soldiers, serving as the internal mobile force and last line of defense for the barrier. Time passed quickly amidst the eerie intertwining of silence and noise. 20 hours, 15 hours, 10 hours. In the solar system, the ominous death cloud had grown large enough to blot out the sun. Through reinforced telescopes, the outlines of the fleet's front lines were already vaguely visible. Those were gigantic warships, moving like mountains, far surpassing any previous black bone ships, with countless cannons densely lined along the flanks, emanating a soul-freezing cold light. 5 hours, 3 hours, 1 hour. The Earth's magnetic field began to experience violent turbulence. Global communications were almost completely severed, leaving only a limited network maintained by psychic energy within the Dragon Kingdom. The atmosphere wailed under the gravitational disturbances of the fleet, furious winds howled, tsunamis surged, as if the entire planet was trembling in anticipation of the approaching destruction. The light of the Star Ring Barrier continued under constant external attacks and internal overloads. The light began to flicker, and on the pale golden wall, fine cracks appeared, like a spider's web. Everyone understood that the wall's collapse was only a matter of time. The final moment had finally arrived. Countdown, 10 minutes. The massive fleet was now almost within reach. It blocked the light from the sun, casting eternal darkness over the sunny side of the earth. The front line of dozens of mountain-like motherships adjusted their positions, their countless fierce gunports starting to gather destructive energy. The target was aimed directly at the Star Ring Barrier above Dragon Country. An unprecedented, planet-shaking destructive energy gathered in front of the fleet. It was enough to vaporize the continental shelf in an instant. Barrier energy overload. Structure about to collapse. Xuanjia's voice echoed in the internal network, carrying a hint of desperate calm. All units. Prepare to face the impact. Huangfu Xiao suddenly opened his eyes wide, grabbing the dragon mark spear, golden dragon energy burning like tangible flames. Chen Yu took a deep breath, pouring all the power within him, along with the surging cultural foundation of Adivia's heart, completely into the mountain beneath his feet, into the star ring barrier. He wanted to let this final barrier shine with the utmost brilliance before it shattered. For Dragon Country. For home. For civilization. Countless shouts echoed inside the barrier, merging into an unyielding torrent. Just before the devastating barrage from the Reaper fleet was about to be fired, a sudden change occurred. A pure white beam, far more brilliant and pure, containing undeniable order and purification power, shot out from the deep void without warning. It did not target the Reaper fleet, nor did it aim for Earth, but precisely and surgically cut into the core of the gathering destructive energy field in front of the Reaper fleet. Boom! Like the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe. The ultimate opposing energies of pure white and dark red clashed in space like an annihilation. A violet energy storm swept across, even causing the front line of the Reaper fleet to stagger slightly. The devastating barrage, capable of instantly destroying the star ring barrier, was unexpectedly, forcibly interrupted by the sudden pure white beam. What is that? Huangfu Zhao's pupils shrank. Chen Yu suddenly looked up, gazing in the direction where the pure white beam originated. There, on the flank of the Reaper fleet, in the void that was once empty, the space rippled like water, and three large, elegant starships, flowing with silver light, slowly emerged like swords tearing through the shadows. At their bows, a badge burning like a star shone with unparalleled brilliance. Starfire Order Federation. At the most critical moment, they had finally arrived. However, before hope could rise in the hearts of the Dragon Country people, a cold communication from the officer she directly connected to Chen Yu and Huangfu Zhao's minds, its content brief and brutal. According to Article 7 of the supplementary terms of the Pan-Dimensional Civilization Vigilance Treaty, and the Federal High Council's Temporary Resolution No. 19, a limited warning intervention is now executed against the Reaper civilization for excessive cleansing in numbered G0734 Original Civilization Area. Intervention scope, limited to preventing this planetary destruction strike. No subsequent military support or obligation for civilization preservation included. Repeat, this is a non-mandatory, one-time intervention. The survival of your civilization still relies on itself. Good luck. The communication was cut off. The three silver starships of the Starfire Federation, after emitting the pure white beam that interrupted the barrage, quietly hovered at the edge of the battlefield, showing no further actions, like cold spectators. Limited intervention, one-time warning. The faint glimmer of hope that had just risen was instantly swallowed by a greater despair. The emergence of the Starfire Federation was not the arrival of a savior, they simply threw a stone according to the rules, slightly changing the course of destruction but unable to stop the flood itself. The vanguard of the Reaper fleet quickly stabilized after a brief chaos. They seemed unsurprised by the intervention of the Starfire Federation, as hundreds of smaller black warships split from the massive fleet, pouncing like hounds on the three silver starships to create a distraction. Meanwhile, the main fleet, with its countless menacing gun barrels, began to gather destructive light once more. The star ring barrier was on the brink of its limit. Chen Yu looked at the deathlight that lit up again, filling his vision, watched Huangfu Xiao, who was burning with dragon soul battle intent beside him, and looked down at the land he vowed to protect. He closed his eyes and, in the depths of his soul, completed the final and thorough fusion with the heart of Adivia. Since that's the case, he whispered to himself and then suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his eyes, there was no longer chaotic starlight but a blaze that seemed to be composed of countless epic tales of civilizations and unyielding will, the eternal flame. Then let my broken body become the beacon for this battle, the last bonfire. He stepped out, charging directly through the crumbling star ring barrier, alone, towards the massive death fleet that blocked out the sky. The final battle erupted at this moment, fully ignited. Chapter 114, Becoming a Torch, the Starfire Endures. Chen Yu's figure transformed into a streak of light, charging against the overwhelming blow of destruction, crashing into the densely packed formation of the Reaper main fleet. His tiny body, compared to the enormous fleet resembling a great wall of stars, was like a firefly against the bright moon. But at the moment he burst forth, all remaining life on Earth seemed to hear a desperate shout from the depths of his soul. Chen Yu! Huangfu Zhao's eyes widened with rage, wanting to follow closely, but he was pushed back inside the star ring barrier by a gentle yet firm force. This was Chen Yu's final trust to him, to protect this land. Inside the star ring barrier, everyone who witnessed the scene, whether warriors or civilians, was filled with hot tears, which then transformed into an even crazier fighting will. The light of the barrier actually flickered back to life for a moment under the support of this desperate resolve. For Chen Yu. To ensure his sacrifice is not in vain. Kill. Inside the barrier, the final counterattack unfolded in a more brutal manner. In the vastness of space, Chen Yu's intrusion was like a drop of water falling into a calm pot of oil, instantly triggering a chain reaction. Countless gun barrels adjusted, and dense beams of energy poured down on him like a torrential rain. The smaller black warships surged like sharks smelling blood, trying to shred this bug who dared to challenge the fleet's authority. The eternal flame burning around Chen Yu was the ultimate combustion of his life, soul, and the essence of a Davian civilization. The beams shooting into the flame were twisted, deflected, and even annihilated by the fire that contained countless tracks of civilization and indomitable will. He moved like an unstable singularity, darting back and forth among the fleet. Wherever he went, nearby small warships were ignited and exploded by the terrifying flames, transforming into bright and transient fireworks. His target was clear, aiming for the center of the fleet, the largest ship that moved like a continent, the flagship. The heart of Idavaya beat in his chest at an unprecedented frequency, as if responding to this final song. The knowledge, history, and understandings of countless civilizations flowed through his consciousness like a revolving lantern, ultimately condensing into the purest thought to protect. Stop him. The cold command echoed through the Reaper fleet network. Several giant defensive platforms, comparable in size to mountains, rose from the front of the flagship. An indestructible barrier was formed. It extended a multitude of energy tendrils on the surface, weaving into a deadly net covering tens of thousands of kilometers, looming toward Chen Yu. Chen Yu did not dodge, he increased his speed. He clasped his hands before his chest, compressing the blazing eternal fire to the extreme, transforming it into a seemingly plain yet capable of severing cause and effect blade of civilization. Slash! He swung the blade, without earth-shattering momentum, only a quiet stillness where rules were forcibly altered. The energy tendril network, capable of withstanding planetary impacts, was cut through before the blade of civilization, like butter under a hot knife, silently sliced apart. Along with it, several giant defensive platforms behind it were also severed and exploded. He forcibly carved out a vacuum passage through the dense fleet, leading to the flagship. But the cost was enormous. The flames burning around him visibly dimmed a bit, and his breath began to fluctuate violently. This extreme explosion was rapidly consuming everything he had. Finally, he broke through the heavy barriers, arriving right in front of the flagship that loomed like a dark titan. On the flagship's surface, countless artillery platforms lit up, and an unprecedentedly large main cannon, as if capable of swallowing starlight, was slowly adjusting its angle, aiming at Earth, and also at him. There was no time left. Chen Yu looked at the source of destruction so close at hand, a trace of relief flashed in his eyes, soon replaced by endless determination. He spread his arms, as if to embrace this ultimate destruction. From his chest, the heart of Idavaya floated out, hovering in front of him, shining unprecedentedly bright, yet carrying a tragic sense of about to be consumed. With my remaining soul as a guide. With the heart of civilization as the foundation. Burn this body, transform into eternal starfire. Protect my homeland, for countless ages, unquenchable. He let out a final roar, his soul, body, will, and all the civilizational essence accumulated in the heart of Idavaya, at this moment, were completely ignited without reservation. Boom! Brighter and more intense than a stellar explosion, containing endless civilization information and guardian will, the light erupted violently, centered around Chen Yu in the heart of Idavaya. This light was no longer an attack, but a kind of assimilation, a kind of branding. It ignored the layers of shields of the flagship, ignored the hard armor, like all-pervasive mercury, instantly infiltrating the entire flagship, and spreading wildly along its internal energy networks and information links, towards the entire Reaper fleet. The Reaper warships swept by this light, strangely began to show the characters of Dragon Nation, the runes of Idavaya, even the gene sequences of Earth life on their cold mechanical structures. Their pure destruction programs were forcibly injected with chaotic impurities of another civilization. At the moment the flagship's massive main cannon reached the peak of brightness, it trembled violently, the energy concentrated at the muzzle not only failed to fire but instead caused a terrifying implosion. Bang! The chain reaction began. One by one, the Reaper warships experienced disarray in the system, energy spiraled out of control, exploding in space like lit firecrackers. That enormous fleet, which was despairingly overwhelming, began to crumble from within. The brilliant light, after triggering a destructive storm sweeping through nearly half the fleet, finally began to slowly dissipate. Chen Yu's figure, along with the heart of Idavaya, which carried countless stories, had completely vanished, as if he had never existed at all. He used himself as a sacrifice, transforming into the final grave for the invaders. On Earth, within the stellar ring barrier, there was a dead silence. Everyone witnessed the self-detonation that occurred in outer space, like a miracle, and saw how the once invincible fleet crumbled from within. There were no cheers, no celebrations. Only endless sorrow, and the bewilderment of surviving the catastrophe. Huangfu Shao leaned on his long spear, kneeling on one knee, his tiger-like eyes filled with tears. Lei Hao bit his teeth tightly, his fists turning white from the grip. Qinglin silently shed tears, the seed in his hand quietly beginning to sprout. Yu Yan's figure trembled gently in the wind.
Jin Gang let out a repressed roar that seemed to echo the depths of despair. Chen Yu slumped in front of the control console, lost in thoughts as he gazed at the starry sky still dotted with sporadic explosions. The surviving Reaper fleet, after losing its flagship and numerous warships, seemed to fall into chaos, with the remaining ships beginning to turn and flee in panic towards the outer solar system. The 3 silver spacecraft of the Starfire Federation, which had been quietly observing the situation, disappeared silently into the void after confirming the Reapers had retreated, as if they had never existed. The war was over. Sunlight once again pierced through the smoke and dust, showering the scarred earth. The surviving beings emerged from their shelters, walked out from their barriers, gazing at the dystopian yet reborn world before them, as if awakened from a long dream. They had lost so much, but they also held on to the most precious things, home and hope. In a corner unnoticed, the civilization spark hidden by Chen Yu in the crevice of Earth's rules flickered slightly, as if responding to the joys and sorrows of the outside world, quietly waiting for a future day to be awakened once more. Many years later, on this reborn land, a legend about Starfire began to circulate. The legend spoke of a guardian who, in the darkest of times, became a torch, igniting the last beacon of civilization, dispelling the gloom that shrouded the stars. His name was known to all. His deeds sung for generations. His soul, forever entwined with this planet. Chapter 115, The Flicker of Starlight, the journey begins anew. 7 days after the war ended, Long City held a public memorial for the victims. Names were inscribed on the black stone monument, from generals to soldiers, from monks to mortals. Chen Yu's name was carved at the very top, but beneath his name, there was no grave, no burial mound, only a void. Huan Fu Shao stood in front of the monument, silent for a long time. His battle armor still stained with blood, the dragon-patterned spear leaned against the ground, its tip fractured with a small notch. He did not shed tears, instead, his eyes that once burned with dragon spirit were now deep like an ancient well. He took on the duties of the Dragon City garrison commander, becoming a new pillar in this wasteland, but no one knew how heavy the burden on his shoulders was. The surviving members of the Star Shuttle team stood behind him. Lei Hao had lost an arm, replaced with a spiritual prosthetic, and had become much quieter. Yu Yan's figure was even more ethereal, voluntarily taking on the dangerous task of clearing the remaining Reaper units worldwide, as if immersing herself in endless battles to numb her pain. Qinglin planted the first seed from the Spark project on a scorched earth, with tender green sprouts stubbornly pushing through radiation and pollution, bringing the first breath of life. Xianji and Qianji tirelessly worked day and night on the database and wrecked technologies left by the Starfire Federation, attempting to reverse engineer keys that could allow civilization to rebuild more swiftly. Earth was scarred, but the machine of civilization, after experiencing total destruction, began to slowly turn again with a sense of sorrow and resilience. The 3rd year since Chen Yu's sacrifice was also the 1st year of the Dragon Kingdom's Starfire calendar. Long City had transformed from a war-torn ruin into a miracle city that fused ancient runes with streamlined alloys. The faint golden star ring barrier had evolved from a purely defensive shield into a global spiritual information network, symbolizing civilization's metamorphosis from the brink of death to rebirth. In the central command room, the atmosphere was in stark contrast to the flourishing outside, rather, it was heavy with a sense of gravity that came from stillness. Huan Fu Shao stood before the giant star map, his gold dragon shoulder insignia gleaming brightly. But the lines on his forehead were deeper than 3 years ago. He was no longer just the guard of Dragon City, but the supreme commander of the newly established Dragon Civilization United. Beside him stood Xin Ji, who had become the chief scientific officer, along with Yu Yan, Lei Hao, and Shang Lin, who were respectively in charge of internal security, interstellar reconnaissance, and ecological reconstruction. Jin Gang sat at the helm of the newly formed Planetary Defense Legion, while Chen Ji led the vast Spirit Science Research Institute. According to the final analysis of the Reaper wreckage data, along with observations from our Deep Space Exploration Array, Xianji adjusted his glasses and highlighted a star region on the star map. It can be confirmed that the dispersed remnants of the Reapers are gathering toward the coordinate area at the end of the Milky Way's Perseus arm. This area has abnormal gravitational forces and is shrouded by nebulae, making it very suitable for rebuilding a base. On the star map, that area was marked as the Shadow Star region. They are as crafty as ever. Lei Hao clenched his fists, the joints of his new spirit energy prosthetic emitting a faint hum. I'm afraid it's not just a matter of being crafty. Yu Yan's cold voice cut in, as she pulled up a highly distorted signal recording. This is from one of our deep space reconnaissance teams, which accidentally captured superluminal communication fragments from the direction of the Shadow Star region while on the outskirts of the Kuiper Belt. After decoding, 2 new keywords repeatedly appeared: Purification Protocol and Eternal Divine Race. Eternal Divine Race. This name carried a heart-stopping oppressive feeling, causing the command room to fall instantly silent. The Reapers were merely tools executing the Purification Protocol? And the Eternal Divine Race is the real mastermind behind it all? Qing Lin's voice trembled with disbelief. Logically, it makes sense. Chen Yu spoke solemnly, with the technological level evidenced by the Reapers, while powerful, they have not yet reached the point where they can completely dominate the Starfire Federation. If there is a more advanced civilization driving them from behind, many questions can be explained, such as their pure intention to erase all traces of specific civilizations. Just then, in the core area of the command room, a receiving device linked to the hidden dimension of the civilization seed suddenly lit up without warning. A faint yet incredibly familiar wave came in, rippling like a stone thrown into a still lake. It is an active message from the seed. Chen Yu exclaimed in surprise, immediately rushing to the control console. Everyone held their breath, their eyes locked tight. Since Chen Yu's sacrifice, the seed had remained silent. This sudden movement held profound significance. A stream of highly compressed information was received and analyzed, eventually projecting a more complex and vast star sea crisis map beside the star map. This star map was far more detailed than any that the Dragon Kingdom currently possessed, marking not only the Shadow Star region, but also several civilizations radiating different energy spectrums, alongside some fearsome areas annotated in Edavia runes, such as Void Whale Falls, Law Fluctuations, and Silent Graveyard. At the very edge of the star map, a glaring blood-red area was marked, as if it had been cut from the universe by some unknown force, with two ancient Edavia characters annotated beside it, Divine Fall. Below the star map, two phrases made of pure willpower, infused with an endless sense of urgency, were written in Dragon Kingdom script. This was Chen Yu's handwriting: "Prepare for war." The message ended here. The brilliance of the receiving device faded once more. In the command room, a pin drop could be heard. "Prepare for war." Huang Fu Xiao repeated these two words, his gaze shifting from the unsettling Divine Fall area on the star map to the Shadow Star region, and finally scanning over each core member present. He saw shock, he saw seriousness, but more than that, there was an ignited feeling of battle mixed with sadness and determination. Chen Yu did not completely disappear. In a way they had yet to understand, at the last moment, he not only protected the Earth but also pointed out the future enemies and path for them. This was no longer just a simple defensive home. This was a forced, early expedition through the Starry Sea, concerning the survival of civilization. "Send the order." Huang Fu Xiao's voice broke the silence, filled with undeniable determination. The Qiming plan immediately transitioned from the preparation phase to full implementation. Objective: within 1 year, complete the first fleet capable of interstellar travel and combat, the Deep Space Fleet. Utilize all resources, prioritize analyzing the superluminal technology in the Starfire database and the information in the Star Sea Crisis map. Globally, start recruiting volunteers for the Deep Space Expeditionary Army. His gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through the command room's dome, staring into the endless sea of stars. Our enemies have already bared their fangs. Our comrades have shown us the direction. Then, let the banner of Longbang also rise in this vast starry sea. Outside Long City, in the newly constructed spaceport, countless engineers and workers were busy among the giant ship skeletons. The flames of psychic energy and technology burst forth at the welding points, like the pulse of a civilization unwilling to fall silent. The faint light of the Starry Sea had already begun to shine, and the journey of Longbang civilization had thus restarted. The truths hidden behind that shadow and God's fall awaited them to unveil. Chapter 116, Starship Qiming, Shadows Approaching. The initiation of the Qiming plan was like pressing the highest power thruster on the recently reborn civilization machine of Longbang. The entire focus of civilization turned from within the planet to the vast starry sky with unprecedented determination. The largest spaceport in Long City, Kunlun Port, operated day and night. The huge dock resembled the nest of a steel giant, with tens of thousands of engineers, formation masters, and technicians busy as worker bees, weaving among cold metal and flowing channels of psychic energy runes. In the core area, the shapes of 3 giant ship skeletons, streamlined and over 3,000 meters long, had already taken form. These were the first-generation deep space battleships of Longbang, codenamed Qiming. They were not merely creations of technology. The ship's keel was made from a special alloy infused with stardust gold, with key structures engraved with ancient runes of immortality and resilience from Long City's heritage. The energy core was a hybrid reactor combining controllable nuclear fusion and a large spirit-gathering array, capable of providing powerful conventional energy while converting cosmic psychic energy for backup and special systems. The main cannon at the bow was a painstaking work of the Xuanji team, attempting to technologically reproduce the principle of Chen Yu's stunning glance, the chaos snare testing weapon known as the order-destroying cannon. How is the progress? Huang Fu Xiao arrived at the dock, his voice echoing in the vast space. Behind him were Xuanji and Xianji. The main structure of the first ship, Dragon Soul, is 85% complete, and the energy core has been installed. We are currently laying circuits for psychic energy and adjusting the weapon systems. The second ship, Yan Huang, and the third ship, Xianhua, are progressing a bit slower but have also exceeded 70%. The chief engineer in charge of the dock spoke with a tired yet proud tone. At this speed, completing the 3-ship fleet within 10 months is not impossible. Huang Fu Xiao nodded, his gaze sweeping across the towering ship body, eventually resting on the fierce cannon at its bow. The order-destroying cannon is key. Our future enemies may possess defensive technologies far beyond our understanding, only attacks at the rule level may be able to tear open a gap. The theoretical model is sound, but the energy consumption is enormous, and it places a heavy burden on the ship's structure. Xuanji adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the sparks from the welding. The Dragon Soul can only withstand 3 full power shots at most. Furthermore, we lack the most crucial Kai foam materials, special substances capable of bearing and amplifying rule-based attacks. Regarding the materials issue, I will find a way, Huangfu Xiao said in a deep voice. Deep within the Dragon City treasury, there were a few ancient relics that could be useful. Just as the shipyard was bustling with activity, an urgent message from deep space arrived before Huangfu Xiao. The message came from an advanced reconnaissance team, consisting of 3 old modified ships, sent to inspect the outskirts of the Shadow Star domain. They did not go deep, instead, they set up long-range observation buoys at a safe distance. The information sent back included a brief, interference-filled recording and a fragment of audio. In the video, one could see the edge of the Shadow Star domain, where space rippled violently as if stones had been thrown into water. Then, a strange ship, only 1/3 the size of the Qiming class, completely black and resembling 3 sharp blades combined together, slid out silently. It had no usual propulsion outlets, it moved like a ghost, as if jumping through space. It seemed to have detected the observation buoy, a dark glow flashed at the bow, and the buoy's signal completely disappeared. In the last frame before the signal was cut off, the side of the black ship faintly revealed an extremely simple emblem, exuding a sense of coldness and eternity, a perfect, flawless silver ring. The audio was fragmented, detected unknown high-dimensional signal energy spectrum, unrecognizable warning, not a harvester, repeat not. At this point, the signal was entirely lost, and the 3 reconnaissance ships gave no further response. In the command room, the atmosphere dropped to a freezing point. This is not the style of the harvesters. Yu Yan looked at the silver ring emblem, her voice cold. Their technological level appears to be higher. Eternal God race, Xuanji murmured, his face pale. Could this be their creation? A reconnaissance ship? Just a single small reconnaissance ship had cost them 3 reconnaissance vessels and an observation point, and they couldn't even comprehend its movement and attack methods. This was no longer an evenly matched war, it was more like the prelude to an unbalanced invasion and crushing suppression. Their reconnaissance ship has already appeared at the edge of the Shadow Star domain, Lei Hao said in a low voice. This means they may have noticed the failure of the harvesters and focused their attention on us. The pressure felt like an invisible iceberg, crashing down on everyone's hearts. They were still working hard for the First Fleet, while the enemy had already sent reconnaissance units far beyond their technological understanding. The plan remains unchanged. Huangfu Xiao slammed his fist on the control panel, shattering the suffocating tension. Accelerate the construction speed of the Qiming class. At the same time, initiate the Zhulong plan. Zhulong plan? Everyone looked at him. Since we cannot surpass them technologically in the short term, we will leverage our advantages, stealth and a lethal strike. Huangfu Zhao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Select the best crew and warriors to form a special deep space combat team, equipped with the latest developed Phantom stealth ship. Their mission is not to confront head-on, but to infiltrate, scout, sabotage, and capture isolated enemy units. He pointed to the unnerving Shadow Star domain on the star map. Before the Qiming fleet is formed, we must use the eyes of the Zhulong to help civilization see clearly what lies hidden beneath that shadow. The journey through the Star Sea was fraught with thorns and unknown fears from the very beginning. But the Dragon Clan civilization had no path left to retreat. Chapter 117, The Stars Rekindle, Preparing for the Star Sea. Dragon City Command Center, information received 3 minutes ago. Huangfu Xiao gazed at the point of light on the star map that represented the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship, constantly emitting a faint signal, like a block of ice weighing down on his heart. Lei Hao had just reported that the reconnaissance ship's scanning mode had become more proactive, as if it were searching for something specific. General, the Immortal Rune Array of the Qiming-class ship is experiencing energy leakage. Stability is 17% lower than expected. An engineer reported through the communication channel, his voice filled with anxiety. Material team. I need solutions, not problem reports. Huangfu Zhao's voice echoed through the massive command center, carrying an undeniable pressure. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a hint of fatigue even with his willpower, squeezed by the triple pressure of resources, technology, and time. At that moment, the realm of ruins, where time flows differently. Chen Yu's self-consciousness floated in the chaotic sea of civilization. Broken memories intertwined and collided with the vast data streams of Ida Weya. I am Chen Yu. To safeguard. To protect my civilization, my homeland, that everlasting spark. The anchored will was like a lighthouse, dispelling the fog of recognition. Civilization data streams converged, fused, and reshaped around him at an unprecedented speed. No longer simple memory recovery, but a fundamental sublimation. He carried the legacy of a dying civilization and connected with the pulse of a newborn civilization. Talent advancement, S-class civilization spark, basic. A self-born realization, he possessed some characteristics of civilization will, capable of existing in dimensional cracks, limitedly interfering with reality, and guiding, amplifying the development process of his civilization. And in the instant his consciousness was completely reshaped. Dragon City Command Center, present. Alarm! Unknown high-frequency data stream detected in the core database. Firewall not triggered. The shout from the security chief shattered the dullness of the command room. Everyone instantly looked up. On the main screen, the massive Starsea crisis map suddenly unfolded like a cosmic scroll, innumerable unknown symbols, coordinates, and civilization identifiers filling the screen in an instant. At the edges of the map, two ancient Chinese seals, condensed from energy and glowing brilliantly, seemed to carry immense weight, smashing into everyone's retinas. Prepare for battle. Dead silence. For a full 3 seconds, a pin drop could be heard in the command center. Everyone was stunned by the sudden flood of information far beyond their understanding. Energy signature comparison. Xuanji was the first to react, his voice sharp almost to the point of breaking. Quick! It's Chief Chen Yu's psychic waveform. Core feature match rate is 99.97%. The technician's voice had a cry like frenzy of joy. Huan Fuxiao took a sudden step forward, his fingers shaking violently as they gripped the console tightly, his gaze fixed on those two words, his chest heaving as if about to release 3 years of pent-up breath. He is not dead. Xuanji covered his mouth, his eyes instantly reddening, tears mingled with smiles. He is still alive. Chen Yu's will felt the wave of determination, resolution, mixed with joy and hope that erupted in Dragon City because of his information. This torrent pierced dimensions, like a warm flame, nourishing his newly reborn form. He no longer hesitated. The just recovered will coalesced and locked onto the light point representing the edge of the Shadow Star region in the star chart that's Silver Ring reconnaissance ship. A chill, containing the power of rules, began to slowly and cautiously extend like invisible tendrils, attempting to penetrate the dimensional barrier. He wanted to personally measure this so-called eternal god race. In the Dragon City Command Center, the boiling joy quickly subdued, replaced by a more efficient and focused fighting spirit. Analyze the star map. Prioritize identifying all hostile identifiers and danger zones. Contact the Torch Dragon team, share data related to the Shadow Star region at the edge of the star map. Activate highest battle readiness. All research departments, prioritize processing technology information related to the star map. Huan Fuxiao's voice rang like a gong, orders rapidly issued. His gaze swept across the star map that seemed to condense Chen Yu's will, his eyes sharp like a sword ready to unsheath. He pointed out the enemy for us, and he showed us the way. Huan Fuxiao said in a deep voice, his words echoing through the command center, now, it's our turn. Don't keep him waiting too long. In the entire Dragon City, this massive war machine roared to life with an efficiency beyond limits the moment hope was reignited. The land of returning ruins. Chen Yu's tendrils of will had quietly touched the edge of the cold and orderly energy field emitted by the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship. Information fragments exchanged silently in the gaps of dimensions. And at the core of his will, a thought was crystal clear. Preparation for battle has begun. Chapter 118, Dimensional Interference, Initial Trial of Edge. The fervor and determination of the Dragon City Command Center surged like flowing magma, sending tiny ripples through the dimensional barrier, stirring up the land of returning ruins. Chen Yu's newly born core of will clearly heard the war drums from the mother civilization. His attention was completely focused on that Silver Ring reconnaissance ship. The tendrils of thought, like the finest probes, felt the immense resistance and the omnipresent cosmic noise as they penetrated the barriers of reality's dimensions. The real universe was far from empty, it was filled with background radiation, gravitational waves, and the faint signals scattered by countless civilizations. For Chen Yu, existing in this pure form of will, this chaotic background noise felt like a raging sandstorm, constantly washing away and weakening the power he extended outward. That Silver Ring reconnaissance ship appeared to him as a remarkably clean and orderly point of light amidst this chaotic noise. The energy field it emitted had a cold quality that repelled all chaos and disorder. This characteristic alone carved out a small unique order domain in the surrounding space. Chen Yu's tendrils of will carefully avoided the active detection areas that the reconnaissance ship might have, silently seeping like mercury into its outer energy field. He did not attempt to attack nor did he try to read core data, doing so would be like sounding an alarm directly. His goal was more hidden and more deadly, to perceive the basic logic of its energy operation and analyze the structural laws of its order field. This was an incredibly delicate operation, like walking on a tightrope at 10,000 meters high. He mobilized his understanding of order disruption from the civilization seed, talent, combined with fragments of knowledge about high-dimensional energy applications from the EDA database, adjusting his will frequency to closely match a certain harmonic of that order field. In an instant, a large amount of information fragments pierced into his perception like ice needles, the lingering spiritual waves of the heart of the EDA civilization, and traces of some kind of rule interference that were highly similar to Chen Yu himself. They were indeed looking for him. not only seeking the heart of civilization but also on guard against potential individuals capable of wielding the power of rules. Just as Chen Yu's perception attempted to go further, touching the shell of its core information processing unit. Buzz. The perfect order field of the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship suddenly rippled with a barely noticeable disturbance. A remarkably subtle yet highly essential self-check pulse swept across the entire ship in an instant. Discovered? No, it felt more like triggering a certain preset defense mechanism against anomalous rule disturbances. Chen Yu decisively cut off the connection between that tendril of will and his main body, causing it to self-annihilate in the dimensional gap, leaving no trace. Almost simultaneously, in the real universe. At the edge of the Shadow Star field, the flagship Phantom of the Torch Dragon Squadron, responsible for monitoring, emitted a faint alarm signal. Report. The energy field of the target reconnaissance ship showed a sudden fluctuation. Fluctuation pattern, unknown. Unable to analyze. The sensor operator's voice was filled with tension. Lei Hao stared at the main screen, as the black blade-shaped ship still silently floated there. It was as if nothing had happened. Has it found us? The deputy asked softly. Not likely. Lei Hao frowned tightly. It's more like it itself is affected by some invisible interference. Continue to monitor and record all data, even the faintest abnormal readings. In the land of return. Chen Yu's will core felt a wave similar to dizziness due to the momentary cutoff and annihilation. Interfering with reality, especially at this level of creation, consumes far more than imagined. But the harvest is equally great. Directly extracting vacuum energy, shielding physical constants to make a leap, Chen Yu processed the fragments of information he acquired. Is this the technological foundation of the eternal divine plan? Pursuing absolute order and efficiency, rejecting all uncertainty. This technical route is powerful and precise, but also lacks resilience, fearing accidents. And my civilization seed talent integrates the heritage of Idavia, the resilience of Longwa civilization, and my own potential, originating from the singularity, to define order and existence, is precisely the greatest accident. Their order may very well be their shackles. Chen Yu transmitted the parsed key technological features, especially the information about the energy core's operational harmonics and scanning mode focus, back to the Long City seed server through that subtle dimensional connection. This time, it wasn't a star map, but an extremely complex encrypted data package about the enemy reconnaissance ship's technological characteristics. At the same time, he added a brief conscious message. Its order can be observed, its gaps lie in change. Do not confront it head-on, disrupt it with chaos. In the real universe, at the Long City Command Center. The Xuanji team had just begun to fully analyze the massive Starsea crisis map when another highly encrypted data package and that brief message suddenly appeared in the core database. New information. From the same source, a technician exclaimed. Xuanji immediately rushed to the terminal, and as she quickly browsed through the data package and the message, an unprecedented light burst forth in her eyes. General. Chen Yu sent partial technical parameters of that Silver Ring reconnaissance ship and suggestions for response. Her voice trembled with excitement. He's personally scouting them. He mentioned chaos. Huang Fuxiao strode over, looking at the technical descriptions on the screen that surpassed current understanding and that enigmatic message with sharp eyes. Its order can be observed, its gaps lie in change, disrupt with chaos. He repeated the phrase, suddenly looking up. Immediately hand this data over to all relevant research institutes. Especially the parts about the energy core and scanning mode. We need to develop targeted interference equipment. Notify Lei Hao, the tactical objective of the Zhu Long team is changed. From simple surveillance to attempting non-contact information interference and deception, while ensuring absolute concealment. Use the unstable psychic noise generators we just deciphered from those Reaper Rex. Chen Yu's test in the dimensional crevice illuminated the first tactical beacon for Longwei in the real universe to confront a strong enemy. The war, in the invisible dimension and the visible star space, quietly unfolded simultaneously. Chapter 119, Orders Fracture, Embers of Hope Ignite. In the land of return, Chen Yu's will felt like a sea surface recovering calm after a storm, yet it was deeper. The consumption from the first dimensional interference was enormous, but the information gained and the validated tactical ideas were invaluable. He saw that group of data packets about the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship's technical characteristics penetrate the dimension, landing in the core of the Long City seed server, and also heard Huang Fuxiao's decisive command, full of fighting spirit, echo in the Long City command center. A wonderful sense of connection grew within his will. He was no longer a solitary fighter but had become the nerve center and lead scout of the Longwa civilization's massive war machine. His perception extended to the real universe, and the power of the Dragon Kingdom would transform into daggers piercing the enemies, guided by him. In the real universe, at the edge of the Shadow Star domain. Inside the Shadow Phantom ship, Lei Hao received encrypted instructions from Dragon City and a detailed data packet from Chen Yu. When he saw the tactical suggestion of disrupt with chaos and the precise parameters regarding the energy core harmonics and scanning patterns of the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship, the battle-hardened commander's eyes sparkled with fierce light. Opportunity, he growled, Tech Officer, immediately modulate the frequency of our 3-type psychic noise generator according to the received parameters. We'll deliver a chaotic symphony from Earth to our noble neighbor. Shadow Blade Team, move out again. This operation is codenamed First Sound. 2 Hummingbird submersibles glided out of the launch channel of the Shadow Phantom like ghosts once more. This time, they were not carrying experimental devices, but precisely calibrated, clearly targeted tuning forks.
Meanwhile, in the Land of Ruins,
Chen Yu did not rest. He knew that merely relying on the Zhulong team's interference might temporarily confuse the enemy, but it could not exert substantial pressure and might even expose the existence of the Zhulong. He needed to create a larger, more fire-attracting accident. His will sank into the data streams of the Eta via civilization, searching for knowledge about information camouflage and energy illusions. Soon, he locked onto a technology called lower-dimensional information entity projection. This technology was originally used to create false fleet signals or signs of civilization activity in the vast star regions to mislead enemies. Chen Yu's goal was more specific. He aimed to generate a brief, moderately intense lingering signal of the Eta via civilization. This required extremely precise control. If the signal was too weak, it wouldn't attract the enemy's attention. If too strong, the enemy might trace it back to the dimensional coordinates of the Land of Ruins. He had to act like the top-notch demolition expert, calculating the yield, timing, and position accurately. He drew upon the drifting psychic particles and information flows in the Land of Ruins, using the Eta via psychic wave pattern that the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship was frantically searching for as a model, and began to carefully weave this illusion in the void in another direction away from the Zhulong team and the reconnaissance ship. Like painting a realistic mirage on a canvas of nothingness, each stroke required a deep understanding and power of the rules.
In the real universe,
the Shadow Blade team, already in the best attack position, received the command from the Shadow Phantom, First Sound Operation, Synchronize Start.
Target, edge of the order field, fire in 3 seconds.
The noise generators on the bellies of the 2 Hummingbird submersibles projected out, and a deep blue psychic glow began to emerge within.
In that instant,
in the void about 0.5 astronomical units away from the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship, a tiny glow suddenly lit up. Then, a clear, pure psychic fluctuation carrying the unique frequency of the ancient Eta via civilization surged forth like a bell ringing in a silent library, rippling out powerfully. The reaction of the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship was extreme. Its main scanning array instantly locked onto the signal eruption point, and the originally steady order field displayed visible, violent ripples for the first time. Its internal energy reading skyrocketed by an order of magnitude on the sensors of the Shadow Phantom.
All its attention was utterly drawn to this primary signal. Now is the time. Launch!
The commander of the Shadow Blade team howled the order.
Whoosh!
2 precisely modulated, extremely chaotic and discordant psychic noise pulses, like 2 invisible sonic blades, fiercely pierced into the edge of the order field of the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship, which had just momentarily relaxed its guard due to the distraction. This time, the effect was completely different. Before, it had only caused ripples. This time, the perfect order field seemed to be thrown into a block of ice soaked in boiling oil, emitting a violent, unstable sizzle sound, with brief, subtle broken light spots appearing on the edges. The reconnaissance ship shuddered violently, its smooth lines twisting momentarily, and several secondary cannons spun wildly, unable to launch an effective counterattack in time.
Interference effective. Target order field stability has dropped over 40%. Estimated duration: 3.5 seconds.
The voice of the technician on the Shadow was filled with ecstasy.
Retreat. Full speed ahead. Don't linger.
The Shadow Blade team took advantage of this precious window of chaos, overloading the engines, merging into the complex background radiation of the asteroid belt like 2 shadows, disappearing without a trace. The Silver Ring reconnaissance ship, having dissipated the nearby chaotic noise, seemed to fall into a brief logical confusion. Most of its systems still locked onto the distant Eta via Phantom, which was already beginning to fade, while a small part of its systems dealt with the aftereffects of the earlier disrupted order field. It stayed in place for much longer than usual before restarting its engines, cautiously and almost suspiciously scanning the area where the Phantom had appeared. On the Shadow, Lei Hao watched the reconnaissance ship's slightly dull and confused reaction on the tactical screen, his clenched fists slowly relaxing, palms drenched in sweat.
Report, initial sound operation successful. Confirmed targeted chaotic interference is effective against the target.
Complete data on the damage and recovery of the target order field has been collected.
Confirmed, the target has a very high priority response mechanism for specific Eta via signals. Success!
This was not only a small tactical victory but also a strategic validation. They had found the leverage point to pry apart this seemingly invincible order. In the ruins, Chen Yu watched as the reconnaissance ship spun around, led astray by the Phantom he created, a chill of satisfaction coursing through him.
He dispersed the briefly existing phantom signal as if it had never appeared. Order has cracked, the gap is clear. His thoughts echoed in the data light stream. Next, it should be time to let this chaos spark burn even brighter. He repackaged the deeper detail data observed during the cooperative operation about the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship's delayed response under dual interference, system priority conflicts, along with a preliminary idea on how to combine signal phantoms with chaotic noise for tactical use, sending it back to Dragon City. The fingertips of reality and dimension played in harmony for the first time, carving a clear crack into the fortress of order. The balance of the Star-Sea War began to tilt, imperceptibly but significantly. Chapter 120, Resonance Prelude, Dark Tide Rising. Dragon City, Supercomputing Center Tuesday. The Xianyuan team was frantically analyzing the second data packet sent back by Chen Yu, a precious record detailing the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship's response patterns under the dual interference of phantom and chaotic noise. On the holographic projection, the energy field fluctuations of the reconnaissance ship, system response delays, and weapon priority chaos were broken down into countless flowing curves and parameters. The shrill alarm sound intertwined with the excited whispers of researchers. Confirmed. When the target encounters simultaneous attacks from high-priority signals, phantom, and base-order interference, noise, its core processing unit will exhibit obvious logical conflicts. A young researcher pointed at a violently shaking energy curve, his voice hoarse with excitement. Look here. Its shield system instinctively tries to strengthen against the noise intrusion, but the main sensor conveys a high-value target's signal that orders energy to tilt toward scanning and propulsion systems. This led to about a 0.8-second defense window. 0.8 seconds. Xuanji adjusted her glasses, the eyes behind the lenses shining with sharp light. On the interstellar battlefield, 0.8 seconds is enough for a small elite fleet to carry out a deadly salvo, or complete a close-range infiltration. She immediately submitted this analysis report along with her preliminary tactical concept to Huangfu Xiao. General, the intelligence provided by Chen Yu and our verification show that the eternal divine race creations are not flawless. Their extreme pursuit of order has instead become their Achilles heel. We can exploit this logical conflict to develop specialized order conflict warheads or information decoy tactics. Huangfu Xiao looked at the clear 0.8-second gap on the report, his eyes flickering with cold light. It was as if he could already see the Dragon Kingdom's fleet tearing apart the enemy's seemingly perfect defense using this fleeting flaw on the future battlefield. Approve the project. Concentrate resources, establish the break order project team, and you will be fully responsible for it. Huangfu Xiao said in a deep voice, I want to see the prototype weapon before the trial voyage of the Qiming-class flagship. Yes. Chen Yu's will slowly floated among the data streams, digesting the insights and consumption brought by the two dimensions interference. He was like a sponge, wildly absorbing the vast knowledge of the Idavaya civilization regarding energy, dimensions, and information warfare, and fusing it with the characteristics of his own civilization spark. He saw the establishment of the Dragon City Break Order project team and felt the unwavering belief focused on finding the enemy's weaknesses and studying countering techniques. This belief was like a small stream, merging into his will, accelerating his recovery, and making his perception of the real universe clearer. He was no longer content with passive observation and occasional interference. He needed to establish a more stable and efficient channel connecting him with the Dragon Kingdom, a bridge that could allow him to directly transmit information and even send a limited amount of power. His will sank into the depths of the Idavaya database, searching for solutions. Soon, an ancient device design called the Civilization Resonator caught his attention. This was not a physical object, but a technology that utilized the unique spiritual wavelength and information characteristics of a civilization to establish directed connections on the dimensional level. What is the spiritual wavelength of the Dragon Kingdom civilization? It is the resilience built over 5,000 years, the unity in the face of disaster, the courageous progress in exploring the unknown, and the spirit of passing down the flame etched in their genes. Chen Yu began to try. He no longer mobilized the ordinary energy wandering in the ruins, but carefully started to collect and refine the weak yet pure power of belief that penetrated the dimensional barriers from the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. He used this power of belief as strings, with his own civilization spark as the core, starting to weave an invisible receiver and transmitter device that resonated only with the Dragon Kingdom civilization in the gaps of dimensions. This process was more difficult than interfering with the reconnaissance ship and consumed a more essential power of existence. His will gleamed brightly at times and dimmed at others, like a candle flickering in the wind. But he persisted, because he knew once successful, the Dragon Kingdom would no longer just be a receiving end for his one-sided information, but may become a resonating body that could interact with him and even draw on some of his power. Just as Chen Yu focused on constructing the Civilization Resonator, the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship, which had been continuously teased by Chen Yu and the Candle Dragon team, finally stopped its aimless search after a long, almost obsessive scanning session. It quietly floated in the void, as if it had turned into a cold tombstone. Suddenly, the silver-white circular emblem on the front of the ship lit up with a faint yet stable glow. A wave of scanning different from any before it.
A more concise, more obscure flow of information, in a way that surpasses the speed of light, sent an extremely short encrypted message towards a preset coordinate deep within the star map. The content of the message could not be intercepted and deciphered by the Candle Dragon team, but the act of sending it itself, as well as the reconnaissance ship's complete entry into silent stealth mode afterward, was keenly captured by the shadow ship.
Report. The target reconnaissance ship has sent an unknown superluminal communication.
It then entered the highest level of silent status, with all external energy radiation reduced to the minimum. The voice of the sensor organ carried an unprecedented seriousness.
Lei Hao's heart sank suddenly.
He stared at the light point on the screen that seemed to blend with the darkness and said slowly, "It is calling for reinforcements. Or, it is reporting the anomaly that is happening here." The brief joy of victory was replaced by a deeper sense of crisis. The enemy was not wooden, they would react, would adjust, would summon stronger forces. The dark tide of the star sea began to surge faster. And in the land of the return to the void, the civilization resonator woven by Chen Yu, that invisible string, under the infusion of the belief power of billions of compatriots in Longwa, let out the first almost inaudible, only he could perceive, hum.
Chapter 121 The Spear of Breaking Order, Setting Sail on a Starry Night.
Long City, Breaking Order Project Group Laboratory. The atmosphere was so heavy that it felt like it could squeeze water out. On the holographic projection, the data showing the complete silence of the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship after sending a superluminal communication hung like a cold verdict over everyone's hearts. What it is calling could be reconnaissance units of the same level, or perhaps, more advanced combat ships. A tactical analyst's voice was dry, if it is the latter, with our current strength. He did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood. It had already taken all they had just to barely disrupt one reconnaissance ship. If a real warship arrived, the outcome was self-evident. Xuanji stood in the center, her gaze sweeping across the continuously replaying 0.8-second data of the order field window. The pressure felt like a substantial mountain pressing down on her thin shoulders, but her eyes were exceptionally bright, even carrying an almost mad focus. "We do not have time to fear, nor do we have time to hesitate." Her voice echoed clearly in the laboratory. "The enemy has given us only this 0.8 seconds. What we need to do is turn this 0.8 seconds into a fatal blow that pierces their hearts." She brought up the design of the Qiming-class main ship Dragon Soul, her finger pointing at the Fierce Order destruction cannon at the bow. The original plan requires the special medium kaifeng that can carry rule attacks for the Order destruction cannon. "We cannot find it, and we have no time to search." Xuanji spoke rapidly, but Chen Yu's data tells us that we do not need to fully replicate that level of rule attack. We just need to create a sufficiently strong information storm targeting their Order logic core, and during their system's chaos within that 0.8 seconds, we will send in our strongest conventional firepower. "Do you mean the chief engineer beside her seemed to understand something, his pupils shrinking?" "Modify the design of the Order destruction cannon," Xuanji declared firmly. "Abandon the rule attack module and transform it into a high-power spiritual energy information composite interference generator. It is no longer the main cannon but a spear of breaking order that creates an attack window for the true main cannon, the existing ultra-heavy plasma cannon group of Dragon Soul." This idea was too bold, almost a subversive transformation. If it failed, the strongest weapon system of the Dragon Soul would become a laughingstock. But, energy supply, spiritual energy circuit overload, information flow compilation, the engineer raised a string of technical challenges. "I will recalculate the energy supply. For the problem of spiritual energy circuit overload, use the stardust from Long City's secret treasury as a buffering medium. For information flow compilation, use the core logical characteristics of the reconnaissance ship sent back by Chen Yu for targeted modeling." Xuanji's voice carried an undeniable determination. "This is our only chance. Before the enemy's reinforcements arrive, we must make the Dragon Soul capable of tearing through their defenses." The entire project team was infected by her almost desperate momentum. After a brief silence, a tremendous enthusiasm for work erupted. The sounds of argument, the tapping of calculators, and the humming of machines once again filled the laboratory. Everyone knew they were racing against time, engaging in a technological gamble concerning the survival of civilization. At the same time, Chen Yu's core of will, the intangible civilization resonator, was becoming clearer and more stable under the surging tide of belief from Longwa. He was no longer passively receiving beliefs but could faintly sense several of the most intense belief focal points within Longwa that had the deepest bond with him. Among them, the brightest one was in the underground of Longcheng, the laboratory that was pouring heart and soul into the spear of breaking order, which belonged to Xuanji, burning with wisdom and resolute will. He heard Xuanji's desperate declaration, feeling that determination to seize the opportunity at all costs. Spear of breaking order. Information storm, Chen Yu's will flowed with contemplative light. Xuanji's direction was correct, but solely relying on Longwa's current spiritual energy technology and information encoding level, creating a storm capable of shaking the core order of the eternal god race had an exceedingly low success rate. He needed to help them.
Chen Yu focused his attention on the deeper knowledge about information warfare and spiritual energy applications in the Edavia database. He found several terrifying concepts regarding logic viruses and information entropy bombs, but these were too extreme and could backfire with the slightest mistake. Finally, he locked onto a relatively mild yet extremely ingenious technology, directed information overload protocol. This technology did not violently destroy the target system but instead precisely injected a large amount of seemingly reasonable, yet contradicting or infinitely looping garbage information packages into its core logic circuits, causing its processing capability to be completely occupied in a short time, trapped in a logical deadlock. This perfectly matched the tactical demand of creating chaos rather than destruction, and aligned with Xuanji's idea of transforming the order destruction cannon. Chen Yu began to work. With the authority of his own civilization seed, he summoned the computational resources of the ruins, combined with the analytical data of the Silver Ring scoutship's logic characteristics, to compile an extremely complex directed information overload attack program specifically targeting the Eternal God Race core order. This was not a physical program, but a purely informational structure, a creation of rules. The compilation process consumed a great deal from him, and the newly birthed core will send waves of weakness again, but he persevered. He knew that if this program could be successfully loaded onto the Spear of Breaking Order, it would become the most critical ace in the hole for Longwo when facing a powerful enemy. Time trickled away. In the real universe, the highest level of combat readiness orders had been issued in Longchang. All resources were directed towards the Dawn Project and the Breaking Order initiative. The dock of the Dragon Soul was lit up day and night, with transformation work progressing at an astonishing speed. Xuanji worked tirelessly, her eyes bloodshot, personally supervising every key node of the transformation. Stardust was melted into the spiritual energy circuits, complex interference generator modules were hoisted into the enormous cannon body, and the attack model established based on Chen Yu's data was repeatedly optimized. Finally, on the 7th Earth day after the scout ship fell silent. Report. The main transformation of the Spear of Breaking Order is complete. Final assembly adjustments are underway. Report. The adaptive transformation completion of the Dragon Soul hull is at 98%. Energy core interlink tests passed. Xuanji looked at the green indicator light on the main control panel representing the readiness of the Spear of Breaking Order. With a long, deep sigh, she swayed for a moment, almost collapsing, supported by her assistant beside her. She lifted her head, looking through the lab's reinforced glass, as if she could see through layers of rock, gazing at the deep, perilous starry sky. Next, it's up to you, Dragon Soul. She murmured to herself. And in the land of the return, Chen Yu finally completed the last compilation of the Directional Information Overload Attack Program, which contained the wisdom of Edavia and his profound understanding of order. He carefully wrapped this formless and weighty program in a thread of pure belief power, sending it through the initially stabilized civilization resonator, towards the underground of Dragon City, to the core control unit of the Spear of Disorder, tightly connected to the will of Xuanji. He included no message. He knew that the moment the Spear of Disorder activated, Xuanji and the Dragon Soul would naturally understand how to use this gift from the dimensional crevice. Beneath the starry night, the giant ship about to set sail completed a silent yet crucial collaboration with the spark of civilization within the dimension. The trigger of war had already been pulled halfway. Chapter 122, Silent Gift, Approaching Shadow. Underground in Dragon City, the core laboratory of the Disorder Project. The final phase of the assembly and debugging was underway, and the air felt as if it had solidified. Xuanji strained her nearly exhausted spirit, fixated on the waterfall of data flowing across the main control console. The modified order destruction cannon, now the Spear of Disorder, was undergoing its final full system coordination. Suddenly, the spiritual energy readings from the core control unit experienced a minute fluctuation that was completely inconsistent with any preset models. The fluctuation was fleeting, so quick it felt like an illusion, and even the most precise instruments only captured an inexplicable ripple. Just now, was there an abnormal signal? A technician, fixated on the screen, whispered uncertainly. But Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. She was more familiar with this fluctuation than anyone. It was a dimensional ripple that originated from the information packet sent by Chen Yu, but was more subtle. She suddenly lunged at the control console, her hands flying to operate it, extracting the core data cache from that moment. The raw data stream was chaotic, but after she input a decryption model based on the information Chen Yu had previously provided, a piece of information structure, encrypted and compressed to the extreme, like a sleeping treasure, quietly emerged within the deep command sequence. It bore no signature, no explanation, just quietly lurking, perfectly fitting into the attack core of the Spear of Disorder, as if it had been the ultimate protocol preset since the birth of this system. Xuanji's breathing suddenly grew rapid. She instantly understood what this was. It was Chen Yu. He had sent the most crucial piece of the puzzle from a place no one could see. This gift was not a physical entity, but a concept of attack, containing higher dimensional rules. Xian, is there a problem? The assistant noticed her unusual behavior and asked with concern.
Xuanji took a deep breath, forcing back her turbulent emotions, her voice a bit hoarse with excitement. No problem. It's the system's final adaptive microadjustment, even more perfect than we expected.
She couldn't explain, nor could she.
This gift from the dimensional crevice was a secret belonging only to her and the dragon's soul, one of civilization's deepest trump cards. She immediately set this directional information overload protocol as the highest priority hidden command for the Spear of Disorder, synchronizing the trigger conditions with the main interference beam. After doing all this, she felt utterly drained as she leaned against the back of her chair, but her eyes were astonishingly bright. The original estimation of the Spear of Disorder's efficacy was completely overturned at that moment. With this gift, the dragon soul had truly gained the power to fight against potential strong enemies.
The Land of Return. After sending the agreement, Chen Yu's willpower significantly dimmed, like an overused lamp.
Compiling and transmitting this creation on the rules level was quite a burden for his newly formed state. But he felt the moment of enlightenment from Xuanji in the real universe and the subsequent, even stronger confidence.
A subtle sense of satisfaction flowed in his will. This cross-dimensional understanding and trust filled him more than any power enhancement could.
He calmed his mind and began to fully draw energy from the Land of Return and the torrent of beliefs from Dragon Country, accelerating his recovery. A bigger storm was brewing, he needed to become stronger quickly. In the real universe, at the edge of the Shadow Star domain, the Shadow was like the most patient hunter, still lurking in the darkness. That silver-ringed scout ship kept a deathly silence, as if it had truly turned into cosmic dust. But the unease in Lei Hao's heart grew with each passing day.
An overly calm situation often meant a greater storm was brewing beneath the surface.
Report. The remote wide-area gravitational wave monitoring array has detected unusual disturbances. The voice of the sensor officer broke the silence of the bridge. The source direction coincides highly with the previous superluminal communication coordinates of the target scout ship. Disturbance features unable to identify, initial energy levels judged to be far beyond the scout ship.
They are coming. Lei Hao's heart tightened suddenly. The worst-case scenario seemed to be becoming a reality. Can you determine what it is? Quantity?
Scale, he asked in a calm voice.
We cannot determine the specific form.
The disturbance source seems to still be at an extremely far distance, conducting some kind of superluminal cruise. Its signal is extremely vague and strongly interfered with. But based on the ripple effect model on the background spacetime caused by the disturbance, its mass or energy scale is at least 10 times that of the target scout ship.
More than 10 times.
A gasp spread through the bridge. If a scout ship is this difficult, what kind of terrifying war beast could exist that is 10 times greater?
Send the intel back to Dragon City with the highest priority.
Lei Hao ordered without hesitation. The Shadow maintains the highest concealment level and continues to monitor.
No one is to take any action that might expose us without my command. He looked out at the deep darkness beyond the viewport, his expression grave as iron.
The enemy had drawn their sword, and its blade was tearing through the sea of stars, roaring towards Earth civilization.
Meanwhile, Dragon Country's response, the Dragon Soul and its newly born Spear of Break sequence, were also ready to strike.
A race against life and death had entered its final countdown stage.
Chapter 123, Dragon Soul Unsheathed, Confronting the Abyss. In the Dragon City Command Center, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron.
The urgent intelligence returned by Lei Hao was like ice water poured into a boiling pot of oil, energy scale 10 times that of the scout ship, unknown superluminal cruise body, heading straight for the solar system. On the huge holographic star map, an unknown signal marker, blinking and emitting an ominous red light, was slowly moving along a calculated probability trajectory towards the star region representing the solar system. Every shift of the coordinates felt like a hammer striking everyone's hearts. Based on the data returned from the Shadow and the star map model analysis, the target is expected to arrive at the outer edge of the Kuiper Belt in 71 hours. The voice of the tactical officer was dry. We do not have enough warning time.
71 hours. Less than 3 days.
Silence enveloped the command center, only the faint hum of instruments running could be heard. Despair spread quietly like a tangible darkness.
What are you all panicking for?
Huang Fu Zhao's voice was like thunder, exploding in the oppressive air. He stood up, still tall and straight as a pine, his sharp gaze scanning each person present.
3 years ago, when we faced the Reaper's advance fleet, we were even more desperate than now. What did we have back then? Only Chen Yu alone.
We exchanged 3 years for our lives. His voice had a metallic texture, powerful and strong. Now, we have the Qiming class, we have the Polying of Chaos, and we have the guidance brought back by Chen Yu from the other side of the Star Sea.
We are more than 100 times stronger than 3 years ago.
He slammed his hand on the control panel, the loud noise jolting everyone awake.
The enemy is strong enough to make us tremble. But so what?
The backbone of the Dragon Nation has never been about begging on our knees. It stands tall and fights. He turned to the communications officer, his voice firm. Transmit my orders.
The Longhun ship immediately end all adaptive tests and enter final battle readiness. All crew and combat personnel board the ship within 1 hour. The Polying of Chaos will undergo final launch verification.
Order the Yanhua and Xinhua ships to speed up their outfitting, as the second and third waves, ready to assist at any time. Notify the Global United Defense Line, share some non-core intelligence, request them to set up early warning and jamming devices in the outer star territories, even if it can only delay the enemy for a minute.
Commands poured out like drawn swords, carrying a decisive glint.
The despair that once lingered in the command center was replaced by a fierce spirit of determination.
Yes, they were afraid, but they knew that taking a step back meant the complete extinguishment of the flame of civilization.
Xuanji, Huang Fushao looked at the pale yet resolute eyes of the female scientist beside him. The Longhun ship and that spear are entrusted to you. Xuanji nodded heavily, without extra words, and quickly turned to walk towards the passage leading to the dock. Her back carried a determination that was inconsistent with her frail frame.
Kunlun Port, Dock Number 1.
The huge gate slowly opened, and the sunlight from outside bathed the majestic body of the Longhun ship in a golden outline. This giant ship, condensed with the highest technological essence of the Dragon Nation and even human civilization today, was like a giant dragon awakened from slumber, about to spread its wings to guard the Starsea.
Countless engineers and ground personnel were doing the final checks.
Crew members and marines lined up neatly, quickly boarding the ship through the gangway. The atmosphere was tense and solemn, with no conversation, only footsteps and the low hum of engine preheating echoing in the huge space.
Xuanji stepped onto the bridge of the Longhun ship.
It was simpler and colder than she had imagined. The huge curved main screen displayed the starry sky outside and the real-time data of the ship's various systems. She had changed into the ship engineer's uniform and walked straight to the main weapon control position located behind the captain's seat.
Report to Engineer Xian.
The Polying of Chaos system final verification is complete, energy circuits are stable, hidden protocols are ready. The military officer in charge of the weapon system saluted her and reported in a low voice. Xuanji's fingers brushed over the control panel, feeling the power concealed within, coming from the other side of the dimension. She took a deep breath, maintained standby status.
Yes.
On the captain's seat, a middle-aged officer with a resolute face and the rank of Chief Colonel Yang Zhenwu, who was urgently appointed as the first captain of the Longhun ship, was conducting the final confirmation of the ship's status.
All systems report. Energy core output stable. Thruster array online. Shield generator operating normally.
All weapon systems fully charged.
Hangar ready for launch.
All personnel have boarded, airtight doors closed. Yang Zhenwu's gaze swept over every tense yet determined face on the bridge, finally resting on the deep starry sky displayed on the main screen.
This is Captain Yang Zhenwu.
His voice spread through the internal communication channel, reaching every corner of the Longhun ship. I know each of you is aware of what we are about to face. Fear is normal, but I need you to transform that fear into steadiness when pulling the trigger, into precision when maneuvering the ship.
Transforming into the absolute will that guards our home behind us.
We are the first sword of the Dragon Country sailing into deep space.
Wherever the blade points, there lies the survival of civilization. Set sail.
The main thruster nozzle at the tail of the Dragon Soul suddenly lit up with a ghostly blue glow, and the massive ship, aided by the anti-gravity field, smoothly sailed out of the dock and slid into the dark expanse of space. Then, the auxiliary thrusters ignited, adjusting the direction as the main thruster's light grew brighter, pushing the ship, the hope of human civilization, unwaveringly toward the approaching abyss known as the Eternal Divine Race.
In the land of return, Chen Yu's will was awakened by a strong, resolute wave of civilization that carried a sense of determination.
He saw the Dragon Soul as if it were an arrow released from a bow, shooting toward the source of danger. He did not try to stop it, nor could he stop it. This is the necessary path for civilization to grow, the inevitable outcome forged in the fires of war. What he could do was to infuse this sharp arrow with a gleam from the dimensions as much as possible. His will sank once again into the EDA via database, searching for a way to briefly strengthen the creation of reality. On the other side of the Sea of Stars, a warship of the Eternal Divine Race, marked as Pioneer class, continued to cruise through superluminal lanes. Its perfect silver-white hull, with a cold circular emblem, seemed to have already seen that insignificant primitive civilization which was about to be purified.
Chapter 124, The First Battle.
The Abyss of Order and Chaos. In the outer region of the Kuiper Belt, the void felt like a frozen ebony ice field. The Dragon Soul floated quietly at the predetermined interception point, like a silver medal embedded in black velvet. Within the bridge, breathing could be clearly heard, every pair of eyes fixed on the empty star field on the main screen, alongside the constantly ticking countdown.
1 minute and 17 seconds, 1 minute and 16 seconds.
Captain Yang Zhenwu sat firmly in the command seat, his knuckles slightly white from gripping the armrest, but his voice remained steady. Maximum shield power, all weapon systems release final safety locks, lock onto preset attack coordinates.
Understood. Shield maximized.
Weapon systems safety released.
Attack coordinates locked.
Xuanji sat at her control panel, her fingertips hovering above the activation button for the spear of breaking order. She could feel her heart racing in her chest, not from fear, but from a sense of focused ritual. She trusted the gift sent by Chen Yu, trusted the power of the entire civilization behind her, and more than anything, she trusted this massive ship that condensed the hard work of countless people.
3 seconds, 2 seconds. 1 second. At the moment the countdown reached 0.
The void at the edge of the main screen appeared as if torn apart by an invisible hand, space twisted violently, forming an unstable vortex. In the next second, a fully silver-white, smoothly streamlined, and significantly larger than the Dragon Soul shuttle-class warship quietly slipped out of the superluminal lane and appeared at the predetermined coordinate point. It was enormous. Almost twice the length of the Dragon Soul, its hull surface bore no visible gunports or portholes, only that cold, silver sheen, and at the bow, the perfect circular emblem that radiated an oppressive presence. Its mere existence seemed to define an absolute realm of order, making even the surrounding starlight dimmer. Eternal Divine Race, Pioneer-class warship. No warning, no communication requests. In the instant it completely exited superluminal status, an armored section below its bow silently slid open, revealing a deep launch port. A beam of pure, finely concentrated energy, moving several times faster than conventional weapon fire, instantly crossed the distance and struck the shield of the Dragon Soul with a fierce impact. Boom! The Dragon Soul shook violently, and the shield energy reading plummeted to the warning line. The shrill alarm blared throughout the bridge. Shield overloaded by 47%. Restabilizing. The voice of the defensive team leader was hoarse. The nature of the attack energy is unknown, and its penetration is extremely strong. Counterattack. Yang Zhenwu roared, main cannons, fire together. Saturation missile attack. Shen Gong, prepare the spear of breaking sequence. The bow and sides of the Dragon Soul ship erupted with dozens of super-heavy plasma cannons, spewing out devastating light spears. Missiles, dense as rain, trailed their fiery tails and swarmed like bees toward that silvery giant ship. However, a scene of despair unfolded. The surface of the surveyor lit up with a thin, seemingly indestructible shadowy shield. The plasma light spears struck it, only triggering weak ripples before disappearing without a trace. The missiles couldn't even get close, they exploded hundreds of kilometers away in its invisible force field, turning into a dazzling but useless display of fireworks. An absolute technological crushing. Attack ineffective. The enemy shield's defense level far exceeds expectations. The voice of the weapons officer trembled slightly. Xianji. Yang Zhenwu looked at her. Xianji took a deep breath, determination flashing in her eyes. Now or never. She pressed the button. Spear of breaking sequence, launch. There was no earth-shattering beam, only an invisible complex wave of high-power spiritual noise mixed with Chen Yu's compiled directional information overload protocol that enveloped the surveyor at the speed of light. This time, the effect was immediate. The perfect shadowy shield of the surveyor, like a calm lake disturbed by thrown stones, rippled violently and irregularly. Brief, flickering distortions even appeared at the edge. Its smooth hull momentarily stagnated, as if its systems were experiencing a logical storm. The stability of the enemy shield is rapidly declining. Energy field exhibiting turbulence, the sensor officer reported with joy, estimated window of opportunity. 0.9 seconds. Longer than expected. Chen Yu's gift took effect. All weapons. Target the area of shield turbulence. Maximum power. Fire. Yang Zhenwu seized this fleeting opportunity. All the weapons on the Dragon Soul poured out the remaining energy without reservation, concentrating their fire on the unstable area of the surveyor's shield. Boom. 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 Continuous explosions lit up on the surveyor's shield. That seemingly indestructible shadowy shield was finally torn open, creating a brief, narrow gap of just a few hundred meters, under the savage attack and the internal logical chaos. Hit the hull. Confirm results, the weapons officer's voice trembled with disbelief. They had truly wounded this monster. However, before the crew of the Dragon Soul could celebrate, the surveyor's abnormal state lasted less than 2 seconds. Its shield rapidly stabilized at a visible speed, and the torn gap healed instantaneously. It didn't even notice the few insignificant damage points on its hull, and the main cannon at the bow lit up once again with an ominous white glow. This time, the energy condensing at the barrel was even more terrifying, clearly enraged by the previous disturbance. The shield cannot recover in time. Evade! Yang Zhenwu screamed. The Dragon Soul engines overloaded, trying to execute an emergency maneuver. But the technological gap was too great, the surveyor's cannon seemed to lock onto it with a precognitive ability. Just as that destructive white light was about to burst forth. In the land of nothingness, Chen Yu's core of will suddenly ignited. He summoned the recently restored portion of his power, combining it with the surging belief from the Dragon Nation. He no longer tried to attack directly but concentrated it into a pure thought shock containing the concepts of existence and uncertainty, like an invisible hammer, crossing dimensions, striking hard at the Surveyor's core processing unit, which had just gone through a logical storm and was yet to fully settle. The Surveyor trembled violently, and the imminent cannon beam flickered into extreme instability for a moment. The shooting trajectory experienced a barely noticeable deviation. The destructive white beam of light grazed the hull of the Dragon's soul, melting and tearing apart a large area of its side armor, triggering a series of internal explosions, but ultimately avoided the core area. The Dragon's soul narrowly escaped disaster, but it had suffered severe damage, losing more than half of its combat capability. The Stargazer seemed confused by this inexplicable shooting error. It did not launch another attack immediately but stayed in place, its massive scanning array powered up to the max, frantically searching for the source of the earlier disturbance. For the first time, its perfect order showed clear and incomprehensible noise. In the starry abyss, the injured giant dragon and the temporarily puzzled behemoth fell into a brief standoff. And the real game-changer, the interference from dimensions, had just begun to reveal its ice-cold surface. Chapter 125, Resonance of Faith, Sparks Ignite the Plains. Inside the bridge of the Dragon's Soul, chaos reigned. The red alarm lights flickered like the eyes of a dying beast. The air was filled with a pungent smell of burning and a faint hint of blood. Intense vibrations had knocked many instruments out of place, debris scattered all over the floor. Casualty reports were constantly coming through the internal communication channel, every number felt like a whip striking Yang Jinwu's heart. Report to the captain. The side armor from Section 3 to 5 has been completely penetrated, the internal compartments are losing pressure, and the firefighting system is operating. Main thruster output is dropped by 60%, and part of the steering thruster array is malfunctioning. Shield generator overloaded and burned out, unable to restart. Casualties, preliminary count is 87, of which, confirmed dead are 31. Yang Jinwu steadied himself against the almost deformed edge of the command platform, wiping away the blood flowing from his temple, his voice hoarse yet stable: rescue the injured, control the fire, prioritize the life support systems and backup power. Weapon systems, how many are still operational? Only 2 secondary cannons at the stern and part of the close defense array are left, with 37% ammunition reserves. The weapons officer's voice was tinged with despair. They had poured everything they had into the fight, even using the trump card Spear of Disruption, yet it only left a few trivial scratches on the opponent's hull while their own ship was on the verge of disintegration. The gap in technology felt like a chasm. Xianji shook off the shock from the impact, ignoring her own injuries, and rushed to the weapon control console. The screen was filled with red fault codes, but the special icon representing the core protocol of the Spear of Disruption still stubbornly glowed faintly. Chen Yu's gift was still present. It was just that the carrier had been severely damaged in the recent attack, making it impossible to activate again. It is still scanning us. The sensor officer's voice carried a tone of fear. It is looking for the thing that caused it to miss its shot just now. Everyone turned to the main screen. The silver-white Stargazer was like an elegant yet deadly predator, slowly adjusting its posture, the massive scanning beam sweeping over the Dragon's Soul's damaged hull again and again, with a cold and probing air. It seemed to have temporarily lost its desire to attack, more like a scientist observing an abnormal response in an experimental sample. But this calm was more suffocating than a direct attack. No one knew what kind of devastating blow would fall when it found the answer or lost patience. In the land of return, Chen Yu's core of will transmitted waves of phantom pain, forcibly interfering with reality, especially disturbing in existence at the level of the Stargazer, caused backlash far beyond expectations. His newly born form became somewhat unstable, as if it could dissipate back into raw streams of light data at any moment. But he saw the tragic state of the Dragon's Soul and felt the intertwining emotions of despair and resilience on the bridge. Especially Shinji, her focal point of faith was like a candle in the wind, yet she still tightly guarded the faint glow that represented his gift. I cannot give up. His will swept over the initially formed civilizational resonator. Originally, this was just his experiment to try to establish a stable connection. But now, perhaps it could become the amplifier that changes the course of the battle. A bold, even mad thought took shape in his will. He no longer tried to directly attack the Stargazer, as that consumed too much resources with little effect. What he wanted to do was amplify the existence of the Dragon Kingdom civilization. He tightly connected his will, like fine threads, to the civilization resonator, and then, through this device, he would reverse diffuse his perception and thoughts outward. Not into the real universe, but into the dimension level that resonated with the beliefs of the Dragon Kingdom civilization. He was calling, guiding. He was trying to take the scattered and weak power of belief gathered from billions of compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom, no longer passively receiving, but actively pulling, gathering, and resonating. At first, only scattered points of light responded, like distant stars in the night sky. But soon, with Chen Yu's strong will driving it, and the intense collective emotion brought about by the dragon soul being in a desperate situation, this was not just despair, but the unwillingness, prayers, and determination of countless people who saw the dragon soul fight bravely through live broadcasts or communication channels. More points of light lit up. From the underground bunkers of Dragon City, to the reconstructed streets of the city, from the border outposts, to the distant ocean research stations, countless ordinary people from the Dragon Kingdom, perhaps they did not understand high-tech warfare, but they understood sacrifice, they understood protection. This bit of belief, usually insignificant at this moment, under Chen Yu directing the spark of civilization as a hub and the civilization resonator as a loudspeaker, began to cross physical distances to create a wonderful resonance on the dimension level. They gathered into streams, into rivers, eventually turning into a vast, formless, and intangible sea of belief. The core image of this sea of belief was not attack, but protection, home, and resilience. It was the fire that had not been extinguished for 5,000 years of the Dragon Kingdom civilization's wind, frost, rain, and snow. In the real universe, on the bridge of the Dragon Soul. Just as despair was about to swallow the last trace of fighting spirit, a change occurred. Without any warning, within the damaged ship's hull, those psychic circuits that had not been completely destroyed, especially the parts connected to the core of the sphere of disorder, suddenly lit up with a soft yet steadfast glow. This glow was not a surge of energy, but rather a warmth, grandeur, and a comforting force. At the same time, every survivor on the bridge, including the wounded, clearly felt an indescribable power surging from deep within, dispelling the physical pain and mental fear. Their weary bodies seemed to surge with strength again, and their chaotic thoughts became clear and focused.
What is happening?
Yang Zhenwu looked in astonishment at the control panel where the warning lights were originally flickering, and some had even barely returned to green. Xuanji suddenly looked up, feeling it most clearly. The core protocol icon she was protecting shimmered brightly at this moment, not blindingly full of energy, but a stable and vast radiance, like breathing. She could even faintly hear countless voices whispering in her ear, not specific words, but an emotion, a will, protection.
Fight. Unyielding. It's Chen Yu, it's all of us.
Xuanji suddenly understood, her voice trembling with excitement. He is mobilizing the power of the whole civilization. And just at that moment, as this invisible power of belief spread out from the wreckage of the Dragon Soul, the stargazer, which had been calmly scanning, reacted for the first time with a violent and unstable response. Its perfectly silver-white hull, once stable running ethereal light shield, was like ice being thrown into a scorching iron block. A hissing sound emerged, as if corroded by something.
The shield's light flickered violently, uncertain in brightness.
The ship even began to tremble slightly, and the scanning beams became chaotic. Its core, which pursues absolute order, seemed completely unable to understand or handle this attack formed purely by the collective will and emotional resonance of chaos, which did not exist in its logic database. It tried to analyze, tried to neutralize, but belief is formless, and the fire of faith is without substance. Its order field was being forcibly eroded and interfered with by this unreasonable sense of existence from the entire civilization.
Effective.
It worked, the sensors shouted in disbelief. The enemy shield energy readings are continuously decreasing.
The system is experiencing a large-scale unknown error.
Yang Zhenwu looked at the Eternal God Clan battleship on the main screen, which for the first time seemed so embarrassed, watching his subordinates reignite their fighting spirit in the bridge, seeing the control panel in front of Xuanji shining with vast brilliance. A surge of ambition shattered the previous gloom. He connected to the ship-wide broadcast, his voice carrying through the still not fully repaired lines, with static, yet incredibly determined.
All crew members. We are not fighting alone. Behind us is the entire civilization.
Every bit of our perseverance resonates with millions.
Stay steady.
Turn this power into our capital for survival.
Wait for reinforcements. Or, wait for the next opportunity to counterattack.
The damaged dragon soul, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, though scarred, was now burning with a raging starfire. And this starfire was making that order from higher dimensions feel for the first time the pain called chaos. Chapter 126, Resonance begins, Starship sets sail.
In the land of the return. The formless civilization resonator, under Chen Yu's willpower and the infusion of the Dragon Kingdom's flowing beliefs, finally achieved its final stabilization.
It was no longer a passive receiving device, but became a two-way, active channel. Chen Yu could clearly hear the surging tide of beliefs from billions of fellow citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, no longer a vague emotion, but an information stream containing specific imagery and steadfast will, a longing for home, a wish for protectors, hopes for the future, and anger towards enemies. And for the first time, he tried to mix part of his own will, combined with filtered and translated fragments of Area civilization knowledge, through this resonator, like sowing seeds, to soak back into the collective subconscious level of the Dragon Kingdom.
This was not direct knowledge infusion, as that would burst the brains of ordinary people.
Rather, it was a subtle inspirational enlightenment and direction guidance. In the minds of various research institutes, laboratories in Long City, and even frontline craftsmen, some long-standing technical problems might find new solutions in dreams. In a moment of inspiration, some branches of the technology tree that were once unimaginable suddenly seem clear and traceable. This influence is weak and long-term, but its significance is immense. Chen Yu began to directly participate in and accelerate the technological progress of the entire civilization in an unprecedented way. His will swept across the real universe, instantly locking onto the Stargazer battleship, which was still hovering and scanning near the wreckage of the Dragon Soul, its order field appearing somewhat unstable due to erosion by the belief power field.
Still analyzing the noise?
A cold ripple stirred in Chen Yu's will. Then let me add some more material for you. He no longer created illusory signal points, but instead amplified a more condensed and more present imprint of Dragon Kingdom civilization, a unique spiritual wavelength mixed with the weight of the Great Wall's dragon veins, the resilience of passing down the fire, and the determination of traversing the starry sea through the resonator, like an invisible cultural bomb, precisely targeting the scanning core of the Stargazer. The hull of the celestial Voyager suddenly shook. Its scanning array captured not the incomprehensible energy fluctuations, but instead a series of shattered yet powerful images, indomitable warriors standing firm amidst the ruins, scientists immersed in tireless research in the lab, ordinary people sweating to rebuild their homes. These messages, constructed from pure belief, defying any physical logic, poured into its highly rational processing system like a virus. Its perfect order field began to oscillate violently again, even more chaotic than when it faced the spear of disruption or the noise of chaos. It seemed utterly incapable of processing this attack based on emotion and collective will, and a faint hum of overload echoed within the system. High concentration, non-logical information aggregate, threat level reassessment, recommendation, prioritize elimination or distance, a series of chaotic, fragmented commands generated within it, only to be constantly rejected due to logical conflicts.
It fell into a brief state of shutdown.
In the real universe, at the Dragon City Command Center. Report. The Dragon Spirit has sent word that the enemy battleship is experiencing unusual stagnation, its energy field is extremely unstable, and it seems trapped in some sort of internal logical loop. The communication officer's voice was filled with unbelievable joy. Huangfu Xiao suddenly stood up, staring at the main screen showing the silvery battleship that seemed to have frozen. He did not know this was the work of Chen Yu, but he seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Order the Dragon Spirit to take advantage of this moment and withdraw to the preset safe point inside the Kuiper Belt.
Yan Huang and Xinhui move out to assist.
Order all peripheral observation posts to closely monitor the ship's movements.
Zhu Long team, maintain utmost secrecy and continue to watch. He took a deep breath, knowing this was just a temporary respite.
The enemy was too powerful, one shutdown could not solve the fundamental problem. But this successful disturbance and retreat proved that they had found a way to maneuver alongside a formidable foe, greatly boosting the morale.
How's Xuanji doing?
He turned to his aide. The second phase of the Qiming project, ships Shenyuan and Shinon, have completed the main keel laying, with construction speed increased by 27%. Some subsystem development efficiency has seen extraordinary improvement, engineers report, inspiration is flowing. The aide's report carried a hint of confusion and excitement. Huangfu Zhao's gaze shifted slightly, as if he thought of something, but he said nothing, only solemnly stating, "Good.
Announce to the entire army that we have successfully repelled the enemy's first large-scale attack, but the war has just begun.
We must be faster, stronger."
At Kunlun Port, Dock 2.
The Yan Huang and Shinon, larger and more streamlined than the Dragon Spirit, were accelerating in construction surrounded by countless engineering ships. At the other end of the port, the Dragon Spirit, barely restored to navigable capability after emergency repairs, slowly entered a specialized repair dock, its battered hull telling the tale of the fierce battle just fought, yet the still flickering spiritual energy circuit symbolized an indomitable fighting spirit. Xuanji stood on the observation platform, watching the returning Dragon Spirit, then gazing at the two massive ships taking shape in the starry sea, tightly clutching a softly glowing chip, the backup of the Spear of Disruption core protocol. She could feel an invisible force helping and guiding them. "You've always been here, haven't you?" she whispered in her heart, her eyes growing ever more resolute. In the land of return, after completing this precise belief bombardment, Chen Yu also felt a clear tiredness.
Frequent high-intensity dimensional interference took a huge toll on him.
But he saw the Dragon Spirit successfully retreating, witnessed the stronger belief united in the Dragon City due to this battle, saw new starships being built at an accelerating pace, and felt the stable and powerful fluctuations of the civilization resonator.
Everything is worth it. He restrained his will and began to immerse himself in deeper recovery and insight.
The database of Edavaya was vast like smoke and sea, filled with knowledge about dimensions, rules, and the essence of civilization. He still had too much to digest. At the same time, he continued to try how to combine the power of the civilization spark more efficiently and cleverly with the Dragon Kingdom's civilization. The journey across the Sea of Stars never stopped, the flames of war were merely a sharpening tool. The true leap of civilization quietly nurtured in each moment of life and death and hardship.
Chapter 127, The Reverse Spark, The Silent Observer.
The wreckage of the Dragon Soul was carefully dragged back to the near-Earth orbital repair dock. Rather than a warship, it was more like a floating monument, inscribed with the fierceness and resilience of the first encounter with advanced civilizations. But the Dragon Kingdom had no time to dwell on pain. The enemy was merely malfunctioning, not retreating. The laboratory of the Break Order project team was brightly lit, but the atmosphere was different from before. The previous despair and madness were replaced by a deeper, more focused fervor. Before the Chen Yu team lay core components of the Spear of Order, which were emergency disassembled from the Dragon Soul, along with vast amounts of data recording the energy field fluctuations and interference response patterns of the Surveyor warship. More importantly, the raw data packet regarding the technical features of the Silver Ring reconnaissance ship, the low-end version of the Surveyor, transmitted back by Chen Yu, became their Rosetta Stone for reverse engineering. "We cannot be satisfied with mere interference." Xuan Yuan's voice was hoarse, but her eyes sparkled fiercely as she pointed to the holographic projection of the disassembled Order field energy model.
"We must understand it, analyze it, and then master it.
What Chen Yu sent is not just a means of resistance, but a window to a higher level of technology. The sequence can be observed, its gap lies in change. She repeated Chen Yu's message. This change is not just a tactical shift but a trajectory change in our own technological route. We must use our chaos and resilience to learn and mimic their order and efficiency, and find our own path. The entire project team, no, the entire scientific research force of the Dragon Kingdom, was mobilized. Physicists, mathematicians, energy experts, even psychologists and sociologists gathered together to tackle the challenge. The knowledge seeds subtly sown by Chen Yu through the civilizational resonator began to take root and sprout. Many researchers found that their understanding of energy matrices and materials seemed to break through a certain bottleneck, with inspiration flowing endlessly. They no longer merely tried to replicate the order field, but instead attempted to understand its underlying logic and look for possibilities of simulation and replacement using existing Dragon Kingdom technology.
A top-secret project codenamed Mirror Project quietly started.
The goal was not to build another Qiming-class ship, but to attempt to construct an experimental rule frigate with similar defensive capabilities to the Order field, but whose core drive and energy operation logic was completely based on the Dragon Kingdom's own technology system. This experimental ship, codenamed Ying Long, if successful, would mark a significant step for the Dragon Kingdom in absorbing advanced civilization technologies and achieving localized innovation. Deep in the Sea of Stars, in a quiet star domain, a sleek silver spaceship, shaped like a water droplet and with no visible markings on its surface, quietly floated outside the radiation band of a pulsar. Inside the ship, decorated in a way that was almost cold, a middle-aged man named Murphy, dressed in gray casual clothes and with slightly disheveled hair, lazily lounged in a floating chair while massive screens in front of him displayed streams of data at an astonishing speed. If the Dragon Kingdom's observation station could see this data, they would be shockingly stunned to find that part of it came from the Surveyor warship, which had engaged with and fallen into an abnormal state during the battle with the Dragon Soul.
TSK. The order field is disrupted by an unknown form of information-emotion complex, causing a logical closed-loop chaos? Lasting a standard time unit of 17.3 seconds?
Murphy stroked his chin, a sparkle of interest in his eyes. Interesting, truly interesting. This Dragon Country civilization, just stepping into the cosmic doorway, is far more intriguing than what is recorded in the database. He pulled up the preliminary observation report on the Dragon Country civilization, his gaze lingering on keywords like Chen Yu, Heart of Adavia, and Civilization Embers. Carrying the civilization's heritage with individual consciousness, achieving limited rule interference on a lower dimension level, even forming an initial cross-dimensional belief resonance network. He muttered softly to himself, this development path is not on the conventional response list of the purification protocol. It has surpassed the realm of accident, almost reaching the level of miracle. He picked up a glass of bubbling, unidentifiable drink and took a sip, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. The eternal gods, those fanatics, hate nothing more than this kind of chaotic variable that cannot be confined by established logic. They will surely increase their investment. The next visit will probably not be just a surveyor. He pondered for a moment, then inputted a series of complex commands on the console.
Observer log update. Target civilization Dragon Country shows signs of rule-level adaptive evolution.
Its special individual Chen Yu exhibits a connection with the entire civilization that exceeds expectations. Suggest upgrading the observation level from periodic scanning to continuous attention.
Appendix, requesting a higher authorization to analyze the deep coupling mechanism of its belief resonance network and Heart of Adavia.
This may provide new samples for us to understand the conditions for the birth of the civilization embers. After sending the information, Murphy leaned back in his chair, his gaze seemingly penetrating the walls of the spaceship, looking towards the solar system.
Little one, and that ember hiding in the dimensional crevice, how long can you burn? Just don't let those order cleaners extinguish you too quickly.
A hint of an elusive smile curled at the corner of his mouth. After all, such an interesting variable hasn't appeared in a long time.
In the land of returning to emptiness.
Chen Yu's will was slowly but firmly recovering. He felt the new wave of belief filled with exploration and creativity ignited within the Dragon Country due to the Mirror Project, hastening his recovery speed. At the same time, he also vaguely captured a subtle scanning fluctuation from the distant starsea, which was extremely obscure but carried a sense of inquiry. This fluctuation was different from the cold order of the eternal gods, it was more neutral and deeper. A new observer? A sense of vigilance rose within Chen Yu's will, but he was not surprised. The movements of the Dragon Country civilization in the Star Sea would inevitably attract the attention of other existences. He did not attempt to track or respond to this scanning, he did not yet have that capability, nor could he discern the other party's intentions. He chose to remain dormant, accelerating his digestion of Adavia's knowledge while carefully maintaining the operation of the civilization resonator, ensuring it stayed at a level of background noise difficult for outsiders to precisely capture in regard to the Dragon Country. He directed part of his attention to the surveyor warship, still on the outskirts of the Kuiper Belt, seemingly just recovering from a logical deadlock, becoming more cautious and even somewhat suspicious. The Dragon Country was studying its technology in reverse, while it seemed to be reassessing the threat level of the primitive civilization known as the Dragon Country. Both sides were licking their wounds, gathering strength, waiting for the next round of even fiercer collisions. And in the distant Star Sea, more gazes may be turning towards this previously inconspicuous star region. Chapter 128, The Initial Battle of the Mirror, The Whisper of Dimensions. On the outskirts of the Kuiper Belt, the Yinglong experimental ship glided silently between shattered stars and icy dust, like a newly shed old-scale dragon. Its hull was slimmer than the Qiming class, and on its streamlined silver-gray exterior, intricate energy circuits resembling nerve pathways were faintly visible, now emitting an extremely weak wave that resonated in harmony with the order field of the Explorer warship. This was the first real combat test of the Mirror Project. The target was the Explorer, which had just resumed operations and become exceptionally cautious. The mission was not to destroy but to perform a face dance to test the stability, energy consumption, and deception effects of the simulated order field at the extreme distance. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere was tenser than it had been during the first battle of the Dragon Soul. Everyone knew they were piloting an experimental ship with technology that was not yet fully mature, even carrying a hint of a knockoff feel. Any mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. Distance to target, 100,000 kilometers entering its regular scanning edge, the voice of the sensor officer was kept very low, as if afraid of disturbing something. Simulate the order field, maintain power at 30%, frequency fine-tuned to align with target background radiation harmonics. The captain, a calm and meticulous female officer named Lin Mo, issued the command. The faint halo outside the Yinglong gently rippled, blending in like a chameleon. On the main screen, the light spot representing the Explorer continued to move regularly, showing no abnormal reaction. It hasn't found us. The voice of the weapons control officer was tinged with suppressed excitement. Maintain silence and continue to approach. 50,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers. Lin Mo's gaze was fixed on the screen. Activate the mirror system, attempt to conduct passive information collection. The mirror system was another core component of the Mirror Project, designed to non-invasively gather structural information by analyzing the energy flow of the enemy's order field. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. The Yinglong followed the Explorer like a ghost, greedily absorbing all possible data. However, just as the Yinglong tried to close the distance to within 10,000 kilometers, the Explorer suddenly hesitated without warning, its main scanning array instantly oriented, locking onto the direction of the Yinglong. Its previously stable order field became sharp and aggressive, like a beast enraged by an imitator. We've been discovered. The opponent's order field has shown strong hostile resonance, the sensor officer exclaimed. Our simulated field is being disturbed, stability rapidly declining. Maximum alert for the whole ship. Immediately disengage. Overloading engines, maximum thrust, evasive course. Lin Mo ordered without hesitation. This was not the time for a head-on clash. The tail engine of the Yinglong shot out dazzling blue light, and the ship accelerated sharply, trying to create distance. But the Explorer reacted even faster. It didn't even use the main cannon. Several unobtrusive protrusions on the ship's side lit up, shooting out several condensed, decomposing blue beams that instantaneously sealed off most of the Yinglong's evasive angles. Concentrate shields to the rear. Prepare to take the impact. Lin Mo's voice remained steady. At this critical moment, a dazzling energy barrier, shimmering with the trajectory of stars and the glow of civilization, abruptly appeared between the Yinglong and the blue beams. Boom! The energy barrier shook violently, barely blocking this deadly blow, but it instantly became riddled with cracks and then shattered. It was Chen Yu. At the moment the Yinglong was locked on, he sensed the imminent deadly crisis. Without time for much thought, he mobilized the power that had just been restored and, drawing on his memory of the Explorer's attack patterns, forcibly constructed a temporary rule barrier in the physical dimension. This precise long-distance interference caused his recently solidified will core to experience tearing pain once again. The Yinglong spacecraft bought a precious fraction of a second. Taking advantage of this brief delay, the Yinglong narrowly escaped the beam's coverage, engines blazing, madly fleeing towards the inner solar system. The surveyor seemed caught off guard by the sudden interception, not immediately pursuing. Its scanning waves swept repeatedly through the area where the orderly barrier had collapsed, trying to locate the briefly appearing source of familiar yet loathed orderly power.
In the land of void,
Chen Yu's will quivered violently due to forced interference, but he could not afford to recover. All his attention was focused on the feedback from that brief contact.
Something's not right. Not just the identification of the flaws in the simulation field. He reminisced about the hostile order field resonance from the surveyor. That reaction, it felt more like it had touched some kind of reverse scale? It is angry? Because it was imitated? Or because? His thoughts raced, combining some secret records about higher dimensional civilizations from the Edavia database. The eternal divine race seeks absolute order, excludes all chaos and uncertainty. So, does it regard acts of imitation and knockoff as blasphemies against its uniqueness and purity? A stain that must be eliminated? If this hypothesis is valid, then the mirror plan is not just a technical breakthrough, but could also serve as a psychological warfare weapon capable of effectively enraging and even disrupting the enemy's judgment. At the same time, he clearly sensed that at the moment he constructed the orderly barrier, it seemed to resonate at a deeper level with the underlying rules of this universe. A vague, grand consciousness or stream of information appeared to have been touched, fleeting yet allowing him to catch a glimpse of a presence far beyond the eternal divine race, something older and more fundamental. Existence. Are the rules of this universe not lifeless? Do they respond to certain forms of order or chaos?
A bolder and more dangerous thought began to take root in his mind. The Yinglong, dragging its damaged engines, finally returned to the safe space unscathed. Though the mission was fraught with dangers and nearly met destruction, it brought back extremely valuable data about the critical point at which the simulated order field was identified, about the surveyor's excessive reaction to imitation behavior, and about that mysteriously appearing orderly barrier. In the Dragon City Command Center, Wang Fuxiao looked at the report returned by the Yinglong, his brows furrowed, then slowly relaxed.
It seems we have found another sore spot for them, he said in a deep voice. The mirror plan continues, but we must be more cautious.
Also, immediately establish a new research team to analyze the energy characteristics of the barrier Chen Yu last constructed. We might find a way to engage in more direct collaborative combat with him. On the cosmic chessboard, the Dragon Kingdom piece, through repeated probing and sacrifice, was gradually discerning the opponent's strategies, even beginning to attempt, in its own way, to touch the very rules of the chessboard itself. And Chen Yu, in the dimensional cracks, listened to the faint whispers of the universe's foundational rules. An unprecedented path seemed to slowly unfold before his eyes.
Chapter 129, Faith Anchor, Star Weaving Machine.
The perilous encounter of the Yinglong and Chen Yu's glimpse across dimensions stirred massive ripples, like a stone cast into a still lake, both in the high ranks of the Dragon Republic and in the Land of Void. In the Dragon City Command Center, an emergency meeting was held. Surveyor's excessive reaction to imitation behavior confirms one of our hypotheses. Xuanji pointed at the combat data being repeatedly analyzed on the screen. Eternal Divine Race's technology is not without flaws. There exists a weakness rooted in concept they cannot tolerate order being imperfectly replicated.
This is not just a technical conflict. This is a conflict at the philosophical level.
And the barrier that Chen Yu ultimately constructed, she pulled up the energy spectrum analysis chart, her voice tinged with excitement and disbelief. Its energy signature is fundamentally different from the surveyor order field, more akin to the cosmic background radiation itself, or rather, some basic rules that have been tamed or borrowed.
He is not just resisting, but communicating rules. Huang Fuxiao's gaze was sharp. Communicating rules? To what extent can this be done?
I'm not sure, but this might be the key to establishing a more stable, stronger connection with Chen Yu. Xuanji's tone was urgent. Our previous civilization resonator was based on passive reception and weak amplification of beliefs.
If Chen Yu can actively borrow rules, can we establish a stronger beacon or amplifier for him in reality? An anchor point that allows him to intervene in reality more easily, or even temporarily descend? This idea was too bold, even somewhat shocking.
Allowing a high-dimensional consciousness to have a more stable foothold in the real universe, the risks and consequences were hard to predict. But Huang Fuxiao only paused for a moment, then decisively issued the order, establish the Anchor Point project team, and you will be in charge.
The permissions and resources will be equal to the Qingning and Mirror plans. We need to gain decisive power before the enemy's next wave of attack arrives. In the Land of Return,
Chen Yu's core of will was still emitting weak fluctuations due to the forced interference, but all his mind was immersed in the taste and analysis of that slight rule resonance. Idavia's database was being swiftly searched, with extremely profound fragments of knowledge about dimensional membrane theory, rule empathy, interaction of consciousness and the universe, being extracted and pieced together. He felt like a child who had just touched the door to a new world, greedily absorbing all related information. The rules of the universe are not cold, hard articles, they are more like a flowing, trend-inclined river.
He tried to construct a model using his understanding. The Order of the Eternal Divine Clan attempts to build an indestructible dam on this river, defining the only direction of flow. And my civilization seed, merging Idavia's heritage and the beliefs of the Dragon Nation, seems to be able to create some ripples in this river itself? He recalled the fleeting sense of resonance when he constructed the barrier. What if I'm not trying to fight the dam, but to guide the river? An even clearer and more insane idea gradually took shape. He was no longer satisfied with passively using the resonator to receive beliefs, or occasionally interfering with reality with difficulty. He wanted to actively, in the real universe, weave a net. A net with the collective beliefs of Dragon Nation civilization as the warp and weft, using his own civilization seed as the shuttle, temporarily prying open the star net of the basic rules of the local universe. This net cannot last long, consumes enormous energy, and is extremely unstable. But once it is woven, within the covered area of the net, he could perhaps do more, not just defense, but even rewrite rules to a limited extent, such as temporarily enhancing the penetration of his own weapons, weakening the enemy's energy efficiency, or providing temporary rule protection for Dragon Nation starships. This required him to conduct extremely complex calculations and simulations in the land of return, and it also required the Dragon Nation to provide a strong energy source and a focal point of belief in the real universe, which is the anchor point that Xuanji envisioned. He and Xuanji, separated by dimensions, surprisingly synchronized in thought. Just as the Dragon Nation was busily preparing for the anchor point plan, Chen Yu was crazily simulating the star net configuration in the dimensional gap. Deep in the star sea, on the edge of the order domain controlled by the Eternal Divine Clan, 3 even larger, more condensed silver figures, like blades tearing through the darkness, quietly detached from the superluminal route. Their shapes are similar to the Sky Wanderer, but the hull is thicker, and the circular emblem at the bow emits a chilling pressure. This is the Cleaner-class warship, the main ship used by the Eternal Gods to execute large-scale purification missions. Its onboard order field generator and weapon systems are far beyond what the Sky Wanderer can compare to. Inside the core command ship of the 3 Cleaners, a cold stream of information echoes, confirming that Sky Wanderer 734 encountered anomalous rule disturbance and low-level civilization imitation pollution. The target civilization is determined to pose a potential threat to absolute order, raising the threat level to B level. Execute Purification Protocol Item 7, Deploy Cleaner Squad, target, the 3rd planet of the solar system and its affiliated civilization. Mission, completely purify the anomaly and erase the pollution source. Without any hesitation, the 3 Cleaners adjusted their course, the main engine spewing out a more dazzling white light stream, crushing everything in their path, and began a new leap toward the solar system. Clouds of war, at a speed and scale far beyond Long Bang's estimates, once again enveloped the area. And this time, what Long Bang needed was no longer a Pyrrhic victory but to weave his own web of starlight in the face of despair. Chapter 130, Anchor Reality, Start the Starry Sky. The death leap signals of the 3 Cleaners pierced through the solar system's central nervous system like 3 ice cones, captured by Long Bang's outermost long-range gravitational wave monitoring array, which had sacrificed countless hidden features. The energy scale far exceeding that of the Sky Wanderer and its unmasked intent for destruction instantly froze the flicker of hope that had just risen in the Long City Command Center due to breakthroughs in the mirror plan. Estimated arrival time, 48 standard hours. The voice of the tactical officer was as dry as sandpaper rubbing together. Energy readings, averaging 15 times that of the Sky Wanderer. Defense model simulations, odds of success, approaching 0. Approaching 0. The cold conclusion echoed in the silent command center. Huang Fuxiao stood before the massive star map, his back like a mountain, but his clenched fists were already turning white. 48 hours. Faced with 3 massive ships capable of easily crushing all previous resistance, the existing Dawning class, Yinglong, and even all combined defenses felt like paper toys. Anchor point plan, progress. His voice was low but carried an undeniable resolve. Xuanji almost lunged at the control panel, speaking quickly, based on the energy characteristics of the barrier constructed by Chen Yu, reverse deduction, combined with the Edavia space anchoring theory and the Long City large spirit gathering array, we have completed the theoretical model. We need to select 7 locations within Long Country that highly align with the Dragon Vein energy, star orientation, and points of civilizational belief to construct resonance towers as the basis for the anchor points. Finally, in the depths of Long City, we will build the core web weaving device to link all the anchor points and form the realistic anchor of the star network. She brought up the holographic map of Long Country, and 7 light spots along with a huge light blot in the core of Long City suddenly brightened. But time. Building 7 high-spec resonance towers and the core web weaving device will take at least 10 days even if we use all resources. A project leader shouted in despair. 48 hours against 10 days. This was a suffocating time difference. No 10 days. Huang Fuxiao turned abruptly, his gaze fierce, scanning every person present, then we will fill it with our lives. Use every means we can think of to buy time. Order. His voice thundered, the entire country enters the highest wartime state. All non-essential energy supplies must be cut off, prioritizing the construction of anchor points. All relevant experts, engineers, and array masters must unconditionally gather at the 7 anchor point locations in Long City. All civilians, through the newly established Belief Link network, will conduct targeted belief-focused drills. We must create a miracle within 48 hours. The entire Dragon Kingdom roared like a war machine pushed to its limit, operating in overload. Transport ships frantically shuttled between the planet's surface and near-Earth orbit, disregarding engine wear, delivering supplies and personnel to 7 distant anchor points. Countless engineers and workers worked day and night in the harsh cold, scorching heat, and high radiation, exhausting their lives. Ordinary citizens, guided by their deepest love for home and unwavering trust in their guardians, tried to channel their invisible belief toward the 7 unfinished light towers. This was a tragic and mad gamble, betting on whether the will of an entire civilization could transcend physical limits. In the ruins, Chen Yu clearly sensed the impending destructive pressure in the real universe and the belief torrent gathering recklessly within the Dragon Kingdom like the signs before a volcanic eruption. Anxiety, determination, sacrifice, hope, various emotions crashed against the core of his will like a tsunami. He forced himself to calm down. Star Network's configuration simulation had reached the most critical moment. The 7 anchor points were like the base points of constellations, with the core weaving instrument being the staff guiding the power of the stars. He needed to synchronously align his will with these 8 points on a dimensional level to successfully weave the net. This required unimaginable precision and computing power. He fully mobilized the computational resources of the heart of Edavia, and his own will acted like the most precise probe, repeatedly simulating the flow of energy between the anchor points, the resonance frequency with basic rules, and the stress distribution when enduring purge attacks. The consumption was immense, and his will's brilliance dimmed at a visible speed once again. But he couldn't stop. The Dragon Kingdom was buying him time with their lives, and he had to weave this net. 46 hours. The first Belief Resonance Tower, located in the Western Highlands, was completed ahead of schedule and initially activated 30 hours early at the cost of countless engineers collapsing at their posts. A faint yet firm pillar of belief light pierced through the atmosphere, directly reaching the star sea. Soon after, the second and third by the 47th hour, the 7th anchor point by the South China Sea also struggled to shine with light. Deep within Dragon City, the originally most complex core weaving instrument also completed the installation of core components under Xuanji's personal leadership and nearly non-stop hard work. 47 hours and 50 minutes. The belief pillars from the 7 anchor points resonated with the weaving instrument at the core of Dragon City. An invisible energy network prototype, covering the entire Dragon Kingdom and near-Earth space, pulsed violently, appearing hazy. Only one last step remained, the most crucial step Chen Yu needed to complete the final weaving and activation at the dimensional level. In the ruins, Chen's will had dimmed to the ultimate limit, as if it could extinguish at any moment. But he saw those 7 pillars of light shooting into the sky, feeling the rough yet incredibly resilient network prototype. Now is the time. He gathered his final strength, like a weaver who had exhausted his life, accurately anchoring the core of his will to those 8 real base points. Then, he violently injected the first and most crucial rules guidance into that invisible network. Buzz. In the real universe, centered around the Dragon Kingdom, a massive web made of countless tiny starlight points and the glow of civilization suddenly appeared, covering a small part of the solar system. Though the light flickered unsteadily and the network itself trembled slightly, as if it would collapse at any moment, it had indeed appeared. The star network has been activated. In the command center of Dragon City, Xuanji looked at the dreamy and magnificent network apparition on the main screen. Tears surged in an instant. At the very moment the star network took shape. At the edge of the solar system, space shattered like broken glass. 3 Purge-class warships, radiating a destructive order, appeared like 3 Reapers descending, ripping open a faster-than-light pathway, their cold bows already aimed at that star region cloaked by a faint star network. The final moment has arrived. Chen Yu's will swayed in the land of return, like a candle in the wind. He looked at the 3 giant ships, and then looked at the civilization beneath his feet, burning with an unyielding flame. The star network has been woven, though weak, the fighting spirit has ignited. Chapter 131, Star Network Barrier, Belief Burning City. The 3 purge ships hung in the star sea like 3 silver-white swords of judgment, the cold field of order acting as a tangible barrier, distorting and repelling the light from the stars. They didn't rush to attack, simply lying quietly at the edge of the star network's coverage, their massive scanning beams like cold fingers, repeatedly stroking this newly born and still fragile net. In the Dragon City command center, the air froze like ice. On the main screen, the light representing the star network formed a desperate contrast against the cold white dots representing the purge. They are analyzing. Xuanji's voice trembled slightly, analyzing the composition of the star network, looking for weak nodes. It's like examining prey. All units, enter final battle readiness. Qiming, Yanhua, Xinhui, form a triangular defense formation to protect Dragon City and low Earth orbit. Yinglong, patrol in response. Ground air defense matrix, maximum power. Huang Fu Zhao's voice echoed through the communication channel, steady yet carrying a resolve to perish with the enemy. He knew that a hard collision had no chance of victory. The only hope lay in this just-woven star network, in that burning spark within the dimension. In the land of return, Chen Yu's will felt as though it was placed under a hammer. The sense of pressure from the three purged ships far exceeded that from the previous Sky Wanderers. Their perfect and massive order field itself constantly impacted and squeezed the newly formed star network. He had to maintain the stability of the star network with all his strength to allow it to play its intended role. It's coming! The roar of the sensors shattered the silence. One of the purged ship's launch ports below its bow lit up again, but this time, it was not a single beam that coalesced, but a wave of white energy tidal, like a galaxy whirlpool. This tidal did not directly attack the star network, but instead began to wash over the cosmic background rules of the star network coverage area in an unbelievable manner. The star network's light flickered violently, uncertain and dim. The star points forming the network and the civilization's light began to blur and twist. Chen Yu let out a muffled groan in the dimensional crevice, as his core of will experienced a tearing pain. The opponent was directly attacking the rule foundation upon which the star network existed. Stability of the star network is plummeting. Node energy is being neutralized. The technician's voice was filled with despair. We can't let it just collapse. Chen Yu's will roared. He frantically drew energy from the heart of Edavia, mobilizing the belief power gathered from 7 anchor points within the Dragon Kingdom, a torrent no longer passively defending but actively pouring this power into the star network. With my thought, solidify the star dome. Boom! The once flickering star network suddenly erupted with unprecedented brilliance. That light was not a pure energy but contained the 5,000 years of civilization history of the Dragon Kingdom, and the unyielding will of billions of living beings, of belief radiance. The White Order tidal fiercely collided with this belief radiance, causing visible, colorful ripples of rules to spread in the void. The purged ship's order tidal was forcibly blocked. Although the star network continued to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any moment, it ultimately did not disintegrate in the first clash at the rule level. Effective! The Longcheng Command Center erupted in a brief cheer. But the cost was immense. Chen Yu's will became almost transparent in this clash, and the data flow of the Guishu realm slowed down due to his weakness. Within Longhua, 7 resonance towers were running beyond their limits, cracks appearing on the towers, and the array mages and engineers responsible for maintaining the nodes were bleeding from their mouths and noses, yet they still held on tightly to the energy output. The other 2 purged ships seemed surprised that their companion had failed to break through the star network in one strike, but they showed no hesitation. The sides of the ships lit up simultaneously, and countless ghostly blue disintegration beams rained down like a storm, no longer probing but instead delivering a saturating strike, pouring down on the Longhua fleet and near-Earth facilities shrouded under the star network. Defense. The commands of the captains of each ship intertwined in the communication channel. The shields of the Qiming-class warships crumbled like paper under the impact of the ghostly blue beams. The hulls were pierced, and the explosive flames blossomed silently in the starry sky. The right side shield of the Yanhuang is overloaded. The hull has been hit. The engine of the Shin hull is damaged. It is losing power. The near-Earth orbital defense platform 3 has been destroyed. The damage reports came in like snowflakes, each one representing blood and sacrifice. The Longhun requests to engage. Captain Yang Zhenwu of the Longhun, who had undergone emergency repairs and barely restored some power, sent a determined transmission. He knew this would likely lead to death, but having one more ship could draw one more ray of fire, buying an instant for those behind. Not allowed. Huang Fu Xiao nearly roared, stay in the dock. It's not yet your turn. He suddenly turned to Xuanji, can that anchor point still hold? Xuanji, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, pressed his hands tightly on the control panel, yet his eyes were unusually bright. The belief link network, the public's belief feedback is strengthening. They are using their own ways to support the star network. In reality, countless ordinary citizens of Longhua, even if they couldn't see the carnage in the starry sky, could feel the overwhelming sense of oppression. Following earlier guidance, they chanted their vows of protection in their hearts, recalling the beauty of their homeland, transforming their hopes for the future and their affection for their loved ones into the purest belief, flowing through the simple belief link network towards the 7 swaying anchor points. That slight flicker of belief was normally insignificant, but at this moment, millions united in heart formed a mighty force, like trickles merging into a river, replenishing the star network's consumption, warming Chen Yu's nearly frozen will. Chen Yu felt this torrent of fierce and tragic belief from his compatriots. An indescribable strength surged from deep within his will. Still not enough. He looked at the fleet struggling in the ghostly blue beam rain, at those 3 purged ships still sitting calmly, and a mad thought surged once again. He was no longer content with just maintaining the star network. He wanted to counterattack. He gathered all the remaining strength, along with the torrent of belief flowing from billions of citizens of Longhua, no longer to reinforce the star network, but instead to inject it all into the core weaving instrument of the star network. He wanted to transform this net, from shield to bow. With this star network as the string, with this belief as the arrow.
The light of the star network suddenly contracted, all radiance madly converging towards the core weaving instrument in Longchang. The weaving instrument emitted a strained hum, and signs of melting even appeared on its surface. An arrow that could not be described by color, embodying the rules of the stars and the beliefs of civilization, slowly formed above the weaving instrument. It was small, even less noticeable than a shot from the secondary gun of a purge ship, but the fluctuation contained within it caused the three continually calm purge warships to exhibit obvious evasive maneuvers for the first time. Launch! Chen Yu's will sent out a silent cry. The arrow of belief, ignoring the distance of space, instantly crossed the battlefield, not aimed at any warship, but at the core node woven by three purifiers that area they jointly maintained, used to watch the star network at the center of the whirlpool of rules. There was no deafening explosion, only a sound that seemed to come from deep in the universe, a regular wail. The white tide of order shattered instantly like butter thrown into hot oil. The order fields of the three purifiers erupted into intense, chain-reacting chaos, the ghostly shields on the surface of the ships flickering and dimming, even a smaller purifier suffered a small-scale explosion on its side. It worked! This arrow truly shook the rule advantage held by the three main warships together. But Chen Yu's will, after this arrow, faded like a burned-out star, completely dimming, plunging into endless silence. The star network lost its core support, its glow rapidly dissipating, and the light pillars of the 7 anchor points extinguished as well. The Dragon Country lost its most important dimensional barrier. And the three purifiers, though injured, with their order fields in chaos, had not lost their combat strength. They adjusted their postures, the cold cannon muzzles once again locking onto the Dragon Country, now exposed under the fangs of the enemy. The true end seemed to have only just begun. Chapter 132, Flames Ignite Themselves, Ruin Barriers. The star network collapsed, the dimensional barrier vanished, like a house losing its roof, the Dragon Country completely exposed under the cold cannon muzzles of the three purifiers. Chen Yu's silent will drained away the last warmth and hope in everyone's hearts. In the command center, despair soaked each person to the bone, like tangible ice water. On the main screen, those three giant silver ships, though chaotic in their order fields, still exuded a terrifying pressure, steadily adjusting their positions and cannon muzzles. Their target was painfully clear Dragon City, and all the still resisting starships. The star network has disappeared, a young technician murmured, his face pale. Chen Yu Xianji felt as if her heart was gripped by a cold hand, the emptiness of losing connection with the weaving device at the control panel nearly making her unsteady. Had the spark guarding them in the dimension gone out? Huanfu Shao slammed his fist onto the console, leaving a clear dent on the hard alloy surface. He lifted his head, bloodshot eyes filled with unquenchable, magma-like battle intent. Everyone, lift your heads. His voice roared like an injured lion, echoing in the silent command center. The star network is gone, Chen Yu has fallen silent, but we are still alive. The Dragon Country is still alive. He pointed at the enemies on the screen, his voice hoarse yet filled with resolute power. They are hurt too. Their order is not invincible. Chen Yu used his final strength to tell us, they can feel pain, they can bleed. Now, it's our turn. With our blood, our flesh, our ships, our cities, let us tell them the land of the Dragon Country is not something they can trample at will. Relay my orders. Huangfu Zhao's voice spread through all communication channels, reaching the remnants of the fleet, permeating every corner of Dragon City, and transmitting to the 7 resonance towers that, though dim, had not collapsed. All remaining ships, abandon fixed formations, execute the swarm guerrilla tactics. Harass, delay, use all means, even if it means ramming, leave marks on them. All ground forces in Dragon City, prepare for street fighting. Every building, every street, is a stronghold. 7 anchor point bases. I know you are about to collapse, but I want you to use your last strength not for defense, but to resonate and self-destruct. Release the remaining belief energy in the most explosive way, disturb their targeting, and buy time for the fleet in the ground. People of the nation. His voice carried a tragic intensity. I know you can hear me. Chen Yu needs faith, the Dragon Kingdom needs faith. Do not despair, do not give up. Shout out your anger, your unwillingness, your last love for your homeland. Let the starry sky know what an indomitable dragon soul is. This order was nothing short of a suicidal counterattack. But it ignited the remaining fighting spirit. The damaged Ximing, Yanhua, Xinhua ships, like enraged hornets, no longer pursued formation, overloading their engines, moving almost madly towards the colossal Eradicator, using their remaining main guns, missiles, even attempting to ram, just to leave a scorch mark on that silver-white hull. On the surface of Dragon City, the air defense matrix shot the remaining energy into the sky without reservation, forming a sparse yet determined barrage. The soldiers entered the preset street fortifications, their eyes devoid of fear, only a calm readiness to face death alongside the enemy. And the most tragic were those 7 anchor points. In the Western Plateau, the huge resonance tower, under the last operation of the engineers, had its base runes reverse, and the tower emitted an unbearable cracking sound, ultimately exploding with a roar, a shockwave of mixed debris and lingering embers flying into the sky. By the East Sea, in the northern snowfields, in the southern jungles, one by one, the anchor points chose to self-destruct. 7 ultimate expressions of faith, like 7 beautiful yet tragic fireworks, bloomed in the sky above the Dragon Kingdom. Though they could not cause substantive harm to the Eradicator, they successfully disrupted its precise scanning and locking systems, giving the remaining fleet an extremely precious breather. At the same time, within the Dragon Kingdom, countless ordinary people, in shelters, under crumbling walls, held each other's hands tightly, closing their eyes. They had no professional guidance, relying solely on instinct to channel their most intense emotions, the deep hatred for the invaders, the endless sorrow for lost loved ones, the unyielding love for the land beneath their feet, into the most primitive, most fervent spiritual strength, sending out a silent scream into the void, into that silent dimension. This scream gathered into a chaotic, tragic yet immensely powerful storm of faith, penetrating the barriers between reality and dimensions, no longer needing intricate networks to guide it, brutally rushing into the realm of the void. The realm of the void. In the endless darkness and silence, Chen Yu's almost extinguished core of will, like embers exposed to the air, was about to completely cool down. At this moment, the storm of faith mixed with despair, anger, unwillingness, and the deepest love surged in, like a river reversing its flow, forcefully flooding into this silent dimension. This power was no longer gentle or orderly, it was filled with destruction and an unwilling obsession. It violently crashed into Chen Yu's dim core of will. Ugh! A kind of extreme pain, as if the soul was being torn apart and reassembled, made Chen Yu's will let out a silent scream. This pain far surpassed any previous exhaustion because this faith carried too many sacrifices and hopelessness. Yet, amid this ultimate pain, a spark of light defiantly reignited in the ashes of that will. This was no longer the glow of the civilization of Edavia, nor the gentle power of faith from before, but a more primitive, more domineering force, tinged with blood and the resolve to burn everything, the fiery ember ignited by the Dragon Kingdom itself. This ember was fueled by the sorrowful wishes of millions of compatriots, with the unyielding backbone of civilization as the wick, forcibly igniting him. His will began to recoalesce amid the pain, the weak, it carried an unprecedented resilience and aggression. He looked towards the real universe, saw that brutal battlefield, saw the self-destructing anchor points, saw the fleet struggling in the artillery fire, saw the 3 eradicators above Dragon City about to spew destruction once again. An uncontrollable rage, mixed with the newly born flame, burns in his will. He no longer tries to weave a complex star net, which requires time and calm, and at this moment, he only has anger in this violent belief flame. He employs this newly born, blood-colored shining power, no longer for defense, nor in pursuit of fine rule manipulation, but simply, brutally, smeared it on the remaining surface of the Dragon Kingdom fleet, infused it into the meager shells and missiles aimed at the Purifier. In the real universe, the remaining Dragon Kingdom starship's surface suddenly became covered with a weak yet exceptionally dazzling blood-red halo. The fired shells and missiles also bore the same blood color in their trailing flames. These attacks still could not breach the Purifier shield. But when they struck that ghostly blue order field, they did not vanish silently as before, but instead erupted in a violent, corrosive energy reaction. As if this blood-colored brilliance itself was burning, corroding that cold order. One of the Purifier's secondary cannons, while intercepting a missile shrouded in the blood-colored halo, unexpectedly burned a small hole through its outer ghostly light shield. Though it repaired instantly, it caused the order field of that warship to show noticeable fluctuations again. This change was minuscule, yet it caused a momentary delay in the actions of the 3 Purifiers. Their highly rational processing systems seemed again to encounter an incomprehensible abnormal variable. The Dragon Kingdom, after losing all external support, ignited its own crude yet resilient flame in the direst of situations, using its own sacrifices as fuel. For the first time, this flame made the lofty Purifier feel the pain of being scorched. Chen Yu's will flickered in the blood-colored flame, no longer silent, but his returning form had become completely different from before. Chapter 133, Flame Burns Heaven, Will Returns. Blood-colored flames erode order. This sudden change thrust the highly rational processing systems of the 3 Purifiers into a brief logical storm. They could not understand why this civilization, already deemed technologically inferior and crudely applying rules, could explosively unleash such an unknown energy form, filled with strong pollution and erosion, after losing all external supports. This energy does not abide by any laws of energy conservation they knew, its essence is closer to a collective, intense spiritual obsession strong enough to distort reality. High concentration detected. Chaos will aggregate, attached to target attack units. Order field being eroded by unknown rules, neutralization efficiency down 12%. Suggestion, increase purification strength, initiate concept erasure protocol. Cold commands exchanged within the Purifier. They were no longer satisfied with physical destruction, but sought to fundamentally erase this civilization's concept of resistance. At the bow of the three warships, their perfect silver-white circular emblem suddenly lit up, the light no longer cold, but carrying a soul-shattering, seemingly void of meaning, sense of nothingness. Three invisible waves targeting this civilization's will to resist itself spread like rippling death waves, covering the Dragon Kingdom. Wherever this wave passed, the surface of the remaining Dragon Kingdom starships shook violently, their blood-colored flame halo flickering like a candle flame blown by a furious wind. The crew inside felt a deep, soul-straining fatigue and sense of nullity, as if all efforts and sacrifices lost their significance, wanting nothing more than to give up resistance and return to silence. Even in the realm of the return to nothingness, Chen Yu's will, just forcibly ignited, felt this assault on the meaning of existence. The blood-colored flame seemed to be thrown into icy water. The light dimmed, and his core of will once again felt the impending sense of disintegration.
You want to erase the meaning of our existence?
Chen Yu's will struggled against the erosion of despair. The meaning of our existence is defined by us. He no longer fought against the waves of erasure but instead poured all his heart and mind into the core of the blood-red flame, sinking into the torrent formed by the most tragic and resolute beliefs of countless Dragon Nation people. He saw the unrepentant eyes of the engineer at the self-destruction anchor point, the final smile of the crew burning alongside their ship on the bridge, a mother tightly protecting her child amidst the ruins, and countless ordinary people still unwilling to extinguish their attachment to their homeland even in despair. These images, these emotions, these seemingly insignificant yet incredibly resilient existences, are him, are the Dragon Nation, are human civilization and indelible meaning. This fire is ignited by the blood of civilization. This thought is gathered by the wishes of all beings. This existence is the future we have created with our own hands.
You want to erase? Then try and see if you can burn this indestructible flame.
Chen Yu's will let out a roar that shook the dimensions. That blood-red flame not only was not extinguished by the waves of erasure but instead surged violently as if doused in hot oil. In the real universe, all remaining Dragon Nation starships, including several nearly disintegrated Qiming class, had their crimson halos on the surface suddenly blaze intensely, as if the entire warship was burning from within. They no longer evaded, no longer fought defensively, but like moths drawn to a flame, with unwavering determination, they charged towards the invisible waves of erasure.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A series of silent explosions of a spiritual nature echoed through the starry sky. Each self-destruct charge of the Dragon Nation starships was like a bomb of conviction, exploding into a burst of blood-red flame amidst the erasure waves of the purifier. This flame could not burn the warships but caused the waves of erasure to become chaotic and sluggish.
It was as if cold logic met boiling emotion, unable to respond for a moment.
And taking advantage of this precious moment granted to him by billions of compatriots using their existence as fuel, Chen Yu did something extremely risky yet perfectly logical. He projected his core of the civilization seed, which was highly integrated with the new birth of thought, along the blood-red flame and the strongest connection passage of the Dragon Nation belief, no longer interfering as before but partially and momentarily projecting it out. The target was not any warship, but that smaller purifier which was the most chaotic and severely damaged from the earlier arrow of belief and successive impacts. Buzz! The hull of that purifier suddenly stiffened. Within its cold interior, filled with absolute order information, a single blood-red flame, disregarding physical barriers, ignited out of thin air. This tiny flame was pitifully weak yet carried the tragic wishes of the entire Dragon Nation civilization and the rekindled will of Chen Yu, starting to crazily infect and erode the order around it like a virus.
Alarms wailed inside the purifier. Warning! Core processing unit is under attack by an unknown higher dimensional consciousness. Rule firewall breached. Large-scale errors in logic module. Order field generator overloaded. Energy circuit reversed. The ethereal shield on the surface of this purifier flickered wildly like a faulty light bulb, and the hull began to tremble uncontrollably, even deviating from its preset formation, nearly colliding with the nearby allied ship. It was infected. Temporarily invaded and disrupted by the Dragon Nation's irrational, emotion and belief-based, chaotic flame. Now's the time. In the Dragon City Command Center, Huang Fu Xiao almost roared this out, all remaining firepower, concentrate your attack on that chaotic enemy ship. The surviving artillery. With the last blood-red glow, like a shark smelling blood, everything surged towards the purge that had fallen into internal chaos. This time, its shield could not fully block. The azure light shield, caught in a dilemma, shattered like broken glass. Countless shells, missiles, and energy beams crashed violently onto its silver-white hull, which had lost perfect protection. Explosive flames erupted for the first time from a main ship of the Purge. Although it did not completely destroy it, its hull was torn open with several huge cracks, revealing the internal structure to the vacuum, with energy leakage forming ion storms that howled like a dying whale. Chen Yu's will, after completing this daring strike, felt as if all strength had been drawn out. The projected part of his consciousness was instantly pulled back. The blood-colored flames then faded, and his core of will sank into a deeper silence, but this time, it was not a despairing silence, but a slumber after exhaustion, as if gathering power for the next flame. The situation of the battle changed unexpectedly due to Chen Yu's almost self-destructive projection of will and the desperate counterattack of the Dragon Kingdom's entire army. One purge suffered serious damage, and the attacks of the remaining two ships were momentarily halted. In the starry sky, the shattered Dragon Kingdom fleet faced off again with two intact purges and one heavily damaged. But this time, on the Dragon Kingdom's position, an unquenchable flame burned, echoing the dying song of civilization.
Chapter 134, The Blood-Red Sunset, The Remaining Warmth of the Ember.
The battlefield of the Star Sea fell into a strange stagnation. One purge, dragging its broken hull, resembled a silver giant bird with its wings cut off, helplessly rolling in the vacuum, leaking energy and debris, having already lost its threat.
The other two intact giants, however, did not immediately launch a devastating retaliatory attack.
They floated quietly, their cold scanning beams no longer solely locking onto the remaining Dragon Kingdom fleet, but rather repeatedly scanning the area where Chen Yu's will had erupted, where blood-red flames burned, and the debris of the companion that had been infected and severely damaged. They were analyzing, calculating, and reassessing the anomalies brought by this inferior civilization, completely beyond database records.
This brief silence, born of the enemy's confusion, was, for the Dragon Kingdom, heavy enough to suffocate. In the Dragon City Command Center, the harsh casualty reports gradually ceased, not because the losses had stopped, but because there were few combat units left to report.
Ximing signal lost.
Yanhua power core detonated. Xinhua, the last image sent back was of crashing into the enemy ship's side. Near-Earth orbital defense platforms all silent.
Each anchor point-based self-destruction confirmed, no survivors.
Each piece of information was like a dull knife cutting into the hearts of the survivors.
On the main screen, the light points representing the Dragon Kingdom's power had become pitifully sparse, like a candle flickering in the wind.
Huanfu Shao slowly sat back in the command seat. This iron-blooded general seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He looked at the two still radiating deadly threat silver-colored giants on the screen and then at the starry sky outside the porthole, stained red with the blood of battleships and fallen comrades, his voice hoarse to the point of being barely recognizable.
Account for all remaining available forces. Prepare the final defense plan.
The final defense plan.
This meant that when the enemy attacked again, they would resort to everything, including the self-destruct mechanisms of Dragon City, to make a last, fiercest resistance, just to carve one more scar on the tombstone of civilization. Xuanji slumped in front of the control panel, her hands stained with the blood she had previously coughed up, futilely attempting to reconnect the weaving device, connecting to those 7 anchor points that had turned to ruins, connecting to that silent dimension, but all signals had vanished without a trace. Chen Yu's final explosion of burning will, like a meteor streaking across the sky, was brilliant yet brief, leaving behind only endless void and a deeper sense of helplessness.
"Will he come back?" she murmured, her voice barely audible. No one could answer her.
The few remaining Yinglong-class experimental ships and a small number of frigates silently gathered in the sky above Dragon City, forming a thin final line of defense.
Each ship was battered and bruised, energy readings teetering on the red line.
The officers and soldiers in the bridge silently checked the few remaining weapons, their eyes no longer held fear, nor excitement, only a near-numb calm, as if they were coexisting with their position to live or die. Within Dragon City, all non-combat personnel had retreated to the deepest underground shelter. The streets were empty, with only automatic defense weapons silently turning.
A tragic and oppressive atmosphere shrouded this last fortress of human civilization. At this moment, the two purifiers that had remained silent seemed to finally complete their analysis. They adjusted their posture, the prow once again aimed at Dragon City.
But this time, they did not gather that destructive wave of energy or erasure pulse. Instead, they released dozens of small, streamlined silver units from their hull. These units, like metallic shuttles, moved with astonishing speed, instantly piercing through the sparse fire net of the Dragon Kingdom fleet, ignoring the ground's air defense matrix, like precise scalpels, directly targeting the surface of Dragon City. The targets were the still operating energy nodes, communication centers, and the area where the core servers of the Spark Plan were buried deep underground.
They changed their strategy.
No longer pursuing mass destruction, but aiming to precisely cut out the brain and heart of Dragon Kingdom civilization, completely paralyzing its ability to resist in future potential.
Their target is the Spark server.
Xuanji suddenly woke up, shouting hoarsely, "Stop them!"
But it was already too late.
The remaining fleet and ground firepower were simply not enough to intercept so many high-speed, agile precision strike units. The first silver shuttle struck the large energy central at the perimeter of Dragon City like a meteor, no explosion, only a blinding white light flashed, and the whole energy central melted, annihilated, leaving no debris behind.
The second, the third.
They precisely targeted the vital points of Dragon City like the fingers of death. One of them was flying towards the entrance of the underground base, where the Spark server was located, theoretically the most protected.
At this critical moment,
that shuttle flying towards the Spark server, just 100 meters away from the alloy door of the entrance, had its trajectory, very slightly, almost imperceptibly, distorted.
As if an invisible hand, at the most crucial moment, very reluctantly plucked at the strings of fate. The shuttle's trajectory underwent an imperceptible deflection, ultimately glancing past the reinforced armor of the base entrance, crashing into the mountainside, causing a violent explosion, but failing to directly hit the core target. This deflection was trivial, even failing to stop other shuttles from continuing to destroy other important facilities. But in the command center, Xuanji, who had been staring at the screen, felt her pupils suddenly constrict. She caught that fleeting, familiar disturbance of rules at that moment. Although weak as an illusion, although it vanished in an instant, that feeling was unmistakable. It was him. Chen Yu had not completely faded away. His will, or rather, the embers of the spark, were still, at some level, in a way they could not understand, protecting this place. Even if it could only create such a tiny influence, he was still trying. Xuanji suddenly covered her mouth, tears burst forth, but this time, it was no longer despair, but mixed with endless sorrow and a glimmer of fragile hope. She lifted her head, looking at the two merciless purge ships on the main screen, gazing at the blood-red sky outside the cabin window, and word by word, spoke to everyone still able to hear her voice on the communication channel. He is still there. The spark of civilization has not yet gone out. The battle is not over. The blood-red sunset reflected on the scarred mother planet. Hope was like a candle flickering in the wind, weak but stubbornly refusing to extinguish.
Chapter 135, The Observer Enters, a New Battle in the Endgame.
The silver-white shuttle capable of obliterating the core of the Spark server veered off its trajectory in a strange manner at the last moment, the small change acting like a stone thrown into a still lake, stirring ripples of different layers in the desperate battlefield. In the Dragon City Command Center, Xuanji's words "he is still there" served as a powerful stimulant, stabilizing the morale on the verge of collapse. Although no one knew how Chen Yu had done it, this insignificant interference itself symbolized the spark of civilization not being extinguished, signifying they were not fighting in absolute nothingness. The remaining soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, and a resolute light reignited in their eyes. Even if they were to die, they would leave bloody marks on the enemy. Meanwhile, the two purge ships in the starry sky completed the analysis of this anomalous deviation within a millisecond. Attack Unit T-734's trajectory is affected by an unknown microforce field. The nature of the interference cannot be identified, and does not match previous characteristics of chaos will aggregate and higher dimensional consciousness invasion. Logic conflict. Target civilization has lost rule-level defensive capabilities. Interference source presumption indicates the possibility of third-party intervention. Recommendation: suspend precise clearance of the ground target, elevate the scanning level of the surrounding airspace, priority highest. Cold orders were given. All remaining silver-white shuttles were suddenly halted, as if a pause button had been pressed, suspending their attacks and hovering in mid-air, their scanning probes rotating in all directions. The two purge ships also slightly adjusted their angles, intensifying their scanning beams like invisible searchlights, carefully and inch by inch sweeping the airspace around Dragon City, even extending towards the distant Kuiper Belt. They were searching for that possible lurker behind the scenes disrupting their efforts.
In this peculiar and brief stalemate brought about by the enemy's sudden alertness.
In the void above Dragon City, about tens of thousands of kilometers away from the two purge ships, a seemingly empty space started to ripple like water waves. There were no violent energy fluctuations, no dazzling lights, when a smoothly shaped, deep blue, almost blending into the cosmic background, shuttle-like ship quietly emerged, as if it had floated up from the deep sea like a ghost. It was not large, even smaller than a Qiming-class ship, yet its shape, as simple as possible and containing a sense of harmony, as well as the faint light occasionally flowing over its surface, seemed to encompass an entire star chart, indicating that its technological level far surpassed any party present. The appearance of this spaceship was so abrupt, so calm, yet carried an undeniable presence, instantly capturing all eyes and detection beams on the battlefield. In the Dragon City Command Center, the main screen immediately locked onto this uninvited guest.
Unknown ship. Not a Reaper, not an Eternal Divine Clan model. The voice of the sensor officer was filled with shock and confusion. When did it appear? Why did our monitoring system issue no warning at all? Huangfu Zhao's gaze was sharp as an eagle, firmly fixed on the dark blue ship. Is it an enemy? A friend? Or a new predator? The reactions of the two purge ships were even more direct and intense. Their scanning beams instantly focused entirely on this newly emerged ship, the light of the order field obviously becoming more solidified, even bearing a hint of vigilance as if facing a formidable enemy. Clearly, they recognized, or at least identified, the power represented by this spaceship. The dark blue spaceship made no attack or defense posture, just quietly hovering. After a moment, a calm, neutral, emotionless message was received simultaneously by Dragon City and the two purifiers. From the Starfire Order Federation, Observer ID 739, Murphy. High-intensity, unauthorized purification protocol execution activities detected in this star domain, observing rule-level variables and signs of potential civilizational sparks. In accordance with Article 17, Clause 3 of the Pan-Dimensional Civilization Guardianship Treaty, we intervene, requiring both parties to immediately cease hostile actions and accept inquiry and assessment. The message was brief, but contained explosive content. Starfire Order Federation. Observer. Pandimensional Civilization Guardianship Treaty. Purification Protocol. Strange terms, yet they seem to instantly unveil the deeper fog shrouding this war. The actions of the Eternal Divine Clan were labeled as unauthorized purification protocol, while the Dragon Kingdom was marked as a potential civilizational spark. Huanfu Xiao and Xuanji exchanged glances, both seeing the shock and a hint of indescribable hope in each other's eyes. This suddenly appearing Starfire Federation seemed to be a higher-level civilization of an order camp? Moreover, it held a negative attitude towards the actions of the Eternal Divine Clan? The two purifiers fell silent, seemingly engaged in some form of superluminal communication with their backline. After a few seconds, a cold response full of obvious resistance was sent back. This is the internal purification matter of the Star Domain under the jurisdiction of the Eternal Divine Clan. The Starfire Federation has no right to interfere. Please leave immediately, or it will be seen as a provocation against the order of the Eternal Divine Clan. The observer named Murphy seemed unfazed by this threatening response. As the surface of the dark blue spaceship shimmered slightly, new information arrived, the tone still flat, yet carrying an undeniable authority. According to the treaty, any incident involving rule-level variables and potential civilizational sparks automatically escalates to a cross-civilization sequential matter, and the Federation has priority investigation and arbitration rights. Your actions have violated the treaty. Repeat, we demand an immediate ceasefire. If refused, the Federation reserves the right to take further measures. With this message, the space around the dark blue spaceship began to slightly warp, an invisible, overwhelming pressure far exceeding that of the Purifier Order quietly spread, as if calmly showcasing a power capable of overturning the battlefield. The order fields of the two purifiers once again exhibited unstable fluctuations, evidently caught in a huge decision dilemma. Whether to continue attacking the Dragon Kingdom or to clash directly with the seemingly neutral Starfire Federation observer, the consequences were unpredictable. Retreating would mean a complete failure of this purification mission. The atmosphere on the battlefield abruptly shifted from a one-sided crush and desperate resistance to a subtle standoff among three parties. And at the center of this stalemate vortex, the Dragon Kingdom, this civilization on the brink of destruction, unexpectedly gained a moment of breathing space, and for the first time, caught a glimpse of a seemingly existing rule beyond this dark forest. Huanfu Xiao took a deep breath. He knew this was the only opportunity for the Dragon Kingdom. Communications officer, he ordered in a deep voice, his gaze fixed tightly on that dark blue spaceship. In the name of the highest commander of the Dragon Kingdom civilization, respond to the Starfire Federation observer. We request to accept inquiry and assessment in accordance with the Pandimensional Civilization Guardianship Treaty. At this moment, the fate of the Dragon Kingdom was cast into an even larger and unknown chess game. Chapter 136, Ceasefire and Assessment. Murphy's intervention was like ice water dropped into a boiling pot of oil, instantly changing the nature of the battlefield. It was no longer a desperate confrontation between civilizations and destroyers, but was now brought into a grander, within a colder framework of rules. Two purge ships, after a brief internal communication, clearly received orders from a higher level. Their hostile order field slowly retracted, though still on guard. The posture of destructive attack towards Dragon City was lifted. Based on the temporary clauses of the Pandimensional Civilizational Oversight Accord, the Eternal Divine Race accepts a temporary ceasefire and will cooperate with the investigation. A cold message came through, carrying obvious reluctance and formality. But the final purification rights over this anomalous variable civilization, referring to Dragon City, are reserved. Murphy's dark blue spaceship had no comment, simply sending new coordinates and information to Dragon City. Representatives of the Dragon City civilization, please proceed to the designated coordinates for initial contact and statement. You have a standard starseed day, approximately 30 Earth hours, to prepare. The pressure instantly shifted to Dragon City. 30 hours. This was no longer a countdown to destruction, but a countdown for civilization to prove itself. Huanfu Xiao immediately ordered full effort to rescue the wounded, assess losses, and stabilize social order. Chen Yu organized the top team, including experts in history, culture, technology, and military fields, to prepare presentation materials. We must seize this opportunity. The entire Dragon City operated like a precise instrument, once again revving up at high speed, but this time, the goal shifted from survival to proving their worth to survive. 24 hours later, at the designated coordinate point, a temporary neutral zone near the moon's orbit. A Ing Dragon experimental ship, hurriedly repaired and stripped of all weapons, served as the representative ship of Dragon City, quietly hovering alongside Murphy's dark blue ship. Huanfu Xiao, Chen Yu, and several core experts appeared as holograms on the ship's bridge. Murphy's image also appeared before them, still wearing that lazy and casual demeanor, but his eyes held a glimmer of insight into everything. Let's begin, he snapped his fingers. Tell me, what are you, and why do you think you are a fire seed, rather than chaotic existence that needs purification? Chen Ji took a deep breath and stepped forward.
She did not present powerful weapons or advanced technology, but instead began with the history of the Dragon Kingdom, speaking of the resilience of civilization, of unity and sacrifice when facing the harvesters, of how Chen Yu evolved from an individual to a bearer of the will of civilization, and how they ignited the kindling to fight against order with their belief. She showcased the concept of star network, revealing that the original intention of the Mirror Project was not to imitate, but to understand and surpass. She admitted the technological lag but emphasized the speed of learning and adaptation, and most critically, the powerful intrinsic drive of civilization to pursue survival and development. When she spoke of Chen Yu's final moments, where he, with his will, triggered the rules and delivered a heavy blow to the purge, a faint surprise flashed in Murphy's eyes. An individual consciousness and initial contact rules, capable of guiding the emotional force of an entire civilization, achieving a resonance of rules in a short time.
He stroked his chin. This indeed exceeds the usual assessment standards of fire seeds.
It is more akin to the embryonic form of a civilizational singularity. He pulled up a large flow of data for rapid viewing. Based on preliminary observations and data retrospection, especially the last attempt at core rule erosion against the purge, as well as the phenomenon of maintaining a fate rule deviation effect even after losing all external support. He looked at Shenji, seemingly looking beyond her into the silent dimension. That fire seed Chen Yu of yours, his consciousness has not completely dissipated, right? He is currently in a remarkably special state of existence. Shenji's heart quivered, and she nodded heavily. Murphy shut down the data flow, leaning slightly forward, his tone finally carrying a hint of seriousness. The preliminary conclusion of your assessment, Dragon City civilization, is as follows. First, confirmed as a potential rule-level civilization fire seed, possessing a very high growth potential and uncertainty. Second, the special individual Chen Yu is defined as a dimension-dependent civilization will aggregate entity, which is an extremely rare phenomenon. Third, the purification action of the Eternal Divine Clan has flaws in its program and failed to fully assess the potential of its target. He paused and announced the decision. Therefore, Starfire Federation observer Murphy shall exercise temporary arbitration rights, immediately suspend the execution of the purification agreement against the Longbang civilization indefinitely. The Longbang civilization will receive temporary protection and be included on the Federation's observation list. At the same time, the Eternal Divine Clan must withdraw all combat units from this star region within 24 hours. The news returned to Long City, and the immediate joy of survival was replaced by a profound sense of exhaustion and heaviness. They had survived, but the cost was being thoroughly exposed on a broader cosmic stage, facing more complex and unknown challenges in the future.
So, what about Chen Yu? How is he? Xuanji hurriedly asked the most critical question.
Murphy looked into the void, his gaze seeming to penetrate dimensions. His state is mysterious, hovering between existence and non-existence. Forcing awakening or reshaping carries great risk. Perhaps when your civilization's light is bright enough, when he finds his new anchor, he will naturally return. He stood up, and the image began to blur. Remember, you only have temporary safety. Strive to become stronger, little ones. The rules of the Star Sea have never been a gentle refuge. The dark blue spaceship silently glided into the void and vanished. Almost simultaneously, the two purifiers and the heavily damaged colleague also activated their faster-than-light engines and left the solar system in cold silence. The starry sky briefly returned to tranquility. But everyone knew that beneath this tranquility, there were surging undercurrents. Longbang had gained a moment of breath but had also borne the fate of the civilization spark. Xuanji looked at the deep starry sky and softly said, "We must find him, in our own way, to bring back my hero, Chen Yu."
Chapter 137, The Return to Ruins Plan, Star Ring Activation.
The withdrawal of the Eternal Divine Clan did not bring celebration, only a dead silence of ruins and a deep-rooted exhaustion. In the Long City Command Center, Wang Fu Xiao looked at the shocking loss report, his voice hoarse like gravel grinding. Count all remaining resources and activate the Nirvana Plan. We must build a stronger Longbang from these ruins. The core of the Nirvana Plan is to spare no effort and prioritize completing two projects, the Star Ring Defense Array based on the Mirror Plan and the reverse engineering of the Purifier wreckage, and the Return to Ruins Plan aimed at retrieving Chen Yu, fully promoted by Xuanji. The construction site of the Star Ring Array was chosen in geostationary orbit. It was not merely a weapon platform but a huge circular structure, which fused psychic energy matrices, Edavaya runes, and the preliminary analysis of order field principles. Once completed, it would form a weakened version of the order field covering the globe. Though far less powerful than the Purifier, it could effectively resist conventional interstellar strikes and provide docking and repair bases for future starships.
Countless engineering ships swarmed through the orbit like worker ants, tirelessly day and night.
Longbang had nearly emptied its resources, directing all allocations towards the Star Ring. At the same time, Xuanji led her team deep into the city's underground laboratories. The cornerstone of the Return to Ruins plan is the weaving instrument, which once served as the core of the star network and is now severely damaged. Xuanji's goal is not to repair it, but to use its wreckage as a foundation, combined with the high-dimensional detection technology reverse-engineered from the Purifier's scanning system, to build a dimension resonance probe that can actively send strong signals to the ruins and attempt to capture the fragments of Chen Yu's will. We don't know where he is specifically, nor are we certain if he can still hear, Xuanji explained to the team members. With the light in his eyes burning almost obsessively, but we must create enough noise so that he can sense it in any corner. With the voice of the entire Longbang civilization, we call out to him. This process was more difficult than building the star ring, involving a vast amount of unknown dimensional theories and risks. Numerous experiments failed, with energy backlash even causing localized spatial chaos. But Xuanji stood firm, knowing that this was the key to whether Longbang could truly move toward the future. 3 months later. In geostationary orbit, the massive main structure of the star ring finally came together. When the last component was installed, the entire ring lit up with a soft blue glow, an invisible energy field slowly expanding from its core, like a transparent shield gently wrapping around the Earth. Although its strength was limited, it marked the first time Longbang had a true planetary-level defense system. At the same moment the star ring activated, the dimensional resonance probe in the underground laboratory emitted its first full power pulse after being built. There was no sound, no flash of light, but a uniquely special mental wave surged forth, mingling with the orderly ripples generated by the star ring's activation, and the resilient and calm belief power of billions of Longbang citizens in rebuilding their homeland, like a silent thunder, fiercely striking toward the dimensional crevice known as Guishu. The land of Guishu. The concepts of time and space remained blurred. Chen Yu's silent will, like dust scattered in a sea of data, nearly blended into the chaos of the background. Suddenly, a familiar and intense wave, like the light of a lighthouse, pierced through the endless void, accurately shining down on this dust. Within this wave, there was the tender yet firm power of order from the star ring, the increasingly vibrant survival belief of the Longbang people after disaster, and furthermore Xuanji's call filled with endless persistence and scientific rationality. Chen Yu! Come back! We need you! The scattered wool dust began to tremble slightly under this intense resonance, like iron filings encountering a magnet, slowly, spontaneously gathering toward the direction from which the wave came. A faint, yet incredibly pure golden light began to shine anew in the chaos of Guishu. It was no longer a blood-red ember, but a new fire seed infused with the embryonic form of order and the hope of civilization. Chen Yu's sense of self started to awaken in this gathering. He heard the call and felt the changes in Longbang. He returned. Not in his complete form, but he found the path back. In the reality universe, in the underground laboratory of Long City. On the main screen of the probe in front of Xuanji, an extremely faint yet stable golden light point suddenly appeared. Although the signal fluctuated, it indeed existed and was slowly strengthening. Detected a high-dimensional consciousness reaction. A technician's voice distorted with excitement, feature matching its commander Chen Yu. He responded to us. Xuanji tightly covered her mouth, tears sliding down silently, falling onto the console. She succeeded. She truly found him. She immediately connected with Huangfu Xiao, her voice trembling with excitement. General, the Guishu Plan Stage 1 is successful. Confirmed. Chen Yu's consciousness coordinates, status beginning to recover. Huangfu Xiao stood in the control center of the star ring, looking at the star wrapped gently in a blue halo outside the porthole, then glancing at Xuanji's tear-streaked yet hopeful face on the communication screen. This iron-blooded general's eyes also flashed with a hint of relief. He said in a deep voice, "Good. Maintain the connection and support him in recovering with all our strength. Longbang waits for his return. The star ring is complete, the fire reignites." After enduring near extinction, the Longbang civilization finally steadied itself in this cruel star sea and saw the dawn of their leader's return. The true journey across the starry sea is about to begin. Chapter 138, Star Ring Resonance, Will Projection. The light of the star ring pulses like the heartbeat of a newborn Earth, steady and rhythmic. The reconstruction work in Longbang is progressing with an efficient and silent pace, and the new city on the surface is beginning to take shape, embodying simplicity, practicality, and hidden resilience. But in everyone's heart, there hangs the report from the underground laboratory. Chen Yu's consciousness coordinates have been confirmed, and he is in the process of recovery. The Xuanji team has practically moved into the laboratory. They carefully maintain the output of the dimensional resonance probe, as if nurturing a candle flickering in the wind, constantly adjusting the frequency and intensity of the signal, trying to pave a smoother path for Chen Yu's return. The golden light spot on the screen, though still faint, perseveres in existence and is gradually becoming more close. It's not a physical proximity, Xuanji reported to Huangfu Xiao, trying to describe it more accurately. It is a anchoring of existence levels. He is transitioning from a pure high-dimensional information state to a semi-material interference state that can interact more stably with the real universe. This means that Chen Yu is no longer merely an ethereal will, he is reclaiming some form of sense of existence. This change is first reflected in the star ring. During the third full-power operation test of the star ring, the technicians at the control center discovered an abnormal phenomenon. The energy field surrounding the Earth spontaneously produced extremely subtle, orderly ripples at certain specific frequencies, which originated from the dimensional resonance probe signal. These ripples were not a designed function, yet they unexpectedly enhanced the stability of the energy field and its resistance to specific disturbances.
It is Commander Chen Yu, a young engineer pointed at the data stream excitedly. He is unknowingly helping us optimize the star ring. As if to confirm this, a more shocking event occurred a few days later.
While Xuanji conducted high-intensity signal-focusing experiments in the laboratory, trying to temporarily concentrate the probe's energy to impact the dimensional coordinates of that golden light spot, at the moment the energy peak reached its zenith. In the center of the laboratory, above the core device of the probe, the air twisted violently like a water surface struck by a stone. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, an extremely blurry, almost transparent silhouette formed by pure energy flickered for less than half a second before dissipating and disappearing. The entire process was as quick as an illusion, but all monitoring devices clearly recorded the peak energy and spatial distortion readings at that moment.
Will projection.
Xuanji gasped, almost stopping her breath, her heart racing. He just tried to condense a temporary projection in the real universe. Although it failed, this was undoubtedly a milestone breakthrough.
Chen Yu not only restored his consciousness but also attempted to actively establish a connection with reality.
The news was kept strictly confidential and limited to the highest levels. Huanfu Xiao immediately ordered, adjust the star ring operating mode, try to achieve low-power cooperative resonance with the return to ruins planned probe.
We need to create a gap that is easier for him to squeeze into.
The top scientists and array masters of Longbang were summoned to begin studying how to turn planetary-level defense facilities into a megaphone and reception platform that spans dimensions.
Meanwhile, in the land of ruins,
the core of Chen Yu's will has recongealed into a stable golden light mass. He clearly sensed the call from Longbang, felt the familiar yet unfamiliar order of the star ring, and also recalled his experience of trying to project but failing instantly. The membrane of the real universe is more resilient than imagined, he pondered, forcing through consumes huge amounts and is highly unstable.
It requires a more clever fulcrum.
His consciousness swept through the EDA database, searching for knowledge about dimensional reduction, materialization, and energy-matter conversion. At the same time, he divided a strand of thought, gently touching the unique waves transmitted through the star ring, resonating in coordination with the probe, a mix of technology and belief. No longer a passive receiver, he began to actively learn and adapt to these waves, trying to understand their composition and seeking ways to perfectly encode his own will into them. He had a premonition that when the resonance between the star ring and the probe reached a certain critical point, when his understanding of the rules of reality deepened further, and when his connection with the beliefs of the Dragon Kingdom civilization became tighter, it would be the moment he truly returned. It would no longer be a vague projection, but some form of rebirth.
The Dragon Kingdom was waiting, preparing. Chen Yu was building up, exploring.
The light of the star ring and the embers of the return, separated by dimensions, were engaged in a silent dance, brewing an inevitable return that would shock the galaxy.
Chapter 139, Critical Resonance, Breaking Dimensions for New Life.
The collaborative resonance experiment between the star ring and the dimensional resonance probe had entered an almost frantic phase.
The Xuanji team worked tirelessly, adjusting thousands of parameters, trying to find the perfect frequency that could pull Chen Yu's will back to reality.
Energy flowed between the underground of Longcheng and the synchronous orbit, forming a low, rumbling hum, as if the planet itself was breathing.
This continuous, high-intensity dimensional interference did not come without a price.
A slight spatial distortion began to appear around Longcheng, with occasional objects floating without reason and circuits becoming inexplicably chaotic.
Even more unsettling, operators responsible for the main energy nodes began reporting auditory hallucinations like countless fragmented whispers echoing in their ears, fragments of information leaking from the dimensional crevices.
Energy load is close to the design limit of the star ring, the engineering department warned. Continuing to increase the resonance intensity may lead to structural damage.
Probe core temperature exceeds standards. Cooling system about to overload. The lab's alarms also lit up red.
Xuanji stood in front of the control console, her face pale, eyes sunken, yet with a horrifying brightness. She looked at the screen, where a golden light point representing Chen Yu's will was becoming clearer and more active in the resonance, and gritted her teeth.
We can't stop.
He's like stuck in the door crack, just one last push away. She connected with Huanfu Xiao. General, I need authorization to break the star ring safety threshold by 15%, and to initiate emergency cooling, betting on the probe's lifespan.
This is our last chance.
Chen Yu's will fluctuation shows he is also fiercely impacting the barrier of dimensions. Huanfu Xiao looked at Xuanji on the screen, who seemed to be burning herself out, and then at another screen showing a slightly distorted real-time image of the star ring due to continuous resonance.
He was silent for 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds felt like a century. Approve execution. He finally said in a deep voice, carrying immense weight, Dragon Kingdom, be with him. The command was issued.
The energy output of the star ring instantly soared, the blue halo became blinding, and the ring structure let out a teeth-grating metallic groan. The core of the probe in the underground laboratory instantly turned bright red, and the piercing overload alarm was forcefully silenced. Boom! An invisible giant wave centered on Longcheng suddenly spread out in all directions. Not a physical shock, but a tremor of rules. Everyone in the laboratory felt their minds blank at this moment, as if their souls were violently tugged by some force. On the main screen, that golden light point representing Chen Yu's will suddenly blazed brighter, like a supernova explosion. Then, the light point stretched and deformed violently, no longer a blurry outline, but rapidly drawing the shape of a clear, stable, humanoid figure made of pure golden energy. He closed his eyes, floating above the core of the probe, his body exhibiting a semi-transparent quality, as if countless stars and runes were swirling inside. The powerful energy pressure made the air in the laboratory thick, the instrument readings jumped crazily, nearly paralyzed. He succeeded. No longer a fleeting projection, but a stable, substantial energy form of will. Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? No longer the eyes of a human flesh body, but like a concentrated starry sky, deep and vast, containing endless wisdom and a hint of newfound bewilderment. His gaze swept across the laboratory, scanning every researcher who was dumbfounded and moved to tears, ultimately falling on Xianji, who was almost exhausted and slumped on the ground. He slightly tilted his head, seemingly searching through memories, or perhaps adapting to this new body. After a few seconds, a clear voice, carrying a strange echo as if directly resonating in everyone's minds, calmly rang out. Xianji, you've worked hard. I have returned. As his voice fell, the overloaded star ring let out a series of unbearable explosions, multiple nodes sparked, and the energy field flickered violently before being forced to operate at a lower frequency. The underground probe core also went bang, completely burned out, emitting green smoke. The price was enormous. But it was worth it. Xianji looked at the hovering, familiar yet strange golden figure, and tears finally burst forth. She opened her mouth but could not make a sound, only nodding heavily with all her strength. Huan Fuzhao's holographic image also appeared in the laboratory. He looked at Chen Yu, the iron-blooded general, swallowed hard, and in the end, just solemnly and slowly saluted him. Welcome back, Chen Yu. His voice carried a barely noticeable choked sound. Long Bang needs you. Chen Yu's will manifestation gently landed, the golden glow slightly receding. He raised his hand, looking at the palm made of energy and rules, feeling the connection with the land of Long Bang, with the star ring, and with every citizen of Long Bang, clearer and tighter than ever before. He was no longer a lonely spark, but a soul of guardianship, re-anchored to civilization. A new era, with his rebirth-breaking dimensions, officially began. Chapter 140, The Secret of the Incarnation, Coordinates of the Starsea. Chen Yu's return did not come with grand celebrations, only the highest level of lockdown and the most rigorous testing. The entire underground laboratory area where he was located was designated as an absolute no-entry zone, and all personnel involved in the Return to Ruins project signed the most stringent confidentiality agreements. His current state exceeded everyone's understanding. That will manifestation composed of pure energy and rules maintained a human form stably, but was not a physical entity. He could easily pass through walls, float in the air, and with a mere thought, summon the energy circuits in the laboratory, even directly reading the information flow of unencrypted databases. It feels very strange. Chen Yu tried to describe, his voice resonating directly in Xianji's and several core scientists' minds, no longer needing the vibration of air. I can see the flow of energy, hear the whispers of data, and even faintly sense the emotional waves emitted by each person within the range of Long City. Yet, touching physical objects feels like it's separated by an impenetrable membrane. Xianji and the team conducted comprehensive scans and analyses on him. The results were shocking. His body had an extremely high density, with an energy level stabilized at an incredible point, and the internal structure was not mimicking human physiology, but was closer to a miniature, highly complex rule model, constantly engaging in minute energy exchanges with the surrounding cosmic background radiation. You are not consuming energy. It's more like a cycle and coordination. Xuanji looked at the analysis report, his eyes shining. Your existence itself is an interface or projection of a high-dimensional rule in a low-dimensional universe. This means that as long as the basic rules of the universe remain unchanged, Chen Yu's current embodiment could be almost eternal. But at the same time, he is also limited by this. He cannot eat, sleep, or feel heat and cold like a real human. Those experiences that belong to flesh and blood life have become distant for him. This is an evolution, and also, a cost. Chen Yu calmly accepted his new form. He felt an unprecedented closeness to the Longbang civilization, especially between the star ring and the 7 destroyed anchor points, existing as an invisible channel of energy. The stronger Longbang became, the more stable his existence seemed. While adapting to his new form, he was also sorting out the last and most important information he brought back from the ruins. He summoned Huan Fuzhao, Xuanji, and other top decision-makers. In the ruins, I was not only recovering, Chen Yu's will embodiment floated in the center of the conference room. With a wave of his hand, a star map more grand and detailed than any before, marked with numerous dynamic symbols, unfolded before everyone. I accessed the deepest encrypted information of the Adawea civilization database, as well as some coordinates extracted in reverse from their order field when fighting the Purge. On the star map, in addition to the previously marked Eternal Divine Race territory and several dangerous star areas, there were new flickering points. One of them was specifically marked, its info fragments showing a connection to the ultimate demise of the Adawea civilization, annotated as Final Echo Civilization Graveyard. Another had more obscure information, seemingly pointing to an ancient existence that even the Eternal Divine Race regarded with caution, labeled as Silent Abyss, Land of the Original Covenant. And most importantly, there was a constantly changing cluster of coordinates, noted alongside a warning extracted from the Purge order field, Starfire Federation Observer Outpost Patrol Route, estimated. The Eternal Divine Race is merely a threat we face now. In the Star Sea, there exist even older, more powerful forces, and order maintainers like the Starfire Federation. Chen Yu's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. Murphy's appearance was not a coincidence.
We have been drawn into a larger chess game.
He pointed to the civilization graveyard coordinate. The legacy of Adawea may be more than what we have obtained. It could hold their ultimate secrets, or the truth of destruction. He then pointed to the Silent Abyss. It may involve the deeper rules of the universe, even the origins of the Purification Agreement. Finally, he indicated the patrol route of the Starfire Federation. We need to proactively contact them, but not in a situation of weakness, passively waiting for evaluation. We need leverage and must demonstrate our unique value.
Huangfu Zhao's gaze was sharp. What do you mean? We cannot just bury our heads in rebuilding.
Chen Yu's embodiment radiated waves of firm will. We need to step out. After the Star Ring defense system is thoroughly secured, we must assemble a true deep space exploration fleet.
The goal is these coordinates.
Go to the Civilization Graveyard to seek strength and answers, to the Silent Abyss to explore rules and origins, and on the patrol route of the Starfire Federation, to encounter them, showcasing the potential of Longbang civilization and its irreplaceability. This plan was bold and dangerous, meaning that the Longbang, just having undergone heavy losses, would actively step into the perilous Starsea once again.
But no one opposed.
Everyone understood that remaining isolated would only lead to repeating past mistakes. The stage of the Starsea had already opened. Longbang must take the stage, and must have its own lines and roles. The return of Chen Yu not only brought hope but also a clear and challenging future blueprint.
Longbang's gaze was directed, for the first time in a true sense, deep into the Starry Sea. Chapter 141, Dawn Departure, Starship Blueprint. Chen Yu's return and the revelation of the Star Sea coordinates were like a strong medicine thrown into the pot of rebirth that Longbang was still nurturing. The short rest period was declared over, and the entire civilization's focus was once again adjusted at an astonishing speed, turning towards the unknown and dangerous deep space. Based on the coordinate information and strategic ideas brought back by Chen Yu, a deep space exploration plan codenamed Dawn was quickly formulated and elevated to the highest priority. The core of the plan was to build a new type of deep space exploration ship capable of long-term, high-risk, long-distance missions. It could no longer be a battle flagship like the Qiming class, nor could it be an experimental ship like the Yinglong, but instead needed to integrate survival, research, defense, stealth, and a certain level of self-defense capability. At the highest design institute of Longcheng, the lights burned all night.
Led by Xuanji, the design team began to outline the starship blueprint that held the future of civilization, combining the technical fragments obtained from the reverse engineering of the Purger wreckage, starship design concepts from the Adawea database, Longcheng's own spiritual rune system, and the intuitive understanding of high-dimensional energy flow and spatial endurance provided by Chen Yu as a rule interface.
Weeks later, the preliminary design plan was submitted for review.
In the holographic projection, a sleek starship model in matte dark gray slowly rotated. It was slightly smaller than the Qiming class, but the structure was more compact and agile. The ship's bow was not a sharp impact point, but a complex polyhedral sensor and communication array, integrating a spiritual energy receiver and a weak-order field scanner developed based on the Mirror project. On both sides of the ship's midsection were foldable hybrid engine groups, combining spiritual energy propulsion and Adawea spatial folding technology, with efficiency far exceeding existing technology. The ship's stern housed a large ecological circulation and research module, even reserving space for small onboard aircraft or probes. Its most remarkable feature was the dark golden patterns that flowed across the ship's surface, like veins, known as the spirit pattern matrix. This matrix was responsible for the ship's energy distribution and shield generation, and it could deeply resonate with Chen Yu's will incarnation, allowing him to directly perceive and even guide the starship's energy operation within a certain distance. "We name it the Navigator-class deep space exploration ship," Xuanji introduced, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. "The first ship's code, Expedition. Its shield system, which we call the adaptive order deflection field, does not resist directly but rather uses the principle of weak order fields and the flexibility of the spirit pattern matrix to deflect, disperse, or absorb most known energy attacks. The defense efficiency is expected to be more than 3 times that of the Qiming class, yet with lower energy consumption. In terms of engines, short-distance maneuvering relies on spiritual energy propulsion, while long-distance jumps attempt to apply a Davia's spatial folding technology. Although the initial jump distance and precision are limited, this is a key step for us to break away from traditional fusion propulsion and stride towards true interstellar travel. The weapon system focused on self-defense, equipped with an improved braking order interference generator and small-caliber rapid-fire plasma cannons.
Our primary mission is exploration and survival, not combat.
The design plan was approved. Long Bang concentrated all remaining high-level resources and the best craftsmen, under the protection of the Star Ring, to begin the construction of the expedition.
This time, Chen Yu's incarnation was no longer just an observer.
He often appears at the shipyard, not as a physical form, but as a faint golden halo, enveloping the crucial parts of the ship's body. He can directly sense the stress distribution within the materials, the smoothness of energy circuits, and the precision of the runes engraved. Any tiny flaw can hardly escape his perception, thus significantly improving the efficiency and quality of construction. He can even guide tiny amounts of cosmic energy to warm certain key components, making their performance more stable.
This is a new collaborative mode that transcends traditional supervision and quality inspection.
Chen Yu has become the living soul of this starship, while the starship will become his shell for exploring the Starry Sea. At the same time, the selection and training of crew members and science officers for the Dawn project is also progressing in parallel. In addition to essential professional skills, the strength of willpower and the resonance with Chen Yu's will have become important assessment criteria. What they will face in the future is not just physical dangers, but also unknown challenges on the levels of rules and spirit.
Months later, the main structure of the expedition takes shape under countless gazes, its dark gray hull and flowing dark golden patterns exuding a calm and mysterious aura under the blue light of the star ring.
Chen Yu's will takes form, hovering before the bow of the ship, gazing at this warship that embodies the latest wisdom and hope of the Dragon Alliance. He knows that when the expedition truly sets sail, it will mark the moment the Dragon Alliance bids farewell to its swaddling, officially stepping into the vast and cruel stage of the Starry Sea as its civilization seed. The road ahead is unknown, but the seed has already ignited, there is only forward.
Chapter 142, Whispers in the Graveyard, a divine path emerges.
The construction of the expedition has entered the final sprint stage, as a mix of tension and anticipation fills the Dragon Alliance. However, during the last comprehensive system adjustment before the maiden voyage, an unexpected discovery unveiled a glimpse of the future. The Xuanji team, while testing the deep link between the new sensor array of the expedition and Chen Yu's will, tentatively turned the scanning focus toward the coordinates marked on the star map as Final Echo, Civilization Graveyard. Originally just a routine calibration, they did not expect that as soon as the array locked onto the direction, it would receive an extremely weak yet information-rich echo of rules. This echo was neither electromagnetic waves nor psychic signals, but a kind of memory fragment directly imprinted on the structure of spacetime, relating to the final moment of a certain civilization. Through Chen Yu's rule perception and the amplification analysis of the expedition array, a fragmented and shocking scene unfolded at the Dragon City Command Center. It was a shattered star system, with countless wrecks of starships floating like tombstones. At the center of the system was not a star, but a twisted dark singularity that continually devoured matter and light. And around the singularity echoed the last reluctance and questioning of the dying civilization, not in words, but in a thought that pierced directly into consciousness.
Surpassing this sequence is a taboo. The law of unification, all things end.
Only the source point God can maintain balance. The image and thought abruptly stopped, as the sensor array overloaded and began to emit smoke. But the information obtained was enough to trigger a massive shock. The law of unification, source point God, surpassing the sequence, these unfamiliar words seemed to contain the ultimate secrets of the universe. The dying civilization had clearly touched upon a realm referred to as the surpassing sequence, thereby inviting the destruction of the law of unification, and they seemed to believe that only the so-called source point God could control the balance. At the moment the echo entered, Chen Yu's will resonated with unprecedented intensity. He clearly sensed the essence of his civilization seed, which is a fusion of the Edavia heritage and the Dragon Alliance beliefs.
It seems to have a certain potential connection with that transcendent sequence.
And the destructive aura brought by the unification rhythm makes his soul tremble deep within. This is not a simple relic of a civilizational war, Chen Yu's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness, this is a warning about boundaries and the ultimate, or rather, a revelation. He looked at Huangfu Xiao and Xuanji, with a determined light flashing in his eyes, the goal of the Dawn project needs to be revised. The civilization graveyard is no longer an optional exploration point, but the first stop we must go to. What is hidden there may not only be the legacy of a certain civilization, but also the truth concerning the final destiny of all advanced civilizations, and it relates to me, as well as the future path of Long Bang. He paused for a moment and spoke the word that made everyone's heart stop. This may very well be the starting point of the path to divinity, and the last warning before the final destination. The unification rhythm is like a sword of Damocles hanging over all who attempt to transcend. And the God of the source point is the only, perhaps existing, wielder of that sword. Long Bang, before truly embarking on its journey, was already forced to face the most profound and cruel proposition in this starry sea.
Chapter 143, Starfall Navigation, First Contact with the Ruins.
The departure of the expedition was not met with thousands cheering, only a silent determination. Under the faint blue light of the star ring, this deep space exploration ship, which carried the future and ultimate questions of Long Bang civilization, glided away from low Earth orbit like a silver fish slipping into the deep sea, silently leaving behind a trail of bluish spiritual energy as it resolutely sailed towards the Death Star field known as the Echo of the End. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere was solemn. The carefully selected crew members and scientists from various fields were in position. They were both explorers and possibly martyrs.
The captain was the experienced and most resilient Colonel Lin Mo.
And Chen Yu will manifested like a golden guardian deity, quietly floating beside the main control console of the ship, deeply connected to the spiritual pattern matrix of the entire starship, becoming the true neural center and perceptual extension of the expedition. Activate the Edavia spacefold engine, prepare for the first short jump. Lin Mo's voice was steady, issuing the first key command after leaving the solar system. Engine charged, coordinates locked, graveyard peripheral starfield.
Spirit pattern matrix operating normally, stable connection with Commander Chen Yu.
All systems report ready. Chen Yu's manifestation slightly nodded, and an invisible wave of will swept across the entire ship, like a final check. He sensed the weak ripples produced by the engine core mimicking spatial rules, felt the slight tremors of the ship's structure under the energy infusion, and sensed the mixed emotional ripples of tension, expectation, and firm belief from each crew member.
Allow the jump.
Buzz. There was no fierce acceleration, only a slight feeling of weightlessness that seemed to come from the depths of the soul. The starry sky outside the window was instantly elongated and distorted, transforming into a dazzling passage of flowing light. This was the first time Long Bang civilization actively engaged in interstellar travel using its own technology, rather than depending on the unknown existence of teleportation. The brief jump ended, and the view outside the window returned to normal, but what came into view took everyone's breath away. This was already the periphery of the graveyard. The stars that should have been present were sparse and dim, and a gray desolation pervaded the spatial backdrop. In sight, the remnants of massive starships were everywhere. They were twisted and broken, like the bones of giant beasts, silently telling tales of past horrors. Some wrecks even had traces of energy explosions frozen on them, as if destruction had occurred just yesterday. Further away, the space itself showed unnatural folds and cracks, the permanent scars left after the rules were violently torn apart. Detection of high-intensity background radiation, energy spectrum confusion, presence of multiple unstable spatial fractures. Continuous low-frequency regular noise received, suspected, echoes of a civilization's collective consciousness after its demise.
Warning.
The ship's shields are being eroded by unknown inertial energy, the rate is slow but continuous.
Bad news followed one after another.
This star region itself was a forbidden zone, filled with unseen dangers. Activate Adaptive Order Deflection Field, prioritize resisting rule erosion.
Research team, analyze background noise, attempt to extract useful information. Lin Mo responded calmly.
Chen Yu's avatar closed his eyes, extending his perception to the maximum, crossing the cold ship's body, touching the dead starry sky. He heard the omnipresent whispers, the fear, resentment, curses, and the last faint hope bursting forth from countless wise individuals in their final moments, mixing into an elegy that could freeze the soul. He also felt the terrifying aftermath named unified rhythm that permeated every inch of space. It was an absolute, unquestionable power of erasure, not destruction, but reducing all complexity to its most basic particles, returning all order to chaos. Just feeling this aftermath sent chills through his regulated form.
Here is a formatted testing ground.
Chen Yu's voice echoed in everyone's minds, carrying a hint of subtle weight, that perished civilization touched what should not be touched, attracting, cleansing. At that moment, the scientist responsible for signal analysis exclaimed, "Commander!
Captain Lin Mo.
We have extracted a relatively clear segment of repetitive, warning information from the background noise. A fragmented stream of thoughts, mixed with a lot of noise, was played back.
Be alert observer non-sanctuary. Divine path only source point can bear. Singularity blooming is the end."
The information remained incomplete, but the keywords were startling.
Did observer refer to the Starfire Federation? Source point was mentioned again. And the last phrase, singularity blooming is the end. Chen Yu's avatar jolted.
He recalled the ultimate form of his talent, singularity, genesis of civilization.
Was this merely a coincidence? Or a warning from fate? The expedition had just stepped into the edge of the graveyard, yet to see the true visage of that dark singularity, already felt the ultimate shadow named unified rhythm looming over countless civilizations.
The starting point of the path to becoming a god was already covered in thorns and corpses.